30 years ago, the demonic blade caused a catastrophe, turning the East Sea upside down. The Bayou sect, the flame demon mask, and countless innocent souls perished in this great disaster. The heroes of the East Sea were countless, joining forces and sacrificing innumerable lives. Only then were they able to seal this demonic creature. Now, members of the 4 major sects have been victimized one after another. The culprits' actions are brutal and the cases are bizarre. Rumors of the demonic blade's revival have spread everywhere. Does the demonic blade truly exist? Who can extinguish the demonic blade's fury this time? Restoring peace to the world. Today, I will introduce to everyone a new comic book, The Wind Path. At the beginning of the Warring States period, demons were rampant, and the legendary demon sword appeared in the world. The heroes of the East Sea, regardless of right or wrong, joined forces to seal the demon sword. The demon sword was called Yuning, with unparalleled sharpness, capable of turning the world upside down. A man wearing a black robe, with a fierce look in his eyes, tightly gripped a short sword, like a moving corpse. He is no longer the Daxu brother from the past. Now, he is just a sword zombie. And in his hand is the legendary demon sword Yuning. Everyone at the scene rushed forward, holding weapons. But they couldn't stop him, as the sword zombie was too powerful. Such power is truly terrifying. It can't help but make Duong Doi Kai feel a little afraid. The person behind him pats Duong Doi Kai's shoulder, saying he will support him wholeheartedly. To deal with the demon sword, he tells Duong Doi Kai to prepare quickly. Perhaps this is the only chance to seal the demon sword. It's also the only path to survival for those who have lost hope. They must go together with the demon sword to the end. Everyone rushes forward again, with swords clashing. Countless swords flew out, attacking the sword demon. Similar moves, using poison to counter poison. But the sword demon had a delayed effect, injuring everyone severely. The only person who could be faster than the sword demon was his martial sister, Shumuoi. Shumuoi displayed her body technique, instantly appearing behind the sword demon's back. But the sword demon's speed was faster than imagined. Turning around, he severely injured Shumuoi with a few moves. Only then did Shumuoi realize that her senior brother no longer existed. Severely injured, her sister risked her life to perform her ultimate move. Her hands like venomous snakes, tightly coiled around the sword executioner's hands. A swordsman seized the opportunity, slipping behind the sword executioner's back. From the ground, he unleashed a dragon stride sword aura, striking the sword executioner directly. Her sister was also blown back by this powerful force, coughing up a mouthful of blood. But unexpectedly, the sword executioner still hadn't fallen. Turning around, the sword executioner unleashed a similar move. The dragon's stride aura instantly struck the swordsman, who couldn't evade it in time. With a deep understanding of the opponent's techniques, he should have been able to block this move. Luckily, the swordsman has also exhausted his strength. This move has been neutralized. And the swordsman fell to the ground. But the demonic sword in the man's hand started to tremble slightly, wanting to control the man, but was stopped by another swordsman. The man hurriedly shouted, "Duong Doi Kai, act quickly." Duong Doi Kai wasted no time and immediately activated the mechanism. A tomb gradually appeared, enclosing the man and Duong Doi Kai inside. The man tried to remain calm, saying, "Although you don't know martial arts, you've never encountered a demonic sword before. We can't be certain we've met all the conditions for a successful reincarnation, to prevent it from possessing you. Get out of here, continue to cause trouble, so I can only eliminate you, and also eliminate the demonic sword." In front of the tomb, Duong Doi Kai had long disregarded life and death. Now the tomb is like a hero sacrificing himself. Duong Doi Kai did not hesitate to pull the lever. Rocks from all directions flew towards them, covering the two people. A huge pit buried the two people here. Rocks and soil fell down, burying the bodies of the two people underground, using their lives to seal the flattering demonic sword. As time passed, the heroes who sacrificed themselves to seal the demon blade that year were gradually forgotten in the river of history. The bizarre murder cases caused rumors of the demon blade's resurrection to spread throughout Donghai. 30 years ago, the legendary demon blade appeared in Donghai. The heroes of Donghai united their efforts and made countless sacrifices. Only then could they seal the demonic energy. When people gradually forgot the fear and pain brought by the demon blade, sinking into the river of history, the bizarre murder cases resurfaced, causing rumors of the demon blade's resurrection to spread throughout Donghai. Donghai, Luiying City, Mount Baijiu. Boy Lai brought good tea and ginseng as gifts for the elders and to nourish their bodies. The boy had lived here for 10 years. This place made him feel safe. The boy's name was Boy Lai. He was kind-hearted, the son of a veteran. His father was a blacksmith, earning a living in this town that specialized in making weapons. They were not respected. At the age of 5, his father sold their horse and sent Boy Lai to the capital city, with the reason for Boy Lai entering here being to resolve their difficult situation. In the past, his father carried a piece of iron, going everywhere to find a master to teach him the craft, but Boy Lai was rejected everywhere due to his small size. Luckily, a kind carpenter took him in, at a small house next to the academy, helping the carpenter with odd jobs. After 12 years of learning the blacksmithing trade, Recently Bui Lai received a pay raise, and his income has improved. Few knew that his technique of absorbing and creating air currents was exquisite, as others in the Liuxing town were very afraid of this place. They said there were demons, and rumors spread that one would live or die, so no one wanted to come. Perhaps it was because of the messy pile of wood and the strange woodworking machine, which only operated when Bui Lai practiced. The woodworking master raised his hand. The sound of wood rubbing against the sword was only slightly louder than a finger. Yet such a large block of wood didn't shake at all. The competition between the two was to see who could make the bark fly off. They had been playing this game for over a decade. The block of wood in front of them was hacked to pieces, with wood chips flying everywhere. Nothing could make the woodworking master happier. Bui Lai swung his sword to smash the block of wood, but before the wood chips could fall, the woodworking master struck with his sword, splitting the block of wood in two. The upper half flew about, while the lower half was firmly controlled by the force of the sword, steadily coming to a halt. Inwardly, Bui Lai silently admired. Truly a masterful woodworking technique. He admitted defeat wholeheartedly. Master Shi led Bui Lai into the house. This time Bui Lai's return had a mission. The chief overseer of the arts instructed Bui Lai to retrieve an item. Master Shi opened a box. Inside lay a sword, the hilt 3 fingers wide, the blade 4 fingers long, the copper hilt carved with an eagle. The sword body was sturdy, not ordinary, tapering from the hilt to the blade, 3 fingers wide at the broadest, narrowing to less than 2 fingers at the tip. If wielded skillfully, it could strike precisely. This sword was named Tsongrua. The chief overseer of the arts wanted Bui Lai to take this sword to the Water Moon Hall, and deliver it to the second elder, Nyam Hongha. Bui Lai had never been to the Water Moon Hall. He heard that only female disciples were accepted there. Male disciples can only do chores at the gate. Moreover, it's said that the second elder of the Watermundial is an eccentric person. Before leaving, Grandpa warned Bui Lai that if he encounters any difficulties, he shouldn't force himself. At that time, Bui Lai didn't know that this sword delivery trip would become a turning point that would change his destiny. The clear lake reflects the 1,000-year-old moon. The fairy practices swordsmanship and becomes a great immortal. Her pure aura turns into a rain of dust, leaving no trace in the mortal world. The Water Moon Fairy. At the East Sea sect, the Watermundial, 2 young ladies sit in the hall, their faces solemn. The continuous rain these days has made Tai Lam even more melancholic. Hong On teases, "Miss Tai Lam, you've been gloomy like this all day. Could it be that some philandering young master has been bullying you? I wonder if it's a dashing and elegant young master or a small cultivator from the Heavenly Sea sect." Although the Shuiyu Hall is one of the 4 institutes, its chief is a disciple of the sect leader. The current sect leader only has 3 disciple elders. And the 4th institute lacks a chief. The 4 senior sisters I admire are no longer in this world. That day, when Baihu left the institute, Huang Ong and Tai Lam secretly followed her to see where she was going. But then everything went dark before their eyes. When they woke up, Baihu's beautiful face had been slashed with a deep cut. They all said it was caused by the demon saber that brought disaster to the martial arts world 30 years ago. Baihu also said, "I heard that other sects have also suffered tragic murders. Only the demon saber could cause such injuries." The 4 major sects organized the Righteous Assembly to clarify this matter. While talking, Huangong suddenly felt something unusual and quickly turned his head. He clearly felt someone's presence just now, but now he couldn't see anyone. Supposedly, only he and the second elder were in the Shuiwei Hall. Huangong thought to himself that it might be an illusion. On the other hand, Bui Lai had struggled hard to reach the outer courtyard of the Shuiwei Hall. Looking at the elegant calligraphy on the gate, this place seemed even more serene. After Bui Lai introduced himself, he was warmly received by the gatekeeper. Bui Lai said, "The sect leader instructed me to personally deliver this sword to the second elder. Please inform him. I can't believe even the hall steward is not allowed into the inner courtyard. He can only wait for the maids to relay the message." Bui Lai admires the delicate floral pattern on the teacup. Feeling a bit curious about the inner courtyard. Outside the window, the rain continues to patter, and Bui Lai falls asleep without realizing it. After such a long time, the maid still hasn't returned. And the steward is nowhere to be found either. Unable to wait any longer, Bui Lai gets up to look for the steward. But unexpectedly, behind the door, the manager suddenly fell to the ground, and the 2 people lay motionless in a pool of blood. This scene left Bui Lai at a loss as to what to do. This was the first time Bui Lai had witnessed a murder scene. Remembering his master's teachings, Bui Lai forced himself to remain calm. The wounds on the bodies had strange indentations. The cuts were very clean, as if caused by an extremely powerful energy. Moreover, the traces on the ground also proved this. And the drag marks led straight into the inner courtyard. Bui Lai immediately decided that no matter what, he had to inform the disciples of the Water Moon Palace. Perhaps they could still save someone. Bui Lai entered the inner courtyard alone. At this time all the disciples were not in the courtyard. He didn't know where to go for a moment. While Bui Lai was perplexed, a girl gently playing a flute landed and asked, "Who are you? Who sent you? How dare you barge into the Shuiwei Hall?" A female voice came from behind. Bui Lai had a sword pointed at him. He quickly explained, the sword on his back was Conger. And the person behind was the second elder of Shuiwei Hall, Ran Hongha. With a sharp sword, a graceful demeanor, Ran Hongha had an exquisite appearance and an otherworldly elegance, as beautiful as a celestial fairy. After realizing it was a misunderstanding, Nim Hongha took out a handkerchief and gave it to Bui Lai to wipe his wound. Holding the handkerchief, Bui Lai's face turned slightly red, and he was momentarily flustered, not knowing where to start. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out from afar. Nim Hongha said, "You wait in the front hall. And don't take a single step inside without my orders." After saying that, Nim Hongha went alone towards the direction of the scream. Bui Lai looked at the handkerchief in his hand. The soft silk fabric still seemed to retain a hint of warmth. Suddenly, he remembered that he still had the cone fish on his back, a deadly weapon. That must possess extremely strong cold energy when used. The Conger sword is an extremely positive sword. Now passing the sword may help the situation. Also, following the direction of the shout, gradually hearing the sound of clashing aura. At this time, the second elder, holding a short sword, faced the culprit alone. Bing! In a blink of an eye, the person was slashed away like a ball. The slashed person fell down like a small mountain. Bui Lai clearly saw two disciples of the Water Moon Hall had fallen to the ground. The huge stone saber in the culprit's hand gave an unusual feeling. It's unknown why this person has become like this, launching an attack. One can barely discern that this is Ha-Atam from the vague appearance of the assailant. The assailant swings the blade down. The iron chains wrapped around the assailant's body make a chilling sound. He swings the chains like a giant, wanting to crush the person in front of him into pieces. To protect the disciples behind, Nim Hongha cannot retreat. Gripping the short swords tightly, her petite figure stiffly withstands the fierce attack. Unexpectedly, Nim Hongha can block it and then counterattack using the force. She knocked down the killer. Bui Lai was extremely astonished. This terrifying skill, is she really a woman? Taking advantage, Nam Hongha swiftly attacked, her movements agile, her techniques ruthless, continuously assaulting the killer. Her short sword stabbed accurately at the killer's shoulder, but he was like a monster, not dodging, grabbing. The short sword with one hand, Nam Hongha was suspended in midair, with nowhere to borrow force. Thrown away by the killer, luckily. Her agility allowed her to land safely on the bridge. The killer took the opportunity when Nam Hongha just landed and kicked towards her. The speed was too fast, Nim Hongha couldn't dodge, she could only block with her arm. But the force was too strong, knocking Nim Hongha down into the lotus pond, crashing into the stone wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Bui Lai saw that the assailant seemed to feel no pain. The situation was critical. Suddenly, she noticed two small boats. Bui Lai came up with an idea to confront the assailant. Currently, she has a slight advantage. The assailant's stone sword emits a faint purple haze. The assailant's attacks become more fierce. Riding the sword down, releasing a sharp whistling sound, Nim Hongha dodged the attack, the chain. It came from the blind spot like a snake. Nam Hongha managed to dodge but was still hit in the shoulder. Only then did he realize that this person's movements were stiff, but his strikes were very skilled, not just relying on instinct. The assailant rushed forward, swinging his sword down. Nam Hongha had no way to dodge. At this critical moment, Bui Lai jumped out of the water, holding a fisherman's staff, and struck the assailant's leg tendon. Bui Lai also jumped onto the shore, prepared to fight alongside Nam Hongha. The hero Bui Lai saves the beauty, fighting side by side with the second elder. My mission is to deliver the Conger sword to the second elder. Please try this sword, second elder. Nim Hongha receives the Conger sword and tests it himself. The weight is just right, leaving him a bit dazed. A massive black figure suddenly appears. The assailant uses chains to entangle their legs, like a spider, continuing towards Nim Hongha and Bui Lai. Nim Hongha, slightly confused, says, the assailant is Ha-Atam who has been doing odd jobs at our outer court of the Water Moon Palace for many years. But he basically knows no martial arts, and I don't know why he has become like this. As Bui Lai is astonished, the assailant's eyes flash with a sinister glow, charging straight at Bui Lai. Nim Hongha uses the Conger sword to block the attack. This move is evenly matched on both sides. The second elder stepped back a few steps, holding the monk's staff tightly, his swordplay stance graceful and handsome. Nam Hongha said, the two on the bridge are disciples of our school, they're not dead yet. If you can help carry them away, the farther the better. There's one more resting at the pavilion, I'll think of a way. Bui Lai, though not skilled in martial arts but excellent in swimming, agreed to help. At this moment, the assailant raised the rock saber high above his head, spinning rapidly like a spinning top. The muffled roars of Ha-Atam echoed in his ears. The assailant spun his massive body like a windmill, clashing with the monk's staff, thundering loudly. It made Nam Hongha's whole body tremble, with chilling aura emanating in all directions. He turned and told Bui Lai to quickly leave, staying there would only hinder him. Bui Lai naturally understood that this was not the time to linger, so he took Bitch Ho and left. Nam Hongha was determined to fight to the death with the demon at the Tui Noyet Palace. His flickering figure was seen, with dazzling sword rays, the wind howling, and the sound of whoosh echoing. The 13 moves of the Supreme Quan Gu sword technique pierced through flesh and gradually penetrated the chilling aura protecting the culprit. Bui Lai, watching from afar, silently admired him, indeed the second elder of the Tui Noyet Palace. Bui Lai hurriedly hugged Hong On and Bitch Ho and ran away. At this moment, Nim Hong Ha had taken the advantage, thinking secretly. This Tan Kan Gustaf is indeed a masterpiece of Tan Luan, perfectly matching her graceful demeanor. This move is a sword technique created by Nim Hong Ha herself, surpassing even the inner sect's Tui Noyet Kim Fap. Because her swordsmanship was quite ordinary before, she asked Luan Si for help, to find a suitable sword to deal with powerful enemies. And this Tan Kan Gustaf happened to fall into Nim Hong Ha's hands, and she could wield it so skillfully, making Nim Hong Ha wonder if this was truly a coincidence? The flexible yet sharp sword pierced the enemy's shoulder once again. This enemy showed no sign of pain, unhesitatingly swung his blade and unleashed a sword aura, easily cutting through the battlesphere, and this sword aura was aimed at Bui Lai is in the distance. This blow hits Bui Lai's back, and the battle bridge collapses accordingly. Bui Lai falls into the lotus pond. At this point, Bui Lai's back has completely lost sensation. Gradually sinking to the bottom of the pond, his consciousness also begins to fade. As Bui Lai's consciousness gradually fades away, a figure enters the pond. Pulling Bui Lai up from the water, the one who came to the rescue is Hong On. In fact, Hong On had woken up earlier, but with ordinary martial arts skills, he planned to find an opportunity to ambush that monster. Hong On also pulled you up onto the small boat. Fortunately, Bui Lai was only injured on his back. Since childhood, he has been much stronger than ordinary people. So there's nothing to worry about. Hong On pointed towards the lotus pond. Fourth senior sister Bitch Ho is still inside that temple. The second elder refuses to leave because of her. As soon as he finished speaking, another sword aura destroyed the battle bridge. The power of this monster is too strong. And it's not afraid of pain. Continuing like this is not a solution. Bui Lai and Hong On discussed a way to rescue the people. Bui Lai felt that although this monster is powerful, its hearing is not very good, so they could try to divert its attention. At the same time, the attacker did not hesitate at all, launching a series of powerful attacks, forcing Nim Hong Ha to continuously retreat. Nim Hong Ha had to exert all her strength, waving her sword in defense, fresh blood flowing down. Nim Hong Ha calmly analyzed, this person's sword aura was indeed formidable, but the speed of drawing the sword was not stable enough, so there might still be an opportunity. But what had happened to Ha A Tam after all? At this moment, Nim Hong Ha had no time to think too much, her figure flickered, and she performed the Tan Fong Thap Tam Tuk again. Rushing straight into the stream, Nim Hong Ha risked her life. As long as she could dodge the strike from the assailant, she would have a chance of success. The assailant did not hold back at all, launching a deadly blow. The sharp sword aura grazed past Nim Hong Ha. She was like a leaf floating on the water, her dodging movements extremely concise, not wasting any effort at all. In an instant, she spun around and swung her sword, the sword like a raging wind. With the wind chasing the moon technique, his precise sword pierced through the killer's two arms, locking the monster's arms in place. At this moment, the killer's gaze shifted, as if searching for something. Suddenly noticing Bui Lai preparing to rescue Bitch Ho in the lotus pond. Nam Hong Ha also noticed this direction at the same time. Unexpectedly, the killer severed his own two arms, the tearing sound of flesh echoing. Throwing the heavy sword in his hand towards Bui Lai. Bui Lai shouted, "Not good," and pushed Bitch Ho away. This strike has destroyed the entire resting pavilion. Bui Lai seizes the opportunity to jump onto the battle bridge. Nim Hong Ha also jumps up, using both legs to kick forcefully. Exerting all her strength, she kicks the culprit down into the lotus pond, causing a loud explosion. The lotus pond collapses completely, burying Bitch Ho and the culprit underneath. The second elder calls out to Bitch Ho but receives no response. At this moment, Bui Lai notices a shadowy figure flickering on the roof tiles. Everyone was amazed. Bitch Ho, who had been unconscious for a while, could stand up, holding in her hand that terrifying huge sword. Thunder roared in the sky. Bitch Ho shouted, "Ha A Tam?" Her scream echoed everywhere. Hong On brought Bitch Ho to the carriage outside the hall. Bitch Ho was safe, but still unconscious. I only saw Nim Hong Ha and Bui Lai hurriedly running out of the clinic, shouting loudly, "Quick, put the person on the horse and untie them." Hong On was terrified, thinking the assailant was chasing them. He was very worried about Bitch Ho's situation. "Second elder, don't panic, the one rushing towards us is fourth senior sister." After she picked up that demonic sword, her entire being seemed to transform into someone else, just like Hai Tam. She tried to kill anyone she saw, no matter how we called her, she didn't respond, only insisting on killing Nim Hong Ha. Moreover, Bitch Ho's martial arts became extremely powerful, basically unstoppable. Even Nim Hong Ha's full effort could only delay her for a bit. "I've thought it through, the only way is to lead her out of the Water Moon Palace first, then we'll figure out the next step." Hearing this, Hong On's face turned pale. Could it be that she's really a demonic cultivator? In the chaos, everyone got on the horse carriages, and Bui Lai hurriedly whipped the horses. Just as the carriage started moving, a loud scream came from behind. It was Bitch Ho, who had been possessed. Her petite figure, ferocious eyes, wielding a broadsword, slashed down from the sky. She easily unleashed a sword chi, shattering the carriage. Fortunately, Neem Hongha reacted quickly, using his fishing rod staff to block this attack. Neem Hongha had just successfully sealed her, pushing back Bitch Ho's assault. But Bitch Ho seemed to have lost her soul, mumbling, "Ha Atam, must kill," she said, and then chased after him. The two fought, and Neem Hongha spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Hong'an was worried, as this move was truly terrifying. But what worried Neem Hongha the most was Bitch Ho's lightness skill. If she caught up, in his current state, it would be hard to protect everyone. Hong'an asked again, "But why is this happening? Could it really be the demon sword possessing her mind?" But Bui Lai didn't think so. Since childhood, his uncle had always taught him that everything has a reason. The legend of the sword turning into a demon seems unbelievable. There might be another reason. Currently, there is no other way. Thinking of the seventh paternal uncle, I might as well head towards the Luiying town first. That's the only thing I can do now. Nian Hong'a looked at the water moon pavilion gradually fading into the distance, feeling heavy-hearted. Couldn't help but think of her senior sister. If it were her sister, how would she handle it? Donghai Road, Qinghuyang, Juzulu. At the martial arts gathering, this old monster wants to discuss important matters with the four major sects, but deliberately chose this dilapidated temple. It is said that this old monster suspects the recent murders in the sects are related to the demon sword, and said the demon sword will come to this dilapidated temple today. At this moment, representatives from the four major sects have already arrived. A love affair has led to a bloody murder case. In the ruined temple, representatives from the four major sects arrive one by one. Keep mentioning Yu Dao, but he's nowhere to be seen today. The speaker has long phoenix eyes, more black than white, large and bright eyes that seem profoundly inscrutable. He is one of the four elders of the Quanhai Tianmen sect, Jinfu Dengling, Lobi Jia. The person before him has empty hands. This is the swordmaster of Maihuang, the deputy chief of Hoyang, Zhao Tianjin. The sword protector chief is busy and unable to come, so he has given full authority to Mr. Yu Dao to handle the matter today. Lobi Jia glares at this moment. Whether Yu Dao has really resurfaced or not is not the main issue today. The most important thing is to demand justice for the 12 lives lost from our Quanhai Tianmen sect. Lobi Jia points to the corpses on the stretchers and says, "Fortunately, I managed to bring the bodies here in time. I asked the master to take charge, otherwise Lobi Jia will never let this go." The person on the stretcher is covered in bruises. After being struck by a sword energy that entered the body, it immediately destroyed the entire meridian and blood vessels, causing severe internal injuries. Then the whole body turned purple and died. Such injuries could only be caused by a master of sword energy. Lobi Jia has certainly sent people to investigate this clearly. It must have been caused by the Muvan sect of Kaikung. Sect leader, I see there's an issue with this matter. A female voice came through. This woman was seen wearing a green silk robe, her long hair blowing in the wind. Her fair skin is smooth as jade. She was the senior disciple, the acting leader of the Water Moon Hall, Xia Zi. Xia Zi said, "Our four major sects have been allied for 100 years. If it were truly younger sister Mu, why would she use such a cruel method to reveal her identity?" Furthermore, the old sect leader mentioned the demon saber. There's something suspicious about this. The old Lu Beatleo interrupted Xia Zi without hesitation. I've heard that the acting leader Xia has an icy pure heart, but you'd believe the rumors that the demon saber kills people? Moreover, the old sect leader is over 100 years old. Would he really listen to one-sided words? Lu Beatleo refuted. As the two argued back and forth, causing Xia Zi to become furious, another woman gently shook her head. This woman was around 18 or 19 years old, wearing a dark green robe, with a beautiful appearance and an overwhelming aura. She was the third elder of the Water Moon Hall, Niraniji. Niraniji mocked Lu Beatleo. I thought he valued his son's life as much as his own. A subordinate beside her hurriedly stopped her, whispering, Lu Beatleo stands only behind the sword master Bichfu Xingjin Xiaozhui in the Quanhai Tianmen sect. Moreover, there are rumors that Lu Yanqing is his illegitimate son. But he only said it was Nia Tu to compete for the position of chief instructor. Today, seeing the disciples of the Quanhai Tian Gate being arrogant and looking down on us from the Tui Noyet Hall, this rumor must be true. Truly like father, like son. But Nin Natu didn't believe what Tun Kim Ho just said about loving the sword and killing people. He thought that after leaving the Tui Noyet Hall, he could go find his sister Mok Su, but he couldn't even see Mok Van Sak. At this moment, a large chest as tall as half a person appeared in the courtyard, no one knew when. This chest was carefully sealed and guarded by a few people. This chest was deliberately brought by the old town chief and was said to be related to the injured disciples of the sect. Seeing this, Ni Natu said, Elder Lo, don't be hasty. The old town chief insisted that the murder cases had nothing to do with the Chi Palace. Is it related to that large chest out there? Why doesn't Elder Lo invite Mr. Tun to open the chest and take a look? Elder Lo Beat glared at Ni Natu, don't open the chest. Of course, she was threatened by Tun's words. This action immediately angered the elderly Luo. Do you want to hand over the evidence to the people of Kyung Palace to take away? Old City Master, do you want to cover up for Moku Vansak who killed my son? At this moment, a loud laugh came from outside the door. Kill your son, why use such a contemptible trick? He could see that this person had white hair, a straight back, and an overwhelming demeanor that made people involuntarily afraid. He was the peerless Moon Ma of Kyung Palace. Very few of the heroes who participated in the suppression of the demon Dao 30 years ago are still around. And the Maji Hong Sword Master, the old city master Ho Duong, pretended to be in seclusion at the Water Moon Palace, and no one could see him. Only Qi Gong Wui was praised as the Speechless One. The appearance of the Speechless One shook everyone present. The disciples of Quan Hai Tian Men whispered. The chief mentor came in person, likely to defend his disciple. Luo Biejia stroked his beard, his tone mocking. So the false chief mentor of Qi Gong has arrived, then the murder case against Quan Hai Tian Men will surely be brought to justice. But before he finished speaking, the Speechless One directly ignored him, expressionless as he walked past Luo Biejia. He went straight towards Hua Xingyi. Hua Xingyi hurriedly paid respects. Disciple greets the false chief mentor. The Speechless One politely returned the greeting. No need for formalities, please convey my regards to your master. Tell her this old man is frail and cannot travel. After succeeding as chief mentor, I hope she can visit soon, to fulfill my wish. Xia Ziji hastily replied. Lu Biezhou said mockingly at this moment, Chief Noi avoids like this, could it be that you are guilty? Wu Ying didn't hide his anger. From your tone, it seems the accusation of killing your son has been proven? Did you see him commit the murder? Lu Biezhou insisted, pointing at Lu Yinchan on the stretcher, saying, the body at the scene is the clearest evidence. Moreover, he has wounds caused by a master's sword energy. Besides the Muwen sect of yours, who else could it be? But according to the city lord, it's also possible that Mu Shiji was possessed by an evil blade, causing her to kill indiscriminately. If Chief Noi is not willing to clarify this, we disciples of the Quan Hai Tian Gate are willing to help and restore justice for your sworn brother. These mocking words from Lu Biezhou enraged Wu Yin. My disciple has been missing for a long time. A month ago, I sent my third senior to search for him, but until now there's still no news. If I find out that some villain has slandered him, hidden my disciple away, or plotted schemes to prevent him from appearing, I will absolutely not let it go. After saying that, the old man from the Quan Hai sect became furious. Today, let the Quan Hai sect receive the high skills of the mysterious palace. After speaking, the two drew their swords. The old man from Quan Hai held a blade in his left hand and a sword in his right, using the characteristic sword techniques of the Quan Hai sect. Releasing a cold aura, wanting to compete in skills with Wu Yin. Wu Yin laughed mockingly, don't you know that our mysterious palace cultivates the invisible sword aura? And your kind of demonic arts is only worthy of being dealt with by a single strand of hair. After saying that, Wu Yin picked up a strand of hair with 2 fingers to duel. It could be seen that the old man from Quan Hai's hands danced like flying, the blade and sword clashing, making a deafening sound, using the clashing sounds of the blade and sword to disrupt the opponent's judgment of the speed of his blade strikes. The next second, a blade strike hit Wu Yin's hair bun. Climb the high mountain, not seeking immortality, hoping the moon and flowers last forever. A red robe mourns the autumn season, sweeping away the winds, dispersing the 13 realms. Luo Biejia slashes his sword at Wu Yin's hair bun. But unexpectedly, it was only Wu Yin's afterimage. At this moment, he had already snuck behind Luo Biejia's back. Wu Yin was seen condensing sword energy on his fingertips, arriving in the blink of an eye. The soft black hair, sharp as steel needles, pierced straight through. Before anyone could react, Vom pierced through the crowd. A disciple fell to the ground, with a soft black hair on his left shoulder, less than half an inch exposed, pierced through the blade, stabbing through his shoulder. Vom laughed loudly, continuously swinging his hair, and in an instant, 4 or 5 more Tianmen disciples fell down. Everyone was horrified, seeing such a bizarre body technique for the first time. Old Luo was secretly shocked, his cultivation not even 100 years old, yet he had already refined such a formidable demonic body technique. This was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. He dared not hold back any longer. Old Luo raised his long blade, leading everyone to stand at the temple gate, forming the Jiufeng Tianguang formation, with Tong Jian guarding by his side. His expression changed drastically. Luo Biejia didn't expect to confront Qi Kang like this because of Yiji's injury. No wonder there's a rumor that Yiji is his biological son. If Quan Haitianman's subordinates were present today, they certainly wouldn't have let Luo Biejia run amok. The Tianmen Taoists were originally scattering in all directions, but as soon as the 9-wind celestial formation was activated, the chaotic scene of dozens of people instantly disappeared. Within 3 breaths, their formation was established, as if they had been rigorously trained. They exuded a formidable killing intent from all directions, moving swiftly and silently, leaving no room for retreat. Luo Biejia smugly shouted, Northern Celestial Mystery, Southern Tiger Mystery, 7 Wandering Stars, descend and surround. Everyone, follow me. 7 stars shift, suppress him. Wu Yin continuously retreated and evaded, but their formation remained unwavering. Their speed and strength increased, emanating a powerful killing intent from all directions. Wu Yin was secretly shocked. After decades of not fighting, he didn't expect these people to have cultivated such a formidable battle formation. Wu Yin channeled his inner energy, releasing a cold aura from his dantian that penetrated his eyes and merged with the wind and rain. The old man with a faint smile, "Did you think you could escape by leaving the temple? The nine-wind heavenly firmament formation is not that simple. Follow me, the magic formation." The disciples in the formation rushed forward, and at that moment, a melodious zither sound was heard. "Dare to rush out of the temple, I'll show you my power." Wordless sword aura, the inner energy surging like waves around, tapping into each drop of rain, merging into the air. Following the melodious zither, each raindrop transformed into a sword aura, driving back all the Taoists in front. This move was a warning to the Quan Hai Tian Men sect. At this moment, no matter how Luo Bilao urges, it's useless. Luo Bilao is now at a disadvantage. At this moment, a horse-drawn carriage rushes straight onto the battlefield, the bell ringing in the distance. Before anyone could react, an old broken carriage stopped in front of the temple. The demonic sword reappears, bringing chaos to the world. Unparalleled sharpness, causing turmoil in the world. A lifetime of resentment, who can truly understand? The horse neighed loudly and then stopped. The little Taoist priest hurriedly ran over to stop them. "Who are you? Leave immediately." A young man in a red shirt jumped out of the carriage, soaking wet, and said, "He's old and weak, wanting to rest here for a while." "This isn't your home, so what right do you have to stay while we can't?" These words angered the little monk, who shouted, "Who says we can't stay? I say we can stay." The speaker was Ran Iji, the third elder of the Shuiyu monastery. Ran Iji walked up to the young man and smiled, saying, "Young brother, don't be afraid. What's your name? Where are you from? Who else is in the carriage?" The young man thought for a moment, looking at the severely injured Luo Yinchan on the stretcher. He said, "If you give me and him water and food, I'll tell you." Ran Iji turned around and ordered someone to go. The maid brought tea and pastries. The boy said his grandfather was afraid of strangers, and he would bring him food later. Then, the boy hastily put the cake in his mouth and said, "My grandfather and I came from Qingshui village. On the car outside, there's also the corpse of my sister Alan. We had a hard time getting here. It's to find the murderer. This murderer not only killed Alan but also killed all the villagers." These words coming out of a boy's mouth made everyone's heart ache. Everyone fell silent. Under the dim moonlight, a month ago, a gang of ruffians appeared in the village, claiming to come to Qingshui village to fetch clean water. The result was that they wanted to capture the women for entertainment. The women and children in the village were terrified and hid in the forest. Unable to capture the women, the ruffians seized all the men in the village, tied their hair into a bundle like scarecrows in the field, and hung them from a high rack with nooses around their necks. Alan, the most beautiful girl in the village, decided to sacrifice herself to save them, despite objections. Alan went down the mountain alone to the vacant lot in the village. Yao, who was afraid at the time, still secretly followed her sister. The ruffians were immediately captivated by Alan's beauty. The henchman pushed Alan in front of the leader. The leader looked at the beauty before him, grabbed Alan's face, and said lustfully, "Laugh for me. If you make me happy, I'll let one person go." Alan tried to force a smile, but the leader waved his hand, and the henchman drew his sword and struck down. One person fell, their body weight pressing down on the remaining four. Alan looked in horror at the bloodstained blade before her, so terrified that they tore off Alan's clothes on her chest. While groping the young girl in front of them, they were also killing every man in the village. At that moment, the boy Yuchi hiding in the bushes was discovered. Yuchi kicked one of the ruffians in the face, resisted, and then fled. Being discovered, the ruffian immediately got angry, drew his sword and chased after him. A figure stood in front of Yuchi. It was his sister Elan. The next second, Elan fell down in a pool of blood. Love only brought pain and tears, and from there she lost her beloved sister. The ruffian, angered by the loss of his plaything, ordered his underlings to chop Yuchizi into 100 pieces. Just as thousands of pounds hung by a thread, ping ping, two stones hit the two ruffians from behind. A man was spinning a stone in his hand, saying, "I thought in this remote village I could live in peace, but unexpectedly there are such outrageous acts." The man who took action had the appearance of a scholar, with several painting tubes on his back and a small umbrella in his hand. The ruffian, seeing someone interfering, cursed loudly, "You muddlehead, what are you to meddle in my business? Are you tired of living?" This person wasn't the least bit flustered, taking out a painting tube, inside which hid a short sword, saying, "I am Mudian-sei of the drunken immortal valley, doing such an unrighteous deed, you all must die." The ruffian sneered, "The strange palace is just a bunch of little snakes, yet dares to meddle in our affairs. Our boss is old Luby, the deputy sect leader of the Sea Heaven Gate. Can you offend him?" The demonic lord, while eating a bun, calmly recounted this line, observing old Luby's expression. Old Luby immediately turned grim, and the ruffian beside him shouted loudly, "You've got some nerve. He then charged towards Boy Lai, drawing his sword, intending to kill and silence him. Looking back at Boy Lai, the three of them were still desperately fleeing. Bitch Ho was also chasing closely. Boy Lai just wanted to run faster, out of the bamboo forest to reach the bamboo mountain territory. At this moment, the rain had stopped. Bitch Ho's body was still soaking wet, drops of sweat rolling down her cheeks. Everyone could clearly see this scene, although they didn't know why Bitch Ho had become like this, but her body was still like an ordinary person's, getting tired and sweating. She kept chasing with the stone sword, seemingly trying to suppress her physical fatigue. This belief became more firm. With her previous lightness skill, those recent attacks definitely didn't only destroy half of the carriage. Now the carriage had entered the bamboo forest. Seeing the fire from the distant city, they just need to get there to be safe. But at that moment, Bitch Ho behind them disappeared. Everyone hurriedly searched for her, and found that Bitch Ho had jumped onto the carriage, using her strength to bend the wheel, stopping the carriage. Then rushed towards the carriage like an arrow. In an instant, the powerful impact combined with the weight of the rock hammer was all focused on Neem Hong Ha. Bitch Ho spat out a mouthful of blood. With a loud crash, the carriage was shattered. Everyone fell to the ground. When Boy Lai regained his senses, Bitch Ho was holding a stone sword, approaching the wounded Neem Hong Ha step by step. Just as Neem Hong Ha was in danger, Boy Lai noticed Neem Hong Ha's double swords lying nearby from the previous fight. Without hesitation, he rushed to pick up the Tsonggo and charged in. Holding the swords in both hands, he blocked Bitch Ho's attack. After one failed attempt, Boy Lai raised the Tsonggo high and shouted, "I am your opponent." His success attracted Bitch Ho's attention. Then she told the second elder, "Hurry and take them to the fire fountain." Bitch Ho was angered, swinging her sword towards Boy Lai. A sword aura tore through the ground. Fortunately, although Boy Lai's martial arts were poor, he was very agile and narrowly dodged it. Neem Hong Ha worried and said, "If I abandon you now, wouldn't it be the same as killing you myself?" Boy Lai remained undaunted, continuing to provoke, "Is that all you've got? Your sword aura didn't hit me." Bitch Ho lost her rationality, enraged, her eyes flashing with ferocity. Wielding her sword and charging towards Boy Lai again. Boy Lai hurriedly rolled and dodged, telling the second elder, "Don't worry, although I can't beat her, my speed is faster than hers. I will keep my life and return the fishing rod to you." Seeing Boy Lai's back fade away, Nien Hongha said sadly, "You're still young but you've learned to play the hero from others. You will die." Huanong beside her hurriedly consoled, "Hongji, let's go. Bichu has chased him for so long and her strength must have diminished. Perhaps that kid can really escape." After saying that, although Nien Hongha was worried and saddened, she could only pray for Boy Lai's safety. Boy Lai fled desperately, panting. Suddenly, Bichu attacked again from behind. This strike came from above. The angle was very perilous. Boy Lai couldn't dodge it, so he had to use the fishing rod to block the blow. The powerful impact made Boy Lai spit out a mouthful of blood. Unable to maintain his stance, he fell backwards. Bitch Ho accelerated, arriving right above Boy Lai. In midair, Boy Lai had no way to evade. Now, Boy Lai also realized if he fell down, he would have no chance of survival. This time he might really lose his life here. A forceful impact, Boy Lai was flung out like a cannonball. Fell to the ground, rolling a few times, the spear spinning in midair. Just then, he fell right beside Boy Lai, who was already unconscious at that point. Boy Lai fell and was dazed, slowly opening his eyes. He saw Bai Chi standing on a rocky ledge, staring intently at him. He fell into a water trench dug by the Noisho soldiers, but what puzzled Boy Lai was, Bai Chi was just standing at the edge of the hole, looking down, not pursuing him. Moreover, she seemed increasingly irritated, as if unable to get down into the steep pit. Looking closely, there was a sword wound on Bai Chi's thigh. Boy Lai wasn't sure if he had inflicted it or not, as he couldn't remember anything from that brief moment. He only saw his harpoon stuck nearby. Boy Lai regained his composure, picked up his fishing rod. "No matter if you're Hai Tam or someone else, if you keep chasing me, I'll fight to the death and take you down with me." It's unclear whether it was Boy Lai's intimidating presence that scared them off or if Bitch Ho had an urgent matter. They left Boy Lai alone and walked away. Boy Lai finally heaved a sigh of relief. "I've regained my life, I must quickly find a way out and meet the second elder at the fire-breathing grounds." On the other side, when Tun Kim Ho saw this, he immediately rushed over. This person was Tien Sin, a disciple of Lo Bi Jia. In the blink of an eye, Tun Kim Ho arrived, snatched the sword from Tien Sin, and performed the Tan Lin sword technique, with sword energy blazing like red fire. The sword in his hand instantly deformed. Tien Sin's sword technique, part of the Tien Man Dao Kim Fap, was also top-ranked. This sword, named Thong Tuc, was the treasured sword Loi Bi Jia used in his youth. Its pure sword energy and supreme mystic steel blade could withstand real fire for a short time, but was bent by Tun Kim Ho in an instant, shocking Tien Sin. Tun Kim Ho said, "Dao Truong, this sword seems flawed. Moreover, the matter is unclear. By rights, he should be interrogated properly." "Are you trying to silence him, Dao Truong?" Lao Tan Chu's subordinates whispered that this technique was created by Nam Luyan Tan. Although eccentric-looking, Tun Kim Ho was Lao Tan Chu's capable arm. making this display even more terrifying and extraordinary. Furthermore, in that instant, Loy Jia clearly sensed another aura. Loy Jia suddenly pointed at the carriage and shouted, "Mok Van Sak, since you're here, show yourself." As he finished speaking, someone in the carriage pulled back the curtain. A figure leaped out. He knelt before Wuyin. Disciple Mu once pays respect to master. Mu once said, "I have made a mistake, please punish me, master." As he spoke, everyone was astonished. Only Wuyin remained calm and said, "Was it for personal grudge or for others?" "If not for personal grudge but for the innocent, if I were there, I would have acted too." "It's not for personal grudge but for no choice, why apologize? Just bear it, if anyone wrongs you, I'm here." Mu once lowered his head, turned around, and firmly said, "Everyone, it was me who used the cold skill on Luo Yentian." Mu once admitted to using the cold skill on Luo Yentian. The elderly Luo was furious and wanted to tear Mu Wansek apart. The Taoists also joined in. Mu Wansek calmly hugged his luggage and said, "Venerable elders, I previously disguised myself and was disrespectful, please forgive me. I did so because I felt that telling the tragedy in Qingshui village myself would be more truthful. I witnessed that tragedy with my own eyes. I originally intended to kill those ruffians, but in order to leave evidence, I didn't take action, only crippling their left legs. Luo Yenqing refused to submit, so I severely injured him with a cold energy and tied him up. Unexpectedly, Luo Yenqing pretended to be injured and seized the opportunity to escape." Tiensin interrupted Mok Van Sak, "If according to what you said, my martial brother's martial arts skills are inferior to yours, why did you use your freezing energy against him?" "I think you're clearly lying, those 11 people were also killed by you, weren't they?" Mok Van Sak remained calm and said, "Don't worry Mr. Tu, if I were truly the culprit behind the massacre in Tan Tui village, I, Mok Van Sak, would never conceal it. As for why I used my freezing energy, it was for self-defense." Mok Van Sak looked at his palm, his eyes filled with disbelief. "That day, I was chasing after Lo Yen Tan to a cave in Tun Tuc, where the weeds were overgrown, and it was desolate and deserted. When I entered the cave, I saw carved on the rock wall the words 'The Demon Blade Returns, Bringing Chaos to the World,' signed by Duong Loi Kai. At that moment, Mok Van Sak had no other thoughts, and hurriedly chased after Lo Yen Tan. Inside the cave, the entrance was blocked by a landslide. Lo Yen Tan screamed loudly for help, with Mok Van Sak chasing after her, angrily pulling her bamboo sword out of the rubble. She tried to resist, but this bamboo sword was basically no match for Mok Van Sak's attacks. Mok Van Sak struck without hesitation, his sword piercing through the bamboo sword. He knocked Lo Yen Tan into the rubble, and as the rubble collapsed, a set of white bones was revealed. A skeleton sits folded in a wooden cage, chained on its body, with an iron sword in front of it. Mok Van Sak picks up the iron sword without hesitation. But when Lo Yen Tan stands up, the iron sword gradually regains its shine, a ray of light emanating from the blade. And Lo Yen Tan's aura is completely different from before. Since Lo Yen Tan picked up the iron sword, it's as if she became a different person. The light from the blade spreads, enveloping the entire hilt, the whole sword emitting a dim, eerie green glow. Lo Yen Tan's eyes are dazed, her mind unclear, her aura intensified. Mok Van Sak even felt the pressure that she only had when facing her senior brother. At this moment, Mok Van Sak decided to strike first. Mok Van Sak channeled her inner energy, her eyes determined, and executed the Chi Thien Te Not move from the Thong Tien sword technique, her figure swift, piercing through countless rays of light. But unexpectedly, Lo Yen Tan in front of her performed a similar move, like a flower in the mirror, a moon on the water. Mok Van Sak thought to herself, how does Lo Yen Tan know that Chi Thien Te Not? She must be pretending. But in the following attacks, Lo Yen Tan used all of Mok Van Sak's martial arts moves, every single one of them. The positions, the force, everything was flawless. If Mok Van Sak was not alert, the two of them were evenly matched. In a blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves, and Mok Van Sak felt like she was facing herself. Lo Yen Tan's moves were as fast as his, regardless of whether the techniques were complete or not, they were all improvised. After a bout of fighting, Mok Van Sak could only barely defend himself, being beaten by his opponent with one hand, using a martial art he was very familiar with. At this point, Mok Van Sak realized that Lo Yen Tan was not normal. Could it be because of that sword? He decided to disarm Lo Yen Tan's sword. Mok Van Sak quickly made his move, continuously using stone-splitting finger, wind summoning finger, and finger force techniques. Aimed directly at his opponent's vital points, 3 consecutive moves, using the heavenly sword finger technique, with tremendous force. But all these moves were neutralized by Lo Yen Tan, and he even did better, disarming Mok Van Sak's sword. Lo Yen Tan pressed his advantage, his sword force locking down Mok Van Sak, at this critical moment. Mok Van Sak raised 3 fingers, channeling her internal energy into the rock-shattering palm, and combined her 2 hands to unleash an extremely powerful strike. As soon as she attacked, Lo Yen Tan counterattacked with his pressure point striking technique. But the Han Chi didn't care about techniques or internal energy, he sealed Lo Yen Tan's blood vessels, rendering his mimicry useless. Mach Van Sack's two hands silently struck his chest, sending him flying backwards. Both his body and sword flew nearly 3 zhang away, and he fell into a large pond. Upon impact, his bones shattered with a cracking sound. His waist and legs twisted into a bizarre shape, yet Lo Yin Tan was still able to move, as if he was about to charge again. Mach Van Sack drew the sword from the painting, emanating a cold aura. A dark radiance transmitted to Mach Van Sack's sword blade, and the next moment, countless evil spirits gathered into a monster, attaching itself to Mach Van Sack, and at that instant, Mach Van Sack lost consciousness. After touching the demon sword, Mu Wanqing fell into a deep abyss and lost consciousness. Everything that happened afterwards was recounted by the demon messenger. When the demon messenger arrived, he saw Mu Wanqing looking like a puppet, with a ferocious expression, even swinging his sword towards him. Fortunately, a knight descended from the sky, subduing Mu Wanqing, and seized the sword from his hand. But after holding the sword, that person also lost control. Unable to bear the pain, threw down the demon sword, and ran towards Qingshui village while holding his head. After Mu Wanqing regained consciousness, he guessed this incident was related to the demon sword, so he brought the demon messenger to chase after that person. Worried that he might lose control and commit a massacre, and also almost certain, based on the demon messenger's description, that the person was his third senior brother. Mo Suos. Hearing this, Wu Yin was as stunned as if struck by a thunderbolt. On the contrary, the old man was secretly pleased, and loudly said in front of everyone, "After all, this matter is related to your sect. I think it's because your fellow disciples conspired to commit murder, and then made up this absurd story to escape punishment." Wu Yin looked gloomy and said nothing. Yen said solemnly, "You fool, the calamity has already befallen you, but you still don't understand. What he said is the truth." Wu Yin slowly recounted everything. 30 years ago, the demon sect released the demon blade, and the entire East Sea was drowned in a sea of blood. The demon blade can control people's minds, and those controlled by the demon blade are called blade zombies. Even ordinary people can become martial arts masters after being controlled, let alone those who already possess powerful martial arts skills. At that time, the various sects in the East Sea put aside their grudges and joined forces to seal the demon blade, but when facing their fellow disciples who had become blade zombies, they couldn't bear to strike them down, which made the situation even more tragic. In the demon blade battle that year, countless heroes sacrificed themselves. Of the 5 elders, scholars, celestials, and 7 patriarchs of the Quan Hai Tianmen sect, Wen Wang, Sun Dao, Tiao Tianqi, only I and Du Tranglin survived. This demon blade is called Yuning. It has no physical form, but as long as an iron sword approaches it, it can be transferred. The blade zombies can use a kind of martial arts that can mimic or neutralize the opponent's techniques, and it's also a formless sword aura that strikes after the fact. Vo Am was also surprised that the Yin Shi back then was sealed in Tan Tui village. But to Yen Sin at the scene questioned, saying if it was really sealed, why has no one mentioned it for so many years? Vo Am had no doubts, explaining, there have always been fools who think they can control the demon blade, so sealing the demon blade must be kept secret. Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter anymore, because this place will soon become a battlefield to punish the demon blade. These words startled everyone, and Hua Tugi hurriedly asked, "Do you mean the demon blade is here now?" "How do you know, senior?" Vo Am said, "In that battle years ago, we found that the demon blade didn't distinguish between friend or foe, only slaughtering each other. A possessed sword will never stop looking for other demon blades. And the only thing that came into contact with the Yin Shi but wasn't possessed is the demon blade." Silently looking at the huge trunk-like box in front of him, he thought, indeed, the demonic sword has resurfaced. The old sect leader has gathered the masters of the 4 major sects and deliberately let me come here. The invitation he sent has made it clear. This old man is still as cunning as ever. At this moment, he suddenly sensed a dangerous murderous aura approaching. A figure appeared, with fiery red eyes. Immediately rushing into the crowd, swinging his sword and slashing indiscriminately. In an instant, he took the lives of many people. And this person was none other than Mokta Sak, who had turned into a demonic swordsman. At this moment, Mokta Sak wore black robes, had long hair, and a handsome appearance, but he was ferocious, brutal, and swung his sword in a frenzy. His black hair covered half of his face, his movements were swift and agile, resembling a wild beast. He silently takes down the ancient zither from his back, casually strums a few notes, then stands up straight. He calls out softly, "Zhu Shui, can you still hear me?" Zhu Shui frowned slightly, his gaze fierce, his remnant soul flickering in and out. At this moment, the famous Zhu Shui of the East Sea no longer exists, a flash of light appears, and the hands of 2 celestial sect cultivators are suddenly severed. Tong Jin, whose expression changes, he shouts loudly, "Senior martial brothers, he is no longer Zhu Shui, we must subdue him." Hua Xingyi and the others draw their swords as if facing a great enemy. Wu Yin sighs, "Zhu Shui, among my 6 disciples, your mind was the most steadfast, yet even you could not resist the temptation of flattery?" He channels his inner energy, and an invisible sword aura shoots out. An invisible and powerful sword aura blocked Mok to Sak's attack. Voam's calm voice echoed throughout the temple. Quickly withdraw your weapon, there's a demon here today, don't let the demon Yu Yunin reincarnate again. Fresh blood has stained this place, if you have any sanity left, don't let others take advantage of you. Yu Yunin, I'm no longer the Voam from years ago. He was seen continuously plucking the strings, the ancient zither fell to the ground, its melodious sound resonating. Sword auras shot out throughout the temple, wooden debris scattered everywhere. For 30 years, he painstakingly studied the martial arts to suppress the formless sword aura and Yu Yunin's characteristics, finally creating the ultimate invisible killing technique, the melody of the night watch. This technique left everyone present in awe. If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, no one would have dared to believe that Wu Yin's power could be so terrifying. The silent zither's invisible and formless sword aura was impossible to mimic or dispel. Mok to Sek barely managed to block it, but he still wanted to counterattack, as the demonic creature remained relentless, disregarding its master's life. Wu Yin used his skill, transforming the zither's sound into a sword aura. Attacking Mok to Sek directly, the zither's sound resounding rapidly. Wu Yin poured all his strength into it, his inner force gradually depleting. Without a sound, he conceived the idea. If it had only been a few days since possession, perhaps it could still be saved. Without a sound, he put down the zither. With all his heart and soul, he wanted to help Naktasak escape from the affliction. Without a sound, he smashed the ancient zither against the brick wall, his hands moving like dancing dragons. He shouted loudly, "Tenchi, let me see what you've brought." With a palm strike, he hit the large trunk, and a foul odor wafted out, spreading throughout the space, then gradually dissipating. Inside the trunk was a set of white bones. Like a sword stuck in the ground, this sword is the long-missing senior brother. On his chest is a bright red demon sword, its blade piercing his chest. Shaped like a bat, with two large eye sockets as big as goose eggs, now transformed into two large red gems, staring intently from any angle. Wu Ying calmly pulled out the bright red demon sword. A cold wind blew, could it be you? The demon scorching sword. Though oddly shaped, this sword exuded an aura of majesty and intense killing intent. One dared not look directly at it. In its fierce red eyes, Hua Ziji saw an indescribable beauty and nobility, along with a strange fragrance. His head suddenly felt hot, his eyes reddened, and he muttered, "Unparalleled beauty, none can match, is this the legendary demon sword? But why does this sword feel like a female warrior?" At this moment, Xia Tsui blurted out, his voice sounding hoarse and seductive, full of enchantment. A sinister aura filled the surroundings. If it weren't for the emergency, everyone might have lost their senses and turned into zombie soldiers. Suddenly, Wu Ying shouted loudly, "All disciples of the Water Moon Hall, retreat and stay away." This sword aimed at the woman, emitting a poisonous smoke. Anyone poisoned, no matter how many, would become his zombie soldiers. Seeing Wu Ying unsheath the flame sword, everyone remembered its terrifying possession power and fled in panic. Wu Ying laughed coldly, waved his sword, and a series of sounds rang out, deflecting Mok Tsosik's charge. The cold light of the flame sword was suppressed by his opponent's profound inner force. In an instant, he was forced back, green light flickering unlike other swords, enveloping the entire blade and emanating a strange fragrance. Like the aroma of fine wine, intoxicating. Wu Ying unleashed the ever-changing illusion stroke, unpredictable and deceptive. Although flattery has formless sword aura, with ever-changing moves, silence can always strike first, forcing Maple Tint to continuously retreat. At this moment, Maple Tint also realizes that his master is not using ordinary aura. The inner force of music remnant is restraining Flattery's movements. Silence swings his sword down, the blazing red sword shadow is dazzlingly bright. Flattery in Maple Tint's hand is clearly at a disadvantage. Silence seizes the opportunity to get behind him, locking him down, facing the formless sword aura of the demon sword's ultimate move. At last, Silence gained the upper hand. 30 years later, when they met again, he finally found a way to counter Flattery. Silence aimed at Musai Sasek's right hand, using the heavenly art of condensed sun to unleash a powerful blow. He intended to knock the demon's saber out of his hand, but Musai Sasek ignored being pushed back a few steps and refused to let go. After being pushed back, he rushed into the crowd, unleashing his saber aura again. A few more people fell down. Now, Silence realized that it would be extremely difficult to disarm him while still protecting Musai Sasek. At this moment, Tu Yenqing pointed at Silence, "You refuse to kill this demon, you're aiding the killer." Unexpectedly, the usually calm Wu Yan raised his voice, "Don't equate my disciple with that sword maniac. Only I can teach my disciple." Wu Yan was determined and used the heavenly sword finger to seal Mao Sesek's movements. But this move consumed a lot of his inner energy, so he had to act decisively. Taking advantage of suppressing Yuning's formless sword aura, he disarmed her. Wu Yan attacked again with a martial art he had modified from the heavenly sword finger, entering a supernatural state. First, the withered earth reflection posture. Each move was accompanied by an invisible sword aura, extremely powerful, gradually forming a dense energy sphere, trapping Mao Sesek in a hemisphere. Although Mao Sesek struggled, he still managed to withstand it. Wu Yan silently praised him, indeed his own disciple. In the midst of the battle, a figure glided in, it was Bui Lai. Without a word, he wanted to engage Mak to sack, each clash shattering a short sword. Strangely, the demonic blade's cold rays could cut through anything, but couldn't harm this jet-black wooden sword. The sword struck the wood with only a dull thud, and although a piece broke off, the remainder didn't shatter. It remained sturdy, with a faint green glow, clearly unaffected by the demonic blade. Vo Am silently praised, this kid came prepared. But after a few moves, this wooden sword was also cut apart. Mak Van Sack rushed to embrace Mak to sack. Yelling loudly, "Master, snatch the sword. Don't worry about me." Mak to sack used his elbow and hit Mak Van Sack hard. Mak Van Sack dared not let go. But at this moment, the person who rushed out from behind Mak Van Sack was not Vu Am, but Luo Bi Jia of the Quan Hai Tian Gate. Mak Van Sack held the raging Mak to sack tightly, while Luo Bi Jia picked up the remaining half of the demon's wooden sword and took the opportunity to attack Mak Van Sack from behind. A wooden sword sliced through the wind, aiming straight at Mu Yensei's back. Mu Shusei turned her head, seeming fearless, and used her body to shield Mu Yensei. The attack was too sudden, no one had time to save them. At the critical moment, a figure flashed, descending soundlessly from the sky. With one hand strumming a zither, he blocked the sword blade, while the other grabbed Lu Bijia's arm. Wu Yin shouted loudly, unleashing his heavenly sword aura, blasting away Lu Bijia and Mu Yensei. Wu Yin retracted his hand, and with borrowed force, kicked Lu Bijia in the face. He coldly said, "You wretched old man, I'll let you taste the flavor of being ambushed." A despicable sneak attack deserves only eating dirt face down. Then, he engaged in battle with the demon saber, leaving only the two of them on the battlefield. The heavenly sword aura swept across, the sword aura resembling a rainbow. The powerful clash caused everyone to be unable to open their eyes. As the dust settled, Wu Yin retreated. His blood boiling, Wu Yin then fainted. On the contrary, Mak to sack had been struck away from the demon saber. Mak Van Sack joyfully said, "Master, has the demon saber been released? Has third senior brother returned?" But Mak to sack in front seemed no better, still swinging his sword madly. Suddenly, a black figure rushed in. Luo Bijia seized the opportunity to attack, stabbing Mak to sack from behind, the Hoa Du Mak piercing his body nearly 3 inches deep. Everyone present gasped in shock. No one expected Luo Bijia to do such a thing. Luo Bijia sneered, "This sword is to avenge my son, Luo Nantan." Luo Bijia channeled his inner energy, and the Hoa Du Mak flew out again. At this moment, a figure swiftly moved. In the blink of an eye appearing before Luo Bijia, striking him with a palm strike. Without holding back, Luo Bijia was sent flying backwards like a kite with its string cut. And this kick was aimed at Mak to sack. Mak to sack's face was full of murderous intent, his eyes were vicious, and his hand suddenly struck towards Wu Yin. The cold air hit Wu Yin's chest, causing him to stagger back a few steps, coughing up a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. Even though Mak Van Sack rushed over, he couldn't turn the situation around. Wu Yin grabbed Mak to sack's hand tightly. "My disciple has hurt me again." Wu Yin said painfully, "To sack, my disciple must have tried his best, now leave it to his master." Everyone wanted to rush forward and eliminate this demonic creature. But Wu Yin shouted loudly, "Don't anyone intervene, only I can discipline my disciple." Wu Yin looked at Mak to sack like an evil spirit, his eyes complex. He said, "You're a good disciple, master won't let the demonic sword control you, don't worry." Wu Mu used his trembling hand to hold Mao Susai's shoulder, hugged Mao Susai, and unleashed his inner force. A loud bang erupted, Mao Susai's whole body shook. Blood gushed out from all over his body, his ferocious expression suddenly became blank. He called out "Master" weakly, then collapsed into Wu Mu's arms. Wu Mu felt excruciating pain, but he had to prioritize the bigger picture, shouting loudly, "Everyone stay away from Yuning, beware of being possessed by it." But as soon as he finished speaking, everyone realized that Yuning stuck in the ground had disappeared. Everyone was terrified, such a dreadful sword, who dares to touch it? When everyone was horrified, they turned around and found that Luo Yentian, who was severely injured on the stretcher, had disappeared. Luo Yentian was just lying there, but now he was holding Yuning, and could stand up again. Luo Biejia's face was now filled with horror. Wu Yin realized that no one could use Yuning, he could only deal with that person himself. Wu Yin stood up again, holding Chidiimu, determined to eliminate Luo Yentian. Luo Yentan at this moment is not like before, not aggressive at all, but turns around and flees with the demon blade. Wu Yin is a bit surprised, the demon blade is fleeing? Perhaps knowing this body cannot withstand much longer. Wu Yin cannot help but recall the heroes who fought to the death against the demon blade 30 years ago, now only a tragic song remains. And his deceased son, if he was truly killed by the demon blade. Then when I reach the other world, you will tell me the reason you betrayed us that year. Don't just be a filial son. Lend me your strength, help me eliminate this demon, then I will come find you. His words terrified everyone, they retreated 3 paces away. If flattery was allowed in, who could stop him? He immediately pursued the demon's sword's trail. At the same time, Bui Lai crawled out of the pit, the fire geyser was right in front of him. Bui Lai crawled out of the deep pit, he saw the fire geyser in the distance. And thought to himself, the second elder must have arrived there. He didn't know if Bicho had found that place. Bui Lai walked around searching. Soon after, he heard the sound of fighting. Bui Lai hurried over, fearing something had happened. As he reached the top of the geyser, the sight before her left Bui Lai speechless. She saw Nim Hongha's flushed cheeks, red lips, rapid breathing, and a sweet fragrance. At this moment, she was wielding the Yu Dao trick DM in battle. Hong'an and Tai Lam were sitting beside an old man who was breathing heavily. This person was Vu Am. And Nim Hongha's opponent was Lo Yin Tan, who was holding the Yu Dao Yu Yunin. The sword in his hand was radiating a seductive aura, making one's vision blur. Nim Hongha took to the air, but her wounds were becoming more severe. The green and red sword lights intertwined in the sky. For a moment, she and the Dao Ti were evenly matched. Bui Lai saw the dazed look in the person's eyes, oblivious to her own injuries. Exactly like Ha Atam before. After a few rounds of combat, Nim Hongha was clearly exhausted, coupled with the counterattack of the demonic sword trick DM, causing Nim Hongha to be dazed and breathless. At this moment, Dao Ti Lo Yin Tan saw the opportunity, rushed forward, wanting to finish off Nim Hongha. At the critical moment, Bui Lai hurriedly rushed out, holding a fishing rod, wanting to engage in combat. Bui Lai's sudden appearance startled Lo Yin Tan. Vo Am on the side was extremely tense. Shouting loudly, "Don't touch the demonic sword," he channeled his inner energy, shooting out two stones, accurately hitting the swords of the two, preventing Bui Lai from directly contacting the demonic energy. This strike caused the double swords in Bui Lai's hands to tremble, numbing his arms. Bui Lai couldn't help but be astonished, he said with difficulty. "Kid, you came to help Miss Neem, listen carefully to what I say. First, this person is being controlled by the demon sword, except for the trick DM in Miss Neem's hands. Any weapon that touches it will be absorbed. You cannot get close with weapons. Second, this sword also has a poison for women. Miss Neem must have held the trick DM to fight the demon swordsman to save me, so she might have been poisoned. If the poison enters her heart, she will become the demon swordswoman. Moreover, even a slight touch of the trick DM will cause poisoning. Miss Hong On. Miss Tai Lam might have also been poisoned. Take them away from me. Let me finish off this demon, then I'll tell you how to cure the poison." After saying that, Vo Am held the trick DM to fight against Yu Yunin. Now, Wu Yin knew that Luo Yuanqing was severely injured. If Yuning was not certain to kill him, he would definitely leave quickly. Wu Yin decided to exert all his remaining energy to seal all of Yuning's movements. But just as he was about to succeed, Luo Yuanqing coughed up blood again. A faint voice was heard from outside the wall. It was Bichu, also controlled by the demon blade. On the city wall, a petite figure was moving. The sound of iron chains rubbing against the ground, like the soul-summoning chains of a hellish messenger. Wu Yin carefully investigated. Is this Wan Jia now? It seems that if there were no two swallowing feces between the blade cultivators, there would be 3 more people with the potential to become blade cultivators. Wu Yin had realized that this trap might be specifically aimed at him. At the crucial moment, suddenly from the left flank, Bitch Ho unexpectedly launched a silent attack. Her gigantic sword was completely disproportionate to her petite figure. With one sword strike, the ground cracked open, showcasing her formidable power. Indeed, Bitch Ho had coordinated with the jade-wielding Lo Yin Tan. Lo Yin Tan held her beloved sword, like a demon goddess. 3 lines of attack, a deadly angle, accurately breaching Vo Am's defense. Vo Am could only defend passively, retreating continuously. Under their alternating attacks, Vo Am gradually felt herself falling into a disadvantageous position, completely unable to react. In this critical moment, perhaps she would lose her life here today. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Bui Lai said, "Senior Marshal Brothers, if you trust me, please listen to me. Behind the volcanic rock wall, there is a small stream, but we have to jump down from the crevice on the right." Nim Hongha didn't hesitate at all. Throughout the journey, thanks to Bui Lai, Nim Hongha of course trusted him. At this moment, Bitch Ho continued to attack. She no longer had the kind demeanor as before, raising her huge sword high, as if she wanted to crush everyone into pieces. Bui Lai immediately pushed Nim Hongha and Bitch Ho. Vo Am also understood the intention, hugged Hong On, and together they jumped down the cliff behind the crevice, only leaving behind Wan Jia and Yu Ningzhu's anger, watching their shadows. At the foot of the mountain, a cold stream, everyone's figure fell into it, splashing water. Bui Lai emerged from the water, hurriedly looking for Ran Hongha. Seeing everyone alive, only Wu Yin sitting adjusting his breath, Bui Lai asked, "How did you know there was this stream?" Bui Lai explained, "Many years ago, a disciple of Luan Town fell here. He and other disciples found that person here, so he knew." Wu Yin heard Bui Lai was from Bai Ri Luing Town, so he trusted him more. However, although Ran Hongha and the others were uninjured, in this situation, if they couldn't resolve the Zhuyan poison, they would all become Zhuyan slaves. Bui Lai approached Ran Hongha, circulating his inner force. Facing Nim Hongha's perfect body, Bui Lai, still in his youth, blushed deeply, and temporarily didn't know what to do. But in this dire moment, Bui Lai could only take the risk. Bui Lai placed his hands on Nim Hongha's back, and a warm flow of energy entered Nim Hongha's body. Neem Hongha gradually regained consciousness and saw this awkward scene. An hour earlier, everyone had fallen into the stream one by one, fortunately without serious injuries. Vo Am used cloth to wrap the trick DMU Dao to prevent the demonic aura from spreading. Bui Lai wondered why such a simple method could control the trick DM, and moreover, it only targeted women. Compared to Yu Nin and Van Teet, the trick DMU Dao seemed weaker. But Vo Am emphasized, "You're very smart, but you must remember 1,000 times, never underestimate the Yu Dao. Each Yao Dao has different traits and memorization methods. Outwardly, they do not differ from ordinary people, only when the hourglass moment comes, their ferocity is revealed." 30 years ago, Trick DM was seized by Pham Phi Quang of the Do the Gate of the That Huin sect, Van Li Phi Hong, the Great Devil Head. Pham Phi Quang held a grudge against Ko Hung Phi of Trung Sun sect, and used Trick DM to defeat Ko Hung Phi, kidnapping that Tuet Nak Nuong for revenge. That Lin Mang, the younger sister of that Nak Nuong, came to Phi Dao Island seeking help from the island master. The island master and 6 female heroes from the prominent Ngudyung martial arts family in the northeast formed sworn sisterhood, called the Ngudyung that Hien. They used a scheme to eventually breach the Treo Tuet Peak of Do the Gate and rescue that Nak Nuong. Since then, Do the Gate declined and nearly disappeared from the Jianghu. Unexpectedly, after returning home, that Nak Nuong became dissolute. The great hero had no choice but to imprison her in a lake. Unbeknownst to all, the Ngudyung that Hien had been poisoned by Thien Truong too, secretly forming the 7 sharing one sword. That Lin Mang grew increasingly resentful, seeking an opportunity to approach the disciple of the great hero, Mo Hai Swan. In the end, the two died together. Under the leadership of the island master, no one dared to cause trouble for Trung Sun sect anymore. The remaining 6 female warriors all became reckless assassins. The clans in Nguyen had to pay a heavy price to eliminate them. No one wanted to kill them. But once they were poisoned by the heavenly curse, even if they separated the person from the blade, they would forever be the blade corpses of Trikilian. Until death. Hearing Wuin's account, Huang Ying beside him suddenly woke up, with a horrified look, tears streaming down. Wuin said, "Miss Huang is not wounded by blades, the poison she inhaled is also the lightest kind, perhaps it will take a few more days before she turns into a blade slave." But those two, especially Nian Zhangxie, had direct contact with Trikilian, the poison has already started to take effect. While Huang Ying was in panic, Bui Lai was more concerned and asked, "What happened to the 7th Jade Lady in the end?" Wuin smiled, thinking to himself that this kid is indeed perceptive. After many years of research by our sect and countless upright masters, the 7th Jade Lady was eventually cured. Hearing this, Huang Ying breathed a sigh of relief. Bui Lai hurriedly asked, "Was any special medicine required?" He saw Wuin's expression turn grim, saying, "Only the heart of a grown man." Hong An was horrified after listening. But Bui Lai solemnly said, "Can your heart save them?" Vo Am slightly smiled, "If you agree, I will take your life." "But aren't you afraid that I'm deceiving you?" Bui Lai's eyes were resolute. "I, Bui Lai, am just an ordinary disciple of Luan Chang. You don't need to take my life, senior. When I was young, I just wanted to become Luan Chang's student. And when I grew older, I hoped to earn enough money for my sister to marry into a good family. Although I have no great ambitions, after witnessing the calamity of the demon saber today, how can I just stand by? Talking about confronting the demon saber. I know my abilities are far inferior to Nan Ni Chuang Vien. If you can use my life to save those 3 people, senior, I will have fulfilled my wish." "Very well." Vo Am placed his hand on Bui Lai's chest. Bui Lai was indeed not afraid at all, and was finally recognized by the Wuin sect. It turns out, it was all just a test. The Zhishuan poison is like the essence of a man, invading a woman's body, with effects similar to an aphrodisiac, causing the yang energy in her body to surge. Not only does the woman not reject this energy, but she is also affected by it, experiencing hallucinations and becoming promiscuous. Once poisoned, she falls into a state of debauchery and cannot escape. As for the method of detoxification, it's not worth mentioning. The woman simply needs to remove her clothes, immerse herself in water, and then a man uses his internal energy to guide her, helping her balance her energy and blood, transferring the poison from her to the man's body. With yin and yang in harmony, the poison can be neutralized. The method of detoxifying the Zhishuan poison is to remove clothes and have intercourse. The Wuin sect explains, only when the skin comes into contact with water can the toxic vapors of the Zhishuan poison be released. When Bui Lai heard that, he immediately wanted to find a secluded place for Wu Am. But Wu Am slowly said, "I myself have been seriously injured, and on top of that, I've been forced to use my skills. Now, don't talk about healing, just being able to sit is already lucky. At the moment, I can only pass on the great skill to you, so that you can detoxify." When Bui Lai heard this, his face flushed red, and he asked if he should consult the 3 young ladies. "Oh dear, little boy, you're too obsessed. I'm about to get all wet. What else are you fussing about? Just take off your clothes." Wu Am also emphasized, "Time waits for no one. I've already taught you how to detoxify. If you can't do it, I can only kill them. You're not a womanizer, and I'm not your master. If I pass on the heart technique to you, you absolutely cannot pass it on to others. Now answer me. Will you save these 3 young ladies or not? Looking at Wu An's expression, Bo Eli finally understood, and immediately knelt down in front of Wu Am. Senior, please accept me as your disciple. Bo Eli was determined not to disappoint his expectations. Wham said without much explanation, then I will impart the heart technique of my school to you. I see your physique is excellent, and you have profound inner energy. So circulating your vital breath should not be a problem. If you have time, you may even be able to transform your innate vital breath into your own inner energy. An hour later, Bo Eli, while in the water, transmitted his yang energy into the bodies of the 3 girls. As yin and yang harmonized, at this very moment, Nyan Hongha suddenly woke up and saw this scene. She wanted to kill the demon before her. No matter how Huang Ang explained, it was useless. Only Wham's slow voice was heard. Miss Nyan, you are the daughter of a general's family, a descendant of nobility, and value chastity more than others. But in this world, there are many who want to achieve great feats, not just ruin everything for personal feelings. Luo Jia and I have been friends for 30 years, and I cannot bear to see him regret this on his deathbed. I hope you think it over carefully. After hearing these words, Nyan Hongha finally made up her mind and said to Tai Lam, we must survive and cannot become slaves to swords. Tai Lam Shitsi, this is an order. Facing the immense skill of senior Nun Nim Hongha, Tai Lam had to swallow his pride. Bo Eli also succeeded in harmonizing with the 3 girls. Afterwards, the 3 of them fell into a deep slumber. Vo Am instructed Bo Eli to try channeling his inner energy to his hands following the method he had taught. Seeing the red streams of energy converge in the palms of his hands, only to be instantly absorbed, Vo Am was astonished, revealing a look of horror. Vo Am had Bo Eli sit before him, slowly saying, you witnessed the demon saber controlling people's hearts, aren't you afraid? Bo Eli's gaze was resolute, saying he was from Luantan, one of the 3 great archery camps, and knew that although celestial weapons were intricate, they couldn't control people's hearts, and he didn't believe in ghosts and spirits. Facing this bold youth, there was no second person like him under the heavens. Suddenly remembering an old acquaintance, he asked, do you know why I transmitted the writing skill heart technique to you? Have you ever heard of the white bone demon? In the ancient times, thousands and millions of years ago, this land of Dongzheng was not unified under a single ruler. The 4 directions were ruled by 4 divine tribes, the Jie tribe in the north, the Mao tribe in the west, the Wu tribe in the south, and the Lin tribe in the east. Apart from these 4 divine tribes, there were the masterless people called the human tribe. Time passed, and the entire Dongzheng was left with only the eastern sea ruled by the human tribe, the Ling tribe, while the remaining 4 directions and 81 counties were the world of the human tribe. Long Emperor Yanzuzi, the Jade Beauty, raised an army, transforming into the Dragon God, leading 100,000 spirit soldiers, eliminated the warlords, unified Dongzheng, and founded the first dynasty, the Jade Dragon Dynasty. The Jade Dragon Dynasty lasted for 300 years before declining and eventually being destroyed by Danfu of the Ling tribe. The Ling tribe also weakened from then on. The people of the Central Plains, along with the Chu, Liang, Liashan, Haoying, Baiwang, Donghu, and the southern divine bird tribes formed an alliance, drove out Danfu's invasion, and regained the world. The 5 sects realized that the Lin tribe was annihilated, with men and women wandering all over the east, so they adopted a pacification policy, intending to rule the east. But for the Lin tribe, the occupation of their homeland by the Shin Niao tribe was the same as with Lady Dan's tribe. To decide whether to fight or reconcile, the remnants of the Lang tribe split into 2 factions. One faction later became the Zhitian sect, while the other called itself the Tianyu Dao sect, together with the Shanghai Nuo sect and the Dari Lian sect, collectively known as the 3 sects of the East, each occupying a region. They advocated using drastic measures to reclaim their homeland. Due to their cruel methods, they were regarded as an evil cult by the people. This was the origin of the later Taoism sect. The distinction between orthodoxy and heresy in the world has never been clear-cut, it all depends on the hearts of men. After 200 years, the Taoism sect was eventually destroyed by an alliance of the new orthodox sections. Before its demise, the sect leader released the 5 venomous soul-hunting swords, scattering them among the orthodox sects. The 5 venoms refer to the 5 evil thoughts in a person's heart: greed, anger, ignorance, arrogance, and doubt. The 5 venomous soul-hunting swords are uncontrollable demonic swords that kill without mercy. The orthodox masters were caught off guard and suffered countless casualties. Just when everyone was at a loss against the demonic swords, the evil swords started killing each other again. At first, people thought the evil swords were punished by heaven, but unexpectedly, the 5 swords fought fiercely until the end, swallowing each other. The surviving sword became stronger and more brutal, like an ancient king. Since then, no one dared to set foot in the bloody battlefield. That was the first chaotic era of the evil swords 100 years ago, called the White City of Bones. This ancient king evil sword rampaged for 3 years, challenging heroes across the land, and was eventually sealed in the Heavenly Lake. The Toa Duyan sect disappeared since then, leaving only some outcasts active in the shadows. These outcasts, known as the Blood Cult, still exist today. 30 years ago, all dynasties perished, and the world fell into chaos. The 4 evil swords reappeared in the Jianghu, killing countless people. Some compared them to ancient texts and confirmed they were the reincarnations of the ancient swords. To eliminate the evil swords, even the 7 immortal sects joined the battle to punish them. In that battle, the 5th evil sword never appeared. The swords didn't create an ancient king, nor did they kill each other, but focused on massacring the sects of the East Sea. Countless people died, totaling over 30,000. Fortunately, since the evil swords didn't merge, they could be defeated one by one. In that fateful year, it was Wu Yin who personally eliminated them. In the end, only Wu Yin and the current leader of the Watermoon Palace, Duo Tranglin, survived. Wham is still thinking, not knowing where the 5th Demon Slayer has gone, whether this Demon Slayer chaos will be truly resolved or not. Just 30 years ago, the Demon Slayer reappeared in the Jianghu world. Wan Xie appeared at Shuyuoding, where Dujuo Ranglian was. Yuning and Jiyan met Wham again. Strangely, Yuning's Demon Slayer also possessed Liu Yanchen. Without any conflict, Wham left. Then he lured Wan Xie out, and they joined forces. The Demon Slayers joined forces again, moreover. At that moment, Liu Yanchen's eyes were very strange. Wham felt deeply that if everything tonight was aimed at him, then this Demon Slayer chaos might really be caused by humans. 30 years ago, it might have just been the prelude to the Demon Slayer chaos. Wham's knowledge and research on the Demon Slayers is extremely important. This is also the main purpose for which Wham challenged Bui Lai today. He wants to use the Duoxaxafat on him. Have you ever heard of the usurpation ritual? It's been passed down in the imperial palace for hundreds of years. Every princess has been a martial arts master, without exception. That's thanks to a mysterious technique in the palace called the usurpation ritual. This method doesn't cultivate internal energy, but the mind. When cultivated to the extreme, it can even cultivate the human brain. Knowing yourself and others, you'll win every battle. But the reason this method helps princesses become supreme masters is not because of usurpation, but transference. Before their deaths, the princesses and elders who cultivated this method would use it to transfer their minds to the new princess, concentrating the mental power and internal energy of many into one body. If successful, the new princess would inherit the accumulated internal energy and wisdom of hundreds of years, naturally becoming a prodigy. If it failed, her body would be possessed by the leader's mind. And tonight, I must use the great mind transmission on you, Bui Lai. I said, my disciple, I apologize, but neither you nor I have any other choice. I'm telling you about the great mind transmission, not asking for your consent. Whether you agree or not, for the sake of the world, this old man must transfer my mind to you. I also advise you, don't run away or resist. Though I don't want to, if I have no choice, I will kill you. Unexpectedly, Bui Lai had no intention of fleeing. After hearing this, Bui Lai naturally understood the reasoning behind it, but he still wanted to ask 2 questions. First, if you transfer your mind to me, can you see all my recent thoughts? Bui Lai looked a bit embarrassed towards the sleeping women. On this point, I'm not sure. Since Bui Lai hasn't learned the great mind transmission, it's hard to predict. You may remember everything, or it may have no effect. Bui Lai's face turned red, and he scratched his head. The second issue was also the one Bui Lai was most concerned about. If the one who stays is me, but I'm not the predecessor, with the predecessor's mind, do I need to return it to the current owner of the Tikung Chi later? Hearing this question, Wu Yin was slightly stunned, then burst into laughter. After hearing about the soul-devouring technique, is that your only reaction? You're really interesting, kid. It's a pity I can't drink with you. What's yours is yours, whether to return it or not is up to you. But I'll remind you, once the mind is transferred, I'll die. Wu Yin's hands emitted a brilliant light, and a stream of energy gradually gathered in his chest. A strange burning sensation entered Bui Lai's head. The soul-devouring technique, how mysterious. Close your eyes and be silent. A warm stream of energy invades Bui Lai's mind. Bui Lai seems to fall into a strange space, his body floating in midair, with nowhere to hold on to. Just as Bui Lai is feeling lost, suddenly a voice rings out, Bui Lai, stay focused. This is the first level of the Great Dharma transmission. Quickly memorize the mantras you see. Or else you may enter the second level, the soul transmission, and never return. Bui Lai concentrates and looks at the lines of words surrounding him in the space. They seem like mantras, but are extremely difficult to understand. Although each line has only 4 characters, the lines are unrelated, without rhyme or rhythm, and not internal cultivation methods, but seem to be a kind of code recording things. Each character represents something, like birth, lake, left, travel, leg, death, beast, staff, flat, subtract, extremely, cloud, flame. Truly hard to comprehend. Boilai tries to read and memorize these strange lines, but as soon as he thinks of one character, the sound in his head cannot keep up. He struggles to remember the pronunciation. But the shape of the characters fades away. While battling the darkness, Boilai encountered some familiar words, which suddenly popped out, explaining their meanings back and forth, but the more he explained, the less he understood. Boilai gradually fell into a vast, boundless warehouse, which seemed to be a place where the documents and treasures of Luiying City were stored. But immediately, everything became vague, and he couldn't remember anything. In this warehouse, there were endless rows of drawers around him. Each drawer had a small piece of paper with different words written on it. Boilai reached out and touched them, but gradually couldn't read the words on the paper. Boilai pulled out a drawer. Inside were memories of his sister caressing him. At this moment, Boilai was overwhelmed with emotions, even forgetting who he was. Suddenly, new drawers fell from the sky, gradually replacing the old ones. The old drawers were pushed out, like erupting volcanoes, falling down endlessly, falling into the darkness below. All around were sharp edges, colliding with each other, shaking the entire space, as if about to collapse. Wuming clearly felt that Boilai had absorbed 3 parts of his mind. He didn't expect Boilai to be able to persist to this extent. It's just that he hasn't cultivated the great liberation, so he's afraid he can't persist until the end. At this moment, Wuming had also made a decision. Should he really take back this child's mind? Himself? This child always reminds him of the person he respects, innocent, unafraid. Perhaps, in the final confrontation with the Demon Lord, someone like this is still needed. Thinking of this, Wuming made up his mind. I should not have forced you to this dead end. Now, if you cannot inherit my mind, so be it. I have passed down the Qigong heart technique to you, considering us to have a master-disciple relationship. I cannot keep the letter, but at least I must keep you. Meanwhile, Boilai had absorbed 4 parts, but it was clear he had reached his limit. Silently, he raised a finger, a brilliant light, intending to disperse his own mind, to stop the great exorcism, to prevent Boilai's mind from being harmed. But suddenly, Boilai's body underwent a transformation. The movements in Boilai's great exorcism were like illusions, changing unpredictably. The Silent One clearly felt this child's mind becoming powerful, like a whirlpool, beginning to absorb his inner energy. For a moment, the Silent One didn't know what was happening. In this dire situation, his mournful voice suddenly rang in his ear. In those youthful and reckless years, I wanted to be a hero, and in the end became one, loving no one, and loved by no one. In the end, only a wandering soul remained. The previous life was not as good as a dream in Fuk Chao, meeting again in the Jianghu. Young man, I'm tired now, leaving the rest to you. An old man and a lost child, laughing together, wandering in the Jianghu without seeking immortality, only picking flowers and admiring the moon to pass the days. A cup of wine, forgetting the sadness of autumn, the sound of the lute, cooler than the gentle breeze on the 13 strings. Boilai gradually woke up. The morning sun was brilliant, all things were thriving, the dark clouds had dissipated. There was no ordeal, no sea of blood. Boilai thought it was all just a dream. Suddenly, a familiar feeling came over him. He slowly turned his head. By the stream, an old man in a loose robe, with white hair, was bowing his head, motionless. The old man's left hand was still soaking in the cool stream, as if blending into the mournful laughter. In the dream of Fuk Chao. So, this was his intention from the beginning? Boilai came to his senses, but couldn't remember the memories of his predecessor, not knowing if the great escape was successful or not. He held his head, as if just waking from a dream, tears flowing endlessly. At this moment, someone came silently, the breeze whispered, the sound of a zither echoed. This little girl was Huangong. Boilai told Huangong about Wu Yin's situation. The princess then went to the old man, bowing 3 times. She turned and looked back at the Quan Hai Tian gate, with disciples coming and going. Tua Yen Shang was leading the disciples to search for Master Lu Yen Qing, but they couldn't find him. The other disciples started to complain. Tua Yen Shang got angry and shouted, "What are you all doing? Call your supervisor out here to speak with me." No sooner had he finished speaking than a sudden force struck. A person leaped down from the tree. This person looked barely 20, very young, with long, shaggy hair, wearing a wide-brimmed hat. But his eyes flashed a cunning glance, as if smiling, yet not. He had a sturdy, tall frame, holding a long sword, carrying a broadsword on his back, with the demeanor of a wandering swordsman. This was the leader of the Quan Hai Tian men sect, the true disciple of Rizak Il, nicknamed the Madman, Hogonchi. The madman Hogonchi landed and immediately struck a powerful blow. Scolding, "You're useless. You can't even guard a small cave. You've really opened my eyes. Last night was so noisy. Yet 1 or 2 people still dared to come here looking for my master? How disgraceful! Ho Gonchi whistled, and a fine horse came running out of the bushes. The horse's entire body was fiery red, with shining eyes. Ho Gonchi patted the horse, holding a blade of grass in his mouth, and said, "My brothers are hungry, everyone share some food. I'll return to the Lingquan temple to take care of the fallen fellow disciples. As for your master, I heard he went towards the Fenghua Terrace Inn." Hong Lu Yu. Tua Yinqing hurriedly led the others to the Fenghua Terrace and found traces of a fight there. It seemed someone had fallen off the cliff, but they still couldn't find their master. Tua Yinqing decided to follow the cliff downwards to search. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, Huang On was mischievously sitting on a tree branch, swinging his legs, curiously watching Bui Lai giving first aid to Neem Hong Ha. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hong On hurriedly jumped down, shouting loudly for help. "We are disciples of the Water Moon Hall, hurry and save us." Tian Xin frowned, wondering why the people of the Water Moon Hall were here. But right after that, the person lying motionless on the ground, with a wide-brimmed hat covering his face and a baggy robe, was none other than Wu Yin. Tian Xin couldn't believe his eyes. Wu Yin was dead. The sword next to that young man must be the flame extract. Tian Xin secretly thought he was lucky. Although he couldn't kill Mu Yensei, if he could bring the bodies of Wu Yin and the flame extract sword to his master would surely value him more. Immediately, he hurriedly said, "Quickly find a rope, pull them up. Seize the bodies of Wu Yin and the flame extract sword, kill the rest." Hong An was delighted to hear them say, "We will immediately lower the rope to save you." Just as Hong An was rejoicing, Bui Lai felt something was off. In the wind, there was a scent. Both familiar and strange, a sense of danger arose in his heart. Suddenly, a voice rang in Bui Lai's head. "This is the scent of Thiat Tam Mok." The voice of Vo Am rang out, but now, Vo Am sounded as youthful as Bui Lai. Vo Am explained, this was just an illusion created from Bui Lai's mind. The Dot Xa Dai Fat had succeeded. Bui Lai felt both joy and fear upon hearing this, suddenly realizing it was Vo Am's memory that helped him recognize the scent of Thiat Tam Mok. Vo Am continued to explain, at that time, Van Teet had used Bat Fu Chunan, a demonic sword technique that kills invisibly. If the scent of Thiat Tam Mok was detected, it meant the sword assassin had mastered this technique to harm people and was nearby, preparing to commit mass slaughter. Bui Lai hurriedly asked, "So can the lady under Wan Jie's control still be saved?" Wu Yin said that Wan Jie is a sword servant of the Court of Grievances. If the resentment of the sword corpse is resolved, the demonic sword will leave the host. It's uncertain whether the sword corpse can be saved, but if they can separate the person and the sword corpse will escape Wan Jie's control. At this moment, a rope was lowered down. Bui Lai quickly shouted, "Run away quickly. This place is very dangerous, don't come near. Get out of here fast." But on the branch of a nearby tree, Bitch Ho was sitting there. The lecherous man's wicked thoughts rose again towards the woman. He climbed up the tree. Bitch Ho was wearing a short dress, revealing her slender legs despite being a young woman, exposing her exquisite face. The little maid held a thick chain, with everyone blindfolded, unable to see the true appearance of the young lady, but surely she has a heavenly beauty. Looking at her to the extent that those lustful men's eyes lit up, Bui Lai saw the person on the tree suddenly fell silent, thinking something was wrong. Could it be that the enemy has appeared? Bui Lai hurriedly pulled Hong On, telling them to hide first, "It's dangerous up there." The lustful man on the tree said to Bitch Ho, "Miss, we are disciples of Quan Hai Tien Mon, coming here to look for someone, can you come down and talk to us?" Bitch Ho didn't say a word, jumping down from the tree. Easily avoiding the person in front of her, the Yu Dao followed. Under the power of the greatsword, the rope instantly snapped. She swung the sword back, Bitch Ho wielded the sword. Bat Fu Chu Nan was unleashed again, terrifying power descended. A huge explosion occurred right above Bui Lai's head, debris flew everywhere. Bui Lai confirmed that Bitch Ho was indeed as ruthless as Vo Am said. Without hesitation she struck viciously. Seeing the woman before him so ferocious and cruel, Tian Xin couldn't help but be terrified, wanting to flee. But the woman before him showed no emotion, only swinging her sword intently, as if slaughtering pigs and goats. Tian Xin felt a chill down his spine. Suddenly, a huge black figure appeared from the forest. The horseman rushed out of the forest, it was the crazy singer Hui Yanji. Seeing the bloody scene on the ground, he was horrified. "Who are you? Dare to massacre like this?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hui Yanji immediately charged forward, wanting to capture Bai Chu. But Bai Chu didn't flinch at all. With a slight twist of his sword, the sword aura of Bu Fu Zhuren made Hui Yanji and his steed tumble. Tua Yan Shang, hiding behind a tree trunk, was terrified. What formidable martial arts was this? At this moment, Bui Lai rushed out from the side, as swift as a wild beast. But in Tua Yan Shang's eyes, no matter how fast he was, rushing out now was just courting death. Tua Yan Shang calculated that while they were in the midst of the battle, he would slip away first and wait to find his master before deciding what to do next. Bui Lai stared intently at Bai Chu's movements. As she had just finished swinging her sword, Bui Lai rushed out, throwing a handful of sand into Bitch Ho's face. Bitch Ho hurriedly covered her face with her hands. At this moment, the demonic sword shot towards Bui Lai's chest like a venomous snake. Bui Lai quickly squatted down to dodge, then rushed up again, not giving Bitch Ho a chance to swing her sword. Grabbing her thighs tightly and biting down on the chain to control her movements, Bui Lai embraced Bitch Ho, though the posture was quite unsightly. But in such an emergency situation, it was the only option. Style was secondary. Indeed, Bitch Ho was still Bitch Ho. Although she can control the great sword, she is not a martial arts master with profound inner strength. The girl's punches and kicks cannot directly threaten Bui Lai's life, completely different from the terrifying Dao No Wanjie. It's just that the soulless Dao No is like a wooden puppet, yet still seems to retain a certain level of memory. Bitch Ho uses her hands to lock Bui Lai's face, and with the strength of her waist, she flips Bui Lai over. A mid-air spinning kick, kicking Bui Lai away. Then, she raises her sword to strike. Bui Lai tries to get up, gathering his energy. The sword energy rushes towards him. At this critical moment, a hand stopped the sword. Bui Lai felt his legs dangling. Someone had grabbed his clothes and pulled him away. The two rolled to the side. Bui Lai looked up. The person who saved him was the bearded young man who fell off his horse earlier. At the same time, the warhorse neighed loudly, charging towards Bitch Ho, kicking up dust, successfully drawing Bitch Ho's attention. Ho Gonchi seized the opportunity to pull Bui Lai into the woods. Ho Gonchi jumped onto a large tree, looking ahead. Come up here, it gets more dangerous at night. That demonic sword will be harder to deal with. Bui Lai said, I can't climb trees, but I was born to run faster than ordinary people. Is your horse okay? The person in front didn't seem worried, asking, it seems you don't know martial arts. The sand throwing, leg hugging, and chain biting just now, did you come up with those yourself? Bui Lai breathed heavily and honestly answered, I am Bui Lai, thank you for saving my life, sir. But that lady is innocent, the murderer is that evil Wanjie. Looking at the person in front of him attentively listening, Bui Lai then recounted the whole story, explaining everything clearly. That Bitch Ho lady is a disciple of Shueyu, I must help her escape Wanjie's control. Hearing the name Bitch Ho, Ho Nanchi was a bit surprised, but not too concerned. He laughed loudly, Shueyu Ding, a place that any hero in the Jianghu aspires to. You said you want to help her escape Wanjie's control, do you have a definite plan? Bui Lai said if they could separate the person and the sword, remove Bitch Ho's resentful energy, Wanjie's evil sword would have to find another host. These are things my late master told me. I must go back to stop Wanjie, to give you time to inform the righteous martial arts world, and prevent Wanjie from committing more crimes. Ho Gonchi was very fond of Bui Lai's frank and straightforward character. He patted Bui Lai's shoulder and said, taking the sword from his hand is not easy. But after hearing you speak, I suddenly thought of a way. It's just that we need one more person to help. Don't call me a hero, it sounds too polite. My surname is Ho, my name is Gonchi, a few years older than you. From now on, just call me Old Ho, and I'll call you Little Bui, okay? Bui Lai, of course, agreed happily. As soon as he finished speaking, Ho Gonchi's fine horse came running out of the woods. This was the helper Ho Gonchi mentioned, Tuan Ma of the Ming sect, Sachni, known from the West Hills to the northern frontiers as the rebellious dragon. It had trampled countless corpses, more than Bui Lai had ever seen. Little Bui, meet your second brother. Sachni was seen with a dejected look, red-rimmed eyes, and tears streaming down. Bui Lai's second brother was a horse. Ho Gonchi took out a wine jug. He took a big gulp. He sprayed it on Bai Ho's wound, then said to Bui Lai, don't worry, my brother will recover very quickly, this minor injury is nothing to worry about. After saying that, he threw away the wine gourd in his hand. In the blink of an eye, Tang Jiao caught the wine gourd. Seeing this, Ho Nanchi laughed and said, my brother loves wine and meat the most, add some raw beef and good wine, and he'll recover immediately. Suddenly, Tang Jiao gently nudged Bui Lai. He knocked the wine gourd out of his hand. Ho Gonchi was a little surprised. Tang Jiao even invited brother Bui to drink wine, this situation is rare. Bui Lai confidently caught the wine gourd, raised it up high, and gulped it down. Tang Jiao happily patted Bui Lai's shoulder, even saying, next, the three of us brothers shall deal with Wanjie and Shi Diem Yao Dao together. That old man is really hateful. A gust of wind blew, swaying Bitch Ho's soft hair. Ho Gonchi rode over with Tang Jiao, shouting loudly, Wanjie, do you only dare to command these weak women? Hu Yanqi's words angered Bai Hu. This was Hu Yanqi's plan. Although Bai Hu's sword aura was powerful, she mainly attacked with chains, inevitably exposing flaws. With Song Jiao's speed, he could definitely dodge her sword aura and approach the seductive demon blade. Bai Hu swung the great blade in her hand, continuously attacking Hu Yanqi. Hu Yanqi dodged the first attack, but as he was about to approach Bai Hu, a blue sword aura rushed towards him. This situation was also within Hu Yanqi's calculations. Hu Yanqi was seen jumping off his horse's back, drawing the twin blades of raging song, blocking his chest. He stands firm to withstand Bitch Ho's attacks. The powerful collision causes Ho Gongqi to spit out a mouthful of blood. Although Ho Gongqi is driven back, Tang Jiao has successfully ambushed. Bitch Ho is seen falling to the ground, lying prone next to Tang Jiao. Just as Bitch Ho is about to strike, Tang Jiao accurately bites the chain with his mouth. Just like before, Bui Lai rushes towards Bitch Ho, grabs the chain, and uses force to pull against Tang Jiao. Immediately, Trick DM's sword slipped out of Bitch Ho's hand. You shameless scoundrel, how dare you do this to a woman? The huge spinning sword flew towards the distance, falling into the deep abyss. Hongman at the bottom of the abyss jumped up. Ho Gongqi was astonished to find that his twin swords had been destroyed. How amazing! He hurriedly searched for Bui Lai. Fortunately, Bui Lai had rescued her. Bui Lai was holding the unconscious Bitch Ho. Ho Gongqi was overjoyed, the brothers' plan had finally succeeded. While celebrating, they suddenly heard Hongman calling from the abyss. Bui Lai suddenly remembered that Nim Hongha and two others were still in the abyss. So he hurriedly went with Ho Gongqi to rescue them. Ho Gongqi looked at the people in front of her. Currently 3 merchants were unconscious. Outside there were Yu Yunin and Trick DM Yu Dao. Moreover, this Bitch Ho lady had also exhausted her strength, her breath faint. If they wanted to return to Tui Noyed Din, even if it was smooth, Bitch Ho lady would hardly be able to endure. At this time, Nim Hongha woke up, her eyes filled with sadness, but she sincerely begged, save Bitch Ho lady. What she had been through touched Nim Hongha deeply. Bui Lai looked at the Crimson River, the two looked at each other. Their faces flushed red. Suddenly, Bui Lai had an idea, which could definitely save Bitch Ho. This place was under the jurisdiction of Bac Not Luan City, not far from the city. Although he was just a small character, Hang Ni, the general manager, was a kind-hearted person and would certainly not let someone die without saving them. Moreover, for this dangerous Trick DM Yu Dao, the general manager would definitely have a way to handle it. But Ho Gongqi said, the Prince of Luan City is not an easy person to approach. We need to meet Hang Ni, the general manager, directly to explain. Let me handle this. Ho Gongqi thought for a moment. Hang Ni, the general manager of Luan City, was a very smart person, but in the current situation, there was no other choice. Ho Gongqi then arranged. Old man, Ho Dao, those who were saved cannot be left to die. Junior Daoren, Bui, find wood to make a stretcher, let's carry her. We'll take the injured lady to Bac Not Luan City. Elsewhere, a group of officials and soldiers are searching frantically. The leader is the Crown Prince of Bac Not Luan City, Du Kofeng. He kicks a soldier away and shouts, not even a horse's hoofprint can be found, let alone the injured horse. Keep searching, we must find them. The women of the Tui Noyed Hall are indeed full of sorrow and tenderness, gentle like water. Inside the Tui Noyed Hall, Hua Tugi is standing at the door, waiting. Soon after, I immediately saw a child coming out. This person is a demon, but now takes the form of a little girl. Although a bit older, she is still very adorable. Tan Jianhu frowned and said, impressive, I didn't recognize this was a little girl. How did the sect leader know? Xia Xingyi slightly smiled. It turns out that last night, Tua Yanqing said this child is related to the Muwen color case and the Guanhai Gate incident, so she cannot be taken away. Tua Yanqing wanted to keep the two of them waiting until the Luo family arrives to explain clearly before letting them leave. But everyone knows this is just an excuse. Xia Xingyi then said, why does a Jianghu matter need a child to explain? Moreover, this child has suffered so much hardship. Sect leader Tua, the Shuiwei court requests to take in this child. In the future, whether it's Longding Mountain or Dongdaoling, I will personally bring the child there. He absolutely won't swallow his words. Tan Jianhao also said, Muwans is an important witness of this case, he must be escorted back to Baiqing Mountain to report. If your master returns, feel free to visit Baiqing Mountain for any inquiries. Seeing that he was no match for the two of them, Zui Yensen said, the Water Moon sect has no rule to accept male disciples. Or, Muwans could also be handed over to Patriarch Xia to take back. Under Patriarch Xia's care, this child will definitely not be mistreated. Xia Xingyi smiled, who said Yaoqi is male. Sect leader Zhua, can't you tell? This is clearly a young girl. At this point, Xia Xingyi looked at Han Jianhao. Han Jianhao then explained, look closely, you'll see Yaoqi has the innate feminine demeanor in her eyes. Tan Jianhao looked closely but saw nothing, thinking to himself that he must not have cultivated enough, as his old patriarch once said his vision was still limited. Tan Jianhao smiled wryly and said, anyway, the dispute is resolved. Sect leader Zhua and sect leader Zhang left this morning to search for their master. Mok Van was seriously injured. Fortunately his disciple Tui Noyet took great care of him. I have sent people to search for news about Senior Bitch and Trick DM's demon-slaying sword. I will inform you immediately if there are any results. Hua Tugi bowed. Tui Noyet has many things to do, please excuse me. There are 3 major arrow workshops in Dong Hai, Tin Tung, Kim Gu, and Bok Not Luon Tan. Tin Tung and Kim Gu have been producing weapons for the court for hundreds of years. Bok Not Luon Tan is a newly emerged arrow workshop, specializing in cold weapons for the martial arts world. The owner of Bok Not Luon Tan is Duke Duk Ko Tien Oi, from the Duk Ko royal family. His 3 chief supervisors are very mysterious. There are rumors that Bok Not Luon Tan can rival the 7 great schools thanks to the strategies of the second chief supervisor, Hang Tuesday on. At this moment, Bui Lai and his companions arrived at the foot of Bok Not Luon Tan. But instead of entering through the main gate, they headed towards the back gate. Bui Lai said he used to work here, and now due to special circumstances, they need to find a way to sneak in. On the city wall, there was an acquaintance of Bui Lai. Bui Lai called out loudly, "Ha, brother, please inform Commander Hang that Bui Lai has an urgent matter related to the Trickium sword and wishes to seek his counsel. Accompanying me are also Abbot Nam of the Watermoon sect and Master Hogon Shi." Ha said, "Outside, we must follow the rules. I have to report to the city patrol first." But Bui Lai insisted, "Absolutely do not inform the city patrol first. If it's inconvenient for you, please find a way to send a message to the commander. If there's any trouble, I will definitely not abandon you." Ha's expression turned somewhat grim, then he turned back to report. Not long after, the city gate opened. But the ones coming out were the city patrol of Luan City. Hogon Shi said in a low voice, "It seems your friend has betrayed you." But Bui Lai insisted, saying, "Brother Ha will not betray us." Bui Lai clasped his hands and said, "I am Bui Lai, a disciple of the Hidden Stream sect. I came to the Watermoon Palace on the orders of the second chief and am returning due to an urgent matter. Accompanying me are the second abbot and disciples from the Watermoon Palace, as well as Sir Hogon Shi. We need to see the second chief." But the patrol commander coldly replied, "I haven't received any notice from the Watermoon Palace. I have my own way of verifying your identities." Then he pointed at the horse in front of them and asked, "Where did you get this horse?" "The prince is searching for a missing steed." "Is this the one?" Seeing Hogon Shi standing dazed, the soldier shouted while wielding his whip, "You there? What's wrong with your eyes? Did you steal this fine horse?" Unexpectedly, Hogon Shi not only showed no fear, but loudly retorted, "With so many people here, why accuse only me of being a thief? Looking at others, there are indeed some similarities." Hogon Shi immediately said, "This is the Tsangjiao steed, the divine horse from the northwest. It belongs to no one, it is its own master. Don't blame me for not warning you, it's best not to provoke it, or you'll bear the consequences yourself." The eyes of Tuanqing Sima flashed, saying, "Since it's a masterless horse, if it falls into the hands of Luing Chang, it belongs to Luing Chang. Come on, catch it." The soldiers heard this and rushed forward. Unexpectedly, Tsangjiao was unruly, jumping wildly, as if trying to shake off the person on its back. This scene was just witnessed by the prince returning. The prince thought, "Indeed it's a jade unicorn. I didn't expect that after searching for so long, it would come to me on its own." Immediately, the crown prince's bodyguards surrounded Tang Jiao. The crown prince looked down at Hogon Shi from above, with a sense of authority, and said, "You said it's your own master, so what's your relationship with it?" Hogon Shi loudly replied, "We are brothers." Unexpectedly, the crown prince burst into laughter, saying, "Unexpectedly, there are people in this world who treat beasts like humans." Not only was Hogon Shi not angry, but he also mocked, "The crown prince is wrong to say that. Compared to treating the common people like weeds and claiming to be a slave of the court, being brothers with each other is nothing." The crown prince became furious. "How dare you speak rudely in front of me? Aren't you afraid of exterminating your whole clan?" But Hogon Shi skillfully responded, "I clearly said those who do evil deeds. Why does the crown prince bring the court into this? The crown prince dares to openly slander the court like this. I'm afraid his father, the Lord of Tranquility, will also find it difficult to explain." Hearing this, the crown prince's face turned purple with rage, and he ordered his subordinates to arrest everyone. Huan Nongji thought silently of a way to escape. He can only try to control the crown prince first and then figure out the next step. At that critical moment, a voice rang out. "The second chief supervisor is here. Everyone step aside." Behind that voice were Bui Lai's friends, Hadej and Regio. The second chief supervisor turned out to be a beautiful woman. Hung, the general manager, led a beautiful girl like a flower, with a petite figure, large round eyes, fluffy curly hair, wearing a jade hairpin on her head, a thin white dress, and a delicate perfume pouch on her waist. This was Hung Tueton, the second general manager, famous throughout the martial arts world. She made Hogon Shi stunned. Unexpectedly, the second general manager of Bok Not Luon City was a woman. Seeing Hung Tueton coming, the prince was also a bit nervous. Hung Tueton slowly said, "This is Mr. Hogon Shi." The prince must have met and chatted with him already. Mr. Ho is the only disciple of the abbot of the Quan Hai Tien Mon, truly a young hero. This time, whether Luon City can be friends or foes with Quan Hai Tien Mon depends on the prince. If you ruin this matter for personal reasons, I will also find it difficult to explain to the city lord. Doesn't the prince agree? Hung Tuaton's voice was like pouring honey into the ear. Soothing the tense prince, Hung Tuaton continued to introduce, this is the second chief of Tui Noyet Din, the daughter of the northern commander, General Nam Thuangquan, Nim Hon Ha. This time, the crown prince was even more astonished. The fame of the northern general Nam Thuangquan was known to all, he was the war god of the northern frontier. Even the emperor had to respect him 3 times over. Unexpectedly, he met the general's daughter here. Nim Hong Ha said with some hesitation, I've met the second commander before. Miss Nam, I hope you'll forgive us if you were injured. His words sounded unintentional, but carried a hidden meaning. The name Nam Thuangquan was deeply etched in Bui Lai's mind. So Nim Hong Ha was the famous Fan Nai Chi Bai. The saying the great red sentence, not an illusion, can travel thousands of miles in one night was not just an empty name. Hang Tuesdayon gently took Nim Hong Ha's hand and said softly, Sister Nam, it has been a year since we met at the 7 great sects. Back then, we didn't have a chance to talk. I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. Then, he invited everyone into the city, and ordered the maids Trung Duong and Tu Ho to escort the guests to their rooms. The crown prince still wanted to demand the secret manual, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Hong Sui-ing. Last time, when you disagreed with the town master, he decided that all matters of Luing Town would be handled by me. You haven't forgotten that, have you? Those words stuck in his throat. Hong Sui-ing then led Bui Lai and the others into the town. The prince gritted his teeth behind them, thinking, let me find your weakness, and one day, I'll make my father hand you over to me to deal with. As for those others, once they're in town, I'll have plenty of opportunities to teach them a lesson. Bui Lai whispered his thanks to Ha Daijie and Ri Jiotao. But Ri Jiotao said, don't thank us, you caused such a big mess, I almost lost my life. You're lucky to be back alive. In the living room of Hang Er Zongguan's residence, Luing Town, Hang Tuesdayon was amazed as she listened to Bui Lai recount the story. Hang Tuesdayon looked at the trick DMU Dao on Bui Lai's back and said, let me see the trick DMU Dao. Both Bui Lai and Nim Hong Ha tried to stop her, their faces flushed red. Seeing this, Hang Tuesdayon was a bit puzzled. Hong On hurriedly explained, please forgive us, second chief, but the sword is poisonous and dangerous for women. A minor exposure could cause loss of control. And a severe one could ruin their appearance. Upon hearing this, Hang Tuesdayon didn't argue further. She took a sip of tea and said, for now, the most important thing is the safety of Miss Bitch Ho. I will arrange the best accommodation for Tan Lam and Miss Bitch Ho. Everyone must be tired. So your rooms have been arranged together. You may retire and rest. Tomorrow, I will notify Tui Noyet Din and Luon Tan in detail. As for the charming demon sword, she temporarily sealed and kept it for safekeeping. Infected Crimson River and Lake Speech both thanked the 2 chief supervisors for their meticulous arrangements, and won't bother them anymore. When they were about to leave, one of the chief supervisors called Bui Lai back. Bui Lai obediently handed over the charming demon sword to her. Only Eternal Portrait and Bui Lai remained in the room. Eternal Portrait told Bui Lai to wrap up the demon sword and recount everything. Eternal Portrait saw that Bui Lai seemed flustered. But she didn't force her, and continued approving documents. From time to time, she would glance at the sword in her hand, her soft black hair fell loosely, her fair skin revealing a hint of rosiness, a light fragrance wafting, making one want to touch her and bring her close to smell. Every year, she uses the highest quality ink, Zhusha pigment, each half a liang costs 10 taels of silver. The price of this ink is 20 times that of white silver. Every day, piles of documents are stacked on her desk, and within 10 days, an entire stick of ink is used up. During major events, even more is consumed. Hong Tuan softly said to Bui Lai, you really know how to make things difficult for me. Bui Lai suddenly remembered Rigio's words, his heart stirred, and he said softly, I, a lowly person, know my mistake. Hong Tuan heard this, frowned, and asked, you brat, where did you learn these flattering words? I still like you to call me big sister, like when we first met. Remembering when I first met Hang Tuesdayon, Bui Lai said her family also had a sister, around the same age as her, and enthusiastically gave Hang Tuesdayon some raisins to eat. Back then, she wasn't as reserved as she is now. Bui Lai said with some embarrassment, not to didn't tell me that the second manager of Luon Tan was a woman. After some conversation, Hang Tuesdayon returned to the main issue. You just said that Tan Tien Boy used his internal energy to detoxify his disciple Tui Noyet, and then died from exhaustion. If that's the case, he should have also taught her how to control the demon-slaying sword that he passed on to Nim Hong Ha, right? Bui Lai answered awkwardly, not expecting that Hang Tuesdayon had seen through everything. She gently bit the end of her pen and said, you really are a child who can't lie. Earlier, I said that the demon-slaying sword was under my care, but Honglian had no objection. If Master Tan had really given the demon-slaying sword to her, why wouldn't she care to explain it to her sect? So, the only person who could have received Master Lingding's instructions is you, Bewley. Either you think your status is too low, so you want me to spread the news about the demon-slaying sword, or Master Tan had some secret instructions for you. Am I right? Bewley knew he couldn't hide it anymore, so he recounted. Before his death, Senior Master Tan gave me the demon-slaying sword and told me about its special characteristics, nature, conditions for possession, and how to deal with it. You were cautious and avoided the robbing technique and the Red River poisoning, but you recounted everything Moeen said without omitting a word. After listening, Hang Suiyan pondered, is the demon-slaying sword really that terrifying? It seems the rumors are true. She turned and asked Boi Lai, have you ever heard of the Tuanhai Kinga sect? Every year, she and Boi Lai talked all night long. 30 years ago, among the 3 major sects in the East Sea, there was no White Sun sect, and the other 2 were not the Celestial Lingji sect and the Golden Fish sect, but the Tuanhai Kinga sect that had existed for 500 years. The Tuanhai Kinga sect had gone through the initial chaos of the demonic sword. For 500 years, despite the changing landscapes, the Tuanhai Kinga sect endured. They could use extremely precious artifacts, celestial soundstones, to create unparalleled divine weapons and treasures, which even the Celestial Lingji sect and the Golden Fish sect couldn't match. Such a powerful sect completely disappeared from the Jianghu 30 years ago, leaving no one behind, all because of the demonic sword. Hang Tuesday said, I spent 10 years carefully arranging to have the Sun Moon City as it is today. I absolutely won't let this city be caught up in the calamity of the demonic sword. The demonic sword cannot be kept, it must be handed over. You also cannot stand before the 7 great sects and admit that Vu Am told you everything. You were tasked with delivering the sword, and it's good that you made it back despite the mishap. Don't think too much about it. Go and rest. I will deal with the demonic sword myself. After speaking, she let Boi Lai leave. After Boi Lai left, she continued to handle her work. When she came to her senses, she felt an unbearable pain, so she followed the bamboo pavilion into the inner room. This was where Hang Tuesday unusually changed clothes, with no windows around, and the only entrance guarded by maids. After closing the door, there were only 2 people inside. With scattered clothes and hairpins, and a soft bed, Hang Tuesday took down a set of clothes hanging on the rack, placed it on the bed, then opened a small cabinet and took out a small wooden box. Inside the box was an exquisitely carved wooden mask, polished smooth, with beautiful wood grains as if coated with a fine lacquer. The mask exuded a delicate and meticulous beauty, very different from the rugged and rough beauty of machinery and metal. It was more subtle and profound, as if the life force of the wood was condensed. In that moment, she shook the box lightly, confirming the sound of rustling leaves inside, then tapped the box gently a few times, adjusting the patterns on the surface to the correct position from memory. The protruding patterns on the box surface were connected to small mechanisms inside. If opened incorrectly, it would trigger the internal mechanisms, causing the quicklime and water to mix, creating a chemical reaction that would dissolve the papyrus inside. With a click, she put the box lid back in its place. A small copper rod, resembling a sword, extended about 3 inches. On this small rod was a special paper made of reed, written with medicinal herbs. After gently brushing the paper, faint green writing appeared. Self-governing the country, an exceptional order, remain in my hands, to assist the current era. Without a master, I came first, respectfully inviting you, for convenient decision-making. She removed her mask, taking out a jade seal. She stamped it at the end of the reed paper. The 4 characters Deep Kui Kon Lin appeared in a deep red, like blood. Hang Tuesday carefully put the reed paper back in the box, as if she had just completed an important task, sighing with relief. What is it that even Boi Lai doesn't know about? Late at night, everyone had fallen asleep. Boi Lai dreamily felt the door being pushed open. Someone's voice made Boi Lai startled. At that moment, the other person looked like a ferocious demon, with red glaring eyes. 4 hands holding 4 swords, saying, tonight your spirit is so strange, making me want to kill you indiscriminately. After saying that, the 4 hands wielded 4 swords, rushing towards Boi Lai. The sword lights were dense, fierce, and violent. In an instant, Boi Lai was covered in wounds. The pain woke Boi Lai up from the dream. The wounds on his body showed that this was not an ordinary dream. But those wounds quickly disappeared, and Boi Lai's body returned to normal. Lying next to him, Natu said, Boi Lai, did you have a nightmare? Boi Lai often had nightmares, but tonight's felt more vivid than ever. At that moment, a shoe flew and hit Boi Lai in the face. A disciple from the hidden city sat up and scolded, Boi Lai, Natu, if you can't sleep, don't disturb others. Get out and practice. So, Boi Lai and Natu were driven out of the room amid people's shouts. Outside, Boi Lai felt a bit disgruntled, but Natu saw through everything and said, you, Boi Lai, in such a wonderful place as the Water Moon Palace, yet you dare not return overnight. When you returned, you brought back a few beauties and managed to slip past the city patrol. That's really impressive. More importantly, the second commander didn't punish you. You should consider that Lao Quan and Wen Jingfeng will eventually give you a hard time. Boi Lai had never felt he had done anything to make others jealous. Those who died by the sword, he'd rather not experience that. Riju took out a wine jug from his robe and handed it to Bui Lai. Bui Lai opened the lid and smelled the strong aroma of wine. Bui Lai didn't refuse, took a sip and felt the sweetness and comfort. Riju then said, "Do you want to know how to control people's hearts? The hourglass is right in front of you." Bui Lai expressed his thoughts. "I should feel afraid. But strangely, I'm not afraid at all. I want to save people, but I'm also a little interested in the demonic sword." Riju, "Is it because I'm a person of the Tietsu?" Nato remained calm as usual, saying, "Don't think you're an important character who can change the situation. Even if the demon sword rages, it's not your turn or mine. Do you want to be like those heroes, standing up to uphold justice? Like tofu, it's ordinary but sometimes useful. Tofu can be used to make soup, or fermented bean curd. Being useless is also a kind of utility. But Bui Lai didn't think so. Sometimes, only a sword can save people. At least, you saved the abbot and bitch Ho. But it's unknown whether the crown prince made it difficult for old Ho. Or if bitch Ho can wake up. It was just another ordinary day at Back Not Luan City. Early in the morning, in the kitchen of Luan City, the sound of chopping never stopped. Bui Lai and Nato didn't dare oversleep, so they got up, changed clothes, and went to the kitchen to help older disciples like Bao Truong prepare breakfast. Luan City had many people, so a large amount of food was needed every morning. There were more than 10 kitchens in the city, and the largest dining hall could seat hundreds of people at the same time. Bui Lai was washing vegetables, thinking to herself that the kitchen was lively. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Today's featured dish is the new coffin dumplings created by Old Master Quan. Anyone who messes it up will sleep with the sheep." This Old Master Quan was quite famous. Nato once mentioned that when he was young, Old Master Quan single-handedly defeated the 3 superintendents of Luiying Town, becoming the 3 superintendents himself. Old Master Quan had a sturdy build, was as agile as a squirrel, had a slightly hunched back, was taller than average, and had curly grayish-green hair, looking somewhat mixed race at first glance. Old Master Quan extended 2 fingers to test the heat of the wok lid, nodding, "It's ready." On the sheep's thigh was a long scar about 4 inches long, running almost the entire length of the thigh. The scar was so deep that the bone could be seen. It was hard to imagine how the sheep had survived such a severe injury. For this lamb hot pot dish, the most crucial step is to open the lid in one go, then 4 people together lift the pot. However, the lid is tightly sealed, and must be opened right when the steam rises, not giving the 4 people time to rest. The 2 people in charge of opening the lid seemed tense, using force to pull it. Unexpectedly, the lid only lifted 2 inches before falling back down, white smoke billowing out, hot steam gushing out, causing the 2 to quickly retreat. Their hands were flushed red where the steam hit. At this critical moment, Bui Lai rushed forward, quickly holding the lid firmly. Seeing this, the head chef seized the opportunity, pouring the sauce over the lamb meat. A pungent aroma wafted out. Just by smelling it, one can imagine how tender and delicious the lamb meat is. Take a bite. The juices flow out. The dish is complete. Everyone cheers happily. Bui Lai is also busy. Amid the excitement, a young man standing apart by the oven catches Bui Lai's attention. It's said that this strange young man was picked up by the old chieftain, and he seems to be mute. Everyone calls him Anyo. But Bui Lai doesn't think so. He feels this young man is somewhat familiar. Moreover, he doesn't look like a mute, but rather like someone with a story to tell. A young man who's a mute, why are his hands injured like that? Bui Lai brought a bowl of freshly cooked mutton to the young man. But the young man still didn't say anything. And the mutton bowl was snatched away by Ri Chu. After eating, Ri Chu reminded Bui Lai, "It's time, the second master has summoned you. Being late means getting your head chopped off." In the rear courtyard, the disciples of Luan sect had gathered. Hang Tuat said solemnly, "As you all know, this is the 7th Tam Fu Kin Fong, and Luan Tan is the host this year. The remaining 2 major archery schools, the heroes and warriors from all over, and the court officials will attend. Everyone must prepare carefully and not make any mistakes." Upon hearing this, the disciples all discussed excitedly. Bui Lai had heard not to talk about Tam Fu Kin Fong before. It's not just a simple archery competition, but also an opportunity for participants, from court officials to weapons merchants, to seek business opportunities. The 3 major archery schools organize the Kin Fong Festival every Lunar New Year to showcase their self-made weapons, and may even receive orders from the court and the army. Secretly controlling the supply of weapons to the northern frontier, western mountains, and other places. The Kim Gu Tray has long monopolized the supply to the court. The Tin Tung Tray is a century-old archery school, holding the secret of forging Fong Zhang steel, famous everywhere, so it has secured most of the army orders stationed elsewhere. Although Luan Tan is a newly emerging aero camp, it specializes in producing cold weapons for the military, and gradually gained a foothold in the realm. The 3 houses competed, but in reality, none could eliminate the others, maintaining the 3 camps' fierce reputation, preventing other aero camps from having a chance to intervene. Hang Tuesday on continued, the Fong Kan Jiang is approaching, I need 2 disciples as secretaries, has the manager made any selections yet? The manager hurriedly presented a letter. In the crowd, Van Kin Van smiled contentedly, as he had spent 2,000 taels of silver for this position. Van Kin Van's name was written on the letter. Hang Tuesday on waved his hand, telling Trung Duan to read it aloud. But the one whose name was called out. It's Bui Lai and the crescent moon again. Van King Van was amazed and exclaimed. But he was dragged out by Hang Tuesday on and slapped in the face. This matter is considered settled. Hang Tuesday on took Bui Lai to meet someone. This person was the Lord of Luan City, the Marquis of Tran Te, Ko Tianoi. At this time, the prince was also preparing to go to his father to accuse Ho Gonqi, and he ran into Ho Gonqi. Have you seen the best of the East Sea yet? Inside the White Sun Luan City, in the garden, the residence of Ko Tianoi, the Marquis of Tran Te. Inside the mansion, almost like a huge swimming pool, a luxurious scene. Hang Tuesday on led Bui Lai to kneel on the ground, saying, Your servant Luan has become the general manager. Hang Tuesday on comes to see the Lord. Last night, a major incident occurred in the city. Please spare me some time to report. Ko Tianoi saw Hang Tuesday on coming, seeming very pleased. You came just in time. I was about to say, these servants are so clumsy. The garden designed so exquisitely by Master Fong. But they don't know how to enjoy it. Her tone was gentle, not like a lord at all. Hang Tuesday on slightly bowed her head, her dress swaying slightly, seemingly deliberately seductive. Even not to felt it was unnatural. Ko Tianoi impatiently said, You come here quickly, decide those matters yourself, I don't want to hear them. Ko Tianoi looked at Bui Lai standing behind Hang Tuesday on, asking, Who is that person beside you? Her tone seemed rather unfriendly. I report to the Lord, this is Bui Lai, a disciple of Luan Tan, an important witness of last night's incident. Ko Tianoi's voice sounded muffled. Anyway, he's an important person. Then, you quickly take off your clothes, jump into the pool, or I'll kill him. Bui Lai suddenly raised his head. The tyrannical master in the pool, wearing a thin black robe, with a plump figure, looked like a mischievous child, staring at Bui Lai, wanting him to dance for him immediately. Hang Tuesday on's face was pale, his lips trembling, his small hands in his sleeves clenched tightly, his nails almost digging into his flesh. The master said to perform. Hang Tuesday on suddenly spoke up. The master just wants to see a dance, there's no need to kill anyone. I'll perform a dance, and then the master must obediently listen to me, okay? The tyrannical master clapped his hands happily. Okay, I want to see. Hang Tuesday on turned around, took off his clothes, revealing his white, flawless legs, with a touch of innocence of a young girl, and the charm of a mature woman, utterly adorable. The entire floor was designed as a mechanism, used to control the wooden figures outside the pool. The mechanisms were hidden in the surrounding pillars, with water pipes inside the pillars. The floor tiles, small statues, lanterns, even the incense burners were all connected to the mechanisms outside the pool. When touching the floor tiles or decorations, the mechanisms would activate, pushing water in the pool, causing the figures to move and dance. Her slender and graceful legs move, creating soft and flexible curves. Her petite figure dances in the courtyard, the tinkling bell-like sounds harmoniously blend. While everyone is engrossed in watching, the figures in the pool suddenly start moving, no longer rigid as before. All the figures spin in tune with Hang Tuesday on's dance, waving their arms like swords, kicking their legs high up, full of life. Hang Tuesday on takes off her robe, water droplets splash on her body, her fair skin becomes even smoother. Her jade-like legs glisten under the water, her soaked thin white dress adds to her allure. Her small knees reveal a faint pinkish hue, like shimmering pearls. Ko Tianoi applauds, Bravo, indeed my little fairy. Come, drink with me. She couldn't refuse him every year, so she had to accept the cup of wine. But she was forcibly pulled into the arms of Ko Tianoi. He reached out to undress her, but she struggled fiercely. At that moment, Bui Lai spoke loudly, Your Highness, the city patrol has good news to report. Interrupted, Ko Tianoi frowned and said, If it's not important, I'll kill you and your men. Your Highness, General Trindong and Lady Mo Dung Nu have come to pay their respects. Show them to the main hall. This incident helped Hang Tuesday on escape the awkward situation. Hang Tuesday on thought quickly, it's normal for Lady Mo Dung Nu, a high-ranking official, to pay respects to Ko Tianoi, but why is she with the leader of the Tui Noyet Palace? Could it be about the Yududeo? But the news couldn't have spread that fast. The long cold majesty waves his hand, I don't like that kind of meekness, I don't want to see it. He then lets Hung Sui-ing and the prince handle this matter. Although Hung Sui-ing feels that something is not right, he can't do anything else. Hung Sui-ing takes Bui Li to a secluded corner and gently says, Did you intentionally interrupt the Lord's words just now to get me out of that situation? You didn't want others to see me embarrassed? Hung Sui-ing pats Bui Li's head and says tenderly, Your intention was good, but you must remember. Without my permission, you must never interrupt the Lord's words, no matter the situation. This time, it was only thanks to General Zheng Dong's reputation that Bui Li was saved. You can't help but wonder, how formidable is this General Zhang Dong that he is feared by all? In the peaceful era, the Northern Frontier General Nian Shanquan commands the Northern Frontier Army, has achieved many brilliant military victories, and is known as the war god of the time. General Mu Donghu of the East Trin Army holds the heavy troops, guards the East Sea, and is renowned for being strict, clear in rewards and punishments, decisive in action. Able to distinguish right from wrong, and never wrongly punishes. General Han Tonggu of the West Trin Army, son of Han Jingfan, is skilled in using long spears and has a renowned martial reputation. General Luo Bao of the South Trin Army relies on his eloquence to rise to the position of one of the four great generals. Among them, General Mu Donghu of the East is the most formidable. He always opposes Duke Dujian on all fronts. Previously, when the emperor wanted to appoint Duke Dujian as the Jinwei general, he was obstructed by him. For such a person, even Hong Suiyan dares not be negligent. In the main hall, the ones being led in are the 10 elite soldiers of the East Sea Jingla Corps. He slowly says, "This old gentleman is Nan Kung Tun, the master of the Trancha Gutri Corps, known as the Heavenly Eye Insight, the Sage of War. And this is Yu Xinfeng, the Deputy General of General Mu Donghu of the East, famous for his 8 wilderness saber." Yu Xinfeng clasps his hands and says, "Today, I have the honor of meeting the 2 chief supervisors, and their reputation is indeed well deserved." With a faint smile, Hang Tuesdayon said in a clear voice, "It's an honor for me to meet Master Noyet, whose name shakes the Jianghu. The precious sword on this man's back must be the famous Bat Hong Dao that shakes the East Sea. I have also admired Master Namkung from a long time ago. Today, upon meeting him, his extraordinary demeanor indeed commands respect." After the exchange of courtesies, Hang Tuesdayon thought to himself, "I didn't expect Mu Dongnu could recruit such a person." Noyet then Fong said, "I come from the Jianghu, there's no need for such courtesy. This time, I'm here because of the Tam Fu Kin Fong. If there's any disrespect, I hope the 2 supervisors will forgive me." Noyet then Fong smiled and said, "Over the past 10 years, in the Tam Fu Kin Fong, the Tin Tung camp has won 23 times, and the Kim Gu camp has won twice. The winner will receive orders from the court, which is very profitable. The Tin Tung camp and Kim Gu camp, in their struggle for this lucrative opportunity, treat the Tam Fu Kin Fong as a transaction, causing the Luan camp to suffer losses without any benefits, and even incurring considerable expenses. Our general hates such exploitation of others the most. Therefore, this year, he has submitted a request to the court to change the rules of the Tam Fu Kin Fong, hoping that the 2 supervisors can break this deadlock." As Hang Tuesdayon was still trying to understand the situation, Moon Goddess Fong raised her hand, as if she had made a decision. "This year, the Marshal Zheng Dong's mansion will participate." This statement made both Hong Suiying and the Crown Prince change their expressions. But Hong Suiying thought again, since Madame Mudong sent someone, it proved that the emperor had agreed to this matter. She had to keep Moon Goddess Fong, she couldn't act rashly. While Hong Suiying was in a dilemma, someone reported, "Bui Lai requests an audience." Hong Suiying looked at Bui Lai, saw him holding an architectural drawing in his hand, and said, "The opportunity lies in this." Moon Goddess Fong looked at the architectural drawing and praised, "Good words, the opportunity lies in this. The master is indeed a visionary person." The Crown Prince thought to himself, "This architecture was designed by his father himself. There is only one in the East Sea. The messenger of Mu Rongru's arrival here will certainly ruin my father's mood. I just need to provoke him to reveal that man's crimes, and my father will definitely get angry and punish him." In the main hall, Du Gu Tianwei was happily drinking wine, with a joyful expression on his face. The disciples of Shu Wei Yuting were also present. Hong Suiying and Bui Lai were both astonished, while Shi couldn't believe his eyes. Ho Gongqi was actually toasting with Du Gu Tianwei, as if he had become his man. This scene left everyone speechless. Shi was even more dejected. The solitary sovereign even asked the Crown Prince to greet me as his uncle. Yuthan Fong sent someone with a gift, and said, "Yut Muo pays his respects to the lord of the solitary sovereign. This is a gift from General Mu Dong." The solitary sovereign smiled and said, "Crown Prince Ho Dai Heap said you are the #1 swordsman of the Eastern Sea. I have specially prepared a gift for you, let's see how it is." Yuthan Fong did not say anything else and accepted it. Haman waved to Bui Lai, but Nim Hongha was nowhere to be seen. Bui Lai still felt awkward, feeling that the Second Palm Institute did not want to meet her, but her complexion was much better. At this moment, Hang Tuesdayon's voice echoed, "Just now, Master Noyet said the Trindong General's mansion has been allowed by the Emperor to participate in the Kin Fong tournament. According to tradition, each of the 3 houses will present a precious sword, competing in sharpness, durability, and other aspects. It's uncertain whether Trindong General's mansion has enough time to forge a precious sword." Noyet Tan Fong, without hesitation, said, "The new rules, of course, must be changed. The previous comparison method, where the winner was determined by people, was easily manipulated and unfair to Luan Tan. Therefore, the general proposed to change the rules. Each of the 4 houses sends a representative, using their own weapons to compete. If the weapon is damaged, it's considered a loss. If the weapon holder dies, it's also considered a loss. The competition venue is at Tui Noyat Din, with Nam Kung Tun Tien Sin as the referee, ensuring fairness. Hang Tuesday on also confirmed that Noyat Tan Fong is the representative of Trin Dong General's mansion. Nim Hongha, standing beside, silently thought, Noyat Tan Fong, known as the #1 sword master of the East Sea, using the Bat Hong Dao as his weapon. This rule is clearly tailored for him. Noyat Tan Fong said with satisfaction. The general also doesn't want to take too much advantage, deciding to postpone the Kin Fong tournament for 10 more days, giving Lu On Tan more time to prepare. It will officially commence on the 3rd day of the 3rd month next year. Suddenly, Ko Tianoi slammed the table. He said, Nang Rong, since you like to take care of the servants, then you take care of this Tam Fu Jingfeng. I can't enjoy my drink. You're the head, bring some snacks up here for me. The Guan Tai Yang dish was served, its aroma delighted everyone. It made everyone amazed and they ate happily. But at this moment, a Shu stood still at the door, refusing to come in. The man who was about to gamble his wife at Shui Yuting. Now a Shu stood there motionless, staring at Yu Shinfeng. Ko Tianoi asked, who is this fool? One of your kitchen servants? The head chef hurriedly knelt down to apologize. This is the new kitchen worker, a Shu. That's right, this mute is just a filthy thing. I will take him out immediately. Upon hearing the word mute, Princess Do was intrigued and asked, were you born with the name A Shu? Do you have any other name? A Shu gestured with his hands vigorously, but could not utter a word. Nian Hongha recognized it as a form of sign language and said, I learned a bit of it from the soldiers in the army camp when I was young, but I'm far from being able to interpret sign language. Just as Princess Do was losing her patience, Boi Lai stepped forward and said, my sister was born deaf and mute, may I try? Hoa Hong and Hang Tuesday looked puzzled at that moment. After a conversation, Boi Lai told Asu that his name and identity had been taken away by an evil person. Hearing that, Ko Tianoi became very curious and asked him to recount the whole story. Asu came from a martial arts family in the north, with loving parents and a harmonious elder brother. At the age of 10, his father found a young man at the foot of the mountain, who claimed to be from the south and had been robbed of all his money. Feeling sorry for him, his father adopted him as a sworn son. Not long after, his father passed away, and Asu and his brother managed the family business. This sworn son was very clever. One day, he said he had been away from home for many years and wanted to return to pay respects at his ancestors' graves. Asu's brother agreed and gave him a large sum of money. Everyone said he had run off with the money and would never come back. Unexpectedly, half a year later, he not only returned but also made more money, and brought back a beautiful girl named Min Chien Tuet. He said she was a wanderer from a distant land. His brother Asu was very fond of Min Chien Tuet, and soon married her. After the marriage, Min Chien Tuet said she was tired of the confined life in her hometown, and wanted her brother Asu to go out and make a living. So, Asu started trading everywhere, often away from home for months. Min Chien Tuet treated Asu very well, but Asu discovered that she often sneaked out at night. Finally, one night, Asu followed Min Chien Tuet. Min Chien Tuet and that man went to the ancestral tomb behind the mountain, searching for something as they walked. It seemed they had found what they needed. Asu was terrified, and when he returned home, he told his brother everything. Unexpectedly, those two did not deny it, and the man even brazenly brought people to capture Asu. Asu's brother was devastated. He thought it was over, but a year later, people from the Tui Noyat Palace suddenly came, saying someone wanted to challenge Asu's brother. That person was the man from years ago. Because the Shui Yu Hall has put up a competition board, anyone who challenges must stake a valuable item. The item that the righteous man staked was the Ming Zhan Zuot sword. Unexpectedly, he was so shameless. My brother A Shou accepted the challenge for the Ming Zhan Zuot sword. With my brother A Shou's martial arts skills, he should not have lost so miserably. But unexpectedly, after 100 moves, that righteous man used the same techniques as my brother A Shou, and eventually defeated him with one move. The Ming Zhan Zuot sword then left with him. Since then, my brother A Shou became quiet and uncommunicative, no longer managing the family business, driving away all the guests, only wanting to focus on practicing martial arts. Determined to take revenge. A year later, my brother A Shou went to the Shui Yu Hall again, using all the family's assets as the stake, challenging that righteous man. This time, they fought for over 200 moves before deciding the winner and loser, and my brother A Shou still lost. This time, A Shou and my brother almost lost everything, only keeping the family genealogy and identity. A year later, his brother Asu's martial arts skills became increasingly advanced, leaving no worthy opponents in Donghai. This time, he bet his family genealogy and identity, challenging that Nia Tu again at the Tui Noyat Palace. But the most terrifying thing was that before the decisive battle, Min Chien Tuet suddenly appeared at the Tui Noyat Palace, telling Asu's brother, "Did you know that while you were away on business, I had other men besides that Nia Tu? Those who spent the night with me were none other than your sworn brothers." Hearing this, Asu's brother was enraged and distressed, and ultimately lost, dying in anguish. Before his death, Asu's brother told Asu, "That scoundrel wants to find our family's martial arts secret, the 7 deities martial technique. He has found 6 volumes, missing only the Tiger Zen killing technique. He thought the secret was hidden in the family genealogy or ancestral tablets, but there's nothing inside. As long as he doesn't find the last volume, you'll be safe." After his older brother Asu died, that wicked adopted son became the official heir of the family. He wanted to get the final secret manual, so he harmed and stalked Asu without any remorse. He used an iron rod and a hot iron to torture Asu, damaging his hands, making him unable to write anymore. Unable to endure the torture, Asu finally found a chance to escape. Severely injured, he collapsed in the wilderness, thinking he would die there. But unexpectedly, he was saved by a hermit swordsman and his niece, who took care of Asu. Those peaceful days made Asu forget his hatred. He thought he could forget everything and start anew. But that wicked adopted son found Asu again, and vented all his resentment on the uncle and niece. They tortured them for 3 days and 3 nights. This story made Duchess Tianwei extremely furious. Asu pointed at Yu Shunfeng and said tremblingly, "He, Yu Shunfeng, was the one who caused all this." Unexpectedly, the great hero Yu Shunfeng turned out to be such a treacherous person. Asu pointed at that vicious brother, who was Yu Shunfeng sitting on the chair. Asu's real name was Yu Xinghoi, the 14th generation of the Yu family, descended from the Wu king. At this time, Yu Shunfeng still calmly said, "Is Luiying Hall a place for lowly people to talk nonsense? How ridiculous." Asu slowly took out a secret book from his bosom and handed it to Duko Tianoi. This secret book was the Tiger Zen killing technique that Noyet Than Fong had been searching for a long time. Duko Tianoi took the secret book and asked, "Master Noyet, what do you think?" Noyet Than Fong still calmly said, "It's just a trick of the martial arts world, don't believe it, Lord." Although Duko Tianoi usually seemed foolish, as the Lord, he must be a cunning and crafty person. He took the secret book and said, "If it's fake, then let's burn it." He then threw the book into the fireplace. Noyet Than Fong hurriedly tried to stop this action, inadvertently revealing a flaw. But the formidable Duko Thian Ui did not pursue it, but said, "Ashu, you brought this book here today to accuse Master Noyet, but what do you want? Noyet Tian Fong is still Noyet Tian Fong. I will arrange a duel for you. On the 3rd day of the 3rd month next year, you and he will fight at the Tui Noyet Palace. In front of the heroes of the world, to clarify everything." Hang Tuesday on immediately understood the purpose of this move. If Noyet Tian Fong refused, it would be like fearing Tam Fu Kin Fong, but he was representing General Trindong's mansion. At this moment, Nim Honghai asked, "I heard that Master Noyet has 2 assassins by his side. If Ashu's words are true, what happened to those 2 assassins?" Ashu, who was silent, suddenly changed his face. He trembled and said, "Heaven has given me a weapon, I have successfully killed one. As for the other, I don't want to wait until next year, I must take revenge now." As soon as he finished speaking, Ashu threw the box, and what appeared in front of everyone was a large yellow sword of strange shape, covered in cloth, with 8 small blades on both sides. At the joint, one could see gears, and there was also a large copper pipe with a thin wire running through it, as if there was something like a blade inside. The sword hilt was full of sharp spikes, looking from afar like a crab, extremely bizarre. This strange thing was also a demonic sword. As soon as Bui Lai saw this sword, his head suddenly ached as if struck by a hammer, and a demonic voice rang out in his head. At this moment, Ashu slowly removed the cloth covering the sword. 2 soldiers stepped forward to examine it, intending to carry it down. Suddenly, with a click, a spiky sword sprang up, hitting the chin of the soldier in front, piercing through his head. Half of the soldier's face from the nose down disappeared, leaving only a sunken black hole, like a broken watermelon. Everyone was horrified. The solitary bewitching girl angrily shouted, "Moon God Wind, is the Lord Commander Zhengdong's mansion so idle, that you even bring a demonic sword as a gift for me?" Moon God Wind coldly said, "This absolutely doesn't belong to the Lord Commander, someone must be framing us." Tainted Red River carefully examined the sword, saying, "This is indeed a sword, but with a spiky hilt like this, how can one hold it?" Just as Bui Lai's mind was spinning, Ashu suddenly dashed forward. He gripped the sword hilt with his right hand, blood and body fluids spurting out, staining the cloth wrap. His skinny right arm twisted. A stream of black energy emanating from within his body, spreading through his veins. Ashu cried out in pain. A gleaming long sword, the Long Yan Jing Jian Dao, was drawn from its sheath. The sword slashed straight towards Yu Than Fong. This attack was so fast that the naked eye could hardly see it. By the time everyone came to their senses, Yu Than Fong was already enveloped in a stream of light, his hands behind his back, not out of underestimating his opponent, but because the sword beam was too fast for him to react. Each sword strike grazed his flesh, showing no mercy. Ashu seemed to merge with the sword, gradually losing consciousness, becoming a raging sword beam intertwined with fresh blood, whirling and dancing. Although Yu Than Fong managed to evade it, but he couldn't take action. Countless pieces of cloth and blood spurted out, the sword light carrying fresh blood kept attacking, forming a large circle. The sword light flashed, a fat black figure rushed out, it was Dukko Theanoi advancing to seize the sword. Suddenly, a figure rushed forward and knelt down. Hogonshi stood in front of Dukko Theanoi, saying, "They are dueling, don't interfere. If you want to fight, find me." At this moment, the sword light gradually headed towards Nim Hongha. Although Nim Hongha was injured and didn't have a sword, Noyet Than Fong deliberately attacked the others. At the critical moment, Bui Lai rushed in front of Nim Hongha. Bui Lai seized the prince's short sword, whispering, "Be careful, this is the demonic sword Theanlit." He channeled his inner energy into the short sword, making it extremely sharp. Bui Lai's head ached as if struck by a hammer, and the voice in his head grew clearer, "Let me strike." Bui Lai's state was like being controlled by the demon sword. Hong Sui was astonished, thinking, "This is the fourth demon sword, Tian Lai." Bui Lai rushed into the battle, slicing silently like a hot knife through butter. The raging sword aura spun wildly, gradually losing its shape. Even Lu Yingcheng's white robe was drawn into the vortex. Bui Lai and his Xiao attacked Yu Qinfeng together. Yu Qinfeng kept his hands behind his back, his body movement agile, dodging left and right. Finally, he closed his eyes, opened his pores, sensing everything around him with his hearing, gradually finding an opportunity to breathe heavily. Yu Qinfeng angrily shouted, "You servant, return the sword to me." But at this moment, a shoe was controlled by Hogonshi, unable to move. Seeing this, Noyet Than Fong shouted, "You little brat, did you just touch my precious sword? I'll let you taste my ancestor's ultimate move." He then struck a palm towards Hogonshi. Hogonshi blocked the strike with his fist, and both of them stepped back a few steps, with neither winning nor losing. Noyet Than Fong concentrated his force to attack, wanting to end the fight quickly, but suddenly he was shaken by a powerful aura. Unexpectedly, it came from the old master standing beside Dukko Tianoi. Indeed, a master in hiding. The moon demon hurriedly calmed down, not daring to act rashly. He watched Bui Lai and his shoe fighting, thinking, could this be the legendary control of the demonic sword? The general will definitely be very interested. At this moment, Bui Lai used the same moves as a shoe, but faster. Suddenly, with a clang, the two swords clashed. The moon demons by Shui Mingdao, forged by the Grand General of the Jinyu camp, was cut by Tian Lai's sword. The powerful impact snapped Bui Lai back to his senses, seeing a shoe charging at him. In that life or death moment, Bui Lai suddenly felt his blood boiling, his eyes turned red, unaware of what his body was doing. He spun and dodged, then kicked a shoe in the chest. The mechanism inside Tian Lai's sword activated, locking the blade. A shoe tried to pull out his sword but couldn't. The black energy around him quickly dissipated, leaving him frail as before. Bui Lai saw the opportunity, hugged a Su's waist, and took the thorny sword from his hand. Seeing this, the prince shouted loudly, and ordered the soldiers to arrest Bui Lai and Asu. Bui Lai is the only successor of the Sword King. Bui Lai and Asu were quickly subdued by the soldiers. Nim Hongha hurriedly said, "Bui Lai saved me, is this how Luan Tan treats a benefactor?" Nim Hongha clearly remembered this terrifying name, and felt even more resentful. It turns out that Bui Lai has been in the city for many years, hiding his martial arts skills and working under Hang Tuesdayon. He must be a spy. Enraged, Hogonshi threw a wine cup at the prince's face. Duke Xianwei shouted angrily, "Shut up, you fool." Then, he ordered someone to take a showdown and have the doctor treat him, threatening to execute them if a single hair was harmed. As for Bui Lai, Duke Xianwei smiled and said, "Master Noyet, that's enough for you today. I'll hold on to this book for a show, but remember, as long as a show is alive, you must continue to teach him." Noyet Shinfeng snorted coldly and left. In the main hall, Duke Xianwei looked at Bui Lai with scrutinizing eyes and asked, "You were clearly able to suppress the demon blade earlier, so why did you pretend to be my subordinate? Could it be that you are truly a spy?" At this moment, Bui Lai was very confused, thinking to himself, I must have been influenced by the recently acquired supreme martial arts technique that allowed me to subdue the formidable opponent. Even if I tell the truth to the city lord, he may not believe me. Moreover, I promised the senior master Tan not to reveal this. Not knowing what to do. Suddenly, Hogonshi spoke up to help. "Bui Lai, aren't you skilled in swordsmanship? Have you forgotten what I said before? You said that when you were young, you met an old woman with white hair. You said that although she dressed simply, she had a noble demeanor, and she taught you sword techniques for 3 days. At that time, I thought you were boasting, but today, seeing you subdue the demonic sword with agile and unpredictable sword movements. Who could have taught you to this level in just 3 days?" Hang Tuesdayon also chimed in, even the old master couldn't do that. Nam Kung Tiansen spoke slowly, according to my observation, the one who could have taught Bui Lai sword techniques must be the celestial sword technique of Lamton Thursday Nation, the imperial sword technique of Vu Dang Dung, and the unconstrained sword technique of the Kim Dao Gate, Western Mountain. Hogonshi laughed and said, "The 3 great sword techniques of the realm, celestial, imperial, and unconstrained. But in the past 30 years, who has mastered the unconstrained sword? How many in Lamton Thursday Nation are proficient in the celestial sword technique?" According to me, the one who taught Bui Lai swordsmanship was the former northern commander, a descendant of the royal Tong family of the western Ryu kingdom, the Sword King Wu Dangdong. It is said that Wu Dangdong had no disciple his entire life, and 40 years ago, he went into seclusion in the Jianghu. Who would have thought that on a deserted beach, he would pass on the sacred sword techniques of the imperial court to someone in return for saving his life? Therefore, Bui Lai is the only disciple of the Sword King. During the Busam Kingdom era, Wu Dangdong was the northern commander, and Dukko Tianoi was the eastern commander. These two talents were compared since childhood, to see whose martial arts were more powerful and whose achievements were more illustrious. However, when the nomadic tribes invaded from the north, the northern commander Wu Dangdong suddenly went missing, without reporting to the court or informing his subordinates. No one knew where he had gone. Without Wu Dangdong to defend, the nomadic army was unstoppable, and in less than a day, they breached the northern frontier. After that, in just 7 days, the cavalry of the nomadic tribes conquered the capital Bangkok, and from then on, the Busam kingdom ceased to exist. Wu Dangdong's wife, Princess Lam On, committed suicide on the city wall, blaming him for neglecting his duty, causing the country's downfall. Wu Dangdong was extremely heartbroken. The Kuni troops suddenly retreated without a clear reason. The Middle Kingdom had no ruler, uprisings occurred everywhere, and wars raged across the land. All the strategists in the general's residence advised Wu Dangdong to proclaim himself the emperor. However, Wu Dangdong chose to join Dukko Tianoi's army and help him raise a rebellion. It was said that afterwards, Wu Dangdong intentionally charged into battle, seeking death. But due to his exceptional martial arts skills, he could not be killed. Enemies everywhere had heard of his fame. When Dukko Tianoi pacified the realm and established the Bakma dynasty, he chose to retreat into reclusion. From then on, no one saw him again. Everyone who heard that Bui Lai was related to Wu Dangdong looked at him with a strange gaze. Dukko Tianoi had enjoyed collecting treasures since childhood and highly respected martial arts masters. Reaching such a level of martial arts within 3 days was absolutely no easy feat. Dukko Tianoi hurriedly said, "You are Wu Dangdong's disciple, you cannot be a servant of Luan Tan. If this gets out, people will say I mistreat you. I appoint you as Tian Ho, equal in rank to the second general." Bui Lai hurriedly knelt down to express his gratitude. The lone celestial turned to look at the celestial general and ordered, "No one is allowed to approach, seal off this area. Investigate thoroughly before deciding further. Everyone disperse." The treasure chamber was sealed off. Hoganchi congratulated Bui Lai on his promotion. But today, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Unexpectedly, the power of the moon deity Pom he had just used had invaded his body. If he hadn't neutralized it in time, his internal organs would have been burned. Bui Lai hurriedly helped Hoganchi to rest. Hoganchi laughed and said, "Pretending to be a disciple of Wu Dangdong has at least 3 benefits. First, it's said that the martial arts of the Gong Tun, Kim Bai Wang dynasty are related to your background, which can explain your formidable skills. Second, not many people have fought with the Tao Emperor and survived. Even the war saint dares not claim to have witnessed the Huang Duo Shangduan Dao, so you don't need to worry about anyone exposing your sword techniques. Third, the Tao Emperor is certainly dead. Even if he's alive, after the 7-day battle of Beichuan, he must have gone into seclusion and won't expose you." But when Bui Lai heard this, he felt he shouldn't impersonate the Tao Emperor and take advantage of this predecessor. Hoganchi patted him on the shoulder and said, "Sometimes, reputation can be a life-saving remedy. Just now, you recognized the Tian Lai." But the Second Palm Institute didn't react, clearly showing that Tan Lao and Lam Trung Nguyen had passed it down to you, not her. No matter what you think, you've become involved in the martial arts world. Once you've stepped into this realm, if you still retain a normal mindset, you'll not only fail to protect yourself but also implicate those you care about. These words truly awakened Bui Lai. Hoganchi is indeed a good elder brother. On the 15th of September, under the ancient tree, the ancient tomb gathering will take place. Many years ago, someone wearing a bird-shaped mask gave Hang Tuesday on a demonic mask, saying, "Legend has it, this mask is a treasure of the immortals, but only by wearing it can you become a member of our society." Hang Tuesday tremblingly clasped her hands and said, "So we're like immortals too?" The other stood motionless in the shadows, emanating a chilling aura. It was the second time she felt such self-loathing for her powerlessness. The person only coldly looked at her, with piercing eyes as sharp as blades, as if her frail body meant nothing, less valuable than a toy. It was the first and perhaps only time she felt her body held no worth in a man's eyes, her last shred of confidence crumbling. After dying and being reborn, there are only 2 paths, either becoming an immortal or a demon. The rough, coarse mask with a strange smell and feeling, until now Hang Tuesday still remembers. Members of the secret society had to hide their identities from each other. Every time they met, Koemong Gwyn was always the first to arrive to keep watch. This was a rule set by the founder. But today, Koemong Gwyn came late. At the hour of the rat, under the ancient tree, Koemong Gwyn gathered. In the dim moonlight, one could only see within a radius of 1 meter, the rest was darkness. Under the ghostly firelight, 3 eerie wooden masks appeared in the shadows, looking extremely terrifying. After an unknown period of time, someone suddenly spoke, "Where is Ko Gwyn?" Making others wait, while hiding himself. What's the meaning of this? The mask in the northwest direction slightly moved, clearly from the one speaking. It was a tiger mask, mouth wide open, sharp fangs, as if wanting to devour someone. Suddenly, another mask turned abruptly, as if forgetting its own existence. The codename of this tiger mask is Northwest Tiger, while Ko Gwyn is the founder of the secret society. Hang Tuesday on knew nothing about Northwest Tiger. In her impression, the mask in the northwest direction was always silent. This was the first time daring to speak so arrogantly in the secret society's meeting. The masks have a special mechanism that can change the voice. Whoever wears the mask can only make the eerie, distinctive voice of that particular mask. The other 2 masks did not react at all. The mask in the northeast has a shape resembling a cricket, with an unusually smooth and hard surface, but the voice is slow, cautious, and cold, occasionally with a hint of sarcasm. Hang Tuesday never thought the owner of this mask was a woman, or even an esteemed elder. The mask in the west resembles a strange bird, with a long and sharp beak and round bulging eyes, making one's hair stand on end and feel nauseous. Hasn't Ko Gwyn arrived yet? Do we have to wait any longer? We've been waiting for over an hour. Should we disperse? The deep voice from the northwest sounded impatient. At that moment, 2 streams of green smoke appeared, and in the northeast, a round face emerged, with narrow, elongated eyes not as frightening as the wide-open mouth, as if wanting to swallow others whole. In the darkness, a bird-shaped mask with wings as if wanting to take flight appeared under the greenish-blue glow of ghostly fire. That was the owner of the village, Ko Gwyn. Ko Gwyn's voice was dry, rigid, like a machine, devoid of any liveliness. The even, chilling tone sent shivers down one's spine. We gathered today due to an urgent matter. The ritual procedures have changed. Listen carefully. Tan Ni is not dead yet. This information has been verified with over 90% accuracy. Ha Hong Ho was the one who took action. Even Vo Am could not escape this calamity. What does it matter to the dead? Hang Tuesdayon said, according to the news, before his death, Vo Am passed on the secret of the evil sword to a hidden disciple named Bui Lai. This young man claims to be the successor of the Sword King, and has battled with the Swordmaster of the Celestial List, successfully separating the person and the sword, showing exceptional skills. Is he a disciple of the Sword King Vu Dang Dung? The voice of Ko Gwyn had a slight tremor. From what I can see, this young man has nothing to do with the Sword King, he's just talking nonsense. Hang Tuesdayon replied firmly. If that's really the case, we can't overlook it. Ha Hong Ho said, if he's not a disciple of Vu Dang Dung but can suppress the Celestial List, it must be due to Vu Am playing tricks. Ko Gwyn said in a deep voice, the urgent matter now is to investigate thoroughly what that young man learned from Vu Am that allowed him to suppress the Celestial List. Kong Lin De Kui, you're in charge of this, you must investigate thoroughly and report back to me within 3 days. Will Hang Tuesdayon kill Bui Lai? Ko Gwyn ordered Kong Lin De Kui to investigate the truth within 3 days. Hang Tuesdayon wiped his sweat, calmed down, and asked, if Vu Am really passed on the way to break the evil sword to that young man, what should we do? Her voice was as cold as ice. What did you say? Her tone was even, emotionless. The plan has been executed, there's no turning back. We must eliminate any obstacles. Tan Ho is dead, there can't be a second Tan Ho in this world. What do you all think? Hung Suiying understood clearly, this wasn't a discussion, she had already decided, now she's just forcing everyone to express their stance. Xia Hongwu said, this kid's skills are not bad, although not a threat now, but to prevent future troubles, we should kill him. Killing an impersonator of Wu Dang Dung doesn't interest me. Gumu Yuan said, kill him. Gumu Yuan raised her left hand, said slowly, kill him. Hung Suiying's 10 fingers intertwined tightly, her nails almost piercing her skin. Unexpectedly, the only one who could stand on her side was so cruel. Northwest Tiger suddenly said, if this kid is the second Wu Yin, he must be killed. If not, we all have our own business, why bother pursuing him? Her cold gaze shifted towards him. Northwest Tiger swallowed hard, not daring to speak further. Turned to look at Ling Dia and coldly asked, what's your opinion? Hung Suing calmly replied, if he obstructs our plan, we must eliminate him to avoid future troubles. Seeing that no one had any other opinions, Gumu Yuan said, let's settle Bui Lai's matter as decided. Now disperse and prepare for the next action. The demon fire gradually faded, and the 4 masks disappeared one by one into the darkness. Finally, only 2 masks remained facing each other. Anything else? Gumu Yuan's voice was as steady as ever. You promised me that you wouldn't let Liuxing Town get involved in the Trickium demon sword. Hung Tuexiang gritted his teeth and said, but now, Trickium has been brought into the town. Wang Jia has fallen into the hands of Wuyin, and Tianliat is also in the town, along with Yushinfeng. Of the 5 great demon swords, 3 have appeared. How can Liuxing Town remain unaffected? Gumu Yuanran calmly said, with your intelligence, it shouldn't be difficult to get tritium out of the town. My promise still holds true, or do you want me to tell others? To let them know who you are, to let them know that when Miss Xia completes her mission, she must not touch Liuxing Town of the White Sun? Hong Tuexiang immediately fell silent. Gumu Yuanran continued, your troubles are not just the demon swords. Tangua's corpse is still at Chushanshan, and the 4 great guardians of the former sect will eventually come looking. General Zhang Dong is determined to intervene in the 3 palaces' fierce wind. If you can't handle it, Liuxing Town will also be in danger. Without Liuxing Town, you're just an ordinary person. 3 days, if you don't investigate the truth, eliminate Bui Lai. Just this once, I'll consider you a weak and foolish woman. Remember, you won't have a second chance. After saying that, he disappeared into the darkness. His face was pale, he clenched his fists and bit his lips without saying a word. The green smoke dissipated, and the strange mask disappeared into the darkness. Gumu Yuan didn't leave immediately, but waited until the others had gone far away. His green eyes lit up again, and the silent cricket mask appeared. Were you hurt? The cricket's slow voice remained even, without a ripple. It's hard to deal with silence, after all. Gumu Yuan said, fortunately, your medical skills are superb, and with careful bandaging and a few days of rest, it will heal. As for the Bewley matter, it's difficult to resolve. His even voice changed a bit as he said, you've put a lot of effort into him, it's hard for you too, Axiu. The cricket remained calm. Once I've nodded, I won't regret it, but you must promise me one thing. If you can't kill Bewley, you must keep him. This decision was not made by the cricket's emotions. The cricket felt that silence was not just that, if the great exorcism technique was truly used on Bewley. The consequences would be hard to foresee. The great exorcism technique and the demon blade both rely on the strong overcoming the weak, with the key point being the state of mind. These two, although from different origins, have a similarity. Hong Tuexiang is not an easy person to deal with. If Bewley can overcome this obstacle, it proves that he has matured very quickly. Keeping him will be beneficial for dealing with the demon blade. The reason for the morning butterfly was agreed upon by the ancient tomb. If Hang Tuesday fails, he will take action himself. If Bui Lai can pass these 2 trials, she will be worthy of being kept. At the same time, Bui Lai fell into a dream. Bui Lai stretched out her hand, and the darkness in front of her parted like a door. Suddenly, a blood-red burst of light exploded, turning the surroundings into a sea of fire. The scenery around became a wasteland, covering the ground, city walls, and even the horizon, as if it were some city. At this moment, Bui Lai became mute, naked, and walked forward, screaming. Bui Lai couldn't hear anything, but she could feel her rage. Not far away, a beautiful woman with a slim waist and long legs was struggling, and next to her was a mutilated corpse with its belly cut open, dead. Bui Lai suddenly felt a strange sensation. The desperate woman screamed, we've been deceived, that person is not the 6th sword, he's the traitor mentioned in the prophecy, the last blade. The number 6 suddenly flashed in Bui Lai's mind, voiceless, the beautiful woman, the unidentified man lying on the ground. There are only 3 people here, who are the other 3? Who is the last blade that voiceless mentioned? As he was thinking, Bui Lai suddenly startled. Looking at his hands, he realized he was not just himself. Suddenly, he heard Ho Gonqi calling him from outside the window, tossing him a short sword. Bai Lai, wake up quickly, wake up. This is Luan Tan's short sword. Ho Gonqi said sternly, let me see how the successor of the Sword Emperor fares. Strike me 3 times, if you don't hit me, I'll invite you to drink the city lord's fine wine. Bui Lai felt a bit relieved after hearing that. Old man, don't underestimate me, I'm very skilled with the sword. I've been playing the woodchopping game since I was young. Bui Lai waved the short sword in his hand. Recalling the teachings of his master, this short sword is most suitable for the 7-part chop and 5-part slash technique. When he was young, his woodworking uncle could use a sword to chop firewood without giving it time to react. Bui Lai had been secretly practicing this technique, letting the sword follow his intent, striking decisively when unsheathing and sheathing swiftly. Bui Lai swung his arm, and the short sword flashed like lightning. Unexpectedly, as the sword passed through the copper ring on Ho Gonqi's hand, it stopped, as if the move had never been executed. He couldn't help but be surprised. Could the old man's speed be even faster than mine? Although Ho Gonqi had dodged Bui Lai's sword, he couldn't help but admire. That sword strike had a touch of divinity, something many swordsmen can't achieve in their lifetime. How did this young man train to reach such a level? Ho Gonqi laughed and said, now it's my turn to attack, you dodge. If I hit you 3 times, you lose. This game was known from the start, no matter how Bui Lai dodged. Ho Gonqi could easily hit him accurately, unbelievably. It was as if Ho Gonqi knew which direction Bui Lai would dodge. Ho Gonqi explained, this is the tacit understanding between sword users. It's your changing swordsmanship that has led my sword style. The wind blows, the trees sway. Not that the wind blows first, then the trees sway, but when the wind rises, the trees are predetermined to sway. Hearing this, Bui Lai understood the principle. In the instant the intention arose, before the sword came. He turned and dodged the attack. Hoganshi missed, and also became more serious. Bui Lai gradually entered a wondrous state, forgetting himself, forgetting time, allowing his body to move instinctively, evading like a shadow. The scene of his daytime battle with the Shu suddenly appeared vividly in Bui Lai's mind. He thought to himself, this old fellow. Why did he call me the sword technique? In Bui Lai's perception, the trajectory of the sword was like a net, each sword stroke leaving a trace, never disappearing. He gradually grasped the movement of the sword, able to sense it without looking, even predicting it in advance. He boldly pointed the sword tip towards the fatal point. As if the two had practiced together thousands of times, able to coordinate seamlessly, succeeding in an instant. Hoganshi's face also broke into a smile. Bui Lai felt the sensation of learning the sword technique for the first time. It turned out that the sword technique could reach this realm. Hoganshi calmed down and said, just now was just a warm-up, this is the real thing. You and I must both dodge, if you get hit, you lose. Not two, standing behind the great trellis, saw this scene and thought to himself, is this really tofu or a sword? Bui Lai already had the answer in his heart. Tofu can't be played like that, it's better for this young master to take care of it. 2 hours later, Bui Lai and Hoganshi drank wine together. Hoganshi said, my self-created sword technique, focusing on the spirit rather than the form, the sword technique is as fast as lightning, somewhat similar to the Huangdu Saint Duan Dao. I thought you would find it difficult to enter, but you learned it so quickly, as if you had practiced it before. Bui Lai took a sip of wine and asked, does this sword technique have a name? Hoganshi said, it's called Invincible Joyful Beheading. Just now you only hit once, next you must practice until you can match me. Right at that moment, a servant rushed in, saying, Master Bui, someone is looking for you. Show them in. Today is the day when the solitary heavenly sovereign woke up late. 2 hours ago, the second chief steward selected a clever servant to attend to the Lord. This servant is very eloquent and lively in character, a dream person for many disciples in the hidden city. This position made old Ho envious beyond measure. Riju said, I should have asked to be a servant attending the Lord before. That's all for today's lesson. Riju led Bui Lai to his new quarters. Bui Lai pretended to casually ask, didn't the second chief steward mention anything about meeting me? It seems the second chief steward is very busy, occupied day and night with arrangements and responding to official documents. Bui Lai thought silently, the second governor is so busy, it must be because I've caused a big trouble. Will the calamity of the demon sword descend upon Lingyun City? Just like Xuanhe's disdainful words in the past, I'm just a lowly person, I can only stand and watch, while the second governor is a heavenly guardian, but he can't do anything. But thinking again, at least I've helped Ranhanga, I wonder how they are doing now. Riju returned to the second governor and said, Master Bui is very worried about you. Hung Suyam replied, my matters, you just need to come once a day. Just serve the lord of the city well. At this time, Hung Suyam was worried, thinking silently, 2 more days. Bui Lai rushed into Hung Suyam's room. At another place in Lingyun City, Hung Suyam brought new clothes for the disciples of the Water Moon Hall. Hong An and Tai Lam happily changed into new clothes. But Neem Hongha sat reading a book alone, not wearing any jewelry. At this moment, Neem Hongha looked a bit dispirited. Hong An looked at her. Recalling the scene of Neem Hongha trying hard to protect Bui Lai at the party last night, wondering if Bui Lai noticed or not. Wondering what Bui Lai is doing now. In the backyard, Bui Lai and Hoganshi were practicing. The two were still practicing sword fighting. In just a few days, Bui Lai was able to block many of old Ho's moves. This progress is truly astonishing. Bui Lai has also grasped a bit about how to apply inner force, focusing more on position when executing moves. I feel like I'm gradually grasping it. Hoganshi wiped his sweat, saying, there's not much time left to teach you, let's continue sparring. The two engaged in combat again. Both of their swordsmanship was very sharp. Bui Lai fell to the ground, but Hoganshi didn't rest, saying, you did well today, tomorrow we can spar for real. See you later, at the same place. Seeing Hoganshi leave, Bui Lai felt a bit doubtful, feeling that the old Ho seemed depressed recently. Could it be that he's afraid of Noyet than Fawn's revenge? But we're in Luan City, relatively safe. On the way back, Bui Lai heard the maid say, Hang Ni, the chief supervisor, seemed unhappy recently. He hadn't slept for 2 nights in a row. Hearing this, Bui Lai felt even more remorseful, thinking that he had brought the demon sword disaster upon Luan City. So he decided to go see the chief supervisor. When he arrived at the chief supervisor's room, there was no guard. Even Trung Duong wasn't there. Bui Lai carefully went inside. He didn't meet anyone. At that moment, Bui Lai smelled smoke and a burning odor. Bui Lai immediately thought the deputy general's room was on fire, and rushed in. But unexpectedly, the scene before his eyes was unforgettable for Bui Lai. Behind the folding screen, in a large round wooden tub, Hang Tuesdayon was undressing. Bui Lai had burst into Hang Tuesday-on's room. Her long black hair fell down, covering her bare back, her slender legs soaked in the tub, her fair and smooth skin was extremely alluring. Bui Lai stared blankly, speechless. Just as Bui Lai was about to turn and run away, he suddenly heard the Crown Prince's voice outside the door. Duke Duckgo shouted loudly, "Someone just reported seeing a man entering the second superintendent's room." Hearing this, Bui Lai's soul left his body. If he was discovered, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. In his panic, Hang Tuesday-on had already noticed him. Right after that, the Crown Prince pushed open the door and entered. Thinking to himself, "If I catch you red-handed, let's see how you explain yourself." But the situation was not as he had expected. In the room, apart from Hang Tuesday-on, there were only 2 people. While standing in a daze, the prince suddenly heard Hang Tuesday-on's cold voice. Does the prince know what he is doing? At this moment, the prince no longer had the arrogant look as before, thinking, "The Lord greatly appreciates Hang Tuesday-on, I'm sure I didn't mistake him." Hang Tuesday-on's cold voice rang out again, "The Lord entrusted me to manage the portrait gallery, yet the prince barged into my room. Isn't this an attempt to make the Lord lose face?" Unexpectedly, Bui Lai was in the water tank. The prince was still unwilling to accept and said, "If you want someone to serve you, just find me. Why do you need to conceal it like this?" This remark revealed a flaw. Hang Tuesday-on sneered, "Did the prince obtain Van Nyko through this trick? It's the warhorse your father cherished the most. If word gets out about your intimacy with it, can you still retain your title as prince?" The prince didn't expect Hang Tuesday-on to know about this and was utterly terrified. Hang Tuesday-on continued saying, "I advise you, be content with your humble status. Although you can't have a child now, the world is vast, don't think that having the status of a crown prince allows you to act recklessly. Get out of here, or I'll make you regret your disrespect today." The crown prince hurriedly ran away, not daring to linger any longer. After he left, Hang Tuesday-on quickly pulled Bui Lai out of the water. At this point, Bui Lai had already lost consciousness, perhaps from drowning before passing out. Hang Tuesday-on thought to himself, "Bui Lai drowned to this extent but didn't struggle, I must give him air immediately." Hang Tuesday-on took a deep breath, pressed his lips against Bui Lai's lips. The warmth made Bui Lai gradually regain consciousness, spitting out a mouthful of water, waking up from his faint. For Hang Tuesday-on and Duckgo Tianoi to have such a situation. Bui Lai opened his eyes wide. Seeing Hang Tuesday-on sitting in front of him, he hurriedly knelt down. Before Hang Tuesday-on could speak, he quickly explained, "I saw smoke, thinking it was a fire, but didn't expect this. Have I committed a crime punishable by death?" Unexpectedly, Hang Tuesday-on was not angry, but gently said, "It's all right, the crown prince has left, and I've also grasped his weakness. You're in such a hurry. You look just like my younger brother from back then." Hearing the second general say that, Bui Lai asked, "Where is your younger brother now?" Mentioning his younger brother, the second general showed a sad expression. "He and I got separated when I entered the royal palace. When I first met you, you looked very much like him." The second general handed Bui Lai a bowl of soup and continued, "I know. You see me as your elder sister, and in my heart, you are also my younger brother. Luan Tan and you are the most important things to me. I won't let the prince bully you anymore." Hearing this, Bui Lai was moved to tears, thinking how lucky he was, despite his humble origins. Hang Tuesday-on comforted him, "Do you really think so? Look, over the years, who has the Sun and Moon sect chosen? How many people didn't flinch when facing the demon-slaying sword? As long as you give your all, I see you as my brother, regardless of your background. Moreover, the Lord has appointed you as the celestial guardian." Mentioning the Lord, Bui Lai became more worried that he would make things difficult for the second chief due to the demon-slaying sword incident. But Hang Tuesday-on understood the Lord's temperament. Although the Lord seems capricious, he is not someone who cannot distinguish right from wrong. In his youth, the Lord was a free-spirited nobleman, completely different from now. The Lord is the current emperor's uncle, and when the emperor was still the crown prince, he was the crown prince's deputy, and the two had a very close relationship. The Lord has always avoided politics. But the human heart is hard to fathom. The emperor was jealous of Dugo Tianwei's noble status, and worried that he was too close to the crown prince, so he found an excuse to send him to Daejayuan for military service. However, this renowned emperor was old and weak, and he was determined to eliminate Dugu Tianwei before his death. Dugu Tianwei discovered this in time, pretended to obey, and asked for protection. Finally, Hong Nianing used the connections he had accumulated to take his whole family to Donghai. Dugu Tianwei was grateful to Hong Nianing for saving him from danger, so he specially allowed the establishment of Luiying Town. He also knew that only Hang Nianying's abilities and tactics could manage Luiying Town. Therefore, Dugu Tianwei would not interfere with the affairs of the Tao sect because of Hong Nianying's son. "Sister, you can handle it, just focus on your work, sister will fully support you." Hang Tuesday-on smiled, and Bui Lai felt his heart melt. Bui Lai saw that Hang Tuesday-on was sincere and earnest towards him, without any concealment, so he said, "About loving the sword, there's something I haven't told you. The previous demon lord used the usurpation spell to leave his consciousness in my body, so when I practice, I react like that when facing the heavenly chain demon sword. This news was extremely shocking for Hang Tuesdayon, as she knew what would happen after being usurped. Hang Tuesdayon told Bui Lai to leave through the back door. Taking this route, you won't encounter the Lord's surveillance. Hang Tuesdayon watched Bui Lai's figure disappear. Hang Tuesdayon pondered for a while and realized she had no choice but to bear it alone. Bui Lai returned to his residence and recounted everything to Ken Not Hai. In fact, the one who suddenly burst in was Bui Lai, the most ferocious. Bui Lai was not accustomed to this ferocious identity of his. The Bui Lai, the most ferocious, had a tan complexion, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a high straight nose, truly a different person. He didn't resemble himself at all, as if he had changed to a new head. The most ferocious Bui Lai was practicing with the old tiger. Today's bout, the two switched to wooden swords. The old tiger decided to attack the most ferocious Bui Lai with full force. He would absolutely not hold back. With his internal force, even a wooden sword could cause injury. Formless and unconscious, unmatched in slashing, indeed the ultimate skill of Tai Wyam, and also his forte. No nonsense, no wasting time, seize the opportunity to learn skills during the fight. The hidden leader, the second chief, secretly reported that after assassinating the two, he remained safe and sound. Moreover, Bui Lai seems to be making rapid progress. Hang Tuesdayon said with a serious expression. Pass down the order, you go and arrange, inform them about that matter tomorrow. The chief was a bit worried, unsure if Ho Dai Heap would agree. Hang Tuesdayon replied, you don't need to worry about this. Just don't let the information leak, leave the other matters to me. The chief didn't ask anything further and immediately followed the order. Hang Tuesdayon looked out the window and muttered, Ma Bang Ca, if you are as rumored, then it's worth taking a gamble. Yu Dao, the one destined to come will come, after a fierce fight. Master Hu Yanqi brought Bui Lai to the training hall, where Bui Lai always practiced. Today, Bui Lai arrived late, leaving no other place. Bui Lai was praised by Master Hu Yanqi for being able to exchange many moves with him while channeling inner energy, meeting the standard. Hu Yanqi asked, may I ask Master Chen, about the lady you rescued earlier in Ishu, how are they? Chen Taiyi stroked his beard and said slowly, the lady has regained consciousness, but her internal injuries have not recovered. Today, you two can follow me to see them. Moreover, regarding the so-called love blade possession you mentioned, I have made some unusual discoveries. Hu Yanqi looked worriedly at Bai Hu lying on the bed. He remained unconscious like this, is there really nothing wrong? Chen Taiyi replied, this is more beneficial for his body's recovery. If he wakes up, he can hardly avoid suffering pain. From what I see, this Miss Bai Hu chased Hitchcock for thousands of miles, being forced to channel her inner energy, severely depleting it. Her body has reached its limit. One more moment, and even immortals might not be able to save her. I don't know how she endured such excruciating pain in that condition. Bui Lai recalled the situation at that time, feeling that Bitch Ho seemed to be controlled by some kind of drug. But according to what I know, the kind of drug that can forcibly activate inner energy like that, in the past 50 years, I have only seen 3 types, but no matter which type. The symptoms are not like Miss Bitch Ho's, and there is also no residue of the drug on Miss Bitch Ho's body. For a master, it's better to believe that she was possessed by a spirit, rather than believing that there is such a miraculous drug in the world. Currently, Miss Bitch Ho just needs to balance her inner energy and blood, and gradually recuperate, her life will not be in danger. Hearing that her life is not in danger, Ho Guanxi then became concerned about the wound on Bitch Ho's face. Tan Tai Wai stroked his beard. I heard that in the East Sea, there is a person known as the Saint of External Medicine, skilled in reconnecting tendons and bones, and regenerating skin and flesh. Bui Lai was also very concerned about the young man Isu. Isu was not like Bitch Ho, he was poisoned. This poison is concentrated in the heart, the secret technique of the Yin heart scripture. Its toxicity is strong, Yin and cold, yet also has a young and rigid nature. Mixed and difficult to dispel. Even if it can be gradually resolved, it will affect his ability to reproduce. If he encounters that green saber again, I'm afraid his life will also be difficult to save. Bui Lai was worried about the safety of his brother, but if he wanted to stop the decisive battle between the moon god of wind, the one he needed to convince the most was his brother. At that moment, Hong'an came to visit Vang Bitch Ho and saw Bui Lai's back leaving. Hong'an suddenly handed the key to Ho Guanxi, saying he had something he wanted to talk to Bui Lai privately. After saying that, he pulled Bui Lai out to the backyard. Hong'an sat beside the pond in the backyard, saying he came out to let the old Ho and Bitch Ho be alone together. It turned out that Hong'an had already noticed that Ho Guanxi had intentions towards Bitch Ho. Shouldn't he return to the Quanbi Palace today? Hong'an blinked his big eyes mischievously and said, these days, you haven't asked me how Hong Tai is doing. Hearing this, Bui Lai scratched his head in embarrassment, not knowing what to do at the moment, and not knowing if he should go see Nim Hong Ha or not, suddenly becoming hesitant. But Hong'an suddenly stood up and said, okay, let's decide like this, I'll go tell Hong Tai that you want to visit her. You prepare well, okay? Bui Lai looked at her reflection in the water, and couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Upon hearing that Bui Lai wanted to visit her, Nim Hong Ha felt a little joyful, but still stubbornly said, why should I meet him? But Hong An had already seen through Nim Hong Ha's true feelings, so she said, he must be concerned about you. And the letter we sent has been a long time ago. Master's sister will probably arrive in a few days. At that time, we should also return to Tui Noyet Din. Hearing that, Nim Hong Ha fell silent. She seemed to show a sense of loss, clenched her fists, and said softly, we have indeed troubled Luan Tan for a long time. We should express our gratitude. The distant mountains appeared and disappeared, the scenery like a painting, hundreds of flowers blooming, fragrant aroma, red leaves dotting, as if entering a fairy world. Recalling the days by Bui Lai's side, she was filled with indescribable emotions, removing her disguise, leaning on Hong An's shoulder. In the mirror appeared a beauty with a full bosom and slender waist. The determined gaze, the seductive smile from before had disappeared, replaced by the gentle demeanor of a beautiful courtesan. Just like that night at the Van Hung Pavilion, the Hang Tuesday portrait she had seen, fair skin, exuding an indescribable charm. Bui Lai prepared a basket of fruits, arriving at the Tui Noyet address. Hong An came out to greet him. She playfully said, you wait here for Hong's sister, I'll go make tea for you too. Bui Lai kept practicing his greeting. The young man's shyness made Nim Hong Ha unable to hold back her laughter, suddenly feeling a strange sense of reassurance. Bui Lai's face flushed red, her heartbeat pounding like drums in the quiet room, as if even the air had grown warm. But when Bui Lai stepped into the foyer, she saw a woman in blue standing before her. Long legs, slender waist, big eyes, it was Tai Lam, also from the Watermoon Palace. As soon as Tai Lam saw Bui Lai, the scene from that night flashed in her mind. The vase in her hands dropped and shattered on the floor. But that scene kept replaying in her head, and she turned to grab a sword from the wall. Pointing it straight at Bui Lai, her voice was cold. Do you look down on us as worthless women because of what happened before? Tai Lam used his sword to block Bui Lai. No, this woman has gone too far. Nim Hong Ha heard Tai Lam shouting loudly downstairs. She hurriedly ran downstairs. At this moment, Tai Lam pointed straight at Bui Lai, refusing to listen to her explanations. Tai Lam seemed to have gone mad, yelling, how dare you mention the second elder? Don't you know he's the heir of the headmaster? At Shuayu Palace? He's the most likely candidate to inherit the position of headmaster. You, a despicable person, have done that to us. If the headmaster finds out, his potential to become the future headmaster will be ruined by you. Can you bear this responsibility? Even sacrificing your life won't be enough to repay this. When Nyam Hung Ha heard Tai Lam's harsh words, she quickly went downstairs. At that moment, she also heard Bui Lai's voice. I only wanted to save the second elder and everyone, I had no other intentions. Nyam Hung Ha froze, just because of saving people, the past events suddenly came to her mind. Nyam Hung Ha stood there, Tai Lam's words became increasingly difficult to hear. She became more and more agitated, those hypocrites, using the excuse of saving people to approach my disciple Tui Noyet. I've seen many like you. If you really care for Nyam T, then disappear from her sight forever. Bui Lai didn't say much at this time, only begging to at least give this basket of fruits to the second elder. Tai Lam suddenly stumbled into a chair behind her, her body staggering. Bui Lai quickly grabbed Tai Lam's arm, helping her regain her balance. But unexpectedly, this action made Tai Lam furious. Tai Lam stabbed through Bui Lai's hand. The fruit basket that Bui Lai had carefully prepared fell to the ground, and blood kept flowing. At this moment, Tai Lam shouted loudly, I have warned you. But you didn't listen and stubbornly approached me. It's all your fault. Bui Lai's face turned pale. Angrily, he stepped out of the hall. Just then, he met Hong An returning, but without greeting, he just left. Hong An entered the room and saw Tai Lam holding a bloodstained sword with an angry expression. Was it you who hurt Bui Lai? At this moment, Tai Lam was still angry. That shameless guy dared to take advantage of our previous encounter to approach us, he deserves it. How dare you? For the first time, Hong An got angry and slapped Tai Lam hard. You stupid woman. You were well educated, but what else is in your head besides dressing up? You called him shameless. He risked his life to save you from the eternal demon sword, escorted you from Tui Noyet Din to here. Without him, you would have been chopped into 100 pieces long ago, and you wouldn't have had the chance to dress up here. Anyone can call him shameless, but not you. You keep mentioning Tui Noyet Din, you must have thought yourself as the heir of the leader, didn't you? You bitch, how dare you act like the boss instead of Hong Tai. After scolding, Hong An turned and left, leaving Tai Lam alone in pain. Hong An hurriedly asked Nim Hong Ha to find Bui Lai. But at this moment, Nim Hong Ha was completely desperate, with no strength left. Hong An looked at Nim Hong Ha with a worried expression. The #1 disciple of the Eastern Sea, Tan Fong Chiu's third young master, Lu Lithiu has arrived. Bui Lai suddenly heard it and didn't understand what was going on. Hang Tuesday on hurried out to welcome him. Lu Lithiu said, this time I didn't come here as a representative of Tan Fong Chiu, but to travel and visit the two chief managers. Hang Tuesday on replied with polite words, but in his heart, he was thinking that it was unexpected for the first person to arrive to be from Tan Fong Chiu. At this timing, it was definitely not just for traveling. But towards Tan Fong Chiu, Hang Tuesdayon wasn't completely sure of their intentions, so he could only listen to what they had to say. Hang Tuesdayon looked at Lu Lifu and said slowly. I heard that the third young master Lu is proficient in both literary and martial arts. Wandering around famous mountains and valleys all year round, it seems not wrong. I wonder if that is the luggage of the third young master. Hong Tuye points to the simple luggage next to Luoli. Xiao. It seems to contain an ancient zither, and a wooden box for storing writing brushes. Looks like he is well versed in zither, calligraphy, and painting. Hong Tuye remembers meeting Luo Li Xiaowei few times at banquets, but never alone. Unexpectedly, the third master of Chungfeng House is not flamboyant at all, with only a highly skilled bodyguard, simple belongings, a thin mat, a carefully packed box of miscellaneous items. A hanging pot and some odds and ends, as if ready to camp and cook any time. Much simpler than a wealthy noble. Just like a traveling merchant. Hong Tuye said, Is the eldest master doing well? I really admire him, not only for his martial arts prowess but also for his integrity and frequent relief efforts for the common people, praised by all. Luo Li Xiao smiled and said, You flatter me. Chungfeng House's current status is all thanks to my elder brother. This time, he entrusted me with a small item and told me to show it to the second supervisor. If I'm in Luiying City. Saying that, Luo Li Xiao took out a short sword wrapped in silk cloth. This short sword felt chillingly cold in the hand, even Hong Tuye with his profound inner energy felt numb. Hong Tuye unsheathed it a little. Instantly, a green light appeared, with countless tiny lines on the blade's body, resembling twinkling stars. It was indeed the characteristic of the Fengzhou sword. Named after its gentle wind-like quality. Hang Tuesdayon turned and said, General, take out your sword to compare. The general took out his sword, and Hang Tuesdayon asked him to place it on the short sword. Hang Tuesdayon was seen gently waving his hand, and the blade flashed. A small piece of the sword was cut off, without a sound. This short sword was definitely no ordinary object. Hang Tuesdayon looked at the short sword. With his level of skill, he could cut iron like cutting mud. If used by a master, the consequences would be hard to fathom. Hang Tuesdayon said slowly, I've heard that the great weapon master has been in seclusion for many years. Where did this precious sword come from? Luo Li Xiao smiled and replied, The second chief indeed has extraordinary abilities. Your greatest masterpiece is the 9 heavenly swords, renowned in the Jianghu as the 9 heavenly swords. And this sword is one of them. You said, with the righteous chi of heaven and earth, nothing cannot be cut, so you named this sword Jingqi. Hong Yuan thought to himself, so this is one of the 9 heavenly swords. Such a precious treasure, how can I accept it? But Luo Li Xiao still smiled and said, It's just a small token of sincerity, second chief, please don't refuse. Hong Yuan had to accept it, knowing that Luo Li Xiao's visit was certainly not just. For this, Luo Li Xiao didn't hide it either, saying, A few days ago, I heard that General Zheng Dong of the Wanghua Formation has come to Luiying City. Can the second chief tell me more about it? Seeing that Luo Li Xiao's information was so timely, Hong Yuan then recounted the story of General Zheng Dong wanting to expand the city to 4 prefectures, and the upcoming battle between Shuiwei Hall and Yushinfeng in the 3rd month of next year. Upon hearing this, Luo Li Xiao said, We have a countermeasure for this. As everyone knows, among the 3 sects, the Zillion Dao acts brutally, and although it is one of the 7 great sects, it is essentially like bandits. This time, I have come to propose an alliance with Luiying City. The alliance? Hung Yuing smiled and said, Lord Lu is right. If we can ally with Qing Fengzhou, this calamity can be resolved. Hung Yuing had guessed this early on. Gifting such a precious sword to Luing Chang was certainly not a simple matter. If it was just to confirm news or form an alliance, why would he need to give a precious sword? Indeed, after Lu Li Xiao's roundabout talk of the 3 kingdoms, he finally mentioned the demon sword, asking, I've heard that Luing Chang has a young man who can control the demon sword. Before he could finish his sentence, a subordinate outside suddenly came in to report that Abbot Xia Zi of the Watermoon Hall had arrived to pay respects. They saw Mu Yan with a solemn expression, requesting an audience. Hung Yuing hurriedly invited the 3 of them in. Xia Zi slightly bowed and said, Upon receiving the letter from the second overseer, I learned that my disciple was saved by the second overseer. The Watermoon Hall is deeply grateful for this kindness. Hung Yuing quickly returned the greeting and invited everyone inside. Dan Jianhu and Lu Li Xiao exchanged pleasantries. Hua Zigi spoke first. A few days ago, the 4 great sword sects together surrounded and captured the evil sword, the strongest in the world, at Luling Pass. The second chief surely knows this news. That senior Wanwaran who chased after the evil sword is still missing. We also heard that Luanzang was attacked by the evil sword, but unexpectedly, the evil sword was subdued by a young man. If this is true, please let us meet that young man, second chief. Explain the details, so that we can all deal with the evil sword calamity together. Dan Jianhu and Mu Yans also echoed in support. Hong Suying smiled coldly, saying, "You're just beating around the bush to demand that person from Luanzang." Hong Suying picked up a cup of tea and said, "The rescue was just a few servants of Luanzang who happened to encounter and help. The main force dealing with the evil sword is Elder Nian of Shuiyuading. You can ask Elder Nian for the details." As he finished speaking, the servants invited Nian Hongha in. The two sisters met and were overjoyed. Taking advantage of this, Hong Tuaning told the general manager to take Mu Wansei to confirm something. Indeed, she is a skillful daughter. Following Mu Wansei being taken away, the alliance between Xian Ziyi, Ran Hongyi and Tan Jianhu was broken. For the time being, no one was on Tan Jianhu's side anymore. Tan Jianhu could only gently say, "The demon sword is what I've been longing for. If Luing Town has subdued the demon sword, I wonder if it can be given to me to take back?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Hong Tuaning. Just as Grand Master Dam was about to continue speaking, Lo Lithu interrupted, "I heard that the demonic sword of Luon Tan is called Tian Lin." Hang Tuesday sipped his tea and said, "Young Master Lo is correct, but this Tian Lin demonic sword is truly very dangerous. It can even move and kill on its own. Therefore, I have ordered the martial arts hall where the demonic sword is kept to be sealed and barricaded with wooden planks. Currently, no one can enter. So I cannot hand over the demonic sword to Grand Master Dam. Since I cannot give you the sword, I have nothing more to say. But where is the entity controlling the demonic sword that committed the murders?" Unexpectedly, Hang Tuesday only smiled faintly. "This matter I cannot disclose, but Grand Master Dam need not be disappointed." He clapped his hands to signal. The chief steward led 6 strong men carrying a large wooden box, shaped like a coffin but longer than a normal coffin. Its 8 corners and 12 sides were reinforced with ironwood, with no gaps on its body. Hang Tuesday said, "Inside is the demonic sword Van Keep." Elder Neen said, "The demonic sword infiltrated our city silently. We had to thoroughly search everywhere to find it. To capture it, we expended considerable effort." Everyone listened and looked serious. Hang Tuesday continued, "It was this demon sword that chased and killed Senior Nini to come here." Hua Tugi had already understood Hang Tuesday's intention of hiding the fact that Bichho was possessed by the demon sword, creating an opportunity for Tui Noyet Din. This was using kindness to pressure him not to ask about the demon sword anymore. Hang Tuesday's meticulous calculation allowed Luan to develop to this scale. He was indeed no ordinary person. Hua Tugi was no ordinary person either. Naturally understanding Hang Tuesday's intention, he said, "Tui Noyet Din was indeed disturbed by the demon sword. But I need to return and investigate the details before reporting to Sir Dam." Just as Hua Tugi finished speaking, Lo Lithu spoke up, "I never thought I'd be able to see the demon sword of 10,000 lives with my own eyes. This sword should naturally be given to Sir Dam. But I heard that the young man who subdued the heavenly lotus at Luan City was the one who saved Senior Nin from the demon sword that day." At this moment, a subordinate came to report that Deputy Chief Lo Beat Jia of the Quan Hai Tian Gate had arrived. This Lo Beat Jia is truly a restless soul. "Deputy Chief, your mansion is quite lively today. I didn't expect to have a chance to come here." Hong Tuan smiled and said, "Master Lu is a cultivator of the Tao, lofty and transcendent, saving sentient beings. Didn't the master receive news and come here?" Although Luo Biajia appeared to be a Taoist cultivator, when he heard the conversation, he only smiled faintly, waved his sleeves, and calmly said despite being late, "This time I came to ask the deputy chief about a person, who is related to a few of my deceased disciples, and may also know the whereabouts of my child." Suddenly, a roar came from outside the door from Muyans. His handsome face suddenly became ferocious, his hands trembling. He knelt down, hugging his broken arm, crying bitterly in extreme pain. Muyans' whole body trembled, his fists clenched tightly, his knuckles cracking, and 2 pieces of wood shattered and fell, his palms covered in fresh blood, staining the ground red. Mok Van Sak rushed into the hall, gnashing his teeth and asked, "Chief Supervisor Han Ni, dare I ask how my master died?" This question startled Hua Zugi and the others. Only the old Luo Beat seemed slightly pleased. The old Luo Beat stroked his goatee and said with a smile, "It seems we all didn't know. This old tiger was killed by his own disciple, quite deserving." Mok Van Sak's shoulders trembled, his face turned pale, showing a frenzied expression, as if he could collapse and stop breathing at any moment. He gnashed his teeth, saying word by word, "Old Luo Beat, if you didn't sneak attack my master and third senior brother, how could they die? The murderer must pay with his life." Ignoring Dam Kian Ho's dissuasion, Mok Van Sak forcibly exerted his inner energy. Little did anyone expect his internal injuries. This young master still has the strength to attack the deputy leader, his movements are as fast as lightning, even Damien Ho and Huatsugi next to him could not react in time. Luo Baiechia laughed coldly, his left hand turned into claws, shooting out lethal force from his sleeve like a venomous snake, intending to kill this dying fish while Mok Van Sak was still unprepared. But just as they were about to clash, Luo Baiechia realized this was not a simple attack, but a suicidal move. Luo Lai Xiaosao remained quite calm. But this palm strike was light as a feather. Luo Baechia didn't even step back, sneering, "Is that all you've got?" Luo Lai Xiaosao and the others realized Mach Van Sack was channeling his inner force in reverse, a last-ditch suicidal technique. Mach Van Sack originally intended to severely injure Luo Baechia, but his inner energy was in chaos, preventing him from executing the next move, leaving him completely drained of strength. Unable to perform the variations of the Thong Tien sword technique, Mach Van Sack reluctantly kicked towards Luo Baechia's head. The kick hit Luo Baechia's nose, making him dizzy and disoriented. He spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Luo Baechia's kick also sent Mach Van Sack flying away. Although Luo Baechia was a renowned swordsman of the Tianmon, his movements were quick and agile. He rolled and stood up, smiling coldly and said, "Attacking by surprise?" He then drew his precious sword, ready to finish off Mach Van Sack. Mach Van Sack gritted his teeth, determined to fight to the death, but he couldn't summon any strength. At the critical moment, a rolled-up painting flew in, blocking the sword strike of the old eccentric. The one who acted was Lu Lizzie, moving swiftly like lightning. He casually threw the painting onto the table, laughing loudly, "Don't misunderstand, everyone. Mu Van Sack is my martial brother, and I'm also a painter. Please take a look at this painting. The so-called wind rises, clouds form, and martial arts are revealed means seeing through the depths. You are one of the 4 eccentric seniors of the Fengyun sect. So you certainly understand it better than I do. It's just the clouds drifting and the wind blowing, ever-changing. This painting of mine may not be able to see through the depths. But Mu Van Sack should surely understand the principle within." At this point, Nian Hongha also spoke up loudly, "Mu Van Sack, that day when we were threatened by the demon sword, it was Senior One who came to our rescue. Senior One instructed us to stop the demon sword from causing chaos, to wholeheartedly help all sentient beings, and never mentioned revenge. Please let go of your anger for the sake of the old master." Only then did Mu Van Sack calm down. Meanwhile, Lu Lizzie channeled his inner energy to help Mu Van Sack stand up, preserving his martial arts skills. But old Master Luo was relentless, wielding his precious sword to kill Mu Yunce. Seeing this, Nian Hongha said indignantly, "Master Lu's actions are too excessive. Young Master Luo has already taken action, why strike again?" But Xia Xingyi stopped him. Xia Xingyi said, "Since young Master Luo has acted, he must have a plan." They saw Luo Lishao remain calm, his eyes shining as he said, "Master Lu, we're in the Grand Hall of the Second Chief Commander. This use of force is improper." As he finished speaking, Luo Lishao unleashed 4 bamboo sticks. Although old Master Luo wielded a precious sword with the advantage, he mainly evaded and rarely attacked. Instead, the bamboo sticks in Luo Lishao's hands grew longer, moving like a writhing dragon. Old Master Luo grew increasingly flustered, unable to execute his techniques. Old Master Luo silently exclaimed that this was bad. He used all his strength to pierce through the soft canvas, scraps of paper flying everywhere. Feng Kuoyi started a martial arts stance, pointing his finger, and said with a scholarly tone, "Bury the living." The object in Luo Lishao's hand, in the blink of an eye, was only 2 feet long, as white as snow, without a speck of dust. He laughed blew the scraps of paper into the air, then turned around, tapped lightly on Mu Wansei's shoulder, piercing through the falling scraps. The bamboo cane stopped in front of Luo Bi Lao, which was half of the broken painting stick. The canvas continued to fall, like snowflakes in winter, falling on the 2 standing still. The scholar in blue robe, holding the bamboo cane, stood unmoving amidst the falling snow. Like a lone pine tree on a high mountain, solitary yet resilient. Then, he suddenly retreated, striking at Luo Bilao's vital points. Luo Bilao's expression turned ugly, saying, "Young master, I admit defeat." Luo Lishao hugged his luggage and said, "Just now, Lu Chanren's powerful inner energy benefited me greatly. If we continue, I'm afraid I won't gain any advantage." Luo Baechia remained silent for a moment, then laughed loudly. Although he lost, there was no ill intent. The Luo family's sword techniques are indeed exquisite. Using a painting as a sword, it can be considered awakening my sword intent, which has benefited me greatly. I was a bit excited earlier, please forgive me, third young master. But Luo Baechia turned to Hang Tuesday on and said, "That little brat has something to do with that demonic saber. When the incident happened, he fought with my disciple Vogon and carried that red demonic saber on his back. He must have encountered my seriously injured disciple. For you, second overseer, to keep covering up like this is unwise." Hang Tuesday on calmly said, "I suddenly remembered someone." As he finished speaking, he clapped his hands. From behind the curtain, a stretcher was carried out, with a man covered in wounds lying on it. Thin and frail like a dried branch, it was none other than the seriously injured Lo Yin Tan. Luo Baechia could not believe his eyes. He suddenly stood up, stretched out his arms, passing through the curtain, and touched the person on the stretcher. Hung swaying slowly said, "There is a great man in the city. But his medical skills can only prolong life for 10 more days. If you want to be completely cured, there is only one person in this world who can do it. Luo Bijia then used his inner energy to examine Luo Yancheng's injuries. Seeing him like this, Hong Suiying knew this person was one of the 9 saints of the Celestial Army, the saint physician Huang Lai. Luo Bijia said joyfully, "Thank you, second commander, for your guidance. If this little disciple can be revived, I will burn incense for the second commander day and night." After saying that, he hurriedly took Luo Yancheng away. Xia Ziyi secretly praised him, and after the person was carried out, he clapped and praised. It was clear that he had predicted that Luo Bijia would definitely come today. Hong Suiying was indeed not simple. After Luo Bijia left, Luo Li Xiaoding changed the subject to the love sword. But unexpectedly, a group of people arrived from outside. 500 people in red surrounded the Luing city. This is the formation of the Zikilian Path. Hung Tui had heard that the members of the Zikilian Path only use a steel staff, bare-chested to fight tigers, leopards, and black bears. Only survivors can join. But why did the Zikilian Path come to Luing city? While everyone was discussing, a person rushed into the main hall, dressed in bright red, with nimble movements. His attire was neat, like an experienced warrior, decisive, without hesitation. This person was the capable subordinate of the 10 Taibao Zikilian Path, Tianxing One, Louis Sankai. Lu Lixiao laughed coldly, with a disdainful look. "I knew it was you, the unscrupulous one. The people of the Zikilian Path are all scoundrels, worthy of being called bandits, only you. Chengfeng Zhao and the Zikilian Path have never liked each other." Lu Lixiao had fought with Louis Sankai when he was young. Back then, Lu Lixiao had not yet mastered the ultimate steel palm technique, and was almost defeated by Louis Sankai. Unexpectedly, after more than a decade, they met again in Luing City. The atmosphere was tense. Hung Tuaing intended to mediate, but was interrupted by Louis Shankai. He said, "Hung Tuaing, I know you're intelligent, let's not beat around the bush. General Zheng Dongxiang plans to replace the Tam Fu Kim Fong with the Thunder Strike plan. I don't want to suffer losses. When it comes to fighting, I'm no match for Tan Fong Chiu. In recent years, I'm afraid even Luing Chung couldn't match him. So, I want to borrow Tan Fong Chiu's 9 heavenly swords." Hung Tuaing thought silently. The 9 heavenly swords are the treasures of the Dang Jia Tan Fong Chiu. Among the 9, only 4 have owners, the remaining 7 have masters. 6 are in the Tam Fu Kim Fong, unusable. Indeed, Louis Shankai wants the last sword that the Dang Jia hasn't announced. Hearing this, Luo Lixiao angrily said, "Even we don't know about this sword, what makes you think you can have it?" Louis Shankai laughed heartily, put down his bundle, and said, "Of course I have a way to get the 9 heavenly swords technique of Zichlin Dao. Once I have it, it's mine." Then, he casually took Dam Qian Ho's teacup and drank it all in one gulp. The Grand Master of the Tan Fong sect has deployed the 9 swords across the East Sea, so you all guess what's in my bag. What's ultimately in Loi San Kai's bag? Although the 9 swords are scattered everywhere, Loi San Kai's lightness kung fu allows him to travel 100 miles in one night. He has obtained the 9 swords, and now he's using them to exchange for the final sword that the Grand Master hasn't revealed. Luo Lixiao angrily said, "The owners of the 9 swords are all righteous people, how dare you steal their swords like this? Aren't you afraid of being expelled from the martial arts community? Just like the evil cult?" But Loi Sankai didn't care, saying, "Is this your first time in the martial arts world? The martial arts world is dangerous, the strong prevails. With those 9 swords in my hands, no one can withstand my 3 moves, they can only watch me take them. Who can be blamed?" Huatsugi sensed a clue, so he said, "The great master didn't come here today just to boast about his sword-stealing prowess. Indeed," Loi Sankai said, "I came here to show everyone what's in the bag." He opened the bag. Inside was indeed a precious sword. But it was no longer intact, it had been broken. Longlan's ancient armor, Chuanbo's mysterious light, these precious swords from the ancient era, even Luo Lixiao knew they were divine weapons of Chengfeng Zhao. Luo Lixiao was extremely angry. But Louis Shankai loudly said, "Young Master Luo, are you stupid? If I had the ability to destroy swords, would I need to confront the great Dang family?" Louis Shankai picked up the broken sword and revealed a more shocking story. Louis Shankai had been to Xiaoyang Bao and obtained a Kuntianjiu sword. The master of Xiaoyang Bao, Hua Fuyu, was said to be Louis Shankai's next target. Hua Fuyu was skilled in astronomy and was the only one who could withstand 3 of Louis Shankai's moves. Back then, Louis Shankai went to Xiaoyang Bao at dusk, planning to storm in and kill, but someone had arrived earlier. From the gate of Xiaoyang Bao to the study room, there were corpses everywhere, the stench of blood so thick it was hard to breathe. Loi Sankai inspected the scene. There were corpses in total, all killed by a sword strike. Loi Sankai found the broken tiger tally in the study room. It was snapped in half. The cut was clean. It seemed Hoa Fudu was already dead. At that moment, a shadowy figure appeared behind Loi Sankai. How could the dead come back to life? The figure had messy hair, red fierce eyes, and moved like a broken puppet, looking extremely eerie. In his hand, he held a weapon. Loi Sankai couldn't make out its shape then, but judging from the wounds, it must have been a sword, but the blade was made of fire. No sword hilt, no blade, whatever it touched would burst into flames. The fire split into two. After burning, the object would stop burning, as if it had been refined. Loi Sankai had no time to react. He drew out his celestial sword. The mysterious divine technique. The mysterious divine technique is one of the heavenly palms. But just one move and it was broken. Loi Sankai was terrified. He circulated his inner energy, used his ultimate skill, the double blade's palm, and struck the ground. Unexpectedly, there was a fifth demon-slaying sword. Hoa Fudu easily defeated Loi Sankai. At the age of 10, he failed in the four swords contest. However, Hoa Fudu easily cut off the four divine weapons with his fire blade. Fortunately, Hoa Fudu reacted quickly, allowing Loi Sankai to seize the opportunity and strike him with his iron palm. Hoa Fudu fell down. The fire blade also fell to the ground. As soon as the fire blade touched the ground, the entire arena burst into raging flames. The fire spread throughout the inner courtyard. Loi Sankai hurriedly fled for his life. But after the fire was extinguished, Loi Sankai led people to search everywhere, but they couldn't find that strange sword. However, on the wall of the Great Hall, they discovered words carved with a sword, the four superior swords, destroy the three pillars, let me be unrestrained. Don't ask about the East Sea, become a hero. Everyone was horrified after hearing this. Loi Sankai continued, you all have seen it, the 6 heaven swords have been broken, you can check. I have also copied the words on the wall. Don't you find this situation familiar? According to the report, 4 demon swords have also appeared. The sword I saw that day might be the 5th demon sword. Everyone suspected it was T1 after hearing this. But Loi Sankai said, it's just speculation to say these things now. The enemy is hidden in the dark, and we have only just started to respond, one step too late. The urgent matter now is that we must join forces, which is the purpose of my trip. For now, we must share all information, and no sect can conceal anything. Danian Ho also agreed, saying this was the intention of Elder Tu Lao. Hearing someone supporting him, Lei Sanjie immediately arranged, sect leader Hua, your master, Du Tranglin, although he has been in seclusion for many years. He was the one who defeated the demon blade back then. He should come out and deal with the demon blade, right? Chief Instructor Hang, you should also hand over that Bui Lai kid. But Hua Xingyi said, Elder Nin has requested everyone to respect the 7 great sects, and not make a big deal out of this. Back then, Du Tranglin fought the demon blade and was severely injured, after which he went into seclusion to recover. Previously, the master of Zua 2Y was Mok Tai Fong, who accepted Elder Nin as his disciple many years ago. During the time Du Tranglin was in seclusion, he didn't want to be disturbed, so he focused on cultivating the ultimate skill Watermoon, Frozen Heavenly Sword, and didn't want anyone to bother him, even Zua 2Y couldn't see him. Damien Ho was surprised, so all these years, sect leader Du wasn't at the Watermoon Palace. Hearing that, Lei Sanji appointed at Hang Tuesdayon, chief instructor, what do you say? Hand him over. Hang Tuesdayon laughed coldly. He says, I can't hand over the person either. I've secretly taken Boi Lai to Baijiang Mountain and handed him over to the venerable Xiaotai. Let's meet at Baijiang Mountain on the 3rd day of the 3rd month, meet the venerable Xiaotai, and decide what to do next. But unexpectedly, Louis Shankai didn't agree, saying, Hang you, it seems you're determined not to hand over the person. If the second commander has let his man out, and he encounters bandits on the way, it wouldn't be surprising, right? After all, the rivers and lakes are dangerous. Louis Shankai has instructed his subordinates that if he doesn't receive a signal within a quarter of an hour after entering the city, they will search the entire city and block the roads. After saying that, he laughed coldly and left, shouting, then I'll see you at Baijiang Mountain on the 3rd day of the 3rd month. Will Bui Lai be able to escape from Luiying City? A swaying horse carriage approaches. The driver is a burly man with a beard and a hat, currently being inspected by the Zendong Jiangjin mansion. He calmly says, the carriage is carrying a member of the Luiying household who has been struck by a sword and poisoned. They asked me to take him out for treatment to prevent the spread of infection. 2 guard soldiers opened the carriage, inside were 2 corpses. The 2 guard soldiers were not surprised at all. They glanced at the corpses, compared them with Boi Lai's confession, then opened the carriage door. Looked closely, confirmed they were injured and poisoned, then didn't ask further, and let the carriage go. The carriage driver was Ho Gonchi. He thought silently, the guard soldiers were not surprised at all. How could they be ordinary guard soldiers? Hang Tuesdayon indeed predicted like a divine being, guessed that Zichlin Duong and Trandong Tuong Quan Fu had a secret relationship, and would take this opportunity to make a move. The carriage arrived at a river bank. Bui Lai emerged from the water. No matter how hard he scrubbed, the smell wouldn't go away from his body. It turned out, this wound was learned by Ho Gonchi from Binvongdu. Back then, he followed his master to help the local government solve cases for 3 years. He could mimic wounds, fabricate poisoned bones. Ho Gonchi said, The second chief judge is not mistaken. The news that you saved Noyet Than Fong from the demon saber has spread everywhere. All forces will be looking for you. But not many people know Asu's appearance. He was already wounded all over his body, so he doesn't need to disguise too much. Others will find it hard to guess. Bui Lai and the others did not go straight to Bok Tan's son, but to the former residence of the late Tu Tai. At this time, Bui Lai did not understand why he wanted to take Asu to find Tai Tan. Why Hong Li to treat his illness? They had to go to the old house of Tu Tai to look for clues. But Hogonshi understood clearly, if they could prove Asu's words were true, that Noyet Than Fong was controlled by the demon to commit crimes, then they would have grasped Noyet Than Fong's weakness. The 12 people had arrived in the area of Van Hoa town. According to Asu, the former residence of Tu Tai was north of Kui Dao Mountain. Living in seclusion, Hogonshi judged, this Tu Tai was likely a senior practitioner of the night sword arts, skilled in exorcism. If it was really him, then Noyet Than Fong would be noticed. And he would not be able to participate in the 4 forbidden lands. During the day in Luan City, the second chief judge failed. Hang Tuesday on burned paper, with cold sweat on his back. That fool Max saw. He created a secret passage leading to the treasury, but he forgot about it. Who would have thought the ancient tomb would come so soon? He almost lost his life. Fortunately, the ancient tomb didn't wear a mask, otherwise the consequences would have been hard to predict. Hang Tuesday tried to stay calm, saying, Bui Lai and Bitch Ho can't be involved in the incident at Luan Tan. Noyet Than Fong's only hope is Ma Kuang Ca. He's famous outside, and has a relationship with Noyet Than Fong. With him hiding them, it's a guarantee for Bui Lai's safety. But the ancient tomb was still not satisfied, then why did he gather 10 assassins last time? According to the latest news. Although Noyet Than Fong appears to be the military advisor of General Trindong, it seems he has another identity, apparently as someone from that Huin. Noyet Than Fong is from that Huin? Hang Tuesday knew Noyet Than Fong's identity, trying to stay calm, he said, with Hogonshi by Bitch Ho's side, Noyet Than Fong will certainly use his influence to protect her. This is good for our plan. The ancient tomb didn't object either. He said nothing more, coldly reminding, don't forget our real goal. After saying that, he left Hang Tuesday study. Hang Tuesday became more worried for Bui Lai. At this time, Hogonshi and Bui Lai had arrived at Lao Tu Tai's residence. Looking at the wound, he was probably ambushed and struck from behind. A sword cut off Lao Tu Tai's left arm, then Lao Tu Tai held the sword with his right hand. With no other wounds, perhaps at that time it was to protect his niece and Asu. Bui Lai found a book called True Noyet Kin from the corpse. The exquisite swordsmanship proved that the corpse before them was indeed the predecessor to Luyan Dao, Tu Dai Tien. The two buried Lao Tu Tai. Bui Lai then fought. After Thiat and Isi was killed, Asu used Tian Lin to take revenge, but who brought Tian Lin to this thatched house? Was this a coincidence? Right at this moment, Asu rushed into the room. 3 people buried Master Tu Tai Tu Dike Tien behind the mountain. It was raining. Asu cried uncontrollably. Master Tu Tai finally rested in peace. Bui Lai said, this sword is a relic of Master Tu Tai, so it should be given to. Unexpectedly, Asu snatched it and said excitedly, why not give it to me? It only brought me misfortune. I will destroy it with my own hands. I only need Tian Lin to kill him. Bui Lai was also a bit agitated, holding Asu's arm, saying, you can't use Tian Lin anymore. Look at your hands, if you continue like this, you will die, and your enemy will be even happier. But Asu didn't listen at this moment. In anger, Asu used another technique, emanating a pale yellow light from his body. He easily knocked Bui Lai down. At the critical moment, Hogonshi used 2 fingers to strike Asu's back acupoint. Asu fell unconscious to the ground. Does Asu know any other martial arts? With just one move, Hogonshi subdued Asu, fearing that Asu might use his inner energy and be poisoned. Hogonshi has extensive knowledge, saying that Asu used a Taoist martial art called Yuan Tong Jing. This kid has some skills, and it seems he has practiced for more than just a year or 2. Bui Lai carried Asu onto the vehicle. Everyone continued on their journey. Bui Lai was very curious about the magic pearl of the Taoist. Hogonshi explained, those who practice internal energy all have their own aura. The aura can be used for attack or defense. To warm the body or cool it down. If there's no internal energy, then it cannot be called an aura. The internal energy can be channeled into the hands and feet, enhancing its power. The meridians all over the body can be trained into an aura. Each sect has different ways of circulating energy in different aura positions, and their martial arts and internal energy are also different. For example, Noyet Than Fong's martial arts have lightning. Some masters can train their aura to the level of natural disasters. The magic pearl that Asu used is not his internal energy. It seems I have to ask him later. Bui Lai understood a little. He had always thought that fighting only required physical strength. Previously, Senior Van had taught him how to circulate energy. If he practices diligently, can he become a master? Hoganshi said, cultivating internal energy is very difficult. Some evil sects have ways to enhance internal energy. But at least we need to see how strong their aura is. There's a way, we can try it later. If an outsider uses a spiritual pearl to probe, they can guess based on how the aura reacts to the pearl. Hoganshi took Boy Lai's pulse, slowly inserting the spiritual pearl. But after a long time, there was still no reaction. Hoganshi thought maybe he hadn't cultivated an aura yet, but there's no way his aura could be that strong. Talking and laughing, the two went to a tea house. They were tired from walking, so they should rest for a bit. The two of them were enthusiastically invited in by the waiter, preparing to order. Hoganshi was seriously talking to the waiter at this moment. Boy Lai noticed a few people at the next table. They seemed to be harassing a country girl. That girl's eyes were full of pleas for help. Boy Lai whispered to Hoganshi, "Old Ho, that girl seems to be asking for help. She's being forced by those two men. This place is the lawless zone. Near Shulong village, I grew up in this area. That girl is indeed dressed like an ordinary person, but those two men don't look like it." Hoganshi glanced over, deciding to step in and help. These ruffians, daring to create chaos in broad daylight. Inside the tea house, cups and plates are scattered everywhere. The ruffians' outrageous behavior, yet no one speaks up. Hoganshi shakes his head silently. These tea drinkers don't intervene. Has the moral climate deteriorated so much? He then hands Boy Lai the Dan Hangathoan of the old scholar. You just mind your own business. This is something you should handle. Moreover, the Jiang who is treacherous, you should learn a bit. Boy Lai takes a deep breath, bravely walks towards the ruffians, clasps his hands and says, "Esteemed brothers, I have something to ask you." Before he finished his sentence, the leader abruptly stood up, shouting, "Are you talking about money? Do you want to die?" Boy Lai was startled. He hadn't said anything yet, but the underworld had already become this chaotic. The bandit didn't say another word, rushing straight towards Boy Lai. He swung his sword towards Boy Lai's head, but thanks to his experience fighting Hoganshi, Boy Lai just slightly leaned aside and dodged the attack. Seeing Boy Lai's quick reaction, the bandit started taking it seriously. He used the sword technique he had learned. The Ninine scripture had mentioned this type of swift and agile sword technique. Boy Lai didn't expect to encounter a master using this technique. At this moment, the guest sitting next to Boy Lai also stood up, drawing his sword. Indeed, there were more than just 3 bandits. A bandit aimed at the back of Hoganshi's neck, intending to attack him stealthily. But Hoganshi seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, leaning his body backward. At the same time, he threw a punch at the bandit's chest with great force, knocking the bandit unconscious. Turning back, Hoganshi firmly held the trembling little servant. Hoganshi felt a bit strange. Their fighting skills were quite good, but why did it seem like they had no internal energy? Hoganshi threw a silver ingot onto the table. With great force, the ingot embedded deeply into the wooden beam. Hoganshi shouted loudly, "Enough! I've taken over this entire tea house. Those not involved, get out." Xiao'er picked up the silver ingot and saw it was worth 10 taels of silver. He immediately changed his attitude. Seeing that the tea guests were still motionless, Hunonchi wondered if they had been poisoned. Hunonchi decided to remain still, while directing Boy Lai and observing everyone. Boy Lai's movements became increasingly agile, continuously evading attacks. Following Hunonchi's instructions, he used the Wusong Kuaizhan technique. This was Boy Lai's first time using Wusong Kuaizhan in actual combat. Its power was so formidable that even he was startled. With one stroke, he sliced a bandit, blood gushing everywhere. What good is having someone directing you? Let's see how many moves you can withstand. The bandit leader sneered. Boy Lai continued attacking. Unexpectedly, another bandit rushed out from behind. The two of them coordinated seamlessly. Boy Lai was prepared, but didn't expect the strength of that big man to be so great. Their swords clashed, and Boy Lai was pushed back a bit. Seizing this opportunity, the bandit threw a heavy object in his hand. A small throwing knife? Is this guy really a bandit? As he spoke, the leader spat out a mouthful of water, his left hand waving continuously, a black shadow spinning, accompanied by a black airstream. Each wave could cut through objects. Even the teacup on the table was cut in half, with shards flying everywhere. Boy Lai didn't dare underestimate him, focused his mind, listened for sounds and dodged. Luckily, his eyesight and hearing were far superior to ordinary people's. Without much effort, he grasped the path of the dark air and avoided the attack. Boy Lai heard him say, "That sinister aura is called flowing pearl, a type of sinister aura that's difficult to control, but the manufacturing process is even more complicated, requiring diamond shards, combined with gold or meteoric iron, and using a special method to create. This type of sinister aura is very rare." Boy Lai just saw the sinister aura in the opponent's hand and suspected it was a flowing pearl. This guy is indeed no ordinary bandit. He stood behind the head bandit, his voice cold. "Well done, kid, so you're the successor of the sword Saint Wu Dangrong. It seems the rumors are true. But my unbroken words apply to any target, with full force to kill." As he spoke, he and the one next to him attacked simultaneously. At this moment, Ho Nan-chi had quietly arrived behind them. The one next to him hurriedly blocked Ho Nan-chi's attack. Ho Nan-chi leapt up, not using his sword. A flying kick. That guy, seizing the opportunity, rushed towards the bandit leader, aiming at Huan Nongji's head. Just as Huan Nongji landed, although he dodged the attack, a flying rock hit his left hand, injuring it. The attack weapon was a chain, with a soft feather at the end, looking very strange. The one holding the chain was the tea guest who was hiding under the counter earlier, Hua Ji. Now, while swinging the chain, he asked, "I call myself Xiaoer, observing everything carefully, but you still let me stay. Did I make any mistake?" Hua Ji sneered, "I infiltrated General Zhengdong's camp." In fact, just one tea guest could take action. He looked at the silver ingot in his hand and said slowly, "So that's it, but I really need this silver ingot." He exhaled a stream of smoke, covering everywhere. Ho Gongqi's expression changed. "Isn't this the scatter wind technique, the ultimate skill of the Huan sect?" That guy smiled faintly, with a cold expression, saying, "Sir Ho is indeed knowledgeable, but now I have grasped your inner strength and cultivation method. Although your inner strength is formidable, your speed and force are within my control." After speaking, the chain in Hoakai's hand coiled like a venomous snake, rushing towards Ho Gongqi. The speed was too fast, Ho Gongqi couldn't dodge, he could only draw his twin swords to block. Ho Gongqi thought silently. It seems that the poisoning was just a stall for time. With his martial arts, he doesn't need to use poison at all. This plot was carefully planned. Who are they? Are they people of the Zhendong warlord? Tao Wu Duan used the Lu Shunan to block Bui Lai, provoking him to use the Lu Shunan. Who would have thought that Bui Lai would? He jumped up, using the water sword technique, splashing water at Tao Wu Duan, then turned back to fight with the bearded Han man in a helmet. Seeing him attacking faster and faster, Tao Wu Duan tried to retrieve his flowing bead rings, but had no chance, and could only desperately block the sword. A slight carelessness, Bui Lai seized the opportunity to attack. His speed became faster and faster, leaving Tao Wu Duan terrified. What the eyes saw, the ears heard, and the flesh felt, with blood gushing everywhere, was all the way. Tao Wu Duan swung his left hand, seemingly doing nothing, but when he looked down, he saw a long cut, with blood gushing out. The flowing bead rings he used to kill were cut by Bui Lai. The 5 iron chains scattered, their cold light piercing his aching left hand. Bui Lai kicked Tao Wu Duan away, charging towards the bearded Han man in a helmet guarding Hoakai. Seeing Bui Lai charging, he pushed Hoakai forward. Hua Gyo's soft, limp body shielded Bwi Lai. Bwi Lai stopped his sword, not cutting Hua Gyo in half. But in that moment of sheathing his sword, the bearded man in the bamboo had seized the opportunity and charged. His snow-white arm, hard as steel, gripped Bwi Lai's precious sword tightly. No matter how hard Bwi Lai tried, he couldn't pull it out. Ho Gongqi saw Bwi Lai's predicament, but he himself was surrounded, continuously retreating from the attacks of that tea guest. He sneered. "If I were you, I'd worry about myself first. Your brother won't survive." Ho Nanchi thought silently, this guy is too confident. His whip capture technique can detect the opponent's martial arts skills. If he's not sure, he won't reveal any weaknesses. This kind of whip is not like swords or sabers, in the hands of a master, just a gentle sweep can tear through flesh. Aimed at vulnerable spots on the body like the ankles, waist, and abdomen, a light hit can cause serious injury, and a heavy one can be fatal. The chain was like a soaring dragon and dancing phoenix, preventing Ho Nanchi from assisting. Ho Nanchi could only pull one bandit out, but unexpectedly, the chain kept going, piercing through the bandit's body. The whip capture is the ultimate skill of the Huang Gang. As long as Ho Nanchi uses his internal energy, even a needle can be captured by this guy's marvelous skill. Ho Nanchi frowned and said, "I've heard that General Trindong has a subordinate known as the unbeatable archer, the Twin Souls. Could that be you?" But the young man calmly replied, "The ancient souls used the Bao Thap Loi Tianbian, while I used the Tuong Baibian, Dai Sung Kin. I'm called the Demon Snake. The ancient souls I just pierced were the Gu Song Han. General Trindong sent people to capture Ho Dai Heap, resulting in mutual casualties. These things, of course, were caused by you. What does it have to do with me?" Hoa Kai laughed coldly. He waved his hand, the chain spun, tearing the air. This time, it didn't aim at Haban, but at the back of Ho Gongqi's neck. Although Ho Gongqi's figure had disappeared, the chain didn't stop. From where Ho Gongqi had just stood, a house pillar flew towards it, colliding with the chain and exploding into powder. Before it could fall, another wooden plank flew in, colliding with the chain. In an instant, the chain broke, and wood dust flew everywhere in the tea house. At this moment, Ho Gongqi's voice rang out from behind the demon snake. "You said the Thursday Fong Tan is the ultimate skill of the Hongdang. I remember there is a branch in the demon sect called Vo De Ko. Just now you said, if you can't kill me, you'll suffer the consequences. It seems you are also reckless people. Moreover, you also know General Trindong's plan. Are you people from the Noyet Tien Fong? As he finished speaking, the demon snake reacted extremely quickly, his hand moved, and the chain spun again, cutting off the hidden projectiles from the front and back. But Hogonchi had already prepared. As the demon snake was defending, Hogonchi cut off the hidden weapon of the man with a bearded hat, freeing Bui Lai. The demon snake was startled. Not only because Hogonchi had kicked him in the leg, but that speed far exceeded the perception ability of the wind diversion technique. Hogonchi coldly said, although I travel everywhere, the crazy horse song is not just a name, not hiding my skills doesn't mean I'm out of tricks. Saying that, he took out some things from his pants, throwing them on the ground, clinking. No one knew what they were. Hogonchi only used a small amount of effort to detect that the opponent was from the Seven Mysteries. Hogonchi also became serious again, tearing off his outer coat, throwing it aside. The inner coat was made of steel threads, weighing 60 pounds. After taking off the outer coat, Hogonchi seemed to turn into a panther, extremely agile. In Quan Hai Tian Men, there was a set of skills called 6 metamorphosis skills. It was said that whoever mastered these skills could not only fly in the air and transform endlessly, but also enhance their inner strength and advance their cultivation rapidly. Hogonchi attacked fiercely like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey, striking the demon serpent before it could react. He fell to the ground. Although he managed to stand up, blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. The demon serpent then coldly said, "Thank you for your guidance, I was careless. Fortunately, you all had made thorough calculations." As he finished speaking, the severed arms of the bearded man in a bamboo hat clung to Bui Lai. Those hands moved as if they had a mind of their own. Hogonchi was terrified. But then, Hogonchi held a sword to her neck. What trick are you playing? Hogonchi had never seen such a technique before. He saw that she no longer had the pitiful look from before, but instead a cold expression, ordering the tea guests to change direction, with an oppressive aura. Completely different from Lu Mai earlier. She looked very young, still with the youthful charm of a young lady. But her demeanor was very mature, exuding an alluring presence. Hogonchi said, "You said you were struck by pressure points, but these shoes don't match your outfit. Were those who attacked me earlier also controlled by you? What evil technique is this? Striking pressure points, or mind control? Whatever it is, I'm not afraid. I will cut off your remaining arm." Hua Ji sneered, "I thought Ma Kuang-Xie was a sensible person, but as soon as we met, you acted so ferociously towards me." Hua Ji was seen clapping her hands, and Tao Wu Duan and a bearded man in a wide-brimmed hat who had died stood up again, charging towards Hogonchi. Hogonchi was surrounded, and couldn't help thinking, what kind of devilry is this? This demoness. I must deal with her quickly. Hogonchi unleashed his peerless sword skills, 3 consecutive moves, but the man didn't budge an inch from Hua Ji. Despite being struck a few times on the waist and legs, he still didn't stop. A pair of clear, sharp eyes appeared from behind the cloak, as if observing everything. But her figure was obscured by a mustached man in a hat, making it unclear what she was doing. Honanchi channeled his inner energy into his sword, and slashed at the mustached man in the hat, but the Hoakai behind him seemed to disappear, chuckling and retreating. Her fair arms suddenly hardened like steel, and with just a pair of tiny embroidered shoes, she lightly tapped the sword. Her graceful figure moved like a swallow, appearing and disappearing behind the crowd. Hoakai's gentle voice rang in his ear, "Master Ho, how will you compensate me for this?" At this point, all the patrons in the tea house stood up. Honanchi assessed the situation. He asked, "Young lady, where are you from? What is that thing?" Hoakai smiled and replied, "Master Ho, you need not inquire about me. My name is Fuktrai-kan, but some call me Huyet Thien Company. Before, my father called me Bao Bao. If you don't tell others, I'll allow you to call me that too. As for Ninu Y, if you compensate me, you'll naturally learn what it is." As Fuktrai-kan finished speaking, the tea guests seemed to go crazy, rushing towards Hogonchi. This demoness is truly outstanding. Fuktrai-kan changed tactics, gliding through the crowd like a butterfly, circling around Hogonchi, tapping acupoints with her left hand, tearing clothes with her right hand. Those tea guests immediately fell down, unable to stand up. She threw a punch towards Hogonchi. No one knew how she controlled it. Just with a light tap. Those tea guests didn't look like martial artists, but their moves were very skillful. Not ordinary at all. Hogonchi couldn't dodge, so she swung her sword to strike. Fuktrai-kan hurriedly exclaimed, "Hero Ho, you're killing people. These are all ordinary people. Are you going to kill them all?" But Hogonchi realized that among them were a few hidden masters. Hogonchi scoffed, "Do you think I care about the lives of these controlled people? You still don't understand me." Hogonchi accelerated, like a whirlwind, and in an instant, he defeated the group of people. He gripped Fuktrai-kan's neck tightly. Fuktrai-kan's expression became even more charming. Trembling, she said, "Oh, the hero is indeed a good person. His mouth says he won't show mercy, but he doesn't act as cruelly as I thought. I'm touched." After saying that, she took out a silver needle from somewhere and stabbed it into Ho Gonchi's leg. Ho Gonchi turned pale and stared blankly as he gradually fell down, his whole body numb and unable to move. Infiltrating laughed and said, "Don't think I used the demonic skill to control these people. Unfortunately, your inner force is too pure, daring to approach me. I used this blood heaven mechanism. No matter what kind of inner force you have, the blood heaven mechanism can assimilate and control you." His whole body's blood and chi surged up, his internal energy was sealed, as if someone deliberately disrupted his meridians, preventing him from circulating his internal energy. Although he kept giving orders in his mind, his limbs would not obey. Ho Gonchi was terrified. He tried to resist, but Infiltrating seized the opportunity to pull out 3 4-inch-long needles with sharp points, looking like silver needles from afar, but their bodies were pitch black, obviously sinister and poisonous. From the moment they pierced his skin, Ho Gonchi could no longer resist. After falling to the ground, Infiltrating threw out a silver needle, stabbing Bui Lai's shoulder. Bui Lai fell down, unconscious, vaguely hearing a call. The image of Van Vu Nan appeared in his mind. This seductive woman can control others. Infiltrating approaches Bui Lai, bows down, and quickly seals Bui Lai's acupoints, saying, "You initially intended to save me from Hoa Kai, didn't you? Although I have no inner strength, this body technique will definitely be the best for you." KXA looks at the severely injured Kalaudat, saying, "Do you still have strength left, Laudat?" Kalaudat glances at Ho Gonchi, still able to move. Kalaudat weakly says, "Loi San Kai is currently furious, dissatisfied that the young lady has achieved great merit, yet she trampled on the bodies of our brothers. Huyet Tien Ko wrongly ordered outsiders to die, and Tao Vudon and Bat Dainchi were chosen as ambushers just for resembling bandits. With such a leader, how can he be the Kaloi?" Before KXA could finish speaking, he was slapped. Infiltrating's face was icy cold. Stepping closer, coldly saying, "What did you just call me? You don't need me to explain the rules of hell, do you? Don't mention Tao Vudon, or else if you fail your mission, you know the consequences. You have no right to lecture me." The demon snake knew the old demon lord was severely injured, and realizing he couldn't resist her, said, "The Lord Commander was right, it's my fault. After returning, I will definitely accept punishment. But the Lord Commander must remember, the order was to seize the box and kill Ho Gonchi. This body of mine seems unable to be kept." Knowing the second one couldn't do it anymore, Infiltrating then used the blood heaven technique to control Ho Gonchi, striking his vital points. Ho Gonchi spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, unable to resist. Ho Gonchi is really formidable, fighting for so long and still unharmed, she thought silently. But she was tasked with taking Ho Gonchi's life, so she can only continue attacking, injuring herself in the process. At this moment, Bui Lai couldn't move, but in his mind appeared the scene of Van Vu Nan using his sword. Analysis: Huyet Thien Ko is one of the 5 skills of the Dusher sect, but not everyone can learn it. It is said that only those with a special bloodline can cultivate it successfully. The silver needles of Huyet Thien Ko, once merged with the opponent's meridians, can control even animals, turning them into puppets. Puppets need someone to control them. If controlled well, they can unleash 7/10 of their true power. The more formidable Huyet Thien Ko can control others, making them obey the controller's orders and act on their own, unleashing their full power. Suddenly, Wan Warren thought of a demonic sword that could sever the connection, and Bui Lai had once absorbed the demonic energy from that sword. In this critical moment, why not take a gamble and use Ji Yan's true energy to guide the silver needles out of Bui Lai's body, stimulating his aura to temporarily suppress it? The blood heaven technique. The poison of the demon blade specifically for women was neutralized by Bui Lai. At this moment, Bui Lai followed Wan Warren's words, calmed his mind, and silently recited the heart mantra, gradually entering the state of egolessness. Fu Jitsing reached out and tore Bui Lai's clothes, and 4 silk threads immediately pierced his body. Fu Jitsing had never failed before, and she laughed, "Get up and follow me. I'll slowly serve you." But as Fu Jitsing turned around, Bui Lai regained consciousness. He quickly grabbed a piece of torn cloth nearby and wrapped it around Fu Jitsing's hand. No matter how Fu Jitsing struggled, the torn cloth remained tightly bound to her hand. He hurriedly shouted, "Old man, quickly help her." But it was too late. Bui Lai, like a rabbit, jumped in front of Ho Gonchi, grabbed his numb right hand, and quickly pulled out the silver needle. Ho Gonchi laughed heartily. "Little Bui, well done." Ho Gonchi used his remaining strength to strike with the heavenly origin palm, successfully helping Bui Lai escape the encirclement. They quickly ran towards the carriage. But when the two reached the carriage, they discovered that Asu had disappeared. Ho Gonchi thought silently, he must have been kidnapped. Indeed, the enemy had accomplices. What should they do now? They could only ride the horses. The two got on the horses and quickly rode towards the river bank. Ho Gonchi kept pondering. The people of the 7 hidden valleys understood the earth immobilization technique, but why did they get involved in this? However, if they dared to move against the Quan Hai Heavenly Gate, they would certainly leave no one alive. The ferry is ahead. If we can cross the river, perhaps we can escape from them. The two of them came to the ferry, but at this time there was only a small boat at the ferry. And on the boat there was an old man. The old man had dark skin, white hair, wearing a rough white cloth shirt, loosely tied with a rope, revealing his skinny chest, and wearing loose rough cloth pants below. Hoganshi smiled and said, "Old man, we have an urgent matter to cross the river. Can we borrow your boat?" The old man slowly raised his head and said, "You are the great hero Hoganshi of the Quan Hai Tianman? I've been waiting for you. Today you cannot cross." Hoganshi was shocked. Could this old man be the White Earth Immortal of the Five Realms, Nan Hon Kim Tien? The old man, nearly 100 years old, his white eyebrows fluttering in the wind like snow. Without any wind, but the old man's white hair was flying. In his eyes, the golden light gathered into a real form, emitting a brilliant radiance. "Hoganshi, it seems your master, Hoalao, still remembers this old man?" Hoganshi whispers worriedly, "White Emperor Divine General, Tu Bok Dang, and Laughter Emperor Divine General, Tu Young Hing, known as the left and right guardians of Martial Emperor Ko. Even Imperial Scribe has come. The practice path and the East Garrison Commander's Office cannot cooperate with Martial Emperor Ko. Who is commanding Martial Emperor Ko after all? This power is truly terrifying." Hoganshi dares not act rashly. He clasps his hands and says, "My master often mentioned the battle with Senior 2 years ago. It's an honor to meet the Senior today. I should dismount and pay respects, but as another Divine General is waiting, I have taken the liberty to decide. I hope Senior 2 does not blame me. I have overstepped. Please forgive me. Is Patriarch Fook of the Earth Palace still well? I wonder why the two brothers have deployed troops like this. I hope the Senior can enlighten me." But Tu Bok Dang coldly says, "In the Jianghu, if everything can be explained, then there is no need for its existence. Patriarch Fook has not mentioned these names for a long time. It's nostalgic. I once fought your master. After you die, I will personally escort you to Fook Ma Mountain. You can rest assured." Hearing this, Hoganshi hurriedly spurs his horse to flee, but is blocked by a large boat blocked the way. 3 of his subordinates, both men and horses, were trapped in the net. Bui Lai reacted quickly, jumping off his horse. The river wasn't as deep as imagined. It looked like a swamp, but was actually a shallow waterside area. Due to the reeds, there was often fog on the river. The sailors on the boat pulled out a girl wearing a yellow dress. She was around 8 or 9 years old, with a small face, big round eyes, and fair, smooth skin, very pretty. This person was Hoa Quan, the Divine General of Ngudia Kuo. By her side were always 7 or 8 strong men guarding her. Their clothes differed, but they all carried hidden weapons. Some held hairpins, some had them on their waists, some on their legs, all burly, clearly martial arts masters. Just as Bui Lai was surprised, this little girl was also a Divine General? Then Fook Triken also chased after them. At this moment, the 3 Divine Generals were all present. Fook Triken laughed coldly, "All 3 Divine Generals are here. Hoganshi, you really have guts. You ruined my Ninu Sin, and you still want to run away? Didn't I tell you not to act? Unfortunately, not only did you fail to turn the old tiger into Ninu Sin, but you were also beaten by my brother." Fook Triken couldn't stand this humiliation. He grabbed a silver needle and charged towards Hoganshi. Mak Dia Truong cast a shadowless spell. Countless silver needles flew towards Fook Triken's head. Finally, Fook Triken couldn't keep his calm. He let out a scream, and then fainted. The one who acted was Tu Bok Dang. With a chain in his hand, he coldly said, "Do you all see me as heir? When I came here, I said that I don't care about other matters. But this ferry belongs to me. You dare to act in front of me, don't you respect me at all?" The old man glared and shouted, "Everyone step back for me." The young general, Hoa Quan, weak and feeble, said, "Master Tu, it was me who saw the signal from Woolly Sect, so I asked them to come. If I angered Master Tu, it's my fault." Tu Bakhang gently said, "Behave yourself, you know my temperament. Now you're also the leader of a sect, you should have your own principles, don't always listen to them." As for Hon Ganchi, the old man changed his tone, coldly saying, "Hon Ganchi, your master, Holao, was not like those self-proclaimed orthodox sects back then. He had no prejudice against the 7 mystic sects. In that battle years ago, although he lost to me, his skills made me admire him. Today, it's not my intention. Let's do this. Before you die, I can grant you one request." But unexpectedly, in this critical moment, Hon Ganchi still smiled and said, "I don't ask for much, I just want to borrow your boat to cross the river, and take this opportunity to invite you." Fook Triken sneered, "Hodekeep, you really have guts." But unexpectedly, Tu Bok Dang agreed, "Years ago, your master was able to withstand my strike. Today, if you can withstand my strike, I will spare you." Hearing this, Fook Triken worriedly said, "Old general, do you know what you're saying? Your decision will harm the 5 territories. If there's any negligence, We'll have a hard time explaining it to the sect leader. But Tu Bok Dang didn't care, saying, I only follow the sect leader's orders. This ferry is under my guard, and even if someone pursues this matter, they'll be pursuing me. This is my intention, and others have no right to interfere. You, territory, have the least authority to speak up. Hoganchi jumped onto the small boat, leaving Fook Triken standing motionless. Tu Bok Dang, the leader of the 100 soldiers, was about to unleash his strike. Hoganchi remembered his master's teachings, the powerful is the king of the 100 soldiers, and the staff is the king of the 100 soldiers. In the hands of a master, weapons are not distinguished by high or low. Any weapon, if it can be combined with the user's martial arts characteristics, can unleash its power many times over. But when it comes to masters using weapons, one cannot fail to mention a martial arts technique, that is the serpent staff of Tu Bok Duong. Tu Bok Duong was one of the few who could infuse his inner energy into weapons. In the past, even Ho Alao lost to this move. When Ho Gongqi was young, he didn't pay attention, he only saw his master and his uncle often fighting. But he still remembers, Tu Bok Duong's serpent staff was unpredictable, with powerful force. If one couldn't keep up with the changes in his moves, few could withstand him. In the past, Ho Alao thought he would definitely lose, and had to wait until he was 30, when his inner energy was profound enough to compete with him. Son. If you encounter someone from Tu Bok Duong's school in the future, run if you can, otherwise, use the excuse that your master lost to him in the past to avoid confrontation. Now, Ho Gongqi is facing the same dangerous situation his master had experienced. But today, to survive, fighting is the best choice. The wind blows Ho Gongqi's hair. And now, he also has a bit of the demeanor of a master. Tu Bok Dang waved his hand, and a plank on the small boat was knocked off, revealing countless weapons inside. From this arsenal, you choose a weapon. Seeing that you're injured, as long as you can block my strike or break my formation, you win. Ho Gongqi picked up 2 steel swords, clashing them together with a clang. He turned to Bui Lai and said, Don't worry, little boy, wait for my signal. All he heard was Tu Bok Dang's cold laugh. Let me see where your confidence comes from. A radiance flashed, and Tu Bok Dang shouted loudly. All the weapons in the arsenal began to move. Bows, arrows, swords, spears, halberds, and various long and short weapons flew towards Hogan. Chi. At this moment, Tu Bok Dang resembled an ancient monster with unparalleled power. He charged towards Hogan Chi. He's here. Tu Bok Dang's technique, similar to the ancient Xia Hui Bong Thuang, has unparalleled power. Hogan Chi changes his stance, jumps up. Can't let this old man take the initiative, he must attack and defend, wear down the old man's stamina. But unexpectedly, his unparalleled Vosong Koai Tram is easily blocked. Every weapon of Tu Bok Dang is infused with inner force. I only see Tu Bok Dang's hands. Like demons, kicking continuously, Ho Gongqi has to block and evade. Concentrating his inner force into his hands, he deflects Tu Bok Dang's energy flow back at him. The two were fighting in mid-air, seeming like they were dancing. Tu Bok Dang kicked backward, a red spear flew towards him, its tip pointing straight at Ho Gongqi. The spear tip grazed Ho Gongqi's shoulder, easily stabbing into Ho Gongqi's side. Ho Gongqi hurriedly retreated, evading and creating an opportunity for Tu Bok Dang. Tu Bok Dang swung his spear, swords and blades danced, each weapon seemed to come alive. Charging straight towards Ho Gongqi, this was the ultimate 100 footsteps killing technique of the 7 killing swords. In this critical moment, Ho Gongqi circulated his inner energy in reverse, his movements became many times faster, only the clashing sounds could be heard. But he couldn't see his figure clearly. Tu Bok Dang thought that the reverse flow of internal energy was just a last effort. But unexpectedly, Ho Gongqi's energy suddenly increased. Using his unique style, taking 2 steps as 3. He quickly circled behind Tu Bok Dang's back, successfully changing his stance, and slashed towards Tu Bok Dang's back. The peerless beheading saber in Ho Gongqi's hand was not only fast but also powerful, like surging waves. The pressure Tu Bok Dang had to endure was increasing. After all, he was old, and his internal energy was declining. Facing an old man on the verge of death, this was the true power of the peerless beheading saber. Tu Bok Dang couldn't dodge in time. A slash appeared on his head, bleeding profusely. Another wound appeared on Tu Bok Dang's head. He laughed loudly. This move, I've experienced enough. But Ho Gongqi was pierced in the stomach by a wooden staff, bleeding non-stop. Tu Bok Dang retrieved his weapon, sighed and said, The peerless blade is formidable. Ho Alao Air, at least in swordsmanship, you've surpassed me. Tu Bok Dang looked at Ho Gongqi and said, You guys go. What happens next, I won't meddle. If others have the ability, wait until they leave the ferry, then capture them. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out, Who wants to leave? A sharp blade aura flew across the water surface, sending white waves splashing. Not good. Tu Bok Dang shouted loudly, pushing Ho Gongqi away. Countless hidden blades shot out, hooking onto the sides of the boat. Clashing with the blade aura, creating a loud explosion, the boat shook violently. Suddenly, Tu Bok Dang's blackened face flushed red. as if his entire body was about to explode, trembling violently, enduring an excruciating pain. The inner energy in his body was disrupted. Infiltrating beside him realized that the blade aura must have triggered the lightning energy in Tu Bai Dang's body, and hurriedly said, "Quickly disperse the inner energy, or the pain will worsen. Let me help suppress it from the outside." But Tu Bai Dang gritted his teeth and said, "No need for you to manage. You practice the toxic martial art, and you still want to touch me?" Infiltrating stopped walking, a creepy smile on her pale face, but her steps did not stop. She came closer and closer. Two people appeared in front of her. It was Noyet and Fong. He said, "I couldn't see clearly from afar. It turned out to be old god Tu. The sword energy just now was a bit too strong, activating the thunder within the old god's body. Don't worry, Wu Di Kuo has spent a lot of effort refining the Jiu Tu Bitch Loi pill, specifically used to suppress thunder. It will definitely help the old god not be tormented by thunder. It's just that this kind of pill is very difficult to refine. Please have the old god wait a few more days. As long as you gods obey me, I will ensure that everyone has pills." Infiltrating provoked everyone, showing off, demonstrating that he was the only one who could dominate the entire field. One of his subordinates spoke up, "We have already set up formations along the entire river, no one can escape." Noyet and Fong slowly approached Hoganchi and coldly said, "Old friend Ho, long time no see." Hoganchi calmly said, "You acted viciously. Noyet and Fong, it seems you have involved yourself with the Five Regions Valley. But you controlled Tai Tuan's subordinates. Even the East Commander knew about it." Noyet and Fong's face darkened. "Senior Ho is right, my relationship with the Five Regions Valley cannot be known to outsiders. Moreover, your unclear death today will certainly not be overlooked by your master. If the Quan Hai Tian Gate wages war against Luing Chang, it will also benefit our commander. Isn't that right?" Bui Lai suddenly spoke up, "Are you after the sword on my back? Asu has demonstrated the heavenly chains in Luing Chang. Let me tell you, this sword is useless to you. Moreover, you've seen Asu's condition, no one can control the power of the demon sword." These words inadvertently made Fu Zhijing wonder, could this young man be carrying the legendary demon sword? Noyet and Fong slowly drew his precious sword, like a general inspecting, and said, "I have business today, this place should be cleaned up." Bui Lai hurriedly shielded Hoganchi. Noyet and Fong raised his sword. With a swing of his arm, he unleashed 100 slashes. Moon Deity Wind laughed coldly, "Just this little inner strength and you dare to intervene for others? You're quite nimble. In Willow Shadow City, I showed mercy. If you think I'm someone easy to bully," he said as he swiftly attacked, causing Bui Lai to continuously spit blood. Controlling his body, keeping his mind steady, Bui Lai remembered what Moon Deity Wind had told him, "Don't place too much importance on strength, even tofu can be eaten. I think being a tofu maker is also good." At this moment, Bui Lai wanted to become strong more than ever before. Bui Lai mustered all his strength, executing the peerless joyous slash. But he was still struck by Yue Feng, knocking the sword out of his hand. Yue Feng grabbed Bui Lai's neck, coldly, saying, "Why don't I inject lightning into your body, so you can taste its flavor?" Yue Feng was about to inject lightning into Bui Lai's body. Yue Feng grabbed Bui Lai's neck tightly, coldly saying, "Your life means nothing to me, no different from weeds. After being tortured by lightning, you should think about how to beg me." Yue Feng's lightning quickly invaded Bui Lai's body, causing excruciating pain to spread throughout. But Yue Feng felt strange. This lightning not only didn't torture Bui Lai, but also concentrated at his yang bai acupoint. Bui Lai was dreamily recalling the incantation of the soul-devouring great technique. The consciousness of Noyet and Fong was pulled into the space of the soul-devouring great technique. A familiar scene, complex lines of text. Noyet and Fong was momentarily at a loss. He couldn't help but wonder if this was an illusion. In this space, Bui Lai's divine consciousness was like a giant. Noyet and Fong was now terrified. The rumors in the Jianghu were indeed true. This kid had successfully cultivated the soul-devouring technique. Or was it activated by lightning? The news said he was just a subordinate of Luan Tan, recently favored by Hang Tuesday on. Could it be that he has nothing to do with the demon blade? Today, Noyet and Fong has underestimated Bui Lai. He must quickly regain his composure and escape this state. In the eyes of others, Youth and Fong suddenly let go, standing still, not knowing why. Bui Lai thought silently, "It's a good thing they don't know why I'm about to unleash the great robbery technique. But it seems Youth and Fong will be fine for now." He took this opportunity to let Hoganchi escape. Youth and Fong stared blankly as Bui Lai took Hoganchi away, speechless. Infiltrating nearby immediately sensed something was off. "Hurry up, stop them." Everyone rushed forward, surrounding Bui Lai. At this moment, Bui Lai felt the old Tu Lao Shin Quan was right. What principles exist in this Jianghu? If I were strong enough, if I weren't just a petty thief, I could have saved old Ho. At that moment, someone behind, taking advantage of Bui Lai's distraction, grabbed a sword and stabbed Bui Lai in the back. A thin thread tore through the night. A loud scream suddenly rang out. A black figure dashed in, trampling the sneak attacker to death. The black figure charged into the crowd, biting and tearing, swift as lightning. In the darkness, it looked like a demon spirit. No one had ever seen such a monster, all were terrified and fled. Fuktrykan, Hoaquan, and the leaders all ran away. It was a chaotic scene. This monster is so terrifying. The black figure charged into the crowd, biting and tearing, swift as lightning. Fuktrykan hastily shouted, "Don't let them escape! Stop them! This black shadow in the dark night looks like a demon no one has ever seen. Such a monster before, everyone is terrified and runs away." Fuktrykan hastily throws out a few silver needles, intending to use the blood heaven technique to control it. But it doesn't work. In the chaos, someone stabs the horse's leg with a sword, but the sword breaks into two. The moment it touches the leg. He tries to pull the sword out, but is caught by the horse's muscles. Seeing that black shadow like a monster, the subordinate is bitten and torn to death. A black shadow flashed by. Boilai seized the opportunity to flip over, bent down and pulled Hoganchi up. Everything happened in a split second. By the time Tang Jiao fled, Hongdao's men had just woken up. "Master, something happened." But Tang Jiao turned around and spat water. Hongdao's men couldn't dodge it. "How dare this beast attack me?" Everyone shot arrows at Tang Jiao. He could dodge them, Boilai could take the hits. Though severely injured, he still. No problem. He jumped up, kicked hard against the side of the boat, making a loud noise, creating a large hole in the side of the boat. Even the sturdy ribs were broken by his kick. The entire boat shook violently, tilting to one side. Tang Jiao didn't stop, plunging straight into the water, swimming at a very fast speed. Watching Boilai and the others leave, Fuktrykan couldn't believe it. How could this compass not work? At this moment, Noyet Than Fong woke up and said, "This horse must be a special kind of Tangkuoklong from the northwest." Fuktrykan hurriedly knelt down. "I am incompetent, unable to stop them. I don't know what happened to the master just now." The cold and indifferent moon god said, "Just now, I was bewitched by something. With the speed of these horses, even I have to chase them in person. Send troops to pursue them for me." The moon god thought, "I can't let them know that my lightning has malfunctioned. In that case, I can't forgive Boilai even more." Boilai let Hoganchi lie on Tangio's back. But at this moment, a small boat rushed towards them quickly. The boatman was the moon god Tong. Boilai was startled. How could his boat be so fast? Was it also due to inner strength? He thought. Facing the pursuit of the moon god, what will Boilai do? Boilai saw the moon god chasing him very quickly, and thought, if I'm caught, with Yut Than Fong's temperament, he would definitely kill both people and horses. He jumped off his horse, leaving only Hoganchi riding on Tong Jiao's back. Tong Jiao seemed to understand Boilai's thoughts, rubbing against him. Boilai, as if saying, "Brother, listen to me, if you get off the horse, no one can escape. The old tiger now can only rely on us. Don't worry, you've seen my speed, he won't easily catch me. You take the old Ho across the river, find a place to treat his wounds, I'll definitely come and find you." At this moment, seeing Boilai so determined, Tong Jiao rubbed against Boilai's forehead, as if bidding farewell. Without saying anything more, turned around and ran away. Tong Jiao dashed quickly on the water surface, creating ripples. This is the purpose of Boilai. Boilai thinks, if the moon god's goal is the sword on my back, then just aim at me and come. The moon god is very uncomfortable now. This kid is quite daring. Hoganchi is not that important. If that woman strikes harder, he may not be able to escape. In the opposite forest, a figure flies down, landing in front of a woman. That woman wears light green clothes, has a beautiful, cold, and sharp face. 5 young women follow her, some beautiful, some charming, but none can conceal her coldness. The woman respectfully reports, "Sect leader, a person and a horse have passed through the left side." She raised her hand, a slender chain as thin as a spider's thread, with a tiny silver needle at its end. With Tu Bachduong's character, even if she showed mercy, there would be limits. Whoever could cross the river was certainly no ordinary person. The woman's voice was very pleasant, without any pretense, exuding nobility. "Give the order to lead him up, capture him alive, don't hurt him." Her noble beauty couldn't conceal her charming aura. Indeed, a man on a horse came from the direction she pointed. Suddenly, from all sides, people in black, masked, wielding armor, arm guards, and black bandages on their legs appeared. From their agile figures, they were clearly all masters. Suddenly, chains flew out from all directions. Since cooperating with Hoganchi, Tang Jiao had encountered countless masters, fire techniques, ice techniques, even thick walls of ice, but he had never encountered such masters before. The Faturi scene could not withstand it. The woman in the carriage gave an order. "How powerful is this horse?" The beautiful woman like a flower said, "Don't act hastily, if no one else comes, capture it alive. This horse is injured, give me 2 more doses of Zayan." The woman waved her hand, and both sides simultaneously drew bamboo tubes, polished and shiny, one end connected to a metal chain, the other end containing poison. The woman lit the bamboo tubes on fire, then sprayed out a stream of yellow smoke. The spraying force was strong. The smoke flew out like a golden dragon, flying straight towards Tangjia. Tangjia jumped up, dodging. Although he could break the backbone of Jiangzhou, he could not hit it, nor could he bite it. Zayan is a very potent poison if there are no wounds. Even inhaling a large amount is harmless, but if it touches the skin or blood even a little, the poison will quickly invade the body. After shooting, even the shooter fell to the ground. It is usually used in combination with a bow and arrow, specifically used to deal with ferocious beasts. But at this time, although Tang Jiao was strong and healthy, Hogonchi could not approach him. The subordinates could not believe it. Western venom is the poison of the 5 territories, even elephants would fall down. He thought again, if that's the case, this horse is so loyal, then kill it. He ordered. The subordinates simultaneously aimed at Tang Jiao. Suddenly, a person rushed out from the forest, shouting loudly, "Subordinates, meet the Tutong Master. Tutong Master, please stop." A figure jumped down from a tree. The person who came was also dressed in black, with a face mask and a paper mask on his face, standing in the courtyard, clapping his hands. It's strange that when that person passed by, the fierce horse became docile. That person stroked the horse's head, and it calmed down, lying on the ground. Its heavy breathing gradually became steady, and it stopped biting, as if its anger had subsided. Shu Yugai coldly asked, "What makes you think you can take a person and a horse away from here?" That person slowly said, "The sect leader didn't ask about my identity or the purpose of this journey." Shu Yugai sneered, "You've prepared carefully, even wearing a mask, clearly not wanting to reveal your identity. Asking is useless. Judging by the horse's reaction, it seems to know you. I just don't know how you plan to deal with this. I'll cooperate." That person chuckled softly, as if smiling under the paper mask. "Indeed, you are the divine military commander of the Xiandia sect, Shu Yugai. You are very knowledgeable. The sect leader can call me Mr. Demon. This horse is no ordinary creature. I came here to discuss something with the sect leader. It's very confidential, only for the sect leader's ears. I wonder if the sect leader dares to dismiss his subordinates?" His voice was very calm, with no hint of age, though his speech was gentle yet serious. Shu Yugai pondered for a moment. All the women in black retreated. No one dared to disobey the sect leader. She said, "All right, Mr. Ghost can speak." Mr. Ghost said, "The sect leader is indeed of great renown. The demon saber has appeared. Surely the sect leader has heard of it. The sect leader must remember, 30 years ago, when we were young, Seisuan united the sects to fight against the demon saber. That was the glorious era of the Tsei family. But when the demon saber went into hiding, the 3 pillars and 4 swords, those known as the Orthodox, turned to annihilate the Tsei family. They even killed Seisuan. The Tsei family was eradicated. Now the 7 hidden valleys are in decline, the sects are in hiding, and the 5 regions are the only place that still preserves the power of the Taoists. The Blood Armor sect has disappeared. Does the sect leader remain so calm?" Shu Yakit said unflinchingly, "The events of 30 years ago, no one can tell clearly. Now that the demon saber has appeared, what does it have to do with the 5 regions?" Mr. Ghost said sternly, "I've also heard that a few months ago, Xiaoyangba was massacred in one night, and Wafuyu was beheaded. It took me some time to investigate. And the Lord of Wafuwan is an old acquaintance of Waquan, the divine general of the 5 regions. I'm sure the sect leader knows this too. The demon saber has fallen into the hands of the 5 regions." The words on the wall also imply that it was someone from the demon sect who released the demon saber. In other words, it was that woman. Shu Yujie has known for a long time that the people of the 7 mysteries never call themselves the demon sect. The demon immortal also said, the words on the wall could indeed be understood that way, but why would the 3 pillars and 4 swords care? It's likely that those called the Orthodox are accusing us. The 5 elements sect didn't do anything. I wonder if the demon immortal has any insights. The demon immortal said, "My skill lies in knowing the connection between divine artifacts and vortexes. The sect leader already knows about the divine statue. I won't repeat it. The vortex from before. This time, does the sect leader plan to fish or hunt? I've invited the experts of the 7 mysteries, let's join forces." This letter states the location. He took out a letter, gently stroked it with his hand, and the letter opened automatically. At that time, there will be someone to bear witness. The demon immortal continued, "To participate in the 7 mysteries demon sword assembly, there are 2 conditions. One must possess at least 1 divine artifact, and one must have the skills of the 7 mysteries, in order to represent the 7 mysteries. Does the sect leader want me to retrieve the demon sword?" Shu Yujie asked, his voice calm, showing no emotion. The demon lord said, "Loving the sword is certainly important, but with Trin Van's skills, the sect leader is 90% certain. The consciousness of the Xuanmu sword comes from the Thienuan Dao sect, so the sect leader is the only qualified person. He shook his head. I have no interest in restoring the lost talisman. As for this person, I cannot give him to you. The demon master suddenly laughed. Is the sect leader interested in the nine-tailed Bichon lightning pill and the method of dispelling lightning? This is a kind of elixir that no one knows about. There's no need for me to say much, I'm sure the sect leader understands. I'm from the 5 Earth Caves, to show my sincerity. At least he had to protect one person and one horse. With the resources of the sect leader, protecting that person should not be difficult. Cut to Bui Lai. Bui Lai was fleeing, deliberately leaving traces on the way. Yushin Feng would definitely chase after him. In front, there was the ruined temple. If Yushin Feng came there, he might waste some time. But in the ruined temple, there was a girl. The girl wore a white dress, a red veil covering her face, but couldn't hide her beauty. She wore a wide-brimmed hat, a long red veil down to her waist, concealing her face, revealing only a bit of her snow-white skin. Though called a veil, it was more like a white silk cloth. No less elegant than the red veil. Bui Lai was stunned, thinking, if the moon demon arrives, it would be disadvantageous for her. Should I advise her to leave? In this ruined temple, a girl in white is rare. Last time I was deceived, so I'd better leave a trace to lure the moon demon away. A clear voice rang out from the temple. The autumn rain is cold, young man, come in and rest. I have leftover buns to share. Her sweet, gentle voice sounded like talking to an acquaintance. But Bui Lai recognized the trap and turned to leave. But suddenly, the girl's veil fell off. Bui Lai hurriedly drew his sword to block, but unexpectedly, this stream of energy was so powerful. A trap. Bui Lai spat out a mouthful of blood, his body uncontrollably retreated. The girl's fair left hand stretched out, striking Bui Lai's chest with a palm. Bui Lai felt as if bound by an invisible rope. At this moment, Bui Lai felt his waist about to break, the girl's jade-like fair hand, her slender fingers seemingly appearing and disappearing behind the smooth white skin, like a work of art. Don't struggle, this is the heavenly harnessing technique. The girl blinked, hurriedly saying, don't be afraid, I have a way. After speaking, she took out a piece of paper and drew Bui Lai on it. The girl slowly said, I thought in such a vast territory, it would be hard for me to find you. Earlier, you managed to escape. Hearing this, Bui Lai couldn't help but be curious. You're not a subordinate of Noyet Than Fong, are you perhaps someone from Zichlin Duong? The girl smiled charmingly, exuding a graceful demeanor, and said, don't talk nonsense, I just need to know that you're Noyet Than Fong's target. That's enough. Your martial arts skills are average, yet you're being hunted down, so the valuable thing must be on your back and inside you. After saying that, she took out a small knife and lightly cut open the case containing the Yu Dao Thien Nan. He didn't have time to react. The wooden case was made of Huin Thiet, with a steel lock, even ordinary swords and blades couldn't open it, it was indeed from Luan Tan. Bui Lai was now as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, but he could tell this girl didn't seem to be after the Yu Dao, but rather had a grudge against Noyet Than Fong. There might be a chance of survival. Bui Lai hurriedly said, there's poison in this case, moreover, Noyet Than Fong is chasing after me, he'll be at the temple soon. With his character, he'll definitely kill you to eliminate witnesses. You should leave, miss. But this girl was not afraid at all, saying, others fear him, but I don't. I also want to meet him. But before meeting him, I must capture you first. This girl is Min Chien Tuet, a renowned name in the martial arts world. After a while, a fire arrow flew in, a black figure flew into the temple, with a black fur on its back, leaping over the high wall, with wild grass swaying. The one who came was Noyet Than Fong. Noyet Than Fong frowned, why is it you? Min Chien Tuet. The woman was not surprised, her voice gentle and sweet, are you seeing me as a ghost? I've left a signal for you before. Noyet Than Fong didn't want to listen to her explanation, saying, do you really want to cooperate with me? I don't think so. You just want to investigate about my father. I've figured it out already. You don't have that capability, hand over that kid. Min Chien Tuet remained calm, saying, the one you're looking for is over there. As for the person? I've killed him, the corpse is in the backyard, do you want to see it? But Noyet Than Fong just laughed coldly, Min Chien Tuet, do you think I still believe you? That useless kid means nothing to you, if you hand him over, I might still spare you out of old times. Sake. At this moment, Bui Lai, who was tied up in the backyard, unexpectedly heard the conversation in the temple clearly. Bui Lai thought silently, this Min Chien Tuet is Asu's sister-in-law. Isn't she on the same side as Noyet Than Fong? But it sounds like they are wary of each other, why is that? Min Chien Tuet laughed softly, her tone slightly mocking, when we parted at Thieu Duong Bao, you said you saw Noyet Tan Hai die following your brother. But now I've returned to Dong Hai and heard that Noyet Than Fong has appeared in Luan Tan, wielding the demon-slaying saber, avenging you and severely wounding you. It seems you don't even know your own story. Oh no. If it weren't for me back then, you would have died by the roadside. You hid my child away, where is he now? Hand him over to me, and I'll spare your life. As soon as Van Din finished speaking, Noyet Then Fong angrily roared, "You must have schemed this. Our agreement was clear that my child would inherit the heavenly demon diamond armor. But you secretly passed it to some wench instead, wanting her to replace me?" Min Chi and Tuet remained calm, replying indifferently, "It's all because of that bitch Hoa Shin Gong inner technique. Cultivating yin and yang together, you could only master it back then thanks to my guidance. But this technique, when cultivated to a certain level, if one side becomes stronger than the other, they can devour the weaker side, thereby increasing their power. But you, Moon God Wind, since you began practicing the Tiger Path 7 Spirits technique, you intended to seize my power, and even claimed to seek a suitable partner for dual cultivation. Wasn't it you? You couldn't find a suitable female cultivator for this technique, so you deceived my child to death. Now that the heavenly indestructible diamond armor is complete, Moon God Wind, bring her out." Bright Battle Snow remained calm, caressing the golden thread in her hand, slightly curling her lips. "Alright, let's see what you want to reclaim." Seeing Bright Battle Snow's provocation, Moon God Wind was so angry that he couldn't speak. Moon God Wind thought to himself, he must get the box first. However, just as he was about to touch the box suddenly disappeared. It turned out that Bright Battle Snow had already grasped the heavenly indestructible diamond armor in her hand. Moon God Wind only saw before his eyes. A white figure flashed by. Bright Battle Snow quietly sat on the stone pedestal, her body slightly moved, and Moon God Wind was surrounded by her afterimages. She waved her hand, her tall figure like an iron tower, spinning in midair, her sword slashing towards Yut Then Fong's head. Yut Then Fong hurriedly dodged, leaving only an afterimage. Thien La Tu Vong, the title of Yut Then Fong was not an empty boast, his eyes were sharp. His palms, feet invisible, his movements like a ghost, rolling on the ground. Min Chi and Tuet delivered a kick, like a soaring golden dragon, forcing Yut Then Fong to retreat continuously. Yut Then Fong drew his sword, blocking the opponent's fierce attacks. From the fingertips, a powerful aura like a shooting star fell down. That was the ultimate skill Batson Tenro of Min Chi and Tuet. Noyet Then Fong knew he couldn't be hit by this move, but he was constantly suppressed, and had his acupoints sealed by Min Chi and Tuet. Min Chi and Tuet sneered, "Noyet Then Fong, you've been betting your whole life on the Noyet family's sword technique. Once you lose your sword, you're no different from a sick cat without fangs. Tell me, where is my child? Today I'll spare your life, but cripple your martial arts." Noyet Then Fong gritted his teeth. "Back then, based on the bitch Hoa Tien Song, I cultivated the celestial diamond armor, while you practiced the Tiger Path 7 Spirits Fist. So, in the Noyet family's inheritance, the 7 Spirits Fist is still incomplete. There are still parts you've never seen." As he finished speaking, Noyet Then Fong's eyes flashed, and a golden light shot out. Min Chi and Tuet sensed something was off, but before he could react, he heard a loud bang. The solid golden armor couldn't withstand it, it bent like a bow, then snapped in two with a clang. The cold-blooded moon deity said, "I have never used this armor in front of others before. Snow Warrior, do you want to be the first to test it?" The moon deity struck with his palm, sending Snow Warrior flying out and crashing onto the rubble in front of the divine pond. That strike was powerful, but it did not inflict a fatal injury on Snow Warrior. She braced her hands on the ground and slowly stood up, clearly showing the moon deity. The moon deity frowned, looking at the tear on his chest, revealing his muscular torso. A red-yellow glow flashed, and he circulated his inner energy, quickly healing the wound. The cold-blooded moon deity laughed coldly and said, "When I first cultivated it, I was also startled. Although after using the Armored Realm Ascension, my whole body ached as if being skinned alive, being able to break through your acupoints is worth this minor pain." Snow Warrior wiped the corner of her mouth and sneered, "You've won. Look, the acupoints on my body have been unblocked." She stood up straight and said, "Although you have the Armored Realm Ascension, protecting your body, with your previous inner energy, you couldn't easily break through my acupoints. Your rapid progress in inner energy means you found another way to continue cultivating the Jade Fire, the Crimson Fire Scroll." Yushin Feng didn't expect that after being struck by his lethal divine palm, Min Chi and Tuet could still speak, so he coldly replied, "I should thank you for telling me many secrets of the Chi Tone in the past. Don't try to prolong the time to cultivate and dispel the Thunder Force. I won't give you that chance. Once the Thunder Force spreads through your body, you'll have to listen to me. I'll let you live and continue cultivating the Crimson Fire Scroll, but from now on, every bit of inner force you cultivate belongs to me." Min Chi and Tuet laughed and said, "Alright, I admit defeat. The inner force of the Crimson Fire divine skill belongs to you. But if you let me go, I can give you the Celestial Adamantine Armor. This is the #1 secret manual in the world, isn't this what you've always wanted? If you don't believe me, you can take a look at the first half of this book." Hearing this, Yushin Feng's heart stirred. He quickly reached out to take the Celestial Adamantine Armor that Min Chi and Tuet offered, thinking that with this armor to protect his body, he could see what tricks she had up her sleeve. Indeed, this was not the celestial adamantine armor. Just as Yushin Feng was about to get angry, suddenly, there was a commotion outside. This traitor, daring to pass our sect's secret techniques to an outsider. Yuthan Feng sensed that the person who came was not alone. With a loud crash, the roof tiles shattered, a dark figure leapt in, and struck with a palm. Yuthan Feng spun and blocked the strike, their palms colliding. The intruder's inner force was profound, pushing him back. At this moment, an old woman leaning on a black wooden staff slowly entered the temple, stopping on the broken roof tiles. Yuthan Feng steadied himself, taking a deep breath. A surge of energy from the old woman's right palm struck him, numbing his entire arm. He thought, her palm strike was indeed formidable. The old woman had white hair, a wrinkled face, but her eyes were still bright despite her age. The old woman slowly said, "To be able to withstand one of my palms, you have some skill. Who are you, colluding with this traitor, disgracing the reputation of our heavenly scented sect?" Ming Zantuyu laughed coldly. "Old lady, years ago in the heavenly scented sect, although you were not very close to me, you still maintained justice in rewards and punishments. I hate the entire heavenly scented sect, but I don't want to bear a grudge against you." The old lady leaned on her cane, shaking with anger and cursing. "You traitor! Years ago, you stole the heavenly scented diamond armor, committing a heinous and unforgivable crime. You should have expected this day to come. Now that you've returned, I will definitely flay you alive." At this moment, Yushinpang also realized that this was not a coincidence. As soon as he met Ming Zantuyu, the heavenly scented sect chased them down, definitely a scheme by this cunning old woman. But Yushinpang was also unwilling to give up. He had worked hard to control Ming Zantuyu, how could he let others take her away? However, this old lady had people lying in ambush outside. So he couldn't act rashly. It was best to escape first and wait for an opportune moment to deal with them later. Yushinpeng cupped his hands and said, "So you are the sect leader of the heavenly scented sect. This old man has seen it all. There is enmity between me and Ming Zantuyu. Not as you think. This cunning Ming Zantuyu just gave me what she called the heavenly scented diamond armor, but it was actually just a blank piece of paper. We were both deceived by her. Since the sect leader wishes to punish this traitor, then I shall take my leave." The old lady narrowed her eyes, thinking that Ming Zantuyu was the name this traitor used outside. Just then, the voice of Min Qian Tuet rang out, "No yet then Fong, if not for stealing, why did you come to this deserted temple in the middle of the night?" After a brief conversation, the old lady realized he was Bat Hong Dao No yet then Fong. Indeed, he has some skills, no wonder even the imperial heroes dare to come to our Tian La Hong. The old lady leaned on her staff and said coldly, "No yet then Fong, if I'm being cautious, it's because of the Tian La diamond armor, I dare not be careless. I can't be sure if you've swapped the scriptures yet. If you take off all your clothes and leave this temple, I won't stop you." Hearing this, No yet then Fong got angry. "Old lady, you've gone too far. With your martial arts, you dare provoke me, I'll teach you a lesson." Boom! The old lady's expression changed, she shouted loudly, "Your Majesty, the King of Hangma." Indeed. Min Qian Tuet called out, "Be careful, don't let him escape." Tianla disciples scattered down, countless female disciples rushed in. The celestial wires tightly sealed the temple entrance, forming a dense net. Yue Zhenfeng didn't expect these celestial wires to be so tough. That ordinary swords and basic force couldn't cut through them. Although they couldn't harm him, they could still restrict Yue Zhenfeng's movements. He immediately grabbed Ming Zanchu's collar and shouted, "Don't you have a way to break the celestial wires? Hurry up and use it." Ming Zanchu sneered, "My treasure can indeed cut through the celestial wires, but unfortunately, you've already destroyed it. Moreover, Yue Zhenfeng, don't even dream of getting Tianlahong's treasure." Ming Zanchu deliberately looked at the sword case, making the old lady believe that it contained Tianlahong's treasured sword. Ming Zanchu concealed the inner power of the Jade Fire divine skill, quietly listening to the fighting outside, unsure if these celestial wires can I subdue the moon deity or not? If the moon deity wins, then I'm done for. I have to think of a way, but this spider web is too dense. At that moment, a sound came from inside the temple. Someone shouted loudly, "Min Qian Tuet has escaped. Quick, stop her." As soon as the words were spoken, a figure jumped out from the well. Her whole body was soaked, then 3 arrows flew towards her, hitting the stone slab that was falling down. The stone slab shattered, along with the body falling into the cold water well. Min Qian Tuet only felt excruciating pain all over her body, unaware of what happened. In the temple, No Yet Then Fong was fully prepared. With lightning gathered in the palm of his hand, he fended off the old lady with his palms, while simultaneously kicking, like a tiger descending the mountain, knocking down 2 female disciples. The old lady was terrified, not expecting that under the restraint of Thian La Ti, No Yet Then Fong would still be so powerful. At this moment, the subordinates outside reported, "Just now there was an incident, unexpectedly Min Qian Tuet was able to cut off Thian La Ti." When we pursued them, 2 of them died, and the remaining 2 were knocked down into a well. One died in the forest. It seems they fled into the northern forest. Please instruct us, old lady, whether we should continue the pursuit or not. The old lady coldly said, forget it. Without me, even if you catch up, you'll only suffer more casualties. Now, let's regain the treasure first. Unknowingly, Noyet Than Fong had approached the black wooden box. I've warned you before, this abandoned thing originally belonged to me. There's basically no Thien law inside it. You have caused this trouble. I will kill all of you to bury you together. The moon god sect master looked at the old lady. Her anger reached its peak. The old lady seemed not dare to act rashly, shouting loudly, the heavens prison cannot hold him. Everyone come up, seal the passage. We must not let him escape. Not long after, Ming Zhanxue surfaced, recalling the words she just heard. The one who fell into the water was probably the heavens prison she killed. Bui Lai looked at the 2 bodies floating on the water. One of them was the seriously injured Wu Zi, the other seemed to have stopped breathing. He didn't know if he could find any clues from them. To untie the cord on his hand, a girl beside him gently touched his shoulder, then slid down in front of his chest. Feeling the indescribable softness, Bui Lai turned his head to look, and almost fainted. This girl was none other than Ming Zhanxue. Min Qian Tuet silenced Bui Lai with a gesture, signaling him not to make a sound, and whispered, looks like you've overheard quite a bit here, haven't you? I'm pretty clever, aren't I? I've fooled everyone. Min Qian Tuet boasted to Bui Lai about his plan. Down in the well, Min Qian Tuet acted like a child, bragging to Bui Lai. With that old woman's personality, seeing the celestial gem armor I gave to Noyet Than Fong, she'll be even more convinced that Noyet Than Fong truly wants the celestial gem armor. When Noyet Than Fong was surrounded by the celestials, I deliberately used them to throw No 2's box out. Seeing how concerned Noyet Than Fong was about that box, the old woman will definitely think that what's inside is the real celestial gem armor. As for the fragments, it's the treasure of Tianla Xiang, which can easily cut through Tianla Ti. Although the moon god wind has shattered the treasure, I hid a broken piece in my mouth. Taking advantage of their battle, I cut Tianla Ti and escaped from behind. In the chaos, I stole a night robe from someone. The Tianla King's battle formation couldn't last long, and there weren't many pursuers. I dealt with the last 2. Threw one into the deep forest to mislead them, then put on the night robe and blended into the night. They thought I had escaped into the forest, but I relied on my familiarity with the terrain, and hid. I think that with the wisdom of that old lady, she will eventually discover it, but she overvalued the Tianla diamond armor. This strategy was to take advantage of this point. You killed so many people. Bui Lai questioned. Ming Zhanxue calmly replied, they dared to chase and kill me, so they had to bet their lives. Tianla Xiang's fame shakes the world, not an easy opponent. Do you think if they had caught me, the outcome would have been better? This time, Ming Zhanxue truly underestimated the strength of the moon god wind, but her plan still satisfied her. However, at this moment, Ming Zhanxue was trying to suppress her internal injury. Her face slightly pale. Bui Lai saw the woman before him, with graceful curves, a captivating demeanor, and even more alluring charm. Min Qian Tuet suddenly hugged Bui Lai and told him to sit down. Bui Lai didn't understand what was happening. Just as Bui Lai was dazed, Min Qian Tuet used a fragment of the treasure to cut the ropes binding him. She panted and said, hearing the noise, they're fighting farther and farther away. But even if that old woman has the 5 eyes divine heart technique, it's not enough to control Noyet Than Fong. With his character, after escaping, he'll definitely return to this temple. He must have captured you for something beneficial to him. You don't want to be caught by him, do you? Take this opportunity to leave quickly. As she finished speaking, Min Qian Tuet fainted. The male lead's greatest hobby is rescuing beautiful women. Bui Lai caught Min Qian Tuet, her soft and powerless hands hanging limp. Bui Lai felt Min Qian Tuet's forehead was icy cold, but her body was burning hot. It seemed she was using inner cultivation to resist her internal injuries, and her wounds were indeed severe. Seeing Mindy struggle in the snow, Bui Lai would rather let her perish on her own. But looking at the unconscious Mindy, Bui Lai felt as if he was killing her with his own hands. Although the martial arts world is full of cruelty, Bui Lai still couldn't watch her die without trying to save her. Bui Lai carried Mindy on his back, her head resting on his shoulder. In the cold air, a faint fragrance of a young lady lingered. The warm and soft feeling in his heart made it hard for Bui Lai to restrain himself. He struggled to crawl out of the well. In front of him, a black figure swayed in the wind, followed by the starry night sky. It turned out, after running all night, Ho Guanqi had reached the peak of Mount Nalan, the highest mountain in the range surrounding Viet Thanh City. The mountain was densely forested, with an abandoned temple called Hong Nalan Temple. You're awake? It seems the antidote that woman gave you worked. This time you caused a lot of trouble. Not only did you fail to protect yourself, But you almost lost your life. The demon lord said as he unwrapped the bandages from Hogonchi's wound, which was not only carefully bandaged but also faintly smelled of precious medicine. I didn't expect that in the end, it was you who saved me. Hogonchi said in surprise. The demon lord didn't pay attention. I warn you, don't get involved in the organization's affairs. You've heard what they said, now. That Hua Shirwodi has gotten ahead of us. What are you going to do? You don't need to worry about that. Bai Guing said, by the way, last time was the last time I wore a mask to attend the meeting on your behalf. There won't be a next time. Deal with it yourself, don't let the organization discover your intentions. Boy Lai carried Min Chien Tuet on his back, walking in the dark, not knowing how far he had gone. His clothes were soaked with cold well water, and his whole body was about to freeze. He suddenly saw a stilt house ahead, looking like a hay storage barn. This place must have been rarely visited. Boy Lai carefully laid out dry straw and took off his wet clothes. In the moonlight, Min Chien Tuet's lips were pale, her face was deathly white and almost transparent. She had passed out. There was a large egg-sized wound on her body. Who could have imagined this woman would be so cruel to herself? At this moment, Min Chien Tuet's body convulsed, the inner force inside her erupted. Hard to control. Boy Lai suddenly heard a human voice. It turned out that this stilt house was the warehouse of the local office, and people only came here occasionally. A man entered the warehouse, panting and said, "You're so bold, daring to steal so many goods while the lady is at the local office. It seems you knew the lady wouldn't check the goods carefully. If the lady finds out, who knows what will happen? Killing you would be too light." This man grabbed Ahon's arm, intending to do something improper. Ahon cried with tears in her eyes, sobbing, "Brother Tingru, spare me. I don't need the money anymore, I'll give it all to you." But this man had no intention of letting her go. He pushed Ahon into the straw and groped her body. Suddenly, a loud scream came from the second floor. Tingru was startled. Ahon also screamed, "You lecherous man, you won't get away." Tingru, holding a lantern, walked step by step up to the second floor, shouting loudly, "Who's up there? I see you. Don't make me drag you out." At this moment, Bui Lai and Min Chien Tuet were hiding behind a pile of straw, seeing Tin Nu approaching. Min Chien Tuet suddenly woke up and struck first, pressing Loi Kin into his palm, grabbing Tin Nu's neck. Tin Nu let go of his hand, the lantern fell to the ground, the fire ignited the dry straw. This was a hay barn. Once on fire, the consequences would be disastrous. Bui Lai hurriedly stomped to put out the fire. It was also at this moment that Tin Nu took the opportunity to strike back, and Loi Kin of Min Chien Tuet was not completely subdued, but it also caused her extreme pain due to her old wound. At this moment, she had to dispel the lightning force within her body. Min Chien Tuet turned around, grabbed Bui Lai's neck, and pushed him down to the ground. Bui Lai's lightning force was transmitted into Min Chien Tuet's body. In the chaos, Min Chien Tuet suddenly entered a strange space, surrounded by ancient characters. Min Chien Tuet only remembered that the lightning force in her body had just erupted, and she wanted to use the bitch Hoa Shingong to dispel it, but why did she come to this place? Could this be the void realm of Bui Lai? Could the bitch Hoa Shingong affect him, allowing him to easily enter the void realm, and even dragging her into it? Who exactly is this man? Min Chien Tuet was horrified. This place actually helped ease her pain, allowing her to use the Crimson Fire God technique to dispel part of the thunderstrike. Isn't this the ideal place for cultivation? The morning sunlight shone through the window, waking up the sleeping Bui Lai. The soft light shone on her young, rosy face. She didn't look like a ruthless female demon slayer, she resembled a beautiful girl putting on makeup, captivating anyone who saw her. It turned out that the mountain Bui Lai climbed that night was Mount Nalan, the highest peak in the Viet Thanh suburbs. There were many abandoned temples on the mountain, and the Nalan abandoned temple was the largest, known as the #1 abandoned temple in the Nalan area. Min Chien Tuet decided to cultivate together with Bui Lai. Seeing Min Chien Tuet recover so quickly, Bui Lai couldn't help but be surprised. She asked loudly, "How did you do that? Did you kill that man?" Min Chien Tuet calmly said, "I have dealt with that lustful man. I have answered your question. Now it's your turn to answer mine. Have you ever entered the realm of nothingness? Where did you learn that?" Bui Lai resolutely refused to speak. Min Chien Tuet did not insist, only saying, "While I was unconscious, I heard you mention the box that was stolen by Noyet Than Fong. It seems very important. Let's make a deal. I will do my best to help you retrieve the box, and I will tell you everything you want to know. And you, practice the bitch Hoa Dan Nguyen with me." Bui Lai was both doubtful and astonished. Min Chien Tuet firmly held his hand, her eyes pleading, her tone sincere. "That year, I saved Moon Spirit Wind who was dying. He had the Jade Fire Pill manual. We wanted to cultivate the supreme martial arts, so we practiced together. The Jade Fire Pill Manual is the ultimate technique, but it requires not only a man and a woman to cultivate together, but also both to reach the realm of entering the void. You must have heard it yesterday, now Moon Spirit Wind and I have become mortal enemies, we can no longer cooperate anymore. Moreover, he severely injured me with his Thunder Strike. Fortunately, he used the Jade Fire Divine skill to execute the Thunder Strike, so I could use my similar inner force to neutralize it. Last night, I had to forcefully expel part of the Thunder Strike to avoid serious injury. However, this Thunder Strike has not completely dissipated. If it accumulates, it will become increasingly severe. I must practice the Jade Fire Divine skill to completely remove the Thunder Strike. For ordinary people, it's very difficult to enter the Void Realm. Those who cultivate to this realm without talent will die 10 times before succeeding once. Over the years, apart from Moon Spirit Wind, you are the only one I've met who is different. The Void Realm is the realm after entering the Void. You will definitely be able to cultivate with me. I will teach you martial arts, to help you. How was she injured? Bui Lai heard Min Qian Tuet's proposal and thought of Moon Spirit Wind nearby, and also the undefeated Grandmaster. Not to mention taking back the box from Moon Spirit Wind's hands, now he just hopes to safely reach White Mountain and meet the Patriarch. Facing such powerful enemies, like the Moon God and the Promised Champion, with his current abilities, he is truly reborn from the brink of death. But in Bui Lai's heart, there is still his own justice and responsibility. He asks, who is that mysterious woman? Is she preparing a place for me to stay there? It is said that in the east of Xingzhou, by the East Sea, Buddhism has existed since ancient times, with the founding patriarch being the Great Sun Lotus Master. The Great Sun Lotus Master was the founder of the first Buddhist sect in the small town, during the time of the Dragon Emperor. He and the disciples of Buddha Tathagata in Donghai House City spread the Buddhist Dharma, causing Buddhism to flourish for hundreds of years. The Great Sun Lotus Master governed the East Sea region and built many temples and monasteries. However, the self-liberation and nirvana teachings of the Great Sun Lotus Master were not in line with the interests of the rulers, so later they were suppressed by the Forest Clan and the Central Plains regime. Eventually, both the demon sect and the Buddhist sect disappeared in the flow of history. After hundreds of years of suppressing Buddhism, the people of the East Sea combined the beliefs of the Forest Clan with the Great Sun Lotus Buddhism, forming a unique local belief. The Dragon King Emperor. For a long time, there was no Buddhism in the East Sea, and the Great Sun Lotus Master gradually became a legend in ancient books. Now, from the west of the Bai Mountains and snowy waters, a Mahayana Buddhist monk welcomed by the Central Plains regime has come to the East Sea to spread the Buddhist Dharma, causing a wave of suppression of Buddhism. Many ancient temples have been rebuilt. The largest temple in the Viet Thanh suburbs, located on Na Lan Mountain, is the Lien Tuet Temple. This is the most famous Buddhist holy land in Dong Hai. The Lien Tuet Temple is vast, divided into the inner and outer courtyards. The inner courtyard mainly consists of worship halls and sutra repositories. The outer courtyard has many rooms to accommodate visitors from all directions. In the outer courtyard, there is the Wangshi Court for male guests and the Eiting Court for female guests. Food and accommodation are provided in abundance. Back to Bui Lai, he asked. Min Qian Tuet smiled and said, are you talking about her? Whether you believe it or not, I didn't intend to bring her here. Back then, Noyet Than Fong and I learned martial arts from Haini. But I helped the Noyet family grow stronger. When I taught Haini the bitch Hoa Dan Nguyen, I had no intention of stealing his inner force. I, Min Qian Tuet, act righteously and honorably, never resorting to despicable means. Although I used to be in Tien La Hong, pursuing the highest martial arts is not wrong. I just want to live by my own will. If you have the bitch Hoa Dan Nguyen and my help, you can quickly become a master of internal martial arts. Bui Lai remained firm in his beliefs, saying, in my heart, you and the moon deity are no different. I don't believe you. As for the Aji matter, find someone else to help. I will figure out a way myself. After saying that, Bui Lai left. A man and a woman walked ahead. Bui Lai climbed over the wall and left the outer monastery. He recalled what Min Qian Tuet said, although he didn't fully believe it. He still had some doubts. Bui Lai heard the conversation of the abbot and the monks, saying that many distinguished guests were coming today, and preparations had to be made everywhere. It seemed there were 2 trunks that needed to be transported. Bui Lai was sneaking around the living quarters when he accidentally bumped into a young monk eating a mandarin orange. In the commotion, he said he was looking for the Zen master like his senior brother, but got lost. Luckily, the kind little monk said, you must be the person the Zen master is looking for to do odd jobs? Everyone is gathering at the outer courtyard. This is the inner courtyard. There are honored guests today. Why did you come here? If you encounter the Zen master, you won't survive. Bui Lai hurriedly followed the little monk's direction. Fortunately, as he turned the corner, he heard the Zen master welcoming an honored guest. This person was the commander of the Eastern Sea Maritime Trade Office. Zhang Sheng said, "The masters of the 7 stars and 4 constellations have all arrived. Now we're only waiting for the master of the Sichuan sect, Layman He, to arrive." Bui Lai clearly heard this conversation. With doubts in his heart, he didn't know why the person from Zikliando came here. When he was hiding in Liuxinqing, he had offended Neodarin. Bui Lai was at a loss, just hearing the little monk say. He had to go to Shakafang's Wanjindo, and before that he had passed through here, so he decided to sneak in, to eavesdrop on the situation. Relying on his agile body technique, Bui Lai passed by a few monks, and in the blink of an eye, he reached Shakafang's Wanjindo. Shakafang's Wanjindo was built in a very strange way. Each room had a door but no windows. He had to find a secluded place to hide. If he climbed onto the roof, he would be easily spotted during the day. But he didn't know if there were people inside the rooms, as he couldn't hear any sound. While hesitating, the chief monk came and said, "Don't disturb our honored guests, put the trunks in the main hall." Bui Lai didn't know which room to hide in. Suddenly, a board on the floor was pushed away, and a white rope shot out, wrapping around Bui Lai's waist, pulling him upstairs. Bui Lai's eyes went dark, and he fell onto a soft pile of cushions. In front of him was a person, wearing a short skirt, revealing a pair of long, fair legs. On the soft cushions, they were like exquisite jade legs floating in midair. Above was a smiling face like a flower. "If you were here, with silence all around, what would you do?" Min Xian Tuat Tin winked mischievously at Bui Lai and whispered, "Listen carefully. I heard everything. It seems that General Su Feng and Master now have arrived, one as the host and the other as the observer." The sound, originally muffled by the thick wooden walls, suddenly became clear. "Long time no see, Master Tai. How have you been? Since it's just the 2 of us in the room, we can speak freely," General Su Feng said, looking around. "This place is soundproof, each room is soundproofed, absolutely no eavesdropping is possible. It's an ideal place to discuss confidential matters." Now Darren smiled. "Venerable Master, you've summoned me here, it's not just for casual chat, is it? It must be about the matter from last time." The Venerable Master didn't hide it, speaking directly. "The court has decided to hold the Great Dharma Assembly of the 3 teachings at my temple. The date has been set, and the Liuli disciple is about to arrive. I hope to meet the disciple privately to discuss." Having said that, he opened 2 red wooden trunks that had just been brought in, filled with gold, silver and jewels. The Venerable Master smiled and said, "Darren, please take a look. One trunk is a gift for you, the other one, I want to use it to debate the Dharma with the disciple." Hearing this, Shifeng Kun laughed loudly. Then slowly said, "Venerable Master, that is the Liuli disciple, even the Emperor Nanling reveres him. With just these things, I'm afraid it will be difficult to debate the Dharma with him." As I mentioned before, the Liuli disciple came to the Great Dharma Assembly of the 3 teachings to unify the 3 teachings of Buddhism and end the division. The Dajiri school of Xingguanchang no longer has any successors. Only 8 female disciples remain in Donghai, known as the 8 Knight Venerables. If you can invite the 8 knights, the disciple will certainly respect you. The usually expressionless face of Now Darren suddenly became animated, raising his eyebrows, baring his teeth in a smile, each word spoken with great force, his white teeth glimpsed behind his fierce face. "The 8 knights are just legends from a few hundred years ago, the disciple is the real deal. I use small favors to seek promises, use 3 pounds of meat, didn't see saw, didn't hear saw, didn't ask saw. Even if I used this whole trunk of gold, I couldn't kill a dog. Better to use it to seek promises." Snowy smiled faintly, trying to hold back a laugh. In the darkness, her smile was like a blossoming flower. Extremely beautiful. Her gaze not only had a playful look, but also seemed a little shy. Snowy said softly, "This jade transformation path has a special structure. Taking the circular space beneath our feet as the center, it radiates outward. Although each room has partitions, the roofs are connected. No matter which room you are in, you cannot hear the conversation in other rooms, nor from the outside. Only here can you clearly hear the movements in all rooms. No one can eavesdrop. This is the place that the Great Sun Alliance wanted to build. There's no such thing as a free lunch." Hearing that it was built by the Great Sun Alliance, Bui Lai looked doubtful. Snowy pointed to the perforated wooden plank in front of them and said, "This plank is nearly 1,000 years old. The pattern in the middle is the emblem of the Great Sun Alliance." Bui Lai didn't expect Snowy to know this. It turned out that Snowy's master had been imprisoned by the Great Sun Alliance. That's why she knew about this. Bui Lai was about to ask more, when Min Qian Tuat suddenly rushed over, covered his mouth, and gestured for him to be quiet. Bui Lai felt the girl's breath on his face flushed red. Min Qian Tuet said, "Someone else is coming." She whispered to Bui Lai, "Follow me, let's go over there and eavesdrop." Move slowly. She used her long slender legs, crawling on the roof beams, silently without a sound. Min Qian Tuet remained motionless, turning her head, catching Bui Lai's burning gaze. This kind of compelled feeling made her rarely blush. The man who just entered was a middle-aged man with a shaggy beard, a friendly smile on his face. This man was Loi Man Hak, the current head of the Zichlin gang. He was also a master of profound internal martial arts. His demeanor and gestures were elegant, indicating he was a scholar. Yet he also carried a rugged air. Moving lightly and steadily without his clothes rustling. It was rumored in the martial arts world that the Zichlin gang was one of the 3 major assassin organizations. But everyone in Donghai knew that the Zichlin gang's eyes and ears were everywhere. Min Qian Tuet leaned close to Bui Lai's ear and whispered softly, "Don't go over there, just listen from here. With your current martial arts skills, he will definitely discover you." Her breath on his ear made him feel ticklish. Su Fengquan respectfully said to the master sculptor, "The Empress Dowager wishes to commission a Buddha statue." Su Fengquan and the 7 celestial sculptors looked at the statue the master sculptor brought, and couldn't help but be amazed. They didn't expect the temporary palace to be so luxurious. This expense put a lot of pressure on Su Tsung. No matter how wealthy Su Tsung was, he should not waste like this. Louis Manhak was the first to notice the abnormality. He clasped his hands and asked, "Your Excellency, such a large-scale procession, could it be that someone in the court wants to attend the 3 Doctrines Dharma Assembly?" General Zifeng shook his head and said solemnly, "The situation in the Eastern Sea is getting more and more complicated, and the propagation of Buddhism has encountered many difficulties. The person that Reverend Tin is looking for, is Her Majesty the Empress?" If General Zifeng's information is true, not only was the Daipan house exterminated, but even the merchants they had dealt with before were also killed. I'm afraid even Lin Mok Dongdu was killed. The speed of their actions was so fast, this force is not someone anyone can provoke. Everyone in the Eastern Sea is terrified. Everyone was in an uproar discussing this. General Zifeng hurriedly continued. "As you all know, Her Majesty the Empress wholeheartedly believes in Buddhism and is the biggest supporter of the 3 Doctrines Dharma Assembly. Today, she has decided to attend in person. And Her Majesty instructed that this trip should not be extravagant, originally intending to go directly to Natin Temple, but General Mo Dung argued that the temple was impure, making it difficult to ensure Her Majesty's safety, so he chose this procession. I'm in charge of security. Hoping you gentlemen will cooperate. All forces to support. It is the Emperor's order, so everyone must give their all." The imperial censor turned to ask the high monk, "Will the specific arrangements in the temple be your responsibility, Venerable One?" After confirming, the imperial censor said, "The Empress herself will attend the Dharma Assembly, and the Marquis of Chieftains, General Madong, and Grand Master Hobao will also come to the Lianuisi Temple. I hope you will work hard, Venerable One. Of course, there will also be General Madong and his subordinates. The high monk can rest assured." Bui Lai clearly heard all the words above, and his mind quickly turned. The patriarch wanted him to bring Trick DM to him. Now Noyet Than Fong and Trick DM were being pursued, and the road to Bactan Mountain would certainly be extremely dangerous. It would be better to temporarily take refuge in this Lianuisi temple. Wait for Noyet Than Fong to arrive, then find a way to retrieve Trick DM, and personally deliver her to the patriarch. A moment later, the room on the left suddenly lit up. In order, it must be the room of the man at the front end. Bui Lai curiously crept over. Seeing this, Min Qian Tuet held his hand and shook her head. Her palm was warm and soft, making it hard for Bui Lai to resist. In the room, someone sneered, "Just now, there were too many people, it was inconvenient to talk." "Don't worry, elder brother." The one who spoke was actually Monk Xingrua. "I didn't expect Lua Menho to have a relationship with this monk." Xingrua said to Now Darren, "Rest assured, elder brother, the 2 chests of gold have been delivered. As long as the Buddhist disciple Liuli helps me, the position of abbot of Lianchu Yuanxi will definitely belong to me. As for the current abbot, although he is stubborn, I have already poisoned him. Even if I flay him, he won't recognize me. I have already spread rumors that he is about to die." Lua Menho asked, "Is there any movement at Wanman? I don't understand why that old man insists on hiding there and refuses to come out even when dying. I'm even more puzzled why he handed over the Zakiliando to me. Could it be for personal reasons? But it's too much." The Grand Master smiled and said, "Brother, if you're worried, I can send someone to investigate. No, don't mention Loi Van Lin's martial arts skills. His every move is certainly being monitored. Moreover, there's the Loi Fan Lai great treasure. If he finds out, the little fortune in his hands is no joke." Bui Lai has received too complex information. The 3 sects Dharma Convention, the Queen Mother, the Loi Gate infiltrating Lin Tuet Temple, and a plot involving his master, Loi Van Lin. Do these relate to Trick DM? Even if he can't retrieve Trick DM, he should report to the ancestor. Seeing Bui Lai ponder, Min Chi and Tuet said, the Three Sects Dharma Convention will certainly have the Eastern General attend, and the Moon Saint sect won't be absent. The Moon Saint sect thinks I was struck by his thunderstrike, so he'll definitely come for revenge. If you and I cultivate the Jade Fire Pill manual together, not only can it help heal my injuries, but your martial arts will advance rapidly, and may even help you retrieve the trick. Hearing Min Chi and Tuet's temptation, Bui Lai's determined eyes said, thank you for your help, miss, but I still can't convince myself. If I ask you not to do evil deeds in the future, you certainly won't agree. So I'll stay here and figure out a way myself. Farewell. Seeing Bui Lai turn and leave, Min Chi and Tuet was a bit annoyed and said, are you really doing this for Trick DM? Perhaps even you don't realize that in your bones, you're also a self-willed person. But being self-willed in this Jianghu comes at a price. In the office of Lin Tuet Monastery, the arrogant monk Tin Nu said, here, the most important rule is that I, Tin Nu, am the law, I am the heavens. You are so lucky. Remember, your lives are given by me, and I can take them back at any time. Bui Lai has just escaped from the Fachuan Chuyen Kim path and is hiding here. The Tin Nu in front of me. His vulgar speech, rude gestures, not at all like a monk. Bui Lai silently scolded, if the ruler is not upright, the subjects will be disorderly. The disciples of this monastery have all gone bad. While he was thinking, an object flew towards him, but it didn't hit Bui Lai, only numbing his legs. He quickly pretended to kneel down. Bui Lai took this opportunity to ask this master to help him become a monk. The monastery arranged for Bui Lai to chop wood and carry water. These manual tasks made Bui Lai feel at ease, and his work efficiency was higher than others. The person working with Bui Lai was the little monk named Xuanru from before. After a few days of working together, the two became close. Not long after, Tuen Nu and Bui Lai were assigned a task that no one wanted to do, bringing food to the disgraced abbot. This abbot was the very person that now Dainan wanted to harm. There were others in the temple. Bui Lai and Tuen Nu went together to the old abbot's residence, located behind the mountain, in a small monastery. This room was quite old, but the Buddha statue was not as solemn as the ones outside, but rather shiny. The old abbot sat in front of the Buddha statue, with white hair, a hunched back, like an old man about to die. Tuen Nu respectfully said, Venerable abbot, I, Tuen Nu, have come to bring food for the venerable. The old abbot finally reacted upon hearing the noise, slowly saying, Tuen Nu said, I saw the food had been left for too long, so I replaced it with new food, hoping the elderly would accept it. The old abbot suddenly waved his hand, his speed so fast that Bui Lai couldn't react in time and was grabbed. The old abbot embraced Tuen Nu, laughing heartily. Seeing this scene, Bui Lai thought that Tuen Nu's claim of the abbot being lustful seemed accurate. He must find evidence and report to the old patriarch, unable to let the old abbot be harmed. As Bui Lai turned to leave, the old abbot's gaze gradually shifted. In that moment, Bui Lai felt as if he was seen through by the old man. Returning to the monastery, Tuen said, the venerable abbot is a legendary figure. Before I arrived, he was already like that. It is said that before Buddhism became prosperous, he was already the abbot here. No one knows when he took office. It is said that the imperial court once wanted to appoint another highly respected and virtuous elder, but was later refused. The venerable abbot has remained in office until now. Nominally, the elder is the abbot, but all decisions are made by the Nyodai Run. At this moment, someone pushed open the door and rushed in, shouting loudly, something big has happened. Everyone gathered in front of the office door. The venerable Tingru had a fierce expression and shouted loudly, silence! Listen everyone, someone has discovered the body of brother Tingwu in the hay storage room. It seems he has been dead for some time. The culprit may still be in the temple. Everyone, quickly grab sticks and clubs. Split into groups of 3, search the whole temple for me. Bui Lai thought silently, finally, she has been discovered. But it won't be easy to capture Miss Bui Lai. Bui Lai and Tuen Nu were assigned to the same group. Tuen Nu carried a lantern, walking and saying, the culprit couldn't still be in the temple, right? Even if they were, they wouldn't be stupid enough to stay here. Tuen Nu said, Brother Tin No usually does many bad deeds. Maybe it's because of a vengeful ghost. Bui Lai still believed her aunt's words, things that humans can't explain are caused by ghosts and deities. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in Bui Lai's eyes. A black figure appeared on the roof. 2 rocks flew over, easily extinguishing the lantern in Bui Lai's hand. Tuen Nu panicked and drew his sword. A dark figure like a demon appeared behind Tuen Nu's back, breaking his neck. At this moment, only Bui Lai and the black-clothed figure remained. The black-clothed figure smiled coldly, it's a pity you saw me. Does this black-clothed figure want to kill? And silence him? Bui Lai was enraged. Rushing towards the black-clothed figure. The man in black squinted his eyes and sneered, so you know martial arts. He didn't dodge and let Boy Lai hit him. Boy Lai used all his strength, but the man in black didn't seem affected. Boy Lai felt like he was hitting steel. The man in black laughed coldly. It's been years since anyone hit me. But you can't. The man in black only used one finger, accurately hitting Boy Lai's wrist, easily neutralizing his force. Boy Lai felt his wrist was dislocated. Perhaps. Boy Lai suddenly thought of the cold voice he heard before. Could it be, you killed the monk in the hay barn? He swung his arm like a sword at the man in black. The man in black sneered, caught his arm with one hand, then twisted Boy Lai's arm, easily subduing him. A cracking sound was heard, followed by excruciating pain. The man in black said coldly, your moves are quick, but your martial arts skills are only worthy of a petty thief. It's fortunate that this temple now has money, or else. Seeing Twen seemed to have stopped breathing. Boy Lai gritted his teeth, trying to endure the pain, and kicked backwards. Seeing the young monk still had some strength left, the man in black moved, and struck with a palm emitting a pale green light. The palm strike was unpredictable, like scattered petals, causing one's vision to blur. Boy Lai felt pain in his stomach, shoulders, and arms. Before he could react, an iron-like hand grabbed Boy Lai, pinning him to the ground. Boy Lai was like a small dog held in the hand. The black-clothed man's hand was as hard as iron. Even if he had a sword in his hand, he couldn't win. The black-clothed man narrowed his eyes, his voice as cold as a venomous snake. I've changed my mind, I won't kill you now. Perhaps you still have some use. You must be wondering who I am. But that's not your fault. I don't care about your business. Why are you hiding in this temple? You just need to know, I can make you suffer 10 times more at any time. As he finished speaking, the black-clothed man used one hand to restrain Boy Lai's shoulder. With a crack, Boy Lai's shoulder was dislocated. You agreed to cultivate together with me, but then what? The black-robed man laughed coldly. How was it? Was this bone-shattering technique delicious? Listen carefully, there's a stilt house in the temple that I can't enter. Go there and find something for me, find it and you'll live. The excruciating pain made it hard for Boy Lai to bear, but the righteousness in his heart remained unextinguished. He gritted his teeth and asked, why did you kill that little monk? The black-robed man struck Boy Lai down with his hand and said coldly, you don't have to answer. I have plenty of time. If you don't answer today, think it over tomorrow. Now, let me show you my technique. Boy Lai passed out from the pain. When he woke up, he was lying in an empty room. The gentle morning light shone throughout the Lean Tuet temple, and everywhere was peaceful. She fought the snow on the roof, seeming to discover something, hurriedly ran towards the back of the mountain. She fought the snow nimbly like a swallow, gliding as if flying. Not long after, she saw Boy Lai pale, covered in blood, lying weakly on the ground. Seeing her come, Boy Lai muttered, like a soulless person, that little monk is named Xin Nu. He cooks very well, but the master never mentioned him. At first I was furious, but when tortured, I only felt fear and wanted to escape. I almost forgot about Xian Nu. Boy Lai could only say these words to her. She understood Boy Lai's state of mind, gently asking, do you want to avenge him? After going through so many things, Boy Lai no longer intended to venture into the martial world. He sighed, forget about revenge, we're just passers-by, but I still remember the tofu he cooked. Everyone in this martial world lives according to their own will, and has their own important matters. No one would suspect a tofu-selling child, but I cannot accept it. If the demonic path is the true face of this world, then I shall become a demon, to show the world my perseverance. Miss Min, I'm injured, please take me to the upper city. Boy Lai finally managed to enter the realm of nothingness. As he was rejoicing, a strange voice suddenly came from behind, startling Boy Lai and causing him to turn around. Boy Lai saw the black-clothed man, soaking wet, walking out of the water. The sudden voice caught Min Qian Tuet's attention. Since agreeing to cultivate together with Min Qian Tuet, Boy Lai had devoted all his efforts to healing his wounds. Min Qian Tuet only taught Boy Lai how to circulate his inner energy. Under the water, he had successfully entered the void realm. It was just a momentary excitement that made him come out. Min Qian Tuet patiently waited and gently said, one time is enough. You'll get used to it with more practice, no need to remember the techniques from the outside. Change into clean clothes, someone is coming. I'll go out and deal with them. Min Qian Tuet put on his robe, opened the door to greet the guest. Greetings, Madame Tao. It turns out, these past few days Min Qian Tuet has been staying at a Ting temple. Min Qian Tuet slowly said, I came from the ancient city, heard this temple is sacred. So I came here to pray for blessings, and have donated 50 taels of silver to the temple. Who dares to bother me? Boy Lai applied ointment, I fought the snow, now I'm just a little sore. This torture was just to help him find something. Boy Lai described the situation that day in detail. He said that thing was in the stilt house he couldn't enter. He told me to wait until he recovered and then go to that small road to find him. He also said I was an acquaintance. This proves he has been in the temple for a long time, most likely a fake disciple. Bui Lai suspected if that person was the Zen master Tin Nu. He didn't see him that night, but it definitely wasn't Min Chien Tuet. If Tin Nu had such powerful martial arts, the last time he eavesdropped, Min Chien Tuet couldn't have failed to detect him, unless his martial arts far surpassed Min Chien Tuet's. Min Chien Tuet stroked her hair, thinking, he wants to control you, but it's inconvenient to keep you by his side. This shows he has another identity in the temple. I must rescue you. But Bui Lai also has his own calculations. He said he wants to see what's in Lin Tuet temple that makes such a master have to hide here. Min Chien Tuet knows the danger here. She knows the black-clothed person. They will definitely torture Bui Lai, and may even kill him. But Bui Lai has to overcome this ordeal himself. Min Chien Tuet patted Bui Lai's head, saying, now you are my ally, my hope for revenge. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to take revenge. Min Chien Tuet said, I will teach you the bitch Hoa Shingong. But before that, follow me. A group of people came to the temple gate. Phuc Tri Can and others were preparing medicine for Noyet Shin Fong. In total, there were people from Na Tin Vien and Vong Ti Vien. Little monk, quickly call the other monks to take care of the donors. The person closest to the main temple was Mon Bak Hai, the one who almost killed Bui Lai. Please invite the lady contestant to rest at the Na Tin Institute. At this moment, a little girl's quarreling voice rang out from behind. She didn't want men and women to be separated. Phuc Tri Can saw this girl as just a troublesome child. She asked, why can't I stay with Shu Tiachu? From inside the carriage, a cold voice rang out, the Buddhist path is pure, no noise is allowed. You two keep a close eye on the young lady, don't let her run around. Sister Shu no. Lu Tichlin gently flew over and asked, how is Elder Teet's injury? Lu Tichlin reported, the elder is trying to suppress the thunder vigor, but there are signs of it spreading. Hearing that, Shu Nak immediately instructed Lu Tichlin, after dark, personally escort the old monk to a safe place, don't let anyone discover it. You must be faster than Noyet than Fong. By a step. Shu Nak looked at the medicine package the demon monk gave her. Last time she let Noyet than Fong go, this time he definitely won't spare the old monk. It seems the only hope lies in these two medicine packages. Min Chien Tuet led Bui Lai through the secret tunnel behind the Arhat Hall, entering a secret passage. Bui Lai was astonished by this huge secret passage. Why would there be such a large secret chamber? Min Chien Tuet explained, at first, I was also very surprised. From here looking out, it's the Lin Tuet Temple. This secret chamber is located right in the belly of the Maitreya statue. The air vent is opened on the statue's chest. We always used the moonlight and lamps to light up, no one outside could see. Bui Lai was worried if anyone else in the temple knew about this secret room. Min Chien Tuet said, when I discovered it, the dust on the ground was 3 inches thick. It seemed like no one had been here for hundreds of years. Since Min Chien Tuet was knowledgeable about Buddhism, she wanted to see if there were any other secrets in the Lin Tuet temple. When she came to the main hall, she saw that this Maitreya statue was different from the seated Maitreya statues in Donghai, so she guessed that this statue, according to the records of the Dai Na Lin sect, Maitreya was a disciple of Buddha, and often sat in a semi-reclining posture to preach the Dharma. The Dai Na Lin sect belonged to Hinayana Buddhism, and did not worship Buddha statues. But here there was a large Maitreya statue. Min Chien Tuet found it strange. Finally, she discovered a place where old things were stored. In the corner, there was the path is exactly the same as the entrance to the diamond wall. Moreover, there's a secret mechanism inside the Buddha statue. So this is where Min Chien Tuet found this place. It seems that the writings on the wall are in ancient Sanskrit. But Min Chien Tuet doesn't know why these words were carved on the walls of this secret chamber, meaning that the entrance to Buddhism lies in the heart, in line with the self-liberation and nirvana doctrines of the Not Lin sect. Bui Lai saw her insightful analysis, her intelligent beauty even surpassing that of Hang Tt. He was a bit dazed. Min Chien Tuet invited Bui Lai to sit opposite her. Let's begin. Internal cultivation is about refining essence. To form energy, refining energy to form spirit, harmonizing yin and yang, to create various supernatural powers. Most internal cultivation methods in the world focus on unifying essence and energy. Relying on the indestructible essence and energy to form inner force, circulating through meridians, and storing in the breath. It's just that the inner force of each sect takes on different forms, some like a spider web, some like a fishing net. Min Chien Tuet raised her hand, and the dust on the ground automatically rose. Up, it spins. If the inner forces of different sects conflict with each other, it's not only difficult to reconcile, but can also harm oneself. The Crimson Fire divine skill originated from Taoism. Cultivating this way is not wrong. But I want to teach you differently. We will use the method of refining Qi to reach the realm of cultivating Qi into divine being. The purpose of the Crimson Fire divine skill is for us to be in the state of nothingness, through the union of Yin and Yang, combining Yin and Yang, forming the primordial embryo. Absorbing the primordial embryonic energy. Bui Lai's eyes widened upon hearing this. Min Chien Tuet continued. The primordial embryo is the most divine and sacred thing in the world. Within our bodies, before the distinction of male and female, it is the primordial embryo. The Qi at this stage is the primordial embryonic energy. The primordial embryonic energy is hundreds of thousands of times stronger than essence and blood, and with just 100 days. Its power is invincible. Unfortunately, they lost this energy before being born. Therefore, for ordinary people to reach the realm of cultivating Qi into being, it takes at least 30 to 50 years. But by cultivating the Crimson Fire divine skill and fusing with the primordial embryonic energy, one can easily reach this realm. This method sounds simple, but is actually very dangerous. Especially for those who have practiced other internal skills before, the two inner forces will conflict in the meridians, leading to either the loss of inner force or, in severe cases, the rupture of meridians. Bui Lai remembered learning the Jijia's method of circulating Qi, but that probably didn't count as an internal skill. The old monk also said he didn't have the talent for it. So Bui Lai followed Min Chien Tuet's instructions. Her soft hands were placed on Bui Lai's hands. The two focused their minds. Bui Lai pulled Min Chien Tuet into his illusory realm. At this moment, Min Chien Tuet only wore a thin inner garment, revealing her toned muscular lines and fair slender thighs. The smooth white snow, the boundary of victory and defeat, the powerful strength and agile body seemed unrelated. The battle between the man and woman was strange. Bui Lai opened his eyes wide, not expecting Min Chien Tuet to be like this. It turned out that this quiet illusory scene was based on Bui Lai's memories. Kung Lai stared at Min Chien Tuet, whose upper body was a snake while the lower half was a human form. Bui Lai recalled the image of the snake woman from the book he had read, making him blush. Although the scene here was illusory, if Bui Lai's consciousness died here during cultivation, his physical body would also. Following Mang Zhanshuo, Bui Lai silently thought, why is she dressed so revealingly? Of course, following Mang Zhanshuo's instructions, Bui Lai began circulating the Hua Bai Dan Shui incantation within the ethereal mirror realm. Many people stumble at this step when first learning INTE. Renal cultivation. Whether he can succeed or not, it all depends on Bui Lai's innate enlightenment. Mang Zhanshuo's gentle voice echoed in Bui Lai's head, celestial weapon, icy dragon coiling around the four paths. And 100 illusions, annihilating with the sword of wisdom. In these 7 incantation lines, Mang Zhanshuo seldom explained, but this punishment. Bui Lai suddenly felt a certain attribute emerge, and Wu Yin's voice abruptly sounded without any warning, little brat, I see your cultivation method is flawed. Ha! Bui Lai was startled, why did Wu Yin appear? But looking at Mang Zhanshuo in front of him, he saw no trace of her. Wu Yin had merged into Bui Lai's consciousness. Wu Yin continued, your Tian Yuan Dao incantation, the Hua Bai Dan Shui is also a Taoist cultivation method, the breathing techniques are similar. It's not a big deal, since you've learned demonic cultivation methods before, just make a few adjustments and you can reach his level. In Min Chien Tuet's eyes, this little guy Bui Lai seems to be implying something, isn't he? Hearing these words, Bui Lai closed his eyes, focused his mind, and circulated his inner energy again, softly chanting the incantation with a sense of a warm flow. After entering the meditative state with the void mirror technique, Bui Lai imagined the warm flow circulating through his meridians, and indeed, his thoughts manifested. The small warm current flowing wherever his mind directed. It felt as if fresh blood was boiling in his muscles, yet it wasn't a tense alertness, but rather a very relaxed and comfortable sensation. Min Chien Tuet thought silently, this little guy Bui Lai succeeded so quickly, and hurriedly grabbed his hand. The skin contact between Min Chien Tuet's and Bui Lai's palms allowed their inner energies to intertwine within Bui Lai's body, forming the primordial prenatal state. Min Chien Tuet softly said, focus your mind, this process absolutely cannot be interrupted, or else both you and I will be in danger. But at this moment, a burning surge arose in his heart. Bui Lai sensed something was amiss, a bright red aura emanating from behind his back, causing Min Chien Tuet to have doubts about Bui Lai's body. There's a different aura, this fresh red aura follows Bui Lai. The primordial aura envelopes Bui Lai, and now Bui Lai realizes this is the demon blade test. Previously, when rescuing Nan Hongheap, I absorbed the aura of the test blaze. I forgot such an important matter. Negligence. Slowly, a bloody eye forms within the fresh red aura, its green pupil makes one shudder. And this aura also envelopes Min Chien Tuet along with it. Suddenly, Min Chien Tuet only feels dizzy. The controlled one, Min Chien Tuet, today I will devour you alive. The demon blade's mind suddenly possesses Min Chien Tuet. The demon blade's eyes seem to hypnotize Min Chien Tuet. Her thoughts were completely consumed by the girl in front of her. In a daze, Min Chien Tuet seemed to hear someone calling her. The voice was very familiar, like the voice of her master. Chien Tuet, no matter what you do, your master will not blame you. You can still turn back, I can also not eat their flesh. At this moment, Min Chien Tuet's eyes glowed red, as if she was soulless, gradually being controlled by the demon sword. Her master continued, but it wasn't originally like this, you can stop all of this from happening. First start with the person beside you, kill that boy Lai. Under the hypnosis of the demon sword, Min Chien Tuet's mind was filled with nothing else. Only the 4 words kill boy Lai kept circling endlessly. Just as Min Chien Tuet was about to act, a stronger red glow appeared in this space. The words seizing the great Dharma gradually appear. A more ferocious aura erupts from within boy Lai's body. It forms a gigantic, ferocious hand, violent like an Asura, tearing apart the devil sword test, and successfully rescues boy Lai and Min Chien Tuet. Min Chien Tuet has also regained consciousness at this moment. What exactly happened just now? She can't remember clearly. Looking at boy Lai in front of her, the aura in his palm is condensed, even the aura from before has been transformed and absorbed. Boy Lai smiles and says, "Did I succeed? This is easy to control." Min Chien Tuet found it hard to believe. How could it be possible? The 4 elemental seals, how could they take action? In the secret chamber, Thursday Not Kiet looked at the 2 female disciples under his command and said solemnly, "This year, it's you too. Be careful." The 2 women knelt down simultaneously and said in unison, "We are willing to die for the Earth cult." Thursday Not Kiet said with some reluctance, "Although this mission is extremely dangerous, in order to find our sacred relic, we absolutely cannot provoke the demon Noyet Than Fong. After investigating where Noyet Than Fong is hiding the sacred relic, if you are still alive, try to use the secret method to send the news back." Whenever Noyet Than Fong was mentioned, everyone gritted their teeth in hatred to the bone. This Noyet Than Fong not only brought disaster to everyone, but also demanded the Earth cult to offer girls to him for cultivation every year, and none of those who went ever returned. Cult leader, why don't we risk our lives against him, preserve the flame, and later revive the fire god cult? But for everyone, Hong Kui was. I can only restore my cultivation. At this moment, Shu Yugui was extremely moved. Are you still willing to call me master? You really have a heart. I inherited the Earth sect for 1,000 years. And from ancient times until now, the one who holds the sacred artifact is the leader of the Earth sect. If the sacred artifact is destroyed in our hands, how can we hope for the Earth sect to be united in the future? So we were controlled by the moon demon, but this greedy one has great ambitions and basically won't care about the survival of the Earth sect. Now we still have use for him. If we make good use of it, there will be an opportunity to regain the sacred artifact. At that time, this enmity must be avenged. The most important thing now is to preserve our strength, and the newly cultivated sprouts must be hidden carefully, so that the Vietnamese bandit cannot steal them. There is also the old General Jia. The moon demon has always wanted to eliminate him. In a few days, the moon demon will return to distribute the 9 aperture sealing thunder pills. We absolutely cannot let him find the old general. Everyone, please try to save your 9 aperture sealing thunder pills for the old general, to ensure safety in case of emergency. This matter, except for those present here, no one else should know, especially the Hongtao Divine General. In the illusory realm, Ming Zhanxue displayed her body transformation technique. He left the ground, instantly appearing behind Bui Lai, his palms striking like thunder, with an unbelievable speed. Bui Lai calmly responded, engaging in combat with Min Chien Tuet, but after a few moves, he eventually fell into a disadvantageous position. Min Chien Tuet swung his hand and fiercely struck Bui Lai's chest with his palm. The pain spread throughout his body. Min Chien Tuet praised him, "Not bad, in that instant of being struck, you focused your innate energy into your chest, avoiding any torn tendons." Bui Lai watched his inner energy flow. This way of martial arts practice is truly. But the feeling of pain was also very real. Min Chien Tuet said, "This is called the mind within the body. As long as you can enter the virtual realm, you can use this method to train your martial arts. With diligent practice, you can even change the scenery in the virtual realm at will. In this regard, I can be considered as having an innate talent, although when cultivating the fire-sealing divine art, an error occurred which caused a backlash. Yet I was still able to adjust it." Recalling this, Min Chien Tuet gently stroked her chin, pretending to be angry and said, "What was that strange aura? Why was the demon-slaying trial so bizarre? It almost affected my spiritual sense. What exactly happened to you?" Seeing Min Chien Tuet's concerned look, Bui Lai hurriedly said, "This trial was when the previous senior, Soundless, lifted the seal, and it accidentally attached to me. That senior said the true energy of this sword can bewitch women, so it was placed on me. It's fine, I didn't pay much attention to it. If I forgot, it's probably because you're a woman, so it activated." Luckily, nothing major happened. Min Chien Tuet was also a bit surprised. Never expecting a sword to have a true energy that bewitches women. However, it's quite coincidental, only celestial true energy can resolve and absorb other true energies. Currently, your true energy far exceeds expectations, which is very beneficial for my healing. The urgent task now is for you to quickly learn to wield this powerful celestial true energy. Don't forget, that man in black, this celestial true energy has another major feature, which is strongly refining martial meridians in bones. Didn't that man in black use the bone-shattering palm against you? Although I can't deal with him in the short term, I can teach you a method to loosen your bones. This method allows the movement of bone joints and meridians. The wondrous celestial true energy can instantly expand or contract at will. So, when others attack your acupoints or try to break your bones, you'll be able to easily escape and reduce the pain. 3 days later, Bui Lai came to the small path behind the mountain again. Sure enough, the man in black was waiting there, coldly saying, "You little thief. My subordinates have been searching everywhere for you these past few days, but couldn't find you. Don't tell me you're not an ordinary thief, but here to participate in the law-expounding assembly?" As he finished speaking, the man in black stretched out his hand to grab Bui Lai, but this time Bui Lai easily dodged it. Seeing that Bui Lai had channeled his inner energy into his legs, the old man said, "You recover quickly. If you can't even dodge this kind of attack, then you're not worthy for me to find the item. Burn down that pavilion, and then follow me." Not far away, a dilapidated pavilion appeared before Bui Lai, with 3 large characters on the door, Tam Tien Pavilion. The item is on the 2nd floor, but from the moment you open the door, you must keep your eyes closed and walk straight up to the 2nd floor before opening them. Why can't I open my eyes? If there are traps, shouldn't I be able to see them clearly to avoid them? Humph. The man in black coldly said, "This is no ordinary trap. Look at my eyes carefully." His eyes emitted a yellow glow, with pupils as thin as a thread and a strange radiance. The man in black continued, "If you want to become like that, try opening your eyes. What I want could be gold or banknotes, or it could be a piece of paper or a jade pendant. In short, when you reach the 2nd floor, hand over to me everything that has the 6 characters, De Not Sin Lien Bat Van." Bui Lai was startled. De Not Sin Lien Bat Van? Isn't this what Try the Great mentioned to the man in black? Is he looking for the Great Sun Lotus? The belongings of Yuan Trang, could he really be? Bui Lai didn't have time to ask. The man in black grabbed Bui Lai's collar and said, "Kid, I won't answer any more of your questions. Next, I'll tell you how to get in. Listen carefully, I'll only say it once. If you die inside, I don't care. But if you try to run away or fail to retrieve anything, I will make you wish you were dead. I will always keep an eye on you nearby." Bui Lai arrived in front of the ancient temple. The 2 temple gates emanated a heavy ancient aura, as if exuding a powerful presence. After 1,000 years, what mechanism could be inside? He could only take a chance. Bui Lai pushed open the door and felt it was very clean, with a scholarly atmosphere, similar to the document storage in Luiying City, unlike a place with mechanisms. Opening the door, taking a step inside, no retreating, 6 and 4 feet forming a body, merging with the void, splitting the dragon's jaw, 7 stars stepping through transformations. Building a needle. The sun travels through the sky, the young fire controls the flow, the 6 voids are filled, the transformations communicate, the great void is unobstructed, the 44 theories. The clouds dissipate. Bui Lai followed the oral instructions, closed his eyes, and indeed after a while he felt his way to the stairs. Everything went smoothly like that, so why didn't that man in black dare to go in himself? He groped his way up, pushed open the hidden doors on both sides, and finally, he could stand up straight, and climbed the remaining 5 steps. He turned around, squatted down, felt for the indentation on the hidden door, found the door latch, and closed the door. He opened his eyes, and there were no strange beams of light shooting out from all directions as he had imagined. Once his eyes adjusted to the darkness, Bui Lai found himself in a large open space, without any partitions. Even his breathing echoed. The upper floor was piled high with books, with supporting columns arranged in a circle. This 2nd floor was packed. Row after row of bookshelves were neatly arranged, filled with books and scrolls. Bui Lai randomly pulled one out. He opened the book and indeed it was a Buddhist scripture. The 4 walls did not have bookshelves, but instead a wooden railing with intricate carvings. Viewed from above, the entire floor plan resembled the Chinese character Hui, and within the 4-sided railing there were 3 raised platforms, each arranged with identical statues. Each statue was about half human size, with the same proportions, but no 2 statues had the same posture or expression. When the lamps were lit, it seemed as if hundreds of Guanyin statues were surrounding and looking down from above. Bui Lai remembered the 3 big words Tam Tien Kak hanging above the door. In this pavilion, there were up to 3,000 Guanyin statues. Her compassion for saving all beings goes without saying. Guan Yin's gaze looked down with compassion, making Bui Lai feel grand and magnificent. Someone must be here. Bui Lai thought silently. Not only were there oil lamps, but the floor was also dust-free, clearly indicating someone regularly cleaned here, unlike an abandoned place. The thousand-hand guanyin statues before his eyes were all unique. Bui Lai stared in amazement. He felt the postures of these hands seemed interconnected, making him wonder if this was part of the Great Sun-linked practice. Bui Lai noticed the material of the guanyin statues was special. Glossy and resilient, the type of immortal wood ammunition that the second patriarch had mentioned. Bui Lai thought perhaps their original colors had faded from constant cleaning. Suddenly, he realized he had seen these hand gestures somewhere before. It seemed this pavilion might be related to the Great Sun-linked sect. But Bui Lai wondered, if someone regularly cleaned here, why hadn't anyone from the Four Streams Manor mentioned it? These scriptures also looked very ancient. However, Bui Lai suddenly thought, if someone regularly maintained this place, why hadn't anyone from the Four Streams Manor mentioned it? These scriptures also looked very old. Moreover, there are traces of frequent browsing. This man in black has been seeking information related to the 8-petal lotus at the Lianyue temple for a long time. It's likely that he has been here more than once. If so, why did he still need my help? What is he plotting? Could there be some kind of poison hidden in this pavilion? But if that were the case, the person in charge of cleaning would have been poisoned. Long ago, Bui Lai casually took down a painting hanging on the wall. It had the 3 characters Lingyun Peak written on it, but it only showed an ordinary mountain path. The name of the poet, however, had been scraped off. Fortunately, the words 8-petal lotus, sun lotus, and Shangwen were still visible in the painting. Bui Lai took it with him, hoping to search through other books, one by one. This was indeed a difficult task. Suddenly, Bui Lai noticed some characters carved on the window curtain, Dingqing Guanxiao. Could this be a Buddhist scripture? But Bui Lai wasn't sure about that. One night passed, Bui Lai brought the things he found before the man in black. Before he could say anything, he was punched, feeling as if a giant had hit him. I did as you asked, why did you hit me? The man in black coldly said, this is to remind you who's in charge here. These things are useless, keep looking for me in a few days. Bui Lai said, I saw strange carvings on the second floor window, could that be what you're looking for? If so, I won't accept it. As he finished speaking, he seemed to have angered the man in black. His palm force came like a tidal wave, raining blows. The pain spread through Bui Lai's body. He realized the old man's technique was identical to the hand posture of the 1,000-armed guanyin statues. In an emergency, the 8th palm strike. Like thunder, it struck Bui Lai's face directly. What was the man in black plotting? It was Lam Van Din and this group. The incident. Bui Lai was knocked unconscious by the man in black. In his daze, the voice of Vo Am echoed in his head. Bui Lai, wake up. This person seems to only appear at night. Who is he, after all? That strike was painful, luckily I used the bone reinforcement technique. Senior, have you seen the things in that pavilion? Can you give me some clues? Any leads? The voiceover, the Great Sun sect and the Celestial Buddhist sect were both very ancient, perhaps only those within the Buddhist realm had some research on them. I don't know much about them either. But there is one thing that many people know, which is the painting of Mount Lingyun that you found in the pavilion. Really? Bui Lai didn't expect that the painting he casually flipped through would be related to the Great Sun sect. The voiceover continues, it is said that Mount Lingyun is where the Celestial Buddha descended, the eastern region can help people escape from illusions, it is a sacred land. Some also say that a huge treasure is hidden there, and there are rumors that the Great Sun sect was established to search for it. Over the past thousands of years, countless heroes and warriors have wanted to find clues related to Mount Lingyun, the difficulty of which is no less than that of vying for the throne of an emperor. Therefore, whenever clues related to Mount Lingyun appear in the Jianghu, the martial arts world, they would cause a great commotion. But these clues cannot be simply seized and used, they need wisdom to decipher. That's why Mount Lingyun has never truly appeared, until one person emerged. This person is the spiritual leader of the peerless Wusong town, Wang Hongnan. The uncrowned champion, known as the Sage, also means the master of numbers, the one proficient in numerology. He believed that only by gathering all the clues from the world could he hope to unlock the mystery and find the treasure vault. So he ordered his disciples from the Peerless Palace to send invitations to all those possessing clues about the summit of Limvan, to gather before the summit of Limvan, for the masters to discuss together. The loser had to hand over his clue and withdraw from the quest for the summit of Limvan. That year, the young Wu Yin and his senior brother, the Useless, were also invited to join this summit of Limvan debate. Wu Yin was only 15 then, fortunate to witness this debate. The naive Wu Yin thought that intelligence alone could lead to victory, but his senior brother said, though so, these people, without martial prowess, who would dare dream of seeking the summit of Limvan? The content of this debate covered all kinds of intelligence in the world, but sometimes, reason is too rigid. Those who came to the debate, though not necessarily outstanding talents, They posed questions to each other, able to grill their opponents. Whoever could grill their opponent won. With the useless supreme intelligence, he should have been able to last till the end, but he encountered someone who came from nowhere. A blind man who called himself Tianguan. The world is like a chessboard, life and death are moves. Forced to act. But it's about human life. Qi Shuetang said he had no clues about Lingyun Peak. Everyone said without clues, he's not qualified to participate. Unexpectedly, after the useless one talked to Qi Shuetang, he decided to give his clue to him, and withdrew from the competition for Lingyun. Puzzled by the silence, the useless one pinched his cheek, saying, "The celestial Qi Shuetang is really formidable. I want to see what he will do." As a result, after Qi Shuetang defeated everyone, he slowly said, "Although I won, my purpose of coming today is not to compete, but to persuade everyone to give up the idea of seeking Lingyun Peak. If you don't agree, I have one more question to ask for your guidance." He took out a chessboard, scattering black and white pieces like rain. But it fell right into place on the chessboard. How strange. Checkmate. With a glance, the silent one recognized this as an unusual situation, only lacking these white pieces. The Chi Master focused his inner energy, the white chess pieces hovering over the board, forming the Big Dipper constellation. At this point, he smiled and said, "People think the Big Dipper governs movement, but the old man believes the Big Dipper stars don't actually move at all. Tell me, with both sides being black pieces, how should the black pieces move to break the Big Dipper formation? With the grand formation of heaven and earth, a heroic spirit. Everyone sees the Big Dipper stars before them in reverse order. The Chi Master's riddle is also the reverse Big Dipper. How should the black pieces break the formation? The white pieces block all paths to survival. Everyone thinks it's fundamentally impossible to break the formation." An hour passed. The Chi Master's chess position nearly made all the grandmasters present admire him. No one could find a way to solve it. But at that moment, the arrogant young master waved his fan and said loudly, "I understand now. It's the Northern Dipper position. It looks extremely difficult, but if we follow the master's words, the Northern Dipper is immovable, so it's the player who moves. In that case, the star positions will be completely different." As he spoke, he waved his fan. The chess pieces fell into place and this dead position came back to life. Everyone praised him. "Truly formidable. No wonder you're a talented young master." But just as the young player was feeling smug, a voice came from behind. "Although I'm not very skilled, I have another way to solve this, if the master would teach me. Although I'm inferior, I can see that even though the Northern Dipper in the master's hand is reversed, the positions of the 7 stars in the sky haven't changed. This position may seem contrary to nature, but it actually preserves the laws of heaven and earth. If we consider the chessboard as the command board, then the breakthrough position should be. This person is holding a short sword. The powerful force from his fingers causes the sword to break in two. Using the front part as one chess piece, the back part as another, he consecutively breaks the formations of Qi Shueran. First, it's the Northern Dipper formation, then the Northern Star formation. Deng Yon, Tianguan, Diren Yong, people call him the soul. The first saint, the master whose name I've usurped. Bui Lai thinks to himself. In the battle of wits, Deng Yon, Ong Vudong, and Qi Shueran have obtained all the clues. Then, Qi Shueyuan said, "Those who have fate will meet again." Then he left. The last clue belonged to Wang Xianxian and Wu Deng. These two people, one through decoding the mechanism, and one through numbers, successively solved the clues and found the exact location of the legendary Lin Wandian. A year later, when the two of them stood in front of Lin Wandian at the same time, just one step away from setting foot on the most mysterious sacred land of Dongshengshao, Qi Shueyuan appeared again, saying, "You two are indeed intelligent. Behind this gate is the path to the top of Lin Wandian. But you cannot enter. You might as well give up the idea and turn back." Wu Deng laughed coldly. "How can that be? If so..." Qi Shueyuan smiled and continued, "Your martial arts and intelligence are both superior to others. If, then, the old man will make a bet with you too. The three of us will each present a puzzle and solve each other's. If I lose, I will not interfere with the matter of Lin Wandian. If you lose, please agree to one condition of mine. Whether he wins or loses, after the result, the old man will. The two of them will automatically leave afterwards, but no one knows the details." What people heard is that Wu Deng answered Qishuiquan's question about the content of the Beijing Mojing of the Zizutian dynasty. According to Wu Deng, the answer must be 7. Qishuiquan's chess move caused the Linyu Peak to disappear. He answered the Beijing Mojing that no matter how the Herringquan was, they all had to find it, otherwise they wouldn't be able to see the mountain path before. Although it sounds illogical, Wu Yin believed in Wu Deng's character. He wouldn't lie about Mojing. After the Linyu Peak incident, Qishuiquan disappeared without a trace. Few claim to have seen him, whether male or female, young or old. No one knew for sure, of course. It was even less credible. Wang Hengnian suddenly went into seclusion and no longer interfered in the Jianghu affairs. As for the few who mentioned the Linyu Peak incident, Dang Dung was able to retreat and practice in seclusion for many years, married to Princess Lam On, then wholeheartedly defended Bak Quan, no longer mentioning Lam Van Din. Until the famous Bak Quan Bien incident occurred. Because of this, people became more convinced that something earth-shaking must have happened at Lam Van Din that year. These three were the top geniuses of that time, known as the Lam Van Tam Tai. Since Kai Tui Tram self-proclaimed himself as the celestial being, the other two became the human and earth beings. Dung. Bui Lai pondered. It seemed that the Lam Van Din painting was definitely done by the predecessor Dang Dung. Could he have also visited Lin Tuet too? Was it related to the Great Sun Lotus sect and that man in black? At this moment, Bui Lai felt himself being slapped. Violent slaps rained down on Bui Lai's face from Min Chien Tuet. The intense pain made Bui Lai dizzy, and when he came to, he saw Min Chien Tuet's beautiful face right in front of him. It's good that you've finally woken up. You were in the void mirror for so long, I thought that man in black had done something to you. Seeing Min Chien Tuet's concern for him, Bui Lai rubbed his head and said he was fine, thanks to the technique Miss Min taught him. His few moves were just a bit too strong. Min Chien Tuet said, last night, I secretly followed you. I can confirm that the martial arts of that man in black are definitely not ordinary. If I got closer, he would definitely have noticed me. Combining that with what you said about his strange eyes, I thought of someone. Min Chien Tuet once heard Master Tri say that after the chaos of demon swords, the Western sect's great emperor was purged by the so-called 4 pieces and 3 pillars, and had no choice but to go into hiding. However, there was one sect, called the Extreme Bliss sect, that specialized in cultivating evil techniques. They advocated using brutal and painful methods to subdue and control others. Even the Tsai Huintong of the Tsai Nok sect had to turn pale at the evil deeds they committed. Within the Extreme Bliss sect, there were 3 divisions: Hungry Ghost, Hell, and Animal Realm. Their leaders were Nam Min Na Kui Vang, To Min Lang, and Nim Min Du respectively. These 3 were extremely powerful in martial arts, but also extremely cruel. Neither the righteous nor the demonic could do anything against them. The Animal Realm cultivated the Thursday Nim Min Fo technique. To Min Lang practiced the Cam Lang Tuet technique, which did not rely on internal energy, but on absorbing the blood and flesh of humans to strengthen himself. He felt no pain, and could also control wild beasts. From cultivating this technique, his eyes turned one blue and one yellow, earning him the name Tru Nok Lang Nan. Hearing this, Bui Lai couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the man in black is the successor of this Lang Thursday or something? Min Chien Tuet continued, it might very well be him. It's unclear. According to the old man, before the Demon Blade chaos occurred last year, the Paradise sect suddenly disappeared. Some said they were annihilated by the Orthodox sect masters, while others said the 3 sects fought for power, resulting in deaths and survivors. But the disappearance of the Paradise sect indirectly led to the 4 cornerstones and 7 seals joining forces against the Demon Blade. Min Chien Tuet had heard that traces of the Southern Bright Demon King appeared in the Central Plains. If the Demon King is still alive, Lang Thursday might also be alive. He might be hiding for some reason. Although this is just Min Chien Tuet's speculation, his martial arts skills are indeed very high. No matter who he is, carrying such a big secret, he must have a plan. If he really is Lang Thursday, it would be even more dangerous. Once he finds what he wants, he might kill you to silence you. Are you still going to continue investigating? Unexpectedly, Bui Lai didn't back down, saying he would of course continue investigating. Moreover, aside from the Cam Lang Tuet technique, he had discovered another martial art that the old man was using. The Trident Ridge, the Guanyin statues, hiding in their hands. 7 moves. Bui Lai followed Min Chien Tuet's words and entered the illusory mirror again. He focused his mind, recreating what he had seen. In the illusory mirror, 3 high platforms with Guanyin statues identical to what he had seen, gradually appeared. Bui Lai said, these are the 1,000-hand Guanyin statues that I saw, with a row on the left and right. Bui Lai didn't expect the details he didn't remember clearly to also appear. Min Chien Tuet was also surprised. The illusory mirror's manifestation, recreating his memories into images, this ability. Bui Lai said, the body technique, the moves of that man in black were identical to the 1,000-hand Guanyin statues. Min Chien Tuet thought for a moment, it seemed to be a kind of mnemonic technique for meridians. He wasn't very sure, so he asked Bui Lai to use the 2 Guanyin statues on both sides as opponents and spar with each other. The 2 giant statues in Bui Lai's head began to fight. Although Min Chien Tuet had never seen this martial art before, he could see that its techniques were simple yet profound, with unpredictable variations. If combined with profound inner strength, its power would certainly be formidable. As Bui Lai watched the Guanyin statues in front of him, it reminded him of when he learned that peerless joyous slaughter from Lao Ho. That man in black must have thought he was afraid of being beaten. If he could master this martial art, when the man in black attacked, perhaps he could defend himself. But Min Chien Tuet said that even if he learned the techniques, with his current inner strength, it would still be very difficult to gain an advantage over the man in black. However, in the short term, it would help him preserve his life and increase his ability to evade attacks. In recent days, Bui Lai has been working hard with Min Chien Tuet to shorten their tutoring time and intensify their practice of the fire feather saber technique. During this time, she will also help him research the martial arts of the man in black. 10 days later, Bui Lai arrives at the appointed place, shortly after bringing many books and scrolls. The man in black laughs coldly. "Kid, you're getting better and better. Tell me, should I reward you with something?" Bui Lai shamelessly says, "If it's a reward, then why don't you come in yourself next time, so I can take a break?" At this moment, the man in black's eyes turn fierce, and he shouts, "It seems you won't have another chance." The man in black attacks Bui Lai viciously. The man in black's surprise attack is aimed at Bui Lai. "Wake up! Don't think I don't know you've been secretly investigating my whereabouts. You've hidden it well, even I didn't know about it in the Lion sect. This makes me very uncomfortable." Bui Lai firmly said, "I told you, I'm helping you find your stuff, don't interfere with my business." The killing intent of the man in black is undisguised. A dangerous person should die early. As he spoke, the man in black reached out to grab Bui Lai's chest. But this time it didn't go as planned, being blocked by Bui Lai. The man in black couldn't help but be a little surprised. Then, he launched attacks like thunderbolts, but, as expected, they were all deflected by Bui Lai. Not only that, Bui Lai fought back fiercely, momentarily engaging the man in black on equal terms. Both of them stepped back a few steps simultaneously. When Bui Lai stood firmly, he looked exactly like the Guanyin statue with 1,000 hands. The eyes of the man in black shone brightly. He asked, "Impossible, how did you know?" "The devil's hand of green force." Bui Lai realized that the martial arts hidden in the Guanyin statue was called the devil's hand of green force. Buddha and devil are opposites. You revealed it yourself. The man in black still couldn't believe it. He spent 5 years to comprehend the secret of the Guanyin statue, yet this little fellow only took a few nights to figure it out. At this moment, the killing intent of the man in black rose to the sky. He said coldly, "I hate things that cannot be explained the most. But it doesn't matter, although you have learned the inner energy, you don't know why you guessed the devil's hand of green force correctly. But when it comes to the fire pot, you and I are worlds apart. Just now, I only used 3 parts of my strength. Considering our pleasant cooperation before, I can let you go unharmed." But Bui Lai remembered Min Chien Tuet's advice, once this man in black starts to get serious with him, that's when the real danger begins. Even if I hide nearby, I can't guarantee I'll make it in time. We need a backup plan. What backup plan did Min Chien Tuet have for Bui Lai? This woman's thinking is really strange. Since practicing with Bui Lai, Min Chien Tuet has been cared for by him wholeheartedly, even thinking of ways to deal with the man in black. The man in black attacked with all his might, his momentum and speed increasing, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, charging towards Bui Lai. At this moment, Bui Lai remembered the move Min Chien Tuet taught him, and said loudly, "You think I don't know who you are? What you're looking for, I found it a long time ago." As he spoke, he took out a scroll from his chest. He threw it towards the pavilion. This was the plan that Min Chien Tuet had devised. The man in black had spent so much effort searching for this item. It must be extremely important to him. He definitely wouldn't ignore it. He would definitely go and check it out. So whether he was a skilled fighter or not didn't matter. Bui Lai only needed to pretend. As he already knew, and could break through his martial arts, he would become even more confused. He wouldn't dare to act rashly. He would definitely check the scroll first. Sure enough, the man in black was drawn by the scroll. Bui Lai took the opportunity, using his body technique. He ran at the fastest speed towards the nearby Wang family compound. The houses in the Wang family compound were close together, making it easier for the man in black to hide and not be seen. The man in black quickly caught up. He picked up the scroll and hurriedly opened it. Lian Shuiji, the 3 big characters caught his eye. The man in black turned red with anger and cursed, "You little bastard, no matter what the reason, I can't let you off. I'll make you wish you were dead. You dare offend me?" The man in black attacked Bui Lai's legs. In an instant, he shot out like a bullet. Bui Lai successfully climbed over the wall into the Wang family compound. He found a hiding place. At this moment, that man in black didn't make any move. He probably hadn't caught up yet, but he couldn't be careless. His tracking skills were formidable. Just as Bui Lai was observing behind, a female voice sounded in his ear, "Excuse me, is the gentleman ahead Mr. Tan? Is it you, brother?" A beautiful girl appeared behind him, with a slender figure and around the same age. He had a fair, oval-shaped face, beautiful eyes that sparkled. She was the leader of the Huang Dao Di Quat sect. The person beside her was the one who had almost killed Bui Lai. She was holding a snow-white cloth bundle in her arms. A red glow flickered inside, vaguely revealing the shape of bone fragments, looking extremely mysterious. These two women. They were Infiltrating and Hakwon, those who once wanted to push Boilai to his death. The image of those scantily clad, ferocious-looking ladies was deeply imprinted in Boilai's mind. Boilai instinctively wanted to flee, but seeing Hakwon talking to a man, with a slightly wary and uneasy expression. Unlike the look of wanting to capture someone, a thought flashed through Boilai's mind: luckily they didn't recognize me. For now, he could only take a chance. Although Infiltrating felt the little monk in front of her looked somewhat familiar, in reality, that chaotic night, Boilai was covered in blood, and she couldn't see his face clearly. After shaving his head and changing clothes, Boilai looked completely different from the handsome youth he used to be. Hakwon, on the other hand, thought that her sister's charm was too alluring, causing many people who saw her to be unable to take their eyes off her. At that moment, Lanbak Hai and Dubin came over and said, "We have found Tit Lao Shin Quan and Fuke Shin Quan with their disciples." These two were the ones who had fought with Lao Ho. It seemed that all the people of Ngudia Quat were here. Boilai's heart was pounding like a war drum. Hakwon just told Lanbak Hai, "You take some snacks for the junior master on my behalf." It was thanks to that, Lanbak Hai noticed Boilai sneaking away. "Junior master, it's been a tiring journey. Here are some sincere offerings from our young lady, thanking you for your help and rescue." Lanbak Hai, being suspicious by nature, had secretly channeled his inner energy into his hands, offering the snacks towards Boilai. Boilai sensed that Lanbak Hai might have become suspicious and was hesitating whether to resist or not. At that moment, a sudden sound came from the forest. The sound drew everyone's attention, but it came so abruptly that everyone thought it was just a sound from the mountain. The sound came from the temple, not worth paying attention to. Thanks to that, Boilai had the opportunity to quickly take the snack box and said, "Thank you, Venerable Master. I am Shuyan, a disciple of Grand Master Q Min at the Dharma Nature Temple. I will definitely lead everyone to the royal monastery." Boilai was drenched in sweat, thinking in his heart, "That guy is chasing me, it will be safer to blend in with this group." He then slowly led the group towards the royal monastery. The black shadow in the forest was indeed the man in black chasing him. He was like a leopard, hanging upside down on a tree, only able to lurk in ambush, thinking, "This group of Nguyen's mercenaries is not simple, let's see what this kid will do." He took off his shoes, crossed his long, slender, and alluring white legs. Then, he caressed his small feet and massaged his firm calves. His slender and graceful figure was covered by a black robe, not revealing anything, with only black and white colors. The most striking feature was his slim and seductive waist. In the living room of the Northern Institute, this beautiful woman was the head of Nguyen's mercenaries, Thursday Angwak Kiet. At that moment, her subordinate came to report that Lord Fuke Than Quan, Hakwon had arrived outside the Northern Institute. Thursday Angwak Kiet slowly stood up and said, "Hien, come with me to greet him, as we must pay respect to the Fuke Lord." "A little bit." After speaking, she went out to welcome. At this moment, Boilai led everyone outside the back vein. Hearing the charming voice of Thursday Not Kiet, "Master," Boilai immediately understood, it turned out to be to show respect. "Everyone, please go in first to welcome Ha Then Quan. You stay, I have something to tell you." Since practicing the Hoa Bich Dan Tuet, Boilai's sixth sense became extremely sharp. He heard the conversation just now, word by word, thinking, "Isn't this Master Noyet Than Fong? He also came to Lean Tuet too?" He stayed back, being cautious, not going far. Thursday Not Kiet continued, "Du Kao Lan Teet, although we didn't catch Boilai, but as far as I know, Noyet Than Fong has obtained what he wanted. Moreover, there is someone he is very concerned about, who is the person your Hong Dao Kak secretly brought back from Tra Lao, Long Nan. I temporarily don't intend to hand the person over to Noyet Than Fong. Don't disclose this to Fuke Ti." Hakwon nodded his head. "Absolutely keep it a secret. This matter is extremely important. If Noyet Than Fong asks, just say you don't know, leave everything. I'll take care of it." Boilai heard this important news, and thought silently, indeed, they kidnapped a tat. He was about to listen further, when he heard a laugh from behind. "Ah, little thief, we meet again. TN system." From the south, two people appeared. Boilai turned around and saw two uninvited guests. One was a tall and thin youth, around 20 years old, with a handsome face, sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, a faint smile on his lips. Looking very heroic, but the slight curl of his lips carried a sickly air. He wore a sword at his waist and a long cloth bag on his back. Judging from its shape and size, it must be a sword. The other person looked only about 13 or 14 years old, with fair and tender skin, dressed in men's clothes, but a single glance revealed her to be a girl. Her petite body was developing, her bones just starting to show the characteristics of a woman. Her slim waist, slender thighs, combined with her growing height, gave her both the innocence of a young lady and the curves of a woman, truly at the age of youthful bloom. Her delicate features, though lovely to look at, were marred by a cold, unlovely expression. The girl. She turned around, grabbed Boy Lai's arm, her big round eyes stared at him, her voice sounded arrogant. I've said it before, the subordinates here must have a problem. Those who died before wouldn't talk, so I couldn't find any clues. This is the first one who dared to climb over the wall in broad daylight. Even if he's not the leader, he must be an accomplice, she said, then she kicked Boy Lai in the stomach. Boy Lai hurriedly dodged. He didn't expect this little girl to be so vicious. This girl didn't seem to let it go, she lightly tapped with her toes, spun around, and threw a hook kick towards Boy Lai's shoulder. Boy Lai turned, dodged, and grabbed the girl's wrist, threw her aside, and said, Miss, there's no enmity between us, why are you attacking me? But at this moment, a sharp blade's shadow appeared on the ground. If Boy Lai hadn't practiced the fire-avoiding skill, he would have been injured. The person who attacked him must be Fong Ni, right? That gaze seemed to really want to kill him. The girl shouted, beat him. I want to capture him alive. Chu Hu Chao was quick and agile, and in an instant, he controlled Boy Lai. But the girl was still not satisfied, saying, I can capture him myself, as if wanting to show off. Although Chu Hu Chao dressed like a man, his small and slender figure still exuded femininity. The young man remained silent. Everyone around was amazed at Boy Lai's speed. Never did they expect to be looked down upon by someone else. Chu Hu Chao drew his sword and slashed at Boy Lai's neck, but the force on his hands was neutralized. This guy's speed is even faster than old Ho's when he's serious. It can't be seen clearly, only felt. But Boy Lai thought that as long as he found the right angle to strike, he could slow him down. Boy Lai used the techniques of the celestial hand Kuan Yin. He gradually understood the strength of the demonic force palm. Right in the middle of the fight, a kick came from behind. Boy Lai didn't have time to react and fell to the ground. The little girl shouted loudly, hit his vital points. I want to capture him alive. Chu Hu Chao was quick and agile, and in an instant, he had subdued Boy Lai. Humph, I could have done that too. The little girl said angrily. She slapped Chu Hu Chao's face, leaving a red handprint. I could clearly have captured him. But you took action, even the little monk had to take so much time, how can you show your face? Chu Hu Chao's face remained unchanged. He just shook his head and said, this monk has martial arts skills. Humph, he was just defeated by my ultimate technique. After I deal with this treacherous guy, I must let the Northern Sea Gang know the formidable power of the young master. Deng and I, stop it right now. A voice echoed from afar. But Deng and I seemed not to hear it, saying, viewers, I've caught a deceitful person, I caught him myself. As if she wanted to show off. Hearing that, Shu Yuk Kit frowned. The Three Saints Martial Arts Conference was about to take place, and people from the Trandong Commander's Mansion were at Mount Siley. At this time, they attacked the little master of the Lean Tuet Monastery. Shu Yuk Kit instructed Hien and I, the crescent moon is coming soon, first take this little master to the secret room, guard him carefully. I'll heal his wounds myself, don't let Deng and I hurt him anymore. Although Deng and I didn't want to, her face remained cold and expressionless. Her slender legs walked towards Boy Lai, leading him away. Hien and I led Boy Lai to a secret room. Deng and I followed, but was pushed away by Hien and I. Hien and I coldly said, the chief has instructed that the young lady cannot interact with that monk, no way. He entered the secret room. But Deng Ni did not give up her intention, and as the door was not yet closed, she shouted loudly, Grandmaster, that little monk is bullying me. In pain, Boy Lai heard this, and although he felt that the girl was falsely accusing him, the cold voice from behind made his hair stand on end. So you are the imposter. A monk. A black robe, covering his face, revealing only a pair of sharp, cold eyes. Slanted eyes, a slender face, looking very handsome, but as cold as frost, with a sharp and oppressive aura, as if able to see through one's heart. The only thing revealing her female identity was her slender waist under the black robe. In the main hall of the North Monastery, Noyet Than Fong was listening to her subordinates read today's document, prepare to send out the nine-tailed fox scroll according to the order. I only heard the subordinate report at the beginning of this month. The island sent people to ambush at the Tra Lao to kidnap Ho Gonchi, but unfortunately in the end, it was foiled by a mysterious master who called himself the Devil Lord, and failed. Currently, the islands are searching for the whereabouts of Tien Luan according to the description of the master. Before Noyet Than Fong could speak, Fuchtriken coldly said, the incident at Tra Lao, witnessed by the sect leader himself, was actually disrupted by an obscure devil lord. It's unknown whether he's a real devil, or a fake one. Hearing these insinuating words, Thursday Not Kiet remained calm and slowly said, as the general said, this matter is indeed strange. This devil lord, whom I've never heard of before, seems to know a lot about the Tihuan sect when he appeared this time. I'm also investigating his true identity. Before the two could finish speaking, Noyet Than Fong interrupted, you two don't need to argue, I've heard of this devil lord title before. I'll use the channels of the Eastern Commander's office To investigate. The sect leader should focus on finding the portrait girl in Tien La Hung. Thursday Not Kiet said nothing more, clapped his hands and said, Hien Ni, bring up those selected this year. Without a word, Hien Ni brought up 2 beautiful and seductive girls. These 2 girls have pure bloodlines and some martial arts skills. Thursday Not Kiet said, hopefully they can help the master improve his cultivation. At this time, those people. The faces around were all fawning and waiting. Yuthan Fong cast a lecherous glance at the 2 girls in black, saying, pure bloodline, high martial arts skills, let's see the girl beside the sect leader. Thursday Not Kiet laughed, if the master likes, I'll let Hien Ni serve you anytime. This maid's aptitude is not bad, perhaps she can enter the void mirror. Like Zich Tin Lake. Yuthan Fong said, over the years, I've always paid attention to the pure bloodlines of the Black Island. The seductive tone of the Black Island is indeed poisonous, men think it's charming but it's actually a deadly trap. Mocking laughter. Making everyone reveal jealous and bitter expressions. Yuthan Fong has controlled the earth demons for many years, thanks to Thursday Not Kiet's supreme martial arts, the 5 Palace Sun Snake subjugation. Although women cultivating this look demure, but she can also emit poison during intimacy, killing her male partner. That's why Yuthan Fong doesn't dare act rashly, fearing angering this noble and virtuous lady who risked her life for him. Yuthan Fong doesn't say more, preparing to distribute the pills. The lady in red before him is Lin Han, she pours wine, her eyes sparkling, full of charm. Her flushed face, along with her fair and tender cheeks, make her even more alluring. Yuthan Fong is heard slowly saying, this year's QQB Loi pills are divided into premium and intermediate grades, distributed according to merit. Next year, it will continue like this. Distribute the pills below. The QQB Loi pills are used to control people, 1 pill per year, taken during meals. Swallow it. At this moment, Teep Bok Duong's situation is similar to what Triken said, the person being suppressed by the Thunder Sealing Talisman seems to be the Grim Reaper General. Dai Quinn. Now, Noyethan Fong is refining the final elixir pill, smiling and asking Thursday Not Kiet, why haven't I seen the old General T today? That day at the pier, I accidentally injured him. I wanted to personally give this top-grade elixir pill to the General as an apology. Thursday Not Kiet pretended to be startled and said, after the battle at the pier, the old General Teet knew he was at fault, so he's probably somewhere repenting. Master needn't worry, as for Hua Lao who has taken care of me for many years, he recently cultivated the sect's ultimate skill, Dark Law. If Master wishes to reward someone, this elixir pill would be better given to Hua Lao. For a servant to cultivate the sect's ultimate skill is indeed no ordinary feat however, Noyethan Fong believed that Thursday Not Kiet was deliberately concealing Hua Lao's matter. All for the sake of this day. Sacrificing someone who had taken care of her like a mother for many years, just to obtain the extremely important Thunder Sealing Talisman. Noyethan Fong naturally wouldn't agree. So she made an excuse to refuse, saying, I invite everyone to raise their glasses and drink the 9-aperture Thunder Sealing Elixir. In the secret room, Bui Lai faced the General Teet, sweating profusely, hastily explaining that he had no ill intentions. But the General Teet didn't listen to his explanation and threw a punch. As for Bui Lai, he instinctively dodged and managed to neutralize the attack of Teet Bok Duong. This strange inner force left him utterly astonished. You little brat. To be defeated by a junior, and you call that the White Emperor's divine palm, controlling the clouds. The killing move is the centipede technique. Bui Lai was flustered, the speed of this old man was truly abnormally fast. Teet Bok Duong's hand grabbed Bui Lai's chest, intending to take his life. Bui Lai channeled his inner energy, the Avalokitesvara seal. The 11th move of the Avalokitesvara seal. Counterattack. In the critical moment, Bui Lai finally used the 10th move of Guanyin seal. After this move, the following moves would be hard to execute. It turned out that before, the constant failures were because this was a defensive move, requiring borrowing the opponent's force. Teet Bok Duong controlled the 100 palms technique by channeling his inner energy into each finger. Due to the different lengths of the fingers, there were slight timing differences when the inner energy reached them. He could not only control each finger individually but also deceive the opponent, creating a delay. But Bui Lai's inner energy could easily coil around his. Once coiled, the demonic palm technique could keep up with his speed, borrowing force to strike force. Teet Bok Duong was astonished. What kind of miraculous martial art is this? Bui Lai attacked even more fiercely under the 100 palms technique. At the critical moment, Teet Bok Duong felt a stream of scorching energy entering his body from the outside, clashing with Bui Lai's inner energy. A force following the chi entering Bui Lai's body. At the Moon God Ridge, everyone has taken the elixir, and the assembly is about to end. Shu Yugue carefully arranged for Siener to escort the Moon God Ridge onto the carriage. On the way, the Moon God Ridge asked, has there been any news about that young man from Luiying City? Who came from there? Shu Yugue calmly said, there is still no news. It's very likely that he didn't go with Boy Lai. If the master can reveal more information about his identity and background, it may be easier to investigate. Hearing this, the moon god Ridge knew this fox demon wanted to probe him, so he said, the sect leader is too worried. I have sent people everywhere to search, but even the old General Jie cannot find him. Don't deceive me. He smiled and said, no one can see through that handsome, upright, and masculine appearance to the lewd thoughts hidden behind it. And speaking of which, it's been 2 years since I've seen the sect leader's beloved daughter. I wonder how her martial arts have progressed? Shu Yugue calmly said, for a mother, her children will always be treasures, still young and naive. All day they just play mischievously. The master's Bai Lui elixir is extremely precious. It cannot be wasted on children. At that moment, they suddenly heard a commotion. The subordinates came and reported. 2 masked men were attacking the gentle lady. The gentle lady retreated backwards. Hearing this, Noyet Than Fong took action, launching a palm strike. He had the fragrance of Boy Lai. She embraced him. His muscular arms were warm, yet incredibly soft. Unexpectedly, his lean figure had such an alluring charm. The feeling of being embraced by a warm, soft body was truly wonderful. His sharp gaze, his cold face, successfully fended off the attack. One person was driven away, the other seized the opportunity to attack the gentle lady. Let me handle this. The gentle lady reacted swiftly, brandishing her sword to block. The previous person took advantage of the chaos to escape. As she ran past, she didn't forget to stretch out her leg and trip Hien Ni, causing her to fall towards the door. Hien Ni knelt on one knee on the ground, gritted her teeth, and stood up. Her expression was cold and emotionless, as if she didn't feel any pain. But she also successfully revealed the faces of the 2 masked people. They were Deng Ni and Shu Hu Chao. Deng Ni angrily scolded, it's all your fault, we should have dealt with him from the beginning. We've been recognized. You wretched Hien Ni, quickly hand over the secret chamber's key. Suddenly, they heard Noyet Than Fong's laughter. I remember this cowardly retreat tactic is the sect's ultimate skill. The junior sect leader has mastered it. Just like your mother. How convenient, I was just talking about your mother, and the young leader has arrived. Why didn't you greet me? You almost missed me. Young Ne has been spoiled since childhood, fearless of heaven and earth. She said, I'm not afraid of you, don't try to scare me. If it weren't for my mother's warning, I would have. Before she could finish, Shu Yutkit rushed over and shouted, shut up. He hurriedly said to Noyet Than Fong, the child is still young and doesn't understand. I hope the master will forgive her. As for Elder Teet's matter, please wait for the master. Noyet Than Fong pretended nothing happened and said, I heard Elder Teet was very fond of the young leader, your relationship must be deep. Since Elder Teet has gone missing, why isn't the young leader worried, but instead comes here to this secret chamber? Young Ne realized she misspoke and hurriedly said, what secret chamber is there here? But her panicked expression was obvious to everyone that she was pretending. Noyet Than Fong sneered and said, Lean Tuat Monastery is a 1,000-year-old temple, it's not strange to have a few secret chambers. Noyet Than Fong secretly used his inner energy to probe the wall, and indeed, they discovered a secret organ. But Shu Yujie remained calm, saying he had just seen it too. Yuchen Fong didn't expose it, saying, since the sect leader said so, of course I won't. I do feel there's something behind this wall, this inner force. It's similar to when the thunder catastrophe erupted. If it's really the thunder catastrophe, even deities might not be able to withstand it. Yuchen Fong broke the lock, saying, if the sect leader doesn't know the person inside, we naturally can't let outsiders barge in. Let those inside the secret room live or die on their own. We still have to thank the young sect leader for helping us discover the danger. This remark angered Deng Ni. Who would have thought that Shu Not Kit, known as the most beautiful woman in the world, would give birth to a foolish daughter easily exploited by others like this? Noyet Than Fong deliberately turned his back towards Deng Ni at this moment, exposing a weakness. He sneered and threw a kick towards Noyet Than Fong, as if implying something. Noyet Than Fong had seen Deng Ni secretly attack Hien Ni with the Teet by Xa Bien Lei move, so he used the exact same move. Deng Ni only paid attention to the direction and angle. Without any precaution, practically walking to her own death. Noyet Than Fong thought silently, no wonder it's called the ultimate skill, I must let her taste the pain. Noyet Than Fong had been waiting for this moment, easily blocking the attack with 2 fingers. Sneering and saying, the young sect leader has indeed mastered the ultimate skill. No need for the Bai Loi Dan either. Getting more and more formidable. He saw the Bai Loi Dan in Noyet Than Fong's hand as if wanting to control Deng Ni. Even Shu Not Kiet was worried. Noyet Than Fong. She threw a palm strike, but the one who was hit was Chu Hu Chao. No one knew where the girl came from, as she suddenly appeared in the middle of the fight. A powerful lightning bolt pierced through her body. Chu Hu Chao was flung away. She fell to the ground, and the cloth bag on her dropped, facing towards Noyet Than Fong. Noyet Than Fong pinched the bag's opening with 3 fingers, when suddenly a short sword appeared, even breaking his protective glasses. Noyet Than Fong's hand was cut. Noyet Than Fong glanced and realized the sword belonged to the 13th path, then shouted, "So you're from the 13th path. Kill him." Noyet Than Fong used his body technique, instantly reaching her. Behind Chu Hu Chao, he kicked her back. Noyet Than Fong seized the opportunity to grab the cloth bag. Laughing coldly, "Years have passed, and your martial arts have improved so much. It seems the underworld. There is already a successor. You have been struck by the Thunder Tonic pill, this last pill, I reward you. But don't try to plot against me again." Chu Hu Chao is clear. Not obeying, she was about to rebel, but was held back by Shu Noyet Kiet. Her face changed quickly, smiling and saying, "Such a precious pill, won't you hurry and thank your master?" Noyet Than Fong of course didn't expose it. Shu Noyet Kiet clasped his hands and said, "The sect leader is truly generous. With our combined efforts, the Earth sect will surely grow stronger and stronger, and I will protect the Earth sect well for the sect leader." Although she left the scene, but after Noyet Than Fong left, Deng Ni saw her mother's gloomy expression, so she took the initiative to apologize. At this time, Shu Noyet Kiet was already trembling with anger. She turned around and slapped Deng Ni hard in the face. Deng Ni was knocked down. She fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This Chu Hu Chao is the person she secretly nurtured in the underworld. And in a few years, it will be the crucial time to reclaim the sacred object. Now, because of Deng Ni, everyone's efforts have been wasted. Chu Hu Chao was not only hit by the Bai Loi Dan, but also lost the last Bai Loi Dan to save the old general. Hitting her is a pity, but scolding her is also useless. How could Thursday Nok Kiet not be angry? Now, first, they must save the old general, then deal with the rest. She ordered Chu Hu Chao to use the thatched randao to break the stone door, and told he and Ni to go and call the 2 souls on Hong Island. She saw Chu Hu Chao raise his sword and strike down, but in a short time, it seemed to have no effect. Thursday Nok Kiet didn't know that her inner strength and Chu Hu Chao's were suppressed by this stone sword. She was about to tell Ha Quan, "That little one." At that moment, the stone door suddenly exploded from the inside. A person carrying thunderous energy all over his body stepped out, breaking through the wall. It was Bui Lai. Seeing Bui Lai, Shu Yugai's face changed, as if he was about to take action. Bui Lai ran towards the distance. Just as Shu Yugai was hesitating, Teat Bak Duong came out. He weakly said, "Capture Bui Lai, he has absorbed all the thunderous energy from my body. This little fellow is our only hope to deal with Noyet Than Fong." Bui Lai is the only hope for the martial emperor to deal with Noyet Than Fong? Bui Lai ran for his life in the darkness, the energy all over his body swirling as if about to explode. His eyes showed a red glint, his vision and hearing lost their functions, leaving only instinct. He ran forward. After running for a while, his mind became a little clearer, and he realized he had reached Samadhi. The man in black with yellow eyes flew up from the ground. "Kid, are you about to die? Then let me send you on your way." In an instant, his eyes turned yellow, and his 4 right fingers formed a truncheon, pointing at his nape. But just as the man in black's hand touched Bui Lai's nape, a thunderbolt burst from Bui Lai's body, knocking the man in black away. The man in black couldn't help but be surprised. He spun in the air and landed safely. If that force had hit him, he might not have been able to withstand it. Bui Lai was fine, and even felt refreshed, saying, "You hitting me made me feel much better." Bui Lai didn't mean to provoke, but the punches and kicks from the man in black hitting his body allowed the pent-up inner energy to be released, making him feel much more comfortable than enduring. This feeling of release was truly pleasant. The angrier the man in black got, the more his eyes turned yellow, and his right 4 fingers curled into a claw, aimed at his forehead. But at that moment, a purple sword energy burst through the air, blocking the attack from the man in black. Seeing someone intervene, the man in black didn't dare act rashly and retreated to observe. Shu Yujiji's charming voice rang out, "Pardon the disturbance, please forgive me. I don't know what grudge you have against my junior master, but he has a connection with the Jade sect, so out of respect for me, please let it go." As he finished speaking, Hiani and Chu Xiuqiao also ran over. "The sect leader has ordered. We must obey." A cold voice said, "The 13 paths and Xian Mu sword have all arrived in full force. It's been a long time, but in front of me, you are not yet old enough." All I saw was the starving wolf-like moves of the man in black rushing straight at Shu Nok Kiet. Shu Nok Kiet reacted quickly, swinging his sword, creating a purple sword aura, neutralizing the 2 attacks. The man in black was about to strike again when he suddenly sensed a killing intent from behind. Hien Ni rushed in, her blade still sheathed, yet her deadly strike was complete. The sharp blade made even the man in black wary. Before he could catch his breath, Shu Hu Chao attacked. The girl's speed was lightning fast, closing in on him in the blink of an eye. But the man in black vanished without a trace. Unexpectedly, he disappeared right before their eyes. The man in black thought to himself, "Damn it, Boy Lai, you've exposed my whereabouts. Those 3 people in front of me all want to kill him and silence him. It's too difficult now, I can only flee." I immediately used my lightness skill. In the darkness, the martial arts of the man in black is very high. I don't know if there are ambushes ahead. Tuk Nak Kiet also dared not chase after him. Now I can only confirm that he doesn't know where Boy Lai has gone. He then ordered all his subordinates to search for Boy Lai, and at the same time investigate the identity of this man in black. On a nice morning, the 5th prince, the only person who could save Boy Lai is Min Chien Tuet. She vaguely guessed the background of the man in black, and was also wary of his skills, not wanting Boy Lai to fight him. So she used her lightness skill to fly away swiftly, leaving the scene quickly. Every time I leave, something must happen. Min Chien Tuet thought as she left. Every time I leave, something will definitely happen. Min Chien Tuet thought as she was leaving. No need to touch, just feel the force from the fingertips. She knew the situation was extremely dangerous. A powerful and uncontrollable thunderbolt, it was the thunderbolt of the moon god wind. Min Chien Tuet couldn't help but be shocked. How long has this thunder pill been accumulating? Such a fierce thunderbolt, yet there was no thunder pill in his body. It just kept circulating. This situation had never been encountered before. But now, if she doesn't save him, Boy Lai will definitely be tortured to death by the thunderbolt. But if she takes action to save him, she's afraid she'll have to pay a price. Min Chien Tuet took a deep breath, one hand on his Baihui acupoint on the top of his head, one hand on his Danzhong acupoint on his chest. Circulating the beholding fire inner breath, slowly introducing it, guiding Boy Lai's chaotic inner force. Taking this opportunity, she broke through the blockage in his meridians, continuing to complete the golden elixir meridian unblocking technique. After succeeding, it was another beautiful day. Boy Lai woke up from the warm water. It was early morning. As soon as he sat up, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The lightning strike this time was truly powerful. Even when struck by the moon god's wind before, the thunder pill didn't hurt as much. After a night being tortured by the lightning strike, Boy Lai naturally felt uncomfortable, planning to go out and look. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw Min Chien Tuet changing clothes. The vest she was wearing was made of high-quality fabric, with silver threads around the edges, both warm and elegant. But for some reason, under the bluish-green light, her fair, tender skin became extremely. Boy Lai was extremely embarrassed. Seeing that Min Chien Tuet didn't say anything. So many things happened last night. Min Chien Tuet didn't cry at all. It was clearly because of the moon god's wind. In the future, Boy Lai must be more careful. He cannot act so recklessly anymore. But there was something Min Chien Tuet was very curious about, so she asked, "Have you practiced some kind of internal martial arts since you were young?" Boy Lai answered honestly, "I'm in charge of a blacksmith shop in Long Kao village. At the age of 7, I was sent to Luan City to learn the blacksmith trade. It was only recently that I started practicing internal martial arts." Min Chien Tuet also shared her story, which is why her innate true chi and Boy Lai's could easily merge. But the lightning-subduing fist of Noyet Than Fong was also achieved through cultivating innate true chi. It's extremely powerful. Ordinary martial artists can only use their internal energy to suppress the lightning force, then use medicine. Noyet Than Fong had used many layers of internal energy to envelop the lightning force, but the internal energy enveloping the lightning force for too long would eventually be assimilated by the lightning force, becoming an even more terrifying lightning force, feared by many. If someone could turn the lightning force into their own true chi, it would be like gaining a powerful source of true chi. However, for most people, this true chi would also be a double-edged sword. The lightning force within Ti Lao's body has probably been accumulating for 4 or 5 years. Even a top martial artist like him couldn't absorb and neutralize this power source. Yet the lightning force didn't erupt from Boy Lai's body. Min Chien Tuet used her extinguishing fire divine art to help him neutralize part of the lightning force, and she could feel more and more of the lightning force dissipating. So, Min Chien Tuet, speculate that Boy Lai must have a special kind of inner energy cultivation, and moreover, he has cultivated it from a young age, gradually expanding it enough to accommodate that formidable lightning force. While healing Boy Lai's wounds, I myself also suffered from a disruption of my inner energy and turbulent blood flow. I feel that from now on, I cannot afford to let my guard down anymore, and must quickly go into seclusion to cultivate, absolutely without revealing any information. Boy Lai knows that this time, it was thanks to me, Min Chien Tuet, and he is extremely grateful that I taught him the fire jade pill technique. A tat, back then, also told him the same thing, word for word. But I, Min Chien Tuet, think that I have brought a bad reputation upon myself, and do not deserve his gratitude. Boy Lai then held my hand. He said, "Sister once told me, each person's thoughts are created by themselves. If you use your own thoughts to judge others, the result can only be biased and narrow-minded. A truly capable person will not make judgments based on rumors or hearsay. You shouldn't use your own thinking, but your heart to feel. Now, Boi Lai has clearly understood Min Chien-Tuet's intentions, and of course, he also understands her thoughts. After half a month of recuperation, Teat Bok Duong's inner force has recovered 6 or 7 parts. No longer obstructed by the lightning force, his meridians are unblocked, making the old martial artist in a good mood. Unexpectedly, that little fellow Boi Lai has a way to dispel the lightning force. Just in half a month, his subordinates have searched everywhere, but Boi Lai seems to have disappeared from the mortal world. Moreover, who was that man in black that night? Even Thursday Not Kiet doesn't know. According to the description, the eyes of that man in black had a yellow glow, reminding the old martial artist Teat of something. A few days ago, he received a secret report that a force was secretly operating. It's likely the Demon King Min Lang who has been missing for many years. But the witness has died, so now it's impossible to verify if the information is true or false. If it's true, and the Demon King has resurfaced in the Jianghu, then with those special eyes of that man that night, could he be a Nien Min Du? But the information Thursday Not Kiet received said that one of the 3 leaders of the Extreme Bliss sect has died. Even the Extreme Bliss sect itself has been destroyed by someone. However, when Teat Bok Duong was young, he had fought against them. Those 3 demon heads couldn't be easily killed like that. Moreover, those 3 committed countless evil deeds, no matter who took action to eliminate them. They would surely be praised by everyone. But until now, no one has claimed responsibility for this. At this moment, Hien Ni came to report, saying, Du Bin on Hong Island, Lin Bak Hai, is being detained. They received a strange box. His subordinates are. Du Bin, Lin Bak Hai was holding a wooden box. When they opened it, a bloody hand appeared in front of everyone. The index and middle fingers were pierced by a nail, on which were engraved the 2 words to Buddha, and on the palm was a strange symbol, like a. Noyet Than Fong was horrified, his hair stood on end. Dense evil energy, enveloping the entire Lien Tuet monastery. Have you committed such a heinous crime, yet still refused to confess? As soon as Teat Bok Duong glanced over, he recognized this as a sign from the Demon King. Thursday Not Kiet was utterly puzzled, as the martial sovereign and the Demon King had never been on good terms. Could it be because he had once confronted Lang Thursday that the other party wanted to make an appearance to help him? But with Teat Bok Duong's experience, this couldn't be the case. The 3 from the Ultimate Bliss sect have always been at odds with each other. If the other party provokes like this, the martial sovereign couldn't fail to retaliate. The Demon King's actions are always cruel and ruthless, causing fear in others. If he backs down now, the consequences would be unimaginable. The 2 decide they will go meet to Min Lang tonight, secretly instructing everyone to stay at the Heavenly Buddha Monastery. Upon hearing this, Thursday Not Kiet bravely stepped forward. Murderous aura and inner energy swirled out, causing everyone to fear. In the darkness, a blood-red lantern swings suspended in midair, swaying. The lantern spins on a long white cloth, like a living creature. Upon closer look, the white cloth is a white bone, held by a young man. Naked, barefoot, his entire body coated in shiny black paint, clearly alive, yet sending chills down one's spine. Beside the young man, bluish-green ghostly flames flicker, each followed by a ferocious ghostly face wielding various weapons. They are the 4 ghosts of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, along with the 8 diamond guards, Hanya, wealthy ghosts, big-headed ghosts, big-bellied ghosts, terrifying ghosts, and 6 little ghosts, emitting blood-curdling cries, striking fear. A skeletal ghost rides a black crow, chasing a horse. On the horse's back is a person wearing a Big Dipper hat and green armor, wielding twin swords, resembling the king of hell. Another ghost with a flowery face rides a white tiger. Leading them, an emaciated old man opens a book, speaking in an eerie voice. Wu Di Quad is one of the 7 mysteries, with bloodline of the Bone Spirit clan, passed down for 1,000 years. Their martial arts depend on the purity of their bloodline, inherited from mother to child. The current clan leader is of the Dark Way. The one speaking, with white eyes, is the false soul elder. He enjoys taunting others. The ghostly old man sneered at Teat Bok Duong. It's been years, and you still haven't grasped the secret? Then good dia quiet won't allow you. How can you eat? Teat Bok Duong was about to retort, but Thursday Not Kiet gently stopped him, bowed and said, I am Thursday Not Kiet, the leader of Vu Dia Quiet. Let me meet the Demon King. My Vu Dia Quiet and you have never had a feud. Why are you provoking like this? Do you look down on me? Do you know if my subordinates will listen to me? Or commit suicide? The blue-robed Demon King on the horse waved his hand, and the demons fell silent. Only he was heard saying, the leader and I indeed have no feud, but this time when I return to the East Sea, I want to reclaim some credits from the Lien Tuet Temple. I have never liked being disturbed by others. Your 4 scouts have ruined my good business, so I'll clean them up on your behalf. As for that clown in the theater troupe, he's just a minor character, I'll let him go this time. He chatted and flirted. His hilarious and funny tone, but when heard at night, gave people chills. He waved his hand. 4 little demons carried 4 bloody wooden barrels and ran over, placing them in front of Shu Yuche. The ghostly old man laughed and said, "These 4 little demons are gifts for the sect leader, hoping that in the future the sect leader won't invade Lianjuizi anymore. From now on, the western courtyard of Lianjuizi Monastery is my territory. Whoever invades it will be killed without mercy." Zhu Minglang didn't bother looking, saying, "I'll naturally return the lives to the sect leader." A person in white drew his sword, and fresh blood spurted out like rain, falling like red rice flowers. The ghostly flames in the lantern flickered and went out. The black crow carrying the ghostly old man flew away. As soon as they left the gate, there was a loud bang, a strong gust of wind swept through. The 4 little demons with oily painted faces fell and rolled on the ground, not having time to make a sound. They were blown away. Only the cold voice of Lang Beihe was heard. "The left protector has always been my responsibility, the demon king needn't bother." He was about to speak, but suddenly turned his head back. "Who are you?" The other person coldly said, "The divine emperor, the left protector, one of the 40 divine generals. People call me the rotten god." The fake soul elder said with interest, "Elder brother indeed knows the situation of the Central Plains well. It's really admirable. Why don't you come to my place for a cup of tea? And we can chat." Unexpectedly, Ing Tuming stopped him, clasped his hands and said to Shou Yujie, "The martial arts of the sect leader are indeed of great renown. After finishing business here, I will come to seek guidance in person. The life of this black immortal is a gift for our first meeting that I present to the sect leader." Ing Tuming turned his horse and followed the demonic flames, disappearing into the darkness. Teat Bok Duan loudly asked, "Ing Tuming, this time you came here to seek the 8-leaf talisman?" But he didn't receive an answer. Shou Yujie also guessed that the man in black before was the sect leader. He immediately ordered Xian to retreat silently, gathering intelligence. Half a month later, in the secret chamber, Min Xian Tuet threw a few pine cones at Bui Lai. Bui Lai leapt into the air, continuously striking the pine cones. Each pine nut was knocked out. His force and angle were extremely precise. Bui Lai finally managed to control his increasingly powerful innate true qi. In recent days, Bui Lai had absorbed a portion of the thunder aura from the moon deity wind. His inner strength increased greatly, even his hair grew faster. He had basically recovered. How did the Demon King deal with those people? Shi Shui Qian's methods were extremely cruel. Bui Lai clearly felt the inner energy in his hands. Seeing that Bui Lai had mastered his inner strength, Min Qian Tuet took the initiative to teach him a technique to sense inner energy, the Divine Desire technique. She guided Bui Lai to use his head as the center, dispersing his inner energy, from the Baihui acupoint to the Shendang acupoint, surrounding his body, slowly moving, forming a bubble-like shape. Shendang is the point of perception. Within the scope of the Divine Desire technique, one can not only sense objects with inner energy but also perceive. Although Min Qian Tuet did not demonstrate, she knew that within a foot under her feet, there were 3 broken pine nuts. There is a skill called dispersing breath sensing, said to be the highest level of the Divine Desire technique, which can instantly probe the opponent's inner energy. Following Min Qian Tuet's guidance, Bui Lai could initially only sense within 3 inches, which matched his current cultivation level. But Bui Lai did not stop, continuing to practice. This feeling, the range suddenly increased, like, "I can sense the entire room," unbelievable. But at this moment, Min Qian Tuet became solemn. He told Bui Lai to suppress his aura. Someone had entered the forbidden area of Lin Tuet Monastery. The one who entered was the most eminent monk. Following the monk was the little devil messenger, the demon king on 2 men. I heard the old demon say, "You're fortunate, monk, that I am the demon king on 2 men. Listen carefully. That night at the pier, you killed the imperial soldiers, stole treasures from the Nam Lin Wang Palace, and were sheltered by the Lin Tuet Monastery, becoming the abbot of the Dharma Nature Institute. Why were you only slightly injured that night? If the Eastern commander knew you did such deeds, how do you think he would deal with you?" When the monk heard the opponent knew his background, he didn't say much and immediately attacked. He had not performed his body technique, his muscles rippling like steel, and in an instant, he was as fast as lightning. Tiet Lao exclaimed, oh no, he's indeed using the Tu Kung technique. This is the invincible Hoa Van Hong Lin of the Southwest, isn't it? What a great subject to experiment on. He then rushed forward, shouting loudly, "It's been a long time since I've appeared in the martial world, let's see if you can recognize my sword technique." As he spoke, he had not charged towards the Demon King. His attack was earth-shattering, but unexpectedly, the Demon King deflected it with just one hand. Hien Nat's Hoa Van Hong Lien was one of the 15 tiger techniques, and although the skinny demon king also used pure yang inner force, Hien Nat thought that as long as his spirit wasn't broken, he could still fight. But the demon king's next move, Sun Ha Ban Dang Kai Thien, instantly broke through Hien Nat's Hoa Van Hong Lien. Hien Nat was struck and fell down. On the body of the defeated martial artist, the demon king said, "The rivers and mountains are the foundation for opening the heavens, they can be utilized at any time." Even if Xian Zui used all his strength, he couldn't withstand it and was defeated. Shattered. His body was as soft as an earthworm. His protective inner energy was solid, but the 15 tiger killing fist he used was shattered by the demon king's strike. His inner energy scattered, even his Dantian Si was damaged. Even if he didn't die, he would be crippled for life. The demon king looked at Xian Zui lying on the defeated martial artist. In this Lianju's sect, could there be any master? For 30 years, Xian Zui gritted his teeth and tried to say, "I've been here for over 10 years, who have I not defeated within a few moves?" But, suddenly he was shocked. "Could it be you?" Before he could finish, a black figure rushed from behind. "Old demon, are you looking for me?" "No need to bother with these nobodies. I have seen the signs you left. By the way, the Imperial Court wants to hold a martial arts convention here, so, this little bastard is currently working for the Imperial Court. To kill him, have you thought it through?" Tumin calmed down and turned to look, only to discover that the man in black had strange eyes, one pupil blue and one yellow, emitting an eerie glow, as if full of murderous intent and fury. Yet also somewhat cold and cruel. Of the wild beast. He suddenly remembered someone, couldn't help but exclaim, "So it's you, Tru Nok Lang, the demon-subduing monk." Then he turned and instructed his subordinates. "Hand this monk over to you, don't let him get hurt, skin him alive instead. The rest of you, leave, don't bother me." But the Nirvana sect didn't seem to care, saying, "That old man did want me to come rescue him, but do you think? Who am I?" The demon king laughed loudly, saying, "The Supreme Bliss sect has long been dissolved, people nowadays only see us as demons. The 7 mysterious palms, how ridiculous. Now, I'm returning to the East Sea, and with Lang Shou's help, unifying the 7 mysteries is only a matter of time." I didn't expect Lang Shou to mock me. Are you the descendant of that old demon? His son or disciple to dare come looking for me? I guess he died suddenly, didn't have time to instruct you properly, otherwise how could you not know what he did? Why am I here? 30 years. Ni Mindu rubbed his hands, the demon king didn't hide it, slowly said. Are you going to attack me? You guessed right, the former demon king was my master, I'm his only heir. That's why he rarely mentioned it. You. But the fact that you cultivated the Cam Lang Tuet was under his careful instructions. As for him passing on the Een Blade internal kung fu to you, to me, I also want to know if we fight, who will win and who will lose. Ni Mindu thought silently, demon, who knew it took me 30 years to cultivate my Cam Lang Tuet? This matter is indeed related to him. Just take this opportunity to probe this little fellow. Then settle the score later. Shu Neem. Mindu sneered, sat down, rubbed his hands, and said, It's been 30 years, they say it's the ultimate bliss, but in the end, I still had to come here. The last time I sat on this white bone chair, it seems like it was from my previous life. As he spoke, he gestured with his hand. Speak up, how did the old vulture die? Tell me, so I can have some fun. Did he say anything else to you? Did he ask you to come to Lian Yue Temple to find me? But this demon king is no fool, he said. The cause of the old vulture's death has nothing to do with me, don't beat around the bush anymore. I can answer one of your questions. But you must tell me what happened 30 years ago. As an exchange. Unexpectedly, the one in front was not easily fooled, with a mindset just like the old vulture. Nian Ming Duo had to ask first, tell me, why did you come to Lian Yue Temple to look for me? The demon king said slowly, a man calling himself Mr. Devil came to me not long ago. After boasting about the precious sword in his hand, he invited the devil cult to join the 7 Mystics Convention. The condition to join the convention is to have at least one sacred weapon of the Tao sect. The 3 purities of the highest bliss are not allowed to participate. At that time, Mr. Devil told me to go to Mount Allen to seek the Qilin Jade. Nian Mingduo laughed loudly. What sacred weapon of the Tao sect? In the end, it's just another prank by that Jiexing? When the demon king heard about the evil sword, he knew that Lang Shu indeed knew about the past. Previously, the old vulture had mentioned that Lang Shu and the devil cult had encountered the evil sword before. It seems that the whereabouts of the evil sword must be provided by Lang Shu. Lang Thursday coldly laughed twice, waving his hand to chop off one leg of the chair. Sitting on the chair, he said, 30 years ago, I've recalled that night countless times, as if it were just yesterday. 30 years ago, this place was not yet called Mount Allen. 30 years ago, the Lian Tuyat sect had no reputation. A hero appeared, telling Lang Thursday and Na Kui that he wanted to resolve the long-standing conflict of the Ultimate Bliss sect here. According to the hero, he had obtained reliable information that he could once again gain the unified power of the seven mystics. He wanted Lang Thursday and Na Kui to witness it, and revere him as the leader of the Ultimate Bliss sect. Lang Thursday at that time only came because the old demonic vulture was plotting something, so he wanted to see what he intended to do. Lang Thursday came first, climbing the mountain, to investigate, but found no ambush. Just as Lang Thursday was wondering what to use to teach the old demonic vulture a lesson, the hero suddenly appeared before him. On the mountain, strange movements appeared simultaneously below and above the mountain. Lang Thursday, with his sharp eyes, immediately noticed more than 10 men in black pursuing a young man at the foot of the mountain. The men in black had high martial arts skills, but that young man moved swiftly, taking advantage of the terrain to flee, and occasionally counterattacking. On the mountain, a scholar in white was chasing 3 people. This chase aroused Lang Thursday's interest because he recognized the 3 being chased as the famous DM Gutu Tan, known for gathering intelligence. But their leader was nowhere to be seen. To dare kill the eyes and ears of the Jianghu, the motive must be significant. So Lang Thursday wanted to eavesdrop and see if there was anything interesting. The scholar's martial arts skills were not bad, but not enough to kill all 3 brothers at once. It seemed he had ambushed the 3rd brother first, then used the brotherly bond to achieve the goal of eliminating the other 2. How cruel. I heard DM Gutu Tan came from an orthodox sect. Why would they engage in such immoral activities? After the transaction is done, we'll go our separate ways. If you want to fight, then name your price. As for the guards at the entrance, I've taken care of them. But with only you alone, you can't do anything. The scholar wiped the blood off his sword and said, that's why I need the help of you 3. Tell me where your boss is. Moreover, you can sell this information to me, or you can sell it to someone else. You might have already sold it. Niam Mingdu overheard this conversation clearly and wondered, could the secret that the old man mentioned be the demon-slaying sword? But he didn't believe the rumors circulating in the martial world. But at this moment, a man in white appeared from the road where the 4 garrisons were stationed. This man was the 13th sword, a famous swordmaster. The 13th sword. He hurriedly ran over to stop him, saying, Big brother, I have. Big brother, run away quickly. But unexpectedly, the big brother he respected. He was beheaded again. This stroke was as fast as lightning. Even the martial arts expert who had roamed the Jianghu for 11 years only had time to think of one word. This young man in a blue scholar's robe was not even 20 years old. Yet he was able to defeat the martial arts expert. But he was used to being cautious, not striking immediately. Instead, he chased the river pirates up from the foot of the mountain. These river pirates happened to rush in, with another group of people behind them. It was hard to see how many people there were in the dark night. As soon as they encountered each other, I saw the flashes of swords and blades, blood spurting, a horrific scene. The scholar in blue was instantly forced back, but luckily he dodged in time. The scene that night was extremely bizarre. The martial artist displayed his lightness skill, leaving the pursued young man to face the monster disguised as a divine spirit. But for some reason, he couldn't help but come back later. He then discovered that the scholar in blue had also returned. He held a blood-stained sword, hiding behind the bushes and observing. His eyes shone brightly, radiating an indescribable excited glow. His pale face was eerily calm, as if possessed by an old demon. Perhaps he and the martial artist were thinking the same thing. If they could control this kind of being, if he could create a horde of demons like the false azure spirit, then forget about dominating the martial arts world. Even striving for the imperial throne and becoming an emperor wouldn't be difficult. Although the false azure spirit was just a child, he was vicious and brutal, completely different from his usual innocent and lovable appearance. His dragon-shaped sword was beautiful but useless. Yet at that moment, one person and one sword mowed down 20 or 30 people, turning them into a bloody mess. But both the Langju and the scholar were mistaken on one point. The one wielding the sword wasn't a god of war, but a god of slaughter. Under the god of slaughter's blade, no one survived, except for that strange, nimble youth. The others who charged into the forest were all killed. This youth had utilized his abilities to the fullest. Agile, dodging the pursuit of the enemy. Relying on the terrain and the dead bodies, under the blade of the demonic Qingling, he luckily survived. The assassin turned his head to seek a new target. Nian Mingdo and the blue-robed scholar were fighting. He had seized the last chance. Together with the white-robed youth, the 3 were in an extremely awkward situation, forced to cooperate. They fled together. Cornered. The demonic Cheng Ling staggered towards them, like a wounded beast, letting out strange sounds, like a demon crying. At the critical moment, the youth suddenly went berserk, risking his life to charge. The scholar also seized this opportunity to charge. The three charged at the same time, facing the demonic sword. When they woke up, the three of them were at the foot of the mountain. The young man remembered being driven to a dead end by the terrifying blade of the false Qinglin, its sharp aura and swirling inner force completely suppressing the three of them. The strangest thing was, no matter what sword technique the three used, he could use the same sword technique to neutralize it. The more powerful the sword technique, the more desperate the young man felt. The key was Nian Mingduo using his talisman as a shield, flinging the two young men towards the foot of the mountain. Lang Shu was the first to wake up, but to find out what exactly the young man in white had obtained from the Ngusi Tan site, and how it related to the false Qinglin's madness. He needed to be more patient. Nian Mingduo remained calm, lying still on the ground, pretending to be injured. After a long time, the scholar in green robe woke up. He picked up his broken sword, grabbed a rock, and suddenly threw it straight at the Zen monk's head. "Stop!" The youth in white robe shouted, while gripping his sword tightly. The youth with the sword held it against his neck. "If it weren't for him, you would have been killed by that monster's blade. If you want to kill him, do it another day. Today, you can't touch him." The scholar in green robe said coldly, "Do you know who he is? See the black blood and fragments on the ground? This blood is not his, but of the person he killed. Remember, this smell, it must be from someone who died a long time ago. This person's martial arts skills are far superior to yours. If he wakes up, neither of us would be a match for him." But this young man doesn't agree. He said, "I don't know this person, why would he kill me? Moreover, you're not even. There were good people. According to you, our two sects are enemies, so should I behead you?" The man in white said, "Do you still want to represent your sect? I saw with my own eyes that among the black-robed assassins pursuing you, you're right, the martial arts expert of your Fan de Thong Chao sect, along with the guards at the local office, are all acquaintances. The Kaidan Tai Thin must have ordered your pursuit, right? Aren't you afraid that we youngsters' fates are being manipulated by these old men? Decide it? They're all old now, becoming foolish, despicable, but unwilling to admit it. That's why I'm here tonight, to seize a chance. Let's cooperate." He then took a scroll from his chest and said, "What's written here might, in exchange for the Yududeo. How powerful it is, you've seen it." Suddenly, a black shadow glided by, snatching the scroll from the scholar's hands. "This person is Chuang Am. Nim Min Du." Nim Min Du opened the scroll, but it was empty. Nim Min Du realized he had been tricked, and in a fit of rage, tore the scroll to pieces. Nim Min Du had been roaming the Jianghu for 11 years, always the one tricking others. Never expecting to be tricked himself today, he was given a hard slap. He picked up the scattered pieces from the ground, catching a whiff of fresh blood, and channeled his inner energy. Excellent. The scholar also recognized the person before him as True Nok Lang Nan. Nim Min Du channeled his inner energy, suddenly emanating a force, a strange aura. His body seemed to elongate. His hair stood on end, like sharp steel rods. Although his face remained unchanged, his features became more distinct and fierce. His eyes flashed with a yellow-green glow, staring intently at the scholar. "Niev Min Du, you split flesh and bone, your claws like swords." His nails curved like hooks, thick, yellow, shiny, clinging tightly to flesh, unnaturally long. His nails rubbed against each other, making a clicking sound like bones, making one shudder. The two youths saw Niev Min Du's appearance without showing any fear. Only one youth charged with a sword, shouting loudly, "Whoever wants to take my life must have the courage." The two of them joined forces, pushing Lang Thursday to the edge of the cliff. Niev Min Du risked his life, astonishing everyone. Although the two youths were young, they were like simultaneously fighting with two cultivators. The swordsmanship of this young man must have been taught by a high-level master. Unfortunately, he was fast but his sword was slow. In a blink of an eye, he was torn apart by the demonic cultivator. The scholar in blue lost his sword. With no weapon in hand, he grabbed the demonic cultivator's arm with one hand and the grey cloth on his arm with the other. His legs were dragged on the ground, pushed to the edge of the cliff, knocking down a few clumps of dirt. It was really dangerous. The demonic cultivator laughed loudly and said, "I am the crazy wolf demon. I can devour you alive. You, the righteous cultivators, how can you match me? Who is at a dead end now? Before I throw you off the cliff, tell me where the demonic sword is." The scholar in blue was pale and trembling all over. The demonic cultivator thought he was scared. Suddenly, a piercing pain shot through. Nim Min Du discovered that his right arm was pierced by a star-shaped throwing blade. At this moment, Lang Thursday had been pushed off the cliff's edge, being pulled down by the weight of Thursday's sin, about to fall. But immediately after, Lang Thursday laughed loudly, "Little brat, did you think the Cam Lang Tuat only had the effect of increasing speed? Out of pity for your impending death, I'll let you die comfortably." Lang Thursday said, during the Voi Long Hong era, the Hakmai Jiao was the most prosperous, and the people suffered and starved. Back then, to survive, the five of us created the Cam Lang Tuet, relying on absorbing human blood. It not only allows one to instantly recover their body while cultivating, but can also suppress the feeling of pain. The wounds on my body, I don't know how many times. Right at this moment, a youth rushed from behind, gripping tightly the remaining hand of Nia Mindo. This monster, the three of them could no longer keep their balance. After some time, Nia Mindo regained consciousness, blood gushing out. If he was injured more severely, even Kamlong Zut might not be able to save him. Now he could only use his inner energy to heal his wounds, otherwise, once the medicinal effects wore off, the consequences would be very serious. Lang Thursday hurriedly ran to the side of the scholar in white. At this point, the scholar had narrowly escaped death. The scroll beside him caught Lang Thursday's attention. Lang Thursday shook the scholar, shouting loudly, "What is this? If you don't explain clearly, I'll use your bones." At this moment, an old monk slowly approached from behind. "Amitba Buddha, tonight, on the way, the old monk has seen too much blood. Please, donor, stop your hand and save people." Nin Min Du and Nam Min Nakavan rushed into Lin Tuet Monastery. Teep Bok Duong has never killed innocent people, turn around. He was about to flee, but was stopped. He only saw two young men fighting. The two joined forces, forming the Nguhan Tru Tien. An old man in grey robes was watching them. The three above their heads all had colorful clouds protecting them, healing their wounds. Nin Min Du has encountered countless masters, but the speed of this old man in grey robes is so fast that he has never seen before. Even when Nin Min Du was at his prime, he knew he had no chance of winning. This hateful little bastard, today I'll kill him, and in the future I won't have to deal with this grey-robed bastard anymore. His celestial spirit point was struck, healing his wounds with internal energy. Lighter would lead to mental disturbance, severe could be fatal. He tried to capture him, but missed. Even the old monk didn't see him make a move. He just stood still, with a void underneath. Luo Kamlang. Incredible moves kept coming to his mind, unleashing one after another. The old monk treated him like a sandbag, never letting his guard down. The more Nian Mingduo struggled, the more he felt his meridians controlled by the old monk. His legs were sealed. Who was he really fighting against? Nia Mingduo felt his body weightless, surrounded by mist. The originally rocky wasteland had vanished without a trace, replaced by a gloomy, chilly realm, with a pitch-black night sky above, countless falling stars, like a meteor shower. Below them is a green pond, with small bright spots in the water, like stars. A holy, melodious sound echoes. The old monk says, with your martial arts skills, this sacred place can substitute the flesh and blood you need. After your body warms up, you can heal most of it yourself. Now, I want to treat the heart meridians for these two disciples. This freezing water has indeed stopped the fury of the Kamlang Tuet. The old monk uses his inner energy to reconnect their heart meridians and stop the bleeding. This is a great person that Nim Min Du has never met before. As he is about to speak, the old monk smiles and says, Lam Van Angwak Fat, Suthan Nca. The compassionate spring master wanders around, healing and saving people. We are on the way to get Buddhist scriptures. Brother, consider this round as my win, okay? His voice is gentle and elegant. Just be natural, I won't compete anymore. 10 years have passed, winning or losing is no longer important. Nim Min Du sighs in distress. Those two, one leads the Demon King, one leads the Hungry Ghost King. The cultivation of these two is definitely not inferior to the old monks. I'm really unlucky to encounter these two masters. The old monk sighs again and says, the general guards the border, worrying about the security of the world, but has been implicated by me. The muffled voice of the masked person echoed, before facing the celestial fire, I prepared carefully, not afraid of failure. I set the time for 7 days, after 7 days I will return. Master. No need to hurry. The remaining person laughed loudly. Lim Van has been lost. The scholar with a pen and sword is only worthy of being the master's disciple. The master has occupied the precious land, but is trapped in the border region, unable to leave. What a pity. Shi Shui Chen narrowed his eyes. The two of you still haven't given up on Lim Van. Top? Let's use go to decide. 10 years ago, Shi Shui Chen used an illusion to imprison Wu Dang and Ung Hong Nan, hiding Lim Van's peak. That time, the two of them lost. Wholeheartedly. But that game of Go was proposed by Chi Shui Chen. At that time he promised that, as long as Hong Nan and Wu Dang agreed on one thing, when they found the ancestral tomb of Chi Shui Chen, they would be able to bet again. At that time, Chi Shui Chen demanded that Wu Dang never kill anyone for life. Demanded that Ung Hong Nan give up his identity as a divine hand, never to fortune-tell for others for life. For the past 10 years, the two of them have kept their promise, never making a mistake. This is the opportunity today. Neem Min Du laid motionless in the stone coffin, pretending to be unconscious, silently plotting a way to escape. He heard the sounds of swords and suspected that Ngu Dang, the saint, Ung Hon Nan, and Lam Van Tam Tai were gambling here. The secret he overheard could cause him to be silenced. At this moment, the heroic voice of Ngu Dang rang out. I have contemplated the heavenly way. If I cannot witness the Lam Van Peak with my own eyes, I truly cannot leave in peace. The Grand Master has expended his genuine energy to save people. Before the gambling begins, I am willing to lend a hand. Ngu Dang waved his hand, and a young man flew out from the stone coffin. Ngu Dang, asked the old monk, Grand Master, you did not hesitate to expend your genuine energy to save these two. What is the relationship between these two and you? The old monk replied. If they were the supreme swordsmen, there would be no need to save them. Ngu Dang said, it was redundant to ask. This young man has suffered greatly and faced many misfortunes. If he encounters me, I will change his destiny, lend him 30 years of invincibility, and alter his path ahead. 30 years later, Ung Hon Nan heard this and laughed, pointing to the scholar in blue. Please, brother, enter his body. The scholar spit out a mouthful of blood and said, can fate be changed? I also want that. It seems that this scholar's name can only be revived. Teach him to read the sage's books for a few years, use the sage's principles to resist the fate of a tyrant. 30 years later, are you interested in betting again? Wu Dun did not answer. At this moment, Nianming Tua suddenly jumped out and grabbed his clothes. Qi Shui Qian, with one hand on the Danzhong acupoint on the old monk's chest, shouted loudly, listen up, everyone, I don't care who you are, now I have captured Qi Shui Qian. If anyone dares to move, I will squeeze him to death. But the other three people seemed to ignore Nianming Tuo's foolish actions and continued their conversation. Wooding seriously asked, for many years, I have been thinking about one question and wanted to ask the Grand Master. Did the Grand Master hide the treasure for the sake of the people or for Lin Wanning himself? Qi Shui Qian laughed coldly, without any hesitation. His expression changed. The general was not wrong. Lam Van Din is an unpredictable thing. If it's opened, it won't bring blessings to people, but disaster. To open Lam Van Din, at least the 5 elements must be in harmony. Otherwise, there will be catastrophe. At this time, Neem Min Du was like a clown jumping around, but no one paid attention to him. Ung Hong Nan slowly said, according to the master, the secret of Lam Van Din is dangerous, but it's not impossible to resolve. The master has seen Lam Van Din before, but he didn't explain clearly. If the master has seen it, why didn't he tell us? Ngu Dang also said, I've always wanted to know. Kai Tui Tram nodded and said, alright, you two have exceptional abilities. If heaven wants people to know the secret of Lam Van, no one else but you two. I can avoid it temporarily, but I can't avoid it forever. I also want to know, what question will you two ask? As soon as Kai Tui Tram finished speaking, the person who was controlled by Lang Thursday, no one knew when or how, had already stood up, leaving only Lang Thursday with a surprised look. Ung Hong Nan suggested, there are 3 people here, we can consider it a gamble. These 3 are Cuc Lak Tam Min, Na Kui Vong, and Lang Thursday, and the Demon King. These 3 are heinous criminals. With your character, you will surely punish them according to the law. But you promised the Great Master never to kill in your life. This time, you came down from the mountain and asked for leave from the court, but you cannot hand them over to the authorities. So, these 3 villains, we cannot kill or release them. Why don't we each choose one person and teach him to become a good person? Many years later, if we can reform them and make them abandon the evil path and turn back to the righteous shore, then it will be considered a good deed. What do you two think? Shi Shuiran smiled and said, education is not discriminatory, it's the responsibility of Confucian scholars. Young Master Ian has come up with a great idea. It's just that the 2 of us are idle, while the general is busy with official duties, so I don't know if it's suitable or not. The masked man nodded, as firm as a mountain. Niaming Tua heard the 3 talking without paying any attention to him, as if the infamous cult of the 3 luminaries were just 3 stinking ants. He angrily said, I also want to have children, our flesh and blood. Tell me, who created the Camling Tuet? Niaming Tua charged towards Qi Shuiran. Qi Shuiran crossed his arms, and a raging wind arose. The chanting of the mantra echoed in his ears like the sound of the wind. He felt his legs go limp, losing all strength. At that moment, the mantra realized that the hungry ghosts and the realm of desire were now liberated. A radiant glow suddenly emanated from his palms. In that moment, the mantra felt a strange and precious energy. This bizarre energy pierced through the pure awareness of the mantra in an instant. He only felt an unbearable burning sensation. His brain seemed to be scorched by a red-hot iron rod. The old abbot, the strict elder of the Zen temple, was thrown into the dungeon of the Tzu-Ti. In an instant, he felt an immense and indescribable pain. A miserable scream rang out, and all he could see was a bloody red. Moreover, a savage laughter kept echoing in his ears. The mantra couldn't remember what happened after that. He only remembered waking up, unable to use the pure awareness anymore, and being imprisoned in the Lin Tuat temple, under the supervision of the siren. He was officially detained at the Lian Tujue. It is said that the person who captured Lang Ju is the Night Siren, an unfamiliar name, but with the ability to capture him. Why he was detained here, Lang Ju doesn't know. He was renamed Wu Dangong. Lang Ju said angrily, "What's the difference in changing names?" "It was just that Wu Dangong sent someone to ask me." He married the national soul. The fate of the king was caused by him interfering in the elders' affairs, giving those people a chance to sow discord. His wife also died tragically on the city wall. Bui Lai clearly heard every word of this dialogue. It turned out that the story Lao he once told him about the 7-day battle at the northern gate happened at that time. He didn't expect the evil Sanming to have a grudge against his master, with such a deep grudge. At this moment, Nin Qian Tuat had a question: if Tanbao Thursday Sin and Hua Tong were both from Tanling sect to retrieve the demon blade, how did the Demon King know about it? It feels like this story hides many secrets. There is a hidden story. At this moment, the Demon King said he had also heard that Wu Dangong later always won battles without ever killing people himself. So that's how it was. Lang Ju remembered. Where was the demon blade retrieved that year? Lang Ju didn't answer, just laughed loudly. "Little demon, with such a strange story, you don't doubt its truth or falsity, nor ask who harmed your master, but only care about the demon blade. It seems the old demon didn't tell you everything, but pointed you in the right direction. A path." Behind, Deep Bang too coldly said, "For 30 years, I have recalled that experience countless times. I was unfortunate, alone encountering 3 wretches. The 5 skilled chiefs of the old dragon gang. It was all meticulously arranged by someone to lure us into a trap, making us encounter formidable foes one after another. Finally, Nim Mindu also realized." "Bitchfuk, the beautiful maiden like a lotus," Vutai Swanglan coldly said, "the Udao agreement was made between your master and Lang Thursday Uozi, one side the Bak Y immortal sect. One side Lang. Family disciple Bui Lai. I'm not sure if this was done by me or not. For 30 years, I have always suspected your master, Du Hat Fat, between the two of them, who is innocent the first still haven't. I thought you were more trustworthy. In the end, the mastermind wasn't necessarily the one who set the trap." He still smiled and said, "Until tonight when you appeared, I finally confirmed, it was all your master's trickery. He is the traitor who betrayed his companions, sold out his sect, all for personal gain, 30 years as a hunting dog for others. Despicable and shameless." The Demon King clapped his hands and suddenly stood up. "Ni Mindu, don't think the demon order can't deal with you, so you can be arrogant and conceited. I will act on heaven's behalf today." Ni Mindu's rage also reached its peak, throwing the chair at the Demon King. The Demon King used both hands to grab the chair like catching a coconut, and gently placed it down. He waved his hand, and the map of rivers and mountains unfolded, his fierce aura rushed forward. But unexpectedly, Chu Wupian's secret power suddenly erupted. The Demon King was caught off guard, the situation became increasingly unfavorable for him, and in the blink of an eye, he fell into a trance. "Let's die together." Chu Wupian's secret power suddenly erupted from underground. The Demon King couldn't withstand it, the situation became even more unfavorable, and in an instant, he fell into a vast and dark realm. Shushan laughed loudly, unleashing countless fragments, blood and flesh splattered everywhere, creating bleeding wounds in the areas not covered by armor. His body was in agony. In this critical moment, instead of trying to escape and counterattack, the Demon King pulled down the curtain and covered his head with a talisman, as if it were a joke. The talisman in front of him. He held his head tightly, rolled on the ground, rolling and screaming, so painful. So painful. His whole body trembled, his limbs cramped, he curled up, constantly shaking. He didn't dare open his eyes, his hands and feet were numb. Even when he used the dazzling eye technique, it was like swinging an axe blindly. He didn't even have the strength to stand up. If you didn't witness it with your own eyes, it would be hard to believe. It turned out that the secrets about the doors that Nim Mindu told him were all lies. All kinds of windows could be used to escape. The Shurshur Chang Grandmaster must be involved with the Dainetsu. Ranjun. Unexpectedly, the Sanxian Suabagia that others could freely enter and exit was the old man's lair. The old man of Sanxian Suabagia. At this moment, the Xianming elder heard the sound and came running, saying, "Your subordinate has found Sanxian Suabagia." The Demon King immediately ordered someone to bring Lang Shou there. She was imprisoned on the second floor. At that moment, the Demon King suddenly trembled, her inner energy was in chaos. Lian Mang asked worriedly, Master, are you injured internally? What technique was that? The Demon King waved her hand, saying, regardless, he is a powerful expert, don't underestimate him. Also, clean up that strange room, no one is allowed near it. All of this was clearly witnessed by Bui Lai. She was extremely shocked. It turned out the Demon King's inner energy was the demonic flame technique. This kind of inner energy silently left her meridians. Yet such extreme evil remained in her heart? Bui Lai said it seemed she had been injured for a long time, but her recent cultivation had triggered the poison instantly. Could it be she encountered the Moon Demon technique? Has the Moon Demon technique begun using the Apex technique? Ming Zhanzuat was also a bit worried. Bui Lai said resolving the oath was his responsibility. Now that the oath had manifested, he couldn't just stand idly by. His master had previously taught him the method to resolve it, so while she was weakened, Bui Lai planned to help her detoxify. Even though Min Qian Tuet doesn't understand clearly, he can see the unwavering determination in this young man's gentle eyes. Chuckles softly. As I said before, if Niamindo wasn't so incompetent and useless, I would never. I won't let you go. Although the martial arts skills of Niamindo are very high, he is no match for me. As he speaks, he gently stretches out his hand, easily unlocking the door. Pulls Bui Lai away. The two of them use their likeness skills, following the horse hoof prints on the ground, all the way. Pursues to the Fatsingbian. Inside the Fatsingbian, all disciples in blue robes cover their faces, disguising as merchants. Min Qian Tuet. With exquisite lightness skill, avoiding the patrolling little demons, he reaches the outside of the strange room. Min Qian Tuet. Chuckles, anyway, he is the leader of Huyanman, he still needs to eat, change clothes, and bathe, he cannot be without attendance. Let's see what he looks like after removing his disguise. Damn it! The two of them sneaked up to the window, clearly there were two people inside, but somehow, they couldn't hear any conversation. The two of them silently looked inside from the window. Inside the spacious room, there was only an old man with gray hair, a big head like a basin, a wrinkled face like a sewer mouth, greasy. His body had some dark patches and smooth scales, looking very ugly. His figure was a bit thin, but his shoulders were broad, his back was thick, and it looked difficult for him to move from behind. But now, the Demon King, the ruler of the three realms, the leader of the 19 immortals, was a woman. This woman had an oval face, a high straight nose. A bit handsome. Compared to the beauties of Dong Xingsu, her features were even sharper, her thick black eyebrows made her look even more refined. Her eyes were as big as autumn lake water, her almond-shaped eyes were exquisite, and between the two pointed ends was a shiny black pupil, reflecting intelligence and sharpness. Her cherry-red lips were full and glossy, like ripe cherries. Her upper body is full and wrinkle-free, with a rosy complexion, covered by a large bosom, and her fiery red curly hair is a characteristic of the ancient Fox clan. Although the features on her face still retain the softness of an Eastern woman, they are smaller than other women, clearly due to her mixed bloodline, resulting in a skin that is not as rough and dry as theirs. But beyond her exotic beauty, what truly captures everyone's attention is her contradictory and peculiar demeanor. Both strong and feminine. Both gentle and resilient. Her voice is Eastern, but her behavior is entirely different from those arrogant and thick-skinned people. Her ruthless and cold-blooded tactics, yet with a touch of regal grace. Like an immaculate virgin, yet a merciless killer. On the third floor of the Shubak building, a woman's voice rings out. She wears black and silently observes if anyone is following. Seeing no movement, she deems Min Qian Tuet as unremarkable. But the next moment, Min Qian Tuet's voice rang out from behind. Can Tian La Hong now only train characters like you? The woman in black hurriedly said with a serious expression, I've made Miss Min laugh at me. Of course, I'm not in your good graces. But someone wants to see you. As she finished speaking, a few clashes of swords rang out from the forest. The woman in black swayed slightly, and a woman in blue appeared. This woman hurriedly said, I didn't expect that you not only betrayed Tian La Hong, but also conspired with the evil path. Tell the elder, we will find the traitor. Min Qian Tuet remained calm, saying, it seems that all 8 protectors of Tian La Hong have gathered here. The elder really spares no effort. Summoning all of you here, not afraid of the old man not having enough to eat? Where is the left protector? Is he here too? Seeing Min Qian Tuet mention the left protector, those people immediately rushed to attack. But Min Qian Tuet was not hesitant, saying, just you guys? Then he said, are you ready to die? Let me show great compassion, and give you the knowledge of the Heavenly Falchion's 5 studies. As he spoke, the Heavenly Falchion emitted a dazzling light, attracting everyone's attention around. Oh no! The guards in Nien Min Dao have all died. It must be the work of these Heavenly Falchion experts. Quickly, go report to the elders and the Demon King. Meanwhile, the Demon King didn't know why he had fallen asleep, and when he woke up, his head ached like being struck by a hammer, with the image of a blazing red sword appearing in his mind. At this moment, a male voice sounded from behind. It was Bui Lai. The two had just made love. Why is the Demon King so lenient? Now, I have no inner energy. Unable to move, and I don't know what this brat has done to me. I reached out to grab Bui Lai, wanting to subdue him with all my might. But Bui Lai's hands were like 1,000 threads, easily dissolving. When the Demon King attacked, his martial arts transformed wondrously. The Demon King glanced and recognized this move that Nim Min Du had also used before. Could he be one of Nim Min Du's men? Bui Lai then took the opportunity to say, I am a disciple of Lin Tuatu, with the Dharma named Shuyan Nu. Nim Min Du is my enemy. Whether you believe it or not, you, the extremely evil Demon King, if you let him go, the Tik Nan poison in your body will spread, with unforeseeable consequences. If you don't detoxify in time, you will definitely regret it later. If you feel violated, my lady, you can investigate the properties of the demonic sword Tik Nan later and settle the score with me. It won't be too late. At this time, the enraged Demon King has reached the extreme, but is controlled by others, thus revealing her childish nature, biting hard on Bui Lai's wrist. Then she fainted. This is the coma period after detoxification, basically not having time to ask if she encountered the moon god's wind, so she had to be put on the bed. Faintly heard the Demon King say, Father, rest assured, the little girl is no less than a boy. It turns out the Demon King's name is Man. At this time, Bui Lai also suddenly remembered Min Kanong, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, and wondered if anything had happened. At the Three Heavens Manor, the 8 Dharma protectors on the celestial brocade were in a deadly battle. Wei Shang, one of the protectors, was struck by Ming Zhanzu at 6 paths of reincarnation finger, hitting 7 of his vital points, severing his meridians, and completely dispersing his life force. Nak Shauna collapsed beside him, crying and saying that the traitor must not escape. Her sisters were chasing him, and everything would be fine once the old master arrived. At that moment, a figure with a concealed appearance calmly approached, carrying a pale-faced white immortal. Bak Vo Thuong's face was smashed, his soul scattered, leaving only a soulless corpse behind. This person arrived mysteriously and coldly said, the Three Heavens Manor, rising and falling in one night, revealing its true nature. The manor is in ruins, who benefits from this? He then stomped on the ground. He used his legs to hook out by Wu Chang's corpse and threw it out with force. His enormous internal power caused a corner of the book pavilion to crumble. Jade Ziongar on the roof. Jade Ziongar on the roof was also shaken and fell to the ground, severely injured and unconscious. A hoarse voice rang out, powerful. I almost died from the impact. Who are you? Why did you speak up to help me? The speaker was Nian Mingdu, trapped inside the book pavilion. It was a figure in black clothes covering his face, more discreet than even Lang Shu, coldly saying, of course I'm not helping for no reason, I just want to make a deal with Lang Shu. But Lang Shu used the excuse of hiding his face as a lack of sincerity to refuse. The figure then said meaningfully, those in this world who possess martial arts yet hide their faces, isn't it because they lack true strength themselves? I believe I'm no exception. You, Lang Shu, hesitating like this. You must no longer be the Lang Shu of years past. What a pity, what a pity, I went through so much trouble to scheme, only to have mistaken the person. He then took out a scroll from his chest. Let Lang Thursday see if this thing is worth it for you to return to your former self. It turns out this is what Lang Thursday has been searching for, the Great Solar Ecliptic Vault. The places where this thing is hidden are not just in the Bashu archives. You're telling the truth. Lang Thursday was astonished. This Buddha map of fish and birds is engraved in the 7-Eye Sutra, even if the Great Solar Ecliptic Vault scriptures were ransacked. They could not be deciphered. If I assist you, combined with the methods in the scriptures, restoring the Blue Dragon Supreme for you will be as easy as flipping a hand. This condition made it difficult for Lang Thursday to refuse. What should I call you? The masked man laughed loudly. Lang Thursday. Can call me Tone. After finishing, he said, I will help Lang Thursday restore the Blue Dragon Supreme. If you hurry, there might still be some survivors over there, maybe. It will be useful for your Blue King awakening. Hearing this, the nearby Jade Shauna was completely desperate, silently praying. A loud noise was heard from the Sobaksak. People rushed there. Indeed, the Sobaksak was destroyed. It's unknown who was so powerful to do this. Seeing the corpses of Tian La Hong's disciples nearby, Bui Lei, the guardian of Lang Thursday, couldn't help but worry about Miss Min's safety. Suddenly he saw a female corpse in the rubble. Could it be Miss Min? Bui Lei hurried over. Fortunately it was just someone from Tian La Hong. But Bui Lei knew, Tian La Hong failed to pursue Miss Min this time, and their next move won't be ordinary. But Miss Min is also It's not easy to deal with. Anyway, Miss Min has gotten into trouble. If I were her, after escaping the pursuit, I would definitely go to the decisive battle at the Arhat Hall's secret chamber. In the Fa Ting Institute, the Demon King was furious. Ni Min Du is my secret, how could it cause such a commotion? Ti Lao, you must give me an explanation for this. He hastily replied, your subordinate has carefully examined the scene. Apart from Bai Wu Chang, there were 4 corpses of Tian Laxian's disciples. Strangely, they all died from Tian Laxian's Taixidishu and Eulogia Shanxi techniques. Your subordinate guesses that when we were about to strike against the 5 Toxin Vault, Tian Laxiang had also targeted our Demon King sect. Issue an order to capture Tian Laxian's spies with full force. You interrogate them yourself. After the interrogation, if they're still alive, you can handle them as you wish. He respectfully replied, I wonder about the sect leader's injuries. The Demon King waved his hand to cut him off. No need to mention that. If this interrogation doesn't yield useful information, I will punish you. The Demon King thought to himself, this Nian Ming Tua is somewhat useful, but his identity is a danger. As for the Night Thief, although he has neutralized the Qi Dujian poison on me, I must kill him. In the secret chamber of the Arhat Palace, Boi Lai had been waiting all day long but saw no movement. Miss Min must have encountered trouble. I can't wait any longer, I must do something. Though I don't know where to find Thien La Hung's people, but Ni Min Du from the Imperial Chancellery has also gone missing. The Demon King values him so much, he certainly won't abandon him. I might as well go investigate the extreme evil path and see, perhaps there will be clues. Although, this time I can only rely on myself. Bui Lei practiced the divine jade tree to its utmost, activating his body technique. Even the slightest breeze passing his ears did not escape his senses. Bui Lei was like a willow branch swaying in the wind, lightly drifting, successfully avoiding the guards, reaching the lit room in the rear courtyard. A young woman is tied on the Kuanghua stone altar, limbs spread wide, soul scattered. An old man holding a swallow-shaped sword sits beside her, slashing her collarbone, breasts and shoulders, laughing mockingly, your disciple. Initially claimed to be just a spy, knowing nothing, but in the end, didn't he reveal your location to me? That's the extent of brotherhood. Unfortunately, I went overboard with him. Momentarily losing control. The treasure in this vial is called Shui Gu Bone. Even in Nanlin, it's extremely rare. If used on the living, their bone marrow must be sprinkled on it, causing excruciating pain to the point of wanting to tear off one's skin and flesh. But with this Shui Gu Bone, to prevent the victim from dying too soon, I've used a special technique to control the body, making it feel like being gnawed by 10,000 insects, prolonging the agony. Now I only need to make a cut on your back. Saying that, the old man slashed her robe, revealing her smooth skin and slender waist. At this point, he treats her like his plaything, while the young girl at the Rachio, laughing lasciviously, I didn't expect that in the short time at Nat Tru Hong, I would get the precious sword bestowed by the king of Nam Lam years ago. I want to see how the daughter of the one who was struck by the 10 ancient deadly strikes will react. Just as Nak Tu Na was in utter despair, a small stone propelled by inner force easily extinguished the flame. A figure emerged from the darkness. It was Bui Lei coming to the rescue. Before the light went out, Bui Lei, while the old man was still adjusting to the darkness, boldly executed the second Quan Am Tuong, successfully locking the old man's neck. Unexpectedly, the old man used a false technique, turning his head and opening his mouth, letting out a belch. He spewed out a cloud of toxic smoke from his throat. The toxic smoke was like a fog, stinking and unbearable, continuously firing tiny particles. That was the old man's insidious poisonous technique, poisonous demonic fog. In just a moment, it could corrode the meridians and seal off the inner energy. This old man was proficient in poison techniques. His inner energy was called Jade Poison Skill, which could perfectly envelop the poison, allowing it to be safely stored within the body. The old man even nurtured a highly toxic bone spirit in his eyes, through which he could clearly discern the situation of Bui Lei's inner energy circulation. The old man saw Bui Lei's inner energy gradually slowing down, and hastily seized the opportunity to struggle, aiming directly at Bui Lei's dantian, unleashing 2 lightning-fast palms. This technique of the old man had caused the demise of many. The martial arts master became his experiment subject. He basically didn't think much of Bui Lei. But unexpectedly, the little monk in front of him, despite having his internal energy completely sealed, still caught his punch. The old man ended up dying under a woman's thighs. The 5th Guanyin statue. The 3rd Guanyin statue. Bui Lei ambiguously used the unretreating Vajra palm technique to probe his opponent, successfully driving back the old man. The old man was now utterly astonished, wondering why the person in front of him could still circulate his internal energy naturally. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that Bui Lei had used his inner force to envelop the Capcom demon's venom in his lower abdomen. How did he do this? Bui Lei took a deep breath, spat out the Capcom demon. and said, "You little toad, you're out of tricks if you don't spit venom." The old man, who had been cold and cruel all his life, had to use his profound inner force to envelop the venom with his poisoning skill. Ordinary inner energy would never suffice. Could it be that he cultivated the innate true chi that my master once mentioned? With this thought, the old man was overjoyed to have encountered such a valuable test subject. The old man interlocked his fingers, braced his arms, and in an instant, unleashed a light strike. The strange sword in the room suddenly flew up on its own. Right after that, the old man opened his mouth and spewed out a thick cloud of smoke that enveloped the sword's blade. This divine mindful sword is a sacred weapon of Namlam, now tainted with the demonic aura. If Buile comes into contact with the blood, he will not be able to withstand it. The old man's figure was like a demon, the poisonous weapon in his hand emitting a faint glow. Wherever the light passed, the internal energy was disturbed. Although Buile managed to evade a few strikes with his agile body movements, the old man saw through his internal energy circulation. 2 slashes like wolf fangs, aimed at Buile's arms. This is the fallen moon sword technique of the Namlam 7 families, which the old man had used many underhanded means to force the revelation of in the past. Today the old man is determined to capture Buile alive. Another slash came, and Buile tilted his body to avoid the fatal point. At this moment, the old man was not in a hurry. The venomous aura had already entered Buile's body through his wound. If he was hit by the toxic gas, Buile's inner energy would immediately stagnate. All he had to do was wait for him to surrender. Taking advantage of the situation, the old man rushed forward, intending to cut off Buile's limbs to ensure safety. But just as the toxic gas was about to reach him, Buile's inner energy gathered in front of his chest, forming a second stream of energy. The 4th Avalokitesvara posture. He used both hands to push against the old man's arms, deflecting the toxic gas upwards. Without turning his head, Buile grabbed his sword, accurately and swiftly struck down. Clean and decisive, like water flowing and clouds drifting. The old man was caught off guard. He was stabbed through the heart. At that moment, Buile had only one thought: absolutely can't give him a chance to fight back. One sword pierced the old man's heart, pinning him to the wooden board behind. The old Tilao finally died under the woman's crotch. This was the first time Buile killed someone. He couldn't help but feel a little confused and scared. Buile also knew that this was not the time to think about this. He hurriedly went to save Ngozi Tuna. Fortunately, he knew a safe place. In the Lin Kuyet Tua Tin Institute, Buile took Ngozi Tuna to Min Chien Tuet's room, wanting to ask about her news. Facing the benefactor who saved his life, the maiden hurriedly knelt down, bowed her head and said, "My name is Jade Shana, I'm a maid of Heavenly Aroma sect. I'm on a mission to gather information about the Paradise cult. Unfortunately, I was captured by that old man, and thought I was going to die. Luckily, you saved my life. Please allow me to kowtow to you." Jade Shana saw that both of your arms were injured and quickly expressed concern. "How serious are your injuries? Let me help bandage them for you." Buile naturally declined. "I want to ask you about someone. I heard that Heavenly Aroma sect is hunting down a traitor. Have they caught him yet?" Jade Shana seemed unsuspecting as she replied, "Are you referring to Bright Battle Snow? That's a secret of our sect. I didn't expect you to know about it." Buile smiled. "Your sect's Reverend Mother and I are acquainted. Bright Battle Snow has some grievances with me." Jade Shana then said that she was of low status, and normally not even allowed to see the elders' faces, only doing menial chores. So she had no knowledge about hunting down Bright Battle Snow. Suddenly, Buile coughed up a mouthful of blood. The venom of the demon spider had started taking effect. Facing the young lady's concern, Buile tried to say, "You don't need to worry about me. The gifts from the LY family have some side effects. Miss, just be natural." Nok Tu Na naturally agreed. At this moment, Buile couldn't help but recall the old stories with Min Chien Tuet, hoping she would appear soon. Then, the lively Miss Min appeared in front of him. "When I killed the old man, I wasn't tense or afraid. Now thinking back, I was too calm at that time. Was it due to my rich experience or was I influenced by something else?" Buile knew that Ngozi Tuna wasn't telling the truth. If it were Miss Min, what would she do? Looking at the sword taken from the old man, with its ancient patterns and special material, it must be the work of a master. "Divine sword, please help me." In the room, Nok Tu Na at this moment. She took off her martial arts outfit and changed her clothes. The young lady finished bathing and changed into new clothes, tying her long hair in front of her left chest, revealing her slender white legs. She sat on the bed, her beautiful appearance, using clean water to wash the bloodstains on her body. She looked young, but her figure had an indescribable charm under the loose clothes. Nok Tu Na looked at the secret letter in her hand, thinking, this path is truly dangerous. But there is still one final obstacle. This little fellow has deep internal energy, but currently cannot use it. I must seize this opportunity to reverse the situation. She took the initiative to approach Buile and gently said, "Sir, I found some medical supplies in the room. Let me help you bandage your wounds." Buile had no suspicions, seeing Ngozi Tuna's gentle and caring demeanor. her sparkling eyes. Suddenly, Bui Lei felt dizzy. Ngozi Tuna smiled and said, "Your inner power is truly formidable. Since I entered the martial world, I have never met a man who could withstand the effects of the Wu Yen and Gung Tam Tan for even a moment. Even masters of the 4 inner classics couldn't do it. What sect are you a grandmaster of?" She gently pressed her 2 fingers against his chest, lightly pushing him down onto the bed. Bui Lei felt the world spinning, but his limbs were numb and motionless. He had been ambushed. But when he was ambushed, he was clearly not wearing anything. So where was the drug hidden? Bui Lei tried to circulate his internal energy, but he wasn't sealed with acupoints or blocked meridians. He could still feel the medicinal power spreading through his meridians from the fire needle. Qi. The poison seemed to blend into his blood, but he didn't know how to expel it. Noctuna said hatefully, "We did find Min Qi and Tuet, but she managed to escape. However, she has been marked with the celestial trap seal, so the old lady will soon find her. If it doesn't work, just hand you over to the old lady, and my future will be secure." After saying that, Ngozi Tuna circulated her inner energy, intending to cripple Bui Lei's arms. Ngozi Tuna sneered. "Tonight, would you like this 13-year-old maiden's body to receive your pure internal energy?" But just as Ngozi Tuna was savoring her imminent success, Bui Lei's figure before her suddenly became blurred. The room also started changing, as everything was an illusion created by Bui Lei in the void. At this moment, Noctuna, suddenly awakening from the stream, realizing herself still in the bathtub. Bui Lei had not only used fragrance, but also an illusion to lure Noctune Gak, probing her. Noctune Gak was shocked. It was all fake. "When did you start suspecting me? This is the most horrifying scene in this comic." Seeing herself exposed, Noctune Gak rushed out of the bathtub, jumped through the window and fled. Bui Lei saw this, quickly grabbed the mind sword, and leaped onto the roof, chasing after Tune Gak. Suddenly, a black figure appeared in the bright moonlight. Originally the sect leader of Thuong Kong Island, her aura now seemed eerily demonic. Finally, a sinister black demonic aura, cultivated successfully, appeared at her side. She calmly stepped onto the roof tiles, stretching her arms, and spinning in the air, her legs spread like a dragonfly's wings, gliding down. The black-robed figure was about to swing his sword, but the woman swiftly grabbed his wrist, drew his sword with her other hand, and coldly said, "Our sect leader wishes to see you." In Bui Lei's impression, Vu Deku was nearly a hound of Noyet than Fong, naturally not easily obeying. He withdrew his hand, the sword shifting from his left to right, flowing like clouds in water, the blade smooth as the full moon in the sky. The woman does a one-handed cartwheel, flipping backwards and quickly retreating. Standing firmly on the ground, Anton lands beside Tune Gak. She tilts her head, glances at him, wanting to say something but stops. A person rushes out, it's Chu Hu Chao. Bui Lei has experienced his sword skills before, he dares not underestimate him. He immediately employs the divine power technique, while Chu Hu Chao wields his sword. Bui Lei closes his eyes, sensing clearly, and uses the smallest range to swiftly dodge the attack. At this moment, suddenly, there's a whistling sound from behind, sharp enough to tear his back. The tiles hit by the divine thought sword shatter, shards flying everywhere. Bui Lei threw out some broken tiles, shielding himself before him, and said coldly, "Your skills are quite good, haven't seen you for a few days, you seem to have gone through a rebirth." This person was Kexa Lanbak Hai. Lanbak Hai's heart was shaken at this moment. How could this divine power technique have such a wide range? Could it be that his inner force and my palm wind scattering technique are of the same kind? Moreover, this little fellow is very cautious, always using tile fragments to block me, guarding against my using the palm wind scattering technique. This is very different from the intelligence that old immortal master described. Lanbak Hai shouted loudly, "He is executing the divine power technique, he can only hold on for a while. Old immortal master will come soon." As he finished speaking, the female figure suddenly disappeared, her speed so fast that only after images remained, her short sword attacking Bui Lei directly. Bui Lei felt it was difficult to resist. Seeing that Bui Lei's ability could not maintain the divine power technique for long, these three were all very strong. And they cooperated well, Bui Lei was not sure if he could subdue any of them. Suddenly Bui Lei remembered, if Fong Hu had arrived, then that arrogant young sect leader was probably nearby. Bui Lei shouted loudly, "I remember your name is Kung Fai, do you want to learn how to turtle back and sneak attack from the shadows? Don't even think about it." Sure enough, Kung Fai's figure jumped down from the tree, without any hesitation, rushed towards Bui Lei. This was what Bui Lei wanted. The momentum of the Quan Am Tuong and his saber strike hit Kung Fai from behind, trapping him in his grasp. That female was frightened, unable to withstand this force, her body was hit by Kung Fai, fell to the ground, and immediately lost her ability to fight. Shattered images, hazy dust, sparks flashing, Thatch Trandao lunged towards Bui Lei. Adorned in splendor, a cold voice came from afar. It was Thursday Ngolikiet slowly approaching, smiling and saying, "Hold on, you can't hurt anyone, quickly withdraw." She turned and asked Hakbok Tang, "Old deity, do you think Bui Lei is qualified?" Seeing Bui Lei restraining Kung Fai, Hakbok Tang couldn't help but angrily say, "Although the three of them haven't used their full strength, this kid can withstand them all while remaining calm." Not bad at all. Hearing this, Thursday Not Kiet stopped, as if decided, and respectfully bowed. "Junior Bui, I apologize for the offense earlier. We were in a hurry to find you, with no ill intent, but to cooperate with you against Noyet Than Fong." Of course, Bui Lei didn't believe these superficial words, saying, "You follow Noyet Than Fong's orders, trying to kill me many times, how can I trust you?" Thursday Not Kiet smiled, "I won't hide anything from you, Junior. Before, it was all because Noyet Than Fong held our sect's Jiamha order, so I had no choice. But now, the situation is clear, we sincerely want to cooperate, even your friend Long Na, we won't hand her over to Noyet Than Fong." Saying that, she threw out her token and stuck it on a piece of tile. Thursday Not Kiet smiled faintly, "I won't hide anything from you, young master. In the past, it was all because Noyet Than Fong held the Jiamha order of our sect. And I had no choice. But now the situation has changed, we are sincere, even your sworn brother Long Na, we haven't handed him over to Noyet Than Fong." Having said that, she casually threw out her token and stuck it on a piece of tile. Thursday Not Kiet's expression was cold as she continued, "If young Master Bui doesn't trust me, you can execute this girl with your sword. If my life can buy your trust, so that Dyaku can be preserved, I'm willing to sacrifice." Seeing Thursday Ngozi Kiet's determination, Bui Lei couldn't help but hesitate. Even if what she said was true, there was no reason to help her daughter. Thursday Not Kiet continued, "Let me analyze it. First, Noyet Than Fong hasn't lifted the order to hunt you down, you're only safe now because he hasn't found your hiding place. Second, Noyet Than Fong not only implanted thunder pills in our bodies, but also seized a treasure of our sect. It's called the illusory Heaven Thunder Mirror, which can sever and reconnect meridians. And can cure the severed meridians of your sworn brother. If young master is willing to join us in retrieving it, I'm willing to offer my blood to repay your kindness, please rest assured." With a few concise words, Shu Yukkit gained the upper hand. This tactic is no less than that of the second chief commander. It now appears that Miss Ming's disappearance is indeed related to the heavenly warlord. She is so intelligent, she must want me to help her. But with Miss Ming and the moon goddess facing off, it's dangerous for me either way. With such an opportunity, I might as well try. Puilit immediately set two conditions. First, resolve the enmity between our sect and the moon goddess. Second, let me meet my old friend Long Na. Shu Yukkit naturally agreed right away, inviting Puilit into the mountain gate. Her collaboration with Puilit must be kept absolutely secret. Under the shade of a tree, a beautiful figure like a blooming lotus stood in a hidden corner, reflected in the mirror. She clearly heard the conversation just now, and after a while, she disappeared. Before her eyes, a beautiful woman in palace attire, gentle and elegant, smiled warmly, trying to conceal the worried look on her face, revealing a shy, girlish smile. Her smile is captivating, her demeanor remains perfect, not diminished at all. Inside the secret chamber, Shu Yujie worriedly asks, "Has Yu Chun Feng obtained the Great Blade yet, Your Excellency?" It turns out, after the battle at Bogwin Cloud Mansion, Bui Lei became famous in the Jianghu world. Thuok Ngoc Kim inquired everywhere and naturally learned a bit. Bui Lei didn't need to hide it, so he told the story of a Siu being captured, his weapons being seized, and all the details. Knowing Bui Lei's determination, Shu Yujie was also relieved. At this time, Bui Lei had a very curious matter. With so many martial arts masters in Vudiku, how did they initially fall under Yu Chun Feng's control? Telling this story, but the true origin must be traced back to the previous sect leader. It's more accurate to call Wu Di Chu a bloodline than a sect. They have existed since the Dragon Emperor's era, due to the holy relic. Wu Di Chu's women possess spiritual power in pure bloodlines. This bloodline is influenced by the holy relic, requiring cultivation of the supreme Wu Di Chu martial arts. However, men with pure bloodlines are very rare. Women with pure bloodlines are more fertile than men. Over time, Wu Di Chu became matriarchal. Wu Di Chu has 5 major clans, forming 5 islands. Each island selects the one with the purest bloodline as the leader, called the Divine Lord. The man with the purest bloodline and strongest martial arts can only become the Divine Lord. To inherit the position of sect leader, one must be a woman. Therefore, men with pure bloodlines on each island would take in a boy and a girl as sworn disciples to strengthen their forces. He Shang, Shi Yujie's husband, was the sworn disciple of the Black Island's old Divine Lord. Previously, the position of sect leader was held by the Red Island. The vice sect leader of the 5 islands, or Ryu Jingtran, was the former bright sect leader. She was intelligent and capable, earning the respect of all 5 islands. Despite the demon blade chaos and persecution from other sects, Wu Dichu remained stable. The old sect leader had a son and a daughter, both with pure bloodlines. But fate played a trick. Her son Fu Koan was exceptionally gifted, while her daughter Fu Nuolan was ordinary. Not only was she jealous of her brother's talent, she also wanted to use devious arts to cultivate martial arts. The old sect leader was fortunate to have such a talented son, as he could ensure her daughter would become a capable sect leader. However, fate played another trick, due to the son's character. On the night of his coming of age, the old sect leader bestowed upon Fu Koan the Time God Treasure Blade. Although according to the rules, the position of elder and sect leader cannot be held by a man, but Fu Quan was well arranged by the old sect leader. As long as Fu Quan became the sworn son of the black and white monks, married the pure-blooded daughter of the water god island, and became the head elder, everything would remain unchanged. Sometimes, there would appear someone who didn't want to follow the tradition in Dia, but this time, that person was Fu Quan himself. Fu Quan wanted to be his own master, wanted to go out of the Dia world. From then on, the young man left without regard for his family's objections, leaving his younger sister to face the position of sect leader. A few years after Fu Quan left, the old Fu sect leader became frail and seriously ill. The sects heard the news but remained motionless. Although the 7th Miss Fu Zuran's abilities were not as good as Fu Quan's, there was no one else left on the Red Island. The centenarian elders naturally didn't want the great authority to fall into others' hands. So they endlessly debated whether Fu Zuran could take on the role of sect leader. Right at this moment, a young man who had returned home to do business appeared before everyone. Fu Quan caused everyone to be astonished, not only because of his superior talents, but also because of the pure-blooded daughter Fu Zhijing he brought back. She is now the demonic ancestral goddess of the Red Island. But at that time, she was only 5 years old. It's very rare for a pure-blooded male of the Dija sect to give birth to a pure-blooded daughter. In nearly 100 years, there have only been 3. These 3 are Fu Zhijing, Zhu Xiaozhou, and Song Fei. The elders, who were initially worried sick, are now overjoyed. If this little girl can become the sect leader, all conflicts will be resolved. Hong Dao will remain in power. Who marries whose daughter, and who accepts Fu Quang as a son-in-law, has already been secretly decided. But heaven does not favor the human will. To their horror, they discover that this 5-year-old girl is not practicing the Dija sect's techniques, but rather cultivating a different kind of qi, which is the manipulation technique that Jia Zimji once used to attack Bui Lai. It is said that Fu Zhijing's mother once helped someone, and in return, that person taught Fu Zhijing the 5 palaces technique. Since Fu Zhijing is still young and practices an external technique, she is ineligible for the position of sect leader. The elders argue endlessly. Finally, they decide to temporarily amend the rules and allow Fu Quang, as a male, to assume the role of sect leader. However, Fu Quang refuses, saying that he has returned this time to fulfill his filial duty to his late mother. After his mother's funeral, he will leave, and neither he nor Zhijing will become the sect leader. Finally, Fu Koan had left. But the idea of a man becoming the sect leader was exploited by someone with ulterior motives. That person was the war god Tu Longhin. He was originally a slave bought by the War Island, and no one knew his origins. The martial arts he created could suppress the Earth sect's ultimate techniques. The top masters of the Earth sect openly declared their desire to compete for the position of the new sect leader, but such rules cannot be easily abolished. Tu Longhin had a bizarre character and made many enemies. The Red Island had been in seclusion for 100 years, and the discussions between the 5 Earth sects turned into disputes, which then escalated into confrontations. Seeing Tu Longhin launching a massacre, although Fu Koan was more talented than others, he could not gain an advantage under Tu Longhin's control. He not only lost but was also killed by Tu Longhin. The 5 Earth sects suffered heavy losses, and it was only after the 4 islands joined forces that they finally eliminated Tu Longhin. His name has now become taboo in the 5 Earth sects. The Stone Red Island suffered severe losses, but Thursday Nakket made great contributions. In fact, it was he who devised the method to subdue Tu Longhin during the siege. And everyone later rewarded him and recommended him to succeed as the sect leader. However, Fu Nuoklan had no intention of giving up, especially after Fu Koan's death, which made him feel that everything was the fault of the Red Island in him. Therefore, Fu Nuoklan racked her brains to find a way to inherit the position of sect leader, but she was troubled by her own mediocrity and lack of support. After a few days, Fu Nuoklan brought someone to the island. It was Noyet Than Fong. For the position of sect leader, Fu Nuoklan took this despicable step. She spread the rumor that she and Noyet Than Fong were in love, and she voluntarily joined Dequat Hong Dao, agreeing to marry him. She secretly waited for Noyet Than Fong to enter Dequat's territory, and stole a sacred relic, a piece of the Ming plaque. Then she used the pretext of punishing their marriage, causing Noyet Than Fong to attack Thursday Not Kiet and others, and also release the Thunder Pill. Clearly, Noyet Than Fong came prepared. He not only knew the importance of the sacred relic, but also knew the internal conflicts of Dia Quat, so he took advantage of Fu Nuoc Lan's desire to become the sect leader, and controlled the entire Ngud Dia Quat. Fu Nuoc Lan ultimately did not have a happy ending. After defeating Loi Dan, Noyet Than Fong immediately spread the news that Pu Nuoc Lan was injured while cultivating, and needed to seclude herself for a long time. Everyone knew that long-term seclusion meant lifelong imprisonment. People on Hongdao were dissatisfied, so Noyet Than Fong brought a group of people with unclear origins to purge Hongdao. Until Fuke the Khan and the sect leader voluntarily submitted, the people of Diaquat were not cowards who feared death, but now everyone was afraid, only because the sacred artifact fell into Noyet Than Fong's hands. He declared that he would return the sacred artifact in 10 years, but who dared to believe him? For many years, Thursday Ngwak Kiet had been secretly investigating the whereabouts of the sacred artifact. And now he had found another of Noyet Than Fong's secret bases, where the sacred artifact was likely kept. Bui Lei thought to himself, if the sacred artifact was so important, perhaps Noyet Than Fong would keep it together with the world-piercing sword. At that moment, Thursday Ngwak Kiet clapped his hands, and the one who entered was Asu. The two met and were extremely delighted. Moreover, these days, Asu's complexion seemed very good. Bui Lei said he met her disciple, named Min Chien Tuet, and learned the 5 skills from her to deal with Noyet Than Fong. But Asu said she was only Viet Tan Hai's disciple. And he was just Asu, wanting revenge for the late Tu La, who was now just a passerby to him. They chatted for a while, then Thursday Not Kiet interrupted them, saying, "You've seen good Diaquat's intentions, Mr. Bui Lei, you should also demonstrate your skills for me to witness." He then ordered Meng Nanzu to come before Bui Lei and remove the soul unlocking lock. The black-robed female disciple calmly reached for her belt without hesitation. "Wait." Bui Lei couldn't immediately think of an excuse to decline, gritted his teeth and knelt, saying, "Master, there's no need for Miss Meng Nanzu to do that. I didn't have a way to dispel the thunder pill. That day I saved the old general's life, actually." Bui Lei hurriedly explained the situation of dispelling the thunder pill once. Though not proficient, Thursday Not Kiet roughly understood her meaning. The black-robed female cultivator wasn't unable to absorb the thunder pill from others' bodies, but without Min Chien Tuet's help, she herself might not be able to transform the thunder mirror into her own. He lightly snorted, dropping his guard, and coldly laughed. "So Bui Lei wants to do business with our 5 underworld sections. If Thursday Ngiozi Kiet hadn't asked, when would you have spoken, Bui Lei?" Knowing he was wrong, Bui Lei spoke frankly, "Sect Master, forgive me. Earlier, to escape, even if I truly didn't know, I could only say I did. If the Sect Master insists, even killing me wouldn't change that." Thursday Not Kiet said nothing, turning to Fu Nuoc-lan and instructing her a few words. Fu Nuoc-lan followed orders and left, soon returning with Teat Kien-tru. His complexion was paler than a few days ago, faintly revealing a deathly aura between his brows. He moved without a sound. It must have taken a lot of effort to barely endure the pain in his body. Shu Yuchie smiled and said, "If you can remove the thunder mirror from his body, allowing the thunder pill to form, then I'll believe what you say. Our cooperation will go as desired, absolutely no changes." Bui Lai had no choice. At this point, he could only try it. He pulled the panting Jie Jianru down to sit, placed one hand on his chest, guiding his blood flow, the other hand pressed on his acupoints, while saying, "That day in the secret room, when the seal was embedded in your body, now." Turning to Jie Jianru, "Later when cultivating, you must not resist at all costs, focus your mind on other things, don't think about your meridians and inner energy." The black-robed female cultivated her inner energy, gradually introducing the fire termination inner energy into his body. His muscles immediately reacted to the drastic internal changes. The excruciating pain made one want to stab their stomach. Normally, people cannot withstand such suffering and commit suicide to escape it. Bui Lai dared not slack off. The fire termination inner energy raged, layer by layer dissolving the outer energy clusters, blending the energy in blood, calming the blood, turning flesh to ash. Bui Lai hurriedly employed his ultimate skill. The scorching chi rushed into Teat Kien-tru's body like a reversing tidal wave, even drawing the thunder mirror back. With his own strength alone, Bui Lai could barely suppress the eruption of the thunder forbidden, unable to transform it into earthfire genuine chi for himself. What's the difference between being struck by the thunder pill? It's just transferring from Teat Kien-tru to Bui Lai. At the critical moment, he suddenly felt someone sit behind him, transmitting genuine chi. With palms supporting from below, she blocked the raging thunder fate that had no way out. Kona broke through the realm, entering a new world. Under the rain that year, the scene of Bui Lai saving Blood White Saint came alive. Asu was performing the divine skill, the great saint art of immeasurable radiance. The horrific burning lasted nearly an hour. The 2 streams of thunder mirror gradually dissipated, with no trace A Su said. Among those who were flayed and tortured, unable to withstand the torture, Thursday Ngutit was the first one to regain consciousness. Mennan Tu carefully bandaged his wounds, applying the rare celestial medicine Fong Dong Swang Lan Xa. The thunder mirror in Teet Kin Tru's body was removed, and Thursday Not Kiet rejoiced, hastily saying, although removing the thunder mirror is extremely dangerous, the future is still long. From now on, we are on the same boat. The 5 underworlds will cooperate fully with you. Quan Elan, the largest city in the central region of Dong Hai, Viet Thanh. Hak Sun Lin is where Master Not Mok passed away, and also where, like a new land, his disciples were killed. All of this was pulled by the strings of Ho Zich Tin. The blood essence demon Lord Noyet Than Fong stood beside him. He viewed the situation as a form of entertainment. After watching, he expressed his support and affection. An unfavorable beginning. Wu Li and Wu Jia have important news to report. The young and charming girl has seduced Wu Bai. On the birthmark of Ho Diu Bao, there appeared a faint indentation. Her sister said, today, Tuk Nak is getting married. Ho Luke usually inspects the Fong Dong Swine Lan Xa's warehouse. Wu Jia speculates that after hit by Saint's liking explosion, he is still not dead, but judging by the amount of medicine used, he won't live much longer. Shen Fong was even more delighted to hear this. If Teet Bok Duong could endure torture and die, it would be more effective than killing him directly. The self-proclaimed Fong Kwang, swirling the wine cup, teased, how can I climb onto my little beauty? Come, drink with me. Phuc Triken was clever, but the servants around him were an obstacle. For safety, he ordered Phuc the Can to use the soul binding cord to tie her hands. Noyet Than Fong waved her hand. Let's leave today. If Phuc the Can's hands are tied, how can he drink with me? Or are you going to use the soul binding cord on me too? My little beauty? Not likely. Master is right. This servant will serve you carefully, she said, her steps light. Phuc Triken conveyed his feelings, with myriad charms, seducing all beings in countless ways beyond description. This cup of wine. This servant toasts the master, wishing the master will soon control the East Sea. Intimate. Natural. By the Jade Pearl Lake, when Lo Ban Fong made his move, Noyet Than Fong pulled him into her embrace. Noyet Than Fong was still Noyet Than Fong, though she seemed easily swayed. At this moment, he remained vigilant. The cold-blooded said, I heard that old man treated you very well. Seeing him die, don't you feel any pity? Phuc Triken showed no sign of emotion. If it weren't for those old men back then, my father wouldn't have died at the hands of Tu Dung Han. Seeing them die one by one is truly gratifying. Hearing this, Noyet Than Fong seemed reassured, her expression relaxed. Draining the cup of wine, Phuc Triken stared intently at Noyet Than Fong's chest. Looking at the wine in the cup, her mind in turmoil, she couldn't hold back her intention to act. At this moment, a servant suddenly rushed in, saying Trin Dong Tu had sent people, who were waiting in the front hall. The 3 words Mok Dung knew flashed through Noyet Than Fong's mind. He dared not delay. They hurriedly went out to welcome them. Mok Dung Yu's 3 subordinates didn't chat with Noyet Than Fong, saying that Mok Dung Yu had reviewed the frontline documents. The general is currently at the Khotan camp, and needs the master to personally escort the weapons to the Khotan camp and hand them over to the general. Then, they presented an order written by Mok Dung Yu himself, emphasizing that the Phuong Lam John must not be interrupted by any weapon, or any other minor matter. Therefore, the master must ensure that this item remains intact and undamaged. Even Noyet Than Fong's subordinates understood the implication. After the 3 generals left, they respectfully said, General Trin Dong said that, but in fact, it's to guard against you everywhere. You have taken control of the East Sea, with awe-inspiring power in the region. If we can join forces, it would be like a tiger growing wings. The subordinate Phuc the Can listens to every word of yours. Why don't you let him use the Blood Heaven Spear to control the entire general's mansion? Before he could finish his sentence, Noyet Than Fong grabbed the servant and shouted, if it were as simple as you said, then Mok Dung Nu would have died 100 times already. Remember well, you must not have any doubt about the orders from General Trin Dong. Noyet Than Fong's face darkened. Thinking that Mok Dung Nu must want Phuong Lam Jong because of the 4 palaces' respect, there's no other possibility. Asking him to hand it over intact is just a gentle warning. Mok Dung Nu is probing, wanting to understand his key point. A cornered beast will fight back desperately. Initially, Noyet Than Fong, wanted to conquer the world. Of course, when the Eastern General, Mok Dung Lao, not present. Why did Mu Dung Nu, who appeared frail and gentle, leave such a deep impression on Yutsin Feng? Yutsin Feng believed his greatest ability was seeing through people's hearts and exploiting their weaknesses, love and hate, separation and reunion, unfulfilled desires. From the young master Tsc Fu of the Yut family to the 5 realms, Yutsin Feng, could always use these to further my goals. This time, I, the Sword King Yutsin Feng, will ascend from here to the heavens. 2 years ago, Yutsin Feng came to the Trandong garrison and saw people kneeling and praying outside. It was rumored among the people that General Mu Deng had 3 heads and 6 arms. Recently, with floods and disasters, people believed worshipping General Mu Deng could appease the Dragon King. Come out. The person hiding in the garrison was Tsi Feng Quan. This Tsi Feng Quan seemed to be a cautious and meticulous official. His words and gestures were humble and proper. Looking at the gates and shrines of the Trandong garrison, Yutsin Feng thought, if I can win over Mu Dongnu, I will become the Shadow Lord ruling the Eastern Sea. Currently, relying on the Du Loi Thuat, we control the 5 realms. Ta Tian's conditioned reflex can become the main force in our plot to seize the general's mansion. I will meet Mok Dongnu, find his deepest weakness, and then proceed with the plan. At that time, Mok Dongnu was sitting in meditation in the study room. Noyet Than Fong thought his divine contemplation technique was subtle and undetectable, so he recklessly expanded it, but unexpectedly. Mok Dongnu appeared as a frail scholar, with unsteady breathing, staggering steps, and a slightly trembling body. This general seemed to have no cultivation at all. His words were decisive, his subordinates were strict, obedient, and efficient. Quite impressive. Something is not right here. There seems to be 1 or 2 capable people here, but placed in the 7 secrets gate, they are not considered top tier. All of this is not worth worrying about. Entering the study, Yu Shunfeng expressed his intention, hoping to follow the general and achieve great deeds. But Mook Dongnu's gaze seemed to see through everything. His expression did not change at all. From this Mook Dongnu, Yu Shunfeng could not discern any emotion. No excitement, no fear, no desire, no affection, no suffering, nothing. This was the first time since cultivating the Holu 7 spirit technique that Yu Shunfeng encountered such a case. Even if a powerful lightning pill were implanted in such a person, he might not be able to control them. At this moment, a subordinate reported, that person has arrived. Mok Dongnu then told Master try to receive Noyet Than Fong, while she excused herself for a moment. Unable to contain his curiosity, Noyet Than Fong extended his divine mind technique to 30 zhang. Enough to survey the entire room. Mok Dongnu was playing chess with someone, causing the other person's long hair to flow over their shoulder. Unlike Mok Dongnu's aura, this person seemed more relaxed and casual, making a few silly remarks, not fitting the conversation. Who was this person? That matter has been taken care of. Although they have erased all traces, only he and the 3 of you could have done it, and benefited the most. That night, at the party, when I saw him, that look of utter horror on his face said it all. No need for investigation. You crave Mok Dong's position, you monster, but he's still human. How could he kill his own brother? Mok Dongnu calmly said, in this transitional and rebuilding phase, the person you mentioned is more suitable for that position. From their conversation, Noyet Than Fong grasped a clue. They were discussing the legendary royal criminal, Toxic Widow, of the lawless Toxic Land. That weirdo, Mao Tu, had a rather eerie style. He disappeared without a trace. That bastard always argued with the boss, yet I still had to burn incense for them. I once desired this world too, but I failed. I don't want to play anymore, but mock, I won't let you off. If I see you again, who knows what I'll do. Until then, your life is mine. I won't let anyone else interfere. As he finished speaking, he suddenly looked towards Noyet Than Fong, coldly saying, it seems you're well versed in the divine spirit contemplation technique, daring to pull tricks in someone else's home. Let me teach you a lesson. Moon deity Fong had not yet had time to believe that he had been discovered, when an even more powerful wave of divine mind art enveloped the entire Zendongjiangwen mansion. This realm, perhaps Moon deity Fong would not be able to surpass even if he cultivated for his entire life. Upon receiving the news, Moon deity Fong hurriedly brought his demon blade to the Mudonglu mansion. Before leaving, his subordinates reported that Qianfeng commander, who was renowned as the best investigator in the world, still had not found any information. It seemed that Shu Yugai had deceived them. Moon deity Feng then ordered his subordinates to go to the northern granary and spread rumors that there was an important item hidden there, to see if the one who took the bait was Shu Yugai or Bui Lai. Looking back, he saw Bui Lai practicing day and night in the void realm. The voice of Voiceless echoed in his head, Bui Lai, your mind sense has improved, but once deployed, if you encounter an opponent with speed and strength far exceeding yours, you won't be able to withstand more than a few moves. You will be hit without knowing the reason, due to lack of experience. He explained that mind sense, a type of externalized chi, requires your own chi to be strong enough to sustain it. If you only use it for sensing, you really don't need to fill the entire space with chi. Learn how to control the shape of your chi. Voiceless explained that when he executed his steel hand piercing the heavens, his chi was like a silkworm spinning silk, countless threads of chi gradually weaving into a net. Able to restrict the opponent's movements, but the principle was similar to mind sense. Bui Lei understood, condensing chi into threads. Maintaining it for a while, he spread out his mind sense like a claw, expanding its range many times over. Suddenly, Bui Lei sensed someone else entering the room. Indeed, the floorboards in the room shifted, a figure appeared. It was clearly Lady Hien Tu, but he didn't know when this secret path was dug. Hien Tu explained that she had discovered the moon god peak at the Vietnamese temple. His divine contemplation technique would certainly be exposed. Bui Lei glanced and understood everything. Moreover, now was the time to leave. Lady Hien Tu moved swiftly, her breath like a falcon. She and Bui Lei quickly moved through the forest. With their venerable realm, they were naturally much more comfortable, and had some time to rest. Although Lady Hien Tu was usually cold and icy, her heart was still that of a young girl, unable to resist delicious food. At this moment, the venerable suddenly signaled, enemies ahead. 2 figures, they resolutely rushed up. At this moment, the one standing there was none other than Shak Dao Su. He had lost his left arm and was severely injured. What is your ideal female knight like? Cold-blooded and ruthless, without any mercy. At this moment, Chu Hu Chao was severely injured, every move was painful. The figure in grey was about to attack from behind, but in an instant, a cold sword suddenly pierced his thigh. In front of Chu Hu Chao, another person wielded the Lu Tin Thiat Chui, extremely ferocious, ready to strike down. Hien Tu recognized him as one of the capable subordinates of Noyet Than Fong. This person often acted together with an archer expert. Hien Tu instructed Bui Lei to deal with the person in front, while she went to find the archer. When the mace wielder charged again, a figure suddenly appeared. Bui Lei easily parried with the then Nin Dao. The mace wielder looked closely. The person before him didn't wear the attire of Ngudia Vuk, but was Bui Lei. What a stroke of luck! Searching the bottom of the sea and finding the lost shoe, the mace wielder swung his mace like a shooting star, but it was still deflected by the mindful blade. But with just a flick and a swing, 2 effortless moves, Bui Lei changed the tide of the battle. These skills clearly made the mace wielder feel outmatched. He immediately shouted, "Hold him down, don't let him escape." A cold laugh echoed through the forest, but this time no arrows followed. A cold arrow pierced through both his legs, like a venomous snake, coiling tightly around the bones. With a reverse slash, he swiftly finished off the archer. A wretched scream rang out across the forest. The mace wielder realized things had not gone as planned. He did not expect Bui Lei to be here. His vicious gaze flashed. He looked at Bui Lei coldly, gritting his teeth and saying, "I'm free now. From the age of 13, I've killed people, been through hell and high water. You think you can stop me today? If you want to block my way, you'll have to pay with your life." As he finished speaking, he swung the meteoric iron maces with both hands, launching a frenzied assault. Swift as the wind, crashing down on Bui Lei. Bui Lei, holding 2 swords, parried one strike, but the remaining one swirled down to the ground, counterattacking. But how could he escape Bui Lei's perception? With just a slight turn of his body, his sword accurately blocked the mace's head. The mace wielder thought it was just luck, and proceeded to unleash his ultimate skill, the 7-orifice soul crusher. The meteoric iron maces clashed repeatedly, changing their trajectories in midair. 7 moves, 7 direction changes. But without exception, all were completely blocked by Bui Lei. Each direction change was within Bui Lei's prediction, and he clearly realized it. The iron ball collided and deflected, but it wasn't crisp enough. Not good. Peerless flash combat. The sword rays of the divine skill sliced the iron ball in half like cutting tofu. The residual force of the holy jade successfully wounded the iron mace wielder. A strange feeling welled up within him, an almost irresistible urge to swing his sword towards the pleading figure. Bui Lei exclaimed in horror. Just now, I would never strike someone begging for mercy. But what was that murderous impulse? In the moment Tuda hesitated, the person wielding the mace seized the opportunity, a flash. The chilling morning breeze swept across his throat. "You bastard! What the hell are you doing?" Losing focus at such a critical moment. Fortunately, Swan Tu intervened in time. Leet rushed over, grateful, and checked Chu Hu Chao's wounds. Severely injured, Chu Hu Chao forced a bitter smile. "It's useless now. Gwen Fai has escaped." "Damn it, Gwen Fai." Overhearing Leet revealing the location of the warehouse, Gwen Fai didn't want to risk exposing Leet and Swan Tu, so she insisted on scouting the bioweapons project with Chu Hu Chao before dawn. But before they could reach the house, Noyet Than Fong and his men surrounded them. Xiao Zhou urged Qingfei to flee while he held them off, but the moon demon cut off one of his wings. Chu Xiaozhou hoped to lure the moon demon into chasing him. But the cunning monk left only 2 to deal with him, refusing to chase him himself. Chu Xiaozhou suspected the moon demon had gone after Qingfei. Frowning, he realized this was certainly a trap set by the moon demon, though it was unclear if it was aimed at the 5 poison treasury or Mingyang. But a trap of this scale definitely meant they were transporting something. The situation was critical for the 5-poison treasury. Lai instructed Xianzi to take Chu Xiaozhou back for treatment, while he continued investigating the cargo, hoping to find traces of the young master and the sacred weapon. Xianzi was worried for Lai, but he reassured her that the successful ambush would make them complacent. Seeing his point, Xianzi gave him a blindfold and a sound flute, urging him to be careful. Go find Yin Zhuan for support. Bui Lei's heart is filled with hatred for Noyet Than Fong. The dim moonlight, the howling night wind. Light as a swallow, Bui Lei leaps onto the wall. His mind sense spreads like mist, enveloping the entire area. Bui Lei detects 2 or 3 figures on the rooftops and in a secluded courtyard. The steady breathing of a martial arts master on guard. Suddenly, a chill runs down his spine. Someone is silently and swiftly approaching him from behind. Their lightness skill is excellent. Like a falling leaf, Bui Lei fell to the ground, performing the divine concealment technique, using scattered leaves as cover. A moment later, a figure appeared on the wall, dressed in black, with a graceful figure and full breasts. A cold aura enveloped them, unlike Xian Tzu. Bui Lei sensed caution in their every move, as if he wasn't their target. He decided to observe. As expected, the black-robed figure went to a secret chamber. Their familiarity with the location suggested this wasn't their first time here. With deftness, they opened a hidden mechanism. The figure rummaged inside and took out something. The small vial. His mind transmission penetrated the vial, clearly seeing what was inside. As he focused his perception, the figure disappeared. In an instant, they appeared before him like a ghost. The confined space limited his mind transmission, while the figure seemed highly skilled in tight spaces. 2 hands gently pressed against his chest, fingertips soft as silk brushing his robe, a touch that temporarily paralyzed him. His mind transmission suppressed, Li reached for his sword with one hand, the other blocking, but his fingers were pried apart, forcing him to drop his weapon. The figure centered their weight, one foot firmly planted, legs spread wide, back leg hooked up with feline grace. A flurry of strikes filled the confined space, like a jungle cat slinking through the shadows, exploiting every loophole in Bui Lei's defense. By instinct, Li applied the Quan Am Tuong Fap, deflecting the blows with unusual angles, seizing the opportunity to pull down the mask covering the figure's face. None other than Fuke Trican. She said charmingly, Master Leet, your skills are truly eye-opening. This move of mine was silent and soundless, few could avoid it. No wonder that womanizer Shunak Kiet wants to lure you. At this moment, Leet was not flustered, calmly saying, it seems you knew about my cooperation with the Thuok Tong Chu, yet didn't inform Noyet Than Fong, and now you sneak in here to steal Fuke. Then Quan, don't tell me you also want to deal with Noyet Than Fong? But at that moment, the entrance was surrounded by Noyet Than Fong's assassins. Am I beautiful? His sharp black eyes, with his lower abdomen already forming a golden dan, were not panicked. Facing everyone's encirclement to kill him, Fuke Trican twisted his waist, like a water snake, turning to retreat, leaving Bui Lei no time to react. Bui Lei thought silently. It's ruined now, how can I stop so many people? But Fuke Trican had already left a trick. No one noticed. The person who was knocked unconscious earlier still had a thin thread attached to his palm, the thin thread glowing red. The person who had lost consciousness stood up like a robot, unexpectedly. Kill the person in front of you. This is the blood zen technique of Fuke Tri scenery taking effect. It seems this person is like a puppet, controlled by strings, waving his hand to throw out the absorbing snake silver of the 5-poison treasury, while sealing the exit. This absorbing snake silver can penetrate through the skin into the body, and in this small confined space without an antidote, one can only resist. For a short while. After falling down, Bui Lei looked at the face of the young lady in front of him, feeling dizzy. This young lady grew a pair of cat ears, making her even more charming. Her uninhibited and wild nature, like a wildcat, gradually caused Bui Lei to lose consciousness. In a daze, Bui Lei felt someone calling him from afar. Following this call, he went towards the source of the sound. The Water Moon Pavilion, the passing path. Hongman was being punished. Hongman argued with her senior sister for covering up for Bin Ho. Originally Bin Ho didn't do anything wrong, but Nim Hongha dejectedly said, the grand senior sister said, the sect rules cannot be broken, moreover, I'm a direct disciple. I must set an example for the junior sisters. Hongman still said sadly, senior sister Nim has been kneeling here for 2 days, her knees are bleeding. The grand senior sister just wants to silence Tai Lam. She also said she won't let Nim Hongha participate in the Three Saints Dharma convention. Hongman, you are. If Tai Lam hadn't intentionally slandered the relationship between Nim Hongha and Leet within the sect, she wouldn't have been punished. The Water Moon Pavilion is a Buddhist sect. But the abbot has long abolished the old rules. If they have mutual affection, then I can't help but talk about men and women. I really don't know who composed the Heart Sutra of calming the waves under the moonlight. Thinking about this, Haman became more angry and trampled the Heart Sutra into pieces. Unexpectedly, this thing could be trampled like that. Well done, Haman. You dare insult the sages. Do you want to rebel? You should go report to the head of the clan. He laughed out loud and ran out of the yard. But unexpectedly, his body suddenly became heavy. Haman then flew over, pressing Tai Lam's head down and scolding him. You scoundrel! You just want me to help Boile get out, don't you? The thing you can't accept the most is that Boile saved you but didn't even look at you, right? Let me tell you the truth, I don't want to stay in this Water Moon Palace anymore. But before that, I have to beat you up. After the fight, Haman made up his mind. No longer bound by the rules, she ran alone out of the Water Moon Hall. On the southern road, a swaying carriage was traveling. Boile was tied up inside the carriage. Boile suddenly woke up, finding himself tied up in the carriage. And sitting properly beside him was Phuc Trican, who had sealed his acupoints. At this moment, Phuc Trican had changed into a disguise, wearing a village woman's outfit, obedient, clever, without losing her charm. Boile widened his eyes and asked in a startled voice, "Which side are you actually on?" Phuc Trican smiled and said, "I'm not on any side." "As for you, Sir Leet, don't you want to help Thursday Not Kiet sell his life?" Leet hurriedly explained, "Moon God Peak not only robbed us, but also sent people to assassinate me. I naturally had to think of countermeasures. If you also want to deal with Moon God Peak, why not join forces with the ruler of Thuok sect?" But in Phuc Trican's eyes, Shu Not Kiet was not an easy person to live with, not knowing when he would betray his teammates. "Go ahead." Phuc Trican leaned closer to Boile. The soft body of the girl made one's heart beat faster. 3 silver needles pierced his neck, sealing Boile's martial veins. After subduing Boile, Phuc Trican then controlled the carriage and entered the small road to the right of the forest, winding for half a day, taking quite some time. It seemed even longer than the previous journey down the mountain into the city. After who knows how long, the noise outside the carriage gradually disappeared, leaving only the soft sound of hooves and the sunlight filtering through the small window, the position turning into a dim and hazy night, an unusual silence, even the air becoming cool and refreshing. Boile did not actually lose consciousness, he had timely utilized Ken Nakat, preventing his inner energy from being sealed, pretending to be motionless. Silently circulating Shinyushu, in an instant, his senses of touch, sight, and hearing were like countless tiny feelers, detecting every movement. He saw a carriage arriving at a place called Trio Hoa Noyet, with its gate tightly closed. An injured gatekeeper was lying at the gate, muttering, "Can't escape, must report to the steward," probably scared off. A well-dressed young master approached and said coldly, "Are you looking for the owner of this place?" Phuc Trican replied, "Yes." The old wooden gate creaked open, and the one welcoming Phuc Trican was a blind man. Phuc Trican, unaware that he was being watched by an invisible gaze, smiled and said, "Your portrayal of the blind man is lifelike." A person came out from the room, beautifully dressed, with a graceful and mature demeanor, but it was a woman. Phuc Trican approached and took her hand, gently patting it and saying, "You have a lively appearance like a 16 or 17-year-old girl. After all these years, you've become even more beautiful." The woman stroked her bangs and said, "No matter how beautiful you are, you can't match my little master." Phuc Trican smiled and said, "It's the tone you taught me." But now hearing it again, it has a kind of lively and joyful vibe that's hard to describe, as if I'd become someone else. The woman giggled softly, although unintentionally, but her voice made one feel numbly tingling. Phuc Trican and the woman walked in shoulder to shoulder, truly a pair of sisters in full bloom. Inside the room, someone cleared their throat, the deep sound like steel, and Ma Suong Ho Hu San Fong Satuk immediately turned solemn. Phuc Trican said, "Second master, are you well?" The roaring voice replied, "Good. You dare leave your little master behind, secretly keeping him. I don't welcome you. But you've come at last. If so, you must have made up your mind. I guess you weren't valued at the 5 Poison sect, so you might as well return. After all, it's your mother's home. What do you think?" Though stern in tone, the words were full of affection. Boile used his divine desire technique, clearly hearing everything. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Boile's head, "Oh child, your divine desire technique is truly special." Boile was startled, thinking silently. He called True Hoa "Oh child, it seems there's another great master. But anyway, there are only 3 breathing people here, I can't sense a 4th person." After scolding, the second master asked sternly, "Speak, what happened this time when you returned?" Phuc Trican was silent for a moment before saying, "3 masters, your disciple wants to cultivate the blood spirit needle, I hope the masters will guide me." The second master angrily said, "How dare you? You ask for this, what's your intention? The blood spirit needle is not something a little brat like you can cultivate." But Phuc Trican resolutely said. Taking a deep breath, he continued. His eyes suddenly turned blood red. This Zen strike return to sameness was like a fire burning in everyone's heart. I can't believe this kid has cultivated the blood Zen technique to this level. Grandmaster still insisted, nevertheless, we will not let you have this cruel blood spirit needle. You should know, back then even a genius like Pham Phi Quang failed when cultivating this technique. Becoming neither human nor ghost. Pham Phi Quang seems familiar in Leet's memory. 30 years ago, he cultivated the demon sword, and was the sect leader of the Wandering World sect, Pham Phi Quang the immortal king of 10,000 miles. So the three masters of Phuc Tri scenery were the remaining members of the Wandering World sect. At this moment, a melodious voice rang out, gentle yet deep, carrying an eerie resonance, as if present yet absent everywhere. How interesting, no matter how the silver needle tries to evade, it cannot avoid being pierced through the eardrum, stabbing into the most sensitive and painful meridian points. Tell me, I ask you, is what you want to do now more important than our sensations? This voice seemed to come from ajar. After the strange person finished speaking, there was no further movement. Leet could only sense three people, and it seemed the speaker was Jinmu. The Grandmaster of the Wandering World sect asked, "What do you think, junior sister?" Only an old head that has existed for many years remains. The hoarse voice of Tan Dian then resounded again. The Supreme Lord of the Five Poisons sect cannot believe it. The highest precept, the Five Poisons technique, cannot be transmitted outside. The disciples do not need to pay attention to the matters of the Five Poisons sect. The great master taught, Koni has never dared to have ambitions. Phuc Trican's voice was even. One could imagine that once beautiful and lively face became cold again. She paused for a moment, then continued, the master also said that one life is not as precious as traveling. Today, I only seek the heart-piercing divine technique. It is for the lives that I want to take. I hope the master will grant it. A clack, accompanied by the sound of broken pottery, a chair was kicked away. The second master shouted, "You open your mouth and demand, thinking you can have a firm grip on us? What makes you think we have to give you the secret manual?" Phuc Trican's voice carried a hint of sadness. "It is only to repay the kindness of my mother." Unexpectedly, Phuc Trican said these words. The three people from Du Shi Men were all stunned. Tan Dianshan's hoarse voice carried a hint of disappointment. "Second sister, I cannot give you this secret manual. Don't be so sentimental. In my opinion, you haven't thought it through carefully, nor have you prepared thoroughly. Because your mother had shown me kindness. I don't want you to regret it." But Phuc Trican insisted, "Whether or not I can cultivate the blood demon acupuncture, what I want to do will not change." Tan Dianshan sighed and said, "I just want you to think carefully when cultivating. As for how you decide to do it, I won't interfere. Although we swore not to ask about Jianghu affairs. Since I've accepted you as a disciple, remember that no matter when, you still have the three of us masters behind you." Phuc Trican paused, then said, "There are two big rats on my carriage that came uninvited. I can't kill them, nor can I release them. So I'd like to ask the masters to watch over them for me." "Understood?" Tan Dianshan said, "You've made your decision, bear the consequences yourself. Go on." Phuc Trican didn't linger, slightly bowed her head and left. Bak Na Sao was worried. She said, "What's the matter with her? Why doesn't she tell us? She's so good at Wuduko but she doesn't care, even her master doesn't care." Tan Dian then said, "The matter in her heart must be very difficult. Could it be more difficult than mine?" Bak Na Sao sighed, paused for a moment, and then said dissatisfiedly, "Let that old witch run away again. With her temperament, what can't she demand? Her aura is even stronger than mine." Tan Dian then said, "Koni is not the kind of person who likes to cause trouble. Give her some time to think it over, she will come back." The third master handed his scroll to Phuc Trican, saying, "The Huyet Than Cham is an extremely powerful skill, even more than my two on Lu Kuang. For 100 years, no one but Pham Phi Quang has been able to practice it. So we're not sure if Pham Phi Quang's transformation is due to practicing this skill or not. Although your talent is very good, you must be careful." Phuc Trican's eyes darkened, a little disappointed, saying, "After this is over, I will return to seclusion with my master." "Little master, wait for me." Phuc Trican turned around and left, his charming back in view. A seductive voice sounded in Boilei's ear, "Mr. Boilei, I've sealed your pressure points a few times but couldn't keep you locked up. What should I do with you?" Boilei knew Phuc Trican wouldn't kill him, so he was not panicked at all, saying, "Can your second master share some of the pumpkin pastries he made? I'm starving." Phuc Trican chuckled, the carriage shaking and tilting. Boilei was pierced by silver needles all over his body, but he managed to eat the pumpkin pastries. During their playful banter, their impressions of each other slightly changed. Leet asked, "So you and your master want the secret manual to cultivate this skill to deal with the moon deity sect?" Phuc Trican didn't answer directly, but asked back, "Mr. Boilei, do you like to meddle in others' business in the martial world?" Hearing his second master's words, Boilei couldn't help but recall his own master who raised him. In the past at Lying City, he only knew how to fight and didn't understand the rules of the Jianghu. In the eyes of others, the Black Book and the enemy list were strange things. He seemed indifferent to Lai, but actually cared about him a lot. Without saying it out loud, but in his heart, he valued Lai more than anything else. You and I both have such eccentric masters. These words touched Fu Qijing's innermost feelings. His master has decided to leave the Jianghu. This is a matter of the Fu family, and it has nothing to do with them. Fu Qijing calmed his emotions and slowly said, now that Yushinfeng has gone to meet General Jindong, he will definitely be delayed. These 10 days are the best opportunity to help Wadukuo and Hui City. If the news of the northern warehouse reaches his ears, if he investigates and finds out that it was us who did it, then everything we've done before would be in vain. I won't let anyone ruin my plans. So, Mr. Lai, please come to my house as a guest. Tianji Rui Line. The carriage arrived at a dilapidated station, an old, run-down tall building, and a trembling old servant came out to welcome them. This old man has a dull gaze, only able to speak a few simple sentences. Fu Triken ignored the old man and handed Leet over to Baktuk. Don't underestimate Baktuk's old and weak appearance. Unexpectedly, he has considerable strength, easily carrying Leet up, without turning back, walking towards the station. It was then that Leet noticed the unusual aspect of this old man. Fu Triken also revealed the reason. Baktuk was struck by Fuqian, which is the new Y than I concocted in the first batch. Fu Triken actually turned his own servant into a new Y then. This place was originally a battlefield during the previous dynasty. Now the border has changed, with few people passing by, and the houses are dilapidated. Seeing that no one came here, Fu Triken renovated it a bit and turned it into his own residence. Inside, there are a few motionless puppets. They are all like-mind spirits that Fu Triken created for Noyet Than Fong. These like-mind spirits don't need to think, have no consciousness, and still retain their previous martial arts skills. But unfortunately, they only live for a year before dying completely. However, Baktuk is an exception, as he was fortunate enough to retain a part of his mind. Fu Triken lit 3 incense sticks to pay respects to the spirits of her parents and husband. Fu Triken herself also had a tragic fate. Leet couldn't help but be surprised. You used this technique on your servant? Of course, Fu Triken wouldn't explain much. Baktuk was once a wandering martial artist, but years ago, he was pursued by others and saved by Fu Koan, after which he left the martial world and became a servant of the Fu family. That year, when Tu Longhan launched a rebellion and purged Zichdao Island, the old island chief came to Fu Koan, hoping he could return to take control of the situation. In fact, Fu Trikan's mother was. When Baktuk heard that Tu Longhan was called the battle god of Zichdao Island and knew how formidable he was, he advised Fu Koan not to return, and even secretly hid Fu Koan's summons tablet, hoping to stop him from going back. But no matter how Bai Shu did it, Fu Xian was still determined to leave. Before leaving, Fu Xian was still worried about Fu Zhijing, and said, "The world is in chaos, this is my responsibility, not yours. If I don't return, it's my fate. As for you, go find someone who loves you, a happy family." Then, Fu Xian died at the hands of Xiao Longhang. Bai Shu heard the news, blaming himself for not being able to protect Fu Xian, feeling both regretful and furious. His blood rushed to his head at that moment. The martial arts of Dushi men were all used to control the acupoints in people's brains. And Shui Chanji was one of them. Bai Shu's eyes turned red, and in an instant, his meridians gradually disappeared. Fu Zhijing used Tianji Rui for the first time, perhaps due to being too agitated. After using Tianji Rui, Bai Shu became a semi-Ruishan instead, and survived in reverse. So, normally Bai Shu could still respond to Fu Zhijing's words and would work according to his habits. Then, Fu Zhijing brought the Ruishan used by Yushin Feng here, trying to restore part of their consciousness, but failed. Lai heard this story, and felt it was similar to an uncle of his. So Fu Zhijing helped Wu Duku because of his father. But in Fu's heart, it wasn't entirely like that for Lady Kick. The Wudu manor wasn't her home. After Xiao Longhang's death, Fu Triken replaced her father as the sect leader, and her personality changed. She was originally a gentle lady who enjoyed reading books. Fu Triken had planned to leave the martial world with her master and Bai Shu, leading a normal life like other girls, getting married and having children. But fate had other plans. Just a month later, Fu Trikan's entire husband's family died in a strange fire. Next, the so-called Hong Bung came before the elders, using words to convince her naive self, who was practicing the fire entry demon cultivation, to carefully review her memories of the demon Lord Jiren. Fu Triken now understood that all of this was because of her foolish self, who chose to let the wolf in the house for the position of sect leader, not only killing herself but also killing Fu Tukduong's husband. That young widow snatched the medicine pouch hanging from Mr. Ta's waist. Inside the package, there was a thick black robe, where that man performed a deep act, a scholar in distress, sealing Willow Demon. Fook T police crime banquet beauty, resolute but also betrayal. After hearing Fook Trican's experience, if he had a deep grudge against Noyet Than Fong, then he should join forces with the host Lord Lean Thursday to resist the enemy. Fook Trican had already seen through everything in Thursday Nak Kiet's eyes. He only cared about benefits and could exploit anything, even his own unclear daughter and the impoverished noble consort. Although Fook Trican was unsure if Blood Demon Needle could handle Noyet Than Fong, there was no other choice for now. Noyet Than Fong used thunder pills to suppress his inner energy, and in recent years cultivated using pure geomantic energy, making his inner power profound and unfathomable. He never forgot the hatred in his heart and was even more vigilant against his own blood heaven saber. Fortunately, the Blood Demon Needle was a lesser-known martial art in the Jianghu. Although the thunder pills in Fook Trican's body prevented him from fully recovering his inner energy to perform the Blood Demon Needle. The 9 disobedient thunder pills he stole last night could temporarily suppress the thunder aura, but his time was running out. But at this moment, regardless of whether he could eliminate Noyet Than Fong or not, Fook Trican hoped Bui Lei could fulfill one request for him. There is a hidden stronghold of the moon god cult called Wu Ju Zhuang, located in the west of Yuchang, between Lin Feng Gorge and the border. Please be sure to report this news to Shu Yujia. If I fail, he will make his own decision. But in any case, please make arrangements for Bai Shu, and do not mention the 3 masters anymore. Bui Lai was deeply moved after hearing this. Since Fu Zhijing knows the location, we should quickly check the Blood Heaven sword, so that we can take action together. But Fu Zhijing thought that Bui Lai was of no use to his plan, so he turned and left with Rui Shan. Act quickly, before the Moon God cult returns from the Eastern Expedition Army. Refine the first level of the Blood God Ancient City formation. The inner master of the Great Yin obstructed tens of thousands in the capital city. Mu Rongru looked at the box containing the lone saber in front of her without wavering, while Yu Chenfeng was worried. The precious materials for forging this precious sword have just been received, and before the wind even stirred, we can go to the general's mansion for an audience. Mu Dongyu calmly said, "You don't have to tell me, I remember. Ever since. I heard that Gu Songhan used to have some dealings with Old Master Noyet. Does Old Master Noyet know why he died?" Noyet Tramfong's heart tightened, thinking to himself that he had never ordered Gu Songhuan's death. It must have been Wu Diaquok acting on his own. The matter of my subordinate Gu Songhuan's death and the sword being taken were unrelated to me. As long as I tell 9 parts truth, I don't believe you. Mu Dongyu can still discern truth from falsehood. At this moment, Noyet Tramfong's mind was spinning. Your Highness, your subordinate speculates that perhaps someone harmed him. If the general gives me 10 days, your subordinate will definitely be able to investigate clearly for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Dongyu bent down and lifted Noyet Tramfong up. Old Master Noyet, there's no need to explain. I used to befriend someone who liked to talk to me about the Jianghu martial arts world. He often said that Jianghu matters still have to be resolved by Jianghu people themselves. So we need you, Elder Moon and Elder Ancient, people like you. Once upon a time, everyone believed their words like the sun and moon, beyond doubt. But even someone like him, once dead, is just a handful of ashes. Without him, the world of living beings still lives on. Therefore, Moon Trampong, I remind you again, I know what kind of person you are, what you're plotting. I see right through it all. Those things are of no importance to me. Years ago, for some reasons you don't understand now, I acted far beyond what you think. The only reason you're still here is because I can use you. Don't let your petty thoughts affect me. With ancient twin soul gone, so many recent incidents, only you can shoulder it. Though Mu Donghu's tone was still cold and indifferent, Moon Trampong felt pardoned, like an insignificant bug before Mu Donghu. Turning around, Trian Mong followed closely behind Nan Tu. Climbing up high, summoning the hero ball, on few thought indeed. Not long after, a figure like a lightning bolt rushed towards him. Hoa Tung came flying from afar, but Trian Mong was no longer blindfolded. He demanded to stop. Luckily Trian Mong also took advantage of the chaos to slip a note into An Hung Tu Ka Shu, successfully sending news out. At this point, half believing and half doubting, back Thursday brought the Imperial Guards. Facing the heavily wounded Trian Mong, she seemed extremely worried, quickly consoling him and helping him up. Trian Mong hurriedly turned and mounted a horse. General, I will try my best to help you. If my parents are still alive, I will definitely ask you to inform them. After saying that, he spurred his horse quickly towards the Trin Mansion at the western intersection of Ngujiak Trang. The setting sun gradually descended. A woman trod on the fencing ground, her figure graceful and agile yet carefree. Fallen leaves filled the sky as she approached the gate of the Noyet Tan Mansion. This person was Fook the T. At this moment, she regained her charming and alluring demeanor as before. Arrogantly, she said, Thuong Quan Zaogon, has the master said that Thursday Nak Kayat, the daughter of that lecherous fox demon, has been brought here? I've come here, and I want to confirm in person whether the master permits it or not. Dare you manage me? This is my great affair, even the master dares not stop me, let alone you. Thuong Quan Zaogon didn't want to let Fat Thursday kitch in, but as he reconsidered, this lady dared to make such a fuss, she must be favored by the master. If he asked her, she would certainly say that she and Thursday Nguni were at odds, so he was truly afraid the master might change his mind. Thinking to let this lady take responsibility for her own actions, if the master blamed him, it would not involve himself. He then instructed the nearby Kim Tong Kwan to open the gate. But unexpectedly, the old man over 50's eyes lit up as he looked at the woman. This old man gazed at the beautiful countenance and charming demeanor of the woman before him, her entire being exuding a sweet fragrance like ripened honey. Utterly captivating from the inside out. From the inside out, she emanated a sweet, alluring fragrance. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva, momentarily dazed. After a while, he hurriedly ordered someone to open the window and pull the two catches. With a rumbling sound, the large pentagonal door slowly opened. The large door was almost entirely covered by a powerful defensive array, and Fat Thursday Kitch carefully assessed this pentagonal array. Indeed, it was quite ingenious. Thuong Quan Zaogon stepped forward. He said, "Excuse me, Immortal Lord, let me say something unpleasant first. There are many important facilities in this manor. I hope you won't wander around carelessly, to avoid getting yourself hurt. I will send someone to quickly inform the master. After receiving a response, you will be free to move around." The old man who was captivated by beauty squinted his eyes and smiled, saying, "I am the steward of this manor, Kim Wucho. I have long heard of your great reputation. Immortal Lord, let me lead you to rest." Fat Tu Kitch glanced at him, realizing he was the one who ordered the gate to be opened. In an instant, his expression changed, and he smiled radiantly, stepping forward and patting the old man's shoulder lightly. With a coaxing voice, he said, "Now that I have an old friend here, I just need a spacious living space, a large bathtub, and hot water." As he spoke, the old man was already enchanted by Fat Tu Kitch and lost his soul. Of course, he arranged everything satisfactorily. The clever prime minister was extremely annoyed and immediately instructed his subordinates, "Before the master returns, don't let this woman leave the room even a single step." As the sky gradually darkened, Bui Lei searched everywhere but couldn't find Ngu Jiak Trang, and couldn't help but doubt that he had been deceived by his disciple. At this moment, a ferocious beast covered in fur rushed out from the bushes. Bui Lei was startled and terrified. Even more frightening was that this ferocious beast spoke human language. It turned out to be his second disciple. "This is just my disguise, senior brother." Bui Lei was temporarily silent. Although the outside was like that, Nantu's heart was very clear. Nantu said, "The Ngu Jiak Trang you mentioned is likely to be Voduk Trang. It must be a manor granted by the imperial court many years ago." Nantu explained, "Voduk Trang is where 5 generals of the royal army retreated to live in seclusion. The imperial court combined their names to name this manor. The 5 Voduk worked together. They were called the 5 Tiger Generals, winning every battle." Voduk was also called Vo Cuc, and gradually became a common name, even appearing on local maps. It's recorded like that. This central army was said to be summoned by the 5 emperors themselves. People from all over joined the army, forming the central army, fighting from the time of the alien invasion until peace was restored. After many years of warfare, most of the central army settled in their respective areas, integrating into the villages big and small of the Eastern Sea. Bui Lei's father was also an obscure soldier in the central army back then. The bright moon above, the two of them flying amid the forest, soon they saw a magnificent building. Nantu had also cultivated a powerful body concealment technique. Judging by her appearance, she was no ordinary person, and tonight was the only chance to find that creature. This woman wore a tight-fitting outfit, with a full bust, straight back, slim waist, only a small portion visible from the side, with an extremely perfect body proportion. Her long, slender legs were straight, wearing tight shoes, very neat. Nansu held the hilt of his sword behind his back, always maintaining a combat-ready stance. He and Bui Lei dispersed their formation, keeping a distance to support each other, advancing towards the pentagonal manor. As soon as he finished speaking, Nansu leapt into the air, disappearing into the woods. Indeed, his actions were swift as lightning, his concealment skills truly formidable. Bui Lei calmly observed the outside of the pentagonal manor, thinking to himself that in such a large manor, there must be guards patrolling every night, and this pentagonal manor should be no exception. Bui Lei focused his mind, extending his spiritual sense outwards. If he encountered any hidden archers, he must strike them down with a single blow, absolutely not giving them a chance to raise the alarm. Bui Lei followed the path, running forward. The corpse behind the mound naturally did not escape his spiritual detection. Judging by the situation, the person had just died recently, killed by a fatal strike, undoubtedly Nansu's doing. As he walked and searched, beside the corpse was a fruit basket. The fruits were already peeled and scattered around. Bui Lei didn't understand but didn't think much of it. He had to quickly chase after Nantu. Bui Lei went outside the manor and discovered someone lying in a small house at the foot of the wall. He couldn't help but wonder if Nantu had eliminated the assassin, but the person in the house was still breathing. Could it be that Nantu had failed? Bui Lei hurriedly jumped in, but unexpectedly there was no one inside. There was only a woman lying on a straw mat. She was still vigilant, but her expression was calm, not panicked. Her hands were tightly clasped behind her back. She coldly asked, "Who are you?" Bui Lei was also startled. Nan too did not walk this path, unable to sense the inner energy. This woman did not know martial arts, but this calmness was absolutely not something an ordinary person could possess. Should I silence her? Just then, the woman spoke up, "Young man. Whatever reason you came here for, I advise you to leave quickly, do not risk your life. Judging by the cold aura on your hands, it does not seem like an ordinary weapon. The people here are extremely ruthless, far beyond ordinary people. You should leave quickly, do not waste your life." Bui Lei silently blamed himself for having the thought of silencing her. Even in the treacherous Jianghu, one cannot lose one's humanity. He put his hands together and said, "Thank you, madam, for your advice. It was my fault for trespassing. Please do not speak further. Farewell." Bui Lei jumped onto the wall and hurriedly left, searching for Xianzi. Suddenly, Bui Lei felt someone's presence. With heavy breathing, Bui Lei carefully peeked out and saw a figure gliding through the sword net. It was Xianzi who fell into the trap. The woman's legs were tightly closed, her slim waist moving within the sword net. Nevertheless, her clothes were cut in many places, revealing her fair skin. At this moment, Xianzi was surrounded by Shan Quan Xiaoyan's men. Bui Lei was startled, wondering who had leaked their whereabouts. Could it be Fa Shouji? But no matter who it was, he had to think of a way to help Xianzi escape the encirclement. She only saw Nan Su coldly looking around. There must have been dozens of masters hiding behind the walls. She only saw her take a deep breath, her eyes icy cold. Having made up her mind at this moment, she leapt up. Under the moonlight, Nan Su's hair fluttered in the wind. It's hard to imagine this woman facing such a dangerous situation alone. Suddenly, Nan Su shouted loudly, "Put on the bearskin coat for me." Shang Quan Xiaoyan basically didn't understand what this sentence meant, but this woman must have had an issue. Bui Lei, of course, understood that Nan Su was reminding him to hide and not show himself. Nan Su charged forward first, her hand drawing her sword as fast as lightning, throwing roof tiles up to block the attacks from the net of swords. In the blink of an eye, Nan Su unsheathed her sword and killed a few people, a moment of killing completely different from the innocent maiden before. Nan Su risked her life to break the encirclement, running towards the interior of the courtyard, which suited Shang Quan Xiaoyan's intentions. He immediately ordered his subordinates to use the white bone sword to force Nan Su into the main building, or kill her. The sword net defense in front of the main building slowly opened, with hundreds of cold swords arranged in neat rows. Under the control of his subordinates, the sword net became even stronger. She maneuvered at such a high speed that even her shoes were under pressure. Risking her life was worth it. Focusing on the window frame, she spun to reduce the force, but before she could touch the ground, the floor tiles suddenly sank down, making her feel so comfortable that her hair stood on end, forcing Hien-Tu to retreat again. In this cramped room, Hien-Tu was locked in her direction, and the turmoil arose again. Suddenly, the wall behind opened wide, and a humanoid robot rushed straight at Hien-Tu's day. At this point, Hien-Tu realized the danger, but it was too late. This robot was like a parasite, clinging tightly to Hien-Tu, making it difficult for her to move. Finally, Hien-Tu fell into the hands of the talkative superior. The talkative superior hastily ordered his subordinates to take Hien-Tu down to the dungeon. Good, keep a close watch on her. At this time, the talkative superior was still concerned about why Hien-Tong had suddenly fallen silent. Could there be any accomplices? He immediately ordered his men to carefully check if anyone was missed. Bui Lei and Hien-Tu were captured, and he deliberately led her to the main hall, wanting her to continue completing the mission. Moreover, within the premises, even if she entered, it would be difficult for her to escape. Therefore, at present, she must hide quietly and find a way to enter. But at this moment, the search suddenly became more stringent. Even an ant would find it hard to escape. Suddenly, the window of the lady's room from before opened again. A calm voice rang out, "We have a way to save you, if you trust me. Immediately cling to the vine, don't use your skills, hurry inside." Indeed, the man disguised as Hien-Tu was on the pavilion, using his inner energy to observe the surroundings. After a while, he didn't detect any movement. Xiaoyan, the chief mechanic, couldn't help but doubt himself, wondering if he had guessed wrong. Could it be that he was just scaring himself? But those words seemed a bit unusual. Without further thought, he led Ha Huanzu down to the dungeon, preparing to interrogate this lady. This lady was none other than the wife of Xiaoyan, the mistress of the Wude Manor. She was also the original mechanic of this Wude Manor. Years ago, Xiaoyan and 4 other sworn brothers used mechanical arts to help the emperor suppress the chaos in the realm. After their success, the court specially rewarded them this manor, allowing them to self-govern. When building the manor, Xiaoyan passed on the mechanical arts to a trusted subordinate. This person later became the steward here. The 5 of them settled down, got married, and had children, hoping to continue their lineage. Aside from the principal wife, the others were arranged by the butler to marry girls displaced by the war. The principal wife hinted that the Wudetang had a bright and dark side. Looking like a fortress from the outside, it was protected by imperial favor, causing those around to flatter it. However, the good times didn't last long. A strange disease spread through the Wudetang, causing the 5 elders to die one by one. At that time, besides the principal wife who was pregnant, the other elders had no heirs. The Wudetang was left with only a few young girls. Therefore, everyone respected the principal wife as the head. Locals gossiped that this was retribution for the generals killing too many on the battlefield. Gradually, those around all distanced themselves from the Wudetang. The principal wife gave birth to a daughter, but it didn't bring a revival to the Wudetang. At that time, Mu Dongyu took over Donghai, and the project in Xiaocheng was about to be launched. Although the generals had passed away, the Wudetang was still an inviolable place. The Wudetang became increasingly desolate, even their livelihood was difficult. Without a male heir, the principal wife could hardly see any hope. The other 4 wives could only sigh day by day. Every few years, a man appeared. At that time, he introduced himself as Noyet Tranhai, the young master of Tiger King Town, Moon City. Back then, he looked like a refined scholar. It was the steward Kim who introduced him to help with the cotton business on the fields. Over time, he gradually got acquainted with the ladies of the manor. Noyet Tranhai came every 6 months. One day, he brought a young boy, claiming to have found the lost son of one of the ladies during the war. In this way, he successively found sons for 4 of the ladies. And those 4 ladies, perhaps believing the rumors, gradually distanced themselves from Lady Thuan Quan. The sisterly bond of many years gradually faded, and the 4 ladies colluded to interfere in the manor's affairs, gradually even replacing the old servants with new faces. Half a year later, that man transformed into Noyet Than Fong, the master of Hobong Tan and Noyet Tu Tan. While Madame Thuan Quan was still investigating, she sent the steward Kim to investigate his background. Until one day, they kidnapped Madame Thuan Quan's daughter, Thuan Quan Zaogan. Everything was revealed. Noyet Than Fong said, "Miss Zaogan is now very safe, but Madame needs to help me with something. Zaogan will be my daughter from now on, to be commanded at will." According to the imperial law, after adopting a child for 10 years, the head of the family can write to the court to have the adopted child inherit the title. As long as Madame cooperates, I can guarantee the safety of both mother and daughter, unlike those 4 madams. From then on, those 4 madams never appeared again. This steward Kim used the organ technique he learned to do many bad things, helping Noyet Than Fong imprison those who were captured. Noyet Than Fong forced Madame Thuan Quan to bring food to those imprisoned, and hinted at the fate of those 4 madams. Although they did not make it difficult for the mother and son of the prime minister's wife was concerned that these days were about to end. Just 2 more years, and Xiao Yan could inherit the 5 Virtues manor. Upon hearing this, Bui Lei guessed that this rebel named Noyet had started plotting more than a decade ago. The Tiger King City, the Moon City, the 5 Virtues manor, he had planned both the righteous and the evil paths, even the government offices, every place was arranged in advance. He sought out the 8 wonders, but ultimately targeted the famous Daming courtesan in the capital, to gain the Moon family's favor, and also wanted to take over the Daming courtesan, using her to recruit soldiers and horses, seize the 5 Poison Valley, and then use the power of the 5 Poison Valley to find the next target. At the same time, Prime Minister Xiao Yan also came to the secret room where Xianzi was imprisoned. This device was like shackles, tightly gripping Xianzi. The enormous weight pressed down on her waist, causing her pain. Her slender jade-like legs were locked tight, and this cold, beautiful woman was enduring unimaginable agony. The arrogant Shang Quan Xiaoyan looked at the woman in front of him and coldly said, "You and I are both concubines beside our master. You should know that it's useless to play tricks with me. How many of you are there in total?" She didn't expect this naive beauty to be completely unaware of who she was facing. This made Shang Quan Xiaoyan extremely shocked, and she cursed, wanting to put Xianzi on the Xianwu bed, to make her suffer all the tortures in the world. Turning to Bui Lai, Lady Shang Quan, after regaining her composure, slowly said, "Perhaps, Lord Dianwei has arrived. Heaven does not cut off all paths for people. This concubine wants to make a deal with Lord Dianwei. Since Yu Qin Fong has not returned yet, I'm willing to help Lord Dianwei rescue your friend. Only asking that Lord Dianwei can help me find my daughter and bring her out. Even if I can't find her, I must report the matter of Wudu Hall to the court." In Lady Shang Quan's eyes, being the wife of General Shang Quan Xiaoyan, she absolutely cannot let the achievements of her husband fall into the hands of wolves like Kim Wu Qiu and Yu Qin Fong. Even though Wudu Manor was confiscated, she did not bear any grudges. The only thing that troubled her was her daughter, Shangchuan Xiaoyun. Bui Lai insisted that after returning, he would do everything to help rescue her. However, currently, in the heavily guarded manor, it was indeed difficult to save Xianzi. Regarding this matter, Madame Shangchuan had a plan. Although Madame Shangchuan did not know martial arts, she had studied mechanics in the past. All the secret passages in Wudu Manor were controlled by hydraulics. And besides Kim Wuchio, she was the one who understood it best. The two of them, Bui Lai, were discovered because all the watchtowers outside the manor were connected to the hydraulic system inside. The water flowed in a cycle, and every hour, the watchtowers would drop a talisman into the water. The talisman would flow with the water into the manor. If no talisman was received inside at the designated time, it would be known that an enemy had infiltrated. Upon hearing Bang Gong's name, Bui Lai couldn't help but admire him. The intricate machine created by Luing was made possible because he had spent a large sum to purchase the blueprints from Bang Gong. No wonder that machine was so formidable. Madame Shangxuan also said that her daughter had been imprisoned for many years with nothing to do, so she wrote some strange stories. And among the adopted sons of Yushenfeng, there was one who enjoyed reading. His nature was not bad, unlike the others, he had no ill intentions. Because he liked reading Shangxuan Xiaoyun's stories, he secretly took care of the mother and daughter Shangxuan. She was Ha Huanzi on the watchtower earlier. Just then, as Shangguan Xiaoyan was about to punish Xianzi, a female voice came from behind. Xiaoyan heard it, scoffed contemptuously, her slender waist swaying, her soft back appearing in the shadows. Her snowy slim waist, her long slender legs intertwined, forming an alluring curve. It was Fu Zhijing. Her arrival here greatly surprised Shangguan Xiaoyan. It turned out that Ha Huanzi let her in. Although she claimed to be here for a tour of the bureau's design, Shangguan Xiaoyan angrily scolded, "That old man must be out of his mind. Did you think Fu Shengjun is a vegetarian?" Fu Zhijing didn't get angry upon hearing this, and slowly said, "Shangguan Xiaoyan, you don't need to be so tense. I know what you're thinking. Xianzi was brought here by Shu Yujia himself. And you know a thing or two about my relationship with that fox spirit Shu Yujia, right? Without Xianzi, Shu Yujia is like losing an arm. To continue controlling Hongdao, it's absolutely not an easy task. As for me, this is a good thing. He too fell into the hands of her master, he must be very happy. However, the master values He too's talent, and wants to use her for cultivation. If he returns and sees He too with her skin peeled, and half her life remaining, do you think he will be grateful to you?" Thuan Quan Zhaogan despises Fuck Tri Can, but also knows that these words make sense. Right now, he holds the big fish, no need to cause further trouble. Fuck Tri Can doesn't say much more, he has made his point. He has temporarily protected He too's safety. Meanwhile, after Bui Lei cooperated with Mrs. Thuan Quan, she pushed a wooden barrel to a well. This well is the only secret entrance used to transport food supplies. Bui Lei hid in the wooden barrel, listening to Mrs. Thuan Quan's instructions. Mrs. Thuan Quan said, "Go down there, you must choose the upstream direction, otherwise you'll die without a burial place. You must not lose the protective talisman. Go inside and carefully look for the secret room. If you find the right path, Ha Hon too will be guarding the exit. She'll claim to be delivering food, you must wait for me to persuade her before going out. If you can find my daughter, give her this hairpin, she will trust you." Bui Lei then jumped into the well. Following the water flow, swimming for a while, he soon saw the sewer gate tightly closed. After inspecting, successfully opening it, Bui Lei couldn't help but marvel. Such an intricate mechanism, is it ultimately an engineering marvel, or a grand conspiracy targeting the imperial court? Regardless, Bui Lei must hurry to find the room connected to the dungeon before Lady Tangquan brings the meal. It's now the hour of the rat, Bui Lei's operation begins. At the hour of the rat, Noyet Than Fong received word from Mok Dung Nu, saying if there's anything else he can handle it himself. Noyet Than Fong had been waiting at the northern city warehouse for so long without news, now preparing to immediately return to the manor. Folk Triken wore a tight red outfit. Her fair skin is white as snow, her slender waist, her flat belly below, extremely seductive. Each of her movements made Kim Vo Ka gaze at her dazedly, drinking cup after cup, already immersed in lust. Phuc Triken had secretly studied the map of Nguduk Trang's body. Kim Vo Ka leaned against Phuc Triken's thighs, her soft skin made him infatuated, he had already knelt under her skirt, unaware of the approaching danger. Phuc Triken's eyes flashed a red light. Her two hands touched each other. Kim Vo Ka felt a numbing, painful sensation, unable to move. A thread entered his head, severing his meridians. In history class, Xiaonan, the senior official, received a letter from Noyet Than Fong, mentioning Phuc Triken. Suddenly came to visit, it's an important matter, told the upper officer Zhaogan to investigate the northern warehouse in the city. The upper officer Zhaogan also realized the seriousness of the issue, and hurriedly ordered someone to oversee Phuc Triken, until Noyet Than Fong returns. At the hour of Dan, 3/4, the lady of the upper officer has prepared the meal. Pray to the deities to bless Noyet Duk Trang, to bless her daughter. Bless that young man. At the hour of Chen, Bui Lei has reached the basement of the dungeon. While climbing up, suddenly a wooden plank came loose. for sets of bones are exposed. Looking at this situation, this underground prison was certainly the place Kim Vo-ka arranged for the four ladies. Suddenly, the large wheel spun at a dizzying speed. In the emergency, Bui Lei quickly used the divine contemplation blade to wedge into the gap. The descending elevator suddenly stopped. Xiao Yan did not notice, thinking it was due to long-term damage, and pulled the iron cage up slightly. This action, Bui Lei successfully delayed. Bui Lei's Chemtam is indeed a precious blade from the Southern Lam royal family. If not for it, I'm afraid my hand would have been crushed by you. The Lady Thuong Quan successfully reached the secret chamber, personally delivering food to Hien Tu. She also hinted at cooperating with Bui Lei. Hien Tu naturally understood. Tu Hien obediently cooperated, successfully putting the Ngung Chan Dan into her mouth. As she left, Madame Thuong Quan finally spoke up, but Ha Hong Tu had already guessed it. Please stop them from rushing in. When on top of the tower, I saw a stream of genuine energy disappear near your manor. Obviously, he knew how to avoid me, and I have no reputation in the martial world. Therefore, I guess that the old lady may have colluded with someone from Gudia Kong, wanting to rescue Duni. Madame Thuong Quan no longer hid it, turning her back and saying, I need them to rescue my Duni. Can you let them go? Ha Hong Tu firmly disagreed, raising his voice, Madam, you must come to your senses. The fifth young master is currently in danger, and you yourself are also hard to keep safe. Noyet Than Fong is on his way back. If there's any mistake, it will be difficult to ensure Mrs. safety. At this moment, Bui Lei suddenly took the initiative to appear. How can you guarantee his safety without doing anything? I know you and Hon Tu are not like others. Please let the madam return first, don't let this matter implicate her. Let's talk privately, just the two of us. To make Madame Thuong Quan abandon Sung Van Hon, it must be the Ngung Chan pill. However, as soon as Madame Thuong Quan left, Ha Hon Tu immediately seized the opportunity. The fire jade pill technique, its power is so formidable. He was seen holding twin swords cheerfully, saying, I want to see if you're qualified to save Duni. Bui Lei did not avoid him, then fight. Waving his hand, he planted the divine meditation sword into the ground, saying, My lady said, you and the others here are different, I don't want to fight you. Brother Ha, don't blame me, I've been a bit easily provoked since I've been using the sword recently. I know you can see my circulating inner energy, this is a good chance for me to test if this move is effective. Avalokitesvara's awakening posture. Bui Lei learned from the old martial arts master Tu, his inner energy condensed into an elusive move. Although this method consumes quite a bit of inner energy, this externally released inner energy should be able to disrupt Ha Hon Tu's perception. With one strike, Ha Hon Tu was like a dry leaf in the wind, using his demonic footwork to evade this dazzling attack. He then reached out his hand, borrowing the force from Bui Lei's mysterious mirror, and countered. It seems this Ha Hon Tu is not entirely accurate. It's not just about being able to see. This destruction of all traces can even mimic the opponent, even borrowing their spirit energy, to strengthen its own body technique. Bui Lei clearly felt. Ha Hon Tu's energy echo was much stronger than Cap Mat K's. Ha Hon Tu continued charging forward, swinging his saber and saying, if you can't even pass my first barrier, how can you talk about rescuing anyone? At this point, Bui Lei was relatively passive, only dodging, but he was also focused on observing. Ha Hon Tu's body technique was very special. He immediately decided to take the initiative and counterattack, creating an opportunity and then using that move to ambush him. Bui Lei used the Guanyin manifestation summon again, and Ha Hon Tu indeed borrowed the force to strike back. Bui Lei has been waiting for this opportunity, the fire amethyst palm skill. In a blink of an eye, his inner energy reversed its flow completely. At that moment, Ha Hon Tu could not control his inner energy, the immense counterforce nearly caused him severe injuries. Bui Lei quickly went behind Ha Hon Tu, helping him stabilize his energy channels. Ha Hon Tu said in shock, you're like Noyet Than Fong, able to reverse your inner energy in an instant. Have you cultivated the fire amethyst palm skill? Bui Lei did not hide it, honestly saying, due to some grievances, I have cultivated the innate energy. Speaking in a way that made the other fully convinced, Ha Hon Tu no longer tried to stop him, but said with some disappointment, don't blame me for not warning you. Noyet Than Fong could return at any time. If you go down that path, you may find your companions. Bui Lei clasped his hands to express gratitude, led Bui Lei to the secret room, and discovered that he and Tu had already unlocked 7 or 8 parts. The young lady was sitting cross-legged, one leg raised behind her neck, her braided ponytail hanging down in front of her chest, her delicate toes gripping a small needle, deftly moving up and down. With a click, the intricate soul-sacrificing tool, used for unlocking, though very skillful, but since her mind was undisturbed, in less than half a quarter, she had opened the steel lock. Hien Tu's lockpicking skill was renowned throughout Tianhan Citadel, and she was even more skilled among them. But the mechanism behind seemed a bit complicated. The more he and two picked, the tighter the lock became. Bui Lei held the spirit contemplation blade. Gently like gliding through, a sword sliced through the iron lock. Bui Lei looked at the mechanism in front of him, similar to what Chi Shu had mentioned, the interlocking chain lock. This mechanism was connected by steel wires. If only one lock was opened, it would tighten even more. Moreover, there was a trap. Forcibly opening it would risk electric shock. Bui Lei observed for a while, and a plan formed in his mind. He used the tiny divine realm needle to thread through the keyhole, and seized the right moment for Xianzi to pick the lock. But the angle of this lock's shackle had already caught on his flesh from the beginning. At this moment, Bui Lei clearly felt the contact point move. He shouted, and his bone power erupted. The entire room echoed with cracking sounds like bones being broken. All the joints burst open simultaneously, the lock completely detached from the base. Even with contact, it could no longer be unlocked. He sneered, standing up leisurely. The exquisite soul-refining tool worth 1,000 gold behind him suddenly dissolved, instantly separating into components, scattering on the ground, each component intact, none broken, no exceptions. He too was extremely astonished. Bui Lei could actually destroy such a delicate mechanism, further convincing him of this action. But at this moment, Bui Lei encountered an extremely difficult problem. No matter how hard he too tried, they could not move the iron door before them. The path was right in front of them, but they couldn't enter, and no yet than Fong was about to return. They had to find a way. In the mind of an outstanding locksmith like too, he could only use the humiliating tactic to deal with Ha too, forcing him to reveal another entrance to solve this problem. Bui Lei hurriedly stopped this young lady. Suddenly a sound of flowing water grew louder and louder. The iron gate of this place slowly opened. Bui Lei was startled. Was this Kim Vu Ka? Or no yet than Fong? Just as Bui Lei and too were preparing to fight, a familiar figure appeared. It was Fuke Trican. She opened her cloak, revealing her familiar black and green outfit of the Earth God, which surprised everyone. She stood in front of the gate, majestic like a deity. On her fiery red outfit, 4 gemstones were firmly attached to her belt. Under the light, they swayed like leaves. There was an indescribable hidden feeling. It was the chief's robe of the Red Island. Fuke Trican deliberately lowered her voice. There's no more time, listen carefully to my next words. Fuke Trican threw over a scroll, saying, this is the blueprint of the secret chamber and layout that we obtained from Kim Vu Ka. The secret chamber housing the holy relic 9 progressing beads has been marked. Whether you can find it or not depends on your destiny. Bui Lei, holding the map, cautiously asked, why doesn't the blessing lord accompany us? A hint of sadness flashed in Fuke Trican's eyes. She said, I've done my best for the Nguyen Dia Kong matter. Too, give this token to Thursday not Kiet, he'll know what I'm doing. After today, I'm no longer the 6th Earth Lord. Saying that, she threw the 6th Earth Lord's token to too, turned around, and the chief of Hongdao Island's robe fluttered. We must hurry. Thuan Quan Zaogon has gone out to welcome them, proving that the Moon Saint Peak has arrived outside. You don't have much time left. Bui Lei looked surprised, not expecting the Moon Saint Peak to return so quickly. From Fuke Trican's tone, it was clear that she wanted to shield them with her body. Bui Lei hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Fuke Trican's shoulder. Miss Fuke, please calm down. Too also supported Fuke Trican's other arm. Fuke Trican smiled, a beautiful smile like a blossoming orchid. Her hand brushed Bui Lei's soft arm, causing him to shudder. A pang of bitterness welled up inside her. Worry about yourself, Lord Dianwei. She smiled faintly, gently pushing Bui Lei away. If I seize this opportunity, Jie Tianji will have no more tricks up his sleeve. You need to become even stronger to survive and leave this place. If Yushin Feng returns, he will definitely come to see Xianzi or look for Kim Wu Chiu and cause trouble. At that time, we'll all lose our advantage. Bui Lei knew that Fu Jing was making sense. They shouldn't linger, but still advised, I believe that whether it's your master or Bai Shu, they both want to see you live better than die for family. Vengeance. After saying that, he quickly pulled Xianzi away from the scene. Although Fu Jing didn't directly respond, in her heart, she had decided that Bui Lei was a decent fellow. Outside the Wujiao Manor, Shan Quan Xiaoyan had successfully welcomed Yushin Feng's return, saying Fu Jing was in the east guest room. His subordinates were worried about an ambush from the Wu Dikong. This was also to ensure Fu Jing's safety. This action also earned Yushin Feng's praise. Usually you just like to play tricks, it's rare for you to act so discreetly. But it seems like you think Fuke Tracing and Hin Tzz are conspiring together? Sheng Kun Haogan's quick mind quickly turned, and he hurriedly replied, I absolutely do not doubt General Fuke. After she came, she has also helped us strengthen our realm. There is nothing suspicious. Sheng Kun Haogan thought that Yutsun Fong highly valued Fuke Tracing's abilities. He must be careful with his words, and cannot disadvantage her. Yutsun Fong called everyone to the council chamber, and also ordered someone to summon Kim Mo Chao. In the council chamber, Sheng Kun Haogan recounted the details of everything, saying he did not feel Fuke Tracing was colluding with Hin Tzz. When Hin Tsc climbed the wall, Phúc Trey Singh was in the east guest room. It seems like General Phúc was being monitored by Shao Mok-kit without her knowledge. Yutsun Fong coldly said, that fox demon Shao Mok-kit. Since he is so cunning, then let him see what it looks like when Hin Tsc's flesh and bones turn into grindstones for us. No need to wait for Kim Mo Chow, let's go to the dungeon immediately. But at this moment, someone defied the obstacles and rushed in. It was Phúc Trey Can. Phúc Trey Can rushed into the meeting hall, his gaze lingered on Noyet Than Fong's lower body, as if wanting to prove something. Phúc Trey Can's eyes flickered, without saying a word, still maintaining the youthful charm of a young girl. Every posture perfectly showcased the allure of her body. Phúc Trey Can laughed coldly and said, if I didn't rush in, would you have missed me, my lord? Her tone was full of innuendo, captivating and soul-snatching. But Noyet Than Fong only looked down coldly, unaffected. He only felt a chill down his spine, and the air seemed to thicken. Noyet Than Fong switched to a gentle tone, my dear, you've misunderstood. I was looking for you. Since you're here, let's go see He and Tu together. I'd like to hear your opinion too. If I say that I just returned from the dungeon and killed both He and Tu and Kung Fai, how would you deal with me, my lord? These words were 3 parts insinuation, 3 parts coldness, and it's unclear whether they were true or false. Moon Deity frowned slightly, but quickly changed to a gentle expression, embracing Phúc Chi Kang's soft body. I just need you to tell me your true thoughts. He whispered, you certainly know how important these 2 are to me. With them, sooner or later I'll make Shu Jade surrender the 5. Why did you kill them? But Phúc Chi Kang remained unmoved, jealously saying, normally, I don't ask much about others' affairs, but for the 5 regions, Master will definitely tell me. Yet now you're hiding it from me, imprisoning Sun Fei. All these years, I've respected you as husband and wife, but in terms of importance to the 5 regions, I know I'm not as valuable as Sun Fei. Moon Deity naturally went along with her words, how could I abandon my treasure for that foolish Sun Fei? Really? In Master's eyes, Sun Fei may have no worth, but her mother may not be the same. Moreover, I went to the dungeon earlier, Hien Zhu was indeed imprisoned there. But I didn't see Sun Fei. Phúc Chi Kang's voice carried indescribable tension, as if she had grasped Moon Deity's weakness. Moon Deity coldly looked at Shang Quan Xiaoyan. Shang Quan Xiaoyan hurriedly admitted his mistake, I shouldn't have let the housekeeper lead Phúc Deity to the dungeon. At this point, the moon god didn't want to hear any more explanations. It seemed that today, the only way to appease her was to personally take Phúc Trey Can to see how Kung Fai was being treated. The Prime Minister hurriedly reminded, Master, if you want to take the goddess with you, you must put the handcuffs on her. The moon god laughed and said, my treasure will naturally not use the heavenly shackles against me. But I still like to see my treasure wearing the handcuffs. Will my treasure obey obediently? Phúc Trey Can obediently complied, without any resistance. As for Bui Lei, he and Tu came to a secret chamber. Inside was the sacred artifact of the 5 lands of emptiness, the 1-leaf name card. Each side of the golden box in the secret chamber was divided into rows and columns. 7 rows, with a total of 49 small protruding blocks. On each block, there were small patterns, drawings, and writings, which could only be seen clearly by getting closer. However, the strangest thing wasn't the shape of the relic, but that it was constantly moving. Without needing to touch it by hand or apply any external force or hydraulic power, it only needed to be suspended from the ceiling by a golden thread. The golden spherical box with 6 faces, the protruding and recessed blocks on its surface automatically slid. Sometimes moving vertically, sometimes horizontally, like a living creature. Bui Lai observed the golden box for over a moment and found that its movement was almost constant and not like being affected by an external force. The royal maiden's thoughts were extremely quick. No wonder the sect leader said that one could tell it was a relic just by seeing it. Bui Lai suddenly realized that this must be a trap set by Noyet Thin Fong, and hurriedly searched for a mechanism. But after searching everywhere, she couldn't find it, only finding half of a formula. Bui Lai thought this must be something useful, so she had Hien Tu take it back to give to the sect leader. Hien Tu also found a lot of Tay Sun Yen and Loi Hoa Dan from Gudia Kong. The Thunderbolt bullet is extremely difficult to create, previously the Moon God Peak had seized most of it. Bui Lai turned and asked, this thing is so huge. How can the 2 of us carry it away? But Hien Tu shook her head vigorously, saying, an earth-boned female must never touch the sacred relic. Moreover, no one has ever been able to open it before. Bui Lai realized that he had been deceived by Thursday Ngiozi Kiet. If it had never been opened, how could they know there was a thunderbolt inside? Hien Tu fell silent, her small face flushed red, helpless. Bui Lai wanted to use the divine thought blade to pry it open, but Hien Tu hurriedly stopped him. The earth-bone bloodline, the sacred relic, is the origin of the extreme yin and extreme yang bloodlines. Today, if they encounter water or wood, they will be annihilated. If the bloodline is lost, the earth bone will perish. That year, it was the moon god Peak who destroyed the sacred relic, threatening Thursday not Kiet. At this very moment, Bui Lei suddenly realized something. Although there was no sound or memory of this segment, the words written on it were similar to what he saw in the Great Robbing Technique, just in a different order. He read softly: Fish Race Descendant, Incarnate Form, Misty Vapor, and Bitter Light. Bui Lei pressed them in this order, and the pressed blocks didn't bounce back up. In an instant, the protruding blocks on the 6 sides of the box sank down one by one. The entire box seemed to shrink. Bui Lei looked at the last block and silently pressed it down. The box spun for a while, finally coming to a stop. The characters on the sides rearranged themselves. According to Bui Lei's memory, there were no more mistakes. The two hastily opened the golden box, and a brilliant light shone out. A beam of light burst forth from the gap between the blocks, causing them to separate and reveal a hollow steel bead. Inside were many small, smooth, shiny white beads that gave off a soft glow. On the bead were faint green veins, like blood vessels in the human body. If not for the pale color, it would look like a blood-bright bead. This large bead, unlike ordinary pearls, its surface had an indescribable glow, reminiscent of the pupil of the sea. Regardless, Bui Lei hurriedly wanted to leave, so he told Hien-Tu to put away the pearl. Hien-Tu shook her head, her cheeks flushed red, her expression slightly changing, a flicker of bewilderment passing by, and she said sternly, "A Diakat woman cannot touch sacred objects, let alone the sacred object itself." Reluctantly, Bui Lei had to keep it for her. Suddenly, the large pearl suddenly flew out, swooshing into Bui Lei's body. At the same time, Noyet Than Fong also led Fuke Trican to the secret room. The lady had her hands clasped behind her back, unconsciously arching her chest, accentuating the curves of her body, soft and full, her alluring eyes looking at Bui Lei. Noyet Than Fong said, "This is the control center, and also where I often practice. Apart from the butler Kim, you're the first person to come here." The other side used hydraulics to control all the underground passages of the pentagonal courtyard. "My servant saw, you've already imprisoned that little maid here, haven't you? And told me I was the first to arrive." Fuke Trican is still probing the moon deity Peak. But the moon deity Peak's answer was of course evasive. "How could I deceive my treasure? She must be imprisoned in another secret room. Do you see those doors? The design of the secret rooms in the courtyard is very intricate, like a maze. You can go through from this side." The first time I saw these passages I was also very surprised. Unexpectedly, my treasure wasn't surprised at all. Fuke Trican hurriedly changed the subject. In the middle of the secret room, there was a bamboo bed. Fuke Trican acted like a kitten, voluntarily lying on the bed, and flirtatiously said, "My servant was wondering, when you cultivate here, who do you cultivate with on such a big bed?" The moon deity Peak smiled wickedly. "Of course, it's the beautiful playthings that Thursday Not Kiet brings. You know, my fire jade elixir technique needs a quiet place like this to cultivate. But compared to my treasure, they pale in comparison." After saying that, he hugged Fuke Trican in his arms. "Feel the softness, warmth from her body." The goddess of moon, with a gentle expression, said, "All this time, I have always considered your TTN-Co as a precious asset. Speaking of TTN-Co, I'm very curious, now that you're in my arms, do you still want to use it?" On Bui Lei's side, the jade pearl suddenly entered his body, startling him. Indeed, the terrifying thing is that this has quietly entered Bui Lei's dantian. What is this thing? Is this Thursday Not Kiet's plan? Could I die? Hien-Tu also doesn't know why. She has only heard of the sacred object called Tu Long Huin Lin, which is the pure bloodline inheritance of the first Kong. Definitely not an object for mortals. In the 5 Kong lands, there is a legend that when the heavenly thunder arises, the divine army will use the sacred object somewhere to perform a ritual. But Hien-Tu is not qualified to enter there. Bui Lei is helpless. He may need to find a box to store this pearl. It's currently inside his body. If Thursday Ngoc Kiet wants to retrieve the holy relic, he has to find him. Anyway, let's go out first. He hurriedly went with Hien-Tu to the next secret room, to see if they could find Kung Fai or not. Bui Lei has been here for too long, always with an ominous feeling. At the same time, Fuke Trican finally took action against Noyet Than Fong. Fuke Trican used her slender long legs to attack Noyet Than Fong. Red light flashed, not caring about exposing herself. Unexpectedly, Fuke Trican could also use TTN-Co with her legs. She has indeed made a lot of progress. Seizing this opportunity, Fuke Trican fired a silver needle. With a whoosh, she aimed straight for Yu Thuan Fong's heart. But unfortunately, every step was within Yu Thuan Fong's expectations. Although this move was powerful, it was completely neutralized by Yu Thuan Fong's protective force. He used both hands to tightly grip Fuke Trican's neck, violently pinning her down on the bed. Fuke Trican didn't understand why Yu Thuan Fong knew she would attack. It turned out that although Yu Thuan Fong was crude, he was also somewhat observant. He clearly remembered the door leading to the dungeon, which was rarely opened. Moreover, thanks to his destruction stagnation technique, he could see Infiltrating's circulating inner energy. Not just today, but every time he was intimate with Infiltrating, under her thin clothes, Yu Thuan Fong could see her energy flowing, which he couldn't resist. Yu Thuan Fong always took pleasure in this, saying, "You still remember the grudge of your husband, don't you? You've always known that I sent someone to kill him, haven't you? It's a pity, if we could practice her TTN Co, we would have solved the big problem long ago." Shooting silver needles is indeed very skillful, but under Fa Ti and Gung Tuet, it's all useless. However, at this very moment, the corner of Infiltrating's mouth curved up slightly, waiting for this opportunity. In this moment, the two seemed to look at each other without blinking. Infiltrating's eyes suddenly turned bloody red. The final Huyet Than Cham was unleashed. Noyet Than Fong clearly sensed his own Fa Ti and Gung Tuet inner energy rushing in. This was absolutely not the TTN Co he was familiar with. Noyet Than Fong felt like he fell into an illusion. A pair of huge blood-red hands tightly bound him. This inner energy was like a living creature. Moreover, it obstructed his meridians, gradually controlling him. Noyet Than Fong had to immediately cut it off. Using the Kim Jiapkin quiet protective technique, she was about to break Infiltrating's neck. However, her hands did the opposite action, releasing Infiltrating. Infiltrating seized the opportunity, kicking Noyet Than Fong's lower body. But Noyet Than Fong still had her lightning protective technique. As she had predicted, the first level of Huyet Than Cham couldn't fully control Noyet Than Fong's inner energy. To break Noyet Than Fong's Kim Jiapkin quiet, he had to use the ultimate move Tien Ko Not Kui. Suddenly, Infiltrating spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his pentagonal body crashing through the wall. His blade-wielding arm was motionless. Noyet Than Fong seized the opportunity and cut off both of Infiltrating's tightly bound arms. Infiltrating is free, no longer bound. Noyet Than Fong, with his vast knowledge, immediately realized that Kim Vu Ka was probably no longer here after seeing the Ngujiak Trang's facility. Infiltrating rubbed his hands and said, "I should thank Kim the director, he provided this powerful facility for Tu Kui Min Fu, much stronger than ordinary ones." But at that moment, Infiltrating felt a wave of heat in his dantian, gradually unable to suppress the thunder force. Noyet Than Fong was delighted. After all, obtaining the thunder pill from Infiltrating's body was no small feat, not something a few pills could suppress. This demon foremost disciple could control his innate true chi, but he made a grave mistake with his meridians. Given enough time, by altering the operation of his innate true chi, he would definitely be able to force it out. For now, he just needed to clarify the direction this true chi guided the body, and once he passed this period, it would be Infiltrating's death throes. Infiltrating also understood this principle. I must quickly deal with Noyet Than Fong before he adapts. Immediately after, I pierced my arm with a silver needle, forcibly suppressing the thunder elixir, preventing all invasions. Hien Tu also arrived at this time with Bui Lei, entering the final level, discovering Thuong Quan Dun Gu. In the secret passage, a lazy young woman lay on a thin silk cloth. Her jade-like hands rested on her flat stomach, her 10 slender and soft fingers like tiny flower petals, white with a touch of rosy blush, exquisitely charming. Covered by a thin honey-colored cloth, making her look even more petite and lovely. It was Thuong Quan Dun Gu. Bui Lei hurriedly clasped his hands and said, "Miss Shangchuan, I am an old friend of your father, following his orders to deliver this item to you." Shangchuan Diaoyu recognized at a glance that this was the small dagger her father made for her. Bui Lei seized the opportunity to explain his intention. "This is a token from Lady Shangchuan, she asked me to take you out. The manor is safe now, please leave with me quickly." With the token as proof, Bui Lei naturally gained Shangchuan Diaoyu's trust. He then asked, "Did you encounter the girl from our house whom Yushinfeng captured today?" Unexpectedly, Shangchuan Diaoyu had indeed met her, saying, "There was a spirited girl behind that man, is she your family's daughter?" Indeed. It was Kiyu Matli who was severely injured, but only unconscious due to the sedative given by Kim Wuchio. Seeing Kiyu Matli's wounds, Bui Lei secretly rejoiced. It seemed she had suffered greatly this time. A gory battle, it seems he suffered a great deal this time. Nan Su hurriedly waved his sword, cutting off the chains binding Gung Fai. This Gung Fai suddenly rejoiced upon seeing Nan Su, and shouted loudly, "You scoundrel, why did you come so late? Why are you standing there like a fool? This demon is gnawing at me, can't you see?" Suddenly, with a swish, Nan Su's sword instantly silenced Gung Fai. Bui Lei asked, "Shall we just tell the sect leader Chu that we couldn't find Gung Fai?" But for someone as duty-bound as Nan Su, doing so would mean failure. However, ambushing him would definitely aid in completing the mission. At this moment, Bui Lei suddenly heard the sounds of fighting, the clashing of swords and blades. The sounds were coming from the wall, not far from where they were. Bui Lei also sensed a faint trace of genuine energy, somewhat familiar, another unpredictable and changeable. This must be the innate genuine energy of Tsa Thian Ki and Noyet Thin Fong. Bui Lei was startled. Not good, no yet Thin Fong has returned. Moreover, he's right in the underground prison. We must retreat immediately. On the other side, Infiltrating was furiously controlling the human mechanism, attacking like a raging storm. No yet Thin Fong, borrowing the golden armor's protection, withstood each wave of Demon Lord's attacks, while gradually getting used to the disrupted meridians, even able to counterattack. He clearly sensed that time was running out. This final move must be all out. Infiltrating recklessly urged on, the human mechanism howling like a raging wind, demonic energy swirling. Using all his strength to control the humanoid machine, he fiercely attacked. This final strike with extreme speed continuously clashed with the Moon God's wind. The Moon God's wind silently praised the Wind King, but still firmly believed that once his true power was restored, these exquisite skills would be useless against absolute force. The Moon God's wind was seen waving his palm. A cracking sound rang out, breaking the neck of the humanoid machine. But the Moon God's wind forgot that this humanoid machine was a blood-sucking corpse. The severed head suddenly opened like a gaping bloody mouth, rushing straight towards the Moon God's wind's head. In his furious rage, the Moon God's wind was startled and hastily dodged. Unexpectedly, this strange thing clinging to me once again opened up, just like my father. Tightly seal Yut Sun Fong, temporarily restricting his movements for a short period. Yut Sun Fong himself was terrified. Even the indestructible golden battle armor needed time to recover, creating an opportunity for Infiltrating to win. Infiltrating flew into the air, the silver needles in his hands unwavering, aiming straight at Yut Sun Fong's fatal point. At this critical moment, Infiltrating suddenly felt excruciating pain throughout his body. Electricity scattered all over him, as if he had entered a state of chaotic blood and energy flow. Opportunities are fleeting. Yut Sun Fong grasped Infiltrating's robe with one hand, and with the other, grabbed the mechanism of his humanoid body. Forcefully flung it outward like a cannonball, slamming it hard into Infiltrating's body. The impact caused Infiltrating fell down in agony. No yet Thin Fong laughed coldly and said, I have cultivated the Tianxin True Qi, and mastered the Tiger Form Star Essence technique. How could I let you, a petty person, overturn the boat in the ditch? I will let you know that mortals will forever remain mortals, and can only be trampled underfoot by true power. No yet Thin Fong stepped on Infiltrating's back and grabbed his hair, pulling him closer. He didn't seem to want to absorb the true Qi. No yet Thin Fong whispered in Infiltrating's ear, as soon as I move my finger, the thunder trapped in your body will start burning. Burning until your bones melt and flesh rots. This process will be 10 times more painful than what your husband went through in the Shuyan AMC. However, I remember that the thunder I planted in your body years ago also contained the genuine fire jade pill technique. When the day comes for you to break the seal, I can reclaim this true Qi, and perhaps even uncover the millennium-old secret. Let me cripple you and throw you to Sano. Infiltrating had lost all thoughts of escape and the strength to struggle. He couldn't control himself and let out a miserable scream. No yet Thin Fong whispered in his ear again, that said, it's not certain it will be like that. When I used this technique on your aunt years ago, it was only 60% effective, yet it left her paralyzed and in constant pain. Do you want to try and see if you can endure more than that foolish aunt of yours? But at that moment, a spiritual mechanism flew towards No yet Thin Fong. It was Bui Lei was wielding the divine thought sword to break through the air, truly a hero rescuing a beauty. At this moment, Infiltrating was panting heavily, her originally pale face now devoid of any color, only a sickly white remaining, as if she was about to stop breathing. Bui Lei placed the divine thought sword horizontally in front of his chest and solemnly said, Miss Min has asked me to convey her words to you, to preserve your inner energy well, for she will come to take it sooner or later. These words further enraged No yet Thin Fong. He coldly said, Lam Yuyan's absence and the deliberate mention of Min Tuetni is just an attempt to distract me. Young yet so crafty, a pity your strength is lacking. Do you think he really dares to settle the score with me? The previous heavenly thunder has given him quite a hard time. Do you think he'll spare you? He only sees you as Lam Yuyan's substitute. You're smart, tell me his whereabouts, and I'll let you live. Bui Lei didn't expect this old fox to be unaffected by his words, fortunately confirming that he too doesn't know Miss Min's location. Bui Lei immediately replied, Get out of my way, and I'll tell you Miss Min's whereabouts after leaving. No yet Thin Fong sealed Bui Lei's movements, swiftly pulling the unconscious Infiltrating towards him. As his hands touched Infiltrating's body, he unleashed his lightning seal. Infiltrating's frail body was embraced by Bui Lei, but immediately after, the lightning seal within her body raged violently. Bui Lei clearly felt, if it's not resolved in time, even the great Lajin immortal will find it hard to save him. Last time, Moon God Peak was drawn into the Void Realm by Lim Yankio, harboring a grudge. This time, he must eliminate the person in front of him. Even if he doesn't have to deal with Moon God Peak, Bui Lei may not be able to resolve this powerful lightning seal. In this critical moment, Moon God Peak unleashed a palm strike. Boy Lei hugged Fu Trican to evade. Moon God Peak struck with his palm. Boy Lei hugged Fu Tri tightly, struggling to dodge. Then he moved to the corner of the lightning seal formation, the center of the spell. Next, he moved to the center of the lightning seal formation. The scorching heat made Boy Lei unable to even hold his sword steadily, almost completely losing his ability to act. Noyet Than Fong had now firmly grasped the advantage, and said, "Did you rely on the divine translation technique to probe my actions? I taught you this ultimate skill. But relying solely on it, how long can you resist? Bring out the insect you used to attack me in Luan City, perhaps there's still a glimmer of survival." Boy Lei let out a cold laugh. Through the world-breaking mirror, Noyet Than Fong had seen through the weakness of the divine translation technique. From the beginning, he had looked down on Boy Lei and only pretended to cooperate because of the secret of the demonic sword. But now that he had found Vu Quiet Trang, Noyet Than Fong harbored murderous intent. He laughed coldly and said, "The lightning reversal, entering the body, will cause your body to explode and die. It's only a matter of time. The difference between you and me is like heaven and earth. Crushing you is as easy as crushing a piece of tofu." Boy Lei gritted his teeth. Throughout his life, he had always been oppressed by others. He thought he had become a character capable of changing the situation. But this time, why did he have to take the risk of returning? Just because of Trin, because of Miss Trin. Noyet Than Fong, that despicable little man. Out of affection, or admiring Lady Trin's intelligent and resolute schemes. Boy Lei finally understood, the sword in tofu, he, Boy Lei, wanted to become a sword. To rescue Lady Trin from the demonic clutches of that lecherous villain. Boy Lei gripped the divine leg sword tightly, his speed suddenly increased, slashing swiftly like the wind. His recovery rate returned to normal. Moon God Wind dared not use the world-breaking mirror to observe Boy Lei anymore. Not only was thunder forbidden gone from Boy Lei's body, even divine shift technique and inner energy had disappeared. Moon God Wind hastily unleashed a bolt of lightning. Boy Lei suddenly spun in mid-air. He neutralized the attack. At this moment, Boy Lei's mind was clear of distractions. Even if crushed, I must risk death to bite you. An unhesitating, peerless, delightful slash attacked from all directions. Moon God Wind. Unable to dodge, he could only rely on the armor-protecting seal technique to block the divine leg saber. Moon Deity Wind was astonished. This little brat, with just a few sabers, is already powerful enough to be called the master of the martial world. It's a pity you met me. Moon Deity Wind shouted loudly, gathering powerful lightning in front of his chest, knocking Boy Lei away. The divine leg saber also left his hand again. Boy Lei hurriedly used the flexible skin Dan technique. With a clinking sound, the divine leg saber flew back. Boy Lei manipulated his inner energy again, preventing Moon Deity Wind from seeing through with the world-breaking bright mirror. This technique was illusory yet real, with intricate moves, but his inner strength was not pure enough. Although under the world-breaking bright mirror, these illusory moves of Boy Lei had no effect. Boy Lei's progress had become a threat to Moon Deity Wind. The person in front of him must be eliminated. Moon Deity Wind grabbed Boy Lei's arm with one hand. Lightning struck like a blazing fire. In an instant, Boy Lei felt a numbing sensation. This was the fifth lightning strike. At this moment, Boy Lei felt the breath of death. This feeling of being close to death, Boy Lei had experienced before, but this time it was different. And in an instant, he flashed back to the past images. The deadly lightning strike appeared in his mind. It was that powerful shockwave that shattered the energy shield behind his back. The shockwave tore his clothes to shreds. Looking at Boy Lei in front of him, his whole body in pain, as if he had lost all his strength, his breath gradually weakening. I only heard Noyet Than Fong coldly say, "With the 5-degree thunder sealing techniques, you won't survive. From now on, there will be no one named Boy Lei in the Zhenghu anymore." Fu Tri hurriedly ran towards Boy Lei, but Boy Lei was sucked into the thunder sealing formation and exploded. Noyet Than Fong laughed coldly. "The fire of the essence can be cured. I have cultivated the innate true chi for over 10 years, it's not something you can touch. I'm already surprised that you weren't blown to pieces. As for you, Fu Tri, your only value now is for me to experiment on. If I can retrieve the fire seed I planted in your body, I'll find a way to cultivate the fire jade pellet technique myself. Borrowing the purine bloodlines of the women around here, I can reach an unimaginable realm." Right at this moment, Tang Quan Xiaonan hurriedly came to report that he had just discovered 2 suspicious women appearing on the dais, wearing outfits that seemed to be Q Can and Thuang Quan Man knew along with Thursday. Kung Fai. Noyet Xin Fong was shocked in his heart, thinking that waste Kin Vo Ka has revealed everything. Fook Trican must have used some trick. He immediately grabbed Shan Quan Xiaoyan's spiritual energy, loudly asking them if they had a metal ball. Shan Quan Xiaoyan didn't notice. He decided to go and check himself, leaving Shang Quan Xiaoyan to watch over the two injured people, warning them that they were carrying heavy lightning, best not to touch it. Bui Lai was about to be struck by lightning, about to enter the golden core stage. No need to care about him, it seems Fu Triken was stimulated, don't let him die, I'll go for a bit and come back. Shang Quan Xiaoyan looked at the beautiful woman lying on the ground in front of him, his evil thoughts arose, he smiled lecherously and said, "If you beg the master again, you won't get anything. It's better to satisfy me, I'm also a host, I can put in a good word for you." Just as Shang Quan Xiaoyan's demonic hand was about to reach Fu Triken, a kick flew over, hitting Shang Quan Xiaoyan, he fell to the ground, his mouth full of broken teeth. Just now he almost got kicked to death, he deserved it. This is similar to Nguyen Thua Thuong. Bui Lai fired a few absorbing stones. Taking advantage of the chaos, he hugged Fu Triken and ran away. Fu Triken's body was indescribably soft, and the two were tightly pressed together, with an irresistible warmth. As Bui Lai touched his chest, a wave of warmth rushed into his mouth, gathering and forming a sweet lingering taste, licking with his tongue the soft, snow-white flesh, smooth as the wind, delicate as powder, clinging yet not sticking, truly exquisite. Bui Lai took advantage of the chaos to hug Fu Triken and run away, moreover, continuously absorbing the lightning energy from his body. Fu Triken was astonished that this lightning didn't harm Bui Lai. Bui Lai said he didn't know why either, but he could. "It's because the moonlight demon struck my body with lightning, causing some kind of transformation to the holy relic within me." Then he showed something soft and flowing like a stream of flesh to Fu Triken. Fu Triken could hardly believe this was the true form of the holy relic. When the moonlight demon struck Bui Lai's body with lightning, Bui Lai thought he couldn't suppress it. But soon after, he found that the lightning had disappeared. At that time, Bui Lai didn't pay much attention, but later when he was severely injured by Ai Lan Na, he felt the lightning had severed some of his meridians. And right then, Bui Lai clearly felt a being like a spirit absorbing the lightning. Not only that, he even felt it was healing his injured meridians, but it wasn't just absorbing the lightning, it was also absorbing Bui Lai's true chi. At this point, Bui Lai's true chi was gradually weakening, and he could hardly circulate it, so he hurriedly asked, "Miss Fook, what exactly is this holy relic?" Fu Triken suddenly remembered the 5 elemental demons, attracting heavenly lightning, giving birth to a holy relic. To maintain the pure-blooded demon lineage. No wonder it absorbed the lightning. In fact, the 5 elemental demons didn't describe much about the holy relic, but Fu Triken had heard that her father, who disliked clan affairs, he only likes to search for ancient books and meticulously study the history of East Xingzhou. His main research focus is on the origins of the 5 sacred relics of the diggers, as he wants to explore the bloodline mystery of the diggers. According to this book, the relics were created by a true dragon transforming into living beings. It sounds like some deity wanted to help the true dragon preserve its bloodline. The 5 diggers selected pregnant women, whose male descendants would have pure bloodlines. If this story is true, this deity was really kind and compassionate. Bui Lai couldn't help but wonder if this relic would treat him as a vessel. But then again, if it weren't for this, he might have died. In any case, it's still useful. Fu Triken still didn't understand. "You, Bui Lai, could have taken Nanzu and the others and run away, but why did you come back to face death?" Bui Lai also. Because he saw the aura of a prince on Fu Triken, which that Thursday had taught him about. The aura of a prince, back then he only heard that Thursday talk about it. That year, Lam Vin's homepage brought a sword that looked formidable, the Han Steel sword, with extraordinary power, causing Lam Jiakvan to gain a lot of damage. Anyone who picked up the sword. But that Thursday said this sword has a long hilt, using the prince's aura, not caring about healing but only wanting to attack, as if worshipping creation. That Thursday said that year that this sword was specially created to assist, with meticulous calculations, every line was single-mindedly aimed at killing, completely disregarding the life and death of the sword wielder. It seemed sharp, brave, and invincible, but in reality, it was limited and easy to be defeated. The sword was originally harmless, but with a few extra lines, it made the wielder unable to harmonize with it. So even if it was a peerless divine weapon, in the hands of an ordinary person casually wielded, it was only. Even an ordinary steel blade, if it could merge with the sword, could also become a life-saving treasure sword. Even if it's just a firewood sword, it could cut through this murderous sword. Killing seems easy but often fails, while survival requires more unwavering determination. Capable of doing the unimaginable. At that time, when Bui Lai saw Hahon Tu using Fa the Ngung Tuet, he knew it would be difficult for Fu Triken to ambush Lac Tranfong. He turned back, not wanting to die in vain. At this point, the two people, Bui Lai, had reached the water gate. Most of Fu Triken's kinetic energy has been absorbed by Bui Lai. Currently, although he can't move much, he can barely operate his organs. He has arranged on the city wall. As long as he leaves the city wall, he can escape. The two of them jumped down the water gate, the cold water touching their bodies, Infiltrating finally made up his mind. Heading in that direction. Ngujiak Trang, outer wall. Hack. Leet, the two crawled out from the well. Unexpectedly there was an ambush at the well. Bui Lei took the opportunity to shoot 3 silver needles of the Kintan, breaking through the siege in the chaos. The guards saw this, and quickly blew the Thu Tu and Bok Tu Kim on the watchtower, then shot towards their own people. All of this was ordered by Kim Vu Ka. He had been captured by Infiltrating earlier, took control, and that's why Bui Lei was able to. He successfully broke through the encirclement. But maneuvering the new Y needles, it also caused the already seriously injured Infiltrating to cough up another mouthful of blood. Just then, Bui Lei felt someone chasing him. 5 miles east of here, there's a pass. Could borrow the water channel. But at this moment, the flesh-like water on Bui Lei's body grew wildly, as if a seal had been broken. The more Bui Lei circulated his qi, the more vigorously it grew. This, Noyet Than Fong chased after him. He leaped up, 2 fingers condensed into a sword, striking directly at Bui Lei. Bui Lei evaded. The flesh stream also lost control, growing wildly. Bui Lei manipulated the new Y Zam of Infiltrating. Noyet Than Fong held a sword in his hand, enraged to the extreme, gritting his teeth and saying, "What have you done to the sacred object? That little brat survived my time-space thunderstrike?" At this point, Bui Lei's eyes gradually dimmed, the flesh stream had spread throughout his body, and the pink in his eyes gradually emerged. Bui Lei once again entered his stone sea. The stone sea was no longer calm, filled with raging pink radiance everywhere. The void seemed to take him as the center. He didn't know why. This scene was very similar to the situation after the failure of the seizing immortality great ritual. As if that thing with the remaining divine consciousness was struggling with him, but more intense than the previous seizing immortality great ritual. Voiceless said, this time it probably didn't want to completely devour this divine consciousness. That remaining divine consciousness couldn't control the body by itself, so it wanted to coexist with Bui Lei. Moreover, what was more noteworthy was that black shadow above. Bui Lei looked up. That black shadow was the silhouette he saw in his dream. That silhouette had been constantly appearing in his dreams since he learned ironsmithing. Voiceless had also seen it before, but it was very difficult to recall afterwards. If the spherical angel was not controlled, this angel's space would have been used to resist external forces. But its current state does not seem to be resisting, but rather submitting to external forces to achieve symbiosis. Moreover, Bui Lei always felt that he and that thing had known each other before. Infiltrating also did not know what was happening to Bui Lei, only sensing that his vital energy was rapidly dissipating. But he no longer had subjective consciousness. Noyet Than Fong also discovered this through Fathy and Gung Tuet, and hurriedly rushed over. He wanted to risk his life to dodge Bui Lei's weapons, but unexpectedly, no matter how he tried to evade, Bui Lei was suddenly bound by chains. Kui Dao succeeded in stopping this attack. It could be seen that Bui Lei kept his gaze fixed, with a faint red glow appearing in his Chuan Tin pupils. This was the effect of Infiltrating's blood chains on him. Bui Lei circulated his inner energy, barely avoiding this strike. Fortunately, at this moment, the remaining power of Infiltrating was still in effect. In his heart, he really wanted Bui Lei to survive. Infiltrating pleaded painfully in his heart, Bui Lei, use my last bit of strength, execute your most powerful move, and force Noyet Than Fong back. You must survive. Whether it was due to Infiltrating's pleas or Bui Lei's instinctive actions in danger, Bui Lei reflexively took a stance that even Noyet Than Fong dared not underestimate. Noyet Than Fong hastily executed the Kok Tan Sat Tuet. This was the only 7th deadly strike of the 10 styles of Nam Ho Lo, the sword strike. Once this move was unleashed, nothing could stop it. Countless souls perished under this strike, too many to count. The razor-sharp sword energy, condensed into form, struck directly at Bui Lei. Bui Lei's body was like a cannonball. He shot outwards. Noyet Than Fong discovered a hole in his chest. With his powerful divine consciousness in Kok Tan Sat Tuet, he couldn't figure out how Bui Lei did it. Fortunately, Bui Lei's inner strength was currently in chaos, otherwise, the strongest move of Kok Tan Sat Tuet, which had never failed before, even the one called Noyet Ca couldn't break it. But today it failed. As Noyet Than Fong was stunned, Bui Lei suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. But Hoa Ly Chao seemed to be healing his wound. Bui Lei hurriedly got up. Infiltrating fell down, landing in a fishing boat. Infiltrating was anxious, her slender legs powerless and dangling. Her whole body trembling, gradually disappearing, her breathing getting faster and faster. Bui Lei hurriedly checked. An old fisherman slowly approached and respectfully asked, "Excuse me, are you the one selling fish? I only have 1 or 2 fish left today, please come back tomorrow, sir." Bui Lei was embarrassed, not expecting the old fisherman to show up, and he wasn't paying attention. But if Noyet then Fong followed him, wouldn't it implicate this old fisherman? At this point, Bui Lei could only grit his teeth and say, "Old man, I've already rented this boat. Hurry and leave, someone is about to come." As soon as Bui Lei finished speaking, he heard a howling wind behind him, and an indescribable heavy pressure descended upon them. It felt like a landslide or an earthquake. Bui Lei pushed the old man away, telling him to leave quickly, but the old man stood frozen, staring at the black figure. In midair, a massive black figure, about 100 meters tall, descended from the sky, occupying his entire field of vision, like a demon descending upon the world. Bui Lei sighed helplessly. He had no way to retreat, and moreover, this technique of Noyet then Fong caused the surrounding air to converge towards him. Even if the one executing the technique, even if it's not Moon God style, one must admire that he can practice swordsmanship to this level, truly formidable. The second ultimate move of Moon God style, lingering Hong Stream, like the flower mountain collapsing, cloud-splitting single sword breaks the sky. A blinding white light flashes before Bui Lei. His body begins to fly backwards. His whole body aches painfully, extremely struggling, but in his heart, there's a bit of joy. At least he has neutralized Moon God style's inner force. Even the old demon Truong Vien would praise him for that move. This strike knocks Bui Lei off the boat, gradually losing consciousness. In his dazed state, Moon God style comes onto the boat, unknown what happened then. The night fell, leaving only a small boat floating on the water. Waking up again in the early morning, Bui Lei slowly opened his eyes, recalling that he had been seriously injured by Noyet then Fong, yet now he had recovered 7 or 8 parts, couldn't help but suspect this pearl had saved him. Hurriedly looking at Infiltrating beside him, now her breath was faint, her inner energy chaotic. Noyet then Fong's strike was not an ordinary thunderbolt, but a thunderbolt mixed with primordial true energy. This true energy had connected with her entire body. Now the thunderbolt was taken away by Noyet then Fong, and she was forced to circulate the true energy, fearing she might have suffered internal injuries. If this continued, Infiltrating would be blown up by her own true energy. After pondering, Bui Lei had no choice but to recklessly use primordial true energy to form a young pill at the same position for her. Bui Lei placed his hands on Infiltrating's dantian. Relying on the experience of the 2 previous times he dispelled the thunderbolts, guiding the true energy in order, gradually beginning to form the pill in her body. But at this moment, footsteps were heard approaching the boat from outside. Someone came closer to the boat. A woman stepped onto the boat, tall and slender, wearing a deep red outfit, as beautiful as a distant mountain. Her silver red cloak, bright red long dress, red belt, long red scarf touching the ground, thin light red sleeves. Her long, slender legs moved gracefully, with a beautiful appearance. She had 3 parts masculine charm, 3 parts seductive charm, the breathtakingly beautiful Wan Li Feng Jiang Nian Honghe, the second elder of the Water Moon Hall. Seeing Nian Honghe, Bui Lei finally felt relieved in his heart. But the misunderstanding arose from there. Bui Lei's tall figure, dressed in men's clothes, had his hand on Fu Zhijing's body, making people inevitably associate it with an intimate scene between the two. Before he could explain, the numb sensation from channeling energy to Fu Zhijing overwhelmed him again. His eyes. He fell and collapsed in front of Nim Hong Ha. Nim Hong Ha was momentarily at a loss. So he took them both back to the main ship, planning to let the Grand Mentor decide. The main ship was spacious and comfortable. Bui Lei comfortably lay down to rest, and didn't wake up until a long time later. The maid beside him said, "Young master, your name is Bui Lei, right? The senior elder said your injury isn't serious, just a bit of weakness." Bui Lei rubbed his head, asking how he ended up at Water Moon Palace instead of the little forest outside Five Corner Courtyard. It turned out this was the waters outside Moon City. Water Moon Palace set off from where the Dragon River meets the sea, following the coast northward. This journey was personally led by the sect leader, with the aim of attending the Triclarity Dharma Assembly. The senior elder led the advance party northward to scout the situation, discovering Bui Lei and Infiltrating's small boat. On the river journey, there is a rule that jade boats cannot ignore those in mortal danger. Bui Lei hurriedly inquired about the situation of that young lady. The maid said that young lady had regained consciousness and was currently changing clothes in the back room. Shortly, she would invite the gentleman to the main hall for tea, and conveniently inquire about what had happened. This conversation was clearly overheard by Nim Hong Ha standing outside the door, but in the end, she did not enter. She gripped the handkerchief in her hand tighter. In the main hall, Bui Lei expressed his deep gratitude to the elder for saving his life, sincerely saying, "I have an important personal matter that I cannot disclose my identity. Previously, I was severely injured and was rescued by the Water Moon Palace, a great kindness that I cannot forget." Huatsugi took a sip of tea and continued, "According to Mr. Bui Lei, the Moon God Peak and Little Spirit River pursued you too. Your small boat drifting to the pond is understandable. However, the Little Spirit River and the pond are quite a distance apart, yet your small boat drifted here undamaged, which is truly miraculous. Bui Lei pretended to ponder this, saying, indeed, it is very strange. I was unconscious at the time, so I do not know the details. I don't know what happened either. The last strike from Noyet Than Fong, if it wasn't for this protective sword, I would have lost my life. Hua Tu Gi. Dam Qianho said, the 8 Emperor's sword, Noyet Than Fong, Bui Lei is truly a heroic youth, not many people in the Jianghu can confront him directly. Tell me. Then he took out the then named sword from his sleeve. Bui Lei couldn't help but wonder how this sword ended up in sect leader Hua's hands. It turned out that when he discovered Little Truyan, this sword was stuck on Little Truyan's head. Which was why Little Truyan was so extraordinary. At this moment, Fuck-Triken pushed open the door and came out, wearing Neem Hongha's clothes. Fuck-Triken chose a shiny golden silk dress, paired with a red gold brocade cloak, her hair tied up high and adorned with a jade hairpin. Neem Hongha's clothes accentuated Fuck-Trikena's charming beauty even more. Even a loose, baggy outfit couldn't conceal her slender figure, instead adding to her allure. Seeing Fuck-Triken in this outfit, Hua Tu Gi smiled, his voice gentle, praising Miss Fuck for her good taste. This was a gift from second elder Tonghang. Fuck-Triken hastily said upon hearing this, so it was a gift from second elder brother. I'm so embarrassed. I hope second elder brother won't blame me. Neem Hongha glanced at Fuck-Triken, then sat down beside her senior sister, her cheeks flushed red. Although she said she was fine, her hands clenched tightly on the hem of her robe, gripping it tighter and tighter. Fuck-Triken, because of her tight-fitting attire, slightly bowed to pay respects to Bui Lei. Honorable Sir Bui Lei, is my father all right? Elder brother Hua didn't know that my true identity is Noyet Tan Duai. My father was harmed by evil people. I could only rely on my medicine peddler uncle to survive day by day. That day at Madalan, I met Honorable Sir, and you helped me punish the evildoers, clearing my father's name. Little did I expect that your enemy was also that evil person. When that villain couldn't find you, he kidnapped me instead. You risked your life to rescue me, and fortunately elder brother intervened. Please help me. If not, I will be forever grateful to you for sacrificing yourself for me. I really don't know what to do. I'm so thankful for being saved. Saying that, tears welled up in her eyes. Bui Lei gaped, couldn't help but admire in his heart. She lied without changing her expression. If I were someone else, I would have been deceived. Hua Tsuengi calmly said after hearing, it seems you and Mr. Bui Lei have some destiny. What are your plans after this, Miss Fuke? Fuke T. sighed softly, now that I've repaid your kindness, I just want to go home soon and reunite with my uncle, to repay his kindness for raising me. Hua Tsuengi then said, if so, Miss Fuke can rest assured to recover. When the boat arrives in Yuezhou City, Miss Fuke can leave. Hua Tsuengi wanted to take Bui Lei to meet someone. Hua Tsuengi's beauty and composure made it impossible to see through her. Bui Lei could only rely on his innate divination skills to sense the vague danger. Not long after, Hua Tsuengi led Bui Lei to a small boat. Hua Ziji wore a light blue silk dress, accentuating her long, slender legs. She walked gracefully, her dark hair tied up, her fair skin as smooth as jade. One could imagine her softness and elasticity like clouds, every movement exuding charm. Her body curves were taut and round, like a painting. Her delicate brows and bright black eyes still captivated. Bui Lei jumped off the small boat, saying he would row. But Hua Ziji said the Honorable Bui Lei must be tired from the long journey, so she would row instead. As for whom they were going to meet, Hua Ziji kept it a secret, only saying the person's identity was inconvenient to disclose, and Bui Lei would understand when the time came. Hua Ziji rowed the boat gently, yet it moved swiftly, her strength truly extraordinary. On the way, Hua Ziji asked, you haven't appeared in the Jianghu for a long time and have been in seclusion at home. As soon as I emerged from seclusion, I appeared at the Watermoon Pavilion. What does the Honorable Bui Lei think of that? Bui Lei indifferently replied, I'm not really sure about this, it must be a coincidence. Hua Ziji then asked, then was it also a coincidence that you gifted that Song Ngo sword to Wan Jieyin Shang? Bui Lei seemed to sense a clue. He said immediately, that Song No sword was made by Elder Tong Hang of your sect, I just followed orders. Hua Tsuengi still said slowly, doesn't Mr. Bui Lei know that last year, Nyak Fai Hang betrayed us and stole the demon saber, severely injuring our master who has since gone into seclusion? Now that the demon saber has resurfaced and the powers are moving again, I must. From Wan Keep to Tianwen, you have had the most dealings with the demon saber, so for me, investigating through you is the best option. For instance, does that Miss Fuke have any relation to the demon saber, and did you two exchange demon saber tokens as members of the Teituan? According to the martial code, threatening a deity is a crime. Where is she now? Bui Lei knew he could no longer hide upon hearing this. He hurriedly explained, please understand, Headmaster, Miss Fuke has trouble she doesn't want to reveal her identity for, but I can assure you she has nothing to do with the demon saber. Moreover, I think the Taehuan people and us are not so different after all. It was only now that Bui Lei realized. Hua Tsuenji had deliberately brought him to this desolate place to inquire about the demon saber. He saw Hua Tsuenji put down the wine jar and added calmly, "What you say may be true, but your involvement with Hong and I concerns me. You know, our sect regards Hong and I as the heir and has groomed him, while Tua Twin and the demon saber are the reasons our sect is in crisis." Hua Tsuenji fingered the small exquisite Bodhi beads, then after a while, looked up and calmly said, "I have taken over as headmaster for 10 years now without killing anyone. Today I was forced to take action, and I am truly uneasy." Though Hua Zigi's tone was gentle, her imposing manner was like surging waves, soft as silk yet firm as steel. Bui Lei hurriedly practiced the divine desire technique, focused his mind, and condensed a powerful sword aura in his palm. Using the Guanyin hand technique, Bui Lei swiftly drew a sword beam towards Hua Zigi. It was a famous yet ineffective move, but he didn't hold back. Hua Zigi casually stomped her foot, sending her cane of discipline flying midair. "Let's see if you can withstand my jade sword style water moon unbroken stream." Hua Zigi inhaled deeply, stomped her foot, as if detaching from the mortal world, graceful yet extraordinary. She didn't just exude a terrifying pressure, but didn't reveal a hint of her power either. Her sword moves flowed smoothly, light as a breeze. She gradually stomped her feet, her figure drifting, every move filled with unpredictable chaos, like a towering mountain, steady as a rock. Bui Lei stared blankly at Tru Yen Lo spinning rapidly, transforming into 3 divine desire trees, unable to sense which one was the original. At this moment, none of the techniques Bui Lei understood could dispel such a simple move. As Bui Lei was unsure how to proceed, a surge of inner energy struck from within Tru Yen Lo. With the inner energy's reinforcement, Bui Lei relied on the Jade Force technique, using a fierce and deadly move to confront the sword strike, barely managing to dispel it. "A young fellow like you can withstand the void freezing realm." Hua Tsugi ignored the praise, merely saying, "The key to this move is the sword being like a pure lamp. Talin has attained a divine weapon, which nearly defies heaven and earth, instantly transforming into an extreme realm. The movement is subtle but rapidly coalesces, ultimately forming. This is the pure lamp of the void realm transitioning into the motion realm, where the lethal move's greatest power is lost. The immense force, reaching an extreme, becomes extremely difficult to withstand in an instant." At this moment, Bui Lei's back was completely exposed, yet he suddenly stood still, not dodging, until the Tru Yen Lo turned into a sword and stopped less than an inch behind his back, his eyes still fixed on Hua Zigi's graceful face. "Have the Jianghu changed so many people that they are not afraid to die, or do you really think I won't kill?" Hua Zigi spoke softly. "Years ago, I created this Tai Hu Tan Dang, and my master said I could unleash but not retrieve it. I studied for 10 years, and made it enter the state of unleashing and retrieving at will. Isn't this the will of heaven?" Bui Lei sweated profusely, turned and said, "I bet that the second chief's failure was due to Conan. It was my negligence. Earlier, I saw Bai Ni wielding a wooden sword to strike people. So I truly thought he wanted to kill me and silence me. Why would the Dai Trem sect use a wooden sword instead of a real one?" Hua Zigi waved her hand to retrieve the Tru Yen Lo. "To remain calm while facing the Tai Hu Tan Dang, you truly deserve to know the name Yu Dao. Just now, I intentionally left a flaw in my technique. If you had used your sword to counterattack, I would not have shown mercy." Hua Zigi said slowly, "I can temporarily trust you, but my words are not to be taken lightly. The 13 major realms of Lao Tan Fong, since the appearance of Yu Dao, have not progressed any further. I trust you, but I don't believe that all the recent events were merely coincidental. Bui Lei, if you truly want to get involved in this matter, before the truth comes to light, keep your distance from Hong Nhi. This is my only request for you." As the daughter of the Northern Commander and the future leader of the Water Moon Palace, Bui Lei cannot disobey. Without waiting for Bui Lei's response, Hua Zigi pointed towards the study room. "The person who wants to see you is right there. I'm ordered to lead you there. And this person is the East Sea Taoist, Li Dai, Huang Jinzhong, Daicheng Tu Jianji." An old man sat before a desk, surrounded by piles of documents as high as half a person, stacked disorderly, yet not at all messy, as if following a unique order. The old man, dressed in a long robe, merely glanced up before lowering his head again. His hands never stopped moving, drawing maps, then casually opening 3 topographic maps, his brush never pausing. Though the old man sat motionless, not a moment was wasted in idleness. When Bui Lei arrived at Luan City that year, he often heard Quach Thai Chui telling stories. The story said that the 5th emperor, the founding emperor, could be described as earth-shaking and heaven-shaking. He ascended to the heavens to capture the constellations, descended into the ocean to kill the Dragon King, seized the imperial sword, and even ceded the throne to others. But there was one person who dared to question him. That was one of the 2 great military commanders who shook the eastern state, the current Donghai Dao master, Taichung Tu Qinji. Others said he was cruel and bloodthirsty, but the Donghai was dissatisfied, not knowing that his former title was Long Ban Martial Emperor. The emperor's position was also obtained with his support. In conquering the world. Unexpectedly, the legendary figure was now sitting in front of him, and Bui Lei couldn't help but feel tense. Are you Bui Lei? I heard that Hang Thursday on sent you to Bai Chung Shan to find me. What did he ask you to do? An old voice rang out in the room. Although I tried my best, the experiment was lost because of me, and I failed to complete the mission assigned by the second director. If the demon blade causes chaos, it's only natural for the old Tai Chang to punish me. Bui Lei immediately decided to bravely admit his mistake, saying that he failed to keep the demon blade, and was willing to accept punishment. Are you willing to risk your life to find the demon sword for Tai Shang? That's the 8 Emperor Swords, Yu Xin Feng. You still want to say? Before he could finish, he was cut off by Taiyao Kim Chi. If it's just the demon sword, you don't need to say anymore. As far as I know, the artifact is no longer in Yu Xin Feng's possession. Bui Lei was startled. How did this Taiyao Tai Shang know? Taiyao Kim Chi had clearly investigated Yu Xin Feng thoroughly, even knowing about Bui Lei's affairs at the Water Moon Hall. If he wasn't mistaken, Yu Xin Feng had handed over the experiment to Mok Lung No. If it fell into his hands, unless he didn't need it, no one else could hope to get it back. Bui Lei asked worriedly, does Tai Shang know that Yu Xin Feng stole the dragon and switched the phoenix at the Five-Cornered Manor? The old man finally lost patience and stopped. Talented people all talk about the great affairs of the world. What you think is important may not be so in the eyes of others. Believe me, Mok Long No may not understand the demon sword. But he understands the human heart. With a Yu Xin Feng in his hands, it won't cause any waves. Compared to losing the demon sword artifact, it may be even more troublesome. From Tu Kiamchi's mouth, Bui Lei learned that the Wan Keep that Dam Qian Ho took from Luan Tan was robbed by Tian La Tuong at Lam Zhang Tran. At this moment, Bui Lei finally understood why Hua Tugi had inquired about him. It seems that behind this Yudao chaos, there are still shadows of Kichbin. Bui Lei hurriedly asked, Old Dai Tan, what should we do next? Currently, in the eyes of these great figures, I have no weight at all. This little one is basically not included in the plan to deal with Yudao. This time, calling me here is just to inform me about the future events. I don't need to get involved. The Tam Sin Luan FAP conference is about to be held at CUC Fong Jia. Ko Tianoi must be present. At this time, he and Hang Thursday on have arrived at Noyet then. You, Bui Lei, should just go back. Bui Lei recalled the experiences of the past few days, and naturally didn't want to just leave like that, so he told the senior Lam John that he has heard a lot about the characteristics of Yudao, and is willing to pass them on to Dai Tan. These words struck a chord with Tu Kim Ji, who coldly said, Did Noyan tell you about the demon saber? Tu Kim Ji threw a book to Bui Lei. This book recorded everything related to the demon saber, including detailed illustrations and characteristics, but this was only a brief summary, with much more detailed information available. Bui Lei couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Since the old Dai Chang knew so much, why didn't he take charge of the situation and resolve the enmity between Qi Gong and Quan Hai Tian Men? If he had, perhaps Senior Lin wouldn't have died. Tu Kim Ji pointed to the blanket covering his legs, saying that his legs had been paralyzed for over a year. That day, an unexpected incident occurred, and he urgently had to transport the experiment to Lingquan Temple, so it wasn't the best time to reveal this publicly. Seeing that Bui Lei understood, he immediately revealed his inherent arrogant expression. Alright, everything has been said, you can go now. Bui Lei respectfully performed the formalities and left. As Lam left, Tu Kim Ji seemed to casually ask, did Engui Vuam mention the 6 heroes invited by the demon sect for the final holy war? Bui Lei suddenly remembered that dream, but in the end, he didn't mention it because after all, it was just a dream. At this moment, Bui Lei felt as if the burden on his shoulders had been lifted, leaving a sense of emptiness in his heart. He dragged his heavy steps back to the deck. On the deck, Hua Zigi was using a feather fan to cover her face, her black hair flowing like a waterfall down her back, her slender waist like a willow, resembling a celestial fairy. Seeing Bui Lei coming out, she stood up with a faint smile. Bui Lei said softly, Thank you, master, for waiting so long. Hua Zigi nodded slightly. With a faint smile, the two boarded a small boat. Hua Zigi said he wanted to take him to a small tavern ahead. It was a gathering place for sailors. Mu Zihai used to like going there. Didn't Mr. Bui want to drink? Hua Zi chuckled lightly, no need to be polite, he said and walked ahead. Bui Lei tried to avoid the rowdy crowd, his slender legs peeking out from beneath his clothes, his calves delicate and jade-like. As the wind blew, a glimpse of fair skin was exposed. Utterly alluring. Hua Zi led Bui Lei into the tavern filled with drunken sailors. Suddenly seeing someone like Hua Zi, vulgar remarks rang out. Bui Lei was enraged. But Hua Ziyi stopped him, saying that Louis Fenkai's men were still looking for him, and not to draw attention over a trivial matter. Apparently, Hua Ziyi was unperturbed and paid no heed to the looks they received. But after turning around, the wine bottle on the table unexpectedly exploded. Hua Ziyi and Bui Lai went upstairs to find a quiet place. Bui Lai was surprised that Hua Ziyi could come to such a place. Hua Ziyi said he himself did not discriminate against any underworld situation. After saying a few words, seeing Bui Lai's state, perhaps wanting some quiet, he left first. Bui Lai indeed needed to be alone and quiet at this moment. But just as Hua Ziyi left, a voice rang out, "Drinking alone is not fun? I have a jar of good wine, but haven't had a chance to taste it due to being robbed. Brother Bui, would you like to join me in appreciating it?" Hearing the mention of being robbed, Bui Lai immediately tensed up. Before he could reply, he hurriedly used his divine desire technique to probe. Suddenly, from behind, an aura rushed near, with a familiar yet strange sensation. Bui Lai felt a sense of familiarity welling up in his heart. The other person smiled coldly and said, "Feeling familiar? See how much of mine you've taken." Bui Lai circulated the jade fire inner force behind his back with both hands, powerfully striking out, his jade force returning hands lightly striking out. After one move, Bui Lai realized the person before him was from the Chi Palace, and his inner force was like one he had known before. Fending off the person before him, yet this person was Mu Yensei. This man appeared before him again, and a familiar pang of pain suddenly welled up in his heart, like an old wound reopening. He had never experienced this feeling before. Not a rapid heartbeat, nor poisoning or injury, but it was very uncomfortable. Mu Yensei did not stop his attack, coldly saying, "The reincarnation pills of my family for generations were originally prepared for the Lord of Han Palace, but now you've stolen them. Can you bear the consequences?" The two quickly engaged in battle. Mu Yensei's inner force was no match for the Jade Fire divine skill, and his moves were suppressed by Bui Lai's demon hand technique, being defensive while attacking. Bui Lai took advantage of his carelessness and cut off Mok Van Sak's left arm. That familiar feeling arose in his heart again. He thought it was caused by the bitch Hoakung, so he sealed the acupoint on his waist. Mok Van Sak couldn't believe it. Just a few days ago Bui Lai was only a disciple of Luan Tan, but now he had such power. Mok Van Sak became more convinced that this was due to his master's transmission. Seeing Mok Van Sak's changed attitude, Bui Lai hurriedly explained, "I was not tempted. Senior Lam gave me the item. He wanted me to investigate the truth of the demon saber myself." Mok Van Sak mocked again, "I overheard your conversation. It seems Elder Chu Dai Tan also doesn't want you to get involved in this anymore. Your expression earlier didn't look like you wanted to. Take responsibility. If you don't want to hand over the item to Kai Kong and abandon this, after all, you're just afraid of dying after performing the Dot the Dai Fap." Bui Lai raised his head and gritted his teeth. "Brother Mok, I'm not someone who craves life and fears death. To save people, I've risked my life countless times. I never expected that in the end, I would be the one still alive. I not only have things I want to do but haven't done yet, I also don't want to disappoint those who have placed their hopes in me. I will persevere on my path, even if I meet the Han princess of your sect, I will say the same to her." Mok Van Sak said, "To obtain the supreme technique, one must die, no exception. There's no other way to transfer it. If you follow me to Longdin Mountain, it's the path of death. When the time comes, what will you do?" "I'll risk my life to seek a chance of survival." Bui Lai shrugged. "I've offended you, Brother Mok, please forgive me." Mok Van Sak looked at him, couldn't help but laugh heartily. How amusing. He patted Bui Lai's shoulder, laughing loudly. "With our master's personality, he absolutely won't pass it to an outsider. Even if he knows it will all be lost. I want to see who the old man chose as his successor before his demise." Hearing this, Bui Lai was also stunned, temporarily forgot his anger. "Doesn't Muk Tu Ha want me to go to Longdin Mountain?" Mok Van Sak waved his hand, said, "How could that be? You're not involved. Although it may seem misleading from the outside. But now, you're my martial brother. Our master always made it clear, so I'll naturally protect you. We can't stay at this tavern anymore. I know a good place, let's go drink there." Mok Van Sak looked at the ashes he burnt himself, his eyes filled with affection. Mok Van Sak leads Bui Lai to a small boat, turns their sorrow into strong wine, and drinks it up like a wafting orchid fragrance, competing with Noyet than Fong. As she pours the wine, the motion brings to Bui Lai's mind the image of Bak Lin Tan Fu Kao Tien, drinking the moon's flower dew, drinking through the years. Wearing a red autumn robe, drinking alone in the cool. Truly, the three perfections. Bui Lai and Mok Van Sak raise their cups, sing, and drink the wine. Bui Lai thinks he has heard that the Hoi the Than Dan is prepared for the Han Palace Lord, and worries if the Han Princess knows he has accepted the Dot the Dai Fap. Mok Van Sak said she didn't know, But even if she knew, the princess wouldn't care about these things. The news about Phong Ta Thap Tun came from him to me. Bui Lei nodded. In fact, about the matter of the predecessor Khatan, I only remember a few important details. Perhaps because I'm not strong enough, I cannot fully receive the memories of my predecessor. Mok Van Sak looked puzzled again. Seizing the Great Dharma is also done by humans, it should have nothing to do with bloodlines. Princess Han is not a spirit race, but the Western Mountain Han race. In the ancient times, the Dragon King elder brother, self-named Yukong Gwyn, waged war and transformed into a dragon body, leading the spirit race to unite the East victory, establishing the Jade Dragon Dynasty. This dynasty declined after 5 years, and was eventually destroyed by his sworn son, Dan Funan. The spirit race declined, the human race in Central Plains allied with the southern martial race to defeat Dan Funan, seizing the realm, and then bestowed the East victory to the martial race. You are a remaining member of the spirit race. To preserve their strength, the spirit race split into 2 factions. The monarch and the E faction became the later Qi Palace. During the Jin Fai dynasty, the court was wary of the far-reaching influence of the spirit race. They sent a large army to suppress and force Qi Gong to offer the 9-tier imperial robe to warn the spiritual tribe not to attempt domination. Since then, the 9-tier imperial robe became a war trophy of the Central Plains imperial power, consoling Qi Gong by conferring him the title of First Marquis of the East Sea and stationing him at Longding Mountain with each dynasty change. For hundreds of years, Qi Gong paid no attention to politics, focusing solely on studying the power of the spiritual tribe to maintain the stable inheritance of the true dragon lineage. However, this tradition changed 30 years ago. The previous master of Qi Gong, due to his profound martial arts skills, was known as one of the 2 sovereigns of the East Sea along with the emperor. Du Gui, enjoying great fame. After a decisive battle, Wu Woyang suddenly went missing and has not been seen since. Over the years, Qi Gong has sent countless experts to search for him, leaving traces all over the world, but they have failed to find any clues about Wu Woyang's whereabouts. Qi Gong's true dragon lineage inheritance was thus interrupted. Afterwards, facing the chaos of the demon sword, the various Qi Gong sects decided to choose a new princess to take charge. Angui Vo Am objected, insisting on waiting for Princess Han's return, and then took it upon himself to resist the demon sword. At this point, Bui Lei and Mok Van Sak fell silent, reminiscing about the actions of the 10 sovereigns. In the final battle against the demon lord, Noi Vo Am was severely injured, and his martial power declined. For a time, other sects of Kai Kung fought for the position of princess, but they could not control the situation. This continued until now, with the world in turmoil. The only ones with hope of unifying the world were 3 people, the Taidu Emperor, Duk Ko Wai, the Sword Emperor, Vu Dangong, and the Western Sin Han General Han Fa Pham. It was well known that Vu Dangong raised the flag of revenge and led his army for the Taidu Emperor. In the end, only Duk Ko Wai in the East Sea, and Han Fa Pham in the Western Sun contested for the world. Han Fa Pham's army was elite, and he not only had formidable martial arts, but was also a rare military genius. In everyone's eyes, the Western Sun had a greater chance of seizing the world. Just as a devastating war was about to erupt, Han Fa Pham suddenly offered an object to the Taitu Emperor, and the 2 met in secret. Afterwards, Han Fa Pham led the entire Western Sin army to surrender to the Taitu Emperor, ending the war. Upon hearing this, Bui Lei and Mok Van Sak sighed in admiration. Although the Tay Sun Han clan surrendered, they wanted to maintain their army and be exempt from the court's authority, like a state within a state. This situation changed after the passing of Emperor Tai Tu and General Ho. Emperor Tai Tong Hu Min greatly valued this matter and wanted to use reforms to regain military power from the Tay Sun, suppressing the Tay Sun Han clan with force. The actual power holder was Trin Tay Tuong Quan, the son of General Ho Han Tung. He naturally refused to be bound. He withdrew his troops, demanding that the court appoint the Han clan as the first Duke of Dong Hai before handing over military power. But Dong Hai only had 2 first dukes. One was the lord of Luing Chang, and the other was Qi Gong. Qi Gong was a descendant of the Ling clan, while the Tay Sun Han clan were descendants of the Mao clan. The 2 clans had long-standing grudges, so how could Qi Gong accept the Mao clan's entry? What Han Tung didn't expect was that Ton Hung Dao somehow caused the wooing of Qi Gong. Han Tung chose a 6-year-old orphan from the clan as a hostage, brought him to the Tiao Jianji of the court, and then to Qi Gong. Everyone knew that. This is just the surface before the storm. Bringing a homeless child into the Cheong Palace, which was already in a hidden struggle. Han Tong hoped he would die in the Cheong Palace, giving her an excuse. But the Cheong Palace was not easy to bully. How could the Cheong Palace allow others to doubt it? With the support of the 10 venerables, no one inside the Cheong Palace dared to act rashly. In this way, the court, the Cheong Palace, and the Han clan maintained a balance. The factions within the Cheong Palace feared Noi Vo Am, so they did not dare to act rashly for many years. Later, Noi Vo Am led the Finghuan society to fight against the demon Dao and had a bloody battle at Longding Mountain, allowing the princess to live in peace. Currently, the Han princess ordered Mok Van Sak to secretly cremate Noivo Am, precisely to delay the time for the factions to counterattack. In the middle of the night, Bui Lei felt dizzy, only feeling a hand stroking myself, as if the 10 heavenly kings were comforting me. The cold and desolate night amidst this chaos was no longer terrifying. The next day when I woke up, Bui Lei had a splitting headache, and his mouth was dry. If it weren't for the warmth beneath, as if he were lying in a fragrant flower, he would rather die. For the first time in his life, Bui Lei regretted holding his head as he sat up. Carefully moving his body, a slight exertion caused his head to feel like a surging wave. The world spun, not knowing if it was the boat rocking or his mind spinning. In his daze, beside him, Mu Zuha was sleeping, as he lifted the blanket. I see a shiny bald head again. Could it be that Mok Van Sak has finally shaved his head? The little monk stood up and said, "The little patriarch has woken up." "I'm so sorry," the nun patriarch said. "There are no more empty rooms. The patriarch Mok must be staying in the next room." Bui Lei was stunned. For a moment he couldn't remember what had happened, but this group of people with the little monk was indeed the first time he had met them. Last night, after Bui Lei and Mok Van Sak got drunk, they wanted to invite the great master Hui Min to perform a ritual for the late Master Lam. Mok Van Sak knew TS8's son, and also knew that the great master Hui Min was an enlightened sage. The two of them went together to invite the venerable master. Unexpectedly, the great master Hui Min was so powerful. After a long unsuccessful attempt, the great master Hui Min was tied up, taken onto the boat, and then thrown off the bed. Blinking, they had arrived at their destination. After a journey of dozens of miles, the two disciples of Qi Gong pay homage to the great master. To keep it a secret, Mu Van Sak suggests performing the ritual on a large ship. However, Master Hui Ming says that if they want their elder limb to be reborn soon, they need to invite Manjushri Bodhisattva from the great Benares temple to chant sutras for deliverance. Which would be the most effective way? The two immediately agree to definitely invite Manjushri Bodhisattva for their master. It is then that Bui Lei remembers, wait, isn't that the life-sized statue of Manjushri Bodhisattva is placed on the deck of the ship. Today, rumors have spread everywhere that Manjushri Bodhisattva from the great Benares temple has manifested auspicious signs. How ridiculous! Even the second leader couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. Just like that, everyone worked together to complete the ritual for Elder Lam. After the ritual, Nim Hongha secretly approached Bui Lei. These past few days, she had made a scabbard for Bui Lei's sword of divine thoughts. Clearly, Bui Lei had saved her. But due to a misunderstanding with Tai Lam, she didn't dare to apologize. In fact, in Nim Hongha's heart, Bui Lei was always someone willing to help those in need. Recently, Nim Hongha also learned that Elder Chu of Dai Tan had revealed this matter to the family, though Lin and Kitch been secretly encouraging it from behind. Therefore, Dai Tan hoped that the Water Moon Hall would get involved in this, to have Nim Hongha investigate the Wan Keep incident from long ago on behalf of the Water Moon Hall. So she wanted to ask Bui Lei for help. But Bui Lei refused. After last night's incident, Bui Lei knew he had to act not as a representative of the Luan city, but as Bui Lei himself, facing the people and situations he encountered. For now, what he needs to do is resolve the situation with Sister Fudong in Aisho. He will also not give up. Investigating the true story of the Water Moon Palace, he'll just do it his own way. That day, Bui Lai and Fook Triken bid farewell to the Water Moon Palace. Fook Triken didn't care, brushing off the diluted blood sticking to his head. Curling his thumb to tear off a piece of tattered cloth behind his ear, glancing through the shining ear hole, his clothes seemed to be torn too. Seeing that Fook Triken didn't plan to return to the Wadiku, Bui Lai intended to take him to the Tawa Pavilion first, then go find Shu Yujiji to thoroughly investigate Fook Triken's background. Liu Mai said Shu Yujiji seemed a bit angry, saying, "I'm telling you, you clearly know that Shu Yujiji lied to you about curing Aisho, yet you still want to go?" Bui Lai said again, "Shu Ngiozikiet is not telling the truth, but she has been through life and death with us, and what she values most is the mission. I have promised her that I will return. As for you, if you don't like Woody Ku, consider it as for Tuong Noyet Ton Tong Tuc Su, you don't need to be infamous, just maintain them everywhere." Fook Triken sighed, expressing his thoughts, "I hate Shu Nak Kiet, but no one is more suitable than her for the position of Woody Ku's sect leader. To avenge Tuong Noyet Shin Tun. I didn't think I could survive. But now it's different." Fook Triken has a new goal, planning to go with Bui Lei to meet Shu Ngiozikiet first, and then return to Tao Hua Academy. Fook Triken said, "With my understanding of Shu Ngiozikiet, if he thinks Tang Viosong is important, he will definitely not hesitate to cut open Bui Lei's belly to take out Tang Viosong. If I didn't scheme to assist, not to mention taking a Su out, even your life would not be guaranteed." On the official road to the Tam Sin Dharma convention, there were considerably more people passing by than usual. Therefore, Bui Lei and his companion chose another path to enter, and went together to the Wugung Manor. Isha rode on Alan Mountain. Shangguan Xiaoyan waited outside for a long time, finally hearing the call from Yushin phone. It seems that at this time, Kim Wuqiu has been drained completely. Shangguan Xiaoyan was terrified, and hurriedly reported. All communications with Wu Dichu have been cut off. Even Zhu Si said that Shu Yujia has gone missing. Yushin Feng laughed coldly and said, "That's good, I just used the Zhou Qiao Zishan pill, I'm not afraid of him. Wait until you come back to beg me, it will definitely be very interesting at that time." A few days ago, General Jindong went to the Qicheng headquarters on behalf of Yushin Feng, but Yushin Feng used the excuse of being injured and delayed, simply wanting to let Mu Rongnu know that he's not like Zhao Zhiji, not the type to come and go. But at this time, Yushin Feng's body indeed wasn't well. Vomiting blood incessantly for an hour every day, couldn't help but recall that day. Could it be that he encountered a ghost? It turned out that on that day, after catching up with Yu Chuan, Moon God Peak reached out to grab Yu Chuan, but the old man didn't want to take his life. But unexpectedly, the next second, the two of them suddenly disappeared without a trace, without even a drop of water falling. Moon God Peak only felt something pulling him from all sides, and hurriedly used the divine shift technique to probe. But his inner energy was suppressed, unable to condense, and there was a force suppressing his meridians. Seeing the old man beside him without any resistance, he didn't know if it was an illusion or not. But he always felt that the old man's figure was much taller than before. In the moment of struggle, an old voice rang out, "Thank you for that gamble." After that, Moon God Peak couldn't remember what happened anymore. As Infiltrating watched the West Ocean fish gradually sinking, originally a soft white fish, it now curled up into a pitch-black mass, leaving only a pair of large, glowing eyes. At night, Bui Lei was practicing the West Pole Fire God technique to enhance his control over the 5 elements, following the circulation of primordial breath. Around Bui Lei, it was as if there was a field of energy constantly flowing. Beside him, a few dry leaves and sparks danced. Bui Lei's breath was soft and refined. He could control the sparks, preventing them from extinguishing, while also ensuring they danced without colliding. Suddenly, he asked a question. The sparks immediately blazed fiercely, startling Infiltrating nearby. As Infiltrating was dazed, Bui Lei unleashed the moon god winds, shattering the world, solidifying the absolute. One could see this person's breath was very powerful. If he couldn't skillfully transform it, it would be seen through. Inexplicably, after the previous incident, Tang Vio Song began to respond to Bui Lei. Originally, the fire pole elixir technique required male-female dual cultivation. But the breath Tang Vio Song emanated allowed Bui Lei to cultivate it alone. Infiltrating hurriedly said, "This must be a good thing, right? Not only does it regard you as a pill furnace, but it also helps you cultivate. No need for the 5th stage cultivation girl to refine her skills anymore. No, yet than Fong's cultivation is slow, who knows, one day you may surpass him." But in his heart, Bui Lei knew that it would be very difficult for him to surpass No Yet than Fong. The gap was truly too great. That day, if it weren't for Hoa Ly Chu's help in absorbing the thunder strike, he would have definitely died. If No Yet than Fong had used a sword instead of the thunder strike, he might not have survived. The only thing that could have wounded him that day was the attack guided by Infiltrating using the TTN Kim. Bui Lei even felt that it was not. Infiltrating said seriously, "Just now I sensed some abnormal situations around, so I said, maybe it wasn't aimed at us. But it's best to go take a look." Those were 3 headless verses. The dead were all men, wearing night robes. The wounds on their necks were cleanly cut, deep to the bone. After the 3 fell to the ground, their femoral arteries were still pulsing and spurting blood. The blood spurted horizontally, the writing not far from the ground. Unknown if it was supreme sword technique, or a sharp treasured blade. Fresh blood formed a puddle in the middle of the road. The ground couldn't absorb it fast enough, revealing a dark black color. Bui Lei approached and bent down to smell it, detecting a strong foul odor. "It must have happened not long ago," Infiltrating said after a quick glance. Among the bushes nearby were 3 corpses, and a round object rolled out, another severed head wrapped in black silk. The head was wounded, exposing the rigid stone-like skull. The severed hand was then thrown away by the murderer. Along the trajectory, drops of blood could be seen. The two decided to investigate further ahead. After a while, they discovered a surrounded carriage, with 2 men in charge. One had a square face and high protruding temples, looking a bit dull. The other was tapping one foot in a circle and the other keeping the beat, with a faint scar on his gaunt face. His cloak was torn at the shoulder, revealing a yellow inner layer, unlike ordinary clothing. Inside the carriage was a well-dressed woman, as if she had just returned from a pilgrimage to Mount Allah and accidentally took the wrong path. "I only see a white, soft and delicate hand like jade coming out of the carriage, incredibly beautiful. Her wrist is adorned with a jade bracelet, further enhancing her fair and smooth skin. Her palm is smooth and lovely. Her slender fingers are exquisite. Her face is beautiful and graceful, her teeth are as white as jade, her beauty is indescribable." The other 2, covered in blood, respectfully say, "Madam, I am Lai Yuanqi, and this is Qi Diao. We are ordered by the Lord to secretly protect you. We rarely appear in the Lord's mansion. So it's normal that you haven't seen us before. We are truly good people. A clear voice comes from the carriage. You say my husband sent you two to secretly protect me. Why do you suddenly appear and ask us to change routes? My husband and I have agreed on a meeting place. If there's any change, he would send someone we know with his letter to inform me. You have no letter or token, how can I trust you? The two seem flustered and quickly explain. To be honest with you, madam, our initial mission was to secretly guard this road and clear any obstacles for you. But today we encountered an ambush, the plan to escort you may have been exposed, and the Lord might have fallen into the enemy's trap. The person in the carriage was startled. Someone wants to harm my husband? Hurriedly asked, what happened to my husband? Lai Yuanji said, Your Excellency is temporarily not in danger, the assassins nearby have been killed by the two of us. Please be at ease, my lady. The regent has been informed that there are many assassins on the east bank of the Shishui River, so we cannot go that way. Please follow the Yulin River into the city, my lady. Only now can we dare to meet you, my lady. Just as the lady was hesitating, suddenly a man said, This brother says there are many assassins on the east bank of the Shishui River, but we just came from there, and apart from a few poems, we didn't see any assassins at all. Lai Yuanji angrily said, Officials are working, those without business should stay away. Boi Lei immediately took out his token from his waist. I am Boi Lei, an officer of the Chitian Palace. May I ask what your identities are and where you intend to take this lady? The person in the carriage, as if grasping at a lifeline, hurriedly said, May I ask if you are carrying an order token from His Excellency? Lai Vianchi suddenly shouted, Don't get near the carriage. He leaped up, like a whirlwind, slashing towards Boi Lei. Facing the powerful attack, Fuchtriken twisted his waist, hastily dodging behind Boi Lei's back. At this moment, his inner energy was only 2/3 full. At that moment, the beautiful lady hid behind her husband's back, slightly trembling. With a king sound, the broadsword came out of its sheath, its blade forming a black pool of light. Boi Lei hurriedly spun his sword to block in front of him. The two exchanged a few moves quickly, but with no clear winner. The lady in the carriage hastily called out, Please stop, you two. Lai Vianchi then turned towards that Diu. That Diu laughed heartily and said, You really acted wickedly. Boi Lei felt that the swordsmanship of the Chi Dao was somewhat familiar. The lady in the carriage breathed a sigh of relief, and then decided to speak, Gentlemen, please stop fighting. You've both said that you're from the magistrate's office. Can you listen to me for a moment? I don't mean to doubt you, but I haven't seen my husband's token, and I've sworn to take my husband's words as paramount. I'm deciding this on my own, and the consequences have nothing to do with you two. The lady implied that she refused to go with the two men. She took out an exquisitely carved golden rabbit, with clear lines, delicate shaping, and 2 ruby eyes, making it look very lifelike. She said, Since you two couldn't complete the mission, you can give this to my husband. When he sees it, he'll naturally understand my intentions. If you want to come along, I won't stop you. Then she turned to Boi Lei and asked, Sir, who is the person behind you? Fuchtriken quickly lowered his head and said with a gentle demeanor, My lady, you don't need to worry about me. My husband and I are going to the capital for the imperial examination. If my husband has any change of plans, I will naturally follow him. Every move of Fuchtriken exuded the humble and obedient manner of a concubine. Seeing how close Boi Lei and he were, the lady expressed her request, My husband is also an official in the court, but he cannot reveal his identity. I'm truly worried for my husband. If this gentleman has no other matters, could he escort our carriage for a while? I will definitely express my gratitude when I meet my husband. As she finished speaking, Fuchtriken was heard whispering from behind, If I become the escort for this lady, it would be a good way to conceal our identities. But we must be cautious of those two men, they clearly have some issues. Boi Lei then cupped his hands and said, This is indeed my duty, I will gladly escort the lady to reunite with her husband. As for this distressed lady, the young lady in the carriage is Mok Long Nu, and her father is Mo Dung Tuesday. The young lady in the carriage has a fair and youthful face, around 20 years old, with exquisite beauty, and a modest and gentle demeanor, making one feel favorably towards her. Fuchtriken and the lady sat together in the carriage, accentuating each other's beauty. Fuchtriken was always observing every move outside the carriage. Boi Lei asked, Your husband has been an official in the court, why does he only bring a few servants when traveling outside, without reinforcing more guards to protect him? The lady sighed and said, It's my fault, I don't like having guards following us, this time I didn't allow my husband to send anyone with him. So this time he left secretly, he definitely has very few people with him. But if we really encounter bandits, what should we do? Saying this, she couldn't help but show a worried expression, and carefully asked, Do you think those two people are bandits? Fuchtriken was used to killing, he calmly said, From what I see, if those two wanted to assassinate the lady, they would have acted long ago, unless they have a bigger scheme. The Mu Young family's situation is not looking good, Dike Nan could be sent by the Tin Lung Hong. Moreover, the 5 officials are formidable. And only a few people know the route and could have leaked the information, or the enemy. They have a special tactic, or there is a spy among them. Mulong Nyu called everyone before her, listening to their explanations one by one. Then Vice Chief of the White Lotus sect, Feng Zhaoheng, and General Li Qiu both said they never left Mulong River, while the sect leader of the Hao Chao, that Nantuan, said that after reporting to the lady, he immediately informed Lai Venqi and Shi Diu Luke Nam, the 2 brothers, but he did not mention the specific delivery route. Upon hearing this, Feng Zhaoheng suspected, could it be a spy within our sect? Those disciples, although outsiders, must surely know the most. Lo Kungfeng then recounted that on the day he delivered the message, there was a powerful pirate group nearby, so to protect the lady, he led them away through a small path. During which time he was away for a while. Lo Kungfeng also suggested, if the information has been leaked, we all have suspicions, why don't we all stay here with the general to discuss, and let the general personally lead others to escort the ladies retreat. We 4 are familiar with the small paths, retreating through them will be safer. Upon hearing this, Mu Dung Nyu said, why draw the bow before seeing the rabbit? I have roughly understood. None of us will go. Lo Kungfeng, you go block the enemies coming from the south. As for the rest, I will go to Lo Kungfeng to deliver the news. However, he is still worried about the safety of Fuke Trican, but Mok Long Nu has made up his mind, and Fuke Trican cannot dissuade him. At this moment, a man in black appears beside the lady's carriage. The coachman sees this and quickly calls for protection, preparing to help Fuke Trican off the carriage. Fuke Trican quickly jumps out of the carriage, her slender legs like a hungry tiger in the forest, locking the assassin. Her toned muscles show the perfect combination of speed and strength. An unprecedented extreme sensation, subtle emotions vanish in an instant, becoming a fragrance beneath the flowers. Die! Fuke Trican shouts loudly, clenching her fist, flinging the assassin away, and the carriage continues moving. Chi Dio Lik Nam also attacks simultaneously. Like the wind, with Lai Venqi's permission, he begins to slaughter indiscriminately. Like the king of hell demanding lives, seizing souls and lives. Li Yuanqi still kept his troops motionless, but at this moment, he saw someone so powerful. A fierce gust of wind shattered, directly hitting those engaged in battle. This strike attracted the attention of Bai Lian and Fu Zhijing. He used the Jingjia Jing. No wonder Bai Lian felt the swordplay of the Chi Dio was familiar, they were people of Yuasian Peak. But at this point, they could only overcome the present situation. Over there, the Demon King had killed his way to Mulong Building. But he remained undaunted, his eyes cold, not even sweating a drop. Although his followers were not many, they were deployed in order, both offense and defense were ready. Lo Kungfeng was still struggling with Mok Long Nu in the southwest corner. As for the secret escape route, they should retreat. But Mok Long Nu remained undaunted, instead asking, with just the Tian La Xiang, it's unlikely you have enough manpower to form this battle formation. Tong Kungfeng? Are you sure no other sects are involved? Before Tong Kungfeng could answer, suddenly a carriage exploded near Lai Venqi and Shi Diao, drawing their attention. According to the lady, Lai Venqi and Shi Diao had advised her to leave, but she insisted on staying, and a married couple escorted her here. Tong Kungfeng turned to look, seeming to realize something, and hastily ordered to surround Bui Lei. The lady bit her lip, saying, General, it's my fault for acting on a whim and giving the traitors an opportunity. It won't happen again. But I could arrive safely thanks to the support of Mr. and Mrs. Truong Tun Tuesday. This Mr. Truong Tun is said to be a subordinate of Mr. Chi, holding the position of Chi Diao Dien Vai. Please don't make things difficult for them, husband. But before Mok Long Nu could speak, Tong Gongfeng loudly said, don't let them deceive you. Under Lord Chi's command, there's no one named Truong Tun Tu. These 2 are deceiving the lady, approaching the general, they must be spies from the enemy. After saying that, he flew towards Bui Lei and attacked. This pressure startled Bui Lei. He didn't dare hesitate, immediately raising his energy to the peak, barely withstanding this attack. Although not seriously injured, he was deeply impressed. The local martial artists are formidable. After this exchange, Bui Lei understood that the one who commanded Ly Venqi to take the lady away was this person before him. He immediately shouted, I'm indeed not Truong Tun Tu, but you're not that Tong Gongfeng either. You're the Demon King, on 2 men. At the same time, someone stood at the highest point, looking down at the scene below. This woman had hair as dark as a waterfall, a waist as slender as a willow, strong and powerful calves, and long, delicate thighs. Her figure was graceful, her legs long and slender, her waist as thin as silk, and her skin as white and nearly translucent as jade, radiating the pure aura of a young maiden. Her elegant form exuded a fresh, water-like charm, overflowing with feminine allure. This person was the sect leader of the heavenly Luo fragrance sect, Shui Yanqing. At this moment, she was commanding the battle from above. A subordinate reported, the Zhengdong estate has nowhere left to retreat, we have them completely surrounded. The Devil King personally charged in, and a carriage escaped, with only a few people inside. Shui Yanqing coldly snorted. That devil king works too slowly. Although our two factions are cooperating this time, we cannot trust him. Currently, Mu Longnu only has a few people under her command, but their defense is incredibly tight, advancing and retreating strategically. Those defending the front lines are Yu Xinfeng and Lu Yunkai. This person has formidable martial arts skills and a considerable number of followers. Blood Flame Qing said with an icy expression, I will handle this matter. Myself. After saying that, she lightly tapped her toes and flew up. Her toes gently tapped once. Shifting her center of gravity forward, her calves tensed accordingly, her thighs pulled taut, forming a perfect curve. Her toned muscles showed clear outlines. She flashed like lightning, and in a few moments, she was in front of Luo Yunkai, saying loudly, Today, Heavenly Fragrance Sect will take only one thing. And then leave. If the Moon God Palace tries to stop us, I apologize. On the other side, everyone was utterly astonished upon hearing the naming Tu Ming of the Demon King. Luo Yunkai became even more enraged and said, General Zhang and I have been together for many years, and you want to drive a wedge between us with just a few words? Before he could finish, General Zhang. She calmly said, whether his words are true or not, you judge for yourself. Answer me, if you are not a subordinate of the White Lotus sect, then who are you? Buile hastily replied, Your Excellency, when I met the lady, due to the urgent situation, I did not have time to introduce myself. I am Buile, a man of Lord Tru Tin Hao in Luan City, belonging to the 7-star ranking. May I ask how to address Your Excellency? The person in front of him showed no emotion, but spoke with great determination, You speak the truth. So you are the little fellow who used the Willow Seduction Saber under the command of the lone lady of formidable power. Quite impressive. I am the Eastern Sea General, Mak Nu. This man in white robes, looking like a gentle middle-aged scholar, if said to be Mak Long Nu from the Trindong Zhang clan, and claimed to be the wife of General Trindong, he would be the precious daughter of the Tam family, one of the 5 major commercial houses of Fushan, the person known as the #1 beauty of the 3 Shuyans. Tam Du Van. Her gentle and well-educated demeanor indeed showed her noble upbringing. But Buile never expected that the renowned General Trindong would only bring along a maid and an old woman, and travel so simply. But he frowned, thinking quickly, can't just look at the surface. In his heart, although Mu Longnu was not a 3-headed 6-armed, iron-skinned person, she was a famous figure in the East Sea. Who would have thought she would dress simply, without any valuable jewelry on her? In fact, even her demeanor was not as good as his maid. This person in white clearly didn't know martial arts, just by looking at the way he acted. Mu Longnu nodded slightly and said, It's your turn, Song Gongfeng, or should I call you the Demon King? I can roughly guess why you and Tian Laxiang did this. I want to know, how did you know about my whereabouts? The Demon King didn't care that his identity was exposed, and coldly said, So you've seen through it early. Is it true that you really have the ability to predict the future? It turned out that Mu Longnu had seen through everything early. He examined carefully, with just a few questions he could grasp the actions of the Demon King. The people of Tian Laxiang acted inconsistently, so Mu Longnu judged that the two sides were not on the same side. Mu Longnu judged that the Demon King had arrived before him not long ago, and must have been following Lo Gongfeng, waiting. It's the perfect opportunity to subdue him, extract information, then kill him, using some special technique to impersonate him. The wound on his forehead conveniently confirms his suspicion. Buile frowned slightly and whispered to Futriken, Initially, we only wanted to investigate a poem, but unexpectedly got involved in such a big incident. The Demon King, Heavenly Incense Sect, there are too many factions for us to handle. Adding the people from General Trindong's side from the Moon God Sect, we'll find an opportunity later to quietly withdraw. Mak Longnu continued analyzing, You wanted to use my wife as a hostage to force me to hand over what you wanted, but you didn't want the Heavenly Incense Sect to know. So you faked an order, telling Lai Vin-Chi to lure my wife into a trap to control her. Even if you control my wife, if I fall into the hands of the Heavenly Incense Sect, you can't monopolize the advantage. So you told the Heavenly Incense Sect our message delivery route. And under the pretext of lacking manpower, suggested leaving some people behind as rear guard. You personally escorted me to withdraw towards the southwest, aiming for me to fall into a trap, so you could act freely, right? Using underworld tactics, you did fairly well. But from my perspective, your plan is full of flaws. Hearing Mak Longnu's accurate analysis, the Demon King couldn't help but admire. Mak Longnu, you're indeed no ordinary person. Mak Longnu smiled faintly and said, I didn't have much calculation, but for you to gain my trust, you killed quite a few people from Thien La Hong, which did help me prolong the time. Now the situation has completely changed. After he finished speaking, a loud shout came from afar in the forest. Huyet Diem Tan arrived. She wore a golden armor, holding a golden staff, her black hair flowing, the golden armor covering her body parts, slim waist, long legs. Each step she took made people look up. The golden armor had two small pieces in the front and back. When moving, her shoulders, legs, and waist swayed, making her even more alluring. Huyet Diem Tan grabbed Lo Kung Feng and said loudly, "On two men, you demon kings are indeed untrustworthy, betraying righteousness. Do you still consider yourself a martial artist?" The demon king was not scared, saying, "The victor takes all, the one with capability to seize it is what matters. Moreover, if not for me, how would they find Mok Long Nu?" Mok Long Nu's voice rang out, "The victor takes all? For a Lu Yudao, you spare no means, making Mok Long Nu your enemy?" Bloodfire Chang was originally smug, but now felt a little awkward, saying, "First, you don't have an official seal. Second, you don't have any evidence. How can you prove you're General Zhang Dong? I just know you're a group of bandits who stole the Willow Seductive Saber. Now that you're surrounded by me, hand over the Willow Seductive Saber quickly, and this matter will be settled." Why would Woodman Long Nu listen to his nonsense? This Bloodfire Chang was also a stubborn person. Talking more is useless. He ordered, "Celestial Fragrance, attack fiercely. We must capture Woodman Long Nu alive and recover the cult's sacred weapon." Hearing this, a Tuming refused to back down, shouting, "Demon Lord, little demon, obey the order. Capture Woodman Long Nu alive." At once, the three factions clashed fiercely. The three forces went all out with ruthless moves. Bui Lai hurriedly tried to escape, but unexpectedly, the Demon King was still keeping an eye on him. Regardless of the battle, he shouted loudly, "You shameless little scoundrel, even bringing a wandering woman with you. Now I know your name is Bui Lai. Devil General, obey my order, capture that Bui Lai for me." As she uttered these words, it caught Bloodflame's attention. Bui Lai? Wasn't he the brat who fought with her for the treasure? Leave this to me, no need to capture Bui Lai alive. Bui Lai felt troubled. This kid kept staring at him, leaving him no choice. Mok Dung Nu cultivated her position into a war scholar. "Our party's goal is like a mirror." He pretended and said, "The sun shines in the sky, how dare you barge into the imperial palace? I'm Bui Lai, a general working for the court." Bloodflame raised her long spear, spiritual energy swirling, her illusory form like a shield enveloping her. She took a step forward and opened the sealed letter. She forcefully stomped her feet, her body soaring up, her palms strike powerful, her aura intimidating. Although beautiful, those around felt a heavy pressure like undercurrents. From a distance, without daring to delay, she quietly uttered 4 words of exquisite skill. Dao Feng, whose guest, laughed continuously. A moment later, 2 loud bangs rang out, and 12 young men were knocked away, lying sprawled on the ground, spitting blood. Dao Feng, who sneered. The 2 stood up, their eyes gloomy, both a little worried. Fang Zhaohong shouted loudly, his body spinning, and 4 rings of light appeared, forming a strange shape, swirling and whirling. Countless brass pellets shot towards Shui Yancheng. It was the Bai Niao Chao Feng Qi Zumulian Xan1. Shui Yancheng could not avoid it. In the critical moment, Shui Yancheng closed her eyes tightly, without saying a word. All the brass pellets suddenly slowed down, as if stuck in a huge mass of glue. Shui Yancheng's movements became faster, her hands waving like shuttles, creating an afterimage. Within a radius of 1 zhang, the scattered powder was drawn into the space between her hands, forming invisible threads. It was the Tong Xiu Bai of Mingjin Dong Hai. "You're afraid that you've been crippled at Transhan Dongfu. To deal with you, I don't even need to use weapons." Tianla Kantai dashed forward like a demon snake. Fang Zhaohong retreated in panic. Like a kite with a broken string, he ran for his life. Bui Lai was shocked. Fuke Triken whispered, "The blood flame saber in the 7 mysteries is known as the 5 poisons, although it hasn't reached the level of the Moon God Peak. It's not far behind. We must be careful in dealing with it." The blood flame saber pushed back several masters, its momentum surging, saying, "It's no use lingering here, better think of a way to escape." After saying that, it charged towards Bui Lai. Unexpectedly, the Demon King came out, saying, "I extremely hate savage people like you. Isn't it perfect for me to hand over all my people to you?" The blood flame saber was also angry with the Demon King at this moment, thinking, "It's clearly you who wants to monopolize the treasure sword. I haven't settled this debt with you yet." Blood Flame Spear swung his void intimidation barrier towards the Demon King. The Demon King dared not underestimate him either. To protect Woodling Tendril, Blood Flame Spear's remote river seal and the Demon King's 100-ranked Celestial Crusher clashed against each other. Ding Tumming somersaulted in the air, then firmly landed on the ground. Blood Flame Spear didn't retreat half a step. The disparity in their actual strength was immediately apparent. Bui Lai still stood in front of Woodling Tendril, forming a wedge with the Demon King and Sect Leader Jia. Suddenly, Woodling Tendril's voice rang out from behind, "Your name is Bui Lai? If you want to stand on my side, show your sincerity." Maintaining the balance between the 2 sides for a moment, Bui Lai charged into the battle, continuously spinning, forcing the Demon King to evade while pushing Blood Flame Spear back. The 3 of them formed a triangle. The 2 withered flowers and green leaves enacted the battle of the 3 kingdoms. "You hit me, I hit him. 100 ranks celestial crusher, unmatched in slashing. The mountains and rivers open up on the map, all things are. Boy Lei Min received a few moves, and started to counterattack. At this moment, a person wearing a golden mask approached. The person in the golden mask said, "I've brought such good news to you too, why haven't you controlled the situation yet?" The one speaking was Demon Master. Master. The one who just arrived lightly landed on the ground, wearing a black knight robe, of average build, with nothing outstanding, even the sword in his hand. Was similar to other swordsmen, the only difference was that he wore a comical mask. The mask depicted a smiling, gaunt face, looking very strange under the night fire. Demon King. The one who just arrived spoke, "I've investigated, Shurye is not in Mu Donghu's possession." This time he came to pick up his wife, and did not bring Shurye with him. If you're truly as supernaturally powerful as the rumors say, you should have known this, right? The news that Shurye is not here also shook Bloodflame Spear. But the Devil Master disagreed, shaking his finger and calmly saying, "You two think again, there aren't many opportunities for Mok Dongnu to hand over the items. By the way, the condition I mentioned earlier still holds. To participate in the Seven Mysteries Assembly, you must possess the sacred weapon of the Dao sect to enter." "I still want to help you too, why did I appear?" "Because I want to meet General Mok Dong. This is my business." Indeed, Mok Dongnu had anticipated that someone would be behind the scenes manipulating this plan. "It's not time to take action yet, but you showed up at this moment. So it seems we can't wait any longer." The Devil Master didn't hide it either. Mok Dongnu has sealed off the information, and no messenger has escaped, but the Primordial Lord still came. The Demon King and the others were all surprised. The reason is simple, Mok Dongnu hasn't returned to the ancient city for a long time, so they naturally came to look for him. Where to look, they have to figure it out themselves. No wonder Mok Dongnu insisted on holding his ground here. "But Devil Master, this time you appeared, you must want to kill him." After saying that, he slowly walked towards Mok Dongnu, with a murderous aura rising. He charged straight at the Devil Master. But the Devil Master didn't turn around. He only raised his left hand, and kicked out with both legs. The powerful impact caused the assassin to fall backward. The armor on his body shattered, and he kept twitching uncontrollably. This strike made everyone present look at the demon monk with different eyes. The demon monk took the sword he had just seized, twisted his joints, and slowly walked towards Mu Rongnu. Xie Yancheng still stood in front of the demon monk. Only then did he understand that everything was the demon monk's scheme and plot, with the purpose of killing Mu Rongnu. But how could Xie Yancheng allow that? Mu Rongnu was one of the 4 pillars of the martial arts world. If he died, it would no longer be just a matter of the martial arts world. This would push the Seven Mysteries clan to the brink of destruction. Diem Tan stepped forward, standing in front of Demon Immortal to block him. Although her profound power is unfathomable, she still makes one want to look at her again. But Demon Immortal coldly said, "Sacrifice is sometimes necessary." After saying that, his sword aura spun. "Since we've re-established the Seven Mysteries Alliance, the thorn in our eyes is Mu Rongnu. Let's offer Mu Rongnu's head as a sacrifice for the Seven Mysteries gathering." Demon Immortal didn't know what technique he used, his speed increased dramatically, and in an instant, he passed Diem Tan. Diem Tan dared not act rashly, using the Heavenly Luo scattered secret technique. Her figure was like a soaring dragon, moving agilely. Swift as a starving tiger, powerful as ice, mysterious and unpredictable. Even Demon Immortal had to admire her. At this moment, Demon King reacted, realizing Diem Tan was right, he couldn't let himself be at a disadvantage. He charged forward. But then there was a swoosh, and Demon Immortal disappeared again. The sword in his hand suddenly vanished. It turned into an invisible blade, forcing the Demon King and Diem Tan to defend themselves. Boy Lei had never seen or heard of this technique before. Boy Lei knew clearly that he couldn't let anything happen to Mok Dongnu, or else the two Thathian sects would definitely destroy each other. He could only follow Mok Dongnu's intentions, seek survival in chaos, and maintain balance. Boy Lei circulated his inner energy, infusing it into the god Speed Blade. His unparalleled sword strokes were like gathering spirits. Like swallows piercing through space, swift as lightning, reaching the true realm. One couldn't help but admire Boy Lei's prowess. This kid had grown much stronger. How many more surprises did he have? The Demon Master also praised Boy Lei's attack, but his opponent also used the peerless Bozong Koai Tram. However, the Demon Master used the Great Langdao Sadao sword, with the sword aura surging like flowing water, continuous and unceasing. Moreover, he successfully predicted the angle of Boy Lei's sword strike. When masters fight, a single moment of carelessness leads to a fatal defeat. The Demon Master's sword shattered Boy Lei's shoulder, and fresh blood gushed out. Before Boy Lei Ngutreo could react, the Demon Master's sword was already approaching. Moonlight Wind, Riverside. Under the moonlight, the Demon Master became even more mysterious. He lightly jumped onto the roof. his steps as light as a feather falling to the ground. But the people in the room suddenly noticed a candle flaring up. The voice of the Vice Lord of Donghuan rang out, "Why aren't you wearing the organization's mask?" Inside the main room was Gumu Yuan with his familiar ferocious bird mask. The Ghost Master slowly said, "No need to worry, it's just the two of us, why bother hiding? Besides, I'm wearing a mask." Gumu Yuan didn't pursue it further, saying, "Miss Yi Zhongren are all experts, the stronger we are, the more it will arouse their curiosity. You are my heart's blessing, you must be careful." The Ghost Master threw away the sword in his hand. This time it was the Ghost Master who took action. Mr. Angui took a sip of thick tea and said, "Before, when you said it, I didn't believe it, but now it seems that Mu Donghu has indeed disappeared. But he probably hasn't fully discovered it yet. What a pity for such a perfect plan. However, there's another variable. Not Noyet than Fong, but Kat Dao. It turns out that when Kui Tianxin was about to deal with Boi Lei, Fuck Triken from behind had used all his strength to use Zich Yuyet than Cham. For a master of both internal and external cultivation like Kui Tianxin, his special senses are extremely keen. He was startled and quickly used his heart technique to protect himself. Unexpectedly, there still exists the do that man in the martial arts world. But with his current level of skill, he basically couldn't unleash the deadly power of Zich Yuyet than Cham. At that moment, Boi Lei attacked Kui Tianxin. His reckless action would surely have cost him his life. Although Zich Yuyet than Cham had an effect, theoretically speaking, there should have been no other obstacles at the scene. But Master Devil witnessed Boi Lei using some technique to stop his bleeding wound as if it came back to life. Just as Master Devil was about to deal with Boi Lei again, the Devil King intervened. The situation turned into a joint effort to confront Master Devil. As Master Devil was preparing for a desperate move, Blood Flame Sword suddenly unleashed the Divine Palm Sword transformation, and all four launched their attacks simultaneously. Blood Flame Sword took on 3 opponents alone, shattering Master Devil's strange sword technique and peerless gladiator cleaver. Master Devil couldn't believe it. This Snowflame Sword has such power. If he didn't react quickly by using the bygone Wishing Pearl again, the injury may not just be from this sword. Although the Demon Sage was unwilling, the fact that Mu Dongnu couldn't be killed was expected. However, this move of the Snowflame Saber unexpectedly gave the Demon Sage a hard time. It seems I need to investigate Tian La Xiang again. Gumu Yuan looked at the sword fragment before him and said slowly, "Only when there's no other choice, will the Snowflame Saber use this martial art. In the entire East Sea? Perhaps only I can guess its origin. The Snowflame Saber's spirit weapon aura, Gumu Yuan has witnessed it before. It combines the essence as the spiritual root, the 8 formation killer, with inner energy and saber techniques, forming the 8 formations of thunder, wind, water, fire, mountain, and earth. As the cultivator's attainment increases, it will gradually lean towards one of the 8 formations. If fully accomplished, the inner energy's properties will also change accordingly, while the other attributes weaken. And this saber formation will become extremely powerful. This martial art was the unique skill of the Tiger Marshal of the West Mountain, Han Pofan. When Han Pofan became famous in his youth and his body reached a high level, he had no more rivals, so very few people have seen this skill. Later, when he became the West Expedition Commander, with the title Tiger Marshal, there were only legends about this skill. After Han Pofan's death, there was no more spiritual root 8 formations in the world. Coincidentally, the current West Expedition Commander Hansong sends people to search for traces of this lost skill every year, but unexpectedly, it fell into the hands of Tian La Xiang. The Snowflame Blade was definitely not something he would dare to use frequently under normal circumstances. If the Han family discovered it, he would undoubtedly face endless troubles. Looking at the fish scale-like fractures on the blade, the Snowflame Blade was forged with the Earth character from the 8 formations. Having reached the Great Formation, this technique is definitely not ordinary. If one of the 8 Great Formations is achieved, and if he has enough talent to continue cultivating in the future, this formation will gradually degenerate. Repeating this process multiple times, taking 1 point to lead the 8 formations, he will be able to reach the highest realm and freely manipulate the power of the 8 formations. At that point, he can be both gentle and fierce, known as the Master of 8 Formations. Years ago, the Tiger Marshal fought against someone. One battle like a raging wind, one battle like a raging fire, as unbreakable as a city wall. Able to destroy all things and turn them into nothingness, nothing was impossible. Gu Mayan believed. Even with the Snowflame Blade's ultimate skill, he could not possibly recreate the Tiger Marshal's formidable reputation. However, for him who had lost the heavenly lapis lazuli, it would undoubtedly be very useful. Currently, the focus of this plan lies in the Three Sounds Discourse Convention. The host of the convention, the most important chess piece, has taken position. Turn to Mu Dongnu curled up like a ball, rolling off the horse's back. Although Mu Dongnu was severely injured, she is still the commander of the Fong Lei Institute. This Feng Lei Institute master, who performed the 9-bone unison at the age of 20, has now become even more profound and inscrutable. Gu Mu Yuan must be on guard, for he looks increasingly haggard. Currently, Mu Dongnu has not reached the Feng Lei Institute, which is 100 miles from here, so you've arrived quickly. Using 40 people, you broke through the clouds and drove back over 100 enemies, worthy of being the Feng Lei Institute master. The king looks at Bui Lei and the others, unsure how to handle it. Madame Tam hastily kneels down, saying tonight was thanks to Mr. and Mrs. Bui Lei's assistance, begging her husband to allow her to take them home for treatment. Bui Lei quickly declines, thinking it's best to leave this dragon's den as soon as possible, saying they're just passers-by who can take care of themselves. Bui Lei voi vang si you tuet, di tam roi koi en oi long dam ho hu yet night song sung tat, and oi rang chung ta chila nui kwaduan, ko the tu cham sozuban then. But unexpectedly, the usually quiet and laconic Mu Dongyu took the initiative to say, as far as I know, the Ziknan Dao that Hong Shushan had you escort her before was the one. Later, after reviewing the description of this sword in Tao Jianqi's transmission, I have some questions for you. From now on, you will temporarily follow my orders. Just then, a clerk brought in a document, and Mu Dongyu continued, wait until I send word to Du Koshenwai, then you can go. Jiaquan said that Bui Lai and Master Yu Shenfeng had a relationship, so it might not be appropriate. This remark seemed to displease Mu Dongyu, who coldly said, Jiaquan, while you follow Master Yu Shenfeng in martial arts, don't forget that you are still the master of the Feng Lei Academy. He then added, Bui Lai, although you hold a position in Liuxing City, I am the ruler of the East Sea. Besides the orders from Liuxing City, you must also obey my orders. Don't worry about other matters, just follow my orders. Under the banner of the Jindong Manor, no one dares to touch you. Of course, outside of Jindong Manor, you'll have to rely on your own abilities to survive. In that situation, Bui Lai could only look at Zhu Tansi in astonishment as her slender fingers traced out characters, totaling 36 words. Like rippling waves, her sparkling eyes conceal a myriad of emotions. Clearly dressed as a married woman, yet with the demeanor of an innocent maiden, Mrs. Tam carefully tended to Bui Lei's wounds and had medicine sent over, truly concerned for both of them. A hint of worry crossed Fuke Trican's face as he said that the demon immortal was no ordinary person. Not only did he know the blood-freezing needles, he even recognized that I was from the Taoist school. Saying that, Fuke Trican carefully took out a scroll from his person. It was an invitation from the Taoist school. Turns out, after Snowflame used that move, soldiers from the Thunder Force arrived, so the demon immortal prepared to retreat. Snowflame quickly got up and led Tian Laxiang away in an orderly fashion. The demon immortal paid no heed. But when passing by Fuke Trican, a voice was heard saying, so the blood demon needle of Hong Dao is actually a person of Diaquat. I've been looking for your real master for a long time. Immediately after, he threw a hidden weapon in front of Fuke Trican. Bui Lei couldn't help but worry, who exactly is this demon, sir? He is familiar with Lao Hu's swordsmanship, knows about Chandong General Suicide, knows about summoning the Seven Mysteries Assembly. What does he really want to do? Bui Lei lowered his head and whispered to Fuke Trican, Noyet Than Fong is Mok Dung Nu's strategist. These people are Noyet Than Fong's subordinates. Wait until they recover. We'll find an opportunity to escape. But Fuke Trican had a different thought, saying, forcibly escaping now has a low chance of success. Although I don't know why, Noyet Than Fong is a strategist, Mok Dung Nu trusts him. If Noyet Than Fong didn't appear, it would be very suspicious. Currently, Mok Dung Nu quite trusts us, even inviting me to attend the assembly. We can't be considered. It's a dead horse. Our movements are now exposed. Even if we manage to escape, the future situation is not necessarily better. Tian Laxiang is not a good person, that Mr. Demon is cruel, he also hates you to the bone. Moreover, Mr. Demon wants to assassinate Mu Dongnu, perhaps Mu Dongnu knows some intelligence. I also want to investigate what Mr. Demon wants to do with the 7th Xian Conference, whether it threatens the three masters or not. Bui Lei looked at Fuke Trican in front of him, dazed, not knowing since when he had gotten used to calling her Jing and I. She also made Bui Lei remember Min Chao. At first, he had no good feelings for this woman, even standing on the opposite side of her. After going through hardships together, he understood her again, her perseverance, intelligence, and her own pursuit and ideals. Then, she was hunted down, and he couldn't help at all. After that, Min Chao told him not to get involved anymore, he had thought he couldn't do anything. But Jing and I now is much calmer than him. He suddenly knew what to do. This time, listen to you, we will definitely make a sensation. Not only investigating what Mu Rongru knows, but also clarifying the matter of Yu Shinfeng. Like me, Bui Lai, choosing your own path. Jing and I, you must avenge for yourself, for Asu, and those he has harmed. Bui Lai came to Mu Rongru's camp, feeling restless and uneasy in his heart. Mu Rongru calmly said, you can see Master Gui's identity from the corpse, and maintain a balance between the three sides. making me believe that Dugu Tianwei and Hong Shuing have a reason for choosing you to escort the chain-bladed sword. Now answer me, is this sword the one you are escorting? Bo Eli looked at the wooden box in front of him, his heart skipped a beat, for the box had been opened. He hurriedly said, General, this chain-bladed sword is aimed at women, and Lady Du Yanwen is nearby, it absolutely cannot be opened. Looking at Bo Eli's expression, the wooden box was opened again. But what made Bo Eli utterly astonished was that inside this wooden box, Fuke Triken glared, Hak Luyan was momentarily stunned. This sword was actually the companion sword of Senior 2, named Wu Hon. Back then, when he traveled with a Suan Lao Hu to Senior 2's former residence, he had even used it himself. How could it end up here? Originally, when Mot Dung Nu mentioned Chu Qianji's description, he knew this wasn't Zichnan. Now, after verification, what Mot Dung Nu is using is indeed the Lu Ko Lu Li Sua special product of Luing Town. It's extremely difficult to open without damaging it. When Noyet Than Fong gave this item to Mot Dung Nu initially, it was perfectly flawless, so as an escort, Bo Eli needs an explanation. Bo Eli insisted that until Noyet Than Fong stole this sword, he had never opened it. Moreover, the last time he confronted Noyet Than Fong, he used this very Wu Hon sword. Hak Luyan suddenly remembered that his wooden box and sword went missing at Fa Miu after being captured by Nin Ko Nuong. Noyet Than Fong must have taken them then. Bo Eli immediately said, this wooden box is very difficult to open, but not impossible. General, as I understand, Yushin Fong is a cunning person, isn't he the most likely person to have switched? It? Mu Rongnu waved his hand, and with a crash from outside the door, a large, shadowy figure, as tall as a house, swept in like a howling gale. A hawk-like silhouette flashed into the room, instantly engulfing the entire space. It was unclear whether the room was obscured by the imposing figure, or swallowed by its dark countenance, creating the illusion of sudden darkness. In the blink of an eye, Yushin Fong knelt before Mu Rongnu, saying, this subordinate has failed, I ask for the general's punishment. His voice was resonant and full of vigor, showing no sign of injury. Mu Rongnu had him recount everything. Yushin Fong then explained that Luing Cheng pretended to send the Qi Yin Dao out, but secretly kept it, merely creating a deceptive appearance of disorder, seemingly with the tacit approval of Shijun's act of sending out the blade seems to be a play directed and performed by Hong Shuing himself. My subordinates at Fa Miu obtained this wooden box, don't say it was swapped, even the lock has never been touched, I'm afraid they're up to something. Mot Dung Nu pondered for a moment, these two were clearly telling the truth, it seems something happened during the fight. He then ordered the two a 10-day deadline to investigate the truth themselves, whoever investigates first, the other will bear the crime of losing the sword and be handed over to the military law. As soon as the two received the order, Noyet Than Fong spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, there was a loud bang in the main hall. Noyet Than Fong's body, like an iron tower, spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood, and fell to the ground. The commanders and guards hurriedly helped him up, and placed him on the chancellor's chair. Noyet Than Fong kept vomiting blood, fresh blood pooling around him. The amount of blood he spewed was extremely shocking. If it were an ordinary person, they would likely have died. Although Moon Spirit Peak's face was pale, his limbs were limp, and his breathing was weak. The Lord turned his head and saw Lady Sham standing outside the door, with a cold smile on the corner of her mouth. It seemed that he was fine, but suddenly he vomited blood. And he himself didn't know why. Mu Dongyu thought, unexpectedly the injury was so severe, and said, it seems that Moon Spirit Peak is not pretending. After all, who did it? The matter has been settled. Bo Eli also asked to leave. When he left, it seemed that Bo Eli sensed a trace of hostility, and the person hiding behind the curtain was the one who had fought with Mu Dongyu earlier. He was seen slowly saying, this Bo Eli has guts, to be able to sense me for a moment. This remark made Mu Dongyu feel very familiar, and she was less polite when facing him. Someone laughed coldly and said, you acted so cruelly, I was afraid you died an unnatural death last night, then you would deny everything you and that old demon did was wrong. Unexpectedly, this little bastard survived, it seems you still have to die by my hands. Hearing this, Mu Dongyu also slowly asked, who was the demon sir last night? Do you know? Does he have any relation with the old demon you mentioned? Unexpectedly, that person coldly laughed, I'm too lazy to care, even if I know, I won't tell you. I'm waiting to see how you die, it seems many people have targeted you recently, I want to see how you'll resist. Mu Dongyu also smiled and said, you're overestimating yourself. He turned to look at Noyet Than Fong, whose expression had softened a lot. He had checked himself many times, luckily, although abnormalities still occasionally appeared. There were no other effects. This matter still needs further consideration. Noyet Than Fong thought of someone who might be able to help him. That was Triton, one of the 9 celestial masters. Moreover, Noyet Than Fong heard that he recently appeared at Mount Elan in Noyet Xian. However, it said that Triton's temperament is eccentric, and he's not easy to help others. Is it Quan Vonan? but that blood hand white bone Hong Luong divine doctor. Master, rest assured. As long as he comes to Noyet Tonland, leave this matter to me. As for Bui Lei, Noyet Than Fong has arranged for Ha Hon Tu to secretly monitor him. And has also given him 20 elite and good Jiak Trang men to quickly find out where Bui Lei and Thursday Ngozi Kiet are hiding. On the other hand, Bui Lei and Phuc Trican have also encountered an incident. Phuc Trican carefully put the ingredients back into the armor again. He tried to stuff it into a large piece of armor. Even an experienced person like him couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. It's really too difficult to stuff. And this armor is getting more and more difficult, like dark clouds pressing down, wind blowing into the mountain crevices. It's hard to avoid calamity. Pressing and stuffing, finally he managed to force it in, making Phuc Trican's small face turn red. It turns out, after Pho Ti Kin learned that Madame Tam went out for a stroll in the market due to worries in her heart, she chatted with a peddler for a while. And then came up with the idea to have Muk Dung Nu come and pick her up. But strangely, he can't remember what he said or what the merchant looked like. Lady Sham is confident in her ability to recognize faces, yet she can't recall the other person's appearance, which seems illogical to her. This could be a clue. Fu Zhijing solemnly says, remember, we're helping the lady buy things. After going out, we must not go directly back to Tao Hua Pavilion. Most importantly, we need to get away from Moon Spirit Peak. First. For some reason, Bui Lei feels it won't be that easy. Sure enough, as soon as they leave the tent, they are secretly followed by Ha Huan Zi. Bui Lei is heavily disguised as they head to the fabric shop. On the way, he remains extremely vigilant, but still doesn't detect anyone following them. Finally arriving at the shop, he breathes a sigh of relief. Bui Lei is very interested in the identities of Moon Spirit Peak's disciples. From Lady Sham, he only knows that Shi Zhikun spent his youth at Wu Jiao Zhuang, but didn't grow up there. To inherit the position of Zhuang Master of Thunder Separation Art, he went to serve under the Jindong General at a young age. Although he followed Moon Spirit Peak, he didn't stay by his side for too long. It seems Shi Zhichuanyu left because he knew the identity of Shikiali Run, while Ha Huan, Shangguan Xiangun were actually the 5 adopted sons that Madame Shangguan mentioned. They are the forces nurtured by Yushinpeng. But this Yushinpeng did not reveal everything to his disciples. This Yushinpeng has great ambition on one hand, but trusts no one on the other hand. Perhaps this is his biggest weakness. Fuchsing looked gloomy after hearing this. In the past, except for my master, I couldn't trust anyone either. This can even be considered a survival method in the Jianghu. Bui Lai patted Fuchsing's shoulder and consoled him. Although Yushinpeng doesn't trust his people, you have your master, Bai Shushu, and me. I feel like I've started to grasp the tale of Yushinpeng. We will definitely be able to overthrow him. But at this moment, Bui Lai suddenly felt uneasy, sensing that someone was watching them. Bui Lai felt it would be better not to return to the Zhaohua Academy before clarifying everything. To overthrow the Moon Demon sect, we must take it step by step. First, we need to ask Fu Zhizun to find Shu Yugai. Fu Zhijing took a detour, passing through the winding alleys in the southern city. He suddenly disappeared, then reappeared at a pharmacy called Haji Road. He quietly bought 2 taels of Longshanhong. The shopkeeper repeatedly confirmed, the Linglung is authentic. Fu Zhizun carefully returned to the station, observing the surroundings. Suddenly, Bui Lai jumped out from the bushes. Her pale face threatened to make her faint and fall to the ground. Bui Lai said he had used the Divine Desire technique to check multiple times, confirming that no one was following them, and the feeling from before was probably just his illusion. Phuc Trican said he had found a medicine shop. The owner was an ordinary person, but the shop was actually a secret business of the Invincible sect. The Dragon Immortal incense was kept hidden there. Not normally sold. If they placed an order for 2 taels of Dragon Immortal incense there, the middleman would naturally notify Thursday Not Kiet. As for the password, they just needed to leave it in the stone lion's mouth at the entrance, which was the Invincible sect sign. Tonight at the hour of Z. Thursday Ngozi Kiet would come alone to meet Bui Lai. Phuc Trican worried, even though you saved her daughter, for the sacred relic, she wouldn't hesitate to abandon you. Are you sure you want to take this risk now? But Bui Lai persisted, the moon god cult isn't just a threat to us, but also to the Invincible sect. By talking to Thursday Ngozi Kiet now, he won't take major action. I don't want to seize their sacred relic. If Thursday Ngozi Kiet understands this, then the Invincible sect will be our best ally to deal with the moon god cult. Currently, since the moon god cult has taken the sacred relic, the Invincible sect's biggest weakness is isolation. As long as he still needs my help with this, I think I can negotiate. Although Bui Lai's words were not unreasonable, Phuc Trican was still worried that Thursday Ngozi Kiet was not a good person, and regarding the survival of Vo Dai Ko, he would stop at nothing. Therefore, Phuc Trican could only try his best to help Bui Lai prepare thoroughly, busy with preparations beforehand, giving Bui Lai an antidote, placing the Te Xayin in a vase, carefully observing the window position, And also playing tricks with his sleeve, hiding 3 silver needles that can cause paralysis inside. As long as Boy Lei channeled his energy, the silver needles would immediately shoot out from his sleeve. All of this was because Infiltrating didn't want to see the person he cared about die. Night fell, a figure arrived at the appointed location. 3 knocks on the door, then pushing it open and stepping inside. But this person was not Thursday Not Yet. The person who came was named Ahon, with shiny gold earrings on his ears and long, loose black hair. He was wearing a cloak, with his attire only consisting of black and white colors. At first glance, he resembled the master of Vo Daiko, Thursday Not Yet. But if you look closely, there are still some differences. It turns out that this person's name is Ahon, and she is the body double of Shu Yujia. She occasionally acts as a stand-in for the master, but it's rare for people to know about it on a daily basis. This time, it's also on Shu Yujia's orders that she comes here. The silk ribbon on Ahon's head is proof of her identity. Ahon has been ordered to verify the authenticity of Bui Lai and the sacred relic, and she doesn't know anything else. Until the verification is complete, the master will not appear. Bui Lai is curious, wondering how this lady plans to verify it. But right after that, Bui Lai's eyes nearly popped out. The woman in front of him wildly took off her robe and removed her mask. Her beautiful face emerged, and she smiled contentedly. Shu Yuji analyzed that. The sacred relic may be attracted to the living flesh and blood, in other words, it may need to exist within living bloodlines. Perhaps a pure Ling bloodline could bring the sacred relic back to the Invincible vault. And this Ahon is a pure-blooded Ling. The woman in front of him was only left in her undergarments, and she took out a dagger from somewhere. She wants to use her female body to see if the holy relic will leave Bui Lei's body. Bui Lei couldn't bear to watch this outrageous act. He tried to dissuade her, but it was useless. So, Ahon raised a knife and stabbed at his dantian. Bui Lei was terrified and jumped up, but it was all a ploy. The dagger didn't actually stab him. But by the time Bui Lei realized it, it was too late. Ahon's body was like a snake, tightly coiling around Bui Lei. This was the ultimate skill of the Earth style, the one ultimate dispersed mark. Unless one's inner strength is 10 times greater than the opponent's, the more one struggles, the tighter it becomes, making it hard to breathe. Ahon's power is very strong, moreover his entire body is a lethal point, making him hard to defend against. He tightly wrapped around Bui Lei, preventing her from moving her limbs, and also had the effect of restricting her breathing. Even though Bui Lei had a celestial body, she started to have difficulty breathing. If she didn't immediately use her inner energy to resist, she would have no chance. Ahon didn't expect that every inch of his muscles would be bound tightly. In a situation where he was almost strangled to death, he was still able to struggle. Just as the two were deadlocked in their struggle, a figure smashed through the window and rushed in. It was Lu. "What are you doing?" He struck Bui Lei's head hard, and Bui Lei immediately fainted. At this moment, the real Thursday Not Yet also appeared. Thursday Not Yet, beautiful and captivating, her sparkling eyes flashed a mischievous glint. Her noble bearing completely different from the impression of the neatly dressed head of the Earth Gate. He was seen in a flowing white robe, gracefully striding over and sitting lightly on Bui Lei's lap, as if unabashed by the scene before him. He coldly said, "I've heard this sacred artifact is part of a true dragon's body. This chunk of true dragon's flesh and blood, aside from being able to sense bloodlines, can only exist within a true dragon's bloodline. If it attaches itself to a woman or an ordinary person, it will quickly explode. But then again, this is just an ancient tale, prone to inaccuracies, since a true dragon's bloodline has never appeared. So, since you haven't exploded, I worry that your ordinary mortal status might cause the sacred artifact to gradually die off. I can't take that risk. It's better to nurture the sacred artifact within a pure-blooded celestial's body. There might still be some hope." As he spoke, the sharp dagger slightly lifted Bui Lei's robe, provocatively and cruelly making a light cut on her flesh. Infiltrating always felt Thursday Not Yet wouldn't handle things so simply. He had to go take a look. But at that moment, someone pushed open the door and rushed in. It was Huyet Bok Dang again. Then, Lu Tu and Quan Fan were surrounded. Thursday Not Yet surrounded them too, but was much more courteous, smiling and saying, "Before, we misunderstood you, but today you cannot ruin Thursday Not Yet's plan." Infiltrating became even more afraid. He had underestimated Thursday Not Yet's determination to reclaim the holy relic. Almost the entire Vo Daiko had been mobilized. He didn't even care that Noyet Than Fong was nearby. Thursday Ngiozikiet thanked Bui Lei for saving his daughter, but the knife in his hand stabbed deeper into her flesh. Bui Lei angrily shouted, "You are indeed an evil woman. You don't care about the Diamond bloodline, you care about the power in your hands. Even your own daughter, you raised her to be like that. Perhaps you see her as a tool to sit firmly as the co-master." Although Thursday Not Yet's expression was complicated, he didn't stop his hands. But at this moment, he discovered that Bui Lei's wounds were healing at an extremely fast pace. The Hoa Luchao inside Bui Lei's body was actually functioning so vigorously. Bui Lei hurriedly said, "I told you I could sense it. Although its strength is not strong, it can absorb true energy, there's no way it's half dead?" Thursday Ngozi Kiet was also a bit hesitant at this time. He had investigated Bui Lei's identity, and even though she's not a descendant of the spirit race with strange powers, he still insisted, "If you want to survive, unless you can prove you can summon the power of Hoa Luchao, otherwise the people of the Invincible Archive will not believe this." In this critical moment, Bui Lei had no other choice but to immerse her consciousness, exploring the deep stone sea that she had never set foot in before. It turned out that Hoa Luchao was once dissatisfied with Bui Lei's invasion of her divine consciousness, but now she was quietly lying in this stone sea. Bui Lei didn't know if it was a true dragon or not, but she was definitely not a descendant of the spirit race. At this time, Bui Lei could only try to communicate with it. The moment Bui Lei's hand touched Hoa Luchao, a divine consciousness suddenly invaded his mind. This ancient and vast chaotic force made Bui Lei temporarily unable to control himself. Suddenly, a black shadow shot out from behind Bui Lei. It was the shadow he had dreamed of. At this moment, the dark figure finally sensed Bui Lei's weakness and immediately took advantage. Gradually controlling Bui Lei, the dark figure finally felt an unprecedented sense of pleasure, finally able to go out and fight. Bui Lei was completely motionless, as if he had become a Buddha. His eyes were seen to be bloodshot red. This black shadow then sensed a hint of oppression. Clearly his acupoints had been sealed, but his inner energy still surged forth without restraint. I only heard Bui Lei raving, "Give me the sword! Give me the sword!" Using force to break the sword behind his back. This special tendon was stretched to the limit, causing Thursday Noyet Kiet to momentarily lose focus, revealing herself and then falling down. But after all, she was the master of the void subduing art. She immediately regained her composure, preparing to subdue Bui Lei. Thursday Noyet Kiet's hands pressed against Bui Lei's chest, employing the void subduing art. But unexpectedly, the black-clothed figure moved like lightning, with whirling force, instantly defending himself, shattering the already taut tendon, and also tearing Thursday Noyet Kiet's purple silk sash, exposing her jade-like fair skin. In just a blink of an eye, the black-clothed figure had deeply penetrated Bui Lei's body. This speed was countless times faster than before. From behind, he subdued Thursday Noyet Kiet, who was originally in a defensive stance, with a savage kick to her back, causing her body to involuntarily fall forward into an extremely embarrassing position. And the situation was truly perilous. Lanbak Hai and Ahon outside the door suddenly heard the commotion inside the room. Frightened, they quickly sent a warning signal that the situation was not secure, and the two of them rushed into the room, disregarding everything. Lanbak Hai's sword moves as fast as lightning. The steel blade in his hand is like a demon, successfully cutting off Bui Lei's wrist, but this type of weapon can easily be controlled by others. Bui Lei immediately grabs the steel blade, so the steel blade is no longer under Lanbak Hai's control. Lanbak Hai uses force to tug, but the steel blade remains motionless. Ahon nearby draws his sword, and Lanbak Hai is also thrown hard against the wall. Lanbak Hai panics, thinking to himself how Bui Lei can do this. With this strange inner energy, his martial arts cannot be analyzed at all. What kind of force is this? And at this moment, Shu Ngozi Kiet has been subdued by Bui Lei, being pressed down to the ground. At the critical moment, the black shadow in Bui Lei's eyes suddenly breaks. 3 silver needles shot out by Shu Yuchia hit the acupoints on Bui Lei's back. The Taexianji spell then took effect. The power of Taexianji was absorbed into Bui Lei's dantian, like a silkworm eating mulberry leaves, endlessly binding Bui Lei. Although this power was not enough to restrain the dark figure, it did create an opportunity for the Wu Yin in Bui Lei's dantian. Facing a ray of Wu Yin's divine consciousness, the dark figure paid no heed, but Wu Yin remained very calm. Dark Shadow, I don't think you have one against him. You merely seized an opportunity, and you cannot completely devour him, because I am still a part of Bui Lei. With that said, Wu Yin transformed into Bui Lei's face. One punch shattered the divine sense of the black shadow. One punch shattered the divine sense of the black shadow, then loudly reminded Bui Lei, calm your mind, quickly recite the heart mantra. You are the master here. Inside the room, Bui Lei felt his whole body numb, then regained consciousness once again. Thursday Ngozi Teep's appearance was right in front of him. Bui Lei didn't know what to do. Bang! The door was kicked open. Chu Bai Pham grabbed Bui Lei with one hand, scolding, You rotten brat, you have some nerve. As he was about to strike, Thursday Nok Teep hurriedly stopped him. Instead, she asked Longbak Hai, when you executed the Wind God Rage, did you sense this strange force? Longbak Hai honestly replied, Your subordinate has truly never seen it before. This is not the attribute I understand, nor do I know where it came from. I'm even not sure if it's true energy or not. Unexpectedly, Tu Ngozi Teep showed a delighted expression, saying, Unparalleled talent. Although it's hard to believe, but Bui Lei may very well be of the Dragon King's bloodline. And what was just activated must be the power of the Dragon King. The Dragon King's bloodline? How could that be? The spiritual tribe was originally the most ancient race in the eastern lands. They went through a long time, comprehending the profundities of heaven and earth, and eventually could transform into dragon form, roaming the 9 primordial realms, ascending the universe, and becoming one with the heavens and earth. This is called dragon transformation. However, although the spiritual tribe was powerful, they had one major flaw: it was very difficult for them to reproduce. Facing their dwindling numbers and the increasingly prosperous human race, the leader of the spiritual tribe hoped their bloodline could endure, so he led them eastward to conquer the world. After conquering the world, the spiritual lord ordered his people to intermarry with humans, allowing the spiritual tribe to extend their bloodline. But from then on, they lost the ability of dragon transformation. After hundreds of thousands of years, the spiritual lord at Longding Mountain, Fei Hong Peak, achieved enlightenment and ascended. Before leaving, he passed the throne to his beloved wife Xianlam, and also told her the method of dragon transformation. Xianlam perfectly inherited the bloodline power of the spiritual lord, becoming powerful, wise, far surpassing even the spiritual lord. However, as death approached, she gradually realized that her father had deceived her, and she could no longer achieve dragon transformation. The spiritual lord hoped his people would stay living and dying together with all beings in this world, being a member of the dragon clan, but without the transformation ability of the dragon clan. Xianlam was unwilling to be bound by death, so he utilized all his wisdom to create a new technique, allowing his consciousness to prolong, until the day he found a way to dragon transformation. However, this required the body of another person. Xianlam buried Feng Nia's physical body in the north of the East Sea, then began researching the method of dragon transformation. However, due to the reaction of the Ling clan, the lifespan of the physical body became shorter. Xianlam had to change to a new physical body every few decades, but still couldn't find the method of dragon transformation, even after 300 years. Xianlam had changed to his 15th physical body, Fu Tang, and finally waited for a ray of hope. According to Xianlam, the Heavenly Buddha teachings said that the Heavenly Buddha existed outside the 3,000 worlds, earlier than this world by 1,400,000,000 years, utilizing the calamity to become unborn and undying, relying on the great cause and condition to come here. This event was called the Buddha's Law of Purging Sin. The fire burning throughout the heaven, the Jin dynasty's escape, the establishing mobile mountains, and the Bansen Feng Weiliandai. Xianlam went to the place and saw halos all around, as if the heavens and earth saw Xianlam and sank into the sea of fire, then emerged from the sea of fire. Silence the voice, the echo spread throughout the valley, the solemn tone of Buddha's words, illusory, only Xianlam could understand the words of the Heavenly Buddha. Xianlam begged the Heavenly Buddha to grant him the dragon transformation method. After hearing it clearly, the Buddha used the origin of weapons and swords from the East Sea, along with the Xianlam's battle formation preserved from the previous year, and with his infinite divine power, forged the dragon transformation celestial talisman, then told Xianlam, if you swallow this talisman, it can restore your Xian dragon bloodline. But your bloodline has become thin, no longer a dragon. To recreate your dragon body, you need to find someone with the dragon bloodline. Xianlam didn't believe it and forcibly swallowed the dragon transformation celestial talisman, causing his body to collapse. Then he bowed to the Heavenly Buddha and said, if your eminence can make the Xian dragon bloodline thrive on earth, countless ignorant people will become Buddha's followers for eternity, making Buddha's teachings shine like the glorious red sun. Initially, Xianlam ruled Dongxing as the junior monk. With the Heavenly Buddha's blessings, Xianlam ushered in a new era, and Buddha's teachings were spread throughout Dongxing. But decades passed, not only did the Heavenly Buddha not provide a method to restore the dragon transformation, he even disappeared without a trace. For Xianlam, time meant constantly changing and abandoning his descendants. One after another, he finally lost patience with Tianfo. He felt that Tianfo had found the method of dragon transformation but deliberately concealed it, so he began to purge the followers of the Daijiri sect. Xianlam wanted to find the whereabouts of Tianfo from these followers. During the continuous purge, the followers of the Lian sect gradually went into secret activities. Xianlam was determined to find the method of dragon transformation. This chaotic era lasted until the last emperor of the Yurong dynasty, Bang Zui. The rule of the Ling clan was finally ended by Lady Dam. The legacy and forbidden arts of the last Ling clan became the Tianren Daotong, passed down to later generations, including the 5 lands of Zhu and the dragon transformation scripture. After changing clothes, Tuk 6 and Ahon finally decided to cooperate with Bui Lei. They dared to take such a risk tonight because the holy robe Hong Luong had resolved the thunder pill at the 5 lands of Zhu, their biggest concern. This was also thanks to Bui Lei for letting Han Zi bring back half of the letter. If the two sides achieved cooperation, Bui Lei would reveal the news of Noyet than Feng's injury to Tuk 6. Perhaps this was their opportunity. The next day, Bui Lei and Fu Triken prepared to return to Tang Treo Hoa. There's a saying, talented men, brave women. The beautiful Fuke Trican and Bui Lei endured many storms, their hearts already bore each other's imprint, whether the other was the right person or not. This love was destined to linger in Fuke Trican's heart. That year, during the sect's selection, due to the pursuit, the gravest offense, only Fuke Trican and 3 masters remained. The 3 went into hiding, evading pursuit. Thus, this happened in a remote village. At that time, Fuke Trican's mother was pregnant. An old demon came to the thatched hut, saying the senior master was injured and needed spring water essence. Otherwise, the water in the lotus pond would overflow in a few hours. He begged the lady to help. Fuke Trican's kind-hearted mother believed him and used the spring water to water the precious medicinal herbs. I only saw the old demon cut his hand with a sword, letting his blood drip into the water. It turned out that the senior brother needed the life-giving spring water for longevity, and could only sustain his life with the golden spring water. Currently, without the golden spring water, the old demon still hesitated, appearing astonished. The soles of his shoes were also exposed, clearly intentionally concealing something. Sensing there was something amiss, Fuke Trican voluntarily offered the pure gold pendant left by his mother. Gold and silver were scarce in the small village, but this pendant was originally a dead object. However, if there was even a 1% chance it was genuine and could save a life, that would be an act of kindness. Therefore, Fuke Trican always remembered the past kindness of a bowl of water. The 3 masters were self-appointed by Fuke Trican, but in his eyes, the 3 masters were. The 3 of them treated her the best. No matter how others view the martial arts of Dushi men, good and evil are distinguished by the nature of the person. Bui Lei tenderly cared for her, anyone looking would see they were a loving and adorable couple. The carriage moved slowly, but it would eventually reach its destination. Fuke Trican gently knocked on the door, saying again that he was from Dushi men requesting entry. The door opened slightly, the one opening it was the 3rd master. The 3rd master slowly led the 2 inside. The 3rd master's martial arts were special, unable to control living things, only able to control inanimate objects. Suddenly, the 3rd master turned around, seeming to recognize Bui Lei. Next came a series of hurried footsteps. The old demon was seen grabbing the collar of the Grandmaster, who was wearing a thin white robe, indicating he had just taken a bath. He wore light green slippers, with his toes and heels exposed, revealing smooth, fair skin. The old demon asked the Grandmaster in astonishment, "Who is this? Why did you bring an outsider here?" Fu Zhijing said gloomily, "His name is Bui Lei, he saved my life." "It wasn't me. Junior Master, do you still remember what I told you 5 years ago? I've been thinking about it ever since. Speak." The 3rd master held Dan Dan's hand, and a red glow flashed as their minds connected. The 2nd master then understood and accepted their request. The 2 placed their spirit tablets in the room, then went to inform the Grand Master. The 3rd mentor said that her defenses, apart from teaching disciples of the Quiet Girl Palace, were all battle arrays for ordinary women. If she didn't witness it herself, how could she believe it? Regardless, she was one of the 3 mentors of the eminent family. Thinking about it, Mu Qishu, was also considered an eccentric by everyone. It seemed that she had to figure out many things herself. Suddenly, Bui Lei sensed a gloomy aura passing through the air. Just outside where Bui Lei was meditating, Moon Spirit Peak suddenly grabbed Fuke Trigun by the neck and rushed in. Why was Moon Spirit Peak appearing here? She directly struck the back of Fuke Trigun's neck with her palm, instantly knocking out the beautiful girl. Bui Lei turned around in shock and found that the Divine Footsteps sword was not by her side, so she could only face the enemy unarmed. The Ghost Hand Soul severing sound had a power of 7 parts. The Moon God's palm strikes. The Moon God's palm doesn't bother to dodge. Instead, like a madman, he grits his teeth. His eyes grow more ferocious, his figure gradually becomes thinner. The technique he uses is not the primordial 7 divine fists. Along with the change in form, the Moon God's palms, killing moves become more frenzied, gradually turning into a tiger's strike. As for Bui Lei, at the critical moment, his hands are inexplicably bound. In the midst of the battle, only the Moon God's palm's tiger claws extend. 2 flying swords shoot out. Well done, watch Du Shi's last disciple die. 2 slashing sounds pierce the air, the flying blades heading towards the unconscious Fuke Trican. In this critical situation, Fuke Trican was surely going to die. The days spent with Fuke Trican flashed through Bui Lei's mind. No matter what, he couldn't abandon Fuke Trican. Without hesitation, Bui Lei shielded Fuke Trican with his body, letting the blades slice into his flesh and pierce his bones. At the critical moment, a voice came out of Bui Lei's mouth, "Old Two, stop your hand." Though not loud, the voice was like thunder in the ears, making one feel numb. Bui Lei suddenly regained his senses. Who was that just speaking? Moreover, it seemed he wasn't stabbed by blades but scratched by claws. His divine foot blade was nowhere to be seen. Behind him was the 3rd master, Zhu Ling. Before his eyes was no longer the Moon God Peak, but the Tiger World's white sand desert. Bui Lei suddenly lost control and said, "Old 2, you've been affected by the tiger slaughter and can't think clearly. Temporarily withdraw from the tiger slaughter first." This kid just stood up to protect others. He was very determined, I could feel it. Bui Lei was startled, that wasn't his own voice. At the same time, the second master before him also withdrew from the tiger slaughter, regaining his human form and aura. Fu Jing was very worried, because she knew that was the Grand Master's Azure Bird Heart Restoration technique. Bui Lei had endured it for so long, she didn't know if there was any danger. She saw that Bui Lei's expression was calm, and the sand had also mysteriously disappeared. Dongsheng spoke up to reassure her, "Don't worry, I have control over it. I've met this kid before. His spirit is extraordinary, the Azure Bird Heart Restoration technique won't harm him. Alright, clean up a bit, wait for me to come back. I have a few words to say." The Grand Master's face shines with divine light, a flame flickers on his forehead, sometimes bright, sometimes dim, tinged with red on one corner of the bed, the human light cannot penetrate. No matter what happened, it's hard to take it all in, and as soon as I close my eyes, my head aches as if 1,000 needles are piercing it. Taking advantage of this vivid scene, the Grand Master sat in meditation outside the gate, employing the supreme carving technique with the energies of earth and heaven. Bui Lei hurriedly knelt down, bowing, "I pay my respects to the venerable elder." Qing Laishan smiled faintly. "Fellow cultivator Tong Shang, although your talents and bearing are extraordinary, in the treacherous Jianghu, given my current situation, I cannot help but ask you one thing. Your reaction in the battle formation was too extreme. Under the influence of my Qing Niao Revive Heart technique, you must have seen me as someone else, the sworn enemy of my disciple, whom my disciple has never mentioned before. I've heard that. You grew up in Bairili Yuanqing City. I'm very curious, how is your divine consciousness?" Bui Lei hurriedly replied, "This junior dares not hide from the senior, but also hopes the senior will teach me. This junior cannot reveal the details." The Grandmaster paused slightly, continuing, "Of course, this little child has gone ahead of us for 30 years. If it were Sechuanit, I would ask again about the shortcut. But you came here seeking help, yet you won't say this, won't say that, how can others trust you? You must know that we have been living in seclusion here for many years, and no outsiders have ever come. Now you have come. Are you willing to join us in protecting the secret of the Tao Hua Xiao Yuan? For example, stay here, together with Sister Chang Tangxi." Fuji Jing's small and beautiful face suddenly turned red. Her cheeks flushed pink, as beautiful as a ripe peach, her hands clutching tightly the fragrant herb red skirt. It's truly a breathtaking scene that can topple nations. As Dongshang was about to speak, Fuchtriken hurriedly said, "I'll talk to him, let him answer you." Dongshang also nodded slightly, silently wondering. With the crimson clouds tinting the moonlight in his heart, the difference between us is like heaven and earth. No different from an outsider. How should he respond now? He only saw Bui Lei, determined in his heart, slowly saying, "The senior is absolutely right." Bui Lei was originally just a reclusive general, and on his journey, he encountered all kinds of things and met many people. Such as the senior, and also my sister. It made me vow to always protect others. Currently, my priority is to complete the mission of finding the lone Dao for the senior and the second commander of our house. And then determine if my friends are safe. After that, I will also consider, without any more hesitation. I'm willing to return to the camp with my sister to protect the Tao Hua Xiao Yuan. Although Fuchtriken felt a little disappointed, he quickly concealed it and paid no attention to his great master in Dongxin. Dongxin said, "I regard Bui Lei as family, now he is willing to save me, and his spiritual consciousness is special. I presume to ask the great master to help him. He has passed the great master's test. May I ask," repeating "may I ask" many times. Dongxin breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Don't worry, the great master was just asking, but whether you go or stay is your own destiny." However, with these words from Boy Xiao Heap, "From now on, we will treat you as family. Whoever wants to bother you must ask us first." Being accepted by the great master, Bui Lei was overjoyed. He relaxed, with a rare smile on his face. Seeing that it was already dark, the great master practiced the Qingniao Fu Xan Great Dharma for a while and felt tired, so he instructed Dongxin, "Old 2, hurry up and prepare the rooms, and let Bui Lei rest well." The starlight fell on the tile roof, shimmering like a dream. The cool air wafted through the fragrant flowers and grass, feeling truly refreshing. Fuchtriken led Bui Lei to the back courtyard. Makvu finally saw through this woman's thoughts. Indeed, Fuchtriken frowned, her face clouded. She was usually as proud as a sea daffodil, but tonight she seemed to have gone through wind and dew. The girl's feelings couldn't be hidden in her heart, all written on her face, truly an adorable sight. She gently lit a fire for Bui Lei to boil hot water for a bath. Bui Lei's tender white skin became even rosier. In the warm room, it was more comfortable than a hot spring. Moreover, the water wheel was automatically operated by wooden figures. All these were skills of the third master, able to imbue spirits into wooden objects. So the wooden water wheel could operate automatically, but adding firewood and lighting the fire had to be done by humans. The great master, due to practicing the great dharma of reviving the mind with pure bird calls, needed to move and exercise his channels year after year, so he specially built this room. In the past, Infiltrating's favorite time is early winter when the snow falls. This wooden room will be covered in crystal ice. It's wonderful. Boile notices Infiltrating's thoughts, thinks for a moment, then says, "Sister, what I told master today was not just words." Infiltrating glares at him. "That's right, I know, I'm glad. But in our hearts, we both harbor a grudge, don't we? Remember when we went to Tao Hua Sha Yuan before, how we surrounded you? I searched you then, you carefully kept a handkerchief with the word Niam embroidered on it. That was Wadiku investigating you. I also know that you've never mentioned him in the Jianghu. Because you wanted to protect him, right? I also swore, I also promised to protect him well. But I failed. There were times when the flames of revenge for Yushinpeng consumed me. It was only because I met you that I felt my life had other meaning. But Hualang can never be revived, and this grudge will forever be buried within me. But you are different. I know you are because of Maiden Neem, the daughter of Neem Tang Kun, the second elder of Tui Noyet Din Hien, who deliberately avoided her. But this grudge has nothing to do with the secular world. I'm glad you said that to the great master, but I don't want you to stay at Tao Hoa Tu Yuan because of that. You belong to the outside world. If you're tired, come back here, I'll still prepare a hot spring for you. At this time, Bui Lei's heart was filled with mixed feelings, silently swearing to himself that he would kill Noyet Then Fong for her. Early on the fourth morning, the red dawn lit up half the sky. The fame of Tao Hoa Tu Yuan resounded far and wide. These days, Bui Lei had slept so well, it turned out this was the life he liked best. Bui Lei sat cross-legged. He hadn't entered the spiritual realm for days, and didn't know if the past could respond to him or not. Bui Lei entered his inner self. He detected that the divine trance from last time was still there, and moreover, it made him feel a kind of pressure. But still, there was a bit of resistance and worry. Not knowing if he could use it to temper his mentality or not, turning it into an enemy he needed to overcome. The voice of Moon God Peak suddenly appeared in his mind, causing the divine trance before Bui Lei to completely transform into the real Moon God Peak. He even picked up a sword, and moreover, the pressure he once brought upon Bui Lei also reappeared. Bui Lei tried to control himself and remain calm. This was the purpose of his training. First, assume. He wouldn't immediately use his power, and see if he could find a way to resolve it from the technique. Bui Lei concentrated his mind. He must strike first, absolutely cannot let his tiger centipede kill suppress him. As Bui Lei made his move, Noyet Then Fong swung his sword. He wanted Bui Lei to defend, then borrow the recoil force, and use divine lust technique to disrupt Noyet Then Fong's senses, making him think it was an opening. Noyet Then Fong underestimated the enemy. His next move might be the Thunder Extinction Sword to kill Bui Lei. Bui Lei then used the 7th level of Jade Force Devil Hand to neutralize half the lightning force, absorbing the other half into the Transformation Force Pearl, then quietly unleashed the Rejoicing Beheading Sword before the opponent could make a move. The two swords exerted huge might. Next he must face the technique he had used before. The 4th stage of the Tiger Meditation Killing Technique, the 10 Felicities Noyet Then Fong. This dense swordsmanship looked defensive, but in fact, it's an attack. If he doesn't respond well, Bui Lei will definitely suffer losses. He calmly observes Noyet Then Fong's sword moves, while accumulating enough force from the left upper sword thrust to the right lower sword strike, which is Bui Lei's strength. He gathers half of his inner energy into the sword. His legs move in the order of drawing the sword, continuously evading, barely breaking through the sword net, finally striking a direct blow, successfully forcing Noyet Then Fong to retreat. But Miss Min once said, "This Ho Tien Sat Tuet has a total of 60 forms, he has only seen one form, and he still needs to consider how to break Noyet Then Fong's Ngung Tuet counter-move." Although not yet proficient, being able to break one form is already good. Just as Bui Lei was about to finish practicing, Noyet Then Fong in front of him grinned broadly. He took the initiative, swinging his sword towards Bui Lei. His formidable moves were extremely powerful. Moreover, this was not the sword technique that Noyet Then Fong had used. Bui Lei didn't care about all that. No matter who was manipulating Noyet Then Fong's appearance, he had to kill him. Suddenly, the spatial perception collapsed. This guy could also duplicate the terrain. Moreover, he skillfully hid behind a pillar, preparing to use the Kubatlin Honchung to dispel the incoming rain of swords, while crushing Thaptrung not at the same time. At this point, Bui Lei's moves no longer maintained the momentum of practice, but his palms were as fast as lightning, though not following any particular style. They were extremely sophisticated. Bui Lei's fan know-how was formidable, with a terrifying force, yet he skillfully neutralized it. Even if he had to die, he had to kill Noyet Then Fong. As Bui Lei gradually lost control, a voice echoed in his head, "Wake up quickly, Bui Lei, don't let Tai Duong kill you in the illusion, or you'll be truly killed. Hoa Nan Quang fell. A sword from Noyet Than Fong had arrived. In front of him. Sun Noyet Fu Han, Tan Du Kai Dao, Lin Ti Manlo, Ngan Tuan Kan Quang. At the critical moment, a figure emerged from Bui Lei's body. This person had hair as white as snow, deep as an abyss. His whole body exuding a chilling mist, standing upright in the raging wind, only using one hand to block this sword of Noyet Than Fong. Then he shouted loudly, Bui Lei. This is your illusion, wake up quickly. Time is running out. With those words, he waved his hand, successfully pushing back Yut Than Fong. At this moment, Bui Lei regained his senses. This was fundamentally not Yut Than Fong. He was the master of this illusory realm. With firm resolve, Bui Lei regained control, manipulating. The space, 10 blocks immediately surrounded Yut Than Fong. Under this strike, he also knelt down. Vaughn was white-faced, looking injured, standing beside him continuously praising, slowly saying, this person is the greatest danger. Bui Lei also realized, this person was his Grand Master, Dian then. Turns out, don't look at the Grand Master's usual demeanor, the martial arts he cultivates focus on spiritual consciousness. Bui Lei, you're not bad. As I watched the Great Master observe the surroundings, I could not help but feel moved. The fighting god was not wrong. Your consciousness space is indeed lively. Even after studying consciousness my whole life, I have never seen anything like this. Here, apart from your consciousness, there are others as well. Earlier, I also sensed Bui Lei's consciousness in that dark mass. The wound on Bui Lei's left hand was created based on the injury he sustained in the illusory realm. Truly marvelous and ever-changing. But this wound still remains. This is the plan of the consciousness that was injured in the illusory realm. For those who fail to treat it promptly or escape the illusory realm, the injury persists. Thankfully, the Great Master is here, and treating consciousness is his specialty. During this time, Bui Lei also recounted everything, from beginning to end. Most of the demon exterminator's techniques involve consciousness. For them, the physical body is merely a shell. Consciousness is the essence. Consciousness not only determines who you are, but also your strength, and can even decide your aptitude for cultivation. Achieving a formidable spiritual power is not easy. Just seeing the Grand Master raising one hand, he easily condensed it into a mirror-like virtual image, which could lock a part of Bui Lei's spiritual power. When he no longer felt the wound on his left hand, his spiritual power was also healed. The mirror-like divine fusion with the white swan silk thread is the result of combining the green sparrow stone and the white tiger stone. Being able to control the beast realm is already a prodigy, but the Grand Master has reached the realm where he can freely enter and exit the beast realm, but he also had to pay a corresponding price. The white swan silk of the beast realm has been influenced by the white tiger realm until now, let alone the fusion of spiritual power between humans. One can imagine how much more formidable the nameless tree is. But with the same origin, this tree hidden within the miraculous illusion skill was also beyond expectation, beyond reason. But that black spiritual power was certainly not created by the nameless tree. It must have coexisted with Bui Lei from a very early age. This black shadow has existed since Bui Lei was a child, and it's unclear why it didn't devour Bui Lei, but instead lurked behind him and grew up together. Since childhood, Bui Lei has been fighting with it in his dreams, which also created his formidable spiritual power. His true self is stronger than Bui Lei, it's just that his spirit is controlled by Bui Lei, so normally he can't compete for the body. He can only use his power to protect Bui Lei's life when he's about to die. The hardest part of cultivating the spirit is understanding oneself. Those who achieve petty success are simply lost in self-satisfaction for being able to create what they desire in the illusory realm. They don't realize that what truly defines who you are is not what you want, but what you've been through and the choices you've made. Understanding this, one can cultivate the spirit without going astray, achieve enlightenment, and transcend the self. Only then can one fully master the spirit. As he finished speaking, the wound on Bui Lei's hand had completely healed. 4 days later, Bui Lei and Fu Triken left Tao Hoa to win. Fu Zhuan changed into a village girl's outfit, but the clothes couldn't hide her attractive figure. As she mounted the horse, her dress fluttering, swaying in front of Bui Lei, clearly unsuitable for this attire. Her posture on the horse was a bit awkward and uncomfortable. But Fu Zhuan felt this outfit suited her identity better and allowed her to blend in with commoners more easily. The two of them set off, leaving the Tao Hua Shaoyuan. After Bui Lei and Fu Zhuan's departure, the three remaining began to discuss the aftermath. Tan Dainshan learned from Bui Lei that Du Shi reenacted the truth, revealing the main reason for Wei Warren's tragic demise, causing the old demon to worry. Will the reappearance of the demon blade bring back the past? Back then, after the demon blade appeared, someone intentionally framed the Du family, causing all sects to besiege them. Back then, the young demon had to go through this storm. But now the old demon is calm and composed, proving that his years of cultivation were not in vain. The serene face took out the book keys he found from the darkest era. A self-proclaimed ghost master summoned the extraordinary assembly, only inviting evil sects to participate for rewards. It said that the 5 territories demon also received a similar invitation, with the condition of helping the Du family eliminate an enemy. Clearly, he doesn't understand the 3 from the Du family. White Feather Sand couldn't help but doubt, could this ghost master be the one behind the scenes intentionally using the demon blade? But the serene face said, the power behind the demon blade back then was profound and hard to fathom, not just 1 or 2 people, but this ghost master's ostentatious actions don't seem like those behind the scenes back then. There may be some connection. The serene face hinted to pretend not knowing this, but with Fukri Jing's character, she will definitely participate. So this time, either 1 or all 3 of the Du family will take action. Currently, Kai Ni has been drawn in. We have long wanted to help her. No one values life more than the Du family. Today, the 3 of us don't need to investigate who was behind the scenes back then. As long as those around us live well, it's enough. The old demon worries, celestial being, we must be careful, don't let Kai Ni know too much. After all, the opponent can impersonate even demon spirits, and with their first move, they caused the Nameless to lose his life. We absolutely cannot reveal the true secret of demon spirits. On this side, Bui Lei and Infiltrating encounter a family of 3. A boy runs towards Bui Lei, suddenly shouting, "Beggar!" The child, not understanding. The man hurriedly apologized to Bui Lei. The whole family of 3 people also slowly approached Bui Lei. At this moment, Infiltrating suddenly discovered that the bamboo tree had been carved with the word kill for some time. Like a magician amplifying her voice, her chest heaved. Bui Lei, be careful. Sound illusion. As soon as she finished speaking, the child in front suddenly drew a knife, with a fierce look, and rushed towards Bui Lei. Fortunately, Bui Lei was on guard, and merely used 2 fingers to grip the blade tightly. A palm strike pushed the child away. This person looked incredulous. Where did I slip up? What? It turns out, with Bui Lei's years of experience, he had noticed the fresh, damp firewood. Moreover, the cleanly cut marks indicated the chopping speed was extremely fast. Not many woodcutters like this. The woodcutter was seen taking out his weapons, a black robe, and throwing out 10 silver ghost-slaying coins. The East Sea assassin was indeed a master. He struck silently, with ferocious force. The raging saber lord didn't have time to react, getting hit all over. As Infiltrating worried, Hai Dong swiftly appeared behind, saying, "My lady, have you recognized us?" Infiltrating's saber was already raised, her instinctive reflexes swift, her neck slightly tilting to easily avoid this strike. She was secretly terrified, thinking, this woman reacts so quickly, but if compared to Ghost Child's speed, it's still far inferior. She just saw his figure flashing in and out, continuously borrowing recoil force, moving unpredictably, and in an instant unleashing a series of attacks. Looking back, Bui Lei hadn't even drawn his sword yet but easily blocked the attacks. Bui Lei's current cultivation level has changed from the past, directly higher by 1 level. One sword swing unleashed in formidable sword aura, slashing through the surrounding bamboo swords, and the black-robed figure was sent flying. Being forced into the air, Ghost Mother hurriedly seized the opportunity, raining down a storm of demonic energy on Bui Lei. Bui Lei spun his body techniques, using his sword to block, but was still slightly injured. He was scratched on the face again. In the battle with Ghost Mother, her specialty is continuous attacks. As soon as the opponent is injured, his offensive power will increase like a storm. Bui Lei is seen making an eerie mid-air turn at a terrifying speed, stomping hard on the ground, then simply lifting one leg, kicking the demon mother away. The demonic aura explodes on the spot, gradually subsiding. Bui Lei looks back at Infiltrating, whose sword is less than an inch away from its target, but can't advance any further. If it weren't for the fear of ruining this outfit, at this speed, Infiltrating basically didn't catch his eye. Her body has completely lost control, officially hit by the Ki Tien Ko technique. The demon mother covers her face in excruciating pain, but believes her demonic aura has completely enveloped Bui Lei. He must die. But right after that, she noticed that the wound on Bui Lei's face had healed. This was the difference in their abilities. Bui Lei was about to ask who was behind the plot, but Infiltrating was quicker. They didn't know the identity of the employer, only that it was a young man with sharp eyes. The ambush location was also provided by him. Infiltrating was worried that if they could ambush here, the mastermind might have known about the existence of Tao Hua Xiaozhai. Bui Lei pondered. Their whereabouts had indeed been discovered. Although the plan was not complete, they had to try it anyway. 4 days later, Bui Lei secretly met Hien Tu. He saw Hien Tu take off her outer robe, revealing her slender and graceful figure. Words like slender and graceful came to Bui Lei's mind. Her long, straight legs were elegantly crossed, accentuating her delicate curves. Bui Lei understood. This time, Xian Zi was meeting him to relay a message from Shu Yujia. This soldier, who also happened to be a comedian, It must be expressed vividly, without emotion. Xian Zi's demeanor suddenly changed. She yelled, "Boile! You dare to be late! This is different from the reconnaissance you described. Do you think you, the East Sea thief, Boile the First Blade, are that bold? Do you know how dangerous this plan is? If you fail, you'll be thrown into the dungeon." She grabbed Boilei's collar. "Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have the sacred object. You want to go die? I won't allow it. For the sake of the dungeon. I'll kill you if I have to." Boile said, "This injury has really opened my eyes. I've persuaded Dr. E, but I'm warning you, they're only interested in the illness itself. The rest is up to us. If I hadn't been seriously injured this time, I definitely wouldn't have risked this with you." Xian Zi's delivery was exactly like Shu Yujie's words, cold as ice. After completing the mission, Xian Zi again. "I'm comfortable around Boile, even happy." This Ice Queen finally showed some expression. At the same time, the 4 Heavenly Kings finally found Master Y, known as the 9 Openings Enlightened Healer. Yuangliang. Merely mentioning this name, people immediately think of eccentricity. He speaks bluntly, disregarding martial arts conventions. As soon as the 4 Heavenly Kings saw Yuangliang, they sneered, "You're crafty and vicious, look like a wolf's, which I have always disliked. My skills are not great enough to treat your injuries." Saying that, without paying respect, he turned and left. Yu Shenfeng was taken aback, and hurriedly stood up to stop him, wanting to ask about the condition of his injuries. Yuangliang sneered, "I've heard about your symptoms on the way. To treat you, I must use acupuncture to probe, and they are all vital acupoints, requiring my inner energy to enter your body. Feeling all over to examine your meridians. Will you let me? Aren't you afraid I might take advantage of you?" Yu Shenfeng was rendered speechless, hesitating in his heart. After all, Yuangliang was a renowned figure, who knew if he was colluding with others, he might restrain him with acupuncture needles. And take action. Yuangliang sneered a few times. He said, "You see, you hesitated. Moreover, I'm only 7/10 certain of finding the cause of your illness." Yu Chunfeng hurriedly stood up, bowed and said, "Master, you are so talented, no one else can match your abilities. Please do as you wish. Even if you can't find the cause, I will still offer the beautiful Lady Dialao as promised. I only have one small request, please demonstrate your true skills here, so that my untalented disciples can broaden their horizons." Yu Chunfeng thought to himself, with his formidable innate inner energy, he could protect his vital energy at the critical moment, so there would be no problem. Not Hong Luong intentionally smiled wryly. For Yu Chunfeng, this was already very difficult. Losing face in front of everyone was not his style. But out of respect for the beautiful lady, he made an exception this time. Taking out a hairpin, Not Hong Luong undressed Yu Chunfeng. Using his true energy to seal his acupoints, he observed attentively for a moment, then released his hand. "Excellent, just as I anticipated, this injury is not simple. Who ultimately caused Moon Spirit Wind's injury? Even the Primordial Emperor has difficulty healing it?" The Primordial Emperor took out a golden needle, bringing it before Moon Spirit Wind's face. "The one who injured you used an invisible, sharp inner force. This inner force is sharper than blades, causing you to be unaware, but harder than iron and steel, piercing directly into your acupoints without the slightest deviation. This inner force operates according to a special pattern. If not for your innate inner force, even I would have nearly failed to detect it." As the words left his mouth, everyone was astonished. Facing such a formidable opponent, no less challenging than the Jade Demon. This inner force is divided among the Guanmen, Juk, Tianshu, Shermen, and Shueidao acupoints, the 5 critical acupoints. As Moon Spirit Wind circulated his inner power, the clash of inner energy only made his injuries more severe. Yet Wang Liang said he couldn't cure it because, whether it was acupuncture or inner energy, they couldn't touch something as delicate as that. Trying to remove these 5 strands of inner energy would be like using a hammer to swat a fly. Currently, there was only one way, which was for Yu Chunfeng to stop circulating his inner energy, and let these 5 strands of inner energy dissipate naturally. In a short time, it would take 20 to 30 years. And in a long time, 40 to 50 years for them to disappear on their own. This method, for Yu Chunfeng, would be like pulling out a tiger's teeth. Of course, he wouldn't agree to it. Everyone present knew that it was rare for someone to reach such a high level of martial arts in this world, but they didn't expect there to be someone like Yat Wang Liang. Yat Wang Liang continued, "The second way, if we can't remove them, then we'll destroy them along with the acupoints. Normally doing this would cause all of your inner energy to dissipate. But I have a special skill that can ensure you retain 5/10 of your inner energy. After recovering, with your innate inner energy, if you train for 7 or 8 years, you'll be able to return to your current level. This matter is very important. Moon deity Feng didn't dare to decide hastily, wanting to keep one Emperor Liang for 2 more days, so he could think it over. But unexpectedly, one Emperor Liang showed no hesitation, saying, I once again ask Master Viet, if you want treatment, you must come to my place. Within 3 days, I'll wait for you at Lean Quiet too. Any later won't be good. Moon Spring Feng pursed his lips. If what one Emperor Liang said was true, he would have to go to Alan Sun for the most part. However, he must prepare thoroughly, to avoid falling into a trap. He immediately ordered that Du and Lai Ving Chi to lead all the men of Wu Jiak Trang, to guard the gates of Alan Sun. And ordered them to monitor one Emperor Liang, and if they detected anyone from Wu Dequat, to immediately kill them and interrogate them strictly. Len Quan Ge took the excuse of patrolling the safety of Alan Sun, and requested Shuyanban cavalry to come up the mountain. Moon Spring Feng gritted his teeth, thinking that he had worked hard to achieve his current position, so how could he easily be schemed against? This one Emperor Liang, even if there was no problem, but since he knew about his practice of the Qi rotation technique, after succeeding, he absolutely couldn't let him leave. In Moonlit City, at the Puyu Pharmacy, Shu Yuki had appeared refined and otherworldly, her beauty and charm captivating, like a celestial maiden descending to earth. Yet her cold gaze froze anyone who dared to breathe loudly before her. News had come from Yihuan Liang. If Moonlit Ridge's luck was good and she regained 7 or 8 parts of her martial arts prowess, staying at the Tritic Manor for years would only cause more trouble. No matter how much Chu Xiaozhou wanted to restore her skills, who knew how many years it would take? The 10-city demon mother's plan had failed. So, Shu Yuki had thought it was worth gambling with Boi Lei one more time. Viet Tan was suspicious. Except for Shan Shrine's respect, the little maid stood silently beside Boi Lei. Not long after, news of Hanzi's venom spread, passed on by Shu Yukiat. For Moonlit Ridge, if she circulated her inner energy, at most she could endure for the time it took to burn 2 incense sticks. Shu Yuejie also decided to cooperate with all his strength. Even if he couldn't kill him, he had to force him to be seriously injured. Fuke Changying was still worried. This cunning guy, could it be that he wanted to use Boi Lai's life to exchange for the Viet bandit's serious injury? But Boi Lai seemed to indicate that he also had a backup plan. Pass the message to Lady Shin, go. Follow the plan. At the main camp, General Jiamu brought Lady Sham, saying her husband had been harmed by an evil person a few days ago and was in critical condition, urgently seeking divine doctor's treatment. Now her husband is safe and sound, so she returns the favor. General Jiamu brought Lady Sham and said her husband had been harmed by an evil person a few days ago. In Gong Zi Tieshan's mind, he was praying for peace, so why return this wish now that her husband is safe? Mo Dongnya had some doubts, but she understood that it was difficult for a wife to stay in the army camp. However, if this was a military matter, she had to go to Alan Mountain. The crime of usurping the imperial order, Xian Yunji is in charge of escorting the lady. Lady Sham expresses her gratitude and will return to the camp. Mr. Chi Man's secret agent ambushed, Mr. Chang, her husband, is the one involved, but if he can deal with the pentagonal manner, it will be very unfavorable for my husband. You look at my eyes, how much I've suffered. Helping your family is also for myself. Blood hatred mist cloud, with limited power, can only help a little. No need to hurry. Tin Mao is determined to explain the way, and if he is at ease, whether this matter succeeds or fails, it will not involve you. Later, the two agreed to meet at the Ghost Cave in the northern suburb at the 5th watch of the next day. Fuktriken is overjoyed. Now he only needs to return to the Taohua Pavilion and meet with Boi Lei. But Boi Lei said, the most convenient way to solve the problem is to deal with the tail at the back, Ha Hon Tu. Boi Lei and Ha Hon Tu, the two unexpectedly met. I didn't expect it. During this period, almost all of Ha Hon Tu's thoughts were focused. Ha Hon Tu had indeed mastered half of the 7 deities' fist. The Moon Deity clan had previously nurtured 6 disciples, except for Shi Junyu, all under his strict supervision. He taught each of them one of the 7 deities' ultimate techniques. He did this not only to cultivate his own strength, but according to Ha Hon Tu's guess, it might also be related to the final, unmentioned 7 deities' ultimate technique. Among his disciples, the Moon Deity clan was most dissatisfied with Ha Hon Tu's character, but couldn't help admitting that he was the only one capable of practicing the earth-shattering palm. However, Ha Hon Tu gradually discovered that his talent in the earth-shattering palm was far greater than the Moon Deity clan had understood. Ha Hon Tu could not only grasp the different rotating patterns of the inner energy, but could also change them freely, achieving remarkable results. The more he understood this, Ha Hon Tu cultivated the Heart Sutra in vain. She intentionally pretended to be arrogant and peerless in order to lure Noyet Than Fong, who had remarkable talents, to come out of hiding. However, this was just a temporary trick, not a long-term plan. Meanwhile, Ha Hon Tu observed her senior practicing martial arts, and unconsciously, she could see how every single internal energy flow moved and its effects. Ha Hon Tu mastered the bamboo sword, the palm-striking deadly thunder, and the tiger whirlwind killing technique. However, the more she practiced, the more she realized the profoundness and inscrutability of Noyet than Fong's skills. To survive, Ha Hon too became increasingly cautious about the hidden dangers, continuing to follow Noyet than Fong's orders. But now, despite obstructing on Ka, the demon mother, and her assassins, she also left assassin signals on the bamboo leaves as a warning. Her fight with Bo Lei seemed like a contest, but in fact, it was to probe Bo Lei's true intentions and capabilities. However, facing Bo Lei's dream-shattering mirror, Ha Hon too continuously used the 8 wilderness sealing knot, the ancient serpent killing technique, and the deadly thunder palm, showing her true skills. Although his power is slightly inferior to the 7 ultimate skills of the Moon God sect, unlike the Moon God sect who received the 7 ultimate skills from their ancestors, he can utilize them as freely as fire and wind. However, Ha Hon too cannot control the sacred artifact, and on Bo Lei's body, he can not only absorb a portion of the lightning, but also transform a part of it for his own use. For a moment, he is invincible, and he defeats the enemy. Ha Hon too also admits that Bo Lei is superior to the teachings of the Moon God sect. Today, the court has assigned the 5th branch manor to inherit the secret documents, which have been delivered. The Moon God sect has ordered that once the documents are delivered, Ha Hon too must personally assassinate Lady Thuong Quan, the mother of Miss Mangu. Ha Hon too has no intention of fighting, so he has chosen to wait for Bo Lei at the side. At the same time, Infiltrating returns to the place he had arranged with Bo Lei, where there is still a mark left behind indicating a safe place. Logically, Bo Lei should have arrived before him. Infiltrating hurriedly searches in a panic, but finds nothing in the bamboo grove. He saw Bo Lei escape with Ha Hon too. Infiltrating was shocked. Brother, why did you have to send that person a truck lamb, whose clear and calm mind is like a wild beast's intuition? With an exceptional gift, an old master, although restricted in movement, but wholeheartedly worried that Infiltrating would catch up to Bo Lei, but instead witnessed Bo Lei escaping with Ha Hon too. Carelessly, without investigating, just let them escape? Let them go to Noyet than Fong to report, join the enemy? Why didn't you consider it? I just thought, Bo Lei must have an explanation. Infiltrating, the leader of the Bo True sect, solemnly preached, Cam Ni, we have received no small intelligence that the Noyet than Fong is approaching. Our sect cannot take risks. Tomorrow's action must be successful. I will be responsible for informing the borders of the 5 regions. But Infiltrating cannot accept this. How could Ha Hon too possibly know about the small Tao Hua courtyard? Why did he let her go? I really don't wish to confront the 3 masters, but why did he do such a thing? Infiltrating was distressed and left in a huff. The young lady's heart cannot be understood, and the reason cannot be fathomed. She has intentions, but it's hard to know if she will leave the spring rain. At this time, Bo Lei could also secretly pass on the information, but for some reason, he absolutely cannot say it. Facing the backdrop of the powerful Infiltrating scenery, the 3 deputies were not without their concerns, but eventually remained motionless, as if there were 10 demons haunting their minds. Infiltrating scenery gradually felt disrespectful, so he visited the Tao Hua Academy. Bo Lei couldn't help but consider fleeing with Ha Hon too. Fook Sich. Scenery had doubts, Bo Lei had made calculations. For name Quan Yu ordered Xian Van to ride immediately, deeply leaning on a fine horse to follow Mrs. Tam's carriage, marching in an orderly manner. From Wunoi disguised as a carriageman, Noyet Thin Fong followed Mrs. General's carriage in a carriage, winding and meandering along the way, arriving at an old abandoned road that had been neglected for a long time. The stone road was built for the road, but the road seemed endless, with broken glass and debris scattered on both sides, covering the entire spacious road, which is commonly known as the Ghost Road. According to Mrs. Tam's plan, under the pretext of related orders, they rested here. Sure Quan Yu faced the surrounding environment, not letting his guard down, immediately ordered Xian Van's skilled subordinates, Lambak's small squad of soldiers and horses to station at high places, well hidden. At a hidden place inside the Infiltrating palace, observing everything in front of his eyes, he thought it was just another trick of Shuyan Van Kai's cunning mind. But it's hard to say if it's truly a plan by Ha Hon too to accuse Noyet than Fong. Is it Quan Gu's good arrangement? Hurriedly reporting to Noyet than Fong, the matter is not too serious, keep away from Ha Hon too for a while. The people dispatched from Gu Jiak Trang have just returned. The voice fades away. Suddenly there's an explosion from the rear. In the chaos, the lady's light order. 2 horses and carriages like trees shaken by the wind, rushed out of the formation, heading towards the depth of the battlefield. Quan Gu's first reaction was that it might be an ambush, but regardless of the situation, he must protect the lady commander's safety. Immediately the lieutenant general ordered the half-human code to pursue the distant code, ensuring the lady's safety. Following behind, they hurriedly left Moon God Peak, preparing to evacuate this place. But at that moment, an old practiced voice rang out, others may leave, but he must stay behind at Moon God Peak. He is the egoless earthbound demon child, and the 2 paths diverge. So let's fight. The egoless earthbound demon child, the 2 paths diverge, so let's fight. 2 swords shattered the void, heading towards Fortune Terrace and the raging Northern Sea respectively. White waves rose up to assist Fortune Terrace. And at that very moment, he finally had a chance to prove himself, fully trusting that little fellow from the raging northern sea. Seeing the raging northern sea's iron whirlwind, he seized the opportunity and gathered 10 broken rocks, striking them into his body which had grown like copper since childhood, causing a wondrous tremor, implying his fate, leaving behind an illusory image. Without being distracted, he did not hesitate to attack Long Beihai. Directly from a distance of over 2 zhang, he lightly flicked his wrists to unleash his sword techniques. Descending from the sky, his sword techniques were like a celestial meteor shower. The sword techniques, swift as thunderbolts, struck Qi Shioran. Qi Shioran never imagined that the person before his eyes would possess such formidable power, even at this close range, and he underestimated himself. He had to fight with all his strength. With the Huai Hai Bao Tzu, his body was extremely agile. He rolled towards the earth mound, or towards others, at close range. If there was a supreme martial art in the world that could turn long swords into long-range projectiles, it would be the Gongcheng Mok. However, he was accustomed to close-range tactics. He saw his opponent take out the Jiangshan Hand and Song Gong, which were not ordinary swords, and with 6 swords in 2 different forms, they shot towards Long Beihai. The profound and elusive cross-cutting instructions, the resounding shot penetrating deep into the past, condensed into a unique character, without any room for change or variation. The Long Back Sea was once a vast expanse of joy. But after the death of the body, it became desolate. The original lofty and unrestrained demeanor, the carefree and leisurely manner, the unforgettable memories, hastily clung to the nearest neighbor's sword, exposing themselves to extreme danger. That wicked person also grew admiration in his heart, and even utilized the power of his own sword to increase the speed of the attack, being the first to react to the flying sword. However, the distant battle station is a place of endless struggles without any road. Every move counts, and there is no room for idle thoughts or hesitation. But the remote program battle is a world of endless struggles without any path. Every move counts, and there is no room for idle thoughts or hesitation. After a while, Infiltrating has also joined the team. With his agile and flexible body movements, and his small and nimble fighting style, he has gathered a group of flying companions, their skillful and gentle techniques, retreating and advancing with ease. Fuan, the ultimate chaos, had completely disrupted the flute. Teat Bok Dang seized the opportunity. Channeling his inner energy, he single-handedly unleashed a decade-long rain, sweeping away the imperial carriage. As the carriage shattered with a loud crash, his massive figure trembled, his old body mustered the force to shake the heavens, dissipating into nothingness. The decade-long rain came crashing down, shattering the streets and roads. The one who protected Noyet Than Fong was Satno. Chich Thin Noyet Than Fong said to Satno, "How dare you make a move? You're no match for the White Emperor." "Satno, you killed the old man, I'll train you for 3 years. Satno's back was clad in a massive sword armor, the famous 5-angled sword. His pitch-black face was expressionless, with 2 black crystal-like eyes. Now, within the ancient armor, his white eyes and limbs were barely visible, almost blending into the darkness, except for a slight reflection. The charming village was so peaceful. Was it really not peaceful? Moon God Fong laughed and said, "The White Emperor, god of the Killing Island, has accumulated his power to unleash it, promising you a tragic end." Assassin squinted his eyes, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Without making a move yet, he took off the armor on his body, suddenly extending his 5 fingers. Moving slowly, for 8 years. Windman laughed and said, "You guessed it was 5 years. However, if you can successfully bring Teat Bok Dang to my satisfaction, today you will gain the Infiltrating. And later you can be rewarded with Saturn." Upon hearing this, Assassin was greatly shaken, and hurriedly opened the memory seal on his sword, causing a slight distortion in space, and black energy waves rippled from his eyes. Teat Bok Dang, standing upright, was horrified to see the armor filled with bronze nails in the shape of ballet dancers, positioned in a specific pattern, clearly marking the 10 demonic acupuncture points. Assassin took off the armor, trembling uncontrollably. The audience was stunned, their blood drained from their faces, leaving them horrified. However, with his cultivation skills, Satno took a deep breath, and began fiercely, as if he had forgotten his personal affairs. His gaze was cold and cruel, filled with violence and resentment. He sneered, and said, "It's been a long time since I've enjoyed such pleasure." It seemed that the resentment towards the Moon God sect had accumulated and transferred onto Teat Bok Dang's body. Teat Bok Dang's footsteps faltered, he glared fiercely at Satno's face, ignoring the broken bones and blood, he launched a series of punches and kicks. With his unparalleled strength, it was as if he was striking at a soft cotton flower. His hands moved swiftly, but were blocked by his opponent's tough muscles. His skills were high for his age, and he was not to be underestimated. His cultivation and experience were remarkable, giving him an edge in battle. Although his attacks were weak, they were the least tiring, and the power of the centipede heavenly demon strikes could often decide the outcome with a single blow. Although the hell of Zhang Sun did not affect Sanochu's body, his fist speed was as fast as lightning. The snow around him unleashed the 100 enlightenment sacrifice, and Sano fell down as if nothing had happened. But with his divine body, if he was violently attacked by him, he might end up like the Iron Bone giant snake. This time, the Earth King's mission in Luan Bak Hai ended extremely quickly, and very few people knew the true power of the formidable attack. The opponent had no way to approach him, invisible and invincible, which was the tactic, but he had never seen it before. So fast that it could break the sound barrier. If one couldn't see the shadow of the attack, it would be extremely dangerous, and there would be no time to avoid it. But this Liang Bak Hai could hear the sound before the attack, and his strength allowed him to avoid the harm, truly showing some skill. But for Ji Xiaoran, as long as he fired enough, he could lock down the position. Ji Xiaoran's position once again demonstrated the invincible steel. It was dangerous. It was as if his extraordinary talent was being revealed. Lan Bak Hai couldn't help but bow his head. Again, he thrust the Vong Na sword deep into the ground, ready to fight to the death. Directly captured, Lan Bak Hai unintentionally grabbed a sword on the ground, suddenly sensing the remnants of true energy on it. His eyes lit up, understanding the ingenuity of this scheme, and immediately turned to attack. He broke the Vong Na sword stuck deep in the ground next to him. It turned out that since Ko Nan shot the first arrow, he had left an imprint on Lan Bak Hai's body, and only Ko Nan's Li Dong could see this special true energy. Moreover, each arrow Ko Nan shot was coated with a trace of true energy. This aura, no matter how Ling Beihai tries to hide, they are like a shadow, becoming a sign for Ji Xiaoran. Recognizing the location, moreover, the more arrows fired, the more accurate the estimation of the position. Ling Beihai employs the Shoufeng Sansu technique. Unlike other sensory perceptions, the more wounds on his body, the more sensitive his perception of aura becomes. Quick! Ling Beihai's soul body is constantly bleeding from wounds, the blood blending with the aura. Such genuine perception allows Ling Beihai's perceptive force to reach its peak. Lowering his head. 30 arrows, 21 arrows. 3 Zhang. Ji Xiaoran once again uses the Fai Yan arrow, this time, the Bafeng Gudong Sua. Wang Na Jian from different angles concentrate their attack, making it difficult to evade. Jiao Shang. With 3 moves, Ling Beihai spun to dodge, successfully breaking. Ji Xiaoran's sword behind him temporarily flew up. His powerful move left afterimages, as fast as shooting stars, gradually pursuing the afterimages of Ling Beihai. Beihai disregarded the serious wound on his shoulder, spun around, finally shattering Ji Xiaoran's double short swords. Ling Beihai didn't stop, his wrist rotating, the ultimate skill. Ling Jianfan Zhu aimed straight at his face. Ji Xiaoran's breathing was rapid. In his left hand, his 10 fingers flicked out 2 threads. He gripped an object tightly with his right hand, pulling the silk thread taut. Just a swooshing sound, and a flash of light exploded before his eyes. He struck Ling Beihai directly in the face with this technique. A new series of lethal moves, no need for martial arts. At this distance even the Shufeng Sanchi couldn't evade it. In the flash of light, Ling Beihai spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Showing the wound on his teeth, the blood flowed down. As he spoke, fresh blood spurted out, causing shock. In this moment of astonishment, Ling Beihai spun around, grabbed the silk thread from before, and redirected it towards Ji Xiaoran's back. A strike hit Xiaoran, his chest exploded, and he lost his life. He might have been hit by Ling Beihai at his wound. It must have been extremely serious, gritting his teeth and not crying out. He twisted his waist, using his fingertips to cover his eyes. You said, good man, just go. I won't blame you for this anymore. He didn't forget the purpose of this trip. The anonymous martial arts failed, but at least he died in the line of duty. He got what he sought, and he was not ashamed. And he also had a mission to accomplish. Ling Beihai's lips moved slightly, ignoring the messy hair blocking his vision. He staggered towards where Yushinpeng was standing. He occasionally looked up, and couldn't help but be stunned, almost speechless. Sano was full of indignation, constantly venting on this skinny old man's body. No matter if he misses this chance, he's not sure when the divine will be sober again. Huyet Bok Tuc's movements are clearly slowing down, only circling around him and attacking, occasionally launching sneak attacks, with strikes raining down. Seeing the old man's emaciated body, Sano suddenly opens his mouth, his whole body's inner energy bursting out, and shouts loudly, waiting for a punch to reach his waist. As soon as it touches his flesh, it's like hitting iron. The recoiling force, coupled with the roaring sound, causes Huyet Bok Tuc's body to leave the ground and fly backwards. Huyet Bok Tuc has never seen such a solid martial art before, where the palms can clearly flex, but can instantly become as hard as iron. His Xe Hoi Bok Tuc utilizes the force of 100 soldiers, with ever-changing variations, to counter the enemy's weak attacks. He only needs to protect his head. He didn't expect this Sano to be so formidable. No yet than Fong sees this. The White Blood Clan fell into a bitter battle, and even rejoiced. This Sano is not an ordinary Kunlun slave. Back then, subduing these two brothers really took a lot of effort. That immortal Kunlun body couldn't be harmed by swords or blades, and was even tougher than armor. Moon Deity Fong, holding the Kong Sutra precious sword, slowly approached Fuke Trican, who had already been defeated. Unexpectedly, Moon Deity Fong still had such a trump card. Moon Deity Fong looked at the demon in front of him. With no intention of absorbing the demonic energy, he coldly said, "You and the fifth brother don't need to get involved in today's matter. I will use the earthquake pure sound girl to restore your power, and then teach you the lesserine skill. You kill Sano, and the treasures on his body will be left for you, but his eyes that can see through everything, I must destroy them, and not let you use them anymore." At the same time, he took action, since Sano didn't care whether he was seen or not. After saying that, he swung the Kong Sutra precious sword and charged towards Infiltrating, hurriedly standing up to face the enemy, displaying the effortless power technique, but these half-baked moves, under the precious spiral sword of the Moon Saint Ridge, were like toys, and in an instant he was covered in blood and lost his life. The power of the Moon Saint Ridge was far beyond the blissful salvation realm. Even with the bizarre blood for token empowerment, the gap in strength was insurmountable. In just a few moves, he was subdued by the Moon Saint Ridge. The Moon Saint Ridge sensed that the demon energy of the blissful salvation realm guard Bui Lei was coalescing, but was still very weak. His feeble sound skill had no effect, and he couldn't even use the blood spirit thorn. Seeing the precious spiral sword about to eliminate the blissful salvation realm, a shout came from behind Moon Saint Ridge. "Today you must die." He saw Bui Lei wielding the divine thought sword, striking down at the Moon Saint Ridge, who hastily dodged. The blissful salvation realm also seized the opportunity to escape. Bui Lei embraced the blissful salvation realm's waist. Anu said, "I have spent so much effort advising you not to come, don't you understand me? Never mind, let me handle the rest." This scene caused the great master to hide in a corner, terrified. 2 days ago, in Bui Lei's illusory realm, Tanmin deity learned about the preparations of Fuktri realm. Noyet Than Fong used the Tiger Path 7 deity skill, and moreover, he knew that Noyet Than Fong's Tiger Path 7 deity skill was not yet fully mastered. But he had already cultivated 6 of its techniques. So, for Bui Lei, there was still a chance. Tanmin deity had heard the immortal say, "This martial art, when cultivated to the Qi Dao realm, allows one to act at will, but in the past 100 years, no one has fully mastered it. If it is fully mastered, there would only be a few people in the world who could match it according to Bui Lei's calculations. Although he could rely on Hong Luong and Lady Tam, the forces he could use were not enough to deal with Noyet Tak, even though he had only mastered 7 levels of the skill. With his current martial arts, he was not someone who could be easily defeated by superior numbers and strength. With his profound martial arts skills, Noyet Than Fong has reached such a high level today. His mind is absolutely extraordinary. If he openly displayed his martial arts skills, we could still be on guard. But it's even more dangerous if he doesn't. Even if we can subdue him, we may not be able to capture him. If this evil and cunning villain escapes, I'm afraid my sister, Bui Lei, and even our close ones will face grave danger. Tanmin then absolutely won't allow that to happen. Tanmin then will perform the Tan Du Fu Kan Great technique, combined with Ti Tan Sachiu, to form the Kin Gu Fu Kan Great formation, which requires 30 people to complete. This formation makes no distinction between friend and foe. Anyone caught in it, even a divine envoy, will be annihilated by the divine execution. Even if a powerful divine envoy like Noyet Than Fong can resist the divine execution, he will still lose his sense of direction. At that time, as long as Bui Lei remains steadfast in mind and recites the incantation of the divine cult, he will seize the opportunity. Just need to inform Wudich Wai beforehand, deal with everyone else outside Yushinfeng, and absolutely cannot enter the Qingchufu Xingdazhen. Otherwise, both Qing Nianshin and Bui Lei will have to bear extreme danger. Afraid that Fuktri Qing's concern will cause chaos, recklessly using the Zushin's hang. So Bui Lei prevented him from going to the battlefield, but now, there is no other way. Fuktri Qing saw the Hivu rising, immediately realized it was the Qingchufu Xingdazhen, and the worries in his heart surged. Escape! At this time, Ling Baihai also came over. Fuktri Qing hurriedly stopped him. This is an extremely powerful killing formation. With my strength, Bui Lei is inside, along with Yushinfeng. One sentence caused the Qingchufu Xingdazhen to rise a thick mist, as if drunk, unable to distinguish directions. Mist, the blood in the body boiled, couldn't help but cough up blood, the true energy circulated, the 5 senses. All lost order, heaven and earth overturned, fell down. After taking less than 10 steps, Hu Xiankong cried out. Even his companions who had advanced together had disappeared. Yushin Feng held his sword across his chest, constantly turning his head to listen, releasing his divine sense, tracking something difficult to detect. His face was pale, and he had at least 5 sword wounds on his body. His clothes were stained with fresh blood, dripping drop by drop onto the muddy ground beneath his feet, but Yushin Feng seemed to feel nothing. Like a frightened beast, endlessly pursuing an invisible shadow. He raised his sword, suddenly lowered his head, and swung the divine meditation sword in his hand. The sword gleamed brilliantly, vaguely opening. This sword technique of Tai Sui Shin Feng was extremely ingenious, but with Yushin Feng's craftsmanship, no matter whether evading or counterattacking, he can't let the opponent easily seize the advantage. Yet he opened his eyes wide to guard against the opponent, but couldn't see anything. The sharp divine sword perception blade struck his left chest acupoint. A flash of dark light flickered, moonlight deity wind gritted his teeth and leaned his body, his robe fluttering. Although he avoided a fatal blow to his meridians, the blade still cut through him. Fresh blood spurted out. Moonlight deity wind cried out, "Sahan! Sahan! Quick, come and save me. What do you think of me?" Sahan sneered, a cruel glint in his eyes. "Enjoy the suffering. Today is the day you perish." Sahan cultivated the destructive palm wheel technique, adept at transforming softness and hardness. His muscles could be as soft as snakes, yet once exerting force, as hard as steel. Extremely agile, moving as fast as lightning, seemingly unhindered by his large frame. The power is indeed overwhelming. Now with the addition of a magical treasure, he can turn his entire flesh and blood into hundreds of iron pillars in midair, completely nullifying the attacks of spirit energy swords and blades. Tu Bai Dang flew up. To evade, and without hesitation, his hands continuously fired countless spirit projectiles. Sahan didn't bother, using his huge, jet-black elbows to block them. He fought while advancing, never stopping. Dust swirled, sand flew everywhere, forming a mist that was hard to disperse. The fierce battle lasted for an unknown duration. Sahan's huge, plump figure began to show signs of fatigue. The sound of creaking bones continuously rang out. His right arm, as thick as a house pillar, was knocked away by Tu Bai Dang. At this moment, Tu Bai Dang had an arrogant look on his face, his fierce red eyes filled with bloodlust, radiating an unstoppable divine light. It could only be heard that Sahan's bones were cracking. Then his huge body staggered and fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. It turned out that his kneecaps had been broken, unable to support his massive frame, struck by the explosive force of Tu Bai Dang. Wherever Tu Bai Dang's small but steel-like feet struck, the sound of shattering bones could be heard. In an instant, all that was left was a pile of flesh and fat with no bones to support it. Unexpectedly, even in his dying moments, Sahan didn't give up, relying on the remaining strength of his muscles. He supported his body and charged towards Infiltrating like a gust of wind. At this point, Infiltrating was already exhausted. No more resistance. Sahan looked at the soft and graceful figure in front of him, his desire burning like fire, wishing he could immediately embrace the beauty, tear off her clothes, grasp her full breasts, and satisfy his brutal lust. In the midst of the Tan Du Fukan formation, Tan Min then suddenly sensed a life-threatening danger from outside the formation. He quickly formed hand seals and said coldly, "Bui Lei, don't act rashly, quickly reinforce the formation." The most powerful killing technique of the Tan Du Fukan formation is the Bui Lei palm. Noyet Then Fong suddenly turned her head and saw a figure in a blue robe with long hair touching the ground, her appearance indistinct. After many years of adventuring in the martial world, Moon God Wind was determined not to be deceived by the evil sorcery before his eyes. He shouted loudly and charged forward, "I'm afraid you're just a trickster. Take this move." The shadowy figure swung the long sword in his hand, unleashing countless sword energies that tore through the air. Moon God Wind hurriedly raised his sword to defend himself. The instinctive seven demon exquisite technique was executed, but these sword energies were illusory and couldn't be blocked. Yet they inflicted real wounds on Moon God Wind's body. Fresh blood spurted out. Facing this evil sorcery, Moon God Wind knew he couldn't hesitate, so he executed the thunder sound from the peaceful dance sword, striking hard at the black figure before him. The black figure immediately. They dissipate, but quickly condense again. The resentful souls killed by Noyet Then Fong appear. These gray shadows are wandering and illusory, but can cause real harm to Noyet Then Fong's body and mind. Noyet Then Fong unleashes all the deadly moves of Ho Lo That Then Tuet, but these gray shadows cling to him like ghosts, making him believe that the scene before his eyes is false. He must still be in the midst of a spell. There must be a way to break this illusion. "You doubt so much, why don't you doubt yourself this time?" The voice of Min Chien Tuet suddenly rang out from behind. Min Chien Tuet appeared, once again shattering Noyet Then Fong's psychological defenses. Min Chien Tuet struck Noyet Then Fong repeatedly. The pain caused Noyet Then Fong to lose his senses even more, and blood kept gushing out. The conversation with Min Chien Tuet on the mountain that day flashed through his mind. That day, in the secret room of the Noyet family's ancestors, Noyet Then Fong found the ultimate technique of Ho Lo That Then Tuet, Min Chien Tuet. The record, 6 combined into 5 skills, each independent. Only by combining them all can one master it. It's called Min Chien Tuet. Min Chien Tuet, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, condensing the thunder pill, guiding the 6 harmonies true chi, breaking through one's own aura. The power of the 6 harmonies is activated, with perfect offense and defense, unparalleled might. But after that, his meridians were severed, his inner energy was depleted, he abandoned the cultivation of Min Chien Tuet, determined not to cultivate it anymore. If the 6 harmonies' 5 skills are not perfected before cultivation, it will damage the meridians, making it difficult to recover. As soon as Min Chien Tuet appeared, Noyet Then Fong became even more frenzied. Seeing that he was about to find a way to break through Min Chien Tuet, he was unwilling to accept it. Having come to this point, I don't care anymore. If you want my life, I'll grant your wish. Noyet Than Fong condensed the thunder fist in his hand, and struck himself hard. The raging thunder fist instantly flooded his meridians. At the same time, Sahan outside finally caught Phuc Trican. Sahan embraced Phuc Trican's slender figure. Phuc Trican's small, flat chest was grasped by Sahan. At this moment, she was being besieged by Long Bitch Hai. Sahan was like a lump of fat, seemingly without any sense of pain, allowing Long Bitch Hai to slash and attack without collapsing. His arm was severed, but he showed no change in expression. Tubok Dang nearby grew anxious, shouting loudly, "Strike his head." But at this moment, Phuc Trican was tightly embraced by a large pair of hands, crushing her head. In this dire situation, a red glow flashed on Phuc Trican's forehead. The blood sacrifice divine needle instantly pierced Sahan's celestial aperture. Though in her current state, Phuc Trican could only control it momentarily, but for Long Bitch Hai, it was enough. He condensed his spiritual energy, like a drill, executing the ultimate skill Bon Xa tone, striking Sahan directly on the nape, finally ending his life. But Sahan's massive body instantly turned into sand and dust, unable to be controlled, and collapsed onto the Tan Du Fukan formation. Long Bitch Hai and Phuc Trican were also unable to control it and got swept into the formation. Phuc Trican urgently shouted, "Protect the sun." This is an annihilation attack, directed towards Long Bitch Hai. Phuc Trican had the Blood Heaven strike to protect himself, but could only withstand it for a moment. Long Bitch Hai was weakened by the Moon God Wind, and couldn't resist at all. It seemed he was about to. It won't work. Just then, the 33rd Patriarch appears. My former master fell into heresy for wealth and power. Now he's back in the martial world. Even if I kill Moon Divine Wind, but if I let Long Bai Hai die at the 33rd Patriarch's hands, it will be hard to explain myself to my master and fellow disciples later. The 33rd Patriarch withdraws his energy. The surrounding noise gradually dissipates. Sunlight illuminates the whole space. Moon Divine Wind also breaks free from the illusion. His mind instantly senses the 33rd Patriarch's presence. He swings his swords down, the two blades carrying ferocious lightning energy, slash furiously towards the 33rd Patriarch. Tam Thap hurriedly used the Divine Sword Contemplation to block the strike. But this sword aura also integrated the Essence Armor Scripture, and the Deadly Thunder Absolute Internal Energy, with immense power. The wall behind was also cut open with a large hole. Through the hole in the wall, a spacious room was revealed. Inside, a man and a woman were sitting in meditation. Traces of the blood sacrifice sword remained. The two sat facing each other, each placing one hand on their head. The woman wore white, with a beautiful appearance and cold demeanor, her long black hair fluttering in the wind. The man was tall and sturdy like a tiger, his long silver white hair flying in the wind, coldly saying, "Tu Bai Dang, you're so daring to dare charge in here." With a thud, the wall on the right collapsed, revealing a tall figure, who was Tu Du Huin. His great fur robe's black soot turned gray, as if his life force was drained, instantly turning pale and dissipating in the wind. The pair of guards. Slowly, the monkey's head was pulled out, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. His face was deathly pale, clearly suffering from severe internal injuries. In the ruined house, the two glanced at each other, then stood up and rushed towards the house. Thangbin, relying on the transformations of True Timate, deduced that these people came from the city gate. His intention urged him again, borrowing True Timate's power to rush in. But at this moment, Noyet Than Fong moved like thunder, already charging in front of them. His whole body shone with golden light, and he too began to show signs of regret. The divine aura of the White Tiger was breaking through Noyet Than Fong's Truong Kong Bak Nasa. The White Tiger's divine aura charged straight at Noyet Than Fong. Suddenly, a tiger's roar echoed, and a white figure flashed past the black wall, not touching the ground. In the blink of an eye, a violent gale struck. Noyet Than Fong's legs bore the tremendous pressure, his bones shattered, and blood sprayed out like rain. But it was clear he was no match for Noyet Than Fong. Beside him, Snow White Dang also jumped in, joining the battle. But both of them were exhausted, under the desperate counterattack of Moon God Wind. They could only hold on for no more than 10 moves. Snow White Dang, old and weak, was hit in the chest, fell to the ground, and could no longer fight. The situation of Lang Bei Hai was not more optimistic. Phuc Trican was defeated in only 30 moves. His strength was insufficient, absolutely not a match for Moon God Wind. Bui Lei had exhausted his inner energy. Although he had an amazing ability to recover, he needed at least a moment to stand up. Around Moon God Wind, only Bui Lei was still able to fight. The situation had temporarily turned against them. As a saint, he must fight until the very last moment. Tan Dayan deity saw everything and couldn't help but sigh. This moon bandit, in desperation, has forcibly used the forbidden technique. This is the immortal untamed. No one can match Noyet deity wind now. If there's still a glimmer of hope, then there's only one. That is, Bui Lei can fully utilize another aura in his body, the Blue Lotus deity. After all, he has been roaming the rivers and lakes for many years, he has a way to temporarily. He just needs the support of the Death Eye and Blood Venom, and he must also seize enough time. White Feather's sand struck down onto the ground, creating a deep pit, with lightning flashing around it, and black smoke billowing from the pores of Noyet deity wind. He fell to the ground, lying in the pit, in excruciating pain. Even standing up was difficult. He tried to calm himself, his two claws digging into the ground, then pulling out. His two claws were seen covered in a sticky, black, pungent oil. The oil was like lava, burning flesh, tendons, white bones, giving off the smell of burnt meat. In an instant, his claws were covered in blood and flesh, continuously bleeding and smoking. Until the black smoke dissipated, he gradually spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing this, Lanbak Hai personally dug out the burnt flesh from Noyet Than Fong's abdomen. At this moment, the only one who could still move was Lanbak Hai. This earthen pit had finally served its purpose. My name is Lanbak Hai, and today I will die by the sword of Noyet Than Fong. But I have no regrets. I am the son of a shepherd from the extreme north of Hongdao, never having taken a master or practiced martial arts. From birth, my fate was sealed, destined to be a shepherd for life. The place where I tended sheep was truly desolate. I traded my life for a life, to make up for the deficiencies of the mainland. Commoners like me are unworthy of fame. For many years, I received the grace of the Lord of Hongdao. I named myself Lanbak Hai, to remember the land beneath the clouds that I had seen since childhood. But even with a name, I could not change my lowly slave status, until the great Lord created a method for me, and named it. That day, I will always remember, the graceful and handsome God King, with an otherworldly demeanor, slightly closed his eyes, and took out a thin sheet of paper from the table, with his usual gentle manner. I didn't say much, but after hearing that name, my whole body trembled. I was deeply moved. Heavenly Love Serpent Art. You inscribed it as your own creation. How could you use the word serpent to name it? The elders of the noble lineage also protested. Facing the elders' almost uncontrollable excitement, the God King just waved his hand, showing no concern, merely turning his head back, looking at me with a profound gaze. At that time, he was like the embodiment of a deity, so gentle. Even now, I still remember clearly, the Heavenly Love Serpent Art. He hoped this art would one day be like a serpent, free and unrestrained. Whether a God King or a slave, it's just an empty title. As long as one lives for whom they want, does what they want, they will have no regrets when they die. Finally, we have understood the intent of Lord God. This place, I will protect forever. A sword flashed, sweeping towards Lang Bei Hai. He hastily dodged to the left. With a few slashing sounds, a piece of flesh on Lang Bei Hai's side was cut off by the sharp sword aura, revealing the muscle layer underneath. The sword aura passed without leaving even a scratch. Yushin Feng swallowed a mouthful of fresh blood. Lang Bei Hai had no strength left to resist, spitting out fresh blood. His haggard, pale face had no trace of color left, knowing he could hardly escape death. You're still not dead? Yushin Feng laughed coldly, as if the severely injured one about to die wasn't him, but the enemy Huang Dao in front of him. Yushin Feng ignored Huang Dao's warning, glancing at his watch. Time was running out. He couldn't waste another moment. His body moved slightly, and he charged towards the ruined house. With a sword strike, Noyet Than Fong wanted to finish off Lanbak Hai. Unexpectedly, Lanbak Hai suddenly launched a move. Kicking the sword, Malden and others threw it back at Bak Hai, but it ended up hitting Nin instead. This immovable 5-element attack, combined with Noyet Than Fong's profound skills, even the same type of metal couldn't block the raging flesh and blood. The huge sword blade pierced into his belly, the mysterious energy penetrating his body, the material continuously flowing. Noyet Than Fong's body split open, his eyes fixed on the blood-stained wind, the gorgeous scene like a fresh coat of paint, almost making him fall into Lanbak Hai's chest, unable to hold back a loud laugh. You're not dead yet? An indescribable pain shot through his left eye, half of the world turned pitch black. Only then did Noyet Than Fong realize he had been ambushed. That dark hole piercing his eye, the agonizing brain pain. He pulled out his sword, stepped back forcefully, like a thread covered in. The blood pearl is pulled out of the eye socket, stimulating, nourishing the fetus, and dispersing the pink wind. The Taoist Mat Don is still circulating his inner energy in his mouth. He swallows a mouthful of inner energy without dispersing it. The sunray saber aura pierces through his body. Accurately calculating the distance, he pours out a spontaneous wordless incantation, transforming it into a sturdy needle, carrying the lunar divine wind, and raises his palms towards the giant's shoulders. Piercing through the cold body, Lanbak Hai silently cries out, knowing his life is about to end. He quickly pulls out a poison needle, and the dead man stabs it towards his enemy. From that day on, that stubborn youth silently vowed to repay the man's kindness with his life. In every mission, he carefully cherished his life, always choosing the safest method to accomplish the mission, proceeding cautiously and steadily, only waiting for a worthy opportunity to sacrifice his life. Until today, Lam Bak Hai is still. Lam Bak Hai risked his life to gain half a moment, and again looks at Bui Lei at this time. With a bloody aura, his violent spirit surges, completely transforming into a different person. Wielding the sword alone, his imposing manner made the third master in Infiltrating dare not open their eyes, this dense killing intent. No yet than Fong felt ominous, as if his aura was far more formidable than before, even more dangerous than then. No yet than Fong knew he had to unleash his most powerful technique to deal with the ferocious Bui Lei. Although his skills were still formidable, with the thunder reinforcement and the jade sword, he seemed to have the power to create the world. The seven spirits of the furnace technique, second form, descending thunder phantom wind. With No yet than Fong as the center, spinning rapidly. Dense afterimages like a spinning top, clinging to the thunder spirit's movement. This was like a raging storm, yet also like the thunderous power of lightning. With this force, No yet than Fong believed he could slay anyone. 36 swords, one stronger than the other, 36 slashes, one sharper than the other. Yet unexpectedly, at this moment, Bui Lei simply used one sword, all slashes and strikes returned to nothingness. In Bui Lei's eyes right now, the 36 swords were no different from a joke, the true understanding of killing, only one sword slash was enough. No yet than Fong also felt an extremely strong pressure, hurriedly used the sun lead on Tin Quiet to quickly retreat, only seeking to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. But Bui Lei's sword had already reached before him, one slash and it shattered No yet than Fong's golden armor. No yet than Fong panicked, using his ultimate fire technique, the degree thunder quiet with full force, but what he always thought was formidable thunder strength was once again absorbed by Bui Lei. With another casual sword slash, straight towards the heavens. A one-way trip, the surrounding space felt completely crushed. No yet than Fong was like a kite with its string cut. His whole body was in pain, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, with no strength left to fight. No yet than Fong understood clearly, even if he risked his life, he couldn't defeat the one in front of him, who was essentially not Bui Lei, but a ferocious weapon. Bui Lei had almost lost his sanity, turning to look towards Infiltrating. The two of them didn't hesitate, rushing up in chaos. Infiltrating hurriedly used the Blood Zen secret technique, loudly calling out to Bui Lei. How could these two be a match for Bui Lei? With a single move, Bui Lei single-handedly pierced through the three masters, the divine mindfulness blade in his hand piercing straight through. Tears streamed down Infiltrating's face. How could brothers fight each other to the death? Would Master be killed by Bui Lei? At that moment, deep within the stone sea, Master used the corpse light escape technique to avoid Bui Lei's divine manifestation, making the dark shadow think Bui Lei didn't exist, but that Infiltrating was protecting Tsat Ki, thereby maintaining a connection with his body. Now Bui Lei could clearly sense the dark shadow's techniques and how it circulated its inner energy. Since then, Bui Lei hadn't uttered a word, not even responding when Master called him, as if immersed in this power, unable to break free. At this point, Bui Lei was like an unbridled stallion, increasingly unleashing all his might. He could only vividly remember the pleasure of power. Suddenly, in Bui Lei's head, he heard the call of Infiltrating. His consciousness became clear. He returned. Bui Lei rushed towards the black shadow, as if changing the subject. The black shadow didn't know how he was surrounded by Hak Luyan in the boundary. He said, "You're very strong, currently. I can't defeat you, but I will use my own method to become stronger, but absolutely not to delay. Like my aspiration, but by sword power. To protect those I want to protect." Finally reborn, regaining his body, Bui Lei. With respect and gratitude, I thank everyone for their concern. Just regaining consciousness. Bui Lei only felt a flood of chaotic images. His body and mind were exhausted, but his spirit was much more lucid. Very lucid, although he almost forgot who he was, but Bui Lei finally returned. But the calm didn't last long before the storm arose again. Hearing that his master was severely injured, No yet than Fong rushed in with his lone sword. His cold blade struck down, causing his opponent to cower in fear. Suddenly, the third master, under his dark hair, unleashed a secret technique, a dazzling light containing immense power, manifesting before No yet than Fong's eyes, leaving him unprepared and blinding him. His consciousness was then dependent on a puppet beside him. Bui Lei was astonished, recalling the swordplay of the black figure just now. Unparalleled swordsmanship, immediately unfolded, Moon God Peak instantly recognized. At this moment, he finally bowed his head in defeat. Chaos overwhelmed the broken cavalry. The Battle of Truma Moon God Peak caused Wu Disu to pay a heavy price. Shuyu Jia looked at Leng Beihai, could not help but feel heartbroken. Unexpectedly Moon God Peak when besieged was so fierce. Wu Jiao Zhuang on the other side was also extremely dangerous. If it weren't for Hahon Tu's internal response, the casualties would have been even more severe. Leng Beihai is the foundation of Huang Dao. Who would have thought he could do this? This old man really owes him an apology. Shu Yukio, immediately transmit my order. Even though Lanbak Hai hasn't joined the Void Realm, he is exceptionally brave. Next year, the secret ceremony will choose him to cultivate the Celestial Serpent Elixir and award him the position of Outer Elder. Fuk Chi-kong watched Shu Yukio calmly make arrangements, understanding that Shu Yukio was the one who truly knew Lanbak Hai's character the best. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen him from among the many islands of the Imperial Islands. Now, Shu Yukio could consider his plan a success. Although the losses were regrettable, being able to turn danger into safety for the Void Realm, and even greatly enhance the Imperial Island's prestige, was worth it. As for Shu Yukio, not having witnessed Yu Qinfeng's death with his own eyes still left him somewhat uneasy. At the end of that battle, Fuk Chi-kong and Bui Lei pursued Yu Qinfeng onto a precarious wooden bridge along a cliff. Yu Qinfeng's swordsmanship was swift as lightning, coupled with the demonic ghost hand of the demon extinction sword, ultimately leaving Yu Qinfeng severely wounded. Moon God Ridge was seriously injured. Stabbed through the chest from behind by Fuk Tri Scenery, his fierce internal energy exploded, and he fell into a deep abyss. Seeing this scene, Bui Lei felt like he was reborn. Fortunately, those years of doing business were not in vain, but his scheme and Thursday Not Kiets were ultimately different, and the Void Realm did not belong to him in the end. As for Bui Lei now, he was left alone in Mok Dung Nu Quan, facing the chaotic situation caused by the demonic Moon God Ridge. Everyone knew that Moon God Ridge killed people and set fires, his crimes were heinous. But few knew that in these chaotic times of the Imperial Court, Bui Lei had exposed all the crimes of Noyet Than Fong. Initially, it was thought that Mok Dung Nu would be shaken by the loss of this martial arts master. But Bui Lei Zhang and Noyet Tich revealed his wicked nature. It was expected that Mok Dung Nu would be shaken by the loss of this martial arts master. But Mok Dung Nu remained expressionless, as if nothing had happened. In fact, there was no need to elaborate on these evil deeds, as Mok Dung Nu was likely aware of Noyet Than Fong's true nature. However, at the Imperial Court, the tactics of the martial world were sometimes useful. But now that Noyet Than Fong was dead, many tasks had to be assigned to Bui Lei. Mok Dung Nu gave Bui Lei 3 tasks. First, to ensure the Empress's safety at the Tam Tan Luan FAP conference and find the culprit. Second, to investigate the economic network of Zich Lin Duong and gather information on key figures, as well as the forces behind him. Thirdly, since Yu Qinfeng is dead, you, Bui Lei, will represent him in fight. Representing Chan Dongfu to participate in the Four Houses martial arts competition, and you must win the championship. Bui Lei understood in his heart that by participating in the Four Houses martial arts competition, he would definitely face a sat from Luing Chang, but Mok Dung Nu's order had been issued, and he was not allowed to have any hesitation. During this time, the liaison with Dako Tnui could only be completed by Bui Lei himself. Bui Lei always had a lingering doubt in his heart that kept him uneasy. Today, Bui Lei finally mustered the courage to ask, why did the general tolerate an evil person like Yu Qinfeng? Even if you don't care about the details, couldn't you foresee that he would cause a human tragedy like Ngu Jiak Trang? In this battle, Bui Lei had clearly matured and finally began to weigh the gains and losses. Mok Dung Nu coldly said, Yu Qinfeng was arrogant and nothing more than a greedy little person. Let me tell you what true evil is, shall I? The horse carriage stopped at Lacheng Prefecture in the west. Hundreds of thousands of people became disaster victims. The Imperial Court should have provided relief on the spot. But for some reason, these disaster victims flocked to the capital. Many people died of starvation along the way. Coincidentally, since they flooded into Donghai, local officials and local gentry all turned a blind eye and ignored them. When the Grand Legal Case Convention was about to take place, they were led into Viet Tang. The city was in chaos, and the people were lamenting. Here, every commoner probably had their own sorrows. You said Ma Dung Nu could help, but she couldn't intervene in the actions of the disaster victims. The movement of the disaster victims was clearly orchestrated by someone, leading them towards Chendong Prefecture and the Grand Legal Case Convention at Sanshengluan. Whoever could devise such a scheme is definitely not simple. Next, Ma Dung Nu organized the disaster victims to reclaim land and settle down. The 100,000 disaster victims from Donghai Road were organized and accepted, but they would certainly be labeled as demon lovers. Using life and death as a threat, these 100,000 disaster victims were well aware. One thought becomes the enemy, no death, no stopping. On the Viet Tan Temple Road, it has always been like this from ancient times. This is the way of the suffering, and what Mok Dung Nu is doing. To change the world, one must disregard everything. Mok Dung Nu's whole life is just to realize her ideals. What political ideals does Mok Dung Nu really have? Outsiders can hardly know. The Thuong Ko Lam tribes unified the Great Land, but in fact, it was just a powerful tribe oppressing other tribes. If not strong enough, all 10 tribes will eventually unite and collapse, and the world will immediately divide. 100 years later, the world divided and united, until the human emperor Tan Luk Lin Dia unified the world. He acted with arrogance, unified the scripts of all tribes, unified marriages, prohibited old customs, forcefully enforced hierarchy, rituals, and those who opposed were suppressed. Finally, at Rock Mountain Snow Sea, he unified the entire Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Later generations all said that the peaceful Greenland was cruel and inhumane. His crimes piled up as high as the sky, unmatched by anyone. However, it was precisely because of the evil deeds he committed that enabled the later dynasties, no matter how they changed, for Eastern Victory to be able to reunify. Otherwise, when the northern tribes invaded, the human race would have perished. So how should these evil deeds be evaluated? Mu Dong-nu has always had his own political ideals: exterminate the northern barbarian tribes, exterminate the southern wild nations, subjugate the western prairie, and abolish the Jianghu sword and saber. Officials from the north, south, and west were all appointed by the imperial court. From now on, there is no need to divide the four directions, and no need to serve anyone. It can be said that the world is at peace, and the people can live in peace. Prohibit civilians from possessing weapons, with military power handed over to the law assembly. Royal power and the law assembly will check and balance each other, unifying the law to govern the world. Above are parents, families, below are the Jianghu sects, all must obey the law. The emperor's intention is to respect the law and not abuse royal power. This is the ideal that Mu Dong-nu wants to realize. And who dares to stop me, Mu Dongru? I will destroy them. After Mu Dongru said that, Boi Lai had never thought of these things, but always felt something was wrong. However, Boi Lai did not say it, but silently followed. Mu Dongru threw out half of a tiger tally, saying, "You are now the special envoy of Zendanfu. For any mobilization of less than 3,000 people in Jigucheng, report directly to me. For mobilizing more than 3,000 people, you don't need to ask me anymore. For other matters, you need to handle them yourself. First, you must grasp the intelligence from various places." Boi Lai hurriedly accepted the order, and immediately went to Yuchengfu. Yuchengfu, Ingliang Tavern. Du Gu Tianwei was there enjoying himself. A young woman lies nude on a platter, while the character is using a knife to slice thin pieces of flesh, like cicada wings, and then picking them up with chopsticks, placing them on the young woman's flat stomach. The knife glides over the skin without causing any wounds, as if cutting into air. The slices of flesh fall into a pot, and the character looks on in admiration. Precious fish meat in season, cut with this knife, and using a secret family technique, retains its fresh flavor. The fish flesh floats downstream, the fish oil flows into the wastewater pool. The fish is 3 parts cooked, 7 parts raw. This is the Lunan try that the character specially prepared it on Luang Tadong, Noyet Tanfu. The main ingredient is well-nourished virgins. Their bodies contain energy, but have not fully matured. Combined with a secret family technique, after 5 years of nurturing, this delicacy can be made. The character looks on, executing a woman in front of him. She indeed has beauty, fragrance, and taste. He was about to eat, when someone reported that Boi Lai requested an audience. Doko Tnui was secretly delighted. This trick was indeed true to the rumors, valuing feelings and righteousness. If he could take the opportunity of the Three Saints Law discussion to befriend him, for himself, it would be easier to deal with Mok Dong-nu in the future. While thinking, his subordinate reported that Boi Lai was outside requesting an audience. Doko Tianoi was interested, but out of respect for Mok Dong-nu, he reluctantly allowed him in. Boi Lai reported that Mok Dong-nu had appointed him to represent Chan Dongfu at the conference. He thought Doko Tianoi would be angry, but unexpectedly, he heard it and laughed loudly, slapping his thigh and said, "If he's blind enough to see through you, then you just follow his words. At that time, do your best to defeat the others. If we meet a Sioux, we should just surrender directly. Aren't we going to win anyway? Well then, let's take the opportunity to show some concern. The climax is coming soon." The Gospel of Feeling hurriedly sent someone to take Boi Lai away to rest. Boi Lai hurriedly asked Han Tu Trin, "Master, he's not trustworthy. I must do it myself." It seems Qin Fong has already surrendered directly. Doesn't he really know who Mok Dong-nu is? The senior Trin Kwok wholeheartedly wants to stop the demonic sword from causing disaster. The little old mansion devoted himself to researching the demonic sword, but was deceived by Hong Mat. As for Mok Dong-nu, she wants to create an ideal world. They want her to do something, while others don't want her to get involved. Some even order her directly. How should she handle this situation? If only her sister Don was here. With that thought, she suppressed her urge to rush in. It turns out the Empress has issued a decree, and the second supervisor of the Eternal Vision Bureau has come to the 7 Phoenix Inn to wait. Here, specifically to wait for Boi Lai. Upon hearing this, Boi Lai made up a story, claiming to be a special envoy of the East Garrison, so he could seek an audience. Half an hour later, Bui Lei mingled with a group of horse carriages, preparing to enter the Phoenix Pavilion. Unexpectedly, a person with a sword blocked his way. The guard Song No Thursday utilized his supernatural powers, his pupils dilating in the air. But shortly after, Wan Shuiji gently landed, saw that it was Bui Lei, and after checking his credentials, he breathed a sigh of relief. He hurriedly sheathed his sword. This person was Nian Hongha, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. It turned out that Bui Lei had misunderstood. The northern official, O Zhuanghun, came to the court and reported, the northern frontier general Nian Shangjun has offered this to the empress. How timely! Xia Xi was sent by Nian Hongha to Viet Thanh for work, so the northern frontier general let his beloved daughter Nian Hongha escort him on the way. This box contains a copy of the ancient book from the Grand Archive. In the past, when our ancestors conquered the White Jade capital, the Golden Book was lost. Later, there were rumors that someone had hidden the Golden Book inside a Buddha statue in a dilapidated temple. Fong Du had found a volume before. We could use it to search for the Golden Book. But after reconstruction, the Golden Book disappeared without a trace. It is said that in this scripture, there are 8 pages recording information about the 8 wastelands. The late empress attached great importance to it. A few days ago, there were rumors in the court that Mu Dongnu had obtained this scripture but deliberately concealed it, wanting to use it as an advantage in the Great Dharma Assembly. Unexpectedly, General Nian found this part of the Golden Book in the north. After consideration, he secretly sent it to the empress. Mu Dongnu has always disliked General Nian. People in the court thought that General Nian Thuang did that to bypass the imperial concubine's residence and win the empress's favor. But Nim Hongha felt that doing so was actually a silent way to help the imperial concubine's residents out of the siege without weakening them. In Nim Hongha's impression, his father rarely inquired about court affairs. His attendance at the Great Dharma Assembly this time was likely not a simple matter. Today, coincidentally encountering Bui Lei entering the city, Nim Hongha decided to help the crown prince infiltrate the imperial guards. That was Nam Lu, the most influential figure in the Central Plains. Under him, there was an eunuch known for his keen sense of smell. If Bui Lei simply hid in a trunk, it would be difficult to slip past him. Given the current situation, Nim Hongha had to resort to some trickery. Soon after, the carriage arrived at the city gate. The chief guard had his men thoroughly inspect it. Afterwards, Nim Hongha, under the pretext of transporting offerings, did not disembark from the carriage. The chief guard did not actively inspect it either, and they passed through the city gate, using the divine desire technique to examine Bui Lei, confirming no issues. Knowing this old eunuch has profound mastery of the divine desire technique, Nim Hongha hurriedly had Bui Lei embrace her tightly, and together they used the Water Moon Heart Sutra, mimicking the breathing of a woman. Bui Lei clearly felt Nim Hongha's soft body and her intoxicating body fragrance. Both their faces flushed red, thus avoiding the inspection. Arriving at the alliance, they breathed a sigh of relief, getting off the horse carriage. At this moment, in the distance, on the pavilion, Nam Lu seemed to have noticed something. Nam Lu. The young lady behind didn't notice Nim Hongha's arrival and hurriedly avoided her. After all, they belonged to 2 different factions, so it was inconvenient for them to meet. Bui Lei also successfully met the young lady Van Doa upstairs, with a small and pretty bun, wearing a white dress with faint plum blossom patterns. She wore a black cloak with red trim, a cold jade pendant, long bracelets, 2 short hazelnut-colored buns, blue-green eyes wandering back and forth, small white jade-like hands, revealing half of her tender and smooth white wrists. Her exquisite beauty was intoxicating, as if she had just woken from a dream, carrying an endless melancholy. This was Hang Tuesdayon, whom Bui Lei longed for day and night. At the That Fong Chuan, when meeting Bui Lei, Hang Tuesdayon had some reproach. You sent. Where has the That Fongquan sect gone? Nam Lu is no ordinary person. If you recklessly charge in, I'm afraid even 10 heads won't be enough. But seeing Bui Lei's arduous journey, and finally returning safely, Hang Tuesdayon didn't reprimand him too harshly. But seeing Bui Lei's long and arduous journey, and finally returning safely, Hang Tuesdayon couldn't bring herself to scold him too severely. Looking at Bui Lei, her tone was gentler. Bui Lei recounted his experiences on the road, explaining in a way that Hang Tuesdayon could understand. On the other hand, Nam Lu personally welcomed Nim Hongha, who brought Kim Thursday. Afterwards, Nim Hongha didn't linger long, exchanged a few words with Ma Kan Huin, and then took his leave. From start to finish, Nim Hongha didn't inquire about anything, and his departure was very decisive, making Mok Dong-nu wonder if she had seen it wrongly just now. Hang. After hearing Bui Lei recount Duk Ko Tienoi's recent reaction, Hang Tuesdayon suddenly felt it wasn't that simple. Outwardly, Duk Ko Tienui seemed to speak carelessly, but in reality, his innermost thoughts were absolutely different from what others perceived. The fact that he let Bui Lei return safely was perhaps only because the situation had changed slightly. Hang Tuesday on received an intelligence report that in previous years, there were only 3 forces involved in the Battle of the Four Mansions: the Iron Chain Gang, the Blue Phoenix Camp, and the Willow Shadow Fortress. Among them, the Blue Phoenix Camp and the Iron Chain Gang were always in opposition, while Mok Dong-nu had always tried to suppress the Willow Shadow Fortress. This situation created an opportunity for the East Mansion and the Iron Chain Gang to form an alliance. Since the death of the Iron Chain Gang's leader, Loi Van Mon, the gang's business was handed over to Tu Tai Bao Loimon Hatch Dat Lai, a very cunning man. He actively forged ties with Mok Dong-nu, relying on the East Mansion, helping the Iron Chain Gang not only in ice production but also firmly securing the position as the kingpin among merchants in Viet Thanh. Thus, it became a major force in the East Sea Road. The Mok Dong Mansion also took advantage of the Iron Chain Gang to accumulate a large amount of wealth, making them one of the wealthiest groups in the region, building the Bang Tuyen Matrang. Even the emperor dared not think of it. In such a short time, they have built the gigantic Phat Phong Quan, which must have required the manpower and resources of the Zikliandang and the wealthy people of Viet Thanh. In Dong Haedao, where local officials were corrupt and outlaw gangs ran rampant, many things have truly happened. Loi Manhak wanted to cling to the Trindongfu, to suppress the other Taibao of the Zikliandang. Mok Dong-hu was no ordinary person. Over the years, as the Zikliandang expanded its power, Mok Dong-hu did not stand idly by. Her sudden proposal of the Tafutanfeng itself is worth pondering. Billy Etruong found Hang Chuinfeng's analysis very reasonable. Mok Dong-hu did take the opportunity of the Tamsin Aloan Phaptiahoi to investigate the activities of the gangs in Viet Thanh. Hang Chuinfeng recently learned that the Zikliandang has obtained accurate information about the whereabouts of the Udao. The usually low-profile Taibao have been active lately, and are said to have committed a few murders. Moreover, one of their targets is Billy Etruong, who has had contact with the Veduatanili. If they find out the key to possessing the Udao without becoming its slave, then they will stop at nothing. So the Zichlin Duong really wanted to catch Boi Lei. Hang Tuesday on silently watched, her small jade-like white hands intertwined in front of her chest, revealing a bright red inner garment. Her aura was like drifting dust, further accentuating her remarkable intelligence and calmness. Her slender waist was soft and graceful, below were her endlessly long and perfect legs, truly a peerless beauty. Boi Lei also came down from the 7 Phoenix Pavilion, while the crowd down below was chattering noisily. Arriving at the Queen Consort's residence, he was now considered a romantic figure among the flower-stealing crowd. Such a vicious murderer. It was truly unexpected. As Boi Lei finished speaking, he felt an unusual presence. A tall figure soared in the wind, suddenly stopped mid-air, and then fell straight down. Boi Lei hastily turned around, but the person in front of him easily dodging. Boi Lei coldly asked, "Who is it?" Even the 7 Peak Manor dares to rush in. The 7 Phoenix Gate also attacks. The person in front of her seemed slightly surprised, but her movements were still lightning fast. The invincible 8 slashes instantly arrived. But it was easily dodged by this person, and at some point, he had appeared behind Boi Lei, slashing a line across his face. Boi Lei almost couldn't see clearly, but he could sense that this person's sword-drawing speed was fast and accurate, truly reaching the realm of releasing and retrieving at will. Could it be? He is the one known as the #1 swordsman of Kim Tan, the human Lunim? Just thinking about the Liuxing clan, and looking at Boi Lei's swordsmanship, he immediately associated it with Sword King Wu Dangchong, and Boi Lei guessed. This person is the disciple of Lu Yingcheng who is rumored to have been accepted by Sword King Wu Dangchong. Liuxing calmly said, "If you go to see your master, then this matter ends here." Boi Lei, I know you are currently working for so-and-so. I will inform Lord Zhang, and if there is anything in the future, don't let him notify you. After saying that, he gradually disappeared. In the woods, Boi Lei was secretly terrified. Unexpectedly, Mr. Liuxing, the confidant of the Empress, would act so arbitrarily. But now, whether it's official or personal, he must investigate the tricks of the Chilean Liang Hall thoroughly. Boi Lei, we've arrived at the Wang family, you must learn how to win their favor. You must thoroughly investigate the background of this Long Xianxiang who has appeared twice. This person, as soon as he heard, he said the sect leader will send someone to contact you. Yesterday, thanks to the secret agents of Hong Shuing, Boi Lei discovered what he lacked was an effective intelligence network. And the Zichlin Duong is the snake's den in Viet Thanh. Here, the Hong Shuing doesn't have many options, but the Zichlin Duong's intelligence network is likely spread everywhere. At this time, what Boi Lei can think of are the 5 beggars of the Tien Han Du Ve. Boi Lei returns to his highest rank. Tien discovered and let Hong Hao wait outside the door. He himself set up camp outside. The beauty in red silently stood in the middle, gazing at that lingering back. Her face, as white as jade, flashed with light, like congealed blood, exquisitely beautiful, even her fingertips were captivating. It was Nian Honga. She had obtained some information and immediately wanted to report it to Boi Lei. Boi Lei was naturally very pleased. In fact, Shi Zhuoran and Hongma were enthusiastic strangers who had never met before. He had heard that the Sui family's destruction might be related to the Sichuan Hall, which shocked Bui Lai. He had also recently obtained some information related to them from Shuiting Zhou's elder friend, Engui Hoahatsu of the Shirlian Hall. Apparently, the Sichuan Hall had always acted cruelly. It was said that they were like the old master of the Shui family, who wanted to buy something from them. Soon after, the Shui family met with disaster, but the old master's son, Shui Yangyue, luckily escaped. Seeing that the Sichuan Hall was searching for him, Bui Lai pondered. The thing that caused the Suishir family to be wiped out might have been a demonic sword, which could also explain why Shui Jingjiao came to seek help without explaining the details. But how could the Shui family's heirloom be related to a demonic sword? Anyway, since the Shui family is gone, I have to do my best to protect Shui Yangyue and Ran Hongma. Otherwise, I cannot report to the Taoist community. Everyone says that the Qixuan sect has deviated from the orthodox path, but judging from the recent actions of the Quan Haitian men Lu Zhongjia and the Shilian Hall, who is really the heretical sect. Mentioning Qixuan, Bui Lai couldn't help but think of it and wanted to take the opportunity to pour some tea. To avoid this topic, Shui Yu Ding Xian. The reason for forbidding members from contacting Qixuan is that 30 years ago, Qixuan was accused of being part of the demonic sword alliance in the final battle, forcing the sect to close and negotiate until now. But now, with Honghe here, Qixuan is no longer the same as those people back then, right? I can't help but ask, Bui Lai, what kind of people do you think Qixuan are? Bui Lai hesitated and said, of course, there are some who view human life as worthless, evil people, but only a minority. Most of them are not like that. They also have people they want to protect. They also have feelings and grievances that they uphold. Some protect other people's daughters to repay the country. Some die for defending their principles. After saying that, he casually pulled open the drawer, and Bui Lai exclaimed in surprise. Miss Tian too was hiding in the drawer. I accidentally opened the drawer and wanted to take you to meet someone. Bui Lai then realized that Shu Yuk Kit must have sent her, and this matter. Hongha also heard the commotion and hurried over to see what was happening. Bui Lai was flustered and hurriedly closed the drawer, hiding the young lady. But Nim Hongha's face flushed red, as if she had discovered something, with a hint of implication. She thanked Bui Lai for helping her and then left. After this incident, Bui Lai followed Tian Tu to a beautiful pavilion. A mature beauty lay sideways on a small bed, in a seductive pose, her jade-like fingers gently tapping on the headboard. With her elegant demeanor and noble bearing, she was none other than Qian Kyvu Thu Thursday Ngiozi Kiet. She looked at Bui Lai and smiled slightly, revealing an innocent, girlish expression, yet with a graceful and noble air, and a touch of mischievousness, adding to her mature charm. She caressed Bui Lai's arm and said softly, the effect of the Hua Ly pearl on you seems to have exceeded expectations. After removing the threat of Noyet Than Fong, some elders within the sect had opinions about how Thursday Not Kiet handled the Hua Ly pearl. They might have felt. I feel that Shu Yuejie has only recently attained the position of sect leader in recent years. His foundation is not solid. If we can obtain the Hua Li pearl in Bui Lai's possession, we can immediately suppress Shu Yuejie. Therefore, Shu Yuejie also took this opportunity to suggest to Bui Lai, to let you know, someone intentionally spread the news that the reason Mu Dungdung valued Bui Lai so much was because Bui Lai has also inherited the legacy of Wei Wuyin, borrowing the power of the demon swords to eliminate the Moon God Peak. Currently, not only the 7 immortals are secretly looking for Bui Lai, but also the Red Lotus Hall and the White Lotus Hall. Bui Lai couldn't help but ask, could this news have been spread by the 5 mendicants? Shu Yuejie smiled slightly. I dare not say for sure, but it definitely wasn't me. I care about your safety and well-being more than you do, Mr. Bui Lai, but I don't want to hide anything from you either. If one day I can no longer protect you, I can only use every means possible to ensure that I am the first one to cut you down with my sword. After saying that, Shu Yuejie laughed in a way that could topple nations, like a wild cat luring its prey. Bui Lai felt that her smile concealed murderous intent, making it even more dangerous. In a flash of light, Bui Lai suddenly felt that the boat was still moving forward, very quietly, but it's unavoidable to slow down. But Bui Lai remained calm and coldly asked, Master Thursday, is this to take me back to Ngudiakat? The mature beauty smiled, your enlightenment compared to when you first entered the Jianghu is far inferior. Thursday Ngioikiat lightly rested her chin, looking at Bui Lai, the corners of her mouth curved into a smile, saying, Bui Lai, I've decided to help you, so tell me, why did you come to find me? Bui Lai revealed the unrighteous intentions of Zichlin Duong, but he himself lacked their intelligence, wanting the master to reminisce on their past friendship and provide him with some. Thursday Not Kiet leisurely strolled around, walking and asking, Mok Dung Dung allowed you to replace Lak Trin. Do you think it was just because he wanted intelligence from Zichlin Duong? What he really wanted was for you to resolve the Jianghu issues for him. Without your own intelligence force, all of this cannot be discussed. As for capabilities, brother, Although our place in 7 Mysteries is not the best, when it comes to intelligence gathering, the forward vanguard in the Jianghu can be said to know everything and be capable of anything. Since ancient times, trading intelligence has been what the Five Lands beggars rely on for survival. Perhaps you, Builei, lack the caliber to be taken seriously, but now the Jianghu is in turmoil because of the demon saber, and those who want you dead can only increase day by day. You must have the strength worthy of the Phoenix Gem. I want to lend you a hand, betting that you are the one who can survive until the end. As she finished speaking, the boat also docked. On the shore, Shu Kit led Builei to a courtyard residence. This courtyard residence is actually all forward vanguard members. The courtyard, the forward vanguard, 7 mysteries, 14 beautiful women. Their slender legs supporting their figures, dancing gracefully, each pose. They carry immense strength, their calf muscles bulging, robust yet graceful. With slim willow-like waists, exuding a primal wildness. Rosy cheeks highlight large, clear eyes, thick brows, luscious red lips, and a captivating gaze beyond words. Shu Yuqia sternly said, "Since I cannot keep you, Builei, in Wu Diqiao, let Wu Diqiao be bound to you. As long as you can promise that one day you'll use your power to protect Wu Diqiao's safety, then this is my wish." After speaking, she looked ahead sternly and said coldly, "Disciples, listen up. From today onwards, you obey Builai's orders, even if it costs your lives. You must do it for him. Even my orders cannot be defied. Prioritize Builai's commands, do not make any mistakes. Builai is your master now." In an instant, murmurs arose, and everyone knelt before Builai under this heavy responsibility. Builai also knew that this Shumen sect leader couldn't easily trust him to one day safeguard Wu Diqiao. By saying so, it's more likely they, Shu Yuqia, had seen the Huali Zhu within his body. She cannot deny this, because she now feels the danger has arrived. 30 years ago, during the demonic blade chaos, in the aftermath, the 7 sects launched a bloody purge against the 5 regions. Sect, foreseeing the 7 sects. The 7 sects all had intelligence dealings. Under the operation of sect leader Lu, they were not greatly affected. Therefore, the 7 sects and the 5 regions sect often felt the 5 regions sect and the 7 sects were too intimate, so the 15 regions sect harbored enmity, and naturally the 7 sects would not regard the 7 sects as friends. There were deep conflicts between the 7 sects, but recently someone used the demonic blade to commit murders, targeting the demon sect, sowing chaos everywhere. They may unite again. Seizing this opportunity, to launch a new round of purge against the 7 sects, at this very moment, a person claiming to be the demon sage appeared, declaring the intention to re-establish the 7 sects. All of this is not a coincidence. The danger is near. This person used the demonic blade to provoke the 7 sects, yet Mu Dongdong was completely unaware. But what can be affirmed is, Mu Dongdong has more faith in the 7 sects, so I have decided to cooperate with you. If you're still not at ease, then how about this arrangement?" As she finished speaking, Shu Yuji claps his hands. A graceful figure emerges from the room, her entire body clad in armor, the breastplate hugging her ample bust, her arms encircling her slender waist, her sharp eyes like a hawk's. The corners of her mouth curved in a mocking smile, as if a girl who has achieved her aim, but upon seeing Builai, her gaze softens with warmth. "Tianjing. It seems this courtyard belongs to Jiaowei, but Shu Yuji has taken over under the title of Earth God Lord. If Mr. Builai accepts the proposal, then Fu Trican will command the vanguard guards and gather intelligence." This naturally pleases Builai inwardly, but he feigns calmness. He simply says solemnly to the beautiful woman, "I am Builai, a humble armored servant under the Fu family's command. To investigate the true face of the demon blade chaos, the path ahead is perilous. Without the order from the sect leader, are you all willing to stand shoulder to shoulder with me in battle?" Since Builai killed Noyet Than Fong, his image in the hearts of the forward guards has been firmly established. These people will undoubtedly be willing to follow Builai without any doubt. That young lady Tien2 is even more eager to play around with Builai from the bottom of her heart. I can only admit that Builai is very ambitious, but I hope everyone cherishes their lives in these chaotic times. What Builai wants is a world where everyone can hold their own destiny. This is Builai's path. Hearing this, Thursday Nak Kiet smiled lightly. "Teeth Than Quan, you will become a Teeth Than Quan in the future. I hope Mr. Dian Vai doesn't forget his words today. As for the rest, please let Mr. Dian Vai arrange it himself." After saying that, he left the residence. Fu Trican mischievously leaning close to Builai, she whispered, "So, what news does our master need?" Builai's face turned red. He said, "Everyone, I currently need information about the Red Lace Manor, especially who from the Red Lace Manor is targeting the Tui family. And also the whereabouts of the young master of the Tui family. Conveniently gather some information about the sects that have recently entered Viet Tan, Fo. Tam." Tiantin excitedly said, "The opponent is the Red Lace Manor. We absolutely cannot underestimate them. I believe Shu Nak Kiet has already made preparations. Tien2, you announced the plan." Indeed, everything had been arranged. Next, the forward guard was divided into 3 groups. TN2 led one group, responsible for infiltrating the Red Lace Manor, gather clues, and definitely identify the Demon Saber. Another group, specializing in light martial arts, small in number but elite, TN2 was in charge of tracking and investigating important news. Mantuk organized support and logistics, and must deliver intelligence to Lo Tien Quan and TN2, while also ensuring all traces are erased. And Ham 2 would do his utmost to follow and nurture them for full protection. As soon as the words ended, a group of people quickly took action. This time, although I can come to help with training, I temporarily cannot stay here, so I have brought Bai Shu to help clean up the temple. The second master was the most seriously injured, but thanks to Bai Hu's powerful inner energy, he will recover in a few more days. The other 2 masters also need treatment. This is also the reason why Fu Tangjing cannot stay long. Little sister Yu. Far away, Shua Bai Dang and Shu Yugai said, "You were indeed not mistaken, this child is indeed absorbing inner energy at the Yinghuali, his growth rate is rapid. He truly has the potential to become a great cultivator. However, aren't you afraid that one day he might become an evil cultivator?" Shu Yu said, "I am worried about that, but currently the 5 Realms Cave has suffered great losses, a slight carelessness could lead to them becoming sacrifices for the demon assembly. Bui Lai was born in Luing City and has the background of the Jindong mansion, no one is more suitable than him. Moreover, if he truly becomes an evil cultivator by relying on the Yinghuali, the best way to scheme would be to get close to the Yinghuali. It has been many days since I last saw Ran Honghe, her appearance has become even more haggard, her once plump and alluring waist is now. Her slender waist was almost as thin as her wrist, making her ample bosom stand out even more. In the air tinged with fragrance, snowflakes gently fell, as if unsure whether it was the wrong season, or the snow was simply late. Her full, round bosom seemed nourished by 2 plump rabbits, along with her slender, endless legs, creating an alluring beauty. Recently, Nian Hongha had been searching for news about Tuayu, but to no avail. Today, she went to a tea house to drink tea, when suddenly a wandering singer approached her and said, "Miss, I'm open for business today, please give me a small donation, and I'll sing a song for you." Feeling troubled, Nian Hongha had no interest in listening to songs, so she gave the girl a silver ingot, wanting to send her away. The girl lowered her voice and said, "The lady is kind-hearted, this little girl is very grateful. Here's a song I composed myself, I'd like to present it to the lady as a token of my sincerity." After saying that, she left the tea house. Nian Hongha hurriedly opened the paper, which contained a message from Bui Lai. As the waxing moon appears, the Shinnong Brotherhood arises. On the other hand, Bui Lai and Ham Tu are here, the secret gathering place of the 6 celestial weapons of the refining path, disciples of Chao Van, searching for Thoi Deep Noyet. Today, Thoi Deep Noyet appears at Chao Van Shinnong. 2 disciples of Chao Bang fought each other for the reward, and were discovered by Man Thursday and his gang. Currently, people from the refining path have gone to inform the 6 celestial weapons, and he will likely arrive soon. After inquiring in many places, the 6 celestial weapons of the refining path seem to have a grudge. This time, the 6 celestial weapons are particularly interested in Noi Deep Noyet. Currently, the 10 celestial weapons include Tin Naloi Dang Sung, 6 celestial weapons. Te Bao Tuong Xa Loi Din Yuyan, 8 celestial weapons, Lin Kim Fong Loi Min Du, 10 celestial weapons. They are all keeping this matter secret, especially wary of the 1st and 4th celestial weapons. If it weren't for the 6 celestial weapons setting up a spy network everywhere, Ham 2 would also have difficulty investigating this matter. Most of the 10 celestial weapons of the refining path don't appear. There are rumors in the Jianghu that, following the disappearance of Chengdu Tru Loi Van Ly, the conflict between the celestial weapons is deepening. Bui Lei takes advantage of this opportunity. After investigation, the 6 celestial weapons Loi Dang Sung has mastered the Loinigwei Tam Loung Song. The 8 celestial weapons Loi Din Yuyan is proficient in mechanisms. Te Bao Tuong Xa. His legendary organ was rumored to be formidable. Shib Tai Bao never revealed his martial arts skills. In the blink of an eye, the 2 arrived at Liangxiang. The young lady, dressed in a gorgeous outfit, had a slender waist like jade, accentuating her full bosom, attracting all eyes. They looked through the window and saw Toi Yip Noyet hiding on the 2nd floor. But Bui Lei noticed that his wounds were almost healed, seemingly under the effect of medicine, and very subtle, not easily noticeable by ordinary people, indicating that someone was taking care of him. Time was pressing. Bui Lei decided not to wait for Nim Hongha any longer, and to take him back first. Later. But at this moment, Liang Xiang was kicked away. The person who came wore a gorgeous floral robe, holding a black bone club covered with protruding knots, with eyes as big as rice bowls. Not an exaggeration to compare with a person's feet, weighing dozens of pounds, but he swung it effortlessly. This person was Lu Taibao, Ting Loi Dang Sung, the murderer who killed Doi's old man. When Doi Deep Noyet saw this person, she knew she couldn't escape, and could only gamble with her life. But Thoi Deep Noyet was kicked to the ground, unable to move. Loi Dang Sung's sturdy figure stepped on Loi Deep Noyet's head and mocked, "You should know. There's no escape now, right? Hand over the item." As soon as he finished speaking, from upstairs, another figure appeared without notice. His subordinates were all stunned. Bui Lei also appeared, making a clacking sound, and his subordinates rushed at him. Bui Lei easily fought back, then unleashed a kick forward. This powerful force easily knocked him into Luong Thuang. Seeing someone attacking, a subordinate hurriedly drew his weapon and charged. But in Bui Lei's eyes, their movements were as slow as turtles. All his internal energy focused on his sword-wielding hand, with precise attack angles and striking points. Bui Lei seemed to be joking, moving among the crowd, and in a blink of an eye, he defeated them. He easily dealt with the people in front of him. Luke Taibao saw that the person in front of him had extraordinary martial arts skills and looked somewhat familiar, but just as he was about to attack, a gust of wind blew through the window, revealing a strange figure. No sooner said than done, extremely cruel. A beardless man with a fair complexion, holding a folding jade-bone fan, an elegant gentleman, with a fair and rosy complexion. A slender figure, and even a beautiful appearance, causing Quan Kio's second son's expression to darken, his gaze disdainful, carrying an arrogant aura of looking down on others. Bao Nin said, "Are you Bui Lei? Luke Taibao will deal with you today. You dared to come to my door yourself, you won't have a chance." The elegant gentleman floated down, but before he could stand firm, with a single swing of his sword, he swept out several sparks, as dust swirled around the room. It seemed as if the poisonous needles had pierced through the entire row of steel nails, penetrating bone and flesh. The young physician was enveloped in a sinister aura, his body swaying, unable to stand firm. His gestures of raising his hand and lifting his feet were extremely fast, hence earning him the nickname Eye of the Raging Storm. Although his lightning body technique was agile, once unleashed, it was like a heavy rain and strong wind, difficult to avoid. Little did he expect that his renowned soul-haunting mirage would be casually shattered by the person before him. At the same time, many other martial artists rushed in. The slender-waisted, full-bottomed young lady, with her hatefully slim waist, heaving bosom, and voluptuous yet slender figure, strained to arch her plump bottom, using her long slender legs to kick powerfully into the small waist of her opponent, the slender waistline spinning within the palm of her hand. Soft and supple with muscle. The sensation exquisite, her abdomen as soft as powder. The young lady's taut, round bottom became a source of power, absorbing the recoil, twisting like a mermaid. Luke Taibao Luke Dang Sung stared intently at Bui Lei. Not even the Dongjiang army headquarters behind him caught his eye. His body spun around, facing Bui Lei, and launched a kick. Bui Lei lightly jumped up, carrying Guiyangip Noyet to casually dodge. This reaction was truly praiseworthy. But Luke Taibao Luke Dang Sung followed with a palm strike enveloping Bui Lei. The swirling force was eerie, concealed beneath his robe, like surging waves, suddenly like thunder. Bui Lei hurriedly used the immovable golden body technique to block, also channeling the earthly fire palm's demonic force to disperse the power. Although his body was pushed back, he remained unharmed. Luke Dang Sung was not surprised. Not many could withstand this strike without falling. However, this was just a feint. The real lethal move lay in the latter half. But the huge fist that was bigger than his head was suddenly blocked by a smaller fist, using a hard fist against a hard fist. Luke Dang Sung affirmed, Bui Lei's hand would certainly be crippled. He only saw Bui Lei turn his fist into a palm, welcoming the punch, and lead that enormous force into his embrace. Such ferocious inner strength pushed Luke Dang Sung back 3 feet. Luke Dang Sung was astonished to find that Bui Lei's move had even absorbed part of his inner strength. The previous information he received was that he was merely a blacksmith in Luan City who accidentally obtained the secret of swordsmanship and was appointed the official title of Ti-Ban despite defying heaven's authority. He didn't expect him to be so powerful. Bui Lei seized the opportunity to charge forward. After pushing back Luke Dang Sung, he took advantage and carried Doi Engip Noyet, rushing towards the main gate. As the gate was closed, capturing people, proving that Kim Dude and others were all here, the defense of the main gate was the weakest. But at that moment, a snow-white carriage burst through the door. This carriage was called a double-seated carriage, much larger than a single-seated one, but smaller than a regular four-wheeled carriage. Its entire body had graceful and soft curves. Extremely beautiful. Its 4 sides were decorated with exquisite ivory patterns. In front of the carriage, instead of a living horse, there was a lifelike steel warhorse sculpture. When this carriage arrived, the head physician Bui Lei was busy dodging Toi Niam Noyet's attacks. Kyo maneuvered the carriage, charging swiftly towards Toi Niam Noyet. In that critical moment, Nim Hong Ha suddenly blocked in front of Toi Niam Noyet. The woman who appeared was tall and slender, wearing a crimson-red dress like a blooming peony, with long black hair like a waterfall, a red silk belt, and a deep red long dress touching the ground. Her demeanor exuded a calm and self-possessed air, her long straight legs occasionally visible under the red dress, with alluring curves. Her voice was gentle, carrying 3 parts tenderness and 7 parts majesty. She is the second chief of Shuiwei Hall, the renowned Wanli Fengjiang Ran Hongha. And the person sitting in that strange carriage is Bat Tai Bao Wei Cun. Luk Tai Bao Wei Cun stands beside him, his lecherous gaze roaming over Ran Hongha's seductive figure. Xian Zi stands silently beside Wei Cun, yet in his heart, he finds Qiu Qiu's fair skin quite appealing. One is beautiful, the other graceful, their contrasting charms leave him dazzled. Ran Hongha coldly says, I am here on my master's orders to find the young master of the Tuwei family. Please allow me to take the young master Tuwei and Bui Lei back to complete the mission. This search for the young master Tuwei is a transaction between me and the Tuwei family. Tuwei Jingzhao, the head of the Tuwei family, has deceived me before. So I have a few questions for this young master. As long as he answers, I will immediately let him leave. Upon hearing this, Bat Tai Bo says, the Tuwei family once had a treasured Kun Tian sword. Tuwei Jingzhao sold it to me, Bat Tai Bo, for 200 taels of silver. Moreover, he swore an oath himself. However, he sold a fake sword. This act was unrighteous. Doi Niam Noyet then loudly refuted it. According to Doi Niam Noyet, the Doi family was not involved in the Jianghu affairs, but they heard that this sword concealed a secret about a murderer. This secret was related to the life and death of the Doi family. So after the old patriarch passed away, the sword was carefully hidden and could not be casually sold. The Quan Tian sword was kept very discreetly, but 3 months ago, the old patriarch of the Doi family went out to purchase an important batch of antiques. One night after he left, the study room suddenly caught fire. The whole family panicked and ran to extinguish the fire, but this study room was where the old patriarch of the Doi family kept important books and antiques. With excellent fire and heat resistance, and the source of fire was strictly controlled, this room should not have caught fire. After putting out the fire, they discovered that the source of the fire was from a sword hidden in the room, emitting flames that burned through the iron box containing it. The old patriarch of the Doi family returned and learned that this trip was to buy a sword sheath called Han Zuat Heap, used to hold the Quan Tian sword. He placed the sword in the sheath and ordered the family not to reveal this matter. But the news still leaked out, causing the Thiat Luyan Duong gang to come and force the old patriarch of the Doi family to hand over the precious sword. The old patriarch refused. So they stormed the Doi family and tried to steal the sword. Over 40 members of the Doi family were mostly killed by Thiat Luyan Duong. Historian Bat Tai Bao's had many inconsistencies, but Bat Tai Bao spoke with great certainty, with clear evidence. Nim Hongha slightly frowned, her long black hair hanging loose, her red lips slightly parted, her chest heaving, her expression calm. Although a woman, her majesty was not diminished. At this moment, she appeared even calmer and composed, the sword behind her back unmoving, the jade pendant on her chest standing out, making people admire her even more. Her slender, soft waist accentuated her graceful beauty, making one want to embrace her. Bui Lei observed the surroundings. Earlier when he fought Luk Tai Bao, Bat Tai Bao did not help, and it seemed he had no subordinates with him. It appeared his relationship with Bat Tai Bao of the steel refinery was not good. Instead, Bat Tai Bao's mechanical carriage looked like machinery from the Shadow City, similar to mechanical carrier pigeons used for communication. Moreover, his recent steel chain attack seemed to contain his inner force. Bui Lei instructed Hien Tu to do some tasks. At this point, Nim Hongha said, Bat Tai Bao, you said you have a document written by Doi Tin Chiu, can you show it to me? Unexpectedly, Bat Tai Bao. He threw down a stack of papers. After the papers fell to the ground, Nim Hongha examined them. The content on the papers matched what Bat Tai Bao said. Moreover, after being confirmed by Doi Niam Noyet, it was indeed written by his father himself. But Nim Hongha continued to question. If you, Bat Tai Bao, promised to spare the Doi family, why are you still pressuring Doi Niam Noyet? Bat Tai Bao still insisted, the sword he gave me was not complete. The power of this sword lies in a precious stone on the blade, which is said to be able to control fire. But the sword Doi Tin Chiu gave me was missing that. So, as long as the young master Doi tells me the whereabouts of the precious stone, I will guarantee his safety. Everything seemed reasonable, but Nim Hongha did not believe it at all. His gaze was extremely sharp. Bui Lei had heard that Hua Tsugi, the #1 calligrapher on the continent, and Doi Tin Chiu were old friends. The old master of the Doi family always used a slanted calligraphic style when writing letters, which was known to all. But this letter did not have any slanted strokes. Clearly the Thiat Luyan Duong wanted to frame Doi Niam Noyet for murder. Just as Nim Hongha was about to expose him, the 8 protectors charged forward in a vehicle, heading straight for Nim Hongha. Nim Hongha, dodging and simultaneously using his sword to push Doi Niam Noyet towards Bui Lei. Nim Hongha revealed the 8 protectors' objective. Bui Lei quickly caught Doi Niam Noyet, a series of fluid movements. She didn't look back, because she trusted Bui Lei to protect her rear. The fierce battle in the warehouse also forcing Nim Hong-ha to exert all his strength to respond. She leaped into the air, her movements light and agile like a swallow. Her sword strikes were powerful and decisive. She gracefully dodged the gunfire, soft yet resolute, like a flower blooming amidst 1,000 others. However, his mortal body could not withstand the mechanism. Bat Tai Bao could use his inner energy to control the mechanism and attack. Nim Hong-ha stopped in his tracks, sweating profusely, each drop falling to the ground. Luke Tai Bao seized the opportunity to rush towards Bui Lei, intending to snatch Thai Niam Noyet. According to the rules of the Thiat Luyan Duong, the Tai Baos were not allowed to attack each other, so Luke Tai Bao dared to act and attempt to kidnap her. Luke Tai Bao unleashed an iron ring, emitting a deafening sound. This move was called Kim Hon Tran, with a force that could shake mountains and rivers. Bui Lei quickly used his supernatural speed sword to block the attack, neutralizing the force. Then he counterattacked. Luke Tai Bao relied on the iron ring on his arm to increase the impact force. Though he was knocked back, he still landed gently on the ground. Luke Tai Bao couldn't help but praise, Bui Lei truly lives up to his reputation, with extraordinary martial arts skills. An ordinary person hit by the golden ring strike would be severely injured. Immediately, Bui Lei had also understood his opponent's technique, so he put away the divine speed sword, slowly circulated his inner energy, and demonstrated the unretreating golden wheel palm. Each palm strike followed seamlessly, one stronger than the last. Luke Tai Bao used his inner energy combined with the iron ring to create shockwaves, with powerful and domineering force, but without any skill. Compared to the masters Bui Lei had encountered, it was nothing. The unretreating golden will palm easily neutralized the golden ring strike, and even borrowed the force to strike back, making Luke Tai Bao's iron ring unable to vibrate anymore. Seeing this, Bui Lei used all his strength to strike and shatter Luke Tai Bao's iron ring. Luke Tai Bao couldn't react in time. Her face distorted. At this moment, Nim Hong-ha fell into danger, cornered by Bat Tai Bao's car against the wall. Bat Tai Bao took the opportunity to attack, unleashing the Lin on Tu Han Thursday technique, swift as lightning, aiming straight for Nim Hong-ha's back. In that critical moment, Bui Lei's Godspeed saved her. But Thoi Niam Noyet beside her was affected, struck by the poisonous venom. The frail girl suddenly became unnaturally agile, flickering before unsheathing her sword. In the blink of an eye, her willowy figure swayed like a drooping willow, her slender legs like jade chopsticks, her toned muscles concealing immense power. Wild explosion. The rapid alternation between gentleness and strength, combined with her cold and determined expression, made the young lady exude a bewitching, aloof beauty. Seeing Bat Tai Bao Wei Cun using her demonic energy, Bui Lei hurriedly hugged Kyo and rushed straight towards Wei Cun. It's unknown how Thai Niam Noyet's poisonous needle was so fast, hitting Wei Cun. The poisonous needle was straight, with a round body. Wei Cun didn't expect to be hit by her own Lingyiang soul-extinguishing demonic energy, and hurriedly circulated her inner energy, using the white smoke to conceal herself, intending to flee. Unexpectedly, this woman's inner energy was no weaker than hers. Wei Cun's heart sank, and when she landed on the ground, she hurriedly took out a pill to swallow. But she was stopped by Bui Lei. Bui Lei swiftly caught the pill from his hand, then flipped it into Thai Niam Noyet's mouth. Seeing her complexion gradually returning to normal, Bui Lei felt slightly relieved. The actions of snatching the pill and feeding it to her were as swift as flowing water and drifting clouds, decisive and neat. Bat Tai Bao Vai Thon was astonished. The poison from the old man could blind ordinary people, yet this young man was unaffected. But he still coldly said, "You underestimate my old man, thinking it's so simple to cure the poison? Now, even if you hand him over to me, it's hard to guarantee his survival." Indeed, as he finished speaking, Thai Niam Noyet spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. It turned out, Vai Thon's poison required another antidote to fully neutralize it. Using just one could only delay it temporarily, not resolve it. But the pill had been swallowed by Thai Niam Noyet. Even so, without the antidote, Thai Niam Noyet's survival was unlikely. Bat Tai Bao Vai Thon. Although he told the truth, Lu Tai Bao used poison, how could he think of an antidote? I'm afraid he didn't carry the antidote with him. At that time, Vai Thon was like a wild beast driven into a corner, seemingly wanting to perish together with Thoi Niam Noyet. Though cornered, Thoi Niam Noyet wasn't afraid of life and death, but was unwilling to fail the tasks assigned by that person. Bui Lei was startled, realizing that all this had a mastermind behind the scenes. Moreover, the poison in Thoi Niam Noyet's body was somewhat strange. At that moment, Vai Thon suggested, "I have a secret medicine that cannot completely neutralize the soul-devouring toxin, but can temporarily suppress its toxicity. My condition is to ask him a few questions." But Bui Lei sneered, "The medicine you mentioned, I'm afraid not only can't suppress the toxicity but also has other effects, right? This so-called secret medicine of yours is actually a drug that makes people obedient, isn't it? And you enjoy this process." Bui Lei realized they were now surrounded. But in fact, the one who ruined the plan of Bat Tai Bao wasn't Bui Lei and the others. So, Bui Lei boldly made a suggestion. I want to meet the person behind the 8 Tai treasures, and make him hand over the real antidote. Nim Hong Ha and the 8 Tai treasures were both astonished. Nim Hong Ha took a deep breath, her figure gracefully moving in the pink dress, with alluring curves. Her beauty was both seductive and powerful, making her unconsciously approach Bui Lei closely. Her eyes showed a hint of worry, mixed with concern and reluctance. The famous beauty seemed as timid as a girl in her 20s. She was worried for Bui Lei, but he had just taken violent action. Bui Lei knew Nim Hong Ha was genuinely concerned for him, but he had just taken violent action. Forcibly breaking through would not lead to victory, only a one-on-one fight would be the sole path now. Bui Lei jumped onto Bat Tai Bao's vehicle, activating its mechanism. The vehicle made a steady clicking sound. It was unclear what changes had occurred, but a thick ominous aura was approaching. With a whooshing sound, Bui Lei dodged as a silver radiance flashed. The Godspeed blade finally drew its sword, piercing the dense ominous aura. The ominous aura dispersed like fine firework powder. Bui Lei withstood the aura like rain, but the massive vehicle lacked agility to fully evade. A cracking sound. A sharp drill pierced his chest. Bui Lei had always believed mechanisms had limits, but not this vehicle. It was massive, yet reacted nimbly like a living being, with extremely sharp weapons, and furthermore, an intricate design that seemed to account for all blind spots. It must have a weakness, like the axles, undercarriage, or a damaged mechanism. The problem was getting close enough. A loud bang, the snow-white exterior was slashed, sparks flying. The surface of the vehicle's shell appeared to be scratched and scarred, but it was not pierced. Whenever the sword touched it, it would always deflect slightly. Even the sharp divine speed sword could hardly penetrate it. Only the heat of the earth fire from the western region could forge such a hard vitreous stone, extremely suitable for making armor. Its smooth surface like a mirror made it difficult for swords and blades to penetrate. This type of vitreous stone could only be used in small quantities by Luing Cheng on his hidden weapons. Yet the weapons on this vehicle were all made of vitreous stone. However, although vitreous stone is hard, it is also brittle and prone to shattering when subjected to strong impact forces. But the prerequisite is that the impact force must be equivalent to vitreous stone. Thinking of this, Bui Lei spun the divine speed sword, focusing on the weak point. Using his tactics, combined with Kyokyo's shield. Under the powerful collision, the hard vitreous stone finally developed a crack. Once vitreous stone has developed its first crack, if continued attacks are made on it, the entire piece will shatter. Bui Lei aimed straight for the crack. He used the dazzling unstoppable stroke technique. His swordplay was swift, powerful and smooth, but after 2 strikes, he was detected by Vaithon. The carriage suddenly spun, flinging him away. Guns, swords, hidden projectiles all over the carriage fired simultaneously. The dense barrage of projectiles forced Bui Lei to retreat 2 steps, sustaining a few more wounds. Seeing this, Bui Lei didn't hesitate, quickly evading and charging forward to strike where he had created the opening. Oil gushed out like a flood. The oil spilled all over the ground. Although it was just a bit slippery, but it was enough for Bui Lei to seize the initiative. He viewed the carriage as a tiger's back, unleashing the peerless invigorating slash, striking continuously. Thanks to the speed of the divine rapid sword, his unceasing technique eventually destroyed that strange carriage. By then, the time it takes to burn an incense stick had passed. Unexpectedly, Vaithon refused to admit defeat, saying, "It's just my thunder carriage that got wrecked." He looked at Bui Lei with hateful eyes, then ordered his subordinates to surround him. Bui Lei had foreseen all this. He and Tu had been by his side all along, but at some point, she had quietly left, carrying the news. They came to seek reinforcements. Shortly after, a group of people rushed in, preparing to surround Bat Tai Bao and Bui Lei. Nim Hong Ha also appeared. Nim Hong Ha naturally leaned against Bui Lei's back. Her warmth transmitted to him made him feel extremely comfortable. In the midst of the fierce battle, her slender waist became even more alluring. The two were in sync, hand in hand, advancing and retreating together, coordinating seamlessly without any gaps. Suddenly, an extremely powerful surge of inner energy exploded, overwhelming the atmosphere. Bui Lei hurriedly sheltered Nim Hong Ha, embracing her in his arms. They saw this person with a sturdy build, a ferocious appearance, not tall but extremely strong, wearing a short robe, broad shoulders, a big belly, looking extremely fierce. His tanned face showed signs of resting overnight on the journey. This person was Dai Tai Bao of Zich Dian Duong Tianhan Ban Tan Luyan Loi Fan Kai. As soon as he saw Loi Fan Kai, Vaithon loudly scolded, "During my absence, it seems you all have caused a lot of trouble again." When they saw his tall figure, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Bui Lei thought silently, "It's him, the infamous Loi Fan Kai, the great treasure." "So you're Bui Lei?" Years ago, it was only because of Hang Ni's pleading that I spared your life. I didn't expect you to show up here today. Let me see what skills you've learned from Noyet Vum. Skills. Loi Fan Kai's inner strength surged like tidal waves. This overwhelming aura, Bui Lei had only felt it from top masters like Noyet than Fong. Facing the incoming danger, Nim Hong Ha hurriedly said, Great treasure, do you know that your fellow brothers have exterminated the entire Loi Tin Chiu family while fighting over the Heavenly King's sword, and are now threatening the last remaining heir of the Loi family with poison? Last time in Luantan, you kept suspecting the Loi family was involved in the Demon Saber case. Aren't you afraid? The story of the Loi family is also part of the plot that the mastermind has lured you Thais into, isn't it? Loi Fan Kai glanced at Bat Tai Bao's carriage. Python hurriedly said, Big brother, you know I like making mechanical devices. You can ask Old Four about the Quan Tien Bao sword. Now, our Thiat Luyan Duong has to rely on him and Old Five for transportation. We're doing this just to make some profit from Old Five. Loi Fan Kai didn't say much, thinking, this Old Five doesn't care about Thiat Luyan Duong's business, but secretly investigates the clues of the demon sword. What is he plotting? At this moment, someone came to report that 3,000 soldiers had surrounded Mitang. But Loi Fan Kai was not panicked at all, slowly said, Bui Lei, what are you going to do now? Bui Lei demanded that Bat Tai Bao hand over the antidote. Whether Thy Niam Noyet is the culprit of the clan massacre or not, I hope the Grand Tai Bao will hand him over to General Bin for punishment. Lei Fan burst out laughing. Bui Lei, have you only been in the Jianghu for a day? Just a few words from you and you expect me to hand him over? How do I know you're not part of the plot? Here, I, a member of the Iron Refining Hall. How we handle this is none of your business. My brothers are outside the city. I just need to light a signal flare, and they'll be here soon. The Iron Refining Hall doesn't fear the officials. Having said that, Loi Fan Kai waved a hand, ordering them to take the fourth brother away. But just then, Nim Hong Ha discovered Thoi Niam Noyet unconscious. Nim Hong Ha hurriedly sat down beside her, her short red dress clinging to her snow-white skin. Her long, black hair cascaded down her back. With a beautiful face, both alluring and elegant, this young woman was accustomed to tranquility, like a blue lotus. Stunningly beautiful and untouched by the dust of the world. After some thought, Nim Hong Ha wrote a letter to her eldest senior sister, explaining the mission's failure. Nim Hong Ha wrote everything that happened today in a letter, sending it to her eldest senior sister, explaining the mission's failure. Today, because of young Master Thoi's sudden disappearance, it ultimately led to a conflict. Analyzing it now, it's very likely that the 8 protectors used a mechanism, secretly took young Master Thoi away. But as long as he hasn't gotten what he wants, young Master Thoi won't be in danger. However, Bui Lei always feels that there are many strange points about this matter. Since meeting young Master Thoi, Bui Lei feels he's very afraid. If his father gave him the fire essence on the sword, he should have stayed far away from the Iron Forging Hall. But he hid near the Iron Forging Hall headquarters, and moreover, he hasn't been discovered this whole time, but he has many old wounds on his body. As for the poison in his body, initially, he's very strong, yet he suddenly disappeared. These things are truly strange. Outwardly, Bui Lei led everyone back to the Water Moon Pavilion, saying it was to avoid the Iron Forging Hall's eyes. Tonight, Bui Lei planned to sneak into the Iron Forging Hall with Nim Hong Ha. Nim Hong Ha said worriedly, sneaking into the Forging Hall is too risky. The Forging Hall is the top martial arts sect in the Jianghu, with formidable power. Charging in is like sticking one's head into a tiger's mouth. Bui Lei didn't want to go either, but suddenly he remembered. He and Tu popped up from under the floor. It turned out that today, when they were fleeing, he and Tu had discovered a secret passage, extremely mysterious, right under the carpet in the study room. This secret passage might lead to the headquarters. Moreover, from his observations, he and Tu could confirm that there were tracks of Bat Tai Bao's carriage in this secret passage. In other words, the only one who knew about this secret passage was Bat Tai Bao Vaithon. It's very likely that Bat Tai Bao at the Forging Hall is like the 7 assassins in Luan City, and the 10 Tai Baos are not on good terms with each other, so this is an opportunity. Nim Hong Ha's face showed a hint of worry. Isn't this too risky? We should wait for our senior sister to arrive before acting. Moreover, he and Tu's skills are so formidable, who is he really? Although worried, Nim Hong Ha still agreed to take action. At the main courtyard of the Thiat Luyan Hall, beneath the Fong Hoa Lin Lung Tower, a group of people were gathering. In the darkness, under the Fong Hoa Lin Lung Tower, a pair of sharp eyes scanned back and forth. The person in the black cloak was Phuc Trican. Phuc Trican came to attend the Tihuan gathering under the guise of a wanderer. But his true identity was hidden beneath the cloak of night. The seeds of resentment in the Taoist sect were sown 30 years ago. This time, Infiltrating came here to investigate the true circumstances. It's just that he didn't know why the demon master chose the forging pavilion. Not long after, a field of white lanterns appeared ahead, floating like wandering ghosts. The dim light illuminated a red mask hanging in midair. A voice echoed through the forest, "Brave heroes, have your subordinates retreat, and come here yourselves. This is the greatest trust that the Qishan Manor has in all of you." In the cold wind, no one answered. No one wanted to reveal their true strength at this moment. The less information about themselves, the better. The demon master seemed to have anticipated this reaction, continuing, "Tonight, I want to show you the sincerity of my father, Qishan, and your qualifications to participate in the Grand Assembly." With that, he threw out a lantern, saying, "This lantern is your admission ticket tonight. Next time, you must hold a lantern yourself to be admitted." Infiltrating hurriedly. He grabbed the lantern. On the lantern was a flickering green ghostly flame. He looked around. Behind the white lanterns were the famous figures of the martial arts world. The head of the Qi Quan school, the leader of the Shuyu sect, Tao Hu, was certainly present. There was also the jade-faced incinerator of Tian La Xiang, Huin Tan, and the demon king On Tamin, whose gender was unknown. As for sects like the Blood Armor sect, which had been in hiding for many years, it was unknown if they sent anyone to attend. Suddenly, the demon master raised his lantern high. A fox spirit appeared in midair, causing the quiet forest to erupt in gasps of shock. The demon master was from the Hui sect. Wasn't the Hui sect supposed to have been exterminated long ago? At this moment, a hoarse voice sounded from behind. "I heard the Huaiman is a hereditary family. I wonder if you are." Hiding nearby, Lang Thursday heard this voice. His heart shook. It was indeed the demon lord. No wonder the demon fire sign on his lantern only had 3 parts. The demon master didn't answer directly. "Whether it's the family or the descendants, it doesn't matter. For you all, that say Hyun, Grand Assembly and the secrets of each sect are the foundation of existence. The enmity between our Ho Waiman and the demon saber from back then, I'm sure everyone has heard of it. I believe you're all very interested in the secret of the demon saber." Saying that, the demon master took out a strange demon saber and said loudly, "When not being controlled, it's just a demon saber. Once it can be controlled, it becomes the supreme weapon of the Dao sect. Today, I will use the plan of the Thiat Luyan Palace to cut off the enmity of the demon saber." Just then, a whistle rang out, echoing throughout the Thiat Luyan Palace. Inside the secret passage, Bui Lei and Nam Hong Ha carefully followed the trail. Suddenly a whistle echoed, enveloping the entire forging pavilion. Bui Lei suddenly felt a severe headache. This pain originated from deep within the rocky sea. It erupted from within his head. At the peak of the agonizing pain, Wei Xin suddenly grabbed him. The violent consciousness that Tazu called out once again rushed into his mind. "Kill him." Wei Xin turned into Tazu, pinned Bui Lei to the ground, ready to strike. But at that moment, cold sweat broke out on Bui Lei's forehead, and he immediately regained consciousness. In that brief moment, it seemed as if a voice rang in his head, but that consciousness had clearly been sealed by him. His soul was still in his body, and that voice, though faint, was very sharp to him. Bui Lei tried to recall the direction from which the sound came, and indeed, to the northwest was a wide passage. This was a new road. According to the news, this was where the 10 Tai Bao of Enlin Duong resided. And the separate residence of the 8 Tai Bao was located on the opposite mountainside. So this secret passage must lead to the 8 Tai Bao's place. The other end led to the pier, so this secret passage was probably reserved for the 8 Tai Bao's use. Lu Tai Bao and Shak Tai Bao were also nearby. With time running short, Bui Lei decided to split up. He would go and scout Bat Tai Bao and Lu Tai Bao himself. Meanwhile, Hong Ha would be responsible for leading Tatsu to check if there was another exit at the other end of the secret passage, and then proceed to Shak Tai Bao's location. At this moment, Lu Tai Bao was furious due to his injury earlier in the day. His cursing and scolding could be heard non-stop. Suddenly, his subordinates reported that they had spotted the young master of the Doi family practicing swordplay in a nearby desolate area. Upon hearing this, Lu Tai Bao hurriedly led his men to investigate, thinking that if he could capture Doi Deep today, his status would be elevated. It wasn't just Bui Lei. Even the renowned swordsman Tui Noyat Din had to yield to him. Lu Tai Bao ran and indeed found Doi Deep not far away. But the black sword in front of him wasn't as he had imagined. Suddenly a strange sound rang out. Doi Deep's eyes were fiery red as he picked up the sword from the ground. The sword suddenly glowed blazing red. Scorching flames burst out from the blade, turning the surroundings into a sea of fire. Doi Deep was like an evil demon descending from the sea of flames, striking fear into anyone who saw him. On the other hand, Bui Lei had also found Thatch Tai Bao. Bui Lei secretly glanced at Thatch Tai Bao's Loi Mindao's figure. She was indeed an exquisite beauty, and the corner of his mouth slightly curved up. Her skin was fair, smooth, and rosy, gradually fading towards the bottom, with a perfectly curved mouth and faint lipstick. This face, it was not just beautiful but alluring, alluring to the point of enchantment, and that was all there was to it. Suddenly, the man in front of her took out a night-colored desire-inciting incense, and shoved it straight into Loi Mindao's mouth, then embraced her. Her small, soft lips were like sweet autumn honey, making him intoxicated. At this moment, a disciple entered, looking identical to the person in front of him. As if cast from the same mold, the disciple respectfully addressed the other as master, and Bui Lei finally understood. This person was Bat Tai Bao Loi Din Hon, who used some transformation technique to disguise himself as a young master, even fooling those from the Yin Lin Hall. Loi Din Hon instructed, "Give Loi Mindao the ghost mechanism pill, I need to go out for 2 days. We still have 3 days of night color chaos fragrance, watch over it carefully, don't let anything happen." All of this was witnessed by Bui Lei. At the same time, Mr. Ghost led the person wearing the 7 mysterious hand-linked bracelet into the Yin Lin Hall, easily subduing the guards. But Mr. Ghost was the only one taking action. Lang Thursday asked, "Where is your ultimate move? Don't forget the 10 celestial treasures are within the cyclical formation of wind and fire." But Mr. Demon was very confident, saying he had investigated clearly that the 10 celestial treasures were not always within the formation. Moreover, the sword aura had already been activated to attack the drunken immortal abode by surprise. "We will help eliminate some hidden arrows. Isn't that excessive?" Everyone's heart trembled upon hearing the sword aura. It turned out the rumors were true. Once influenced by it, one becomes a sword master and can only devote all their energy to fight desperately. The demonic sword of the Dragon Emperor era was called the Conquering Aura, with its own reasons. Not everyone can integrate with the demonic sword and unleash its maximum power. Especially this formidable version. The Dao sect has been annihilated, along with the entire Dragon Court army. The demonic sword Lai Ka and the perfect sword master chosen by Lai Ka, combined with the lives in Mr. Demon's hands, together formed the sword aura. As long as the 7 mystiques simultaneously block Thunder Wanli from activating the outer formation, tonight will be the doomsday of one of the 7 great sects, the drunken immortal abode. On the other hand, Hong Ha has also successfully infiltrated the 6 celestial treasures' separate manner. In the late night, a woman in black glided by, her graceful curves concealed and revealed beneath her robe, her slender legs stepping on the tiles, the lines of her legs exuding the beauty of martial arts. A kick landed on the roof tiles, her demeanor unrestrained, yet evoking an irresistible charm. This woman was Hong Ha. She coldly asked, "Tell me, where has Lu Tai Bao gone?" As she finished speaking, flames erupted within Anlin Hall, with cries echoing everywhere. At the same time, Xiaozi held the key to the 8 Tai Bao, excitedly opening the secret passage. Unaware that Boi Lai had silently approached from behind, easily subduing him with a move. But Xiaozi spoke up, "I won't reveal the 8 families' matters. You can't kill me, it's better to fall into the 8 families' hands. Moreover, if you kill me here, the 8 embroidery boudoirs and Yanshangtang will definitely lose face. Consider this matter settled for now." Suddenly, Boi Lai's gaze turned cold, and he stabbed Xiaozi in the shoulder without hesitation. Unable to withstand the torture, Xiaozi revealed everything. It turned out that Shirtai Bao Luming Heo was the illegitimate daughter of the former chief executioner Loi Wanli. This was no secret within the Shirtai Bao manor. But it was unclear why the 8 embroidery boudoirs were so concerned about her. As for Loi Yep, Xiaozi didn't know where she was. There was a secret chamber here where they could search. Boi Lai was suddenly horrified by his own brutal actions. In his confusion, Boi Lai hurriedly took the key and rushed into the secret chamber. At first glance, the secret chamber seemed to be where Loi Dinghuang concocted medicines, with all the necessary equipment. The nightshade aphrodisiac incense was also here. It was. The 8 embroidery boudoirs even had their own secret chamber for concocting medicines. There was an entrance to a second level in this secret chamber, but Xiaozi didn't know the key. Boi Lai used his spiritual sense to perceive it. Delighted, "My luck isn't bad, it turns out to be the 7 veiled formation I encountered at Wugong Hall last time, as easy as turning my palm." Boi Lai unhesitatingly entered. This second secret room seemed like a dressing room, it must be where he disguised himself, but deep inside this room, Boi Lai was horrified to see many human head models, the 8 celestial treasures, the 6 celestial treasures all looked real. He thought to himself, the disguise technique of these little demons requires killing people and flaying their skin, but how did Loi Din Hon ultimately do it? While pondering, Boi Lai discovered his own model was also there, though not an exact likeness, but it had taken shape. Loi Din Hon had just met him for the first time earlier that day, yet he could remember every detail. Hogan once said, experienced martial artists can reconstruct a deceased person's appearance by applying clay to the bones based on direction and features. Could it be that Loi Din Hon's disguise technique is based on this principle? What? Boi Lai took a box next to him. Inside seemed to be a sticky substance. After solidifying, it resembled muscles. This must be Loi Din Hon's disguise method. This normal face mold must be Loi Din-hoon's real face. Bui Lei thought silently. If one day he appeared before Ngung's sister with his own face, how would the lady and sister react? Secrets in the Jianghu indeed have no boundaries. It's best to take this back for the master to see. Bui Lei casually took the Loi family's token. But as soon as he left the secret room, Loi Mindao appeared unkempt. Her heaving chest, rapid breathing, her thin robe revealing and concealing an extremely seductive introduction. Her two perky, round breasts were like two ripe peaches, indescribably alluring. Below was a smooth, fair area of skin. Just a little more and it would be fully exposed. Her slim waist, delicate shoulders, she had a slender figure. But her breasts were full and perfect, truly a stunning beauty. This person was Shi Tai Bao, Loi Ming Tao. Loi Ding-hoon mistook Loi Ming Tao for Bui Lei, and was extremely proactive and passionate. But Bui Lei suddenly lost control. With a hint of cruelty, he grabbed Loi Ming Tao's neck with one hand, his red eyes intent on killing the person in front of him. Just as Loi Ming Tao was about to die, Tatsu appeared from somewhere, with a serious expression, saying, "This needs to be done silently. I'm helping you, it can be very fast." At that moment, Bui Lei suddenly became sober. Seeing Tatsu about to draw his sword, Bui Lei hurriedly stopped him. "Today, I don't know what's happening, unlike usual, although I'm not unconscious, but I keep saying strange words." Tatsu said he couldn't find Thatch Tai Bao and Lei Deep, so he came here, but earlier on the roof he seemed to see some movement on the other small mountain. Bui Lei was startled. That's where Miss Nin went. Where Dai Tai Bao lives. His subordinates reported that over there was caused by one person. He wielded a long flame sword, with terrifying power, and that person seemed to have endless strength. Luke Tai Bao and the others all fled in chaos, unable to fight back. Dai Tai Bao was startled. A flame sword, could it be the demonic sword Lai Ka? Moreover, the scene of the Sea of Fire also seemed familiar. Has the underground force finally found its way to my Lin Duong? At the same time, being able to control the demon saber and coordinate like that, it's not a coincidence. Someone is targeting the Yin Liangdo. He hurriedly ordered his subordinates to respond. Trying to minimize casualties, he will come right after. The Great Celestial was shocked. If the 10 Celestials conspire together, do they have a major plot against our Yin Liangdo? This scene, the Patriarch had foreseen it years ago. Back then, the Patriarch in Yin Liangdo was like the noonday sun, no one could rival him. The only mistake in my life was not preventing my wife from giving birth to those 5 demonic children. As he grew older, a long-lasting dream became more and more real. The Patriarch could no longer distinguish dream from memory. Back then, the Patriarch was severely injured because of the demon saber. Everything changed since then, so he suspected someone was manipulating. Controlling the situation, he must survive until that person appears. No need to talk about this, let Old Fourth handle the Patriarch's business, he is well versed in it. The Patriarch's hideout will not be revealed to anyone, but if there's a major life or death situation, they can use this clue to contact him. And leave the remaining music of Ji Zhonggong for Yi Fengkai. From there the fate of the following year of An Lian Dao is handed over to Yi Fengkai to decide. The one who came with no good intentions, perhaps it was when Jitong Yingzhou appeared. Loi Wanli pushed the door open, his face gloomy. Gently stepping on the iron chain, with a few shakes, he reached the Phoenix Terrace. But unexpectedly, on the Phoenix Terrace, Gue Xianxing had been waiting for a long time. This incompetent child, the 8 Tai Bao Loi Ding-hoon has been transformed into Xiao Zi, comes to visit the master in the middle of the night. He said, the disciple was careless for a moment, the treasure was damaged by the little kid called Bui Lai. It seems he understands Shui Jinggang very well, holding a sword called Shinju. A voice behind the curtain, sounding like an old man's, rang out, don't worry about that little Bui Lai. I have my own plans for him. The water crystal sword was damaged. But I'll quickly repair it for you. The old man was more concerned about news of the 4 heavenly kings. The heavenly king of thunder was still investigating, but recently he seemed to believe that Thunder Lord would not return, with many signs showing his unusual actions. As for the heavenly king of lightning, he was preoccupied with the stone heavenly king, spending a lot of effort but unable to find out much, only learning of a place called Wanmayan, possibly Thunder Lord's hiding place. But no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find any place called Wanmayan, even those behind the curtain had never heard of it. But he still didn't believe Thunder Lord had truly disappeared. At that moment, the heavenly king of lightning discovered the whirlwind fire formation ablaze. Such an incident surely aimed at the demon-slaying hall. Moreover, it was possible Thunder Lord wouldn't be able to resist showing himself. The heavenly king of lightning hurriedly returned to the demon-slaying hall to assess the situation. The heavenly king Thunder Lord and the demon master fought to a stalemate. Thunder Lord's powerful techniques were like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey, leaving the demon master temporarily unable to do anything. Lang Thursday, sitting nearby, suddenly spoke up, "Demon Master, would you like to borrow my sword? I hear the Demon Gate sect has a unique sword technique." Unexpectedly, Lang Thursday was certain of the Demon Master's identity. Lang Thursday, sitting nearby, suddenly spoke up, "Demon Master, would you like to borrow my sword? I hear the Demon Gate sect has a unique sword technique." Unexpectedly, Lang Thursday was certain of the Demon Master's identity. So, the Devil Immortal deliberately spoke loudly. With his identity, he can be considered as one of the 7 sects, naturally understanding that once the demon blade appears, it will not be easy to stop. Let me take action. The one who came as Lei Wanli, this person is the number 1 or 2 figure in the 7 sects. Killing him, it goes without saying the impact on the 7 sects. Speaking of which, the elimination of this person should not be done by me alone. So, if anyone helps me get rid of him, not only will they participate in the Qixuan Grand Assembly, but I will also share the secret of the Howling Dao Rock. As soon as he finished speaking, Lang Shou rushed up first. The secret of the Howling Dao Rock was too tempting. Cheng Mian clearly sensed the Langling aura in that person's body, definitely the sworn son of old Lang Shou. Unexpectedly he survived the Demon Blade Chaos that year. It seems he has found a way to break the seal in the mountain valley, but deliberately concealed it. After a few exchanges, another person appeared. A red light emanated from his body. It was the true lord of the ultimate bliss sect. He swung his blade. A strange move struck. Dai Tai Bao Loi Van Lai was indeed no ordinary character. A Luo hop move, with unpredictable hand techniques, intertwining like 10 fingers, sharp as a blade. It seems, during the years Loi Van Lai disappeared, the skills of Dai Tai Bao and Lin Duong have made remarkable progress. Facing 3 people surrounding him, Loi Van Lai was also under great pressure. Deep Chuang was the unique move of Deep Chuang Makha. Unexpectedly the 7 sects had a day to join forces. Immediately, Master Ke threw a palm, flying towards Fayang Dai, just burning Fayang Dai. Shi Chang'am could definitely extinguish the fire. Master Ke also saw the intention of not Fan Kai. Not good. At this moment, a black figure appeared in front of Loi Van Lai. It was Nam Min Ac Fat. "I'll take action." This woman wearing a tight night robe, her figure bearing both the innocence of a young girl and the charm of a mature woman. It's easily recognizable. A mature, sturdy figure, like a tot bao full of power, a slender waist like a water snake, the more force exerted, the more undulating. Like a seductive spirit in the dark, making one look twice. Shu Yuge arrived just in time, limbs flying out. Facing the attack of the demon Buddha, Lei Wanli didn't retreat, charging straight ahead, unconcerned. Whether his opponent could withstand his palm strike, he unleashed his palm, directly hitting the demon Buddha's 2 hands. To Lei Wanli's surprise, his inner force rebounded, causing a sharp pain in his chest, and his blood boiled. Fu Zhijing, standing nearby, clearly saw this and couldn't help but wonder if this person was the long-lost successor of the Western Ironclad sect. The Ironclad sect had few practitioners, and suffered heavy losses after the previous Demon Blade upheaval. Their unique skill, the Kongsua Shishuesho, specializes in suppressing and reversing an opponent's external force, causing it to rebound and injure the user. And Lei Wanli's Luoha palm relies on external force emission, falling right into their trap. Van Li was injured, his face pale. If he couldn't use his inner energy, then he would use his martial arts skills. He immediately launched a kick, successfully forcing the evil Buddha of Southern Ming back. At this moment, Shu Yujit saw an opportunity and slashed his sword, the sword energy like a rainbow, not attacking the person, but cutting the rope of the wind and fire rack. Fuke Triken saw clearly that it was Shu Yujit who cut the rope of the wind and fire rack. This fox spirit indeed didn't want to take any risks. Van Li's wind and fire rack was destroyed. He had no choice but to hold back the explosion with one hand. Though not injured, it still created an opportunity for the 3 of them. The evil Buddha, Qing Mian, and Shu Yujit simultaneously attacked, prioritizing self-preservation, defending against whatever moves came, attacking Van Li from different directions, not giving him a chance to catch his breath. Van Li didn't need to hold back anymore, using Cloud Scroll Remnant, 10,000 Formations Numbness, Overlapping Palms, North Hidden 3 Springs, 41 Flowers 1. With each palm he unleashed, creating a semicircle of inner energy around him. Massive boulders were shattered, everything was destroyed, as if by an invisible whirlwind. Along with the explosion, a strange space was formed, a translucent palm force pierced through his head, face, and body, but without any pain. Loi Van Li's body also became illusory at that moment. The Luo Hop was originally a palm technique. This palm broke the illusion. In front of the 4 people merged into one, the heavenly way became one. These 2 inner forces within his body intersected, forming a comprehensive offensive and defensive system, instantly neutralizing the attacks from the 3 people. The great treasure of the Ti Luyan Palace was indeed formidable. This brief moment was enough for Loi Van Lai to ignite the wind and fire altar. But just as he was about to ignite the wind and fire altar, a shout rang out, a palm strike shattered the altar. It was Tien La Tich Tuet Nan Tan. Like a lightning bolt, Loi Van Lai also recognized that this martial artist was worthy of fighting with him. With the heavens remaining vibration, like a tiger descending the mountain, everything was destroyed, but Yen Chang was able to protect the tower. With a single palm strike, a thunderous boom echoed, making everyone feel the ground shake. Yen Chang alone suppressed Louis Wanli. At that moment, Master Demon appeared behind Louis Wanli, stabbing him in the back with a sword. But Louis Wanli slipped away like a fish, escaping the sword, and disappeared. It turned out Louis Wanli had planned to escape from here early on. The famous iron palm of the Jianghu, the ultimate skill, was actually a light body technique. Everyone was disappointed, never expecting that despite such an encirclement, Louis Wanli still managed to escape. But Master Demon said as long as the Phoenix Tower didn't emit the chime of loyalty, there was nothing to worry about. What worried Master Demon? The sage was worried that with the power of the demon subduing devil taming Arhat, he should have arrived here long ago, but why? Hasn't he shown up yet? Hama was so distressed that she was drenched in sweat, with beads of sweat on her forehead, her beautiful face showing signs of fatigue and seduction. Her gentle voice and the fiery red mask further accentuated her seductive charm, prompting Bui Lei to come to her aid. But after a few exchanges of moves, this guy made the divine sword turn a dark red, and in a moment of carelessness, a scorching flame struck Bui Lei directly. Fortunately, Bui Lei reacted quickly, throwing out his palms to block it, regardless of whether his body movement was agile or not, barely managing to deflect this move. But she ended up sitting on top of Bui Lei. Soft skin touched, a fragrant scent wafted over their faces, both of them blushed. Hamha didn't know what kind of inner energy this was, hot like fire, yet soft like water, as if it had consciousness. Moreover, his inner energy seemed endless, while she was being affected by this scorching breath. It was then that Bui Lei discovered the cause. The jade stone originally attached to the Onnachu Duong had now appeared on Lei Deep's back. The harmful inner energy must be related to the jade stone, and the flesh around the jade stone on Lei Deep's back showed signs of stitching. It seemed he used the jade stone to control the demon. Saber. Hearing this, Hong Ha felt horrified. Lei Deep couldn't have done this alone, he must have someone else behind him. At this moment, Lei Deep recklessly attacked again. The saber aura was so fierce that Bui Lei and Hong Ha had to continuously evade. This saber technique was too the evil cult, not on the same level as Ha Atam wielding the demon blade back then. Hong Ha immediately suggested retreating. But Bui Lei's eyes were fiercely red, insisting that the jade stone must conceal the secret of the demon blade, as if relying on his intelligence, he could definitely stop the demon blade. He immediately wanted to use the formless step to forcibly seize the sword. But at this moment, a clang rang out, the divine sword was cut in half. Hong Ha narrowly escaped again, but was already exhausted. Seeing the sword about to strike, Bui Lei finally reacted, hugging Hong Ha and using the sun and moon cycle. He counterattacked, saying he almost forgot why Miss Neem taught him martial arts that year. Today he feels strange, wanting to clarify this evil saber, so he lost his direction. It's the iron armor gate, he should have realized the divine saber was heating up like that. He must cut it off. Losing the precious saber also made Bui Lei remember learning martial arts. What he wanted to persevere was not to let his right to live be defeated by those who thought themselves superior. Behind the curtain, Loi Van Ly watched the battle before him, thinking Bui Lei was controlling the evil saber. Unexpectedly, the trial chamber was so dangerous, and in the end, it was this little fellow perfectly supporting those Westerner Huins. They're about to catch up. Even if Bui Lei doesn't die by the evil saber, he can hardly escape. But for now, reuniting with Du Chi Chung Am is most important. If you die here, consider that I, Loi Van Lai, owe you a life. Loi Van Lai escaped the danger, and not long after Chi Chung Am returned. A small boat arrives. Chi Chung-in is now different from before, wielding the love blade, with an imposing aura, but without the sound of summoning the wind and fire. According to the rules, wait here, following the order. Need to check the order token. Louis Wanli takes out the order token. Although this person carries a murderous aura and has a gloomy appearance, the procedure is flawless, making him suspicious. Thinking the person must be the leader of the first branch Yi Zhang, but still follows the sequence, giving the order token of the first branch to Gao Yun. At this moment, someone suddenly rushes out from the cabin, grabbing Gao Yun's neck from behind. This person is severely injured, shouting, "Great treasure! Don't let her open the order token, this person is a traitor, I was also ambushed by her, the wound on my back. That is the proof." Dai Tai Bao glanced and recognized this person as Yejin, Chao Yun's subordinate. The sword stabbed towards Yejin, Lei Wanli jumped up, successfully saving Yi Zhang. Many years ago, between Yejin and Lei Wanli, Yi Zhang was once saved by Lei Wanli, this time. Although Chao Yun is a master among the younger generation, he is not to the extent of pushing Yejin into such a dead end. Looking at Yejin, Dai Tai Bao could not help but recall the days at Chi Chung-in. That year, they were all around 9 or 10 years old, a group of over 100 people. Lei Wanli and Yajin were the two survivors. If it weren't for Yajin hiding from his superiors and saving Lei Wanli, he would have died in that trial. The final trial of Ji Changyin required killing teammates, which was what Ji Changyin's Dizang valued most. This is the passage of severing all emotions and desires, his entire life only following the orders of Fian Leng, but Dai Tai Bo was the only exception. The chief once told him the reason for choosing Loi Van Lai was because he looked cold-hearted, but deep down he still had some warmth, capable of severing emotions. But unexpectedly, the one who went through life and death with Loi Van Lai today betrayed him. Loi Van Lai had already discovered that the wound on Deep Chin's back was Chao Van's lethal move, and it was clearly a successful situation, yet he spared Deep Chin's life. If Chao Van was a traitor, he wouldn't have needed to do that. There were traces of Yajin trying to open the command token. Dai Tai Bao's expression darkened. Emotions have become your weakness in the end? It turns out 6 years ago, during the operation to eliminate the Western Lord Hatan, Yajin secretly took his little daughter away. Both of them having feelings for and giving birth to Deep Chan's child, therefore Deep Chan opened the order token of the one-word sect and threw it out, shouting loudly, "I have fulfilled my promise, giving you the order token. Don't forget your word." He secretly signaled to someone, who firmly received the order token of the one-word sect. That person was the four Tai Bao of the Enlin Dang, Loi Fong Doi and Loi Manhwa. Loi Manhwa was dressed elegantly, with rings on his fingers, but couldn't hide his dashing demeanor, no longer having the aura of the Enlin Dang, losing the unrestrained spirit of his prime years. Loi Manhwa was merely a gangster, even his attire wasn't the same as before. The Dai Tai Bao then stepped out from the cabin, striking Deep Chan's nape with his palm. How pitiful, Deep Chan trusted Loi Manhwa. Dac Chan's head slammed hard into the mast, his brain splattered, blood gushing everywhere. This cruel act did not diminish the prestige of Dai Tai Bao in the martial arts world. Loi Van Lai coldly said, "Old Four, do you not know that Se Huin's men are burning down my headquarters, or are you conspiring with Se Huin to harm me?" Loi Manhwa kept a straight face, saying the Fong Hoa Lin Hon formation is your headquarters. To me, the entire territory is my business domain. Sooner or later, I will have to rebuild it. Do you think you are supporting my entire business domain? It is I, Loi Manhwa, who is sustaining it. Loi Van Lai laughed coldly, gathering his palm force, tearing Loi Manhwa's robe, revealing his Kim Tsung Ban arms, which were Loi Manhwa's only defensive technique, superior to the Yumin Thiat Chuang. Loi Van Lai sneered, yelling loudly, his palm force like a raging wind, his formidable inner force piercing through the Kim Tsang Ban, striking Loi Manhwa's chest. Unexpectedly, Loi Van Lai was injured, but still so powerful, just one move made it difficult for Loi Manhwa to resist. Loi Manhwa shouted loudly, "Where are you? If you don't lend a hand, I'll die." At that moment, Loi Van Lai felt a powerful force of internal energy striking him. He secretly thought that it must be the space being distorted. Some trees that appeared near actually had an immeasurable distance. Turning around, he shouted loudly, "Loi Laudet, I thought you only knew how to eat and drink all your life. I didn't expect you to come here with Lao Tuesday Loiman." Hoa mocked, "He's surrendering." Loi Van Lai, for so many years you've never paid attention to Lao that even once. In recent years Enlin Duong has been declining. Its strength is even weaker than Luan Tan. Loi Van Lai was extremely angry. He threw his palm towards the distance, but there was a huge explosion in the empty space. Loi Van Lai naturally realized it was the trick of Q Tai Bao Tian Loi Hoa Thursday. Q Tai Bao. With a golden complexion like turmeric, a tall physique, his cloak fluttering in the wind, he exuded an unconventional aura, yet spoke such vulgar words, "I'll help him control the heavenly thunder and fire, but it'll cost money." There has been bad blood between Loi Van Lai and Loi Manhwa, so it's no surprise he shows up here, but I didn't expect the seventh celestial treasure, Hoa Don Loi Loi Fong, to also aid Loi Manhwa. Hoa Don Loi Loi Fong staggered, his long hair disheveled covering his face, leaning against a tree trunk, holding a gourd-shaped wine vessel, like a drunkard on the battlefield, gulping down alcohol. Loi Van Lai scolded, "Loi Loi Fong, you involved yourself in Lao Tu's affairs, using the Huang Fuang Hon formation against me, violating the rules set by the chief." Loi Fong spat out a mouthful of strong liquor and said, "I broke the rules I set myself, so kill me if you must, but take me to see the chief. Let him tell me how we 10 celestial treasures, each with our own agenda now, should proceed." As he finished, the gourd-shaped wine vessel in Loi Fong's hand suddenly burst into flames. He dragged the entire Thunder sect into the battle. This was completely beyond the Thunder sect's expectations. He said to Thunder Shekfeng, "Big brother, fourth brother, the chief enforcer once said that we, the 10 protectors, are all his subordinates. Although you are powerful, big brother, fourth brother, you want to control the entire Red Flower Society and force Big Brother to take action. Today, I'm bringing you into this heavenly shift formation to make you clarify things here. Either invite the chief enforcer to come out of the mountain, or you two state that you truly want to lead the Hung Hing Society. Openly divide the forces of the Red Flower Society, and ensure that the 10 protectors no longer fight among themselves. Then, I will let you go. Hung-Ho's face was flushed red, her clothes were disheveled, and her eyes were sparkling. In her dream, her slender figure glided through the sea of fire, graceful and agile, brimming with vitality. Each soft curve perfectly matched Boylet's movements, and Hung-Ho. He continuously used the ethereal spirit wind style and the purging wind palm, creating an opportunity for Boyle to escape. The demon master observed from afar, feeling moved in his heart. On the other hand, after hearing Shi Taibao's words, Louis Manho's expression darkened as he said, "Our lives were saved by the chief instructor. The cultivation hall should not behave like this. In this situation, I, Louis Manho, am willing to take charge. Elder Louis, please keep Jicheng while you and the 3 Shi Taibao manage together." Hearing Louis Manho's words, Shi Taibao Louis Doifun voluntarily withdrew from the battle. Now all that's left is to see the performance of the Dai Taibao. Unexpectedly, Louis Manho was so despicable. As soon as he escaped the battle, he attacked from behind. He felt a sharp pain in his stomach, the spell formation in his hand instantly vanished, unable to touch the formation once the formation was set up, it couldn't be retracted. The great 7th master was trapped tightly in the formation. The 9th master, Thunder Destiny, standing beside him saw this scene, broke out in a cold sweat, didn't dare to approach, only dared to try persuading. But Thunder Harmony was now red-eyed, roaring, "The old 7th almost killed me, guard your heavenly thunder fire carefully, if Thunder Myriad comes out, none of us will be safe." As he finished speaking, the heavenly thunder fire suddenly exploded, the deafening blast echoing everywhere. Unexpectedly, Thunder Myriad knew the absorption technique. Thunder Myriad now spat out a mouthful of blood. Although not an orthodox rock fire palace practitioner, mobilizing rock fire energy still had effect, he had sensed the surrounding terrain. Thunder Myriad remembered the 7th master's move clearly. It was a sword that could absorb true energy, his sight and hearing were disrupted by that sword, but the rock fire palace's inner power would rebound when meeting resistance, as long as he could calculate the rebound force. Lei Wanli could also find the formation. Thinking of this, Lei Wanli used the stone fireball again, and indeed, through the feedback of the sound, he realized the position of the formation. And one palm strike was delivered, retrieving the formation. Lei Manhwa was completely terrified, never expecting Lei Wanli to be such a monster, able to break the formation of Lao Qi. Shi Taibao hurriedly used his lightness skill to flee. Lei Wanli's physical condition was not good enough to pursue, but as the saying goes, you can't escape a temple by running. As the 4-tone fingers were still in his hands, Shi Taibao was extremely weak now, and he finally understood that the reason the former leader gave the 4-tone fingers to Lei Wanli back then had a profound intention. It seemed there were many things and secrets that he was truly concerned about, not just the Anlin Tong of their family. At this moment, Lei Thoipong felt that the familiar former leader, he's dead. Loi Van Lai sighed and said, "How interesting, in the Jianghu you chose, the leader is already dead, you will reunite with him." Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from behind, "But in the real Jianghu, Loi Van Lai is still alive. Isn't he?" Meeting the heavily wounded Dai Taibao, "This is a rare opportunity, tell me everything you know." This evil girl the two can be said to be the strongest character in the story. Bui Lei was seen jumping up, wielding the Onnachu Duong sword, rushing forward. Yu Dao Ly Ka took the initiative to attack, with flames like a venomous snake invading Bui Lei's body. It turns out that Ly Ka's power will parasitize Bui Lei's body, but if the physical body is not refined and transformed by the fire Yuan essence, even the most suitable sword master cannot withstand Ly Ka's true energy. At this moment, Bui Lei felt his blood boiling throughout his body, the energy on the sword, even the innate true qi couldn't resist. Transforming, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. As the fresh blood fell, an ancient aura resounded in his head. Bui Lei seemed to feel that his blood vessels had always been like this. As the fresh blood fell into the palm of his hand, Bui Lei circulated his inner energy, shaking and breaking through the encirclement of the fire serpent. In the blink of an eye, escaping from the control, Bui Lei successfully grabbed Loi Deep's right hand, finally seizing the demon sword. The demon master, observing from outside, was shocked in his heart. The sword master doesn't have the fire Yuan essence, touching the power of the separation sword will definitely cause him to be burned into madness. This is something the demon master has tested many times. Not to mention this little fellow is also a failure. But at that moment, a figure glided in, with slender and graceful legs, though concealed by fabric, her smooth and delicate skin like powder, her curves flowing like water, without a flaw, untainted by dust. Tazu drew her sword, and their blades clashed. It struck Loi Deep's back precisely, causing the fire primordial gem to start cracking. This move indeed had a significant impact on Loi Deep, slowing down the speed of his separating strike sword, and his figure staggered, proving the gem's importance. Loi Deep shouted. At that moment, a whistle rang out. Bui Lei immediately felt dizzy. The demon master approached, and his mind went blank. Use the adamant indestructible finger to remove the jade on Toy Yep's back. The devil saber still has an effect on Bui Lei. Bui Lei looked at the demon immortal in front of him, the one behind the scenes manipulating everything was him. The demon immortal thought for a moment. Unexpectedly, Bui Lei was still rational despite being affected by the devil saber. Either Vio Dan did something, or Chao Laotan had something hidden about Toy Yep. Perhaps Chao Laotan was only hiding it from himself. Chao Laotan and Ko Makon always felt their relationship was not normal. The demon immortal spoke up, everyone, the evil lord of Tsehyun has escaped, and the great treasure is also fine. Now if anyone can kill the person in front of them, they don't need the devil's saber to become the evil lord of Tsehyun's great assembly, and will also share the secret of the Howling Devil Saber. As he finished speaking, a figure with an icy expression, a lithe body as if boneless, drifted like a flower petal, the demon immortal. Indeed, Sin was no ordinary person. With a swift turn, like a fox spirit, he easily slipped behind Tatu's back. Shuyuk Kid was taken aback. Tatu's previous move was flawless. Even a master would find it difficult to evade completely. Kui Tian Sin has always concealed his true abilities. He might be more dangerous than one can imagine. Someone from Qi Xian whispered, this little fellow has some grievance with me. Today is the day he dies. That voice, Bui Lei was too familiar with it. It was Langshou Qing Yin. But this voice affected him so much that he couldn't move. In that critical moment, a pink figure stood in front of Bui Lei, using the Qingfeng 13 techniques. Kui Tianxin said, don't underestimate these little demons. They are the second chief of the Shui Yuting. Let's do this, whoever defeats the young lady second chief first, the second chief will belong to that side. Consider it as a greeting. At that moment, someone suddenly appeared behind Tatu and attacked him from behind. Shuyuk Kid quickly blocked in front, saying, no one can harm this person. Don't touch him. Tatu turned around and said today's situation is critical. No need to be stubborn, if necessary. He can sacrifice his life. In the critical moment, a violent gust of wind arose, and a person came wielding a pair of double serpent swords. With a slender waist, graceful figure, fair skin, and full breasts, she presented an enchanting beauty, contrasting completely with the double serpent swords in her hands, adding to her allure. Her figure bore both girlish and mature charms, causing Bui Lei to gaze at her in fascination. Shulok Kit's beauty was not easily shaken. At this moment, another person spoke up, gentlemen, this one belongs to me, Tin La Hung has an important matter to ask him. As he finished speaking, a black-robed figure blocked the way. The Demon King said, I have a grudge with this little monk, I want him. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the three of them fought over protecting Bui Lei. The Devil Master didn't even remind them, Supreme Calligrapher, last time it was due to carelessness that he escaped, this time you absolutely cannot let him escape again, you can ask him any secret you want. But Absolute Flame didn't care much, still doing as she pleased. The Devil Master had to change his tone, let's control the second chief of the Watermoon Pavilion first, the 7 sects are our enemies, eliminating her is also a great achievement. The previous promise is still valid. Hearing this, Langshou rushed forward, and the Devil King also took action. Qing Mian's inner energy was calm and powerful, her slender legs stomped firmly on the ground, resolutely saying, hand over that little brat Bui Lei to me, I'll give you a chance for a one-on-one duel, if you win, I'll let you leave. But at this moment, the Devil King had already arrived in front of her, his enormous body blocking the way. Hong Hai used the Kim Fong Tich AM technique, her sword energy like rolling waves, yet sharp as the wind. This style was a bit similar to Tuat Diem Tan's, but Tuat Diem Tan's was even more sacred. Her swordsmanship sharp, without a shred of mercy. She put all her strength into 2 moves, then suddenly withdrew, lowering her center of gravity. Her slender legs became even firmer, she spun around, lightly touching the ground, stabilizing her stance. Her crouching and retreating motions combined into one, evading Lang Thursday's attack. But Lang Thursday seized the opportunity to strike. In that critical moment, Bui Lei swung his sword in front of Hon Ha to block the attack. The Demon Master was shocked, had the effect of the Demon Saber diminished so quickly? He immediately whistled again, this time even clearer. Bui Lei felt dizzy again, Lang Thursday unleashed a deadly move, but the Demon King blocked it. Several people were fighting to capture Bui Lei. This scene was beyond Mr. Demon's expectation, but as long as he could drag Hong Ha in, it would definitely turn into a death battle. This brat would never let Hong Ha be killed. But in Qi Xian, there were still 3 people who hadn't acted, definitely related to this brat. The other 2 seemed not easy to wield the demon saber. Fu Kri Jing, under the black robe, was extremely worried, not knowing what to do. Qing Man used divine sound transmission, able to distinguish between inner energy and voice. Acting recklessly wouldn't change anything, and Chang Mun's current state had limitations, but it wasn't like he couldn't do anything. Bui Lei gritted his teeth, thinking in his heart that no one here was an opponent he could fight alone. He whispered softly, Miss Neem, the opponents are too strong. Hearing this, Mr. Demon. What are you thinking in your heart? It's good that they have internal conflicts. I have a plan. From this square, go down to the sword-grinding valley. The map shows that there is a bridge on the valley that can lead back to the secret path of the 8 Tai treasures. Later, I'll signal you, and we'll split up and run. Before Hong Ha could react, Bui Lei had rushed out. Bui Lei also knew this might not be the best way, but if he wanted Hong Ha to survive, he could only take a gamble this time. Bui Lei threw the token towards Yancheng. The demon master hurriedly blocked it. If this was lost, Shu Yujia would definitely not spare him. Just in this moment, Bui Lei had reached the demon sword.